Chapter 1. Betrayal. Suhi, do you think if we are trapped, who will Nianbai come to rescue? You, the substitute? Or me, the radiant moonlight he yearns for? Suhi gazed at Lin Xinghe, whose crimson lips parted and closed, her red gown contrasting starkly with the surroundings, filling Suhi with a deepening bitterness. Looking towards the guards of the Dawn team outside, what was there left to comprehend? Yet, she had not anticipated that Lin Xinghe would seize the opportunity while Shen Nianbai was on a mission to conspire with the entire Dawn team against her. Even more astonishing was how readily these supernatural beings would heed Lin Xinghe's command. Indeed, although she was the nominal wife of Shen Nianbai, who in the capital before the apocalypse did not know of his unattainable moonlight, Lin Xinghe, now this moonlight not only appeared but was also a level 2 water ability user. Shen Nianbai was overjoyed, and the members of the Dawn team were likely swayed as well. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, the opportunities for a supernatural being far exceeded those for an ordinary person like her, and no one wished for a hindrance within the team, even if that individual was the captain's wife in name. But they seemed to forget that she, an ordinary person, was not inferior to these supernatural beings. Suhi, are you even listening while I speak? Seeing Suhi's indifferent demeanor, Lin Xinghe frowned slightly. Why was she not the least bit anxious or afraid? Shouldn't Suhi be weeping and pleading at her feet? So what? Lin Xinghe was left speechless. You colluded with the Dawn team to stab me in the back merely to prove whose position is higher in Shen Nianbai's heart. What do you hope to gain from this? Killing me to usurp my place. Suhi furrowed her brow. She would not put it past Lin Xinghe to do just that. Lin Xinghe, caught off guard by the accuracy of Suhi's words, hesitated momentarily. Just as she was about to respond, heart-wrenching screams and cries for help erupted from outside. The zombies were coming. Her heart leapt with joy, and her gaze towards Suhi grew increasingly sinister. In an instant, she conjured water spikes in her palms, launching them at Suhi while she was unprepared. Suhi caught sight of the oncoming water spikes, astonished that Lin Xinghe truly dared to attack her. With a swift twist of her wrist, she managed to deflect most of the spikes with her dagger, yet she still inadvertently suffered cuts on her arm and cheek, blood trickling down. Upon witnessing Suhi's injury, Lin Xinghe smirked, convinced that this time Suhi would surely perish. Sister, zombies. The zombies are coming. We must flee. Let them come. If you're afraid of dying, you can leave first. I still wish to wait for Nianbai. It's a zombie tide. None of us can escape. Lin Xinghe, hearing this, finally ascended to the second-floor check, and indeed, she saw hundreds, even thousands of zombies swarming toward the supermarket, her eyes widening. In disbelief, she had instructed the Dawn team to draw the zombies. But did it have to be to this extent? Looking down at the Dawn team, they were already retreating into the supermarket in fear before the zombies even arrived. Lin Xinghe's eyes widened. Did they truly wish for her to meet her demise? Meanwhile, Suhi hurriedly tended to her wounds, aware that the scent of blood could attract the zombies. When she lifted her gaze towards Lin Xinghe, a glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She had suspected Lin Xinghe's intentions for bringing her on this mission were nefarious, but she never imagined it was a plot on her life. Gripping her dagger tightly, Suhi prepared to charge at Lin Xinghe, only to find a horde of zombies surging up the staircase, their sights set on her. Realizing Lin Xinghe had purposefully injured her, Suhi's expression darkened. She was clearly being set up for death. Lin Xinghe, upon seeing the multitude of zombies, instinctively hid behind her sister Lin Xinghe. However, her scream inadvertently alleviated much of Suhi's pressure, as many zombies turned their attention toward the Lin sisters. Hearing Lin Xinghe's cry, Suhi could not afford to confront Lin Xinghe. She deftly dodged the zombies, her dagger spinning as she struck at the creatures lunging toward her. Though she lacked abilities, engaging in close combat with the dagger was perilous, yet more convenient. However, facing such overwhelming numbers of zombies proved to be too much. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lin Xinghe's flawless makeup marred by fear, and she felt a mix of anger and amusement had Lin Xinghe effectively shot herself in the foot. In her desperate quest to see her dead, she had placed herself in danger. Even if Suhi perished at the hands of the zombies, Lin Xinghe would be the architect of her demise. How delightful. Nianbai, please save me. I'm so scared. Woo. At those words, Suhi, Mid-fight with the zombies, froze, her movements slowing as she turned wide-eyed toward the silhouette of Shen Nianbai behind her. She had seen his back countless times, there was no mistaking it. Nianbai Gugu, there are so many zombies. Lin Xing, he trembled as she nestled in Shen Nianbai's embrace, her eyes, however, provocatively glancing at Su He, who was watching her, and she could not help but smile. Faintly, "Fear not, I will lead you out." Shen Nianbai furrowed his brow at the relentless tide of zombies, steadying the trembling Lin Xing as he prepared to teleport out of the supermarket, only to feel her grip tighten on his sleeve. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he turned to Lin Xing. With tear-filled eyes, she pointed towards Su He. "Nianbai Gugu, Su He is here too. Why don't you take her out first? She is your wife, and she has no ability issues, just an ordinary person. I can hold on a little longer. We will leave first at SU." He could not articulate the tumult of emotions swelling within her at that moment. Shen Nianbai, fully aware of her presence, nonetheless unhesitatingly abandoned her in favor of his moonlight, Lin Xing, just as he always had. The absurdity was that she had still harbored a glimmer of hope upon his arrival. Seeing Lin Xing's triumph, Su He felt a profound sorrow. Yet before she could confront her, the relentless swarm of zombies descended upon her, despair flooding her heart. If only Shen Nianbai were there, they might have fought to the bitter end now. There was only the path of death at As Shen Nianbai teleported Lin Xing away. Su He felt as though she had been thrown into a den of wolves. Despite her dagger flailing desperately, she could not fend off the overwhelming numbers of zombies, their bites inflicting excruciating pain. She could not help but recall Lin Xing's earlier words. "Who do you think Nianbai Gugu will come to rescue if we are trapped?" Indeed, she should not have held any hope for Shen Nianbai. In her confrontation with Lin Xing, she was the forsaken one. If only she could live this life over, she would never choose to be with Shen Nianbai. Chapter 2. Rebirth. S City, Shen Family Villa. "Miss Su, once we finalize the signatures, we will proceed to obtain our marriage certificate. As for the wedding, I currently prefer a secret marriage." At this, Su He felt a jolt throughout her body, lifting her gaze to the words of Shen Nianbai. Incredulity filling her eyes, Su He closed her eyes and reopened them, realizing this was no mere dream. She had been torn to shreds by zombies, beyond the point of death. Was this perhaps a rebirth? Forgetting her astonishment, she rose and approached Shen Nianbai, raising her hand to slap him before he could utter a word. Then, in a hushed tone, she asked, "Does it hurt?" Shen Nianbai's expression darkened instantly, yet upon meeting Su He's teary eyes, his heart trembled involuntarily as he parted his lips to utter, "It hurts." "Well, it ought to," she retorted. This pain paled in comparison to that of being abandoned by Shen Nianbai or being bitten by zombies. Yet fortunately, she had been reborn. "Shen Nianbai, is Miss Su venting her frustrations on me?" Shen Nianbai clenched his teeth, his irritation turning to amusement as he observed Su He slap him and adopt a demeanor as if it were entirely justified. The assistant standing by gaped at the unfolding scene, then quietly shrank his head back, wishing to remain invisible. "Su," he shot Shen Nianbai a reproachful glance, her heart aching slightly. "Well, Mr. Shen certainly has a considerable ego. You wish to obtain a marriage certificate to placate your family, while simultaneously engaging in a secret marriage. How is it that all the good fortune falls to you?" In her previous life, it was during this very moment that she and Shen Nianbai reunited due to a car accident, coinciding with his parents' pressure for him to marry. Shen Nianbai, for reasons unknown, sought her out at tea that time. Her heart had been entirely consumed by thoughts of Shen Nianbai, for he was the object of her affection since her school days. After being rejected when she confessed upon graduating high school, she had assumed she would never see him again, believing there was no chance of togetherness, especially given Shen Nianbai's well-known connection with his beloved. She had thought she would spend her life secretly harboring her feelings for him, but upon their reunion, Shen Nianbai unexpectedly proposed marriage. Naturally, she seized the opportunity to be closer to him. Thus, on that day, she dragged Shen Nianbai to obtain their marriage certificate, dreaming of quietly warming his heart after marriage. Little did she anticipate that merely a week after their marriage, the apocalypse would arrive, and they would find themselves fleeing from hordes of zombies. Subsequently, she could barely endure 3 months of the apocalypse without locating her family, ultimately being cast into a horde of zombies by Shen Nianbai and his beloved, meeting her demise at their hands. Shen Nianbai was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Su-hee's sudden assertiveness. Yet, as she looked his way, his expression instantly reverted to calm. This was our prior agreement. Does Miss Su wish to be untrustworthy? Agreed? If memory serves me right, it was merely Mr. Shen who spoke, while I was but a passive listener. Shen Nianbai was momentarily at a loss for words. She was the first woman to speak to him so boldly. And what does Miss Su desire? What do I desire? I shall not marry. Shen Nianbai. This time it is I who am rejecting you. Shen Nianbai was momentarily stunned by Su-hee's fierce tone, his complexion darkening with anger. Had he truly been rejected? Wasn't Su-hee madly in love with him? How could she refuse him? Was she merely playing hard to get? Miss Su, have you truly considered this? Shen Nianbai narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The assistant, Lin Yu, who had been diligently minimizing his presence, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing those words. This was bad. The So was angry. Yet, he couldn't help but admire Su-hee in silence. After 7 years of working alongside Shen Nianbai, she was the first woman bold enough to speak to him in such a manner. Is such a matter even worth deliberation? I simply refuse to marry, Su-hee replied, raising an eyebrow. With that, she disregarded Shen Nianbai completely and strode out of the Shen family villa. Ahem, Miss Su, it's difficult to hail a taxi here. May I offer you a ride? Lin Yu, still in shock, glanced at Shen Nianbai, who appeared a tempest of emotions but remained silent, before following Su-hee outside. The CEO was in a foul mood. He preferred to avoid any further misfortune. As he nodded in acknowledgement, the villa was indeed located halfway up a mountain, making transportation challenging. She glanced at the well-meaning Lin Yu and recalled how, in her previous life during their escape, he had sacrificed himself to protect Shen Nianbai. Her heart ached slightly, yet she said nothing. Lin Yu occasionally stole glances at Su-hee through the rearview mirror. When he was caught, he smiled sheepishly, saying, Miss Su, our CEO tends to be quite dramatic. Please don't take offense. Dramatic? That term hardly seemed fitting for Shen Nianbai. He smirked. How your CEO behaves is of no concern to me. And if I'm not mistaken, this shall be our final encounter. Lin Yu had intended to say something lighthearted to ease the tension, but upon noticing Su-hee's disinterest, he opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. Half an hour later, the car halted at Su's residence. Casting a glance at Lin Yu, she ultimately could not suppress her concern. Assistant Lin, if possible, stock up on supplies at home in the coming days and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. Lin Yu, puzzled yet compliant, nodded with a smile, even though he did not fully grasp the reasoning behind her request. After imparting her advice, Su-hee turned and left, having done her part. Whether he heeded it was beyond her concern. Upon entering, she was greeted by her brother, who lounged with an air of entitlement, looking at her with disdain, his words cutting yet undeniably truthful. Su-hee suppressed the tears in her eyes, regarding her very much alive brother, who dared to retort against her, and spoke, somewhat exasperated. Back when she mustered the courage to confess her feelings to Shen Nianbai after high school, she had never anticipated being rejected, especially with her brother witnessing the entire debacle, nearly exposing her to their father. This time, their fateful reunion after the car accident was also in the presence of Su Zhe, making him all too aware of her obtaining a marriage certificate today, leading to a barrage of messages on WeChat from him. He had not held back in his ridicule. Truly a brother. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe's expression shifted from disdain to delight, followed by a frown. Are you truly not getting married? Could it be that she had already secured the certificate just to deceive him? Su-hee scoffed and gently patted Su Zhe's head. When have I ever spoken untruths? And let me share a secret with you. At the mention of secret, Su Zhe leaned in eagerly. The apocalypse is upon you. In her previous life, she lacked any abilities and became separated from her family amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. What awaited her this time remained uncertain, however. The priority was to stock up on supplies. What can I do to help? Chapter 3. Shopping frenzy. Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, Su-hee was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, she blurted out, Aren't you going to ask me why? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow and glanced at his naive sister, awkwardly stating, You mentioned it as a secret, so there must be a reason behind it. Moreover, you are my sister. Could you truly bring harm to me? Su-hee glanced at her usually carefree younger brother, surprised to find him reliable in such a critical moment. The mere thought of the apocalypse in her previous life, when she lost contact with her family and ultimately learned of their demise from Shen Nianbai, sent shivers down her spine. Those 3 months in the end times felt like a lifetime. Overwhelmed by the loss of her family, she was consumed by despair, ultimately entrusting her heart entirely to Shen Nianbai, only to be met with disappointment in the end. Fortunately, the heavens have bestowed upon her a chance for rebirth. This time, she has the opportunity to make amends, and she is determined to protect those around her with all her might. Sister, what is wrong? Did that scoundrel Shen Nianbai bully you? Tell me, and I shall confront him. Su Zhe gritted his teeth and spoke, gazing at his younger sister Su He, whose eyes were red from tears, feeling a mix of anger and heartache. Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, Su He realized the situation and broke free from his embrace. She patted her brother's shoulder, laughing through her tears as she said, "He did bully me, but there's no rush for revenge. We need to focus on stockpiling supplies for now." Knowing her brother's temperament, she believed that as soon as she mentioned seeking retribution from Shen Nianbai, he would rush over to confront him. After all, we still live in a society governed by law. Settling scores with Shen Nianbai could wait a week. Take advantage of his vulnerability. Why wait a week? I, Su Zhe, always repay grievances on the spot. If Shen Nianbai dares to bully you, the apocalypse will arrive in a week, and then you can deal with him however you wish. For now, we must prioritize gathering supplies. Really? All right then. I will listen to you, sister. Upon witnessing his sister's earnest demeanor, Su Zhe could not help but begin to confront the reality of the apocalypse. However, the Su family was affluent. Since his sister wished to engage in her endeavors, she was free to do so, spending money as she pleased. For their parents had earned a substantial fortune. He merely feared that a week later, his sister might regret her choices, given her strong sense of pride. Ultimately, he decided that the best course of action would be to refrain from laughing at her, should that moment arise. Sui observed the expression of distrust on Su Zhe's face and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just moments ago, she had believed that Su Zhe unconditionally trusted her, but now it seemed that anyone would perceive her tales of the apocalypse as mere scare tactics. So what shall we do now? Shop till we drop? Indeed. Sui raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. It appeared that despite his skepticism, her younger brother was still quite obedient. Without further ado, the siblings set off, with Sui driving them straight to the largest supermarket. Once there, they swept through the aisles with fervor, neglecting to consider their hunger. She hastily filled their shopping cart with instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, spicy rice noodles, and self-heating rice. In less than a minute, the cart was overflowing, precariously balancing a tower of instant noodle buckets on top. Sis, do you really need to be this extravagant? Sufei exclaimed, his mind racing as he recalled a certain secret. We are drawing too much attention. Let's take a little less, shall we? Sui glanced at the shopping cart, which was of the same height as Su Zhe's, and noticed the peculiar looks from those around her, prompting her to temper her enthusiasm somewhat. Nevertheless, when she reached the counter to settle her bill, she could not restrain herself from purchasing 100 barrels of bottled water, 100 packages of rice weighing 500 pounds, and 1,000 pounds of flour in 50-pound bags. She also acquired 100 pounds of millet and 10 barrels each of soybean oil, peanut oil, olive oil, and rapeseed oil. Additionally, she stocked up on a year's supply of various condiments such as salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and light soy sauce. Beyond these, she gathered essential household items: 50 packs of sanitary napkins, 50 bars of soap, 100 boxes of toothpaste, 100 toothbrushes, 200 packs of toilet paper, and 10 barrels each of shampoo and body wash, among other necessities. Sufei. Salesperson. Bystanders waiting to check out. One might think that the apocalypse is upon us, young lady. Why do you buy so many items? Indeed, these supplies could sustain our family for quite some time. How generous of you. It seems that this young lady is quite prudent. Although masks are no longer a necessity when venturing outside, it is wise to stockpile provisions at home to avoid panic. Suhi was wholly engrossed in stockpiling supplies, instructing the sales clerks on the items she urgently required for the impending apocalypse. Upon hearing the clamor surrounding her, she realized that she had indeed drawn too much attention. A radiant smile graced her exquisite face as she stepped forward to clarify. You see, Our company has sent us to procure some materials for donation to a welfare institution, which is why we are purchasing in such quantity." Upon hearing this, the onlookers appeared to comprehend her situation, and soon, those queued behind her began to disperse to different checkout counters. With a sigh of relief, Sui provided her address and decided to leave the items in her shopping cart behind, reasoning that they had a substantial amount to acquire, and the supermarket could deliver everything to their doorstep instead of merely transporting a single cart of goods. Once outside the supermarket, Suze could no longer restrain his curiosity and turned to his sister. "Sister, where shall we go next to continue our shopping spree?" He noticed that his sister's mood was somewhat dismal, yet if shopping could uplift her spirits, he was more than willing to accompany her. Suhi furrowed her brows, contemplating the necessity of purchasing clothing alongside various self-defense weapons. With a sigh, she expressed a yearning for supernatural abilities. If only she possessed spatial powers, she would not have to fret over storage or the risk of others coveting her possessions. Yet, she pondered whether the power she lacked in her previous life might be bestowed upon her in this one. She could not resign herself to a life of ordinariness. In her past existence, though she was but an ordinary person, she exerted herself to match the prowess of Shen Nianbai, a high-level wielder of third-tier lightning abilities. During the apocalypse's first 3 months, she fought her way through waves of zombies, risking her life in every encounter. While others wielded their powers, she relied solely on her physical strength, endurance, and reflexes, transforming from a timid heiress fearful of the dark into a ruthless machine, mercilessly slaughtering the undead. In one particular zombie onslaught, the abilities of Shen Nianbai's team were depleted, and it was ultimately her actions that secured their survival, yet he betrayed her nonetheless. If her husband, Shen Nianbai, could forsake her and abandon her to a horde of zombies, it was hardly surprising that others would do the same. Chapter 4. You cannot defeat him, however. Even with her tenacity, she still fell short against the abilities of her teammates. The stark discrimination between supernatural beings and ordinary individuals in the post-apocalyptic world was painfully evident. "Sister, that item seems rather difficult to obtain, does it not?" Upon hearing that his sister was even preparing weapons, Suze could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Was she truly serious about this? Suhi scoffed, remarking that money can move mountains, but without it, one can only lament a lack of funds. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped towards the betting market. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the weather had become increasingly erratic, with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, coupled with bouts of extreme cold and scorching heat. Consequently, betting became indispensable. She procured an array of 4-piece sets suitable for all seasons, along with summer quilts, down comforters, silk blankets, woolen blankets, and pure cotton quilts in substantial quantities. Next, she turned her attention to clothing for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, requesting a year's worth for her family of 4. Unfortunately, she lacked spatial abilities, which meant she was constrained in her purchasing options. The market owner was positively beaming at such a lucrative client, a rare occurrence indeed, as clients like this appeared only once in a blue moon. This was a golden opportunity for profit. After leaving the delivery address, Suhi took Suze to the antique market. In her previous life, after the apocalypse erupted, very few awakened spatial abilities. Thus, when someone at the base did, it was met with astonishment. Although Suhi was an ordinary person, she had some understanding of the base's news, especially regarding significant events. The surprise was not merely due to the awakening of spatial abilities, but also the fact that it occurred after a jade pendant had identified its master through blood. This led to speculation among the base's inhabitants that certain antiques, particularly jade artifacts, might possess a chance of unlocking spatial abilities. The ordinary people at the base even sparked a treasure-hunting frenzy, enticing even the ability users. However, in the end, only a scant few awakened spatial powers, while many ordinary folk and a handful of ability users lost their lives in the process, leading to a cessation of such pursuits. If memory serves, the spatial ability user was still residing on this street of antiques. Sui cast a glance around her, lamenting her previous indifference towards antiques. Although she was aware that the owner of the antique shop had awakened his spatial abilities through these relics, it felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. "Sister, Could that be the scoundrel Shen Nianbai? Just as she hesitated to inspect each shop one by one, she heard Su Zhe grit his teeth and speak. His index finger pointed at the man not far away. Following Su Zhe's gaze, she observed a tall man standing elegantly, his impeccably tailored suit accentuating his perfect physique. Seemingly sensing their scrutiny, the man slightly turned his head in their direction. Su-hee inhaled sharply, a fierce glint momentarily flashing in her eyes, as her tightly clenched fist was pierced by her own nails, drawing blood. It truly is him. I shall confront him. With such an enchanting appearance. Shen Nianbai is unmatched in the capital, and Su Zhe recognized him at a glance. Just as he was about to rush forward, Su-hee, disregarding the tumultuous emotions swirling within her, quickly reached out to restrain the impulsive Su Zhe. Do not go. You cannot defeat him. Su-fei, how could I possibly be outmatched by him? Before he could reach Shen Nianbai, his arm was seized by his sister. Upon hearing those words, he quickly retorted. As a notorious figure in his university, he was accustomed to instilling fear in others, and had never encountered anyone he couldn't best. Of course, he was unaware of those he had yet to face. Could it be that in a previous life, Shen Nianbai deceived him? Or perhaps the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth? After pondering for a moment, he lifted his gaze to see Shen Nianbai and the other person approaching. Su-hee instinctively raised her hand in defense. Having lived as an ordinary person in the post-apocalyptic world, she had developed a natural wariness, instinctively rejecting and being vigilant towards anyone or anything that appeared nearby, with the sole exception of Shen Nianbai. Thus, this inadvertently provided Shen Nianbai with the opportunity to draw closer. As Su Zhe observed Shen Nianbai approaching them directly, he noticed his sister standing vacantly in place, prompting him to curl his lips in annoyance and remark, "What a coincidence! Shen the scoundrel has come to stroll through the antique street as well." Shen Nianbai cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhe, his thin lips slightly pursing, and replied, "Not a coincidence. I am here accompanying my fiancée, E." Su Zhe let out a scoff, crossing his arms and rolling his eyes at Shen Nianbai, truly deserving of the title scoundrel. How quickly you've moved on to an engagement after a breakup. If your distant beloved abroad were to find out, I can't imagine the uproar that would ensue. Who is he? Shen Nianbai paid no heed to Su Zhe's sarcastic remarks, his inky black eyes fixated intently on Su-hee, demanding an answer from her. Who he is seems irrelevant to President Shen, does it not? Shen Nianbai did not spare her glance, extricating himself from the horde of the undead with his beloved by his side, while it was she, his wife, who sacrificed herself to delay their escape. In the moment of rebirth, she struggled to suppress the impulse to eliminate Shen Nianbai, contemplating the moment when the apocalypse would arrive and he would awaken his powers, delivering a fatal blow. Yet now, merely a day later, Shen Nianbai reappeared before her. As soon as the words left her lips, Su-hee distinctly sensed the ominous aura emanating from Shen Nianbai. Her heart quivered. He was angry. Instinctively, she felt compelled to express concern. But the next moment brought a self-deprecating smile as she realized that her habits formed in this post-apocalyptic world were not so easily altered. Thus, seeing Shen Nianbai only intensified her heartache. Behind her, Lin Yu witnessed the scene and sighed, rubbing his forehead. Since learning that Su-hee had been hoarding supplies and had ventured to the antique street, his brow had remained furrowed as if he could crush a fly. Additionally, he had heard clearly during the report that Miss Su had left with his younger brother. Now, it seemed President Shen was selectively ignoring this fact. So, it was Miss Su's brother. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su-hee shot a glance at Lin Yu behind him, blaming him for meddling, then directly grasped Su Zhe's arm, intending to bypass Shen Nianbai. However, as she moved to the left, Shen Nianbai blocked her path. When she shifted to the right, he obstructed her once more. What does President Shen mean by this? I do not agree. Disagree with what? President Shen's implication is that he does not concur with what you stated this morning. Lin Yu, noticing Shen Nianbai inciting further animosity, hurried forward to offer an explanation. Disregarding Su-hee's exasperated expression, Su-hee cast a peculiar glance at Shen Nianbai and, after a prolonged silence, let out a derisive laugh. Do you mean to say that if Mr. Shen disapproves, I shall be compelled to marry him? I had no inkling that Mr. Shen relished the notion of a warm face pressed against a cold rear. Chapter 5. The matter of marriage shall not be entertained. Having spoken, Suhi choked slightly, her complexion paling. It was indeed not in Shen Nianbai's character to exhibit such behavior. She was the sole exception. In fact, it had even cost her dearly. That is not what I meant. It is merely that we had previously come to an agreement, and I have already informed our respective families. This is not a matter that can be resolved through unilateral rejection. Have you told my parents? Suhi furrowed her brow, a mixture of surprise and indignation washing over her. This was certainly not the narrative from her previous life. What had gone awry? Furthermore, what was wrong with Shen Nianbai? Just moments after mentioning a covert marriage, he promptly informed both families. Shen Nianbai nodded, casting a glance at the flustered Suhi, and continued, "Shun scoundrel, your calculations are profoundly flawed. Although my parents may not be well versed in the intricacies of the second-generation elite, they would never allow my sister to marry someone like you. Despite the Shun family's prestigious status, the Su family is equally formidable. Moreover, given Shen Nianbai's character, I cannot commend him. I trust my parents will also refuse this union upon learning the truth." Hearing that title for the second time, Shen Nianbai's handsome face grew somber, his gaze icy as he addressed Su Zhe coldly. "This is the second time. Out of respect for your sister, I shall overlook it, but next time, it will not be so easily dismissed." Su Zhe felt a sense of indignation. It was evidently this scoundrel, Shun, who had bullied his sister, and now he dared to appear before them with such audacity. Just as he was about to confront him, Suhi's phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, he was taken aback to see it was their mother. The siblings exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously turning their attention towards Shen Nianbai. So he paused for a moment before reluctantly answering the call. "No, Shan Jia. What kind of enchantment did you cast on my mother?" The voice of Su's mother was neither too loud nor too soft, just perfect for several people to hear clearly. As soon as Su's mother hung up the phone, Su Zhe curiously glanced at Shen Nianbai beside him. He was just about to utter the words, "Shun scoundrel," but upon meeting those cold, glimmering eyes, he instantly changed his mind. However, it seemed that the Su family had no substantial ties with the prestigious Shen family. Yet, the tone of his mother suggested something was amiss. Suhi cast a perplexed glance at her phone, then looked at Shen Nianbai, standing before her. And with a composed expression, she spoke. "Shen Nianbai, I am uncertain about your intentions, but let go of any thoughts regarding marriage. It is simply not feasible." Upon observing Shen Nianbai nodding, Suhi felt a pang of frustration. However, she had not forgotten the original purpose of her visit. With an unfriendly tone, she cast a glance at Shen Nianbai and said, "I kindly ask you, Mr. Shun, to step aside. We have matters to attend to. What is it that brings you here? Are you perhaps in search of something?" Su Zhe, observing Shen Nianbai's relentless questioning, felt a surge of impatience and retorted brusquely, "What business is it of yours? I never knew that the esteemed young Master Shun had taken up the mantle of meddling in others' affairs. Sister, let us depart." With that, he grasped Suhi's hand and strode out. Shen Nianbai attempted to pursue them, but upon recalling the pain Suhi had endured, his outstretched hand faltered in midair. Lin Yu cautiously glanced at Shen Nianbai, who wore a visibly wounded expression, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak his mind. "Speak freely, Shun. It is evident that Miss Su currently harbors a disdain for you. It would be prudent not to aggravate the situation further. Moreover, you had previously agreed to a clandestine marriage before the contract signing at the villa. It is entirely understandable for Miss Su to decline the proposal. Yet you have since gone to great lengths to inform your relatives and friends. Such a stark contrast in behavior is hardly reasonable, is it? Anyone in her position would feel displeased. She does not disdain me. In truth, she harbors affection for me. If only the events of my past life had not transpired." The latter thought lingered only in Shen Nianbai's mind, though he tempered his tone upon noticing Lin Yu's unwavering loyalty. "You shall relocate to my residence for the next few days." "Why?" Lin Yu was about to inquire further, but the sight of Shen Nianbai's dark demeanor silenced him instantly. Meanwhile, Su Zhe, still clutching Suhi's hand, found their interest in the antique street had waned. "Sister, you're not considering softening towards that scoundrel Shun, are you?" Su Zhe observed his sister's restless demeanor and couldn't help but speak up. He held reservations about his sister's involvement with Shen Nianbai. After all, the man was remarkably handsome, and given that his sister had a penchant for good looks, he feared she might fall for him. Surely not. So he spoke with unwavering certainty. She would not stumble over the same individual twice. Moreover, she had already perished once due to that person. As they conversed, they arrived home, and before long, Sue's father and mother also returned. Sui gazed at her parents, familiar yet foreign, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In her previous life, the apocalypse had erupted suddenly, plunging society into chaos as power and water supplies failed and the undead roamed freely. In S City, a metropolis with a population of millions, within a mere day, only a tenth of the uninfected populace remained. Alongside Shen Nianbai and Lin Yu, the trio of survivors fled from their workplace to a desolate villa district. Before they could catch their breath, they discovered that a horde of zombies had infiltrated the area, prowling the vicinity in search of prey. Prior to the cataclysm, the three had lived lives of luxury. Although Shen Nianbai had engaged in physical training, studying martial arts and taekwondo, facing a multitude of zombies while simultaneously protecting his two less capable companions proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Suhi initially intended to search for her family, but upon witnessing the circumstances, she suppressed that thought. On the very night they arrived at the villa district, Shen Nianbai suddenly experienced a fever and fell into a deep unconsciousness. Preoccupied with her own situation, Suhi could hardly consider the matter of searching for her family. However, after tending to Shen Nianbai throughout the night, she awoke to discover that he had developed extraordinary powers, specifically formidable lightning abilities. The three of them began to feel a glimmer of hope, and Shen Nianbai expressed a desire to find her family. Yet on the day they set out, they encountered a horde of zombies. In a bid to protect the two, Shen Nianbai exhausted his powers and succumbed to fatigue. Subsequently, Lin Yu suffered a bite on his arm while attempting to save Shen Nianbai, sacrificing himself to shield them. The number of zombies continued to swell, but fortunately, Suhi and Shen Nianbai crossed paths with rescue personnel, thereby preserving their lives. Regrettably, as they fled, the distance from Suhi's family home grew ever greater. For S City had fallen. In the span of just a few days, millions were transformed into zombies. She inquired tirelessly among the dwindling survivors, yet found no trace of her family. What does your father cry the moment he sees this girl? Chapter 6, Awakening the Space. Upon their arrival home, just as Sue's father and mother had not yet had the chance to unload their luggage, they noticed Sue-hee with tear-stained eyes. In response, Sue's mother hurriedly embraced Sue-hee, gently patting her back while offering soft words of comfort. Sue-hee also realized that this was her reborn world, and there was still time for everything. Dad, Mom, I miss you both so much. Sue's mother was both amused and exasperated as she gently tapped Sue-hee's forehead with her finger. Have you already begun to miss us after just a few days? Surely you aren't thinking about getting married in the future? Sue-hee replied, I have no intention of marrying. I wish to remain by my parents' side for all my days. Sue-hee pouted her lips. In her past life, due to marriage, she was unable to be with her family. In this lifetime, there is no way she would marry. Mother Sue smiled and shook her head, dismissing Sue-hee's words. I've inquired about that young man from the Shen family. He seems quite decent. If you two could be together, Mom and Dad, I'm serious. I don't want to get married, especially not to Shen Nianbai. Upon hearing this, both Sue's father and Sue's mother turned pale, gazing at Sue-hee in confusion. I had a dream, and in that dream, as she noticed her parents beginning to advocate for Shen Nianbai and her younger brother showing doubt, Sue-hee recounted the events of her previous life, framing them as a dream to her family. After she finished, the atmosphere grew somber. Mother Sue stepped forward to embrace Sue-hee tightly, constantly offering words of comfort. Everything will be all right. We are all here, and there is nothing to fear. After glancing at her husband, who nodded in agreement, she released Sue-hee and retrieved a box from her bag, presenting it to her. Here, hee-hee. Open it and take a look. A bracelet? Upon opening the box, Sue-hee was greeted by a bracelet of exquisite jade, radiating a faint white luminescence. She was momentarily taken aback, yet her hand instinctively reached out towards the bracelet. In the next instant, as the bracelet made contact with her palm, A sharp sting coursed through her, prompting her to realize the situation. The area of her palm, previously marked by the crescent of her fingernail, began to ooze crimson once more, but this blood seemed to flow towards the bracelet instead. The four observers could not help but marvel at the spectacle. Only Su-He was internally astounded. This had to be a spatial artifact, the very kind awakened by the antiquities shop owner, possessing the ability to store items. She no longer needed to hoard supplies. "Mother, where on earth did you procure this bracelet?" As the bracelet vanished from her palm, leaving behind only a circular imprint resembling its form, Su-He finally lifted her gaze to her parents, Su father and Su mother. Mother Su glanced at Father Su, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. Su's father turned away, displeased, and glanced at his daughter, saying, "What does it matter where it came from? You should quickly see if it is indeed that so-called space you mentioned." Su-He's thoughts were entirely consumed by the mark of the bracelet in her palm. Thus, she failed to notice the complex expression on her mother's face. As she traced the imprint on her palm, she silently chanted a phrase, and in an instant, she vanished from the living room, leaving her father, mother, and brother Su-Ze exchanging bewildered glances. Upon her arrival in the vast expanse of the prairie, which was adorned with mountains and water, she found herself standing before a quaint three-story villa that seemed oddly familiar. However, lost in the euphoria of possessing such a space, Su-He remained oblivious to any anomalies. As she prepared to invite her father, mother, and brother Su-Ze to join her in this realm, she discovered, to her dismay, that none of them could enter alongside her. Su-He, undeterred, attempted several times only to find the same results. With a hint of concern, she glanced at Su-Ze and the others. "Mom and Dad, what sort of wretched space is this? It only accommodates me." She had no desire to be confined in such a solitary space, especially when it meant abandoning her family in the face of impending danger. She simply could not bear the thought. "Sis, what are you dreaming about? With the apocalypse upon us, are we simply going to hide from zombies? How long are we supposed to survive like this? What if we are the only four left on Earth?" Yet, despite the chaos surrounding them, he felt no disturbance within. His academic performance had never been stellar, and his daily existence resembled that of a soulless being. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, it provided him with the perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities. "You just don't understand." Su-He cast a complex glance at Su-Ze, who had never witnessed the brutal realities of the apocalypse and thus remained oblivious to the ferocity of the zombies. The merciless end of days had transformed a metropolis of millions, city, into a realm overrun by the undead in just a few days. How could he not understand? "I have played countless zombie games and read numerous zombie novels. I treat it merely as a monster-slaying adventure. What is there to fear?" Observing Su-Ze's nonchalant demeanor, Su-He ceased her attempts at persuasion, believing that when the time came, her younger brother would certainly come to appreciate the gravity of the situation. Now that they possessed a storage space, it was time to stockpile supplies for a significant venture. Previously, without such a space, she had hesitated to gather too much. But now, with ample storage at hand, what was there to fear in amassing resources? Father Su and Mother Su exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Since they intended to stock up, I shall arrange for someone to handle the preparations. Upon hearing her father's words, Su-He quickly interjected with a suggestion. "Dad, is it possible to procure a firearm? Although weapons, such as guns, may not be particularly effective against zombies in this post-apocalyptic world, they still hold considerable value for human survival." Seeing Su-He's cautious yet hopeful gaze, Su-Fu chuckled heartily. It just so happened that he had acquaintances in Country M, and it would not be difficult to leverage those connections. Let us expedite the process. There is only a week left. However, he pondered the possibility of an early apocalypse, given the numerous unforeseen changes that had already transpired. While she need not worry, his concern lay with the three individuals before him. Father Su nodded and then proceeded to the study on the second floor to make a phone call. Su-He, along with Su-Ze and their mother, was engaged in a discussion regarding the stockpiling of supplies when a phone call interrupted them. Upon inquiry, they discovered that it was a call regarding the delivery of provisions. Su-He was eager to ascertain the capacity of her space, so she hurriedly rose and stepped outside. To her astonishment, 10 large trucks were parked outside the villa, with drivers disembarking and lining up to await payment. A dozen individuals, noticing Soo-hee's emergence, swiftly approached her, eager to appease her. After all, it was not wise to offend a significant client who had requested such an extensive array of items. One leader, beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, stepped forward with utmost respect. Addressing her, "Miss Sue, we have brought everything you requested. Would you like to inspect the goods?" "Miss Sue, the price is quite negotiable," he added, sensing some hesitation. Soo-hee, sensing an opportunity, enticed him further. As anticipated, her words prompted an immediate agreement from the leader, who accepted the payment and directed his fellow drivers to maneuver the trucks into the villa before departing with his team. "Sister, they have left. You must try it out." Chapter 7. An abundance of wealth as the figures retreated into the distance. Soo-zay cast an excited glance at the trucks, then turned his gaze toward Soo-hee. A space, such a phenomenon, typically found only in novels, he was now witnessing with his own eyes. Soo-hee was curious to discover the extent of her spatial storage capabilities. Observing a truck laden with supplies, she approached its rear. With a silent incantation, the entire cargo of the truck materialized upon the grassy expanse of her domain in the blink of an eye. Soo-hee was overjoyed, skillfully storing the supplies from 10 trucks into her space. Just as she finished, a phone call came in, and at the same time, there were sounds coming from outside the villa. Soo-hee and Soo-zay exchanged a glance, realizing that yet another batch of supplies had arrived. They were met with the same familiar rhetoric, and after guiding the delivery truck into the villa and sending the personnel away, they finally began to stow the clothing into their concealed space. Fortunately, the Soo family's villa was spacious and located in a sparsely populated area, allowing them to make a bit of noise without drawing attention. Subsequently, Soo-hee opened her phone, calculated the time, and placed several orders on various shopping platforms for items that she had lacked during her previous life in the apocalypse. With all this activity, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Soo's mother glanced at the 3 busy individuals, shot an exasperated look at Soo's father, and hurriedly called out to Soo-hee and her brother. Although the Soo family villa is quite spacious, both Mr. and Mrs. Soo are not individuals accustomed to a life of leisure. Consequently, in this vast villa complex, apart from the presence of a housekeeper on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for cleaning, all cooking and laundry are managed by the family themselves. Soo-hee gazed at the steaming dishes before her, along with her family in this lifetime, and her eyes welled up with warmth once more. Soo-zay, unable to bear the situation, stepped forward to divert the conversation. "Sister, is your space temperature controlled?" Just as Soo-hee was preparing to evoke emotions, her brother's question instantly dissipated her sadness. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at the steaming bowl of tremella soup on the dining table. Silently contemplating, she decided to collect it into her space. She would examine it tomorrow. For now, it was time to enjoy the meal. Soo-hee shot a glare at her younger brother, fully aware of the reason behind his abrupt change of subject. However, she chose not to dwell on it, for he was, after all, her own brother. Subsequently, she picked up her bowl and began to eat, as it had been over 3 months since she last savored a steaming hot meal, and she found herself suddenly yearning for it. Seeing Soo-hee, who usually dined with refined delicacy, devouring her meal with uncharacteristic haste, Soo-fu and Soo-mu both felt a twinge of discomfort. They promptly served her more dishes and soup. "Eat slowly, if it's not enough. Your mother will prepare more for you." "All right." Soo-hee spoke with her mouth full, her words somewhat garbled. After finishing her meal, she took a brief nap, only to find herself sleeping soundly until the following morning. Yet, she felt considerably more invigorated. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was a rare luxury for her to experience a good night's sleep. Even during her time with the ability user team alongside Shen Nianbai, she had never enjoyed a moment of true rest. As she stepped outside and descended the stairs, she noticed that the truck which had been parked at the villa the previous day had vanished, while her mother was busy organizing their assets. "Mother, what are you planning to do?" As Soo-hee entered, she immediately noticed that her mother had taken out the property deed, and only then did she come to a sudden realization, organizing their assets and selling off the surplus stock. Mother Soo glanced at Soo-hee with a mix of hesitation and contemplation. However, recalling the instructions she had received, she deemed it wiser to withhold the information from her daughter. If Suhi were to find out, it would likely disrupt the very fabric of their existence. While exchanging it for money seemed advantageous, allowing for greater accumulation, one couldn't help but ponder whether such an abundance could ever truly be exhausted. Suhi gazed at the property deed meticulously organized by her mother, feeling a faint sorrow for the first time due to the abundance of wealth. What if the day of the apocalypse arrived, and she was unable to spend it all? After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, this money would be rendered as worthless as mere paper, no more valuable than a steamed bun. With this thought lingering in her mind, Suhi cast another glance at the bowl of tremendous soup she had placed in her space yesterday, which was surprisingly still steaming when she retrieved it. An overwhelming joy surged within her as she turned to her mother, exclaiming, "Mom, I want to spend money. Let's order a mountain of takeout." "All right. If my daughter wishes to indulge, then let her do so." Subsequently, Suhi proceeded to order a plethora of takeout: crayfish, fried chicken, hamburgers, pizzas, and much more. There was nothing her mother could conceive of that she could not order, with each item amounting to no less than 100 portions. Seeing her daughter Suhi excitedly ordering takeout, Mother Sue smiled gently. I'm stepping out for a bit. You stay at home, all right?" Seeing that her mother had brought the property deed, Suhi understood her intentions and, feeling somewhat uneasy, prepared to follow her. Seeing this, Mother Sue hurriedly waved her hand in refusal, saying, "You have ordered so much takeout. Just wait at home. I believe this space is still temperature controlled. If you can't finish it, simply store it away. After all, it's wise to stock up on food. Once I take care of these matters, we can ask your father to arrange for some medical equipment and supplies." Sue's mother entrusted her with a myriad of instructions, and Suhi had no choice but to acquiesce. While at home, she idly played on her phone as she awaited her takeout. During this time, she anonymously alerted the vast online community, acknowledging her impotence regarding the national situation. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to notify others in hopes of drawing their attention, urging them to stockpile supplies at home. Shortly after posting, her message quickly ascended to the forefront, prompting Suhi to furrow her brow and peruse the comments. Without exception, the responses were rife with derision, with many criticizing her for being alarmist, claiming she had indulged too much in films and novels, and asserting that only a scant few possessed the foresight to prepare for a crisis. Suhi shook her head and sighed. She had done all that she could, and now it was time to leave the rest to fate. Just as she was about to set her phone down, she received a call from the delivery person. Suhi opened the door again, allowing the delivery person to bring in the numerous takeaway orders. With so many deliveries, are you hosting a gathering? Even if it is a gathering, surely you cannot finish all this food? Suhi ordered quite a number of takeouts, and during the delivery, several delivery men collided with one another. Upon exchanging glances at the takeouts in their hands, they could not help but engage in conversation. Suhi chuckled softly as she recalled her earlier conversation at the supermarket. After bidding farewell to the delivery person, a wave of concern washed over her. This place had garnered too much attention, and they had stockpiled an excessive amount of supplies in a short span. If it fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, chaos could ensue in the aftermath of the apocalypse. In the afternoon, Suhi languished at home, aimlessly passing the time. After finishing her takeout, she resolved to venture out once more to accumulate more supplies. Having endured the hardships of scarcity in her previous life, she felt compelled to stockpile relentlessly this time around. Little did she anticipate that as soon as she set out in her car, she would receive a message from her family group chat. The dashing brother, sister, come to the 4S dealership to claim our battle vehicles, accompanied by a picture of 5 modified off-road vehicles. Peace and joy. The house has been sold at a low price. Feel free to ask if you need money. Suhi glanced at the group messages, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. She promptly drove to the 4S shop, fortunate that the owner was a close friend of Suze, who had a penchant for modifying cars and was an avid enthusiast of apocalyptic scenarios. Upon seeing Suhi arrive to collect her vehicle, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. "Brother, if you're truly a brother, just say the word. Why the need for so many cars?" Suze's lips curled into a faint smile as he chose not to speak. He turned and approached Suhi, initiating introductions. "Sister, this is Liang Zi, a seasoned enthusiast of the apocalypse, particularly fond of tinkering with vehicles. Liang Zi, this is my sister. Greetings." Sui was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liang Zi's face, and she nodded slightly before stepping aside. She had encountered this person in her previous life, where he met a tragic end. Chapter 8. This day promises unrest. However, she never anticipated that he would be a friend of Su Zhe. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and leave. Seeing that his sister was not inclined to speak, Su Zhe understood that this matter needed to be kept confidential. Although Liang Zi was his friend, his sister's importance outweighed that. Thus, he lifted his leg and kicked Liang Zi before preparing to leave. Seeing this, Sui smiled helplessly and turned her gaze towards the 5 agilely modified off-road vehicles. It was evident that Liang Zi possessed genuine skills. The modifications were quite impressive. At the very least, these vehicles would prove durable when navigating through a post-apocalyptic landscape filled with zombies. Meanwhile, Liang Zi, realizing he could extract no information from Su Zhe, shamelessly approached Su He. Observing Su Zhe's irate demeanor, he awkwardly scratched his head and cautiously addressed Su He, sister. I modified these vehicles according to the standards required for the apocalypse. With just these few cars, zombies would pose little threat. If we had access to firearms, I could enhance them even further. Sui cast a glance at Su Zhe, noticing his repeated gestures of denial. It was evident that he had kept this matter to himself, leaving the speculation to Liang Zi. No wonder in a previous life he had lived so richly. Had it not been for his misfortune with women, he might have achieved great things in the apocalypse. She patted the side of the vehicle and turned to Liang Zi. Please expedite the processing of the items in the store. In these coming days, stock up on more supplies. The situation is becoming rather precarious. Liang Zi's expression grew somewhat complex upon hearing her words. His gaze towards Su He tinged with respect. He possessed a keen sense of crisis during the COVID-19 pandemic. While others scrambled to hoard food and masks, his household had been abundantly stocked for over half a year. Subsequently, he continued to accumulate supplies in preparation for this very day. Who could have anticipated that such a day would arrive so swiftly? Liang Zi glanced around, noting that only the 3 of them were present, and spoke softly. Sister, could you elaborate on the nature of this precarious situation? Knowing in advance would allow me to make better preparations. We will return here in 7 days. After that, it will be too late. Sui had no intention of continuing the conversation. She merely left an address for Liang Zi and instructed him to deliver the modified off-road vehicle to a designated location. After which, she fell silent. Liang Zi, somewhat perplexed, glanced at Su Zhe, yet he understood that this was a test imposed by Su He. Who knows what significant events might unfold in the next 7 days. After exchanging a few formal pleasantries, he sent the Su siblings off and, recalling Su He's words about several other modified vehicles on order, busied himself with stockpiling goods. Meanwhile, as Su Zhe occupied the passenger seat, he stole glances at Su He now and then, his mouth opening and closing as if he had something to say. Ultimately, unable to bear his silence any longer, Su He remarked, "If you wish to inquire, then ask away. After all, you are my brother." Upon hearing these words, Su Zhe let out a snort, feeling somewhat awkward. There is no need to inform Liang Zi. Each individual has their own destiny, and we cannot assume the role of saviors. Sui was taken aback by this statement. She had never intended to be a savior. Rather, after enduring a challenging life in her previous existence, she merely wished to secure a few more advantages for herself and her family in this life. Furthermore, she recognized that Liang Zi possessed commendable modification skills, which would certainly prove beneficial in the post-apocalyptic world. Nonetheless, she understood that Su Zhe's words stemmed from a concern for her safety. With a slight tug at the corner of her mouth, she replied, "Do you not think that his skills will be of great use in the future?" Su Zhe's eyes brightened momentarily as a thought crossed his mind, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He presumed that his sister would mention something about a person whenever they encountered one. If that were the case, when the actual day arrived, everyone would not be oblivious. Should they recall anything, it could lead to complications. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but inquire, "Sister, where will we be going in 7 days? Are we to remain at home?" He had just noticed that the address his sister provided to Liang Zi was the villa they currently resided in. However, this location was well known to those who delivered goods, given the considerable sum involved. If those individuals were to catch on and seek trouble, it would certainly pose a problem. Suhi was somewhat taken aback. This was merely a temporary situation. This location was fraught with too many risks. And considering the horde of zombies that had invaded the Shen family's villa in her previous life, she dared not remain here with her family. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the Su residence, where both her father and mother were present. Sumu stepped forward and inquired, How much more can your space accommodate? Have you experienced any discomfort while storing items? Sui furrowed her brows and glanced at her mother, Sumu. In her previous life, due to the limited number of individuals awakening spatial abilities, her understanding of such powers was rather superficial. However, she was well aware of Shen Nianbai's abilities and understood that excessive use of such powers could lead to exhaustion. Strangely, it seemed that Shen had not encountered such a predicament. Her spatial realm was indeed vast, equipped with water and electricity. If only she could allow other members of the Su family to enter her space, they could effortlessly thrive together. Nevertheless, it struck her as odd that her mother seemed unaware of these circumstances. Contemplating this, Suhi inquired, Mother, are you aware that using abilities can impact one's health? Are you truly feeling unwell? Mother Su instinctively disregarded Suhi's words, her eyes widening with concern as she gazed at her. If her health is compromised, then it would be best not to go tonight. There is still time. Indeed, health is paramount. One must prioritize recuperation, seeing his daughter-in-law in distress. Father Su quickly offered words of comfort. Although he understood from his daughter that the situation was quite serious, they could not afford to take any chances with her health. The flustered demeanor of Su Fu and Su Mu struck Su. He is somewhat peculiar. It is well known that both of them are wholly dedicated to their careers, and when work permits, they often indulge in travel to unwind, having spent 23 years in the company of their parents. The siblings are quite aware of their father's and mother's preferences for novels and movies. Moreover, Suhi had refrained from disclosing the details of her dream, particularly the circumstances surrounding her dwindling abilities. Yet, the unmistakable signs now suggested that her parents were indeed aware of it. A strange expression crossed her face as a suspicion began to form in her mind. Could it be, dear parents, that you too have been reborn? The last 3 words remained unspoken, as Suhi feared that bringing up the notion of reincarnation might shatter the fragile trust her parents had just begun to place in her dream-related revelations. Suhi was immersed in her own speculations, completely forgetting about her surroundings. It was only when she glanced at her bewildered parents that she realized she had overthought the situation. What's wrong with us? I assumed you were all dreaming like I was. No worries, haha, she said, managing an awkward smile. Sue's mother tugged at the corner of her mouth and glanced back at the innocent Suze. It's still Suze, who often enjoys reading those apocalyptic novels and watching related television series. Hence, we thought we might inquire about your well-being. Upon hearing these words from his mother, Suze widened his eyes and quickly shook his head. However, when he met his father's cold gaze, he instantly fell into a stupor. At the utterance of this statement, Su father and Su mother exchanged a guilty glance. Chapter 9. The apocalypse has arrived. Well then, shall we gather some supplies tonight? Father Su gently patted Mother Su's hand to offer comfort. Sui observed her parents' subtle gestures and smiled knowingly. She merely assumed that her parents shared a profound bond and casually mentioned that they should call her to collect supplies in the evening before ascending the stairs to take a shower. Meanwhile, downstairs, Suze glanced at his mother, who appeared somewhat guilty, her brow furrowed deeply. Mom and Dad, have you been up to something behind our backs? He questioned. With such words, why don't you hurry upstairs and take a rest? We have to go out in the evening. Sue's mother, feeling somewhat guilty, found solace in the presence of her own son. Her demeanor quickly returned to a state of calm. Su Fu's gaze was piercing as he glared at Suze. Observing Suze obediently ascend the stairs, his expression finally softened. Upon witnessing this, Mother Su let out a snort, remarking on how frightened her son had become. Upon receiving a fierce glare from Su Mu, Su Fu hastily attempted to placate her, saying, I am merely concerned that he may probe too deeply. Moreover, if he discovers that these items were procured by that young man from the Shun family, she might very well reject them. Do you think Yi's dream is truly authentic? Furthermore, How is it that that young man from the Shen family possesses the same ability as he to foresee future events? And this bracelet, ever since I accepted it, my heart has been in a tumult, dreading the moment he finds out. Sue's mother sighed, her heart trembling at the sight of her daughter's inquiry. Despite having ascended to the position of a business owner, she had never felt such trepidation even in the presence of her employees. Yet, a mere glance from her daughter rendered her weak. Now was not the appropriate moment to divulge the truth. It was best to keep it hidden for the time being. 10 o'clock in the evening. Suhi was awakened by Su Zhe, and the family of four set off for the outskirts under Su's father's guidance. In early spring, the weather was a mix of warmth and lingering chill. The night was quiet, with few people around, especially since Su's father had chosen a secluded spot. Following the guidance of her father, Suhi halted at the wrought iron gate. Only after Su Zhe alighted to open the door did he drive the vehicle inside. As they approached, they realized they had entered a vast warehouse, consisting of 2 rows, each containing 10 storage units. Father Su distributed the keys one by one, allowing Su Zhe and their mother to unlock the warehouse door, while Suhi stood behind to gather the supplies. Upon witnessing the overflowing abundance within the warehouse, Suhi was utterly astonished. Although she had urged her parents to stock up, the efficiency was quite remarkable, wasn't it? The warehouse contained not only the medicines and medical equipment she had suggested, but also firearms and ammunition. To her surprise, there were also plentiful provisions, including food, beverages, necessities, and even seeds and books. Suhi was somewhat astonished. After collecting a full 20 large warehouses of supplies, he felt a bit lightheaded. Mom and Dad, how did you manage to acquire all of this? There's hardly been enough time. Although his parents owned a company, it seemed utterly inconceivable that they could amass such an abundance in such a short span. Father Su waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate further. You are well aware of my abilities. What? Do you doubt that I can procure these items? Su's father felt somewhat displeased. Although he was capable of procuring these items, it would indeed require a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, he did not allow that young man from the Shen family to walk away empty-handed. He had compensated him. Observing Su's father's discontent, Suhi chuckled and shook her head. Not at all. My father is the most formidable, truly the greatest in the world. You're just flattering me. The following morning, there were 6 days remaining until the outbreak of the apocalypse. Suhi arose and ventured into the space to explore. The supplies within had become ample enough to sustain their family of 4 for a decade amidst the apocalypse. Thus she no longer harbored the intention to hoard more. She was not a virtuous person, yet neither was she wholly malevolent. Moreover, should the supplies truly dwindle, she could always seek additional resources post-apocalypse. And in the face of danger, she could simply retreat into the space. On the contrary, her parents, Su's father and Su's mother, held a different perspective. With over 100 million in assets at their disposal, they insisted that Suhi, who had intended to relax, continue gathering supplies. After several days of perusing the snack streets, the delectable offerings of buns, fried dough sticks with soy milk, pan-fried buns, baked pancakes, and meat-filled flatbreads were swiftly acquired in their entirety by the Su family. Furthermore, they indulged in copious amounts of milk tea, coffee, hamburgers, and KFC, acquiring as much as their hearts desired, fearing that their funds might be insufficient. Su's father and Su's mother even purchased numerous machines for cooking and preparing food and drinks, contemplating their potential utility when the apocalypse inevitably struck. Suhi originally intended to inform her parents that after the apocalypse, those items would be unwanted, and they could easily collect them. However, upon witnessing her parents' distress over their unspent money, she resigned herself to their whims. Finally, on the eve of the apocalypse, they managed to exhaust their finances. On the day the apocalypse struck, Suhi awoke early and began to scour the internet for information, specifically searching for terms related to the apocalypse, bites, and infections. To her astonishment, she indeed stumbled upon a relevant incident. At the airport in City S, there was a report of a biting case, and numerous individuals were capturing videos of the scene, with some jokingly suggesting that perhaps the apocalypse had truly arrived. The footage was somewhat unclear, and the individuals' faces were obscured, leaving her uncertain if they were indeed zombies. Downstairs, her parents wore grave expressions. Over the past few nights, They had been fervently immersed in apocalyptic dramas and novels, binge-watching titles like Train to Busan and The Walking Dead. As they watched, they increasingly felt that survival was the best option, realizing they were ill-equipped to fight back. One night, Suhi was awakened and joined them, critiquing the films as they progressed. The zombies in Train to Busan are swift, yet they lack resilience. The ones in The Walking Dead are utterly unrealistic. They do not move that slowly. In her dreams, the zombies bore a significant resemblance to humans, yet their speed and agility were formidable, and they were remarkably resilient to blows. The trio, engrossed in their zombie film marathon, paused momentarily, taken aback by Suhi's remarks. Suze initially contemplated venturing out to combat monsters in the post-apocalyptic world. To prepare for this, he had informed a group of followers at school to stockpile supplies, intending to regroup with them later. However, he was taken aback by the terrifying nature of the zombies his sister had described. Consequently, that night, the three of them were so agitated that they couldn't sleep. They were eager to receive real-time updates about the outbreak of the apocalypse, and thus kept a vigilant watch over their phones. Suddenly, all three phones chimed simultaneously. Exchanging glances, they promptly opened the message sent by Suhi. The screen revealed a man with contorted limbs, his complexion a ghastly pale, with drool incessantly oozing from the corners of his mouth as he indiscriminately attacked passersby. The individual filming the scene appeared unconcerned about his own safety, even declaring that if the number of likes surpassed 5 million, he would host a live broadcast for viewers to witness the chaos in real time. Was he truly fearless of death? Such reckless abandon for wealth over life seemed absurd. Even if he were to amass riches, he would have no life left to enjoy them. As the three conversed, Sui descended from the upper floor, her expression grave as she regarded them. As Suze and the others breathed with a hint of urgency, their eyes remained fixated on Suhi. The apocalypse had arrived. Chapter 10. Protection. No sooner had the words left their lips than Suze and his companions felt a profound sense of resignation. The news they had long anticipated was now confirmed, rendering their extensive preparations worthwhile. Yet, the mere thought that their days of tranquility had come to an end elicited a deep sigh from Sue's parents. Seeing the three individuals enveloped in such heavy gloom, Suhi contemplated the weight of recent days and turned to her parents with a faint smile. However, there is no need for such apprehension. After tonight, some will awaken their extraordinary abilities, and humanity still harbors hope in overcoming the undead. Suze's eyes sparkled like those of a puppy, and a smile graced his lips. Sister, I too wish to awaken a special ability. It would be even better if it were the power of lightning. I've read numerous novels, and among them, lightning abilities are the most formidable. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Suhi's face gradually faded. Suze fixed his gaze upon Suhi, noticing the pallor of her complexion, a hint of concern creeping into his heart. Surely not? Could it be that I do not possess the power of lightning? Suhi shook her head. The power of lightning and thunder was indeed formidable. Otherwise, in her previous life, Shen Nianbai would not have held the esteemed position of the base's leader. However, no matter how powerful it was, it did not belong to her, and she would not indulge in fantasies of possessing what was not rightfully hers. Moreover, she had vengeance to pursue this time. Sui's eyes flickered as she instructed her family a few more times. Then she grabbed her coat and prepared to step outside. Upon witnessing this, Mother Sue felt a tinge of unease. Are you about to venture out? Did we not speak of the impending apocalypse? Mr. Sue also expressed some disapproval, for the outside world was in turmoil. Should anything unfortunate happen while they ventured out, they would be left with only this one daughter. However, Suhi's attitude this time was remarkably resolute. In the past, even when she disagreed with her parents' decisions, she would acquiesce to their wishes, understanding that the sudden revelation of such news would leave them in a state of panic. Engaging in various activities would serve as a timely distraction from their troubling thoughts. Yet now, she felt compelled to act on this matter. Upon noticing the unusual pallor on Suhi's face, Suze exchanged a glance with their parents and approached her to offer comfort. Sister, it is rather unsafe for you to venture out alone. Would you allow me to accompany you? Suze tentatively spoke, only to see Sui shake her head. It is even less safe for me to accompany you. If danger arises, I can retreat into the space, but I cannot protect you. Is it absolutely necessary for you to go?" Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Suze let out a sigh. Sui closed her eyes and nodded, then opened them again with a resolute gaze. In her previous life, Shen Nianbai's betrayal, leaving her alone amidst a horde of zombies, had become her obsession. Rather than allowing the scenes of her past life to unfold once more, she found it far better to eliminate Shen Nianbai at the earliest opportunity. Observing Su He's determination, although Su Zhe was somewhat reluctant, he had no choice but to comply, thinking of Su He's spatial abilities as he approached the door. However, upon reaching the entrance of the villa, he was taken aback. A fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by delight as he glanced at his sister. It seemed she would not need to venture outside after all. "Sister, it appears you are unable to leave." Upon hearing these words, Suhi approached the entrance. As she discerned the figure standing at the grand door of the villa, her eyes reddened and her body trembled. "Shen Nianbai, what brings him here?" "Sister, what is wrong?" As Su Zhe noticed that He was in an unusual state and was about to approach her with inquiries, he was unexpectedly preempted by Shen Nianbai. "Hee, are you all right?" Without waiting for Su Zhe to intervene, Shen Nianbai swiftly approached He, halting just a step away. He glanced at the dagger pressed against his neck, offering a bitter smile. However, upon meeting He's gaze, he instantly regained his composure. With an expressionless face and a cool demeanor tinged with a hint of irreverence, Shen Nianbai remarked, "You need not be so enthusiastic upon seeing me." Both Su father and Su mother were taken aback by this sudden upheaval. Upon witnessing He brandishing a dagger against Shen Nianbai's throat, they hurriedly rose and positioned themselves behind her. Meanwhile, Shen father and Shen mother, who were hastily trailing behind Shen Nianbai, were equally astonished by the scene before them. However, recalling the words spoken by their son, they promptly abandoned any intentions of intervening. Shen mother, with a gentle demeanor, pulled Su mother aside and suggested, "Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall retreat to a more secluded place." Turning to Su Go, she inquired, "I have brought some wine. Would you care for a glass?" Shen father gestured toward the steward carrying the wine, casting a glance at Su father. This unexpected behavior from Shen father and his Shen mother left Su He and her family utterly perplexed. Particularly for Su He, it was bewildering, as in her previous life. There had been no connection between their families. Yet, the current circumstances painted a different picture. As she glanced back at Shen father and Shen mother, a sense of guilt washed over her, prompting her to lower her gaze and loosen her grip on the dagger. In her past life, Shen Nianbai had wronged her, yet Shen father and Shen mother had treated her as one of their own. However, she could not help but feel anger towards Shen Nianbai as she confronted him. "What do you mean by this? You have been hoarding supplies extensively these past few days, and I have heard whispers that many are beginning to stir. It is not safe for you here." Shen Nianbai sighed, his thoughts momentarily set aside as he regarded Su He, since she had not yet revealed her true intentions. He chose to feign ignorance. He resolved to let Su He believe in the illusion of their prior reunion, hoping that it would diminish the animosity she harbored against him. Upon hearing these words, Su He furrowed her brows. She was acutely aware that their recent stockpiling had been somewhat excessive, particularly her mother, who seemed to awaken each day with a fervent desire to purchase, a behavior that the family had indulged. However, she also felt a sense of reassurance in amassing more supplies, especially since they had never intended to linger in this place for long. Little did they anticipate that Shen Nianbai's family would seek them out. Could it be that in her previous life, her refusal of Shen Nianbai had set off the chain of events that followed? Su Zhe cast a disapproving glance at Shen Nianbai, particularly in these tumultuous times when they had the audacity to visit uninvited. It seemed like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, harboring insidious intentions. "Shen Nianbai, I recall my sister has already turned you down. Why do you persistently show up at our doorstep? Furthermore, what concern is it of yours? Even if this place is deemed unsafe?" The expressions of Shen's parents reflected their discontent at their son's unlikable demeanor, prompting them to furrow their brows. "Shen Nianbai, perhaps you should take your leave. Your presence here is quite irksome to me." This statement from Shen's mother stunned everyone present. Observing the contrast between her earlier fierce assurances to help him win Su-hee's heart and her current stance in front of Su-hee, Shen Nianbai felt a sense of relief mixed with gratification. He glanced at Su-hee, adopting a countenance that appeared rather wounded. Upon hearing these words, Su's mother cast a disapproving glance at Shen's mother before turning her attention to Su-hee. Hee, put down the dagger. Let us speak calmly. As she spoke, she approached and grasped Su-hee's arm, where the dagger was held, shaking her head gently. Are you intending to threaten us here? The memories of Shen Nianbai from her previous life felt too distant. Even when they had been together and had registered their union, she perceived him as aloof. Despite their proximity, it felt as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. He was like the moon in the night sky, her light, yet illuminating only a small part of her existence. However, now Shen Nianbai showed her a wounded and aggrieved expression, and inexplicably, her heart softened. Seeing Su-hee in pain, Shen Nianbai felt a sharp pang in his heart. This is not a threat. We have received news that the apocalypse is upon us, as depicted in television shows about zombies, which are highly contagious. By a stroke of fortune, I awakened my special abilities today. Regardless of anything, you are still my fiancé, so my parents and I have come to protect you. Protect? At his words, tears streamed down Su-hee's face like pearls slipping from a broken string. She wanted to laugh, yet upon hearing Shen Nianbai's declaration, she found herself crying instead. How could Shen Nianbai, dare to speak of protection? Chapter 11. Unconsciousness. As Su-hee wept, a sense of disarray enveloped the living room. Shen Nianbai, witnessing this, felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. Just as she intended to reach out and comfort Su-hee, her gesture was unexpectedly met with a sharp dismissal as Su-hee forcefully swatted her hand away. Su-hee stifled her tears and glared at Shen Nianbai with fierce determination. Shen Nianbai, we do not require your protection. Take your family and leave as far as possible. I do not wish to see you again. Knowing that Shen Nianbai had acquired special abilities, Su-hee felt a twinge of regret for not being able to teach him a lesson. Yet she could not help but feel a sense of relief. She realized that she had never truly intended to kill Shen Nianbai. She was merely infuriated, haunted by the bitterness of having devoted 5 years to unrequited feelings. Seeing the animosity Su-hee harbored towards her son, Shen's mother furrowed her brow. Su-hee, if you despise this young man, we can certainly send him away. However, might I request that you allow your uncle and aunt to remain with you? The outside world is quite perilous at present, and neither of us possesses the means to protect ourselves. With that, Shen's mother offered an awkward smile, casting a furtive glare at Shen Nianbai. She believed that both children were here to settle scores, and it seemed to her that Shen Nianbai was there to bring about her demise. She had always loathed scoundrels, and yet her own son had turned out to be one of the worst. Shen Nianbai understood that remaining would only exacerbate Su-hee's displeasure. Thus he resigned himself to leave. Just before departing, he wished to convey something, but upon seeing Su-hee ascend the stairs without a glance back, he abandoned the thought. Mother Su tugged at the corner of her mouth. So it's Shen Nianbai, is it? Do not hold it against he. She had a dream in which perhaps some unpleasant events occurred between you. When she manages to adjust her mood, she may very well be fine again. Our he was never like this. She was quite obedient. Did you hear that? Hurry and go outside to keep watch. Do not let any unsavory entities enter. Upon hearing this, Mother Shen hurriedly urged her son out. Although Mother Su claimed it was merely a dream, both she and Father Shen were acutely aware that it was not. However, exchanging a glance, they decided against voicing their thoughts. They couldn't help but sigh at the sight of Shen Nianbai's dejected figure as he walked away. Their son had brought this upon himself, and now they found themselves in a position of having to shamelessly repay the debt. They had never engaged in such bold visits before, and with Su-hee exhibiting considerable hostility toward their son, it was indeed a challenging situation. For now, they could only hope that Su-hee would not associate them with Shen Nianbai. Otherwise, they would inevitably face expulsion as well. After ascending the stairs, Su-hee remained vigilant, attentive to the movements below. Upon realizing that Shen Nianbai had departed, she settled quietly by the bay window, reflecting on her earlier lapse of composure. Despite her resolute declaration to sever ties with Shen Nianbai and her intent to confront him. The reality of her rebirth had altered everything. Shen Nianbai had gained extraordinary abilities prematurely, while she was left with merely a spatial storage capacity, once again ensnared as in her past life. Furthermore, with the involvement of Su Zhe and the others, it was evident that mere survival in the apocalyptic world would not suffice. They must strive for a more sustainable existence amidst the chaos. To establish a foothold in this desolate realm, reliance on martial prowess became imperative. Lacking superhuman powers, she had to hone her skills in close combat. Fortunately, she possessed such abilities, having survived countless encounters with zombies in her previous life. Her survival instincts sharpened by the perilous circumstances. However, she could not let her guard down around Shen Nianbai and his companions. Su Zhe waited downstairs for a while, but when he saw that he had yet to descend, he ascended the stairs to knock on her door. Upon entering, he found his sister enveloped in a subtle aura of melancholy. "Sister, were you intending to seek out Shen Nianbai just now? Do you wish to exact revenge upon him?" Su Zhe's gaze flickered slightly. He was not foolish. He was resolute in his desire to venture outside, but upon seeing Shen Nianbai approach, he dismissed the thought. This inevitably reminded him of the day his sister had obtained her marriage certificate with Shen Nianbai, when she had vowed to settle the score with him during the apocalypse. In that moment, it was evident that his sister regarded Shen Nianbai as her adversary. He let out a wry smile. He now possesses extraordinary abilities, and we cannot compete with him. Despite her own martial prowess, Shen Nianbai is formidable in his own right. Moreover, he wields the power of lightning. If we were to forcefully engage him, the outcome would likely be unfavorable. In this lifetime, she desires nothing more than to peacefully coexist with her family through the apocalypse. Su Zhe nodded in understanding. "So, will we possess special abilities? If all goes as planned, a significant number of individuals will awaken their powers tonight, yet only 20 will truly gain such abilities, while 70 will transform into zombies, leaving the remaining individuals as ordinary humans." He had long abandoned her hopes of awakening any extraordinary abilities. At the very least in this lifetime, she possessed a space of her own, alleviating her concerns about sustenance. If worse came to worst, she could retreat into her sanctuary. Her only anxiety stemmed from the well-being of her family. She fervently wished that after tonight, they would all awaken their own powers, enabling them to safeguard her in the future. Upon hearing the odds of awakening a supernatural ability, Su Zhe's handsome face instantly fell in despondency. He no longer harbored any hopes, thus shielding himself from disappointment. He silently wished that fate would bestow upon him a supernatural gift to alleviate his suffering. Otherwise, he would truly be moved to tears. As Sui turned her head, she caught sight of Su Zhe gazing sorrowfully at the sky, which elicited a soft chuckle from her. Such abilities are not possessed by everyone, and it is best to embrace the natural course of life. Those without special powers can still lead fulfilling lives. Hadn't she managed to do so in her previous life? During lunchtime, owing to the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Shen, Su's mother busied herself with cooking, while Mrs. Shen lent a helping hand in the kitchen. The two men behind exchanged glances, eager to step forward, fearful of being left behind. However, the water supply in the kitchen suddenly ceased. The four of them stared at each other, pondering the cause of this disruption, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Yet, as circumstances dictated, Su's mother ascended the stairs to summon Su-hee. Previously, the family had stockpiled supplies excessively, wary of attracting unwanted attention. Thus, their provisions resided within Su-hee's spatial storage. Now, with the water supply halted, they had no choice but to request Su-hee to fetch water from her space. Su-hee retrieved a bucket of water and glanced at her phone. 12:30. This was a few hours earlier than in her previous life. She contemplated that after having a meal, she would venture out to gather information. Currently, they were residing in a villa where the number of zombies was still minimal. However, in a couple of days, even the sparsely populated villa area would be plagued by wandering undead. To her astonishment, just after they finished their meal, Su's father, mother, and brother fainted abruptly. Observing this, Shen's parents exchanged glances filled with envy. Could it be that they are on the verge of awakening their supernatural abilities? Sui turned her gaze towards the two individuals, a flicker of confusion evident in her eyes. "Do you know?" she began, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a light cough from Shen's father. Casting a glance at Su-hee, he tactfully omitted the name and continued. "It was the same when he first awakened his abilities. He fell into a coma for 3 days and nights. It truly frightened me." 3 days and nights? Su-hee understood who the he referred to by Mother Shen was, yet she refrained from probing further. The claim of 3 days and nights was indeed an exaggeration. It had only taken 1 night for awakening, as she had witnessed in her previous life. However, she chose not to dwell on such matters. Recognizing that Shen Nianbai was their son, which was undoubtedly a reflection of Mother Shen's personal desires. Presently, it remained uncertain whether Su Zhe and the others had awakened extraordinary abilities or transformed into zombies. "Uncle and Aunt, I may need to trouble you tonight. It will be prudent to refrain from venturing outside." Following a fainting episode, not only could one awaken latent powers, but they might also undergo a transformation into a zombie. For your safety, it is best to remain indoors. Of course, you may also consider having Shen Nianbai come to escort you. Sui glanced at Father and Mother Shen. The kindness she experienced in her previous life came from them, yet in this life, they were merely acquaintances. There was no necessity for them to stay. Previously, she had considered her parents' reputation, but now that they were in a state of unconsciousness, the decision rested solely upon her. Moreover, with Su Zhe and the others currently in a deep coma, it would be manageable if she were alone in the house, as she would not need to worry about any potential transformations among her family. However, the presence of outsiders changed everything. Mother Shen shook her head in disapproval, saying, "Now that Wanqing is unconscious, how could I possibly leave her behind? That simply will not do." Su-hee, seeing that Mother Shen was resolute, ceased her attempts at persuasion. Just as she rose to carry Mother Su into the room, she unexpectedly collapsed. Chapter 12. The mutated wood elemental ability, Su-hee fell into a faint. Just before losing consciousness, she vaguely glimpsed Shen Nianbai, rushing towards her, his face etched with concern. At the age of 23, Shen Nianbai embodied both the youthful innocence of a boy and the refined maturity of a man. Alas, his beauty had always been of little relevance to her. In the fleeting moment when Su-hee collapsed, she was caught by Shen Nianbai, who had arrived from outside using teleportation. As he gazed at the person in his arms, Shen Nianbai hesitated, daring not to reach out his finger to touch her. Instead, he cautiously traced the air above Su-hee's cheek, fearful of disturbing her. Behind him, those who had rushed over stared in horror at Shen Nianbai, Su-hee, and the fallen Su Zhe, and others. They then regarded Shen Nianbai and his companions with suspicion. "Who are you? What have you done to Su Zhe and his sister?" The speaker was Liang Zi. Unbeknownst to him, he had overslept and awoken to the anguished cries of the world outside, only to behold the appalling scene from his balcony. People were frantically chasing one another, tearing at each other like wild beasts. Among them, a number of young individuals were filming videos with their phones, even live streaming and soliciting gifts. Yet, he could clearly see that those who were biting were no longer human. They had transformed into zombies, akin to those entrained to Busan. He intended to warn the phone-wielding spectators, but before he could utter a word, he witnessed one of them being overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, followed by their heart-rending screams. The entire community was engulfed in shock at the onset of the apocalypse and the zombie outbreak. At that moment, he recalled Su-hee mentioning she wanted to see him today. Realizing the urgency, he set aside the supplies hoarded in his room. He must find Su Zhe and the others amidst this initial chaos. He evaded numerous zombies and narrowly escaped their clutches, eventually reaching a modified off-road vehicle. Following Su-hee's instructions, he found the Su residence, only to discover that the villa area was also under guard. One particularly handsome man seemed familiar, yet Liang Zi could not place him. After introducing himself, he was led into the villa, where he was taken aback to see Su Zhe unconscious on the floor, and Su-hee had also succumbed to unconsciousness. Liang Zi felt dazed, uncertain if those before him were friends or foes. Shen Nianbai turned to Liang Zi, his expression returning to normal, yet his tone remained somewhat frosty. "Su Liang? They're unconscious. We need your help." Su Liang frowned. I'm aware they are unconscious. My question is, how did this happen? It's not something you orchestrated, is it? Hearing this, Shen's parents stepped forward to explain. They are on the verge of awakening their powers. You must have seen the chaos outside. It is no longer safe. There are likely many others in a similar state. We need to assist them. Upon hearing this, Su Liang turned to Shen's parents, and when he clearly recognized Shen's father, he gasped in astonishment. You are Chairman Shen, the one featured in the financial magazine. Shen's father nodded with a smile. Not after today. With this confirmation, Su Liang began to assist in accommodating the Su family. Just as he was about to take Su He from Shen Nianbai, he was met with a stern glance that compelled him to retreat. This is my fiancé. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head and turned to help Su Zhe to his feet. The following morning arrived. Sui felt as if she had been run over by a vehicle, enduring unbearable pain. As she recalled the last fragment of memory in her mind, she found herself momentarily dazed. If her recollection served her correctly, it seemed she had lost consciousness, along with Su Zhe and her parents. Now, she was in her own room, but where were her parents? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Suhi rose and made her way to the room across the hall, only to be interrupted by the sound of exclamations coming from downstairs before she could even reach the door. Su Zhe gazed enviously. Dad, this is simply incredible. What's so impressive about it? Just watch me, Su's mother retorted, a hint of defiance in her tone as she began to showcase her newly awakened abilities to Su Zhe. As Suhi descended the stairs, she beheld her father and mother, each cradling a small fireball in one hand, while the other parent had droplets of water continually falling from their palm. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. Although she had only survived in this post-apocalyptic world for 3 months, she was well aware that this phenomenon signified the awakening of supernatural abilities. To her astonishment, both her parents had indeed manifested such powers. Mom and Dad, you have both awakened your powers. Congratulations. Su Zita's face fell, reflecting her discontent. My parents have awakened their abilities, yet I remain an ordinary person. After speaking, she tugged at Su He's sleeve to wipe away the non-existent tears on her face and continued, Sister, why have you only come down now? Have you awakened your abilities as well? What powers do you possess? Sui sensed her body and found no abnormalities. She extended her palm, just like her parents, but to no avail. I cannot perceive any extraordinary abilities within me. Perhaps I have not awakened. After all, she had no such powers in her previous life, so it would not be surprising if she lacked them in this one as well. Yet, there's a peculiar phenomenon occurring above her head. As Su Zhe and others turned their gaze towards Su He, who had extended his palm, they were somewhat disappointed to find nothing within it. However, Su Liang, who stood at a distance, witnessed an extraordinary sight unfolding upon Su He's body. Not only did green shoots begin to sprout from the crown of his head, but also delicate buds and an array of flowers in various shapes and hues began to emerge. Could this be an expression of the wood element? Suhi observed the blossoms and tender shoots adorning her arms, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Her peculiar ability appeared to diverge from that of others. In her previous life, she had encountered wood element abilities, which initially seemed rather trivial, merely allowing the growth of grass and flowers. In the later stages, significant amounts of crystal nuclei were necessary for advancement, transforming flora into vines. However, she had never witnessed a wood element user whose entire being was enveloped in flowers and plants. Su Zhe, filled with curiosity, leaned closer and reached out to explore. The moment his fingers brushed against the flora, he exclaimed, Ah, sister, it bites. As he spoke, he brought forth his injured hand. Indeed, blood trickled from the tip of his finger. You have awakened an exceedingly rare variant of wood-type ability, came the languid yet magnetic voice of Shen Nianbai, causing Su He, who was engrossed in examining his own powers, to suddenly darken his expression. Su Zigong was about to step forward and shout, but in the next moment, he beheld the sphere of lightning energy gathering in Shen Nianbai's palm, his eyes widening in astonishment. You have actually awakened the power of lightning. Su Zhe was currently in a state of distress. He abruptly collapsed onto the sofa with a cry of despair. That was the lightning ability he had longed for. It was one thing that he had been unconscious for an entire night, without awakening his powers. But how could it be that his sister's undesired suitor could manifest the very lightning ability he yearned for? It was utterly unfair. Chapter 13. The chosen daughter, Shen Nianbai's sudden display of powers silenced the words that were about to escape Su-He's lips. Only the tender leaves adorning her body continued to rustle softly. As Shen Nianbai retracted her abilities, she noticed the peculiar phenomenon surrounding Su-He and strode directly towards her. She halted just a step away and remarked, "You might want to try retracting your powers." Su-He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Nianbai and turned to ascend the stairs. Could she refuse? She found herself unable to do so. In her previous life, the apocalypse erupted suddenly, and they fled in disarray, relentlessly pursued by both zombies and humans. This time, she had hoped that after her rebirth, with the possession of space, she could lead a leisurely life with her family during the apocalypse, avoiding daily battles. However, as Suze had remarked, if they were the last family left on Earth, it would hold little significance. Seeing Su-He lost in thought, Su-Mu paid no heed to Shen Nianbai. Hesitating to speak, "You are bleeding." Su-He was completely enveloped by flowers and foliage. When Shen Nianbai saw Su-He about to leave, in a moment of desperation, he seized Su-He's arm, causing his palm to become drenched in blood. The crimson liquid dripped down his arm, and Shen Nianbai's gaze flickered, determined not to miss a single expression on Su-He's face. Su-He glanced at Shen Nianbai's bleeding palm, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. "So, it seems this is even more reason to pay a visit, isn't it?" In her previous life, Lin Xinghe had devised a plan to injure herself, drawing a horde of zombies. Now, Shen Nianbai's predicament provided her with an opportunity for vengeance. One cannot deny that Shen Nianbai possessed striking beauty. Otherwise, she would not have been captivated at first sight. Yet, such a handsome figure would soon be out of her reach. Wasn't she supposed to be gathering supplies? Let us depart. Suze cast a peculiar glance at Su-He, sensing something amiss. His gaze shifted to the blood pooling on the carpet, a shadow of concern darkening his handsome features. Surely, his sister wouldn't be contemplating. Could it really be? With a resolute nod, he grasped Su-He's arm and continued forward. Observing Su-He's lack of dissent, Shen Nianbai managed a faint smile. It seemed that he was now willing to allow him to hold her hand. Suze could no longer tolerate the situation. After all, they were to be together shortly, and if Shen Nianbai continued to bleed, it would inevitably attract the undead, putting them all in peril. He clicked his tongue in disapproval and said, "Shen Nianbai, could you refrain from dragging my sister into this? If you continue to hold on to her and end up losing too much blood, you'll attract those zombies, and we will all meet our doom." With that, he stepped forward and forcefully separated Shen Nianbai from Su-He. Su-He, fearing that she might hurt Suze, hurriedly reined in her abilities. Su-He rolled her eyes in exasperation and smiled indulgently, saying, "You foolish thing, abilities can indeed become depleted, if not replenished in due time. One will be no different from an ordinary person." After Su-He playfully flicked his forehead, Suze chuckled softly, yet a hint of sorrow soon clouded his expression. "It's a pity that I lack such abilities and cannot truly feel it." Upon hearing these words, Su-He felt a sense of helplessness. In her previous life, she had experienced the same, fully aware of the anguish residing in Suze's heart. Shen Nianbai, noticing the drastic shift in Su-He's demeanor, felt a pang in her heart and forced a smile. Just because there is none now does not imply that there will be none in the future. Are you suggesting that I might still possess extraordinary abilities later on? Suze tugged at the corner of his mouth, casting a skeptical glance at Shen Nianbai. Upon seeing Shen Nianbai nod, a flicker of joy crossed his face. However, recalling the connection between Su-He and Shen Nianbai, he stubbornly retorted, "Whether or not I possess any abilities is inconsequential. After all, my sister and my parents do, and they will protect me." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, one cannot solely rely on others. One must also possess the capability for self-defense. Shen Nianbai's expression turned icy. If, after the end of the world, one intends to depend on this or that, survival through the initial stages would be implausible. Ultimately, the outcome would be either death or infection. which suggests that death may not be the most daunting prospect after all. Although Su-hee harbored a disdain for Shen Nianbai, she could not deny the truth in his unpalatable words. In her previous life, Shen Nianbai had similarly advised her, a mere ordinary individual, to refrain from incessantly relying on him or others. Otherwise, she would not have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those endowed with extraordinary abilities in just 3 short months. Su-hee understood that this advice was well-intentioned. He nodded and took Su-hee by the hand, leading her outside. A group of people set off in 2 modified off-road vehicles. Shen Nianbai, Lin Yu, and Shen's parents, along with the butler, occupied one vehicle, while Su-hee's family and Su Yang shared the other. The 2 cars drove side by side, leaving the villa area and heading straight for the city center. Su-hee was acutely aware that in just a few days, City S would be reduced to a ghost town, soon to be bombarded. The belief that such devastation could be confined solely to City S led to an attempt to quell the situation at its source. Yet other cities and even nations merely suppressed the issue, ignoring the impending disaster. Due to the interruption of water and electricity, other cities failed to receive timely information, ultimately resulting in a catastrophic tragedy. In the vehicle, Su Yang gazed at Su-hee and her parents with sparkling eyes. Mr. and Mrs. Su wore expressions of somber gravity. While they were within the confines of the villa district, their ignorance of the external circumstances provided a semblance of comfort. However, as they ventured further into the city, the journey grew increasingly arduous. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals in desperate need of help. Yet Su-hee, with an air of indifference, drove past them without a second glance. A fleeting glance in the rearview mirror revealed a harrowing scene. Those pleading for assistance had been overtaken by the approaching zombies, who began to feast upon them. Even the seasoned Mr. and Mrs. Su, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, found themselves trembling at the sight, their hearts heavy with compassion as they closed their eyes in despair. Su-hee was acutely aware that such revelations would have a profound impact on her family. After all, she had been equally terrified at the time. It was only due to Shen Nianbai's presence that she dared not show her fear, fearing it might displease Shen Nianbai and lead to her abandonment. In time, however, she grew accustomed to it. After all, this kind of tragic situation was an everyday occurrence. Was she truly unable to endure it now? There would be even worse to come. A single, weighty remark from Su-hee struck the hearts of those within the vehicle like a powerful blow. Su-hee blinked, his countenance paling slightly, yet he mustered the strength to speak. Who can endure this? Just a few days ago, we were diligently studying the intricacies of zombies. But is this particular zombie on steroids? It's running at such an incredible speed. As he spoke, a zombie surged towards Su-hee's window, its ghastly, pallid visage mere inches away. The creature emitted a series of grotesque sounds. Its saliva smeared across the car window. Su-hee was instantly overwhelmed with nausea, feeling as if he might leap out of his skin. In the next moment, he witnessed Su-hee accelerate forward, her vehicle pressing against the wall, effectively pinning a zombie against it. She then swiftly reversed and accelerated once more, casting the zombie aside. Su Yang, observing Su-hee's deft maneuvers, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, a sense of suspicion began to brew within him. Given Su-hee's ability to notify him in advance, her request for vehicle modifications, and now her calm demeanor in the face of a zombie, coupled with her skillful evasion, he could no longer suppress the thoughts that began to surface. Sister, could it be that you are the chosen one? Chapter 14. The efficacy of a camera. Su-hee let out a soft chuckle, the fear that had recently gripped him by the sudden appearance of the zombie dissipating entirely. Observing Su Yang's jittery demeanor, he returned to his usual carefree self, saying, "Are you referring to my sister? If she were indeed the chosen one, then what would that make my parents? However, the fact that you were able to foresee the apocalypse, stockpile supplies, and even inform me to seek you out on this specific day is quite implausible, unless there is more to it." So he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This is called a sense of crisis. Have you not also modified several vehicles in anticipation of the apocalypse? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your household must be well stocked, correct?" Su Yang then shook his head in response. "Indeed, the world has been rather unstable for some time now. Our foresight in preparing is commendable, But when will I ever acquire such extraordinary abilities? Upon hearing this, Su Zhe, with a look of distress, propped his chin on his hand and said, "Let nature take its course. If we lack such abilities, will we not be able to survive? Although I too yearn for those magnificent powers." In his final statement, Su Zhe spoke through gritted teeth, casting a glance at the vehicles ahead, and continued, "If only I could somehow acquire those abilities." Suhi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Her brother was indeed perceptive, aligning perfectly with her thoughts. However, caution was warranted. Should anyone pursue research in this direction, it would spell disaster for them, the practitioners of supernatural abilities. Contemplating this, Suhi addressed Su Zhe, saying, "If abilities could indeed be stolen, this apocalypse would descend into even greater chaos." This was undeniably true. Furthermore, if one were to merely lapse into unconsciousness and awaken with newfound powers, would those intent on theft not seek to capture those endowed with such abilities for experimentation? That would be dire indeed. Su's mother felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly gestured for Su Zhe to refrain from pursuing the topic any further. Fortunately, ahead, Shen Nianbai had already halted the vehicle. Sui glanced around and noticed that Shen Nianbai had parked precisely in the city center, which made her both exasperated and amused. Su Zhe cautiously glanced around and swallowed, saying, "Sister, I can't shake off this eerie feeling here." Despite the bright sunshine overhead, the once bustling pedestrian street now lay in an unsettling silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was undeniably strange. Ahead, Shen Nianbai had already exited the vehicle. Noticing that Suhi had also parked but had yet to emerge, she approached with curiosity. "Weren't we supposed to gather supplies?" Shen Nianbai turned to look at Suhi. Suhi fixed her gaze on the entrance of the supermarket, ignoring Shen Nianbai completely. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Su Zhe quickly stepped forward to lighten the mood, suggesting, "There's something peculiar about this place. Shall we relocate?" "Peculiar? What is peculiar?" Shen Nianbai inquired loudly, casting a sidelong glance at Suhi, who remained seated in the driver's seat. Suhi furrowed her brows and glanced around, sensing something amiss. Before stepping out of the vehicle, she looked at Su Zhe and the others, instructing, "You all stay in the car for now. Let me go and investigate." "No, we cannot allow you to go alone," they replied with concern. Upon witnessing Suhi alight from the vehicle, Su Mu promptly urged Su Fu to join her. Noticing their unwavering determination to accompany her, Suhi sighed, refraining from further protest, reasoning that she could simply keep an eye on them later. Moreover, in her previous life, when she had fled with Shen Nianbai and Lin Yu, they had traversed this very area, situated in the bustling heart of the city, teeming with zombies. Lin Yu had driven at breakneck speed to shake off those relentless creatures. Thus, the absence of any zombies in this lifetime was indeed peculiar. Suhi cast another glance at Shen Nianbai, who maintained an air of aloofness that seemed to keep others at bay. A stark contrast to the image from her previous life when he had accompanied her in a frantic escape. Turning her attention to Lin Yu beside her, she noted his pallid complexion and vacant gaze. A fleeting thought crossed Su He's mind, only to vanish in an instant. Beside her, Shen Nianbai noticed Su He's lingering gaze upon him and Lin Yu, and could not help but roll his eyes at Lin Yu, yet fearful of exposing himself. He stepped forward and said, "Lin Yu, you take the lead." Although this area had been cleared by Mr. Shen, he proceeded with utmost caution, for those creatures could easily be drawn by the faintest scent. He was not afraid of death, but rather of being scratched or bitten, which could lead to an undesirable infection. To his surprise, the group managed to enter the supermarket with remarkable ease, although there were some traces of blood inside. Encounters with zombies were surprisingly rare. Su Zhe cautiously surveyed the first floor, and upon not encountering those terrifying objects, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze inevitably lingered on the mobile phones and jewelry displayed at the counter in the supermarket. Su Zhe winked at Suhi. They had roughly come to understand his sister's space over the past few days. It seemed limitless and capable of holding an abundance. Although these items were not immediately necessary, one could never know when they might prove useful once the apocalypse came to an end. Suhi smiled and shook her head, saying, "It is of little use. Let's first gather some food." With that, She pulled down a bag and handed it to Suze. Suze was about to speak, but noticing the presence of several outsiders nearby, he closed his mouth. He approached Su Liang and handed him a plastic bag, saying, "Brother, gather what can fill our stomachs." Su Liang, understanding the significance of food in these times, accepted the bag and began to collect provisions. Meanwhile, Shun Fu, Shen Mu, and the butler each found a backpack to start gathering supplies, while Shun Nianbai lingered near Su He. Anything that Su He glanced at was swiftly taken by Shun Nianbai from the shelves. As time passed, Su Zhe grew increasingly displeased and handed his bag to Su He, placing his hands on his hips and whispering, "Shun Nianbai, why aren't you with your parents? Why are you crowding around us?" Shun Nianbai glanced at Su He, who remained indifferent, and promptly offered the items in her hands. However, Su Zhe swatted them to the ground, declaring, "My sister has no interest in that. You should go find your parents." After saying this, he began to urge Shun Nianbai to leave, as his presence hindered their ability to gather supplies efficiently. Sui sighed as she pulled Su Zhe away. Although she was unclear about Shun Nianbai's intentions, she was aware that 3 out of the 4 members of their family now possessed extraordinary abilities. It seemed that Shun Nianbai was once again harboring thoughts of forming a team, and thus sought to curry favor with them. However, she was no longer swayed by such tactics. With their newfound powers and ample resources, there was no need to rely on Shun Nianbai's attempts at appeasement. "Ah, help! Don't come bite me. You hideous creatures. Get away. Hurry, let us rush into the supermarket." Suze was being pulled by Suhi, and just as he was about to continue speaking, he heard a cry for help from outside, which made him feel somewhat anxious. Suhi retrieved a Tang sword from the spatial realm and handed it to Suze, presented a bow and arrow to Sumu, and offered a Japanese katana to Su Fu. These were the weapons they had previously selected when Su Fu acquired them, and now they proved to be remarkably timely. Su Liang, while busily filling a plastic bag with items, remained vigilant of his surroundings. Upon hearing cries for help from outside, he intended to inform Su Zhe and the others, but in the blink of an eye, he noticed that each of the 4 had armed themselves with a weapon, prompting him to fall silent. As Su Zhe observed Su Liang emerging, he stealthily approached him and handed over a baseball bat. Su Liang swallowed hard and replied, "Brother, I believe I would fare better with a camera." "Are you foolish? That contraption cannot vanquish a zombie. Have you ever witnessed a photographer devoured by the undead?" Chapter 15. Shun Nianbai. Will you protect her once more? Es was rendered speechless. However, he regarded Su Liang with the same look one might give a fool, subsequently forcefully handing the baseball bat to Su Liang. The 5 individuals, armed and on guard, kept their eyes fixed on the entrance of the supermarket, while Shun Nianbai hastily made his way outside. Su Zhe was taken aback. Is Shun Nianbai risking his life? Isn't he just seeking trouble by going out now? Suhi fixed her gaze on the entrance of the supermarket, while her peripheral vision discreetly tracked Shun Nianbai's every movement. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Shun Nianbai in this life, though she struggled to articulate precisely what it was. As she continued to ponder, a familiar voice reached her ears, and in an instant, her body was adorned with blooming flowers and greenery. Su Liang, noticing the transformation, glanced at Su He and remarked, "Sister Su, might we consider restraining our powers?" Standing to Su He's left, he sensed a potent aura of menace the moment the flora enveloped her. Just as he was about to speak further, he witnessed the person beside him darting forward. This was alarming. Without a moment to consider the danger, Su Liang and Su Zhe hastily pursued her. Su's mother and father exchanged anxious glances, arming themselves before rushing outside. At the entrance of the supermarket, Shen Nianbai beheld a multitude of encroaching zombies, his expression grim. Behind him stood a round-faced girl clad in an adorable, frilly dress, her face awash with terror. Upon witnessing Shun Nianbai wielding his lightning abilities to vanquish the undead, her eyes sparkled with hope. She turned to those beside her and exclaimed with a sweet voice, "Nianbai Gage has arrived. We are all saved." Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when she found herself seized by the throat and pressed against the wall. Suhi hurried towards the source of the sound, and indeed, she spotted that woman. Lin Qinghe. Shen Nianbai remained steadfastly positioned in front of her, valiantly defending against the relentless advance of the zombies. Ah, the bond between these two is truly remarkable. Shen Nianbai seemed unable to contain his eagerness. Perhaps having been drawn by the voice of his beloved Moonlight, was he so unwilling to part with Lin Qinghe? Lin Qinghe, her neck firmly gripped, was overwhelmed with terror. Her voice hoarse as she pleaded, let go of me." Suhi's eyes were bloodshot, and witnessing Lin Qinghe's suffering filled her with a sense of satisfaction. With a slight smirk, she remarked, "Let go? Why should I release you?" As she spoke, her grip tightened, and her right hand even brandished a dagger. "Tell me, what would happen if I were to draw a few lines across your face?" "You madwoman, let go of my sister," Lin Qinghe exclaimed. "Is this woman unhinged? Does she have a vendetta against Qinghe? She attacked her the moment she approached. Has she perhaps already mutated into a zombie? We must all be cautious." Amidst the surrounding commotion, Suhi let out a series of cold laughs. Upon seeing Lin Qingqing struggle to free herself, she scoffed even more derisively. "She deserves it." At that moment, Su Zhe and Su Liang rushed out, witnessing Suhi confronting someone while others continued to approach. They hurried to her side, forming a protective barrier around her. Su Liang subtly shifted his stance, shielding Suhi behind him, his expression menacing as he glared at the raucous individuals before them. "What are you clamoring about? Is there no way to discuss this civilly?" He strode forward, and beside them, an unwary zombie attempted to lunge and bite, only to be swiftly vanquished by Shen Nianbai's electric powers. Those nearby, quick-witted, noticed Shen Nianbai's arrival and began to taunt Suhi. "Look, your boyfriend has come. I wonder how you'll explain this to him." Indeed, Suhi's boyfriend is quite formidable. He single-handedly dispatched so many zombies. "Hello, are you Nianbai, Suhi's brother? She has been assaulted. You must come quickly." Su Zhe and Su Liang observed a group of men and women across from them, shouting at the top of their lungs, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Could these individuals possibly be foolish enough not to fear attracting zombies? Meanwhile, Shen Nianbai appeared oblivious to the clamor surrounding him. Approaching Sue, he noticed her bloodshot eyes, which bore a blend of ferocity, murderous intent, and profound regret, causing his heart to ache. He reached out instinctively to grasp Sui's arm. "Shen Nianbai, are you going to protect her again?" Sui choked on her words upon witnessing his gesture. Before he could utter a syllable, she had already relinquished her hold. In her previous life, she had realized that against Lin Qinghe, she could never triumph in Shen Nianbai's eyes. So why was she so foolish as to inquire once more in this life? Lin Qingqing, seeing Suhi withdraw her hand, hurried forward to support Lin Qinghe. However, before she could reach her sister, she saw the handsome man her sister referred to as Nianbai channeling his lightning abilities, directing them straight at Lin Qinghe. Instantly, Lin Qinghe's head was scorched, and she collapsed, lifeless on the ground. "Lin Qingqing," she screamed, disbelief flooding her as she stared at the striking man before her, her eyes wide with horror. You kill my sister? You murderer." Her gaze shifted back to Shen Nianbai, and the previously overlooked details began to crystallize in her mind. Her eyes widened further. Incredulity etched across her face as she regarded him. Shen Nianbai stepped forward, his gaze icy as he surveyed Lin Qingqing and her companions. "Who is the true murderer?" As his words fell, he summoned his lightning abilities once more. Lin Qingqing opened her mouth to speak, but faltered at the sight of the power in Shen Nianbai's hands. She realized that preserving her own life was paramount. If she did not reveal that Lin Qinghe had perished at his hands, how could she ever seek vengeance for her sister? The individuals behind Lin Qingqing, witnessing her sudden silence, also fell silent. Though Su Zhe and Su Liang were unaware of the unfolding events, they recognized that Suhi's adversaries were their own as well. Given Suhi's current demeanor, which was evidently abnormal, they hesitated to press further. They found themselves obstructed at the supermarket entrance by Su Zhe and Su Liang. Lin Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Is this supermarket owned by your family?" Su Zhe raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what if it is? And so what if it isn't?" I said to the young man, "My friend, the situation outside is rather precarious. Would you be so kind as to allow us to take refuge in the supermarket for a while?" The man behind Lin Qingqing bent slightly and addressed Su Zhe and Su Liang, hastily distancing himself from Lin Qingqing. We have no connection with these two ladies. We merely escaped together. Could you possibly extend us a favor? Suze nodded, indicating a spot at the entrance of the supermarket to the two. Lin Qingqing, filled with indignation, glared at both Suze and Su Liang. Turning to her companions behind her, she wiped away her tears and spoke, her voice trembling. They won't let us enter the supermarket. Perhaps we should consider exploring other options? Huh, your sister is already dead. And you still think about finding safety in the supermarket? Chapter 16. You are not Shen Nianbai, my sister is dead. Who is responsible for her death? It was you. Oh, if you have any spine, then don't enter the supermarket. Lin Qingqing was so enraged that she could hardly articulate her thoughts, her chest heaving. Qingqing, if they want to let us in, then we simply want to go. I see a small shop across the way. Shall we head there instead? Lin Qingqing bit her lip, torn with conflict. After weighing the pros and cons, she glared at Suze and Su Liang, who were blocking the entrance, then glanced at the two elderly men who had chosen to enter the supermarket. With a frustrated stomp of her foot, she turned and followed the group of men and women toward the small shop. Upon observing Lin Qingqing and her companions depart, Suze swiftly entered the supermarket to check on Su He's condition. After Shen Nianbai led Su He inside, the two ascended directly to the second floor. Shen Nianbai even instructed Lin Yu to prevent anyone from approaching. Su He's parents cast a worried glance at their daughter. Upon seeing her nod, they refrained from voicing further concerns, yet remained downstairs, anxious about any potential mishap that might befall Su He. Upon approaching, Suze was met with the sight of both sets of parents pacing anxiously downstairs. He took long strides up the staircase. Lin Yu stood at the stairway entrance, and upon seeing Suze, extended a hand to halt him. Mr. Su, President Shen, and Miss Su have matters to attend to. I kindly ask you not to make this difficult for me. That is my sister. What business does she have with someone surnamed Shen? She has declared her refusal to marry Shen Nianbai. As these words escaped his lips, Suze suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed moments earlier. Due to his sister's situation, he had inevitably gathered information about Shen Nianbai, and he was aware of the latter's connection to a beloved figure from his past. However, just now, the person Shen Nianbai had dispatched seemed eerily reminiscent of that very beloved figure. This man had the audacity to eliminate his cherished memory, and with such formidable lightning abilities, no less. No, he must ascend the stairs. Suze exchanged a glance with Su Liang, who promptly stepped forward to obstruct Lin Yu, thereby providing Suze with the opportunity to ascend the staircase. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the supermarket, Suhi was utterly astonished when Shen Nianbai effortlessly dispatched Lin Qinghe with her lightning ability. Upon hearing Lin Qinghe's voice, she had harbored thoughts of killing her. After all, in her previous life, it was Lin Qinghe who had deceitfully lured her out of the base and subsequently inflicted wounds upon her, leading to her demise as fodder for the zombies, who mercilessly devoured her. However, when Shen Nianbai urged her to let go, she had already resigned herself to the situation. Moreover, she lacked the audacity to eliminate someone so brazenly in front of her family. To her astonishment, it was ultimately Shen Nianbai who took action. Suhi stared blankly at Shen Nianbai before her, who was indeed unlike the Shen Nianbai of her previous life. Who then was he? You're not Shen Nianbai, she thought, and without hesitation, she voiced her thoughts. Shen Nianbai, somewhat speechless yet amused, replied, in the past, I was a scoundrel. I failed to protect you. I vow that I shall not allow anyone to harm you again. I have already dealt with Lin Qinghe. Could you perhaps consider— What do you mean? Suhi interjected, as Shen Nianbai spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Upon opening his eyes, he had begun to search for Suhi, only to find that the narrative of this life had shifted. The day they were supposed to obtain their marriage certificate had arrived, yet Suhi had resolutely declined. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Suhi continued to evade him like the very venom of a serpent. Initially, he had intended to mimic the actions of his previous life, but he found himself unable to restrain his own heart. He made a deliberate effort to contact his parents abroad, facilitating a friendship between them and Suhi's parents, and presented her with the jade bracelet he had discovered in an antique shop, a talisman capable of awakening spatial abilities. On the day the apocalypse erupted, after clearing the path of zombies, he hastened to seek refuge with Su-hee, with the impending fall of S City in mind. And knowing Su-hee had a penchant for stockpiling supplies, he intended to encourage her to gather more. However, he was unexpectedly confronted by Lin Qinghe at that very moment. In his dazed state, preoccupied with the swarm of zombies disrupting his plans, he failed to notice the living beings nearby. They were the true hindrance. So he gazed at Shen Nianbai before breaking into a sudden smile. The belated affection felt as insignificant as withered grass. Shen Nianbai, simultaneously slaying her white moonlight and feigning vulnerability, stirred a flicker of emotion within Su-hee upon witnessing Shen Nianbai's actions against Lin Qinghe. Yet, it was merely a pursuit of self-justification. Hee, sister, are you all right? Suze rushed upstairs and, upon seeing Shen Nianbai attempting to approach again, fixed him with a piercing gaze. Shen Nianbai, could you have a shred of dignity? You've already sent away a cherished love. Do you really intend to pursue my sister as well? I did not. Shen Nianbai retorted, momentarily shedding his aloof demeanor in front of Suze, though his gaze remained firmly affixed on Su-hee. He interjected, let us first gather the supplies from the supermarket before descending. Do we not come here today precisely to collect provisions? You know? Su-hee remained silent, yet Shen Nianbai nodded in understanding. Su-hee couldn't help but tug at the corners of her mouth, offering a bitter smile. Mr. Shen is quite calculating. Since you wish to collect it, then so be it. As someone who had survived for 3 months in this apocalyptic world, she was acutely aware of the awakening of spatial abilities, and surely Shen Nianbai, who had endured to outlast everyone, was no stranger to it. It was evident to her that Shen Nianbai ought not to have appeared at the antique shop that day. When she connected the events of the past few days, it became clear that they were intertwined with Shen Nianbai. Furthermore, with her parents presenting her with a jade bracelet and their peculiar expressions, what more was there for her to comprehend? Noticing that Su-hee was in an unusual state, Shen Nianbai stepped forward to clarify, I merely wish to make amends, and I am aware of your desire for an ability. I do not, Su-hee retorted. Shen Nianbai responded, if given the choice, I would prefer to be an ordinary person. Suze let out a chuckle. Shen Nianbai, you possess quite a talent. Even my sister, who is so good-natured, has been driven to this state by you. Chapter 17. Practicing to slay zombies. With that, he lifted his foot and chased after him. Shen Nianbai cried out in despair, clutching his body tightly. Upon hearing the sound of a car starting outside, he finally gathered his spirits, using his abilities to ensure that the second floor appeared untouched before descending. Downstairs, Shen's father and mother looked at their son with anxious expressions. They were aware of their son's affection for Su-hee, and they also knew about his reincarnation. Just moments ago, they had seen Su-hee descending with a dark expression. Before leaving, she had politely apologized to them, stating that she could not allow them to stay, which made them realize the situation had escalated. Seeing Shen Nianbai descend with an air of indifference, Shen's father couldn't help but sigh. Shen's mother shot a glance at him. Truly a father and son. Both have a penchant for pursuing love through trials and tribulations. He mentioned she does not wish to live with us because she does not want to see a certain someone. So, can that certain someone now find a place to stay? Speaking to their son, there was no need for such sarcasm. Shenjiao, I am conversing with my son. There is no need for you to interject. Upon hearing this, Shen's father glanced at Shen Nianbai, muttering softly. Shen Nianbai turned a deaf ear and strode out of the supermarket. Before leaving, he cast a final glance at the spot where Lin Qinghe had been, but he did not see her body. Considering that Lin Qing and a few others were present, they must have taken care of Lin Qinghe's remains. Had he known this would happen, he would have incinerated her to ashes himself. Shen's mother noticed Lin use distress and murmured, we must heed what your Shen CEO says. After all, the one who will be embarrassed in the end is not me. Once the car departed, the two at the entrance of the supermarket finally dared to venture inside to search for food. Suddenly, a round-faced female zombie, clad in a frilly dress, lunged at them while they were paralyzed with fear, biting down. As the two bitten individuals collapsed in agony, their faces turning ashen and revealing blue veins. The zombie's mouth twisted into a grimace, its grayish-white eyes fixating on the departing vehicle in the distance. Kill. Not to mention that their villa's address had been exposed to some due to hoarding supplies. Even now, as they walked, the car had attracted a considerable number of zombies. She certainly did not wish to lead these zombies back to the villa. Glancing at the occupants of the car, she spoke calmly. "Shall we stop to practice a bit?" Suze and his companions were still armed. In the heat of the moment, upon noticing Suhi's troubled demeanor, they had not considered asking her to store their weapons in her space. Moreover, venturing into the perilous world of the apocalypse without defensive arms was unwise and unsafe. Observing that Suze and his companions had armed themselves, Suhi halted at a distance of 50 meters from the zombies. Subsequently, she opened the car door and stepped out. Upon witnessing this, Suze and his companions hastily exited the vehicle. However, as soon as they alighted, the zombies behind the car seemed to catch their scent and surged towards them with frenzied intensity. Suze's legs trembled with fear, but upon glancing at his parents and Su Liang, he noticed that the three of them were as frightened as he was, if not more so. This realization eased his anxiety somewhat. Moreover, as a man, he felt a duty to protect his family in this cruel apocalypse. He could not afford to cower. "Mom and Dad, remember to pair your weapons with your abilities," he urged. Father Su and Mother Su nodded. As Mother Su noticed the approaching zombies, she grasped her bow, an arrow, and aimed at the nearest one. However, her aim faltered, and the arrow struck the zombie's shoulder. The creature staggered momentarily, but soon resumed its frenzied charge towards them. Su's mother drew her bowstring and, after 5 attempts, finally struck the zombie's head with an arrow, causing it to collapse instantly. This remarkable feat instilled considerable confidence in the remaining 3 men, who promptly seized their weapons and charged towards the zombies. The bow and arrow wielded by Su's mother are well suited for long-range attacks. Thus she has remained behind Suze and the others, observing closely and waiting for the opportune moment to commence her assault on the zombies. In Suze's hands, the tang knife, and in his father's grasp, the Japanese katana, were somewhat unwieldy due to their initial usage. Thus, dispatching the zombies proved to be quite laborious. Meanwhile, Su Liang, wielding a baseball bat, exhibited remarkable efficiency, striking down one zombie after another. However, his lack of control over the force meant that each blow merely tickled the undead rather than delivering a decisive blow. As Suze and the others observed he skillfully dispatching the zombies, a sense of frustration mingled with their desire to swiftly hone their own skills in zombie elimination. In less than an hour, the 10 or so zombies pursuing from behind the vehicle were vanquished through the collaborative efforts of the 5 individuals. Although Suhi felt somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome, she acknowledged their commendable performance and refrained from imposing overly high expectations. After the last zombie fell, Suhi noticed Shen Nianbai's vehicle not far away, evidently having been parked there for some time. Upon catching her gaze, Shen's mother hurriedly exited the vehicle, only to be unexpectedly charged at by a zombie emerging from the alleyway. Upon witnessing the scene, Suhi hurriedly advanced, only to find that her extraordinary abilities manifested unconsciously during her stride. At that moment, her entire being was enveloped in vibrant flora, radiating a gentle green luminescence. Before she could draw near the zombie, it abandoned Mother Shen and lunged towards her, only for its fingers to abruptly sever as it reached out. She paused, momentarily bewildered as she gazed at the flowers and plants adorning her. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie attempted to bite her. However, in the next instant, its teeth fell out. Could it be that her powers were this formidable? The approaching Suze and his companions beamed with delight at the unfolding events. "Sister, does this mean you need not fear zombies anymore? Sujia, are you still going to claim you are not the chosen one? Indeed, he is truly remarkable." Sui disregarded Shen Nianbai beside her and glanced at Suze and Su Liang, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm not entirely sure either. Is it possible to lean on your expertise?" Su Liang gazed at Su He with an expression of deep admiration. Her extraordinary abilities had captivated him, and he was determined to align himself with her. Suze shook his body and cast a disdainful glance at Su Liang. "That is my sister. Propriety dictates that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Do not harbor any intentions towards her. She is our sister, my biological sister." Mother Shen glanced at her disappointing son, Shen Nianbai, and approached Su He, taking her hand. He, I must express my gratitude to you. Had you not come to my aid, I might have been frightened to death just now. Even Shen Nianbai, who was seated in the car, could not match Su He's swiftness. She pondered the purpose of having such a son. Receiving the reproachful gaze of Mother Shen, Shen Nianbai's expression turned frosty. If it had been him who had just alighted from the vehicle, would he have rushed over with such urgency? Su He waved her hand, wondering if she could express her desire to capture a zombie for her parents' training. Chapter 18. Entering the community. It was merely a trifling matter. There was no need for Annie to dwell on it. Noticing that Mother Shen wished to say more, Su He turned her gaze toward Su Zhe. She was reluctant to become too entangled with the Shen family at this moment. Although she was astounded by Shen Nianbai's act of personally slaying Lin Qinghe, her resentment was not solely directed at Lin Qinghe. After all, in her previous life, Lin Qinghe had merely been a rival in love. Yet, it was Shen Nianbai who incited her ire. Seeing Su Zhe's hand tremble slightly as he held the tang knife, Su He furrowed her brow and asked, "Shall we continue?" Together, they had only managed to eliminate a handful of zombies. Initially, it had been difficult to accept, but the harsh reality left them no choice but to press forward. Today, there were merely a few. What would tomorrow bring? With close to 100 million people in City S, the rapid descent into chaos demonstrated that the number of zombies had reached a terrifying magnitude. "Help! Please help us!" Before Su Zhe could respond, they heard cries for assistance. Following the sound, they discovered a woman and child trapped in a residential building. As they looked on, the woman pounded on the window with increasing urgency, her face a mix of desperation and hope. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was only natural for humans to struggle with the transformation of loved ones and friends into zombies. However, it was precisely in such moments of distraction that one could lose their life and succumb to the undead. Perhaps this was also the reason for the swift downfall of City S in her previous life. Su Zhe averted her gaze with reluctance and suggested to Su He, "What if we continue? Let us clear the zombies from this building, shall we? Are you out of your mind?" She thought to herself. At this moment, she had no idea how many zombies she had already attracted. Were we not simply offering ourselves as sacrifices by venturing into danger? Su Yang shook his head in disapproval upon hearing Su Zhe's words. Su Zhe cast Su Yang a sidelong glance and curled his lips slightly. "I merely offered a suggestion. Moreover, our sole responsibility is to eliminate the zombies. We never claim to be their saviors. So, let us proceed as you propose. As for your parents, it is up to them whether they wish to accompany you." Su He twirled the dagger in her hand nonchalantly, casting a disinterested glance at Su Zhe. She felt no apprehension regarding the zombies in the neighborhood. However, if her parents were to join, it might require some effort. Yet initially, it was merely to allow Su Zhe and his companions to hone their skills. If things turned unfavorable, they could always retreat. After a brief contemplation, Su Zhe had already conferred with his father, mother, and Su Yang. Turning to the still-present Shen Nianbai and his group, Su Zhe hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Shen, will you be departing or accompanying us?" "Together." "Su Fei." He merely spoke out of politeness. Yet who would have thought that the typically taciturn Shen Nianbai would actually acquiesce? Could there be some ulterior motive at play? Su Zhe was lost in thought, cautiously glancing at Su He. Noticing her complexion appeared normal, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although he harbored reservations about his sister's association with Shen Nianbai, as the latter's cold demeanor made her exceedingly difficult to approach, he feared that Su He might struggle to connect with her. Furthermore, the fact that Shen Nianbai could personally eliminate her own beloved made her presence perilously unsettling. He worried that Su He might not be able to withstand the pressure. After a discussion among the 10 members of their group, it was decided that Su Zhe, Su Yang, and Shen Nianbai would lead the way, with Su father, Su mother, Shen father, and Shen mother positioned in the middle, while Su He, Lin Yu, and the butler brought up the rear, prepared to guard against any surprise attacks from behind, be it from humans or zombies. Upon arriving at the community, they were met with a scene of carnage, where corpses lay strewn about, severed limbs littered the ground, and pools of blood were evident, yet the presence of zombies was notably absent. Looking up, they could see numerous survivors observing them, though they remained discreet, hesitant to make any sudden movements. As the trio approached the community, the guttural growls of the zombies became increasingly pronounced. Upon hearing the cry, Sui felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively moved her neck. Ahead, Suze also felt a twinge of unease, noticing the silence around them. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, do you think those zombies are calling for you?" No sooner had he uttered these words than a sharp slap landed on his head. Upon hearing the cacophony of zombie howls, Sumu couldn't help but feel a wave of misfortune wash over her. She contemplated a change in nomenclature, only to be promptly called out by Suze. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and adeptly delivered a slap to him. "If you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute." Suze, with a look of grievance, raised his head and said, "I was merely trying to alleviate the tension among you." As he spoke, he glanced back at Su-hee, who wore an expression of schadenfreude. Shaking his head, Suze could only proceed onward. "Be careful." Shen Nianbai had been attentively observing his surroundings. Upon hearing Suze's words, he intended to chime in but refrained, fearing that it might anger Su-hee. Thus, he remained quietly attuned to the sounds around him. Just as Suze turned, a man suddenly emerged from around the corner of the staircase, colliding with Suze and falling to the ground. The man writhed on the floor, clutching his face and crouching against the wall. Suze swallowed hard, brandishing the tang knife in his hand, ready to defend against the approaching man. "Are you human, or?" The man on the ground, upon hearing this, pleaded softly, "I beg you, do not kill me, do not kill me." No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. His limbs contorted and his neck twisted at an unnatural angle as he gazed towards Suze and his companions. Suze, suppressing the urge to vomit, grasped the tang dao in his hand and, with a swift motion, severed the neck of the man who had transformed into a zombie. Shen Nianbai had initially intended to eliminate the zombie directly, but upon recalling Su-hee's purpose for their ascent, she retreated to the side to assist in observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Liang struck the zombie's head with his baseball bat. However, the blow did not dispatch the creature. Observing this, Su's parents refrained from using their weapons. They exchanged a glance, and then Su's father concentrated, conjuring a fireball in his palm, which he hurled towards the zombie's head. Upon contact, the fireball ignited the creature's hair, yet its combustion was outpaced by the zombie's relentless advance. Realizing this, Su's father continued to unleash fireballs towards the zombie's body. Seeing that the fireball unleashed by Su's father had little effect, Su's mother, in a moment of desperation, gathered a stream of water in her palm and sprinkled it upon the zombie. Su-hee, witnessing the unfolding situation behind him, realized it was too late to intervene. As Su's mother doused Su's father's fireball, it inadvertently granted the zombie a moment of respite, allowing it to bypass its closest targets, Suze and Su Liang. The creature's ashen, white eyes fixated on Su's father and Su's mother, and it lunged towards them. "Be careful." Shen Nianbai had been vigilantly observing the predicament of the group. Noticing the zombie hurtling towards Su's father and Su's mother, he summoned his electric powers, launching a bolt directly at the creature. In an instant, the zombie fell silent. So he glanced at Shen Nianbai, who had just dealt with the zombies and was now standing aside, her expression shifting subtly. Chapter 19. How could such a good person have a mouth? Earlier, in the supermarket, she had been in a daze, unable to fathom that Shen Nianbai would actually kill Lin Qinghe. Then she heard Shen Nianbai mention something about being reborn, just like her. However, she had forgotten when Shen Nianbai claimed to have been reborn. She hadn't paid close attention. But now, witnessing the lightning abilities coalescing in Shen Nianbai's palm, it seemed to be beyond level 3, didn't it? Suze gazed in astonishment at the lightning abilities unleashed by Shen Nianbai, exclaiming, "Your lightning powers are truly remarkable. Did you really just eliminate them in an instant?" He then cast a glance at his parents, Su Fu and Su Mu, and mused how stark the disparity truly was. With an icy demeanor, Shen Nianbai's dark eyes swept over Suze as she remarked, "If you possess abilities, I could teach you." Suze, taken aback, retorted, "What do you mean, Shen Nianbai? Are you implying that you are taking advantage of the fact that I have yet to awaken my powers? Suze furrowed his brow. He had intended to commend Shen Nianbai's handsomeness, yet this seemingly fine individual had the audacity to speak. His words merely inflicted wounds. Shen Nianbai opened his mouth, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Behind him, Shen's father silently shook his head, while Shen's mother could not help but roll her eyes at her son. Casting a glance at her husband's disapproving demeanor, she murmured softly, "Like father, like son. How is it that your son has inherited such a propensity for speech?" Shen's father wore a dark expression, his gaze towards Shen Nianbai, tinged with reproach. "Shen Nianbai, if you cannot speak wisely, then it would be prudent to remain silent. No one considers you mute." What was meant to be a kind gesture had turned into an annoyance the moment he opened his mouth. Observing Shen Nianbai's chastisement, Su Zhe felt a twinge of schadenfreude. "Are we still going?" Su Yang inquired, noticing Su Zhe had come to a standstill. He nudged Su Zhe's shoulder. After all, it was he who had come to rescue someone. Yet it was Su Zhe who remained idle. Upon seeing Su Zhe nod, the group resumed their forward journey. Clad in a well-tailored black suit and gleaming shoes, he appeared somewhat out of place in this apocalyptic world. Nonetheless, Suhi sensed that Shen Nianbai awaited her presence. With her elegantly arched brows slightly furrowed, she was about to speak when she noticed Shen Nianbai turning to walk ahead. Suhi observed as Lin Yu wielded a large machete, keenly pulling the nearby butler, Xia, forward upon noticing Shen Nianbai approaching. The group arrived beside the elevator, where Su Zhe and Su Yang exchanged uneasy glances at the descending lift. Could there be someone inside? Su Yang shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "I admire anyone who would use an elevator at such a time." Just then, the elevator came to a halt before them, the doors sliding open with a soft chime. Inside, 5 zombies were huddled in a circle, ravenously devouring a fallen human. The victim's intestines were gruesomely exposed, their body a grotesque tableau of flesh and blood. The horrifying sight overwhelmed the others, prompting them to retreat and retch. Only Su He and Shen Nianbai remained transfixed, locking eyes as the zombies began to rise, poised to lunge at them. In that instant, Shen Nianbai sprang into action, unleashing her lightning abilities, which split into 5 bolts, striking the zombies with ferocious precision. The air was soon filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Suhi observed Shen's mother, who was dry heaving beside her, unable to expel anything. She then retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack and offered it to Su's mother and Su Zhe, among others. Those zombie films you watched seemed to have been in vain. Su Zhe wore a troubled expression, and upon hearing Su He's words, his mind instantly recalled the scene he had just witnessed. "Sister, when I watched The Walking Dead, I couldn't eat properly for days. And this is reality. A living person being devoured by those zombies. How could I not feel nauseated?" His brother, Su Yang, took the water that Suhi handed over and patted Su Zhe's shoulder, saying, "Brother, it's not just me saying this. Such situations will only become more frequent. You just have to get used to it." Su Zhe let out a sound of annoyance, murmuring, "As if you haven't thrown up." After a brief respite, the group glanced at the now dormant elevator. Su's father unleashed a fireball into its depths, igniting the zombie within an instant. They then ascended the adjacent staircase. Suhi extended her palm, observing the delicate blossoms and foliage that had begun to sprout upon it. A sense of joy filled her heart. She had intended to test the efficacy of her powers alongside her parents. To her surprise, she discovered that she too could cultivate flora in her palm, though she remained uncertain of its offensive capabilities. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, some mutated flora and fauna would emerge, and your wood-based abilities could allow you to tame certain mutated plants for your own use, noted Shen Nianbai, eyeing the greenery in Suhi's palm with a hint of expectation. However, Suhi merely brushed past him without acknowledgement. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the group divided into 2 teams to hunt for zombies, with Shen Nianbai and Suhi each leading their families and friends in practicing how to eliminate the undead. Shen's mother, noticing Shen Nianbai's lingering gaze, promptly turned her eyes away, preferring to keep her thoughts untainted. Su Zhe gazed down the corridor, failing to discern any signs of the undead. Among the 5 households, one stood with its door ajar, a trail of blood extending outward from within. Suze's expression was grave as he glanced at Su Yang and spoke. "Shall we proceed together?" Su Yang nodded in agreement. The two, armed with weapons, moved forward with one providing cover for the other. Observing their effective collaboration, Suhi turned her gaze towards her parents, hesitatingly voicing her concern. "Mom, please refrain from using your abilities in tandem with Dad's." She added, "Water and fire are inherently incompatible. If zombies were to appear, and Dad ignited a blaze to incinerate them while Mom doused them with water, it would merely create chaos." Upon hearing these words, Sue's mother felt somewhat disgruntled and replied, "Then shall I simply use a bow and arrow later?" Suenadith. The three of them proceeded to the next household. It seemed, perhaps due to the fact that most people were out at work during the day, that many doors remained securely locked and not a whisper could be heard from within. Conversely, those homes with wide-open doors were predominantly occupied by the elderly, children, and mothers at home. The outcome was all too evident. They ultimately could not escape the fate of infection. Only Su Zhe and Su Yang discover a young boy, around 7 or 8 years of age, in one such open doorway. The boy, with his rosy lips and white teeth, appeared unscathed by fear, merely gazing blankly at them. Su Zhe directly embraced the child. "Sister, there is still a little one here. What shall we do?" Upon seeing Suhi glance over, the child immediately reached out with both hands, murmuring, "Hold me." "Suthe." "This, little rascal, do you know my sister?" Suhi sighed in exasperation and stepped forward to take the child from Suze's arms. However, instead of cradling him, she gently set him down on the ground. Upon seeing this, the child furrowed his brow and instinctively curled his legs, attempting to nuzzle against Suhi. Such a well-behaved little one indeed. Sue, lacking any experience with children, found herself ensnared by the little one. With a frosty tone, she spoke, glancing around. Noticing that the exposed skin of the boy bore neither scratches nor bites, she attempted to lift his shirt for a closer inspection, only to be evaded by the boy. Suze gently patted the little boy's head, her voice tender as she said, "Let me check, dear. It will be all right." To her surprise, the boy resisted even more fiercely after hearing her words. Suhi and the others instantly realized. "Have you been bitten?" Chapter 20, Dark Abilities. "Sister, keep your distance from him." Upon hearing those words, Suze gazed with concern at Suhi, who knelt before the boy, fearing that the child might transform and pose a threat to her. The little boy, unable to contain his emotions any longer, burst into tears, his sobs resonating loudly enough to attract the attention of Shen Nianbai and others nearby, who hurried over to assess the situation. Perhaps sensing the presence of many, the boy attempted to burrow into Suhi's embrace, his lips quivering as he whimpered, "Sister, I am frightened." As he reached out to embrace Su, a nagging doubt arose. Had he truly been bitten? How could he still articulate words? "Be cautious." Shen Nianbai, standing behind Suhi, caught a fleeting glimmer of red in the boy's eyes and instinctively unleashed a bolt of lightning towards him, only to have Suhi shield the child, which left him momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he swiftly teleported beside Suhi, pulling the boy away from her grasp. "There is something amiss. Let me examine him," he declared, lifting the little boy and heading towards the recently opened door of their quarters. Several individuals, including Suhi, sensed something amiss and attempted to follow suit. However, upon reaching the door, they were met with a firm refusal from Shen Nianbai. "Sister, did he just happen to encounter you?" Suze felt a twinge of guilt. He had been the one to carry the little boy over, and in that fleeting moment, he had neglected to conduct a proper check. Sui shook her head and then turned her gaze towards Suze. "Did you feel anything amiss when you first discovered him?" "Not at all," they replied. "When we entered, we found no one. We actually discovered the child in the wardrobe." "Why did you even check the wardrobe?" Su Yang scratched his head and explained to Suhi, "It was my idea. I wanted to search for some clothes since I came to find you without bringing anything. I wonder how that woman is doing now." He mused, allowing his thoughts to drift. Seeing that Suhi had no further questions, he remained by the door, waiting for Shen Nianbai to emerge. Moments later, the door opened. Shen Nianbai stepped out with the young boy. She glanced at Suhi and gently said, "He has indeed been bitten, but he is fine. He has merely awakened his abilities." "Awakened his abilities? How did that happen? What powers has he awakened?" Darkness abilities. Shen Nianbai's tone was somewhat grave. This type of ability is exceedingly rare and can rival Su He's mutated wood powers. However, it is concerning that a child has awakened such dark abilities. If he were to accompany us, I fear that one misstep could lead to disaster at the hands of the zombies. Upon hearing this, Su He became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Only Su Zhe and the others, who had only recently begun to explore their abilities, remained largely uninformed about the dark powers at play. Noticing the troubled expressions on both Su He and Shen Nianbai's faces, Su Liang could not help but inquire, "What exactly is this dark ability? It cannot be what I am imagining, can it? Little ghost, allow me to see your powers." Su Zhe had only encountered such dark powers in novels. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, he was eager to witness the effects of these dark abilities firsthand. However, to his dismay, the young boy seemed utterly indifferent to him. Can dark powers truly control zombies? Sui glanced at the little boy tugging at her sleeve, his face a picture of pitiable longing. And sighed as she turned her gaze towards Shen Nianbai. It was unfortunate that her previous life had been so brief, leaving her ignorant of the nature of this dark ability. However, its ominous name alone filled her with unease. Upon hearing Su He speak to him, Shen Nianbai could not help but feel a flicker of joy, though he masked it well. He regarded Su He with a composed demeanor and began to explain. The dark ability can summon and control zombies, but it also has the potential to empower them, augmenting their capabilities to the fullest. He cannot remain in our vicinity. This is nothing short of a ticking time bomb. Su Zhe gazed at the little boy with a look of sheer terror. Noticing the boy's pitiful expression, he felt a pang of compassion, but still approached Su He and tugged at her. It was far too perilous to keep this boy by their side. Moreover, having just awakened his supernatural abilities, he likely lacked the control necessary to manage them. What if he inadvertently attracted a horde of zombies? The more he pondered, the more dreadful the scenario became. Shaking his head, Su Zhe declared, "Sister, we cannot take him with us. But if we must, let him accompany me," interjected Shen Nianbai, observing Su He's indecision. However, the little boy, upon hearing this, became somewhat displeased, his expression souring. "I want my sister. Then you must behave." Once the charming elder sister consented to his stay, the little boy's face brightened with joy, and he nodded eagerly. "Can you use your powers?" Su He was well aware of the dangers posed by Shen Nianbai's dark abilities, yet she acknowledged that they were not entirely devoid of merit, depending on how they were taught. Upon hearing Su He's words, the young boy's complexion paled further, and he nodded in terror. However, immediately after, he shook his head vigorously, his face contorted in a manner that suggested he was on the verge of tears as he gazed at Su He, uttering, "I am afraid." Su He was aware that her request was somewhat excessive, yet in the apocalyptic world, those zombies would not refrain from devouring humans simply out of fear. "Do you have any family left?" The young boy shook his head, stammering, "My father was bitten, and my mother told me to hide before she left. Thus, you are left all alone now. Will those zombies spare you because of your fear? No, they will not. Therefore, you must gradually enhance your abilities. Otherwise, you will inevitably become mere sustenance for the undead. We have entered an era where the survival of the fittest reigns supreme." Sui cast a glance at the little boy, keenly observing the subtle shifts in the expressions of those around her. Her words were not solely intended for the boy. They also resonated with Su Zhe and the others. Witnessing a zombie devour a human and subsequently regurgitate, one could only become fodder for the undead. Upon hearing Su He's remark, the boy tilted his head thoughtfully, his small face reflecting earnest contemplation. With determination, he clenched his tiny fist and declared to Su He, "I will strive to grow stronger too. Once I am strong enough, I will protect you, sister. I will work hard to become powerful and will not succumb to nausea at the sight of zombies." Su Zhe observed a little boy expressing his affections towards his sister, and he felt compelled to keep pace. Su Liang glanced at the two vying for attention and could not help but roll his eyes. It is essential to grow stronger. Otherwise, one risks falling behind. Su Fu, Su Mu, and the others exchanged glances with Su He, then turned their attention to Shen Nianbai, and spoke up. "Let's continue to vanquish the zombies and hone our skills. I believe I can still fight for a while longer." "Indeed, Let us engage in battle and ascend the stairs. Su Zhe, who was just about to take the lead in the ascent, halted and glanced at the young boy, inquiring, "Is there anyone left on this floor?" After posing the question, he patted the back of his head, chuckling softly. "He's just a child. Even if I ask him, he wouldn't have a clue. There shouldn't be anyone left on this floor. Let us proceed upstairs, for there are still people above, are there not?" So he recalled the woman she had seen outside, whose desperate actions had likely drawn the zombies to their floor. She wondered what the situation above would be like. "Everyone, please exercise caution as we ascend the stairs. The commotion upstairs has probably attracted the zombies from this level." After speaking, Suhi glanced at Shen Nianbai beside her, then turned her gaze to Su Zhe and Su Liang, who were leading the way. She was inclined to let Shen Nianbai take the lead, but after some contemplation, she decided against it. Grasping the hand of the young boy, she moved ahead, signaling for Su Zhe to survey the surroundings first. Upon seeing Su Zhe gesture for them to advance, they followed closely behind. The third floor, like the second, was devoid of open doors, with only bloodstains trailing down the corridor, extending upward. The group exchanged glances before continuing their ascent, following the bloody trail until they reached the sixth floor. The sounds of increasingly frantic zombie growls mingled with a woman's desperate cries for help. "Don't frighten me, master. You hideous creatures, get away. Two-legged beasts outside. Come save you, master." Did you hear that voice? Su Zhe listened intently, only to find that the closer he drew to the sound, the louder it became, prompting him to glance at the person beside him. "We are not deaf." Shu Liang murmured softly in Shu Shishir. The zombies had been drawn to the woman's cries for help, relentlessly battering the door while emitting guttural noises. They were on the same floor as these undead creatures. If they were unable to hear, they would be left with no choice but to await their demise. No, this sound is rather peculiar. Upon perceiving Su Liang's gaze, Su Zhe immediately recognized his misunderstanding, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He turned to seek assistance from Shen Nianbai, but upon meeting Shen's gaze, he instinctively lowered his head in embarrassment. How humiliating. At this critical juncture, he had to rely on someone he despised. He feared he would once again disappoint his sister. Shen Nianbai, catching Su Zhe's eye, gestured with his hand, suggesting, "Let us first lure the zombies over, and then can we each take down one?" Su Zhe and Su Liang exchanged glances. Shall we collaborate? A delightful partnership indeed. The pairing of Su father and Su mother, along with the combination of Shen father and Shen mother, naturally led to Lin Yu and the steward forming their own alliance. Subsequently, the group cast their gazes upon the remaining Su, He, and Shen Nianbai. Sui maintained a calm demeanor, asserting, "I am perfectly fine on my own. Leave the rest to me." Once everything was arranged, Shen Nianbai began to tap on the wall, attempting to draw the attention of the zombies. The creatures were meandering around the door, saliva continuously dripping from their mouths. Unfortunately, the door was of such sturdy construction that despite their relentless efforts to break through, they could not succeed. Entranced by the allure of potential sustenance, they remained in a constant state of agitation at the threshold. Shen Nianbai's actions successfully captured the zombies' attention, prompting them to move towards her group, drawn by the sound. Hiss, prepare. Suhi observed the anxious expressions of Su Zhe and the others, prompting her to speak up. Subsequently, she swiftly advanced and delivered a fatal blow to the nearest zombie with the dagger in her hand, safeguarding the personal safety of her companions from behind. Su Zhe and Su Liang exchanged a glance, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. With a decisive blow, the zombie's skulls shattered, sending their brain matter splattering onto Su Zhe and Su Liang, who fought to suppress their urge to vomit as they dispatched the undead. Once they had successfully dealt with the two zombies, they stepped back to make way for others eager to join the fray, allowing Su's father and mother to advance. Due to the conflicting nature of their abilities, Su's mother resorted to her bow and arrows, skillfully aiming and shooting at the distant zombies, while Su's father wielded a katana, lunging at the approaching creatures. After a missed strike, Su's father grew anxious as he watched his wife accurately hit a zombie's head, striking true. This distraction compelled him to sharpen his focus, evading the oncoming threat as he prepared to stab once more. Suhi felt a twinge of concern behind her, her dagger flipping in her grasp, poised for immediate assistance. The next moment, Upon witnessing Sue's father strike the zombie's head, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The onlookers behind her gazed at Shen Nianbai with palpable envy. Suze swallowed hard, yearning for the power of lightning. Why hasn't the bipedal creature rushed in yet? Enviously glancing at Shen Nianbai, he heard a voice that made his expression grow complicated. Observing the expressions of those around him, he froze momentarily. Sister, did you hear any sound? What sound? Given Suze's recent commendable behavior, Sui regarded him with newfound gentleness. A young boy nearby glanced at Suze and spoke up. He heard it. Heard what? Someone is calling us bipedal creatures. As he spoke, Suze found it hard to believe and instinctively tapped his head. Sui felt a sense of curiosity as she glanced at Shen Nianbai beside her. In her previous life, she had spent 3 months in the apocalypse without hearing of such peculiar occurrences. Contemplating this, she turned her gaze toward Shen Nianbai, considering that he had lived for a longer period and might possess some knowledge. However, upon meeting his eyes, Sui was suddenly struck by the frequency with which she had been looking at him today, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. She then observed Suze's anxious expression and spoke hastily. Never mind. Let us venture inside to find out. Indeed, that woman and her child seem to be right here. Upon finishing his words, Suze observed his sister hurriedly dashing to the door to knock. Just as he was about to utter something, he noticed that her hands were already stained with the blood of zombies, causing him to avert his gaze in trepidation. Sui was wholly determined to evade Shen Nianbai, completely oblivious to the zombie blood that had stained her hands. After knocking on the door, she was greeted by the sound of barking from within. Woof, woof, woof. Hurry up and come in, bipedal creature. Following her knock, she heard her younger brother utter something behind her. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, if she hadn't misheard. It seemed she had indeed heard the barking of a dog, which, when combined with her brother's earlier reference to a bipedal creature, left her in a state of perplexity. Sui harbored a bold suspicion. Could it be that you were able to hear the words of dogs? Upon uttering this thought, she observed Suze with a face of distress, recklessly pounding on the door, eager to rush inside. Open the door. Those inside, please open the door. Are you human, or are you those flesh-eating creatures? No sooner had her words left her lips than a cautious female voice resonated from within. Sui felt somewhat speechless. Was it not you who called us just moments ago? Upon speaking, he noticed the door had already swung open. A woman, cradling her child, gazed at them with eyes wide in terror, her face streaked with tears. Upon seeing that they were alive, she could not help but exclaim, "Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have been devoured by those monstrous creatures, along with my poor child." The woman held a 2- or 3-year-old child in her arms, who, quiet and still, nestled against her, occasionally wiping her tears with tiny hands. Sui opened her mouth and asked, "Do you have a dog? A dog? Are you referring to the Monkey King?" Woof woof. Upon hearing the barking, Sui turned her gaze towards the woman, only to spot a border collie. She glanced at Suze, and with an expression that conveyed much, she inquired, "Was it just speaking? Beautiful bipedal creature? Are you referring to me?" Sui. Suze. The siblings were utterly bewildered. Sui touched his nose and gazed at the troubled Suze, unable to refrain from offering words of comfort. "Your extraordinary ability is rather unique, truly befitting my brother." "Huh. Beautiful bipedal creature. Will you repeat that for me?" Suze reiterated the words of the border collie, and upon successfully witnessing his sister's displeased expression, he finally relented. Nevertheless, a sense of bewilderment persisted within him. What on earth is this? Why am I able to comprehend the language of dogs? Woof woof. The border collie, seemingly aware of Suze's subtle mockery, barked back at him. Suze cast a disdainful glance at the Monkey King, his heart swelling with exasperation, while his gaze towards Shen Nianbai brimmed with a mix of resentment, envy, and jealousy. Shen Nianbai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Suze's unwavering stare, turned to Su He and remarked nonchalantly, "You have awakened your ability to comprehend the language of beasts. Although it may seem trivial at first, in the later stages, should we encounter mutated flora and fauna, you could forge a contract akin to He's mutated wood attribute. Are you referring to a contract beast? Indeed. We cannot remain here indefinitely. city is likely to fall soon, and we must seek refuge elsewhere. If we happen to pass by Zhu on our journey, it would be prudent to keep an eye out. Shen Nianbai articulated his plan, casting a glance at Su He's expression. Then, can we set out right away? I shall heed He's counsel. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su Zhe felt an inexplicable trust in what was said. The mere thought of being able to form a bond with a contracted beast overshadowed any envy he might have felt towards Shen Nianbai's thunderous abilities. The prospect of contracting a tiger or a lion from the zoo filled him with excitement. How splendid that would be! Lost in his reverie, he found himself yearning to visit the zoo, only to be interrupted by Shen Nianbai's mention of seeking guidance from his sister. Su Zhe's heart instantly bristled with caution. He surmised that Shen Nianbai harbored ulterior motives, as it seemed he was still fixated on his sister. The others nearby, upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, exchanged glances of disbelief and looked skyward, signaling their unwillingness to acknowledge or engage with the situation. Sui glanced at Shen Nianbai with a pained expression, then turned to the exuberantly excited Su Zhe. She felt a twinge of reluctance to dampen his enthusiasm. You have only just awakened your supernatural abilities. Do you truly believe you can form a contract? Su Zhe blinked her eyes, gazing at her with a sense of bewilderment. Let us take it one step at a time. She hadn't even decided where to go. Initially, she had hoped to survive in the apocalypse with her family, but it seemed that the people around her were not suited for such a life. What did she do then? Her space was filled with all sorts of supplies. At worst, she could establish a secure base. Yet, it appeared that Shen Nianbai had a greater proficiency in these matters than she did. So he was perplexed and apathetic to inquire further. Glancing at the woman and her child, she asked in a detached manner, "Are you planning to leave or remain here?" The woman, still bewildered by how Su Zhe could comprehend the barking of dogs, heard Su He's question and looked at her with pleading eyes. I wish to follow you, merely trailing behind. If we encounter zombies, I will do my utmost to handle it without burdening you. All I ask is to accompany you and my child." Shen Nianbai discerned Su He's reluctance and recognized the woman's selfish motives. His deep-set eyes narrowed, casting a cold gaze upon her. Then, perhaps I shall refrain from going. The places you venture to are exceedingly perilous. Under the scrutiny of Shen Nianbai's dark eyes, the woman trembled uncontrollably, seizing the opportunity to turn and promptly close the door. Observing this, Shen Nianbai pivoted and descended the stairs, remarking as he passed Suhi, "For the time being, she is safe here." Suhi nodded and followed suit as she descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered several individuals emerging from a nearby building, each brandishing weapons and stained with considerable blood. Their faces bore expressions of both terror and determination. "We are human," just as those individuals were about to wield their cleavers against them. Suhi hastily interjected to explain. In an instant, those people slumped down onto the ground, gasping for breath, while some of the more timid among them had already succumbed to tears, sitting on the floor in despair. Suhi felt a dark shadow flit across her face. Without sparing a glance at the group, she resolutely made her way towards the parking area outside the community. However, just as she lifted her foot, she was suddenly grasped by the pant leg by a person seated on the ground. "Could you give us a ride? This is simply too frightening. How could the zombies portrayed on television manifest in real life?" The one clutching her pant leg was a young man with bleached hair, around 20 years of age, sporting a pair of headphones around his neck. Upon noticing her gaze, he playfully winked at her. So he was taken aback by Huang Mao's actions, shivering slightly. She glanced at Shen Nianbai beside her, hoping to cleanse her eyes, only to find Shen Nianbai's expression dark and sullen, as if the very shadows were pouring from her face. Sui. Upon hearing these words, Sui closed her eyes momentarily, and in the next instant, her extraordinary abilities converged upon her legs. The boy with yellow hair, gripping her calf, was so alarmed that he let out a cry of shock, his hands now drenched in blood. "Miss, is this your superpower? It's incredible. I want to cling to your success." Observing the defensive flora adorning Su He's legs, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he attempted to inch closer to her. However, in the blink of an eye, a fierce gust of wind struck him, sending him hurtling away from her side. "You seek your own demise." Shen Yinbai's expression darkened as he regarded the boy with an air of disdain, akin to that reserved for the deceased. Noticing that the boy was intent on lunging at her once more, a surge of lightning energy materialized in the palm of his hand, ready to be unleashed upon him. Upon witnessing this, Suhi's expression turned fierce as he shouted at the several individuals behind the yellow-haired one. If you wish to avoid death, take him and leave at once. With that, he strode towards the side of the vehicle. As Su Zhe observed Shen Yinbai, who had seized the front passenger seat, he opened his mouth to utter a word, only to find himself promptly pulled into the back seat by his own mother. Unfazed, Shen Yinbai, during the intervals of Su-he driving, deftly dealt with the incessant onslaught of zombies from the window. However, to their surprise, there were fewer zombies in the city center, while the outskirts seemed to teem with them. Do you not sense something amiss? Shen Yinbai inquired, keenly surveying their surroundings as she addressed Su-he. Is there anything more peculiar than your presence? Su Zhe retorted with a scoff. Ignoring Su Zhe's sarcastic remark, Shen Yinbai turned her attention to Su-he. Upon hearing Shen Yinbai's question, Su-he was reminded of their previous life, where she, Shen Yinbai, and Lin Yu had managed to escape the corporate building unscathed, only to be besieged by zombies in the villa district. After sacrificing Lin Yu, they had fled in sheer exhaustion until they finally encountered a rescue team. But why? In both lifetimes, were there always more zombies in the suburbs? Sui found herself in a quandary. Were there any significant events in the suburbs before the apocalypse? Shen Yinbai shook his head in response. Could there be anything that attracts zombies? As she spoke, Sui glanced at the little boy squeezed between her parents, Su Zhe, and a few others in the back seat. Following her gaze, Shen Yinbai also looked over, and together they exclaimed, Did you use your special ability? The little boy shook his head, replying, I don't really know how. Not really know how. The boy's words were rather alarming. He bore no signs of possessing a special ability. What does dark power look like? When dark powers are activated, the entire body is enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Suhi inquired, and Shen Yinbai responded. However, the little boy was not enveloped in dark smoke, leading the two to exclude him from their concerns. Upon their safe arrival at the villa, they found themselves unable to decipher the situation. Nevertheless, they were prepared to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Moreover, witnessing Shen Yinbai's formidable abilities alleviated her worries. After returning to the villa, she ascended the stairs to fill the bathtub for a bath. Noticing that Su-he had not invited him to stay, Shen Yinbai felt a twinge of disappointment and promptly exited the Su family residence. Thanks to the foresight of Su-he's family, the expansive villa retained its access to water and electricity, though the internet connection remained intermittently unstable. After Su-he finished her shower, she opened her phone to check the internet, only to find that there was no signal at all. Instead, she could occasionally hear the banter of Su Zhe and Su Liang from downstairs, and from the sound of it, Su Zhe was once again engrossed in watching The Walking Dead. As she pondered this, he approached and handed Su-he a glass of water. Su-he cast a glance around, failing to locate Shen Yinbai's figure, and softly replied, All right. Chapter 23. Dream at present, she was uncertain of her destination. Could it be that she was to return to the safe base where she perished in her previous life? The thought made her somewhat reluctant. Coupled with Su Liang's suggestion to head towards the city center, she acquiesced. During dinner, a group of individuals accustomed to a life of luxury felt a degree of fatigue after having slain the zombies. Consequently, Sui did not allow her mother, Su Mu, to cook. After all, Su Mu had also endured a long day, and with so many people to cater to, she retrieved food from her storage space. Steamed dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and ample soybean milk filled the table. Su Liang glanced at the spread brought forth by Su-he and Su Mu, unable to suppress a gulp. Did you stockpile this? Can it even be preserved? Why not? Su-he placed the food upon the dining table, her lips moving as she spoke, yet her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure at the doorway. Glancing at the bounty before her, enough to serve 11 people, she then turned her gaze toward the Shen family's uninvited presence, who had come to partake in their hospitality. Without uttering a word, Sui set the food down and began to make her way outside. Possessing her own space, it mattered little to her whether they dined at the table or not. After all, they were all within the villa, and it was prudent to keep watch outside to guard against any encroaching zombies or opportunistic humans. As she passed by Shen Nianbai, Sui maintained her composure and walked straight ahead. However, upon turning back, she noticed Shen Nianbai heading into the villa. Only upon hearing her call did he pivot, a look of confusion etched upon his face as he regarded her. In that instant, Sui felt that her earlier mental preparations had been in vain, and she was acutely aware that she had contradicted herself. She had firmly stated that the Shen family was not to reside there, yet when Shen Nianbai had needed a ride, she had not turned him away. "Is there something you need?" Shen Nianbai inquired, his fists clenched then relaxed, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Sui. Sui shook her head and said, "It's fine, you go inside. I'll keep watch outside." Inside the villa, Su Zhe and others, upon hearing the conversation between Sui and Shen Nianbai, leaned in to listen, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. After dinner, Shen Nianbai and Su Zhe discussed the arrangement for the night watch. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Shen Nianbai swiftly declared, "Then let he keep watch for the first half of the night, and I shall take the latter half." Su Zhe. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Shen's mother cast a knowing glance, remarking that Sima Zhao's intentions are evident to all. Upon hearing these words, Su Mu smiled lightly, saying, "Then it seems we must trouble the young man from the Shen family." She could discern that, despite He's earlier mention of the things Shen Nianbai had done to her in her dreams, her heart still held a certain regard for him, though she remained entangled in her thoughts about those dreams. As for Shen Nianbai, she could also see his concern and care for He. However, these two still had some complexities to navigate. She was in no rush and chose to observe the unfolding drama. Both were adept at holding back, and they preferred not to confront the matter directly, opting instead to watch the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, Shen Nianbai, who was supposed to keep watch until the early hours of the morning, had directly stepped outside the villa, a small shadow trailing behind him. He glanced at the little boy and coldly inquired, "What is your name?" Why was it that both of them seemed to cling to He? After dining outside, Sui leaned against the wall, lost in thought, her peripheral gaze observing everything around her. "Sister, wait for sister." Upon hearing this, Sui chuckled softly. "Sister has to keep watch tonight. Otherwise, what shall we do if those hideous creatures come while we are all asleep? Let them come." Sui cradled the little boy in her arms, unable to resist imparting some wisdom to him, only to notice the boy pointing his finger at the approaching Shen Nianbai. The smile on her face instantly froze, leaving her at a loss for words. "Well, I will stay here with you," Shen Nianbai awkwardly stated. Upon hearing this, Sui was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brows as she gazed at Shen Nianbai, who pursed her lips and continued, "And there's Haoyu. He is quite attached to you." "Haoyu? Is your name Haoyu?" The little boy in her arms obediently nodded. Sui chose not to dwell on Shen Nianbai's previous remarks. Noticing that Shen Nianbai was genuinely present, she allowed herself to relax. Eventually, she found herself dozing off while cradling little Haoyu. Hearing the gentle rhythm of breathing beside her, Shen Nianbai leaned closer, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with a pair of dark, vigilant orbs belonging to Haoyu. The little one, with wide eyes, was warily scrutinizing Shen Nianbai. As soon as Haoyu noticed Shen Nianbai's gaze, he instinctively reached out to grasp Sui, quickly intercepting Haoyu's movement. Shen Nianbai's lips curled into a faint smile as he whispered, "Up now. Let's not disturb her." Haoyu pouted. His earlier wariness was waning, and fatigue was weighing heavily upon him. Hearing Shen Nianbai's words, he cautiously shifted his position, all the while casting glances at Sui, anxious not to rouse her from slumber. "Stay still." For the past 3 months of the apocalypse, Sui had developed a habit of vigilance during the night, managing to keep one eye open while allowing the other to close, wary of slipping into a deep sleep. When Shen Nianbai approached, she had let her guard down, unexpectedly drifting off against the wall. It wasn't long before she felt something wriggling in her embrace, attempting to escape her hold, prompting her to firmly restrain him. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of 2 pairs of eyes gazing intently at her, their presence particularly pronounced in the dim light of night. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. She had resolutely declared her intent to keep watch, yet had succumbed to slumber. "Why are you letting Haoyu down?" Fearing that Shen Nianbai might utter something she disliked, Suhi preemptively spoke up. To her surprise, a low, melodious chuckle emanated from him, its magnetic quality stirring something within her. Shen Nianbai bent down, his head hovering near Suhi's shoulder, his lips almost brushing her ear as he spoke in his uniquely soothing tone. Suhi involuntarily shuddered, then pushed away Shen Nianbai, firmly rejecting him with no need. I have grown accustomed to it. I have long been accustomed to a solitary existence, to a life devoid of Shen Nianbai's concern. Observing Shen Nianbai, who persistently sought to draw closer to her, Suhi sometimes felt as though this were merely a dream, a figment conjured in her final moments, with Shen Nianbai's encroachment resembling her own imagination. Upon awakening, she knew that all of this was illusory, non-existent. Chapter 24. The paths diverged. Shen Nianbai remained in the position Suhi had pushed him into, bowing his head in response to her words, quietly murmuring, "It is my fault." He could not refute the events of the past life, nor did he wish to offer an apology. He had no desire to beseech Suhi for forgiveness. Suhi urged Hao Yu to rise, observing the surrounding silence. Then, casting a glance at Shen Nianbai, she nonchalantly remarked, "It's all in the past." Their conversation once again ended on an unamicable note. Noticing Shen Nianbai's stubbornness in standing vigil, Suhi felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She glanced at Hao Yu, whose eyelids were heavy with sleep, and promptly led him into the room. The following morning arrived. Suhi awakened naturally from her slumber. Reflecting on the words spoken by Shen Nianbai the previous night, she found herself somewhat troubled and rolled over in bed. After a while, she made a decision. As she opened the door, ready to descend the stairs, she was taken aback to find Hao Yu standing at the entrance. "You're up so early. Couldn't sleep?" Suhi inquired. Hao Yu shook his head and reached out to take her hand. His small hand felt slightly cold against her larger one, prompting Suhi to warm it for a moment. "They say boys are full of warmth, yet your little hand is so chilly," she remarked. Noticing Hao Yu still gazing at her dazedly, Suhi chuckled and led him downstairs. In the living room, everyone was already seated, and the dining table was adorned with a prepared breakfast, yet no one had made a move to pick up their chopsticks. Suhi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why haven't you begun your meal? Were you waiting for me?" Downstairs, not only were Su's parents present, but also Shen Nianbai's parents, with several elders patiently awaiting their breakfast. Suhi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shen's mother chuckled gently and stepped forward to clarify, "Not at all. We are not particularly hungry yet. Are you all ready to have breakfast?" "Auntie," Suhi replied, "please go ahead and eat. I will step outside to assess the situation." Suhi called for Su Zhe and Su Liang to take Hao Yu out for a meal while she herself went outside the villa. The Su family villa and the Shen family villa are situated at opposite diagonals in S City. In a previous life, they fled to the Shen family villa from the company, only to encounter a horde of zombies 2 days into the apocalypse. As thoughts raced through her mind, Suhi noticed Shen Nianbai rushing in from outside, seemingly stained with blood. Her gaze flickered with concern as she asked, "What has happened?" Shen Nianbai maintained an air of calm composure, replying coolly, "Zombies are steadily approaching this way. We may need to evacuate from here. Should we wait for the rescue team?" Upon hearing the mention of the rescue team, Shen Nianbai's expression momentarily faltered. "Do you wish to evacuate S City alongside the rescue team?" Suhi nodded. Shen Nianbai expressed some dissent. "The rescue team is here to escort us to the safe base in City S. We could go directly there. How about this? You proceed directly, and we will follow the rescue team, splitting into 2 groups to ultimately meet at the safe base in City S. But why not go together? Splitting up allows us to gather more information and ensures the safety of those around us." Suhi replied, "I'm not foolish." Seeing Suhi's determination, Shen Nianbai tugged at the corners of his mouth. "So, shall we meet at the safe base in City S?" Suhi nodded slightly. The two of them proceeded to finalize the comings and goings of a few individuals. After breakfast, Shen Nianbai and his family came to bid farewell to Suhi. Su Zhe cast a disdainful glance at Shen Nianbai, feeling somewhat reluctant, and said, "Well then, Mr. Shen, we shall meet at our base." After speaking, he moved closer to Shen Nianbai and whispered, "Could you let me catch another glimpse of your lightning abilities? Also, if you happen to encounter those mutated creatures you mentioned on the way, could you please save one for me? Mainly, I'm concerned that once I board the rescue team's vehicle, I might not be able to disembark. What if I miss the chance to contract a mutated creature? Shen's mother engaged Su's mother in conversation for a while before ushering Shen's father into the car. After Shen Nianbai spoke with Su Zhe, he hurriedly turned to Su He, while Su Zhe and the others discreetly stepped away. Will we meet again at the safe base in S City? Shen Nianbai inquired uncertainly once more. Sui cast a glance at Shen Nianbai, their eyes meeting for a few fleeting seconds. Isn't the rescue team heading to the safety base in S City? Then I shall await you at the base. But what if you do not arrive? Sui silently recited to herself, yet on her face, she managed to conjure a faint smile as she waved goodbye to Shen Nianbai. Observing this, Shen Nianbai felt a twinge of reluctance and asked, "May I embrace you?" He enveloped the person in his arms tightly, fearful of missing out once more, as he had in his previous life. Sui opened her mouth, intending to articulate her thoughts, yet the words remained unspoken. She extended her hand and gently patted Shen Nianbai's back. After bidding farewell to Shen Nianbai, Sui cast a glance at her family, as well as Su Liang and Xiao Haoyu. Su Liang unexpectedly caught Su He's gaze and stumbled back slightly. Jia, you wouldn't send me away too, would you? I have no intention of leaving. I have resolved to cling tightly to your side, come what may. Me too. Xiao Haoyu, noticing Su Liang's declaration, nervously glanced at Su He and quickly raised his hand in agreement. Sui chuckled softly and shook her head. Who said we intend to send you away? I merely suggested we retrieve the supplies you have hoarded. Shall we set off now? Are we not accompanying the rescue team? Suze cast a puzzled glance at his sister. Hadn't they just agreed with Shen Nianbai that their family would accompany the rescue team? Sui blinked her eyes and remarked, the rescue team will not arrive for a while. It may take a couple of days. Let us first gather our belongings and seek out the supplies stored by Su Liang. Su Liang, which neighborhood did you reside in previously? Fearing that Su Zhe would inquire further, Sui hastily focused her attention on Su Liang. Happy Flower Garden, he replied. Very well. Let's prepare our things and set off. Subsequently, Sui retrieved a modified off-road vehicle from her space, which she and Haoyu would occupy, while Su Zhe and Su Liang would travel in another vehicle. Outside the villa, Su Zhe observed his parents loading pots, pans, and sleeping bags into the car, and suddenly it dawned on him. Sister, we are not waiting for the rescue team here, are we? His sister's actions clearly indicated that they were preparing to flee. Sui acknowledged with a sound, yet her hands continued their task without pause. Originally, these items could have been effortlessly placed into her space, but such an action would risk exposure. Although she possessed extraordinary abilities, one must always remain vigilant against potential threats. Moreover, with her family in tow, the responsibility of safeguarding those she cherished rendered her even more cautious. Suze observed He sprinting away with an air of nonchalance when suddenly, a twinge of dental discomfort seized him. Shen Nianbai's lightning abilities were not to be trifled with, yet they felt no trepidation. If his sister disapproved, then so be it. Once everything was tidied up, Sui drove directly towards the city center with her companions. Chapter 25, blocking the way in no time. The vehicle vanished from the villa district. A well-groomed woman in the back seat curled her lips in a smirk. He performed splendidly. The group consisted of Shen Nianbai and his companions, who had departed ahead of schedule. Shen Nianbai was no fool. He discerned that Sui had been maintaining her distance from him, yet she did not refuse his embrace before leaving, coupled with her evident desire for them to vacate. Thus, he had no choice but to play along, though he could not fathom why his heart ached so deeply. Upon hearing Shen's mother's praise from behind, Shen Nianbai's complexion paled. Mother, I shall never marry anyone but Su He. Therefore, if you continue to gloat, you shall never gain a daughter-in-law. Shen mother's expression soured. Is it my fault? Who told you to be like your father? Men like you are utterly insufferable. Shen Nianbai. Shen father. Lin Yu and the butler exchanged glances, choosing to remain oblivious to the exchange. Meanwhile, Sui drove directly towards the happy flower garden mentioned by Su Liang, encountering numerous zombies along the way. However, they did not stop to eliminate them, simply crashing through instead. Just as they were about to enter the city center, they encountered a blockade. Su Liang had no choice but to halt the vehicle and glanced back at Su He, who was trailing behind. Has it only been 2 days since the apocalypse erupted, and these people have already resorted to survival of the fittest? Isn't that quite normal? Everyone has something they wish to protect, and humans instinctively gravitate towards self-preservation. Although it has only been 2 days since the outbreak, witnessing the collapse of networks, the cessation of utilities, and rampant cannibalism on the streets, one must remain vigilant. One never knows when their demise might occur. Seeing the situation unfold, Su Liang reluctantly exited the vehicle to clear the blockade, but as soon as he opened the door, he was surrounded by a group of individuals who seemed to appear from nowhere. Wow, this car looks impressive, and this beauty is quite the catch. Boss, who would have thought our first robbery would yield such quality? Upon hearing this, Su Liang lifted his gaze. Before him stood a gang of youngsters with multicolored hair, leering at them with knives in hand. He couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. Even in the apocalypse, they encountered thugs. The fact that over 20 of them had gathered in just 2 days suggested they had been a gang long before the world fell apart. Everyone get out of the car, hand behind your heads, commanded the scar-faced leader of the thugs as he approached Su He's vehicle, eyeing her up and down before allowing his gaze to linger for a moment on her chest. With a lecherous grin, he addressed her. Beautiful lady, I could use a big sister here. What do you think? How dare you? Don't you dare harass my sister, you perverted scoundrel. Upon witnessing the ruffian approaching Suze promptly pushed open the car door and made his way towards her. However, his hasty exit inadvertently provided the nearby troublemaker with an opportunity. The 2 young men swiftly seized him, each gripping one of his arms to impede his progress. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Su He being harassed and Suze being apprehended after exiting the vehicle, Su's parents exchanged a glance before descending from the car armed. Wielding a katana and a bow. Your equipment is quite impressive. A man with a wolf's tail positioned behind the vehicle observed the weapons in Su's parents' hands with a tinge of envy. Glancing down at the shabby machete he held, he promptly discarded it and advanced. However, as he took a step forward, an arrow struck the ground not far from him, inciting his fury. What does this mean? Upon hearing the words of the wolf-tailed man, Su Mu let out a cold laugh and retorted, what are your intentions? Take another step closer, and you should be wary of your own head. Boss, the wolf-tailed man, upon hearing Su Mu's statement, urgently cast a pleading glance towards the scarred man beside Su He. The scarred man, suppressing his anger, turned his gaze towards Su He and commanded, get out of the car. With a playful smile, Su He opened the car door and stepped out. Seizing the moment when the scarred man was distracted, she retrieved a submachine gun from her concealed space. As the scarred man turned to angrily reprimand his subordinate, she aimed the weapon directly at his head. Don't move, or you might want to be cautious about your head. The instant the gun was leveled at him, the scarred man realized the gravity of the situation and froze in fear at Su He's words. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere behind him, he spoke in a conciliatory tone. Beautiful lady, let us discuss this calmly. There's no need for the gun. Boss, is she just trying to scare us with a toy gun? One of his subordinates stammered. Shut your mouth. Do you think the gun isn't aimed at your head? Sui commanded. Everyone back off. If I get hurt, you will all be in for it. Seeing the scarred man comply, Su-He chuckled softly. Release my brother. Or perhaps you should ponder whether I should break your hands or your legs first. Did you hear that? Let him go. The 2 subordinates holding Su-Ze had no choice but to comply, though they muttered under their breath. There are over 20 of us. Can't we handle just a few? Hastening to Su-He's side, one of them smiled and asked, Sister, what shall we do with these people? They dare to block the streets today. Who knows who they target tomorrow? We cannot let them get away with this. Su-He tugged at the corner of her mouth and asked, What do you think we should do? At that moment, she noticed Su-Ze glancing around before leaning closer to her ear and whispering just loud enough for her and their blocking leader nearby to hear. Since they enjoyed obstructing others, why not return the favor in kind? It was merely a change in approach. Su-Ze cast a glance at the approaching zombies, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The scar-faced man's lackeys also spotted the undead rushing towards them, and, without waiting for their leader to speak, they all scrambled to flee in a panic. The scar-faced man, upon hearing Su-Ze's words and witnessing the terror-stricken expressions of his subordinates, as they began to escape. Felt his own countenance darken. Please spare me. I just came out today. I was merely seeking something to eat and drink. I have an elderly parent and young children at home. I have no choice but to venture out. Suze curled his lips and remarked, Do you have an elderly mother in her 80s and a 3-year-old child at home? The scarred man, with a distressed expression, nodded repeatedly. Consequently, Suze delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, Such lines have been around for centuries. How can you still use them? Sui shook her head helplessly, casting a fond glance at Suze, then softly addressed her parents. Mom, Dad, please clear the obstacles and get in the car. Once she saw them board, Sui felt a sense of relief and turned to the scar man, saying, I will count to 3. Whether you are blocked or not is up to fate. Then, with a loud bang, a sound erupted behind the scarred man as Sui swiftly entered the vehicle, heading towards the city center. Chapter 26. Moral coercion. Gunfire rang out, and the scarred man looked back in terror. Before him, the 2 modified SUVs they had just set their sights on sped away, leaving only a trail of exhaust. Strangely, the vehicles managed to evade the zombies without a direct collision. He felt a profane thought bubble up, uncertain whether to voice it. As the zombies lunged at the SUVs, missing their targets, they redirected their focus towards him and his companions. Grinding his teeth, the scarred man spat furiously and prepared to flee. Spotting a trembling subordinate paralyzed with fear, he seized the young man's collar and hurled him behind him, exclaiming, If you can save my life, consider it a blessing. The blonde subordinate, upon hearing this, turned pale and mustered a fierce resolve, managing to throw the scarred man away, while he himself fell to the ground. Watching the zombies lunge towards the scarred man, he disregarded his fear and the incredulous gaze of his superior, scrambling away in a frenzied rush. The events unfolded in an instant, and Soo-hee, observing through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but snicker. Hao-yu, bewildered, glanced at the coldly smiling Soo-hee, shivering slightly, feeling an inexplicable fear emanating from his sister. Noticing his trembling state, Soo-hee raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What's wrong? Sister, you look terrifying just now. Terrifying? So now you fear me? Hao-yu shook his head in response to Soo-hee's words. Not right now. Soo-hee smiled silently and followed the car of Suze as it turned directly into a residential area. Upon glancing up, she was astonished to find herself in the happiness garden, as mentioned by Su Liang. However, as soon as the vehicle entered the community, it was abruptly obstructed by a group of armed individuals of various ages, emerging from seemingly nowhere. As the car continued its approach into the neighborhood, these individuals brazenly began to strike the vehicle with their weapons. Be gentle if you damage it. Where shall we find another car? Sui felt somewhat speechless. After speaking, she pointed at a few people and said, This person in the car is my sister, so be a bit nicer. Soo-hee furrowed her brow, casting a discontented glance at Su Liang. They had come in search of supplies, yet unexpectedly found themselves on a quest for a person instead. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Suze, along with their parents, overheard Su Yang's words. Infuriated, Suze abruptly exited the car and rushed towards Su Liang, exclaiming, Su Liang, you mentioned coming to Xingfu Huayuan, but never said we were here to find someone. Noticing Suze's displeasure, Su Liang offered an awkward smile. I feared that if I mentioned we were searching for someone, you might not have come. The world is perilous these days. Oh, and you still expect us to accompany you in this search? Liangzi, who is this person? He seems rather unfriendly towards us. Enough with the chatter. Let us seize the vehicle and hunt for supplies. Otherwise, we shall all perish from hunger here. You wouldn't dare. Let's not be so uncouth. Upon hearing the mention of car theft, Suze and Su Liang spoke in unison. After their words echoed in the air, they exchanged glances. Suze shot a disapproving glare at Su Liang before swiftly transitioning from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. Su Liang, witnessing this, could only manage a wry smile, for he had not anticipated encountering such individuals right at the entrance of the neighborhood. So he sat quietly in the car, gazing at Su Liang. Fearing that these individuals might truly provoke Su-hee's family in a fit of anger, Su Liang discreetly approached a middle-aged man and murmured something to him. The distance was somewhat too great for her to hear clearly. However, judging by the expression on the face of the man, next to Su Yang. It did not seem to be anything favorable. Sui pressed her red lips together, casting a glance over the assembly of individuals. Most were young and middle-aged, with a couple in their 50s and 60s. It appeared that these individuals primarily engaged in conversation with Su Yang, yet she did not spot the girl from her past life who had captivated his affections. Consequently, she found herself unable to discern which among them would later be responsible for Su Yang's demise. While she pondered this, the refined middle-aged man who had just spoken with Su Yang approached the car window, gently tapping on the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Miss Su, I kindly invite you to step out for a moment." Seeing this, Suhi smiled playfully. Noticing the refined man taking a step back, she reluctantly opened the car door and stepped out. Yet, the moment she exited the vehicle, she heard the gasps of those around her. The elegant man furrowed his brow and cleared his throat, casting an apologetic glance at Suhi. "We are but simple folk, unaccustomed to encountering someone as exquisite as Miss Su. Compared to the actresses on television, you surpass them in every regard." Sui donned a sleek black leather outfit which, though it might have appeared garish on others, suited her exquisitely, accentuating her flawless figure and casting a radiant glow upon her petite, enchanting visage. In stark contrast, the individuals across from her bore the marks of turmoil, their bodies marred by traces of blood. Merely 2 days into the apocalypse, their faces reflected palpable fear, anxiety, and exhaustion. The vibrant energy emanating from Su, he was nothing short of mesmerizing. Sui cast a glance at the crowd before finally resting her gaze upon Su Yang, who promptly stepped forward to make introductions. "This is my elder brother, Su Ming. As for the others, you need not concern yourself with them. Furthermore, I must apologize. It was I who deceived you. That apology should be directed towards Su Zhe. Su Yang was not her friend, and the betrayal she felt from him did not weigh heavily on her, as such events had transpired in her previous life as well. However, Su Zhe was different. He had always regarded Su Yang as a friend. I had no choice. Once you informed me, I began stockpiling supplies. But who could have anticipated that the moment those goods arrived, the apocalypse would strike? The delivery driver vanished with both the goods and himself, and those supplies were the result of our collective contributions, now rendered worthless." Su Yang paused, noting Su He's skepticism, his expression tinged with hurt. And then, "You must consider that the moment Su Zhe spoke, he purchased 5 modified vehicles for you. I even notified you in advance about stockpiling supplies, all in the hope that you would seek refuge with us. And you expect to sustain your entire family on borrowed resources? That is not my intention. It is simply, Sister He, I implore you to assist us, considering my friendship with Su Zhe. I possess skills in vehicle modification, undoubtedly. There will come a time when you will find my abilities indispensable. Furthermore, my friends and I, including my elder brother, pledge our loyalty to you for life should you aid us in this endeavor. And if I choose not to assist, not assisting, it matters not if he does not lend a hand. It is ultimately not your concern. We were merely careless." Chapter 27. A Path to Self-Destruction, the Refined Gentleman. Su Ming glanced at Su He, a gentle smile still playing upon his lips. Upon being called out by him, Su He slightly curled her lips, finding his familiarity rather amusing. Saving a life is indeed more meritorious than building a 7-tier pagoda. If you choose not to assist, we might ultimately perish from starvation or fall victim to a zombie bite. I must say, you people engage in a kind of moral coercion. We will help if we wish to, and if not, then so be it. Is it fair for you to tether my sister's life to your own? Do you truly believe that by following her, you will be spared from hunger or bites? After Su Zhe finished speaking, his eyes darted around. Perhaps he truly believed it. At the very least, these individuals would not face starvation, for they had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies. Mother Su glanced at the somewhat irritable Su Zhe, gently tugging at his sleeve, shaking her head disapprovingly. Father Su stepped out of the car and walked directly towards Su Ming, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Su," he said, "perhaps it would be wise for you to come to a consensus before inquiring about my daughter's stance." Su's father looked at Su Ming with a smile that did not reach his eyes, gripping Su Ming's hand tightly. Noticing Su Ming's face turning crimson and his polite smile faltering, he finally released his grip. Regardless of any discussion, we must follow Miss Su. Her beauty is captivating. Nonsense. Have you not heard that the more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she can be? What if following her leads to our demise? However, sister, perhaps you should make a decision? Su Yang averted his gaze, unwilling to listen to his companion's bickering, and turned his attention to Su-hee beside him. Can you kill zombies? How many have you slain? Do you possess any special abilities? Upon hearing this, several people behind Su Ming were left speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. Only Su Ming stepped forward, speaking calmly. The zombies' fatal point is in their heads. I have killed 5. As for special abilities, what are those? Are they like what is described in novels? Indeed, I have seen abilities such as lightning, water, and fire. Sister. Silence. You talk too much. Su-hee cast a disdainful glance at Su Yang, who was babbling incessantly. She then turned to Su Ming and nodded, saying, we can accept them, but we hope you can manage these individuals well. Upon hearing Su-hee's words, joy spread across the faces of Su Ming and his companions. Su-hee raised an eyebrow and remarked, however, you may need to resolve your own accommodation and transportation issues. Strictly speaking, these individuals were still under Su-hee's scrutiny, and she was not inclined to reveal her cards too hastily. Yet, regarding what Su Yang mentioned about extraordinary abilities, she was not opposed. After all, her parents' abilities were essential for combating zombies, and her own spatial power was unlike any other. It was rare and could serve as a mobile storage unit, something everyone would desire. As for Su Zhe's abilities, it was best left unmentioned for the time being. With that, Su Ming took the lead and exited the community, while those behind him, albeit somewhat reluctant, followed suit. As Su-hee turned, she observed Su Yang making his way to the parking area outside the community, skillfully attempting to unlock a car, 1, 2, 3 vehicles, until he had procured enough to accommodate their group. Only then did Su Ming lead them outside. Noticing Su-hee's unwavering gaze fixed on Su Ming, Su Yang awkwardly interjected, brother, he had his misdeeds in the past, but during his time away, he has certainly mastered the arts of lock-picking and car-breaking. Realizing that no one responded to his comment, Su Yang understood it was due to his own shortcomings and thus stepped forward to guide Su-hee and the others. As she gazed at the towering buildings before her, ranging from 30 to 40 stories high, Su-hee felt a flicker of anxiety. Which floor? Goodness, the power is out. Su Zhe stood before the building, unwilling to take a single step towards the ominous 25th floor, which was rumored to be the site of an impending explosion. Not only Su Zhe, but also the others halted their ascent, casting anxious glances towards Su Yang. I'm afraid, Su Yang murmured softly under the weight of their scrutiny. Su Ming and his companions had just ascended, assuring that the building was, for now, safe, unless, of course, one was not residing within the same edifice. No sooner had he spoken than Su Yang's expression shifted to one of reckless resolve. Throughout this tense moment, they were under the watchful gaze of several survivors from the community, yet Su-hee chose to disregard them all. After all, the recent actions of Su Ming and his group had not gone unnoticed by the observant residents. Those individuals had not retaliated, leaving others too fearful to act impulsively. Nevertheless, it was not inconceivable that some might seek their own demise. Across from Su Yang's building, a few individuals, noticing their prolonged stillness in the vehicle, began to hurl objects from above. Their aim seemed directed at Su-hee and her companions, but instead, the debris landed squarely in the parking area below, producing a thunderous noise that promptly attracted the attention of zombies from other buildings. Su-hee vaguely heard the incessant howls of the undead drawing nearer. She alighted from the vehicle and cast her gaze towards the individual above who was hurling objects downwards. To her astonishment, the person raised a middle finger in her direction, then resumed their reckless endeavor of throwing items off the building. The commotion attracted the attention of other survivors on different floors, and indistinct shouts of indignation began to echo. Sister, is this person unwell? As Su Zhe observed, zombies began to surge out of the building, racing towards the source of the sound. A mere 100 meters away from them. 1, 2, 3. Before long, dozens of zombies were drawn to the noise, causing Suze to feel a surge of panic. Although they had faced such a horde before, they were now reduced to just 4 individuals, one of whom might inadvertently attract the zombies and enhance their energy. How you? The individual who had been tossing object from above also ceased their actions, fixating their gaze on Su-hee and the others with a hint of malicious glee. Su-hee raised an elegant eyebrow, her exquisite visage adorned with a smile that, while captivating, bore an unsettling quality. You all board the vehicle. I shall draw the zombies away. With that, she took Hao-yu from the car and led him to Suze's vehicle, then boldly plunged into the throng of the undead. As Suze and the others gazed with widened eyes, filled with concern for Su-hee, even the survivors of the Happy Flower Garden fixated intently on the commotion below, harboring a somewhat voyeuristic curiosity. Meanwhile, Su-liang, who was still ascending the stairs, had not encountered any zombies along his climb. However, he had certainly come across his fair share of dismembered zombie parts. As he continued his ascent, he suddenly heard a disturbance emanating from the community, faintly intertwined with human curses and the guttural growls of zombies, causing a sense of foreboding to wash over him. Thus, he paused on the 15th floor and peered into the courtyard. To his shock, he witnessed Su-hee approaching a throng of zombies. Su-liang was taken aback. Was this not a death wish? He had exerted considerable effort to reach the 15th floor and was just preparing to descend in support when he saw Su-hee make a move. She approached the zombies, evading them with an eerie grace, and dashed into the building. She was not slaying the zombies. Rather, she was luring them. Chapter 28. Let us not settle the score, yet had she lost her mind? Su-liang's eyes widened, fixated on the figure below, only to see a shadow darting swiftly through the horde of zombies, and in the next moment, it headed straight for the adjacent building. The zombies, relentless, followed closely behind her into that very structure. Su-liang found himself in a quandary on the 15th floor, neither able to descend nor remain. After a brief moment of hesitation, he sighed and made his way down. Below, Su-hee agilely dodged the zombies, and as she entered the building, she cast a glance towards the window where a man was positioned high above. Noticing a flicker of anger in his eyes, a cold smirk crept upon her lips. She then ascended the staircase and, brandishing her dagger, commenced her assault on the zombies trailing behind her, enveloped in her wood-based supernatural powers. Any zombie attempting to lay a hand on Su-hee found their limbs severed, their teeth dislodged. Su-hee cast a fleeting glance at the grotesque figures of the zombies, skillfully evading them in the narrow corridor without delivering any fatal blows. A glance towards the window on the 2nd floor prompted her to nimbly ascend the stair railing and leap through the window. The zombies trailing behind her attempted to follow, but found themselves ensnared, unable to escape through the opening. Listening to their anguished howls, Su-hee seized a brief moment to catch her breath. She quietly dusted off her hands and approached the entrance of the building, closing the iron gate behind her without securing it. As for the other inhabitants of the building, she provided them with a chance at survival. Their fates now rested solely in the hands of destiny. After Su-hee was pursued by the zombies and entered the building, Suze and the others hurriedly followed. They happened to witness the moment Su-hee climbed through the window, and upon seeing her escape, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as they approached her. Su's mother looked at Su-hee with a face full of anxiety, her eyes brimming with concern and dissatisfaction. Are you out of your mind? How could you possibly use yourself to attract zombies? What if something goes wrong? If you were to get into trouble, how would we survive? Su's father cast a disapproving glance at Su-hee, saying, Your actions are rather extreme. Yet you executed them flawlessly. After his remark, Su's mother shot him an exasperated look. You praise her so, and who knows where that will lead. Instead of offering some guidance, you merely stand by, oblivious to the potential of her abilities, and do not even lend a hand. After Su's mother finished speaking, she immediately took Su-hee towards the car, refraining from rebuking her along the way, instead venting her frustration towards Su's father. She could not help but feel a sense of guilt. Hee, if only my abilities were a bit stronger, you would have to always be the one to face danger. From now on, we shall practice diligently. I cannot allow you to always be at the forefront. Mother will protect you. I will also practice more and strive to contract several formidable animals for our family, so you will not have to take such risks again. Indeed, Suze had finally matured, understanding the importance of safeguarding his sister. Hearing his words, Sue's mother beamed with delight and offered him praise. Observing Suze's joyful expression, her gaze flickered as she reminded him, "However, Suze, do not merely speak. It is essential to put in the effort. Of course, I want to protect my sister, as well as our parents. I feel capable of taking down a few more zombies. All right, let us hasten to the car. I wonder how Su Liang is faring right now." As Su Fu spoke, he heard the sound of heavy breathing and cautiously turned towards its source, only to see Su Liang, whom he had just mentioned, lurching towards them. Dragging his weary body and with numb legs, Su Liang glared at Suze and the others, unable to restrain his anger. "Suze, how could you let Su He face the zombies alone? How can you be so heartless? Where's your sister? Shouldn't you hurry to save her?" Glancing at the indifferent expressions of the adults, Su Liang's fury boiled over. "Uncle, Aunt, He is your daughter. Are you just going to stand there and watch her walk to her doom?" Meanwhile, Su He, already seated in the car, felt a surge of comfort at Su Liang's words. However, noticing that Suze and their parents remained silent and did not exit the vehicle to caution Su Liang, she felt a twinge of concern. After a moment of venting, Su Liang realized the peculiar looks from Suze and the others, and he touched his face. "What? Is there something strange on my face? Why are you all staring at me?" Suze quietly whistled and approached Su Liang, patting him on the shoulder with praise. "Good brother, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Although your previous deception was rather unsavory, I shall forgive you this time due to your unwavering support for my sister." "What does that mean? Where is Sister He? I'm right here." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Liang noticed Su He lowering her car window and waving at him. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The scene he witnessed from the 15th floor had left him deeply concerned. He had hurried down the stairs, nearly tumbling, and now his throat felt like it was on fire, only to find out that Su He was unharmed. Had he made the trip in vain? Just as he lamented his unfortunate fate, he heard Suze, standing nearby, adding salt to his wounds. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "I heard commotion from the 15th floor. I looked down and saw Sister He being chased by zombies. How could I possibly have time to climb back up?" He then turned to Suze with displeasure. "I refuse to climb this building again. It could cost me my life. Climbing to the 15th floor was already arduous enough, and if I had to do it again, I would surely be incapacitated today." Suze cast a disdainful glance at Su Liang, raising an eyebrow. "Your physique seems rather frail. After just reaching the 15th floor, you already..." As she spoke, Suze scrutinized Su Liang from head to toe, her gaze lingering deliberately lower. "This simply won't do." Su Liang, noticing the implication in Suze's eyes, hastily covered his vital area. He glanced at Su's mother and Su He beside him, only to find them regarding him with a look of pity which filled him with instant embarrassment, his ears turning crimson. "Suze, what nonsense are you spouting? It's merely the 15th floor. I can just climb it again. Oh, who are you underestimating? If climbing is all it takes, then let us do it." Su Liang rolled his eyes in frustration, realizing that this entire family viewed him as an outsider, which filled him with a sense of sorrow and a desire to weep. Just as he wore a distressed expression, he noticed a graceful figure ahead. "Here she comes, but honestly, your physique is even less capable than Suze's." "What? There is indeed something on the upper floor." Chapter 29. Envy Su He curled her lips into a faint smile. She had harbored suspicions ever since Su Liang insisted on climbing to the 25th floor. Initially, she thought it was merely because that was his home, and he was reluctant to part with its contents. However, it now appeared there were also supplies to consider. Yet, if Suze were to accompany them, she felt uneasy leaving her parents behind. With a younger sibling present, whose powers were still unstable, she dared not take the risk. If, in the interim of their ascent, how you were to inadvertently attract zombies with his abilities, it would spell trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Sui glanced back at Suze and suggested, "Perhaps we should ascend together?" Mother Su glanced at the apprehensive Su He, noticing the absence of anyone else to affirm her, and thus took the initiative. "All right, let us go together." Consequently, a small group followed Su Liang as they began their ascent. by the time they successfully reached the 25th floor. Half an hour had already elapsed. Suhi was utterly exhausted, glancing at Su Liang, who was panting heavily beside her. She found herself in agreement with Su Zhe's earlier remarks. Su Liang opened the door. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her decision. Her space contained a substantial amount of supplies, and if she were to climb 25 floors merely for a meager portion of resources from Su Liang, only to discover that they did not meet her expectations, their arduous ascent would have been entirely in vain. Su Liang opened the door and, casting a glance at Suhi behind him, managed a faint smile. "Please come in." Suhi was the first to step inside, but as soon as she entered Su Liang's home, her eyes widened in astonishment. She had presumed Su Liang to be wealthy, yet she had not anticipated such an extraordinary level of affluence. The living room was adorned with numerous boxes of cold weapons and firearms, surpassing even the arsenal her father had acquired, especially considering that Su Liang had learned about the apocalyptic situation slightly later than they had. Suhi recalled what Su Liang had previously mentioned about the conscious accumulation of supplies. It was evident that this individual possessed a certain cleverness. Behind him, Su Zhe cast a glance at the items in the living room, his eyes gleaming with envy. "Goodness, Su Liang, when did you amass all these? Acquiring such things is no easy feat." As Su Liang ascended the stairs, he felt a sense of pride upon seeing Su Zhe captivated by the weapons he had procured. "These were sourced by my elder brother. The world is turbulent, and it is not just you who are aware of it. We began our preparations early, and this entire floor is ours. It seems our efforts in coming here were not in vain." Sui's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Su Zhe and their parents. Initially, she believed that Su Liang had only brought items from his own household, feeling a twinge of regret for climbing the stairs. However, she was pleasantly surprised by the magnitude of the revelation, noticing the satisfied expressions on Su He and the others. Su Liang recalled the earlier unpleasantness and quickly offered an apology. "I must admit, I misled you before. I noticed your extraordinary abilities, and seeing Sister He effortlessly dispatch zombies, I thought it would be advantageous for you to join us, ensuring we could navigate this apocalypse with ease." He cast a sheepish glance at Su Zhe before continuing. "However, I did not anticipate encountering my elder brother and the others downstairs." He chuckled. "But is that the crux of the matter? The real issue lies in the fact that you did not disclose the truth to us. Had you been forthright, we might have agreed. Yet you took it upon yourself to make the decision and brought us along without our consent." Su Zhe rummaged through the weapons in the box, his tongue sharp and unrelenting. Noticing that Hao Yu was intrigued by a handgun, he casually tossed him a small pistol. Sui voiced her concerns, suggesting, "Let us refrain from playing with such items indoors. We should wait until we can venture outside." She continued, "At present, it seems we cannot openly take these things out." Su Liang furrowed his brow, recalling that he had just seen Su Ming and the others descend without carrying anything, leading him to surmise that these items must remain concealed for the time being. Sui nodded, contemplating the imminent arrival of the rescue team, and couldn't help but voice a reminder. "The rescue team is likely to arrive in the next few days. Do you have any plans for your departure?" This inquiry was primarily directed at Su Liang. Although her space was replete with an abundance of weapons, she understood that excess was not always beneficial. Moreover, she noticed that Su Liang had a sufficient supply of ammunition, presumably acquired through the efforts of someone named Su Ming. After all, Su Liang did not strike her as particularly astute. Su Liang shook his head, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Sister He, I cannot make that decision. I must defer to my elder brother. He was the one who instructed me to stockpile these items in advance, which required considerable effort to procure. Indeed, gathering so many supplies is no simple task. But what are your plans for their use?" "They cannot remain here indefinitely," she remarked, observing Su Liang's expression pale instantaneously. Su Mu cast a glance at Su He and interjected, "If only we could transport them directly. Then we could retrieve them when needed without the arduous climb. That ascent nearly cost me my life." "Then, Sister He, Annie, what do you suggest we do?" "I initially considered having Su Zhe come up to assist with transporting these items, but that poses quite a challenge." "Not at all a challenge," she reassured him, taking note of his distress. "This is not something you need to worry about. I trust your elder brother has a plan in place. While she was indeed tempted by the array of weapons, she realized that possessing them would render Su Liang and his companions uneasy. The last thing she desired was to attract unwanted trouble due to these arms. Ultimately, Su He, who was most averse to complications, decided to suppress her desire, recognizing that her own supplies were already ample. Seeing Su He and the others discuss the matter, Su Liang chose to set his concerns aside and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal for their guests. Before long, a steaming array of dishes emerged from the kitchen. Su He and the others took a seat and partook of some food, then began to scrutinize the situation at the Happiness Flower Garden. It was not their intention to observe. Rather, the noise from across the way was rather excessive. Despite the house's soundproofing, they could still distinctly hear the woman's shouts and the increasingly fierce roars of the zombies. Su Zhe and his companions, driven by curiosity, made their way to the adjacent balcony to gaze upon the scene unfolding before them. To their astonishment, they beheld an incredible sight. Outside the opposite building, zombies were relentlessly climbing, while numerous individuals emerged from the windows, their legs trembling with fear as they bravely descended. Suze cast a glance at Suhi, his expression rather intricate. Sister, the number of zombies has increased. The zombies were precisely those she had just lured, yet their quantity was evidently greater than before. This left only one possibility. The occupants of that building, upon witnessing her attract the zombies, panicked in their attempts to flee, inadvertently exposing themselves to bites. After all, she had only managed to sever the limbs and teeth of a portion of the undead. Nevertheless, she harbored no regrets. Her gaze fixed intently on the woman who had been the most vociferous in her curses. Remarkably, the very individual responsible for the debris hurled from above. Chapter 30. Standing and being shot at, perhaps due to the fervent intensity of Su He and her companion's stares, the woman who had thrown object from above, after uttering a few more invectives, turned her gaze towards them. Upon recognizing their presence, she shot them a glare filled with malice, her lips once again spewing vitriol. After scanning the vicinity, she picked up an object in her hand and hurled it towards Su He and her group. However, the distance between the two buildings proved too great. Upon realizing she could not reach them, the woman shot Su He a few more contemptuous glances before decisively shutting her window. Su Zhe, feeling somewhat indignant, pointed angrily across the way and exclaimed, "Is this woman not sick in the head? She began throwing things downstairs to attract the zombies while we were below, and now she continues this madness." Su Yang also glanced over, then curiously regarded Su He beside him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "I know that woman," he remarked. "You do? Then you must understand why she seeks to draw the zombies towards us," Su Zhe retorted. Su Yang gestured towards Su He, and upon noticing the puzzled expressions of those around him, he shook his head and said, "Jealousy. Jealousy? What could she possibly be jealous of?" Su Zhe exclaimed, utterly bewildered, especially since his sister did not even know this woman. Ah, the jealousy that exists between women. Moreover, this woman is quite notorious in our community, particularly for her disdain towards those who are strikingly beautiful. I mean, just look at Su He, a true beauty. Sue, is she being caught in the crossfire, even while standing? Su Zhe curled her lips and cast a glance at the window occupied by the woman in the opposite building. Crossing her arms defiantly, she hoped that the woman would manage to survive, lest she encounter her again and unleash her wrath. Beside her, Su's mother shared a sense of discontent. After all, they had just been thoroughly intimidated by that woman's display downstairs. Moreover, even before the apocalypse, tossing object from heights was deemed unacceptable. In this world ravaged by zombies, a moment's carelessness could lead to a gruesome fate at the hands of the undead. The woman's intentions were clearly malicious, and the motive behind her hostility was rooted in jealousy. Such a sinister mind was indeed capable of surviving in these dire times. Su's mother, with a hint of concern, gazed at Su He and said, He, it is all my fault for bringing you into this world with such beauty. I never anticipated that it would incite jealousy in others. I am perplexed by the mindset of these individuals. Mother, you need not blame yourself for this." So he burst into laughter. Just as a few others were about to speak, they heard the sound of keys turning in the door lock from outside. Su Ming and his companions entered, panting heavily, and immediately collapsed onto the floor. Once they caught their breath and glanced around the living room, they were left utterly astonished. Su Liangyu, you didn't confiscate any of this? Indeed, they all know now. We had already agreed to hide everything before we went out. Then who was it that led them to this room? Su Liang? Su Zhe observed the group of individuals engaged in fervent discussion, and with a hint of displeasure, he cast a disdainful glance before leaning closer to Su He and murmuring softly, "We have already discerned their intentions. What is the point of this charade? You shall not take these items. They are the fruits of our labor, and you have no claim to them." Su Ming, catching wind of the chatter behind him, cleared his throat and interjected, "Silence. Has Miss Su uttered anything? You all seem overly eager. Yet what appears valuable to you may not hold the same significance for Miss Su and her companions. These items belong to you, and rest assured, we shall not lay a finger upon them." Sui cast a final glance at the several crates of weapons, although a hint of regret lingered. Her curiosity regarding how these individuals intended to transport the arms began to take precedence. She pondered aloud, "Mr. Su, have you devised a plan for transporting these items? Or do you intend to remain here indefinitely?" "Indeed, brother," another interjected, "even amidst the apocalypse where zombies roam freely, there will undoubtedly be rescue teams arriving eventually. It is impractical for us to transport all of these items. If we attempt to take them out openly, it would surely attract attention." "What does it matter?" retorted another. "There are so many of us, each person can wield a weapon. Let them see if they dare to act." Upon hearing their grandiose declarations, Su Zhe clapped his hands, drawing the attention of Su Ming and the others. With a tone of disdain, he remarked, "You all are quite impressive, indeed, to think you could oppose a rescue team. One might wonder whether to commend your bravado or to lament your ignorance." Turning his gaze to the taciturn Su Ming, he continued, "At first glance, I presumed Mr. Su to be a formidable figure, yet it appears I have misjudged." Sui cast a glance at Su Zhe, who was stirring up animosity everywhere, shaking her head in exasperation and affection. Su Ming, however, erupted into hearty laughter. "We must thank Mr. Su for the reminder. It is indeed quite conspicuous to transport so many weapons, yet it is all in the name of survival. Otherwise, who would undertake such tasks?" He then turned his gaze towards Su He, speaking with significant undertones. "However, I believe Miss Su must have a solution, considering you have stockpiled quite a number of supplies and even ordered 5 modified vehicles from Su Liang. The provisions you carry, along with those in your vehicles, will only suffice for a few days." Sui felt a sudden jolt in her heart and turned her gaze towards Su Liang. Upon seeing Su Liang wave his hand, she redirected her attention to Su Ming, inquiring about his intentions. "What does Mr. Su mean by that?" "My brother suggests that you have hidden all the supplies. With dozens of trucks worth of goods, I am indeed curious where you have concealed them. Are they in the villa?" Upon hearing this, Su Liang instinctively shook his head. Having spent several days at the villa alongside Su Zhe, he had not observed a significant amount of supplies within, though he had not paid much attention. Now, with Su Ming's mention, he began to feel puzzled. "Indeed, Su Zhe, I have been residing in the villa for so many days and have not noticed a substantial quantity of supplies there. Furthermore, the garage lacks the other 3 modified vehicles. Could it be that you have additional locations for storing supplies?" Contemplating this further, he increasingly agreed with his own notion and turned to Su Zhe, continuing, "Could it be that there are hidden chambers within your villa, perhaps as a precaution for tumultuous times?" Su Zhe curled his lips in disdain as he glanced at Su Yang. "Your imagination is quite rich, but your words aren't far from the truth. Indeed, their villa district is fortunate in its possessions, while we here. It was manageable with an elevator back then, but now climbing the stairs is utterly exhausting. I have a suggestion. With so many of us, we could each stand in a corridor and assist in transporting the items down. Afterwards, we can find a place to store them. Whenever needed, we can retrieve them, thus sparing ourselves from such unnecessary toil." "Excellent idea." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe immediately gave a thumbs up, only to be halted by Su He, who looked at him in confusion. "Well then, you all carry on, since it's not our concern. We'll take our leave." Chapter 31. Infected by their foolishness with that, Suhi tugged at Su Zhe, intending to head outside. She had come to realize Su Liang's purpose in summoning them. It was simply to exploit them as free labor. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Liang protested. "Oh no. Sister He, you've already come this far. Can't you lend us a hand? I recall someone mentioning that these items aren't meant for us, advising against taking an interest in them, but if you help out, that would complicate things, wouldn't it?" Su's father had been observing from the sidelines, initially contemplating allowing his son and daughter to take charge in these tumultuous times. However, he quickly realized that these individuals held little regard for him and his wife, brazenly attempting to intimidate their daughter in their presence. The Su brothers, Su Ming and Su Liang, exchanged awkward glances with Su's parents and expressed their regrets, stating that the harsh words spoken were merely a result of their own flustered state upon being caught. They urged Su's family not to take those remarks to heart. Subsequently, they proposed a division of resources, suggesting a 3-to-7 split. Noticing the indifference of Su He and the others, Su Ming found himself uncertain of their intentions and glanced at Su Liang, silently prompting him to speak. Su Liang, feeling guilty about deceiving Su Zhe and now causing them to work in vain, felt a sense of relief upon hearing Su Ming's suggestion. He addressed Su He and her siblings, assuring them, "Rest assured about what my elder brother has said. Furthermore, we possess not only these weapons, but also a considerable amount of supplies, albeit in limited quantities." Su Zhe suddenly realized something, pointing at Su Liang and speaking. "You mentioned earlier that all 25 floors belong to you. Are you implying that you have stored supplies here?" Su Liang nodded, only to receive a significant eye roll from Su Zhe in response. Consequently, Su Zhe distanced himself from Su Liang and his companions, fearing that he might be infected by their foolishness. Noticing the disdain directed at him, Su Liang pouted and remarked, "Well, all our funds have been invested in these items. Were we supposed to rent a warehouse? Besides, isn't time of the essence? Given the circumstances, shall we split at 70-30? I trust you have no objections?" Sui raised an eyebrow, observing that these individuals were in agreement. She instructed Su Ming and Su Liang, the two brothers, to allocate their supplies. Aside from their room on the 25th floor, which was stocked with weapons, the other rooms were primarily filled with medications, drinking water, crop seeds, and a minimal amount of resources. It was no wonder they were busy searching for supplies at the onset of the apocalypse. They likely sought to capitalize on the prevailing anxiety and turmoil of the early days, aiming to gather as many resources as possible. Thus, it appears that this group is not merely composed of the reckless. At the very least, they exhibit a semblance of unity. After all, when one acknowledges the instability of the world, it is difficult to trust those who hoard supplies with their entire fortune. Yet, these individuals were willing to invest all they possessed in procuring these essential resources. Suhi observed Su Ming and Su Liang's group as they meticulously counted their allocated supplies. Glancing at Su Zhe beside him, he nodded and began to gather his own belongings. This action left Su Ming and his companions utterly astonished. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Su He. Where had the supplies gone? Those provisions they had labored so hard to obtain seemed to have vanished. I just saw Ms. Su make a move. Could it be that she is responsible for this? Su Liang, after a moment of shock, regained his composure and directed his gaze toward Su He. "Do you possess spatial abilities?" he inquired, considering that Su Zhe and their parents each had unique powers. He had never heard of Su He having such abilities. Yet, the sudden disappearance of the supplies before their very eyes led him to suspect otherwise. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Su Ming and the others looked at Su He with equal astonishment. Observing the bewildered expressions of the group, Su Zhe felt a surge of pride and exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, let them witness our powers." Sire and Dame Su exchanged resigned glances. Then each conjured a sphere of fire and a stream of water in their palms, evoking a flicker of envy in the eyes of Su Ming and the others. They then turned their attention to Su Zhe, inquiring, "Might we be graced with a glimpse of your extraordinary abilities, Mr. Su? We are quite curious to know what your powers entail." "Indeed, we are intrigued. What kind of extraordinary talent does Mr. Su possess?" "In the novels I've read, there are powers associated with the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as formidable lightning abilities. Which category does Mr. Su belong to? Su Yang, upon hearing this, hastily cleared his throat, attempting to halt the incessant questioning. They had inadvertently tread into sensitive territory, hadn't they? Su Zhe cast a glance at Su Liang, his displeasure evident. I am not endowed with lightning powers. I merely possess the ability to comprehend the speech of animals. Comprehend the speech of animals? Well, that seems rather insignificant, doesn't it? Indeed, understanding the words of cats and dogs is hardly advantageous in a post-apocalyptic world. I dare say, the fire and water abilities would prove far more practical for exterminating zombies. Sui glanced at Su Zhe's increasingly dark expression and, with a hint of impatience, spoke up. Are y'all going to move or not? If you're going to move, do it quickly. We are still waiting to set off. Hey, isn't it true that you possess a spatial ability? Why don't we simply utilize your space for this? Su Liang said, somewhat perplexed by Su He's remark. They clearly had a convenient spatial solution at hand. Why not make use of it? Swiss Maid Fantly. Yet the mirth did not reach her eyes. It is not that I do not wish to use it, but rather that I tend to avoid complications. What complications? Someone interjected. Utilizing space is exceedingly convenient, just as you did moments ago, effortlessly storing it away, sparing us the toil of moving it. Indeed, Miss Su, why not simply gather everything into the space? The onlookers had already witnessed the efficacy and convenience of Su He's spatial abilities, and the thought of laboriously transporting those items down the stairs made the prospect of using space seem far more appealing. Su Ming, sitting nearby, shook his head and crossed his legs, settling in. Let us hold our tongues for a moment. Just a while ago, you were all expressing concerns about these items attracting Miss Su's covetous gaze, yet now you urge her to store them away? Observing the collective shame that washed over those he addressed, Su Ming continued. Moreover, I suspect Miss Su's family has hoarded quite a few items themselves, and it would be rather difficult to reconcile once everything is combined. Our belongings are meager in comparison. It is rather sister He's possessions that outweigh ours. They would not take advantage of us, yet our position would become precarious. Su Yang also cast a glance at his companions, suddenly realizing that bringing Su Zhe and his group here had been a miscalculation, and he felt a pang of guilt towards Su Zhe's family. Chapter 32. Journey together. Hearing Su Liang's words, Su Ming chuckled lightly, then remarked, I have faith in Miss Su's character. As for us, I shall ensure that we conduct ourselves properly, so as not to burden Miss Su's family. Su Zhe and Su He exchanged a glance, followed by a burst of laughter as they exclaimed, That's wonderful. We hope Mr. Su will not disappoint us. Afterward, Su He waved her hand and swiftly gathered the supplies from each room into her space. Su Yang glanced at Su Ming beside him, recalling the earlier suggestion made by Su He and her companions, and tentatively inquired, Brother, are we preparing to evacuate from City S by taking these supplies? Su Ming noted that, turning his gaze towards Su He and her group, and cautiously proposed, Miss Su, would your family like to join us? We could travel together, with their considerable supplies. It would be rather inconvenient to transport everything by vehicle. It would be splendid if Su He and her family could accompany them. With Su He's spatial abilities and her parents possessing supernatural powers, they would have little to fear from zombies or robbers in the future. Moreover, they had access to firearms. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Su Liang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly pulled Su Zhe closer and said, Indeed, it would be wonderful to travel together. We are already in an apocalyptic world. If we separate now, we may never meet again. Although Su Zhe felt a flutter of excitement, he glanced at the expressions of Su He, as well as their parents, and upon seeing no objections, he surveyed Su Ming and the others, noting their eager faces. He acquiesced. However, he raised an eyebrow at Su Ming and stated, While I am amenable to our collaboration, I must insist that none among you falter or adopt a self-righteous demeanor. In this chaotic world after the apocalypse, trust is a rare commodity. A single misstep could cost more than one life. Of course, we are all acutely aware of the turmoil that surrounds us, and we must exercise caution even in our efforts to save others. Indeed, he continued, having made the decision to unite, we must stand together as one. Moreover, we have heard from Su Liang about Miss Su's remarkable capabilities. As the group of more than 10 agreed to travel together, Suhi furrowed her brow. She had intended to journey solely with her family, as each additional companion heightened the risk. Nevertheless, since Su Ming would take responsibility for his own group, she felt reassured. After concluding their discussions, they resolved to set off the following morning. That evening, they finished dinner early and began to rest. The next day dawned. As Suhi and his companions descended the stairs, each bearing a backpack, they prepared to embark towards the safe haven. Upon reaching the ground floor from the 25th level, they were met with a grim sight. A considerable number of zombies had gathered below. The group exchanged anxious glances, their eyes drawn to the throng of undead amassed outside the community. Su Liang, with a palpable sense of trepidation, remarked, "Why do the zombies seem to multiply by the day? Just yesterday, there were hardly this many." Indeed, another responded, "Yesterday we encountered only a handful, at most a dozen. Now, it appears we are nearing 100. With our mere 20 individuals, how can we possibly contend with such a horde?" As the group observed the increasingly agitated zombies outside, unease settled among them. They huddled together in the corridor between the first and second floors, hesitant to venture outside. Upon witnessing the scene, Suhi strode directly towards the staircase, casting a glance at the ever-growing mass of zombies outside, feeling a sense of bewilderment. These zombies appeared to gather as if possessed of consciousness, while others meandered about, seemingly in search of something. How peculiar! Such a phenomenon had only occurred in her previous life during the emergence of psychic mutated zombies, yet only a few days had passed, and already there were signs of mutation. Could it be a consequence of her and Shen Nianbai's rebirth? Were these zombies undergoing rapid evolution as well? If so, the pace of human evolution could hardly keep up with the zombie's transformation. In her previous life, the speed of zombie evolution was alarmingly swift, while humanity faced repeated defeats and retreats, ultimately leading to the swift downfall of City-S. The major provinces could scarcely establish a safe haven of fewer than 10,000 souls, and even that was among the more populous of the other bases. Yet, when waves of zombies, large and small, attacked, the populace was unable to withstand the onslaught, as the majority of those fewer than 10,000 were ordinary people, with very few possessing abilities. Thus, when Lin Xinghe, a second-tier water ability wielder, later joined their ranks, she was met with such overwhelming acclaim. As Suze noticed he gazing intently at the horde of zombies outside, he could not help but approach her, curiously inquiring, "Sister, do you not find these zombies rather peculiar?" "Peculiar? In what way?" Su Liang, who had overheard their conversation, drew closer and asked, subsequently directing his gaze towards the throng of zombies within the community. Suze, noticing that Su Liang failed to recognize the peculiarities of the zombies, couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction. Casting a glance at the others behind him who awaited his clarification, he decided to dispense with the suspense. Pointing at the zombies, he began, "The zombies we encountered yesterday were not in clusters. They only banded together to attack and bite when humans appeared. Yet now, they're moving in groups. Do you not find this strange? Indeed, when we ventured out yesterday in search of supplies, we also encountered them individually, only reacting in such a manner upon sensing our presence. Could it be that these zombies have a leader? A leader? Do these zombies possess consciousness?" Seeing that the crowd had already formed their own suspicions, Suhi no longer concealed the truth. "As you witnessed yesterday, a few of us have awakened our extraordinary abilities. However, these powers are not exclusive to humans. Zombies can awaken them too, and the flesh and blood of those with abilities can drive zombies into a frenzy." Upon hearing this, the faces of the onlookers paled, and they instinctively distanced themselves from the group. Beside her, Suze smirked, unable to hold back. "Wait a minute. When you all learned about our abilities yesterday, you were eager to join us. Why the sudden fear now?" Su Yang stepped forward to support Suhi. "Just a few days ago, I was with Sister He and Suze, and nothing happened to me. You all need to stop overthinking. If we have decided to journey together, we must cultivate a sense of teamwork." Hearing Su Yang's words of defense, Suhi smiled knowingly and chose to remain silent. "Hey, why are you all crowding at the entrance? Hurry and get outside. The young girl, feeling the gaze of the crowd upon her, blushed instantly, casting her eyes over the group before finally resting them on the handsome Su-hee and Su-liang. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Su-hee stood quietly at the entrance on the first floor, hearing a somewhat familiar female voice, yet unable to see its owner. She remained still, observing the horde of zombies outside. Move aside, I'm going out. Chapter 33. The Horde. As she pondered how to lead such a large group to safety, Su-hee heard the voice once more, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Su-hee cast a glance at the expressions of the crowd, particularly at Su-liang. It seemed that the person responsible for Su-liang's tragic demise in the previous life had already made their appearance. TSK, Su-liang, that sycophant, had devoted himself to flattery to the extent that he ultimately sacrificed his own life. Yet, one wonders whether the conclusion of this life will diverge from that of the last. The woman, observing that the group was hesitating to step outside, took a moment to survey the scene and was met with a sight of a throng of frenzied individuals, lowly groaning. Curious, she inquired, "What has happened to those people outside? Why are they all gathered together? It seems rather peculiar." Sue, Sufe, others. Upon hearing the girl's words, Su-hee and her companions exchanged puzzled glances. Noticing her bewildered expression, which appeared genuine, they widened their eyes in astonishment. Su-liang, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to recount the events of the past few days. "My dear," he began, "you may not be aware, but just a few days ago, the apocalypse commenced. The zombies depicted on television have truly emerged." Witnessing Su-liang's earnest demeanor, Su-hee let out a sigh. Indeed, the woman possessed an enchanting beauty, resembling a sweet maiden, her round face evoking a sense of vulnerability. Had it not been for her recent interactions with Su-liang, knowing well his character, she might have been uncertain whether to align herself with him or the girl. Seeing the girl's face turn pale with fear upon hearing Su-liang's words, she instinctively lowered her head, clutching herself tightly. When she raised her gaze again, her eyes brimmed with tears, a sight that stirred compassion in the hearts of all the males present. Consequently, they flocked to offer her comfort. While only Su-ze and Su's father exchanged knowing glances, a hint of disdain playing on their lips. Mother Su cast a disdainful glance at Father Su and admonished, "Be discerning. Henceforth, limit your interactions with such individuals." Turning her gaze towards Su-ze, she continued, "You too? Those people seem to possess eyes planted beneath their feet. Our he is exceptionally beautiful, yet they flock to curry favor with a duplicitous woman, while our he appears disinterested. It truly infuriates me." Su's mother observed the girl encircled by Su-liang and his companions, comforted with a beaming smile. She grasped Su-hee and the others, urging them to leave. If not now, then when? Su-hee glanced at the horde of zombies gathered nearby, and took Haoyu's hand, leading him towards the exit. However, just as they stepped outside, they were called to a halt. "Hey, beautiful sister, are you heading out? Aren't you afraid?" Su-liang, witnessing Su-hee and her companions fleeing, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Hey, don't leave me behind. Why are you just abandoning me?" Indeed, how could they leave so abruptly? Surely, they weren't planning to escape while leaving us to attract the zombies, were they? Su-hee disregarded any conversation with Su-liang and his companions, immediately driving off after her family boarded the vehicle. Su-liang and the others hurriedly pursued her. Fortunately, their car from the previous day was parked not far from the building, allowing them to catch up in time. Su-liang exchanged a glance with Su-ming, and they swiftly followed in Su-hee's wake. No one had the time to continue speaking with the girl, but just as Su-liang and his group had run a few meters away, they were halted by the girl's urgent shout. "There's zombies outside. Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" Upon hearing this, Su-ming and the others widened their eyes, glancing at the encircled horde of zombies with expressions of fury directed at the girl behind them. This woman was truly a nuisance. They noticed the zombies had already perceived the commotion and began to lunge toward them. Su-ming quickly signaled for his group of over 10 people to get into the car. Su-liang glanced back at the girl, who stood frozen with concern, and, in a state of panic, he grabbed her and dashed toward the vehicle. As the girl exited the building, she was confronted by a horde of zombies charging toward them. The grotesque faces of the undead were horrifying, some with decaying flesh hanging from their features and bloodied remnants at the corners of their mouths. Terror seized her, and she collapsed to the ground, inadvertently causing Su Liang to stumble as well. The girl frantically waved her hands, stammering, "They're terrifying. I can't run anymore. My legs all is soaking." Hearing her words, Su Liang looked down at her trembling legs, gritting his teeth as he crouched to carry her. However, the zombies were already upon them, mere meters away. As he bent down to assist her, the ravenous horde surged forward. In a moment of desperation, Su Liang extended his arms to shield them, but then gunfire erupted. A bullet struck the shoulder of the nearest zombie, merely pushing it back a meter. Following that, several more shots rang out, causing the zombies to become increasingly agitated. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang abandoned the idea of carrying the girl and instead yanked her along as they fled. Were they not all terrified of the zombies? What a bunch of fools. Beside them, Su Zhe observed as the others fired multiple shots at the zombies, cursing under his breath. He regretted agreeing to follow Su Liang. He felt that his family's safety had become even more precarious in their company. Upon hearing these words, Suhi couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that her parents had indeed taken to heart the things she often expressed. However, since these individuals had already resolved to embark on this journey together, there was no reason not to extend a helping hand, especially considering that they were now encircled by zombies. Suhi halted a few dozen meters away from the zombies. Then, weapon in hand, charged directly forward. Chapter 34. Rendered speechless. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhe and the others swiftly armed themselves and disembarked from the vehicle, leaving only the youngest, Hao Yu, behind. He silently observed the unfolding drama, his gaze fixated on Su He, who navigated through the sea of corpses. The radiant green aura enveloping Su He astonished him, yet he had little time to ponder as he hurriedly grasped the girl's hand and fled. Meanwhile, Su Ming and the others, taken aback by the vibrant green light surrounding Su He, widened their eyes in disbelief. What astounded them even more was the sight of a seemingly frail woman daring to venture into a horde of zombies, wielding a dagger with fierce determination as she aimed for the heads of the undead. They could not help but swallow hard. Surely, they had not offended this individual in the past. Moreover, they were now in her company. It seemed they had struck a fortune. The more they contemplated, the more confidence surged within Su Ming and the others. As they gazed at the approaching zombies, their fear dissipated and they raised their weapons, firing resolutely at the oncoming threat. As Suhi observed the zombies and humans drawn by the gunfire, she glanced at Su Ming and his group, fervently battling the undead. Almost overwhelmed, she swiftly flipped her dagger and lunged toward the nearest zombie's head. In a fluid motion, she darted to Su Ming's side, regarding them with a look of incredulity, and exclaimed, "Are you all fools? Firing your weapons will only attract more zombies. If you wish to survive, put away your guns." Her words left the group stunned, and they turned to behold the increasing swarm of zombies surrounding the community. They hurriedly stowed their firearms and began to search for nearby objects to use as weapons against the undead. Before they could continue their search, Suhi produced an assortment of weapons from her spatial storage: machetes, axes, kitchen knives, baseball bats, and more. Only when they began to arm themselves to combat the zombies did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the earlier gunfire had already lured numerous zombies, as well as several humans who, seeing the zombies occupied, took the opportunity to flee from the areas with fewer undead. Not only Suhi noticed this, others did as well, and a sense of inequity began to brew among them. Some even started shouting at those making their escape. Suhi was utterly speechless. Were these individuals truly foolish? Contemplating this, she glanced towards Su Ming. Upon meeting his gaze, she promptly shot him a significant eye roll. Su Ming, perplexed by her reaction, hurried towards her while fending off zombies. However, the overwhelming number of the undead caused them to become separated. Suhi then turned her attention to Su Zhe and his companions, who were valiantly battling against the zombies, only to find themselves encircled. The speed at which they wielded their daggers intensified. Unfortunately, the recent escape had attracted a multitude of zombies, making it impossible for her to eliminate them all. She could even feel that her wood-based abilities were markedly diminished. The verdant glow enveloping her body was growing increasingly faint. After dispatching the zombies before her, that green light vanished entirely. A sudden jolt coursed through Soo-hye's heart, and disregarding her depleting abilities, she hastily extricated herself from the encirclement of zombies. However, it was not long before her strength began to wane. She was compelled to both slay the advancing undead and retreat in preparation for an imminent escape. To her astonishment, these zombies appeared to possess a semblance of awareness. Upon noticing her evasive maneuvers, they ceased their assault, instead methodically pressing her backward. A wave of alarm washed over Soo-hye as she glimpsed her family growing ever more distant. In that fleeting moment, she resolved to divert the zombies away from her loved ones, granting Soo-hye and the others a chance to flee. With this determination, Soo-hye retreated while utilizing nearby vehicles as shields, simultaneously creating noise to disorient the zombies. In no time, the commotion drew the attention of the undead near Soo-hye, who began rushing toward her. Observing the horde being lured away, Soo-hye urgently waved to Soo-hye, signaling them to depart. In the next heartbeat, she quickened her pace, but the ravenous zombies pursued her with alarming speed. Just as it seemed she would be captured, she veered into a nearby corner, only to find a figure standing ominously ahead. Soo-hye felt a flicker of surprise within, as an instinct warned her that the person before her was exceedingly perilous. Moreover, it was highly probable that in a situation where one was pursued by zombies, any encountered individual was likely not human. Yet, with danger looming ahead and behind, there was no escaping this person. At that critical juncture, Soo-hye beheld a formidable surge of lightning-like powers illuminating the path ahead, aimed directly at the individual before her. Shen Nianbai. The rarity and swift precision of this lightning ability made it difficult not to associate it with Shen Nianbai. However, had he not already departed? With little time to ponder, Soo-hye watched as the lightning struck the zombie's head, only to be astounded when a flash of blinding light revealed that the zombie had suffered no harm whatsoever. What kind of zombie was this? Capable of evading even lightning powers? Could it be that this zombie had acquired abilities? Be careful, hee. Shen Nianbai had just arrived and noticed Soo-hye being besieged by zombies from all sides, one of whom was the very Lin Qinghe he had previously slain, now transformed into a zombie. Intrigued yet concerned, Shen Nianbai swiftly pulled Soo-hye into his embrace, unleashing his lightning powers to assail the horde behind them. The bolts struck the zombies' heads, and in an instant, smoke billowed from their bodies, their hair standing on end as they collapsed one by one. Just as he contemplated continuing his assault against the remaining zombies, Shen Nianbai suddenly sensed a threat from behind. As he shielded Soo-hye, several water spikes shot towards them. Could it be? A chilling thought crossed his mind. After all, both he and Soo-hye possessed the ability to be reborn. Could it not be possible for others as well? Otherwise, how could one explain Lin Qinghe's sudden acquisition of powers after his death, along with an immunity to his lightning abilities? As Soo-hye felt her powers waning, upon hearing Shen Nianbai's call, she realized that Shen Nianbai had not adhered to their agreed-upon plan to split into two groups and meet at the S-City safe base. While a sense of distress enveloped her, she also felt a flicker of relief. Although she had prepared to retreat into her space, one could never be too cautious. Thankfully, Shen Nianbai had arrived. However, when her gaze fell upon Shen Nianbai's face, she was taken aback to find that even the usually indifferent and cold Shen Nianbai could display such an expression. Following Shen Nianbai's line of sight, the truth dawned upon her. She hastily extricated herself from Shen Nianbai's embrace and, with a frosty demeanor, questioned, "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Chapter 35. May I accompany you? Shen Nianbai looked at Soo-hye, somewhat perplexed, noticing the zombies behind them eagerly surging forward. He seized Soo-hye's hand and urged her to continue running, his right hand relentlessly unleashing bolts of electric power towards the pursuing undead. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Soo-hye understood the urgency of preserving their lives and chose not to engage in disputes with Shen Nianbai. She immediately followed Shen Nianbai as they fled, though the relentless horde of zombies pursued them closely. Particularly alarming was a seemingly sentient zombie, Lin Qinghe, who appeared to be directing the others. Glancing at Shen Nianbai, who was both pulling her along and continuously unleashing her abilities, Suhi felt a wave of guilt, realizing she was a burden. If it weren't for her, Shen Nianbai, who had survived until the end of the last apocalypse, would not be ensnared by these zombies. With that thought, she relinquished Shen Nianbai's hand and swiftly stepped into her spatial realm. Surely, Shen Nianbai could escape alone now. This is your space, she heard, nodding in acknowledgement. Suhi was suddenly struck by the realization that there were others within her space. Turning around, she was astonished to find Shen Nianbai standing there. How could you enter my space? Seeing a living person like Shen Nianbai appear in her domain left Suhi utterly bewildered. She had tested this space before and found that only she could traverse it. Even Su Zhe and their parents could not enter. Why could Shen Nianbai? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Shen Nianbai's face before she regained her usual aloof demeanor and replied, "You let go of my hand in a moment of panic, and I inadvertently followed you into this space." Suhi understood without further elaboration, though she still felt a tinge of confusion. What mattered was that they were both alive. After entering the space, Shen Nianbai noticed a familiar villa before him. Observing Suhi's lack of reaction, he strode toward it, and after a moment of hesitation, he followed suit. All these supplies were hoarded after your rebirth? I never imagined there would be so much, and the variety is quite impressive. As he spoke, Shen Nianbai glanced at a pile of seed bags and then at the expansive, vacant land within the space. He suggested to Suhi, "Since we have nothing pressing to attend to, why not plant these seeds? After all, we may not have access to these resources outside." Looking at the bags of vegetable and fruit seeds, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Suhi recognized the underlying sentiment. She opened her mouth to speak, but chose silence, given the circumstances. As Shen Nianbai picked up the seed bags, Suhi stepped forward to accept them, tearing them open with a quiet mantra of planting in her mind. The seeds floated into the air and settled into the designated plots for fruits and vegetables, while the spring water in the space began to irrigate the newly sown seeds at her behest. Shen Nianbai watched in awe, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I never anticipated this space could be utilized in such a manner. I have gained new insights. I was merely experimenting. I never expected it would actually work." Suhi replied, glancing at the mark in her palm. She wondered how different her past life might have been had she possessed such a space then. "What are you pondering?" Shen Nianbai inquired, sensing her reminiscent thoughts. Fortunately, in this life, her wishes were finally being fulfilled. After planting the seeds, Suhi led Shen Nianbai into the house. Yet, as they entered, Suhi felt a growing curiosity. She glanced at the seemingly at ease Shen Nianbai and could no longer contain her inquiry. "Shen Nianbai, do you not find this place somewhat familiar?" Hearing her words, Shen Nianbai felt a flicker of unease. He could even hear the rapid beating of his heart and quickly averted his gaze from Suhi, fearing she might see through him. After scanning the surroundings of the house, his heartbeat steadied, and he turned to Suhi, frowning in confusion. "It does seem somewhat familiar. Perhaps this resembles that villa from our previous lives? But how could it possibly exist within a space?" Suhi found herself chuckling at her own statement. It was indeed odd for a modern-style villa to exist within a space, yet the apocalypse itself was not. Was it so strange that some among them awakened abilities? Perhaps she was simply overreacting. Casting another glance at the slightly uncomfortable Shen Nianbai, Suhi waved her hand dismissively and proceeded to the storage area to prepare their meals. After dining, Suhi intended to venture outside to assess the situation, but Shen Nianbai stopped her. "It's unsafe for you to go alone. If we're to leave, we should do so together." The grip on her wrist was painful, and upon meeting Shen Nianbai's resolute gaze, Suhi managed a wry smile and replied nonchalantly, "Very well. After all, your abilities are formidable." Suhi took out her phone to check the time and was astonished to realize that 2 days had elapsed outside since she and Shen Nianbai entered the space. No wonder the zombies had vanished without a trace. She hurried back to the spot where she had previously allowed Su Zhe and the others to leave, and indeed found no sign of them. Only a few scattered zombies wandered aimlessly, and upon noticing her approach, they began to charge towards her. Suhi enveloped herself in wood-based abilities and brandished her dagger, charging towards the zombie with determination. The twin blades aimed directly at the creature's head. After conducting a thorough search in the residential area, Sui still could not locate any trace of Su Zhe and the others. Just as she was about to depart in her vehicle, Shen Nianbai spoke up from behind, gesturing towards a particular spot. The rescue team must have been here. Look over there. Following the direction of Shen Nianbai's finger, Sui noticed a heap of charred zombies piled at the entrance of the community. Accompanied by a message left behind, "Proceed to S City Safe Base," signed S. Sui suddenly realized that this was left for her by Su Zhe and the others. Yet, in this lifetime, could she still not escape the confines of the S City Safety Base? As this thought crossed her mind, her exquisite visage was tinged with a pale hue. That place was her land of nightmares. Lost in contemplation, she noticed Shen Nianbai approaching her. "May I accompany you?" His voice quivered slightly, and he shut his eyes, afraid to meet Su He's gaze, fearing she might utter words of refusal. Chapter 36. Do not want him. Haven't you always followed me? Sui replied awkwardly upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words. Although Su Zhe and her companions were following the rescue team, they were not truly allies, which left her feeling uneasy. If any unforeseen circumstances arose during the journey, her rebirth would be in vain. With that thought in mind, she glanced at the visibly elated Shen Nianbai and urged, "We need to hasten our pace." As she spoke, she retrieved a modified off-road vehicle from her spatial storage. Just as she was about to open the door to the driver's seat, Shen Nianbai beat her to it. His profile was set in a determined gaze, exuding an indescribable aura. For a moment, Sui found herself captivated. If one were to overlook the chaos of the surrounding battle with zombies, she would be inexplicably reminded of the time in her previous life when Shen Nianbai would pick her up from work. His expression as cold as if someone owed him money. "Get in the car." Lost in her reverie, she was interrupted by Shen Nianbai. Sui bit her lip, silently chastising herself. When would she manage to rid herself of the impact Shen Nianbai's demeanor had on her? Wasn't the trauma from her previous life sufficient? "What did you mean when you said I regretted it?" Shen Nianbai's expression darkened slightly, recalling a comment he had made earlier when they encountered the zombie Lin Qinghe. He still couldn't comprehend what she had meant by regret. Having settled into the passenger seat, Sui was about to adjust her seat for a moment of rest when Shen Nianbai's question caught her off guard. After a brief mental search, she finally grasped his meaning. "You killed your white moonlight with your own hands. Don't you regret it?" Shen Nianbai responded with a question mark in his expression. "Are you talking about Lin Qinghe?" In the preceding moment, Sui had been regretting her impulsive words, which seemed to imply jealousy. Just as she was preparing to refute, she heard Shen Nianbai mention Lin Qinghe's name. A pang of bitterness surged within her. Indeed, the perpetually aloof Shen Nianbai only remembered Lin Qinghe, his white moonlight. Had she not learned a bloody lesson from this? Upon hearing Su, he referred to the tale of the white moonlight. Shen Nianbai involuntarily recalled the rumors that circulated among the members of the Dawn Squad in his previous life, as well as the gossip surrounding Lin Qinghe before the apocalypse, as though it was merely about her being his white moonlight. However, with many suitors around him, both male and female, it had been troublesome to reject them, allowing the rumors to proliferate. After he began a relationship with Su He believed the rumors would dissipate on their own. Yet he never anticipated that Su He would harbor such thoughts. As he pieced together Su He's reasoning, Shen Nianbai was struck by a sudden realization. Was Su He distancing herself from him because of Lin Qinghe? In his previous life, Su He had perished in the midst of a zombie tide, and he had later investigated the entire incident, discovering that Lin Qinghe had orchestrated the trap, even sacrificing her own sister in the process. Yet, because of their Cold War, he had left her to face the zombie horde alone, believing that with his level 3 lightning ability and teleportation, he could have saved both Lin Qinghe and Su He. However, as these thoughts coursed through Shen Nianbai's mind, his heart spasmed violently, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. No wonder he had turned away from him. It was all due to his own arrogance and self-importance. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su He ceased to engage in further conversation. Lying down to rest her eyes, just as she was on the verge of slumber, she felt the vehicle lurch violently. Startled, she opened her drowsy eyes and glanced around, noting the dismembered limbs of zombies scattered along the road. However, the driving was far too erratic to be attributed solely to the terrain. Her gaze shifted to the driver, Shen Nianbai, who was hunched over, his face pale, yet his eyes remained fixated ahead, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Alarmed, Sui called out to him several times, but when he failed to respond coherently, she vigorously patted him on the back, exclaiming, "Shen Nianbai, are you trying to get us killed?" Upon seeing Shen Nianbai turn his head, his expression shifting from confusion to clarity, Sui cast him a disdainful glance and continued, "Get out, let me drive." If she allowed Shen Nianbai to continue, she feared they might meet their demise not at the hands of zombies or starvation, but through a car accident caused by his inattention. Now that would be utterly humiliating. "I didn't mean to," Shen Nianbai stammered, fully awake upon hearing Su He's voice. Noticing her exasperation, he quickly pulled over to explain, "I was just recalling some matters." "What matters?" This time, fear gripped her, and she dared not close her eyes again. Her gaze fixed intently on Shen Nianbai, anxious that he might once more drift into a stupor and send them careening off a metaphorical cliff. To her dismay, she noticed his face slowly reddening, causing her to worry. Is he ill? Is it safe for me to be in this vehicle? Contemplating her options, Sui tightened her grip on the seatbelt, her expression tense. If danger arose, she would simply retreat into her space for safety. After being roused by Sui, Shen Nianbai tried to put aside troubling thoughts of his past life and his relationship with Sui, focusing solely on the road ahead. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized by her piercing gaze, and before long, he felt a rush of warmth envelop him, his throat dry as he stifled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. As they sped towards the outskirts of S City, they were suddenly halted at a traffic intersection. Spotting a heavily pregnant woman gesturing for a ride by the roadside, Shen Nianbai furrowed his brow, sensing impending trouble. Just as he considered ignoring her and driving past, the woman dashed towards their vehicle, prompting him to slam on the brakes. Turning his head, he saw her wearing a triumphant smile. With a smirk, Shen Nianbai began to reverse the car, then accelerated sharply, executing a drift that sent the vehicle racing past the woman, only to be met with a chorus of curses from behind. "How could you block the car? It was right there, and you let it go. Are you doing this on purpose? I haven't eaten anything good in days. If you can't stop anyone, you might as well sell yourself." Shen Nianbai and Sui remained impassive at the shouts from behind, pressing the accelerator even harder. While others might have stopped, they were both seasoned survivors of a post-apocalyptic world, well aware of its brutal realities, and recognized this as a common ruse employed by desperate individuals. They specifically targeted vulnerable groups, children, attractive young women, and pregnant women, evoking sympathy to lure vehicles into their trap. The stakes were high. A single meal could cost a life, and such tactics had emerged even in the early days of the apocalypse. Had they not endured similar hardships in their past lives? Both had suffered from hunger. After their experience with roadside entrapment, Shen Nianbai drove with heightened vigilance. Although Su He's presence inevitably distracted him, he remained resolute in prioritizing their safety. Unexpectedly, as they left S City, they encountered a group of familiar faces stranded due to a breakdown. Glancing at Su He, who was also eyeing the individuals by the roadside, Shen Nianbai steered the vehicle closer and rolled down the window to inquire, "Is your car broken down?" "Oh my Shen Xiao," one man exclaimed, his brows knitting in irritation, ready to chastise the oblivious individual nearby, only to be taken aback upon recognizing Shen Nianbai, rushing over in surprise. The group of 3 or 4 men and women behind him also turned their attention to the vehicle, their eyes lighting up at the sight of Shen Nianbai. They had found their salvation. "Shen Xiao, did you also miss the rescue team? I can't believe we VE run into you," they exclaimed. "Since we VE met, could we catch a ride with you?" Their eyes then shifted to Su He, and the leader raised an eyebrow at Shen Nianbai, asking, "Is this beauty your wife?" Shen Nianbai instinctively nodded, prompting the group to call out, "Sister-in-law." Sui hesitated, surprised, as she recognized them from television. She had anticipated Shen Nianbai's acquaintance with them. Seeing Shen Nianbai's affirmative nod, they exchanged astonished glances before one of them approached Su He with a charming smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, would you allow Shen Zong to give us a ride?" We just need to reach the safe base in S City. Surely, you're headed there too, right? As the man leaned closer, Suhi recognized him as Su Hang, a popular idol known for his singing and dancing prowess. He was undeniably handsome, and his charming smile revealed dimples, making him appear exceedingly endearing. Upon hearing those words, Suhi curled her lips and glanced at Shen Nianbai. Understanding Suhi's intent, Shen Nianbai looked at the back seat and addressed Su Hang and the others, saying, "You may follow, but find your own transportation." Observing Su Hang's overly eager demeanor filled Shen Nianbai with a twinge of jealousy. If not for his awareness of Su Hang's character, he would have already pressed the accelerator and left it behind. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su Hang and his companions recognized that their vehicle could not accommodate all 5 of them. Thus they began to pair off in search of a car. Among them was a girl whose gaze remained fixated on Shen Nianbai. Despite those around her urging her to find a vehicle, she resolutely approached the back seat of the car, attempting to open the door, only to find it unyielding. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she tried once more, yet the door remained shut. Unable to suppress her frustration, she turned to Shen Nianbai, who was seated in the driver's seat, and sweetly inquired, "Mr. Shen, may I sit in the back seat?" As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, her expression one of pleading. Shen Nianbai offered her not even a glance, completely disregarding her words, and even went so far as to roll up the window. The girl, infuriated yet amused, felt her desire to conquer him intensify. After closing the window, Shen Nianbai glanced at Suhi, his gaze slightly evasive. "When they asked earlier, I nodded out of habit. If you dislike how they address you, I can certainly explain it to them. However, they will likely continue to call you that." Noticing Suhi's silence, Shen Nianbai assumed she was upset and grew anxious. "I don't know that girl. I only know Su Hang and a few others. What does it matter to me? Are you jealous?" Hearing Suhi's remark laced with jealousy, Shen Nianbai's expression brightened, though he suppressed his rising joy, remaining still as he regarded Suhi. On the other hand, Suhi was momentarily taken aback by his question, pondering how he could possibly interpret her feelings as jealousy. Slightly exasperated, she chose to ignore him, instead pushing open the car door and charging towards a few wandering zombies on the roadside. Seeing this, Shen Nianbai hurriedly followed to ensure Suhi's safety, locking the car door behind him and casting a cautious glance at the woman still lingering nearby, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Aside from Suhi, all other women attempting to approach him had ulterior motives. He needed to maintain distance. He could not allow Suhi to feel jealous or upset. Meanwhile, Su Hang and his companions had searched for numerous vehicles. Fortunately, although they were near the outskirts, several abandoned cars were parked nearby. Selecting a favored one with plenty of fuel, they prepared to drive away. Su Hang, pale with fear, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Suhi. As others witnessed the commotion surrounding Su Hang, they rushed over to thank him as well. Suhi pursed her lips and replied, "No need for thanks." Her actions were merely a way to vent her frustration at Shen Nianbai by dispatching a few zombies. Suhi and Shen Nianbai, along with Su Hang and 3 others, found themselves in a car where they were crammed together. Among them were Su Hang, a girl, and a tall, dark-skinned boy who resembled the girl's boyfriend. As soon as they boarded, Su Hang could not restrain himself from conversing with Suhi, even divulging details about his family and the professions of his parents. From the passenger seat, Suhi observed Su Hang's exuberance and recalled the contrasting persona described in the gossip column, realizing the disparity between the two, one vibrant and fiery, the other a stoic beauty. Indeed, the gossip column should not be taken at face value. Silence. Speak again, and I shall toss you out. Chapter 38. My patience is limited. Had he known better, he would not have stopped to greet Su Hang and the others. For this meant he would inevitably notice Su Hang. After all, Su Hang's handsome visage had always attracted girls. It would be unfortunate if Suhi were to develop an affection for him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Nianbai grew increasingly anxious. If Suhi had yet to forgive him and instead took a liking to Su Hang, it would spell disaster for him. Meanwhile, Su Hang, overhearing Shen Nianbai's musings, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He discreetly poked Suhi, his eyes brimming with innocence, and lamented, "Sister-in-law, you must keep Shen Gu in check. He is so fierce." Shen Nianbai, Su-hee, upon hearing Su Hang's address, quickly reigned in her imposing aura. Considering Su Hang's discernment, she felt that his previous missteps could be forgiven. However, Su-hee's expression soured as she recalled how, from the outset, Shen Nianbai and his acquaintances had referred to her as sister-in-law, despite the fact that their ties had long since severed. Contemplating this, she turned to Shen Nianbai and spoke softly, "You needn't call me sister-in-law. Shen Nianbai and I are not." Just as she began, a cough from Shen Nianbai interrupted her, clearly aimed at silencing her. Yet, Su-hee was no longer the meek person she once was. She had previously yearned for acknowledgement from Shen Nianbai's friends, but now she desired nothing more than to dissociate from him entirely. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she muttered, "We are not. Are you ever going to stop?" Before she could finish, Shen Nianbai coughed again, his face reddening, which only added to her frustration. Surely, he must be ill. Su Hang and his companions sensed the palpable tension between Su-hee and Shen Nianbai, and Su Hang's eyes gleamed with intrigue. How amusing. The girl in the back seat, overhearing Su-hee's remark, leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. Her eyes widened as she gazed at Shen Nianbai. "If you're not calling her sister-in-law, does that mean you two aren't in a romantic relationship? Are you still in the midst of developing something?" She was promptly tugged back by her boyfriend, Li Xiong. Annoyed, she shot him a glance. "What are you doing, Li Xiong?" Li Xiong, embarrassed that his girlfriend had exposed his subtle gesture, glanced at Shen Nianbai and Su-hee, his face aflame with awkwardness. "Sorry, Brother Shen, my girlfriend is just overly curious." He turned to his displeased girlfriend and whispered, "That's between Brother Shen and them. Why ask so many questions? You said I was overly curious. How else would I ask?" Li Xiong could only sigh. Nearby, Su Hang shrugged, distancing himself from the couple. However, even at a distance, they were still crammed together in the back seat, with the two burly boys making things even tighter. Su Hang had never endured such a torturous ride, particularly with the incessant bickering of a young couple. His irritation peaked. "Can you two keep it down? It's maddening. You think you're not noisy? Ever since you got in, you've been chatting away with the beauty. Why is it only when we speak that you find it bothersome? Are you perhaps double-standard?" Li Xiong was taken aback by his usually agreeable girlfriend's sudden sharp tongue and instinctively tried to cover her mouth, but she deftly evaded him. Glaring at him before turning her gaze out the window, Li Xiong, feeling a headache coming on, decided to ignore her. Though she was annoying, she was still his brother-esque woman, and he had to give his brother some face. Unexpectedly, Su Hang fell silent, prompting the girl beside him to speak up again. Before the apocalypse, she had come from a modest background, but with decent looks and frequent attendance at social events, she met Li Xiong, who was utterly captivated by her. Initially, she intended to investigate him further, but upon discovering he was a wealthy heir, she lost interest in further scrutiny and readily agreed to be his girlfriend. Yet, Su Hang had always looked down on her, challenging her at every turn. Now, in the wake of the apocalypse, the social order had shifted, and everyone had to rely on their own abilities to survive. She no longer felt the need to regard Su Hang and Li Xiong with deference. After all, they were just as vulnerable to zombies as she was, unlike the man in the driver's seat, who not only possessed striking looks, but also exuded confidence, as if he were on a leisurely drive, completely unfazed. Initially, she had hesitated to challenge Su-hee's status, but now that Su-hee had clarified her position, she felt emboldened. If she could align herself with Li Xiong and the esteemed Shen Nianbai, the previous elite would be beneath her. Thus, she grew increasingly disdainful of Su Hang, remarking, "It seems Su Hang has been struck by my words. Could it be he has taken a liking to the beauty? Lu Tingting, my patience has limits. You may speak of me, but do not involve the innocent." Su Hang had intended to give Lu Tingting some leeway for Li Xiong's sake, but her audacity to retaliate when he fell silent was infuriating. Just as Su Hang contemplated further words, he noticed Shen Nianbai's gaze fixed upon him, an unmistakable hint of danger lurking in those eyes. Sensing trouble, he hastily exited the vehicle, opting to search for another ride rather than join another group after the recent ordeal, especially not with Lu Tingting. Meanwhile, Li Xiong stepped out as well, glancing at Lu Tingting, who remained seated. He bent down, puzzled. "Tingting, aren't you getting out?" Lu Tingting, hearing his inquiry, frowned, glancing toward Shen Nianbai and Su-hee. With a bold face, she pleaded, "Brother Shen, may I ride with you? I'm frightened of the zombies. And Li Xiong and the others are scared too. I feel unsafe with them." The moment those words left her lips, Li Xiong's expression darkened. He comprehended the underlying implication of her statement and was taken aback by her audacity to seek out another companion, especially someone like Shen Nianbai. With a sigh of resignation, he turned to Shen Nianbai. "I sincerely apologize, Brother Shen. It seems I misjudged her character." He then approached Lu Tingting, firmly pulling her from the vehicle. Lu Tingting, startled by the sudden change in Li Xiong's demeanor, felt a flicker of fear. Yet, recalling how much he adored her, she brushed it aside, voicing her displeasure. "What are you doing?" Li Xiong, ignoring her protests, declared, "I'm ending this." He strode away toward another vehicle, only to have Su Hang approach him and get into the passenger seat. Lu Tingting, still reeling from the breakup, was incredulous. It was until she saw Li Xiong drive away that panic set in. Ignoring her high heels, she sprinted after him, but the car sped away, leaving her behind. With venomous eyes, she glared at the two departing vehicles, her heart filled with resentment. How dare they treat her this way, abandoning her on a street teeming with zombies? In her frustration, she turned to the oblivious Mo Han and Chunny Chin, seizing the opportunity to hop into their vehicle while they were still unaware of her intentions. As Mo Han and Chunny Chin observed the commotion among a few individuals, they exchanged perplexed glances at Lu Tingting, who had already taken her seat in the back. In unison, they inquired, "What is happening?" Lu Tingting smiled, though her expression betrayed discomfort as she replied, "It's nothing. Xiong and Su Hang have some matters to discuss, and they asked me to ride with you." And Mo Han and Chunny Chin, having had only superficial interactions with Lu Tingting, felt a tinge of confusion upon hearing her words. Yet they refrained from pressing further. She let out a sigh of relief, though her nails dug painfully into her flesh. She was determined to grow stronger, so that one day, those who looked down upon her would receive their due retribution. In the front, Sui observed the playful exchange between Li Xiong and Lu Tingting with indifference. Moreover, she had to endure the presence of Shen Nianbai in close quarters throughout the journey. Thus, she occupied herself with eating and sleeping until nightfall, when Shen Nianbai and the others decided to stop at a gas station. Sui believed that their idea was rather unwise. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, the most frequented places, apart from supermarkets, were gas stations, one providing sustenance and the other fuel, both of which were crucial in such dire times. However, although her supplies of fuel were ample, she did not mind acquiring more. Given her awareness of Shen Nianbai's combat prowess, she felt reassured and willingly disembarked from the vehicle. Behind her, Mo Han and the other two followed suit, their brows furrowing upon realizing they would be resting here for the night. Yet, seeing that Shen Nianbai remained silent, they had no choice but to suppress their concerns. Suhi observed the varied expressions of the crowd, but chose not to approach them, instead retreating to a corner against the wall, refraining from entering the gas station. She was not foolish. Upon their arrival, she had already glanced inside and noted the numerous individuals, each laden with packages and armed, clearly on high alert against them. Shen Nianbai cast a sidelong glance at the people within the gas station, but made no move, remaining outside while Su Hang refueled. However, his gaze remained fixed on those individuals inside, seemingly provoking a sense of danger that deterred anyone from emerging to confront them. Suhi secretly marveled, and, the next moment, she saw Shen Nianbai push open the door to the gas station. Intrigued, she observed Shen Nianbai, fixating on his every movement. Before long, Shen Nianbai emerged, beckoning a few individuals to enter, which only deepened her curiosity. Noticing Suhi's gaze, Shen Nianbai approached her and gently inquired, "Curious?" Surprised that he had discerned her thoughts. Suhi exclaimed, but instinctively glanced around, relieved to find no zombies in sight. However, when she turned her head, her eyes met Lu Tingting's, who was glaring at her with a look of resentment. Their gazes collided unexpectedly, and Suhi caught the fleeting expression on Lu Tingting's face before it could be concealed. Seeing that several others had followed into the gas station, she reluctantly decided to enter as well. Upon entering the gas station, Suhi discovered that it was predominantly filled with the elderly, women, and children, with only a handful of robust men present, each wielding self-defense weapons. Although they did not appear to be menacing figures, Sui had encountered many such pretentious individuals in her past life, and thus chose to disregard them, simply finding a place to sit. Shen Nianbai settled closely beside her, and just as she intended to shift aside, she caught sight of a woman holding a child, who cast a disapproving glance in her direction, evidently displeased at having her space encroached upon. Sui apologized in a gentle tone, and the woman appeared somewhat embarrassed, nodding with a flushed face. "Are you curious as to why they allowed us to enter?" Shen Nianbai glanced at Sui before resuming the previous topic. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she was met with a disdainful look from Sui. "I informed them that they require protection." Then she extended her palm, with a lightning ability flickered within her grasp. Sui suddenly realized that Shen Nianbai was showcasing her extraordinary abilities. In the early days of the apocalypse, the number of individuals awakening such powers was still limited. However, it was widely understood that possessing abilities made it easier to eliminate zombies, prompting many to seek to retain those with such gifts. Not to mention, Shen Nianbai was an exceptionally powerful lightning wielder. Yet, since Shen Nianbai had resolved to protect these individuals, it seemed they could go their separate ways. After all, Sui had no intention of safeguarding anyone else. Her sole desire was to cherish time with her family in this lifetime. It appeared, however, that Shen Nianbai had different intentions, but that was of no concern to her. Noticing Sui's lack of reaction to her words, Shen Nianbai felt a pang of disappointment. She glanced at Su Hang, who had approached. His entire countenance darkened with unease. Su Hang, on his part, pretended not to notice her distress and walked up to Sui. Before even uttering a word, his face flushed a deep crimson, and he hesitated, looking at Sui with a mixture of uncertainty and eagerness. "Miss, are we planning to stay here until tomorrow before departing?" Sui nodded. If nothing unexpected occurs, it is likely that Shen Nianbai has planned this. "So, are we not going to eat? Are you not hungry?" As these words escaped her lips, the individuals at the gas station turned their gazes toward her. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse had left them momentarily stunned, preoccupied with their escape. Merely managing to bring their families along was already a considerable feat, and the thought of carrying provisions was far from their minds. Moreover, upon finding a place to shelter, they dared not venture outside, as the zombies moved with alarming swiftness. One misstep could lead to a gruesome fate at the hands of the undead. Rather than risk being bitten or becoming infected, they preferred to endure hunger in silence. Initially, no one broached the subject of hunger. They were too consumed with fear to consider food. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Hang brought forth this pressing concern. Besides Su, he was a woman's child who, upon hearing the question of hunger, pouted his small lips and with a face full of grievance, exclaimed, "Mommy, I'm so hungry, really very hungry." Starving amidst the myriad of things outside that could consume them, where could one possibly find sustenance? Yet the pangs of hunger were undeniable. Even adults struggled to endure, let alone these growing children. However, venturing out in search of food was simply not an option at present. Upon finishing this lament, the onlookers at the gas station began to sigh in unison. The few men at the forefront, armed and stoic, wore expressions heavy with concern, though they comprised a group of several dozen souls. Only 5 among them were young and strong enough to brave the outside world. The mere thought of a zombie breach filled them with dread, for they knew they would be utterly defenseless against such a threat. While some individuals among them were strangers, they could not bring themselves to watch others perish. Su Hang, upon voicing his own hunger, noticed others joining in, feeling a sense of relief that he was not alone in his plight. He then turned his gaze towards Sui, confident in Shen Nianbai's capabilities without needing further assurance. Sui, who could slay zombies without a flicker of hesitation and had once saved his life, seemed a reliable companion. If they ventured out together in search of food, he felt assured that personal safety would not be a concern. Sui cast a glance at the multitude of inquisitive eyes directed her way, choosing to disregard them. Ultimately, unable to withstand Su Hang's pitiful demeanor any longer, she rose and made her way outside. "Miss, where are you headed?" Su Hang's eyes lit up upon noticing Su He's departure, clutching his stomach as he followed suit, only to be halted abruptly by Shen Nianbai as he stepped out. Shen Nianbai surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze and spoke sternly. Those who wish to venture out in search of food may follow, but I will not be accountable for your safety. Should anyone attract the attention of zombies with cries or shouts, the consequences will be yours to bear. With that, Shen Nianbai hastily caught up with Su He. Su Hang, dissatisfied with Shen Nianbai's dismissal of him as he approached Su He, hurried after them, casting furtive glances at a few of his companions, who promptly joined in pursuit. Lu Tingting, observing the scene, averted her gaze, remaining steadfast in her original position. The individuals at the gas station, witnessing Su He and Shen Nianbai's group departing, felt a stir of eagerness. Should we follow them? They have such a large group going out for food. Surely, they wouldn't be stingy with their spoils. Yet, concerns lingered about the dangers of venturing outside without protection. What if they were bitten or consumed by zombies? The speed of those creatures was indeed alarming, far more so than what was depicted in films. While some had been eager, this discussion sowed seeds of doubt among the others. Only a child who had been persistently clamoring for food, accompanied by their mother, decided to follow. With a woman and child leading the way, others quickly trailed behind, departing with disdainful remarks directed at those who had spoken earlier. If they find food, it belongs to them. You can't expect to reap rewards without effort. Waiting for a pie to fall from the sky is far more foolish. Initially intending to drive, the sight of Shen Nianbai following behind compelled her to rely on her own legs instead. Moreover, her current frail physique needed strengthening. This was a perfect opportunity to hone her skills against the undead. As dusk descended, compounded by the lack of water and electricity, the outskirts of the city were enveloped in darkness and tranquility, punctuated only by the distant growls of zombies. Despite having endured several days of apocalyptic life, Su Hang and his companions felt a creeping fear as they traversed the empty streets under the impending night, hastening to stay near Shen Nianbai for protection. Behind them, the mother and child kept pace, followed by a sizable contingent from the gas station, with only a handful hesitating. Su Hang turned to Su He, who was leading the way, and whispered, "Miss, where are we headed?" "To the supermarket," she replied. At this, Han rolled his eyes in disbelief, but the deepening night concealed his expression from Su Hang, who, astonished, exclaimed, "How did you know?" Han retorted, "Did you not notice us passing by that little supermarket? Wait, you all still have the leisure to admire the scenery?" Su Hang was taken aback by Han and Cheng's remarks. Han and Cheng could only respond with silence. So he attentively listened to the sound around her and noticed that quite a few people had joined her from behind, which inevitably brightened her spirits. For these individuals seemed to possess a glimmer of hope. However, the majority were elderly, women, and children. She had yet to spot the 5 armed men. Su He remained utterly unconcerned, yet as she advanced further, the growls of the zombies grew increasingly pronounced, prompting her to halt momentarily and whisper, "Everyone, be cautious." Caution? To his astonishment, he then witnessed Su He charging forward. "Miss, don't." Chapter 41. Brother Shen, this is not feasible. Although Su Hang was aware of Su He's audacity in combating zombies, the distinction between facing one and a dozen was markedly significant. A wave of unease washed over him. Yet in the next moment, what did he behold? Su He, enveloped in a verdant glow, gracefully navigated through a throng of zombies. Each undead creature that encountered her either lost a limb or had its jaw dislodged, while some met their demise at the hands of her dagger with a single, decisive strike. Her movements were so agile that she seemed to regard the surrounding horde with utter disdain. In the span of merely a few minutes, Su He had dispatched the dozen or so zombies with remarkable efficiency. Su Hang slowly closed his agape mouth, casting a glance at the indifferent Shen Nianbai beside him, feeling a twinge of disdain. "Brother Shen, you simply do not measure up to such a valiant maiden." No sooner had he uttered this thought than he noticed Shen Nianbai vanish without a trace. With a puzzled exclamation, he scanned the area, only to find him reappearing next to Su He, his palm crackling with concentrated lightning energy, which he unleashed upon the relentless tide of zombies. even summoning bolts of lightning to strike their heads directly. Su Hang's mouth, which he had just closed, fell open once more, a stream of envious drool escaping him. He was convinced that both Shen and the maiden had undergone some secret evolution. Otherwise, how could they possess such extraordinary prowess, even awakening supernatural abilities? Such powers were the stuff of novels. But wait, zombies were also creatures of fiction, and yet here they were. Amidst this chaos, a little girl, carefully cradled in a woman's arms, gazed wide-eyed with wonder and softly declared, "Mommy, I want to be as powerful as the brother and sister when I grow up, to protect you." Upon hearing this, the woman felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears as she nodded in affirmation, whispering, "All right." After dealing with the zombies, Sui glanced back at the people behind them, a sense of concern washing over her. They had only traversed half the distance, yet already faced a dozen or more zombies. It was manageable for just her and Shen Nianbai, but the individuals trailing behind offered no combat prowess whatsoever. Casting her gaze towards Su Hang and the others, Suhi spoke sternly, "You must find some means of self-defense, regardless of what it is." Exchanging glances, Su Hang and his companions entered a nearby shop in search of weapons. Observing this, the group from the gas station followed suit. Realizing the journey ahead would likely prove arduous. Perhaps sensing her gaze, a girl raised her knife and shyly smiled at Suhi, evoking a fleeting pang of compassion within her. If possible, she would offer some guidance later. "Shall we proceed?" Su Hang inquired, wielding a fire axe and surveying their surroundings, which appeared safe for the moment. Shen Nianbai scanned Su Hang and Li Ziong before nodding slightly and coldly commanding, "You three lead the way." Upon hearing this, Su Hang and the others swallowed nervously, exchanging hesitant glances. Just then, a man in his 60s or 70s approached from behind, brandishing an axe with a resolute demeanor, embodying the spirit of a warrior set forth on an irreversible mission. "We cannot allow you to take the lead. You are our elder." Li Ziong interjected, "Come on, we need to move." Seeing the elderly man bravely take the forefront ignited a flush of embarrassment in Su Hang, who promptly urged Li Ziong forward. Though fear lingered, their combined presence lent a semblance of safety. Seeing the group in such a state, Sui could only smile helplessly and said, "Rest assured, we are here to back you up." Initially, these individuals might have been quite fearful of close encounters with zombies, but after slaying a few, they would surely grow accustomed to it. For now, with her and Shen Nianbai observing from the sidelines, there should be no significant issues. As long as they were genuinely willing to confront the zombies, there was no need to worry about being held back. Upon hearing Su He's reassuring words, Su Hang, Li Ziong, and the others began to shed their fears. After all, they had an elder setting an example before them, and with Su He, a girl, standing steadfastly behind, their pride as men compelled them to rise to the occasion. The group continued forward, encountering numerous zombies along the way. At first, Su Hang and the others struggled with the combat, but soon, learning to collaborate on taking down a single zombie, they gradually became more adept. In cases where the zombies proved particularly challenging, Su He and Shen Nianbai would step in to assist with restraining them, though they insisted that the others still take the lead. Remarkably, the group managed to navigate safely to the small supermarket that Su He had spotted earlier. Su Hang, famished from the exertions of battle, paid little heed to the grime on his clothes and began grabbing food from the shelves, stuffing it into his mouth. The others, witnessing this, hurried to find their own sustenance, ravenously consuming their provisions under the moonlight, their packaging barely containing the chaos. Once they had calmed down a bit, they turned their attention to Su He and Shen Nianbai, who stood still, not partaking in the feast. Curiosity bubbled up among them as they queried, "Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. You all go ahead," Sui replied. "You are truly generous, not only helping us fight zombies, but also leaving the food for us while you abstain." One of them exclaimed, "Indeed, you are remarkable. You should eat something, otherwise your health will suffer." The group, hearing Su He's refusal to eat, was moved by her selflessness. Individuals like her were exceedingly rare in this post-apocalyptic world. To encounter not one, but two such benevolent souls was a stroke of fortune. In the spirit of conserving food, they insisted on sharing their provisions with her. As the conversation unfolded, voices began to emerge from the crowd, expressing their intentions. "I've decided to stick with you from now on." One declared, "If you don't mind my age, I want to join you too." Another added, seeing his thoughts preempted by others, Su-heng momentarily set aside his food. Casting a glance over the mass of shadowy figures in the supermarket, he leaned closer to Su-hee and whispered, "Benefactor, you saved my life. If we are forming a team, you must include me, right?" Su-hee glanced at the exuberant crowd eager to form a team and shook her head in resignation. "If we're to team up, it would be best to seek this individual," she said, referring to the person who promised to safeguard them. Turning to Su-heng, who was tugging at her sleeve, Su-hee pondered for a moment before adding, "You too?" Chapter 42. Night Watch. Su-heng belonged to Shen Nianbai's circle, and Su-hee had already discerned that Shen Nianbai intended to extend a helping hand to Su-heng and his companions when she witnessed him calling them over. She held no objections, as her sole desire in life was to live peacefully with her family. As for forming a team, the Su family was now composed entirely of ability users. They could simply band together without the need for outsiders. To her surprise, Su-heng appeared somewhat displeased by her remarks and began to whine, pulling on Su-hee's sleeve. "You don't understand. Shen Ji's icy demeanor is truly terrifying. If we were to team up with him, we might freeze to death before we even face the zombies." This was indeed a valid concern. Unexpectedly, this led to Lin Qinghe awakening formidable powers, transforming from an ordinary person to possessing water-based abilities, seemingly equipped with a natural defense against Shen Nianbai's lightning powers. Yet, Shen Nianbai, who claimed to have survived until the end in his previous life, remained utterly helpless against Lin Qinghe. However, recalling their last encounter where Lin Qinghe had attacked them, Su-hee realized that even in her zombified state, Lin Qinghe retained some semblance of human consciousness. This thought made Su-hee, who had intended to take a laid-back approach in this life, feel as if her plans were about to be abruptly thwarted. "Miss, have you given it some thought?" Su-heng called out several times before pulling Su-hee closer. Noticing her bewildered expression, he seemed disappointed. "Is it because I'm too weak that you don't wish to form a team with me?" Upon hearing this, those who had initially wanted to team up with Su-hee and Shen Nianbai also began to feel disheartened. They had recently witnessed the duo's impressive prowess in dispatching zombies. The undead that were nearly impossible to control in their hands became as easy to slice through as fruit in the hands of Su-hee and her companion. Thus, it was only reasonable for them to be reluctant about teaming up. They were perhaps asking too much of themselves. Shen Nianbai cast a glance at the crowd before turning his attention back to Su-hee. "I plan to establish a secure base. If anyone is interested, you are welcome to join." A base? The nearest safe base in S-City was merely a day's journey away. Did Shen Nianbai not intend to lead them there, but rather to create his own base? Are we not planning to head to the safe base in S-City? Indeed, we are eager to reach that base. Yet, they were entirely unaware of the conditions at that base. Given the chaos of the present world, they preferred to assess the situation before making any decisions. They had not anticipated that someone would propose joining Shen Nianbai's yet-to-be-established base, leaving the others momentarily hesitant. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su-hee glanced at Su-heng, silently pulling her clothing out from beneath her, raising an eyebrow as she directed her gaze at him. "Isn't it wonderful to follow your brother, Shen? You wouldn't understand." Su-heng merely shook his head, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he looked at Su-hee. Meanwhile, Shen Nianbai, observing the playful interaction between Su-heng and Su-hee, casually draped an arm over Su-heng's shoulder. "Su-heng, what's the matter? Do you believe you can escape with your group?" Li Xiong nodded sullenly, exuding an air of disinterest. "I follow Brother Shen." And Mohan and Chun-Yi-Chen also nodded in agreement. Feeling the weight of Shen Nianbai's arm and catching a glimpse of the flickering lightning ability in his hand, Su-heng couldn't help but swallow hard. Had he overstepped? Perhaps he had already become a nuisance to Brother Shen. With this thought in mind, Su-heng quickly reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Is there really a difference between following sister-in-law and following Brother Shen? Nevertheless, he refrained from mentioning his desire to team up with Su-hee again. Shen Nianbai recognized that it was premature to discuss establishing a safe base thus deciding to allow everyone to make their choices upon reaching the safe base in S City. Hearing this, the group ceased their deliberations about forming teams and began to fill shopping bags with provisions from the small supermarket. Although Su Hang and the others felt a twinge of embarrassment at their hesitance, the pangs of hunger compelled them to join in and gather supplies. Sui glanced at the now darkened sky and shook her head. It is completely dark. Venturing out now is unsafe. Although zombies are numerous during the day, they are even more active at night, exhibiting heightened agility and aggression. While these individuals might stand a chance against the undead in daylight, come nightfall, they would only find themselves subjected to torment. But how do we conceal ourselves here? Are we truly safe? Indeed, aside from the small shop on the first floor, I have not observed any other exits. What if a zombie were to enter? At the gas station, we could perhaps find refuge for a while, but remaining here. The unspoken words lingered in the air, as everyone understood that the safety of this small supermarket was far inferior to that of the gas station. Yet, confronted with the enveloping darkness outside and the weight of Su He's words, a sense of hesitation fell over the group. Unlike Shen Nianbai and Su He, who possessed supernatural abilities and martial skills, they were merely ordinary individuals, some of whom were even too timid to kill a chicken. The fact that they had just slain a zombie filled them with trepidation. The mere thought of encountering such creatures outside sent shivers of fear down their spines. As their conversation concluded, they sensed the oppressive aura radiating from Shen Nianbai, compelling them into silence. Upon witnessing the situation, Suhi addressed the group behind her, stating her intention to stand watch outside. "I will accompany you," Su Hang replied, swiftly distancing himself from Shen Nianbai before he could express his displeasure, hastily joining Su He. Although the others felt it was unwise for a girl like Su He to take on the night watch alone, they were well aware of her formidable capabilities. With Su Hang by her side, they felt reassured and dispersed to find corners to rest. Once outside, Su He summoned a vehicle from her spatial storage, seamlessly parking it at the supermarket entrance, leaving just enough room for one person to pass through. Su Hang emerged to find the car had seemingly materialized out of thin air, his eyes flickering in surprise as he climbed atop the vehicle with Su He to keep watch. Inside the supermarket, Shen Nianbai observed the off-road vehicle Su He had brought forth, his brow furrowing slightly. However, upon seeing Su He and Su Hang on the roof, his darkened expression softened, albeit marginally. After exchanging a few words with Mo Han and Chunny Chen beside him, he too ascended to the roof. Su Hang, noticing Shen Nianbai's sudden appearance, was about to speak when Shen Nianbai's voice cut through the night, causing him to widen his eyes. "Hee, I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm so hungry," he murmured, his tone low and slightly husky, resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. At least Su He and Su Hang heard him distinctly. "Su Hang Sai, Brother Shen, I have some food. Would you like me to bring it to you?" He then turned his attention to Su He, inquiring with concern, "Are you hungry, miss? I can get you some as well." Earlier, he had taken food for both Shen Nianbai and himself, as the two had stood idly like lords. Now that they expressed hunger, Su Hang resignedly jumped down from the vehicle. Once he departed, Su He and Shen Nianbai exchanged silence. Shen Nianbai felt no embarrassment. Instead, he inched closer to Su He. She attempted to evade him, but eventually, she had nowhere left to retreat. "If you wish to keep watch, I can accommodate you," she stated. "All right, but I am hungry," he replied. Shen Nianbai's intent was not merely to request food from Su He. He was genuinely concerned about her safety during the perilous night. Even with Su Hang present, he doubted Su Hang could withstand the dangers. Ultimately placing the burden on Su He, it would be wiser for him to take the watch himself from the outset. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's remark, Su He felt a twinge of bewilderment. He wasn't the one who had brought you food. Yet throughout the day, you had consumed snacks in the car without a thought of me. Now, with Shen Nianbai's candid words echoing in her mind, she felt an unexpected pang of guilt. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Su Hang's approach, carrying a bag of food, which he offered to Shen Nianbai. Su He swiftly interjected here, "The food has arrived. Mr. Shen, you eat first. I shall retreat to sleep." With that, she leaped from the roof of the car and directly entered the vehicle. Su Hang, appearing bemused, handed 2 bags of bread to the unconsuming Su-hee, saying, regardless of the situation, "You must eat something, Mississippi, rest assured. I will keep watch with Brother Shen." Su-hee expressed her gratitude as she took the item and then reclined in the carriage for a brief respite. Noticing the stillness around her, she ventured into the spatial realm, only to find that it was still daytime within. After closing her eyes to regain her composure, she finally turned her gaze towards the land and the space. To her astonishment, the seed she had sown during her last visit had sprouted tender shoots, visibly continuing to grow. Filled with delight, Su-hee hurriedly planted the wheat and corn seeds she had previously gathered, eager to observe the outcome. In the event of encountering zombies, she could retreat into this space, allowing her to monitor the outside world's movements at her convenience. Truly delightful. The following morning, Su-hee was roused by the sound of conversation. Suddenly recalling her presence in the space, where no voices could reach her, she jolted awake. Upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback to see a luminous sky displayed directly above her room. Su-hee gazed in disbelief, blinking her eyes, and upon reopening them, she realized that the words she had uttered unconsciously the previous night had indeed come to fruition. Observing the individuals in the supermarket gradually awakening, yet none seemed to notice her, she hurried to the villa's kitchen to prepare breakfast, boiling an egg and preparing a cup of milk powder. While keeping an eye on the people outside, she took a moment to freshen up. After finishing her meal, she swiftly exited the space and settled into the driver's seat. A fleeting glance at the outside world caused a pang of guilt to swell within her, yet she inadvertently locked eyes with Shen Nianbai, who was observing her through the car window. The thought that Shen Nianbai could also enter her space somewhat dampened her earlier excitement. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Nianbai tapped on the car window, and as it rolled down, a perfectly timed smile emerged. Noticing Su-hee's well-rested appearance, his lips curled slightly as he inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "Yes." "Shall we prepare to set off now?" "Yes." Su-hee continued to nod. Shen Nianbai's suggestion was precisely in line with her thoughts, as she had not seen her family for 2 days. Although it had only been a brief period, the unpredictability of events during such times was disconcerting. Furthermore, she was uncertain whether the city of this life mirrored that of her previous existence. Therefore, it was imperative to reach the safe base in city and reunite with her family as soon as possible. With this in mind, Su-hee glanced at Shen Nianbai, who was engaged in conversation with the people from the supermarket, but she found herself rather uninterested. Knowing the address, she decided to leave Shen Nianbai behind and swiftly drove away. "Are we leaving just like this? Not waiting for Brother Shen?" Suddenly, a voice pierced through the car's interior, startling Su-hee into a drift before she quickly regained control of the vehicle, casting her gaze towards the front passenger seat where Su-hang sat, and the back seat occupied by Li Ziong, Imohan, and Chunicheng. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What did you all get in the car? How had she failed to notice their presence? Had her alertness diminished to such an extent? The thought caused Su-hee to frown. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic world. One misstep could lead to the loss of life. Last night, Imohan spoke up, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he observed Su-hee's somewhat unsettled expression. Last night, upon hearing this, Su-hee glanced at the individuals in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "You all knew? And what of it? Is that not acceptable? But aren't we waiting for Brother Shen? We're quite good at keeping secrets, so there's no need for concern, especially since you are under Shen Nianbai's protection." Not particularly reassuring, Su-hee comprehended the essence of their discourse, and thus refrained from refuting them, allowing them to harbor such notions bore no detrimental consequences. At the very least, these individuals were presently disinclined to cast their covetous eyes upon her domain. With this thought, Su-hee advanced further, her gaze meeting the unruffled eyes of Shen Nianbai behind her. In contrast, Su-hang and his companions exhibited a semblance of discomfort. Su-hee, accompanied by Su-hang and a few others, sprinted with unrestrained vigor. Fortunately, her driving skills honed in her previous life proved invaluable. By that afternoon, they arrived safely at the city safe zone, only to discover that the defenses of the base had become exceedingly formidable in just a few days. To her astonishment, she encountered a nemesis, though it would be more accurate to refer to him as an accomplice in Lin Qinghe's schemes against her. Moreover, in her past life, She had once rescued him amidst a horde of zombies, an act that only deepened his disdain for ordinary people like herself. As he felt humiliated by being saved by someone so commonplace, Sui cast a glance before turning her head away. Before she could drive the vehicle alongside the base, she was intercepted by 2 armed guards. "Please disembark for registration," one of the guards said, scanning the group with an impassive expression. Su Hang and his companions found this man's demeanor rather objectionable. Prior to the apocalypse, no one would have dared to speak to them in such a manner. Yet, with the onset of this new world, it seemed as though everyone had developed an inflated sense of superiority. Just as they were about to confront him, Li Ziong tugged at Su Hang's sleeve, urging him to refrain from causing trouble. Su Hang shot an irritated glance at Li Ziong, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Sui glanced at the base, where towering walls rose over 5 meters high, each interval of 5 meters guarded by an armed sentinel. Within the confines of the base stood numerous high-rise buildings, far more prosperous than in her previous life. Where the safety base in S-City was merely surrounded by a rudimentary 2-meter-high wall. Even the structures within were hastily erected, leaving many ordinary individuals to cower in the corners, unable to enter the makeshift shelters. Her ability to reside within a proper building was solely due to her association with Shen Nianbai, an ability user. Yet, she could hardly fathom such a stark contrast between this life and the last. Could it be that others had also experienced a rebirth? Sui pondered as she filled out the registration form alongside Su Hang and the others. This form served as a survey conducted by the base for all newcomers, collecting basic information such as gender, name, and age. More importantly, it inquired about the presence of any special abilities and personal expertise. Those endowed with abilities would be granted the utmost privileges, as it had become evident since the outbreak of the apocalypse that such individuals could effectively combat zombies. At the very least, they had a distinct advantage over ordinary humans in exterminating the undead. After all, the attack power and speed of zombies were nearly identical to that of humans, and their physical prowess could be enhanced to optimal levels. Consequently, regular individuals often required teamwork to defeat a single zombie, not to mention the looming threat of mutated zombies and the possibility of ability users being infected themselves. As for the skills one possessed, this information would aid the base's administrators in tailoring their guidance to each individual's strengths, particularly in terms of infrastructure development and zombie eradication. After everyone completed their forms, the 2 guards cast a glance over them, and upon noticing Su He, their eyes lit up, transforming their demeanor from somber to cheerful. "Ah, you're Miss Su He. Your family previously informed us regarding your arrival. You may proceed directly inside." While the others had accompanied Su He initially, they soon found themselves led to a tent instead of the expected small villa. "You expect us to stay in a tent? Is this a joke? And just one tent for all of us?" The guards, observing Su Hang and the others, replied amiably, "Aren't you all extraordinary individuals? This arrangement is a courtesy, considering your acquaintance with Miss Su. Otherwise, you would have been relegated to the slums." Without waiting for further inquiries from Su Hang and his companions, the guards departed, leaving them to exchange bewildered glances. "Has she abandoned us?" one remarked, as if she had ever taken responsibility for them. Chun Ching scoffed at Su Hang's despondent expression. Meanwhile, Sui followed the guard into the villa, where she learned of the recent developments concerning Su Zhe and the others. Upon reaching the base, the trio, including a small child, had become known as the saviors among the base's inhabitants. After recounting this, the guard cast an envious glance at Su He. Yet, upon recalling her registration form that indicated she possessed no abilities, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. Reflecting on the fact that her entire family possessed special abilities, he began to empathize with his own plight, lamenting the absence of any extraordinary individuals in his own family. Why should he concern himself with the affairs of others? Sui watched as the guard walked away, only to discover that the villa was utterly deserted, lacking any signs of habitation, exuding a chilling emptiness. Nevertheless, the space was quite expansive, spanning 3 floors, which clearly indicated the base administrator's high regard for the abilities of the extraordinary. After exploring the entire villa, Su He spotted Su Hang and the others, who had been barred entry by the guard, on the balcony of his 2nd floor. She waved her hand, beckoning them to come inside. Today, Su Heng had been belittled twice, leaving him in a rather foul mood. Upon seeing Su He approached her to vent his frustrations. Sister, you cannot imagine. These people actually look down on us. They expect 4 grown men to share a single tent. 1 tent. He gestured emphatically, his frustration palpable. So Ismail Nawingli. Having experienced such feelings before, she understood them well. Unfortunately, she regretted that Shen Nianbai had yet to grasp this sentiment. Meanwhile, Su Heng, trembling with frustration, began to pour out his grievances to Su He. However, before he could finish, he caught sight of Su He, her laughter radiant and joyful, which instantly chilled his heart. If you don't mind, you are welcome to stay here. Really? Su Heng's spirits soared at this, though Su He added, but there is one condition. Upon hearing this, Su Heng, who had been dejected, was revitalized, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Su He, eager to agree before she could elaborate. Su He raised an eyebrow and glanced at Mo Han and the others. Noticing their knowing expressions, she felt a sudden wave of discomfort. Nevertheless, she knew she had to speak up. Clearing her throat, she gently asserted, "Please refrain from intervening in my matters with Shen Nianbai, especially you, Su Heng." Throughout their journey, she was well aware of Su Heng's intentions as he flitted between her and Shen Nianbai, feigning kindness while stirring the pot. What baffled her further was Shen Nianbai's tacit approval of Su Heng's antics. Su Heng, having been specifically called out, flashed Su He an innocent look with his big puppy eyes. Before he could utter a word, an ear-splitting shout resonated from outside. Upon hearing the news, Su Zhe rushed from the base office, only to find Su He standing before him, unscathed. Before he could embrace her, he was momentarily dazzled by the quartet of handsome men beside her. With widened eyes, he glanced at the 4 charming figures, then turned his gaze back to Su He. His interest piqued. He leaned in closer to her and whispered conspiratorially, "Sister, I didn't see this coming. After casting aside that scoundrel Shen, you've attracted 4 more handsome fellows." Chapter 45. This-level mission. Su He furrowed her brows into a frown, and before she could step forward to explain, she saw Su Zhe heading directly towards Su Heng and the others. She couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. "Are you all with my sister?" Su Zhe glanced at the 4 individuals, uttering words that were nothing short of astonishing. Upon hearing this, Su He rolled her eyes in response. "What on earth are you thinking? They are friends of Shen Nianbai. TSK, friends of that scoundrel Shen, a den of rascals. Sister, why don't you keep your distance from them?" Su Zhe's expression transformed from one of astonishment to one of disdain. However, recalling that it was Shen Nianbai who had come to his sister's rescue earlier, he chose to hold his tongue. "Oh, I see you all are rather impressive. Do you dare to claim the title of savior?" Su He, speaking resolutely, immediately began to confront Su Zhe. In the wake of the apocalypse, when humanity was engulfed in trepidation, they, in stark contrast, did not seek to conceal their extraordinary abilities. Instead, they openly revealed their powers, as if fearful that others might remain oblivious to their gifts. Now, with the title of savior bestowed upon them, the burdens they bore would only grow heavier. Chastened by Su He's admonition, Su Zhe sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Well, in that moment of urgency, my parents and I were solely focused on saving lives. We didn't consider the implications." Subsequently, Su Zhe recounted the events of the past few days to Su He and the others. It turned out that when they encountered a horde of zombies, Su He was besieged, and in their desperation to rescue her, Su Zhe and the others were unexpectedly scattered by another wave of zombies. Ultimately, it was the Shen family who came to their aid. Upon learning that Su He was under attack, Shen Nianbai insisted that they accompany the rescue team to the safe base in City S. While he ventured alone to save Su He, Su Zhe and his companions were initially filled with unease. Yet their apprehensions were swiftly dispelled when Shen Nianbai showcased her remarkable lightning abilities, summoning bolts of lightning that struck the heads of the approaching zombies. She decisively influenced their decision to leave a mark for Su He and the others to proceed towards the base. Initially, their journey was uneventful, but soon Su Zhe began to hear cries for help and the sounds of frantic escape echoing in his mind. Realizing these were the pleas of animals, he established communication with them leading the rescue team and the survivors in evading the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, Sue's parents followed closely behind, armed and prepared to assist. After this encounter, the group found themselves reintegrated into the base, where they had just begun to discuss the mission's plan for the following day. Upon hearing Su Zhe's remarks, Su Hang and the others could not help but interject. Are you implying that all of you possess abilities? Yours must be the power to understand the speech of animals, right? While this ability may lack offensive prowess, it certainly proves advantageous for evading danger. Having any ability is better than being among those of us who lack such gifts. And Mohan cast his gaze downward, a hint of despondency evident. In these early days of the apocalypse, the absence of abilities did not imply a permanent state, and it was essential to remember that ordinary individuals could still hold their own against those endowed with powers. Observing the melancholy of his companions, Suhi recalled her own past life, which bore a striking resemblance to theirs. In time, she had accepted her fate, yet she had fought valiantly against the zombies, despite lacking special abilities, at least when not betrayed. Indeed, there are countless ordinary individuals like us in this early stage of the apocalypse. Are we to assume that each one will simply perish? Survival is paramount, and ordinary people have their own ways to endure, Su Hang offered, attempting to uplift the spirits of his dejected companions. As Su Zhe observed the somber atmosphere his words had inadvertently created among the crowd, he felt a compulsion to remedy the situation. You need not feel this way. If worst comes to worst, once I enhance my abilities, I could contract an animal for each of you, right? Upon uttering this, he wore a proud expression, glancing at Su-He, eagerly anticipating her praise. Noticing the increasingly dark expressions on Su Hang and the others, Su-He couldn't help but lament how Su Zhe's knack for striking at the heart of others had sharpened, as he seemed to poke at their wounds. Although Su Hang and his companions felt pricked at their cores, curiosity piqued when they heard Su Zhe's proposition. Li Xiong, who had been mired in melancholy due to a recent heartbreak, ventured to inquire, are you suggesting that your ability to communicate with animals also allows you to contract them? That would indeed be a beast contract, wouldn't it? Impressive. I stand corrected, Great One. I shouldn't have belittled your ability to attack. I shall entrust my mount to you in the future. Pleased with the compliments, Su Zhe felt a swell of pride and turned his attention to M. Mohan, who had expressed interest in acquiring a mount. He made a mental note of this request. In the midst of their conversation, Su Mu and Su Fu approached with Hao Yu in tow. Before Su He could react, Hao Yu enveloped her in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Sister, I miss you so much." As he clung to her leg, he recounted everything that had transpired during their separation. Following this, he began to circle around, checking to ensure Su He was unharmed. Only when he confirmed her well-being did he finally relax, appearing quite the little adult. Su Zhe felt a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing Hao Yu's demeanor. This fellow seemed to embody the role of a younger brother even more than himself. It was surprising that he could act this way in the absence of his sister. Little did he realize that a green tea boy was right beside him, and a younger one at that. However, he need not worry about what Shen Nianbai might endure in the future, for his sister would undoubtedly stand by him. After conversing with Su He, Hao Yu graciously vacated his seat for Su's parents. Su's father and mother observed him with a sense of tenderness, astonished that this young boy was more considerate than their own son, who was preoccupied with flaunting his abilities. Truly, they lamented, how enviable it is to have other people's children. After Su Fu and Su Mu reminisced, they cautiously glanced at Su Hang and the others. It was then that Su He proceeded to introduce them to one another. Su Zhe wore a worried expression as he glanced at Su He, hesitatingly saying, "Sister, we have a mission tomorrow in SSS Level 1. If Shen Nianbai were here, we would have a chance, but if he is not." The remaining words hung unspoken in the air. Su Zhe exchanged troubled glances with their parents, both of whom sighed deeply. Is it true that only you few possess abilities at the base? Su He spoke with confusion, unable to tolerate the self-important demeanor of her family. However, she could hardly blame them. She had neglected to inform them about the need for concealment earlier, and now, whenever an issue arose, they were readily thrust into the fray. It was indeed perplexing. Despite the base housing over 1,000 individuals, the number of supernatural beings could be counted on one's fingers. Those formidable zombies posed a significant threat, making human survival increasingly precarious. Upon hearing these words, Suhi felt an increasing sense of unease within her heart. Glancing at Haoyu, who was holding her hand, she couldn't help but tousle his hair playfully. You only mentioned the abilities of the three of you, didn't you? Chapter 46. Rescuing the trapped survivors. As soon as this statement was made, Su Hang and the others instinctively recalled the dual abilities that Suhi had previously displayed. They also recognized that she had been reluctant to reveal her powers when she registered earlier. Could there be a looming danger? Upon hearing Su, he repeatedly emphasized this matter. Su Fu could not help but wear a solemn expression. Mohan understood Su He's concerns as possessing supernatural abilities during the early days of the apocalypse, particularly as a family of three, could indeed draw unwarranted attention. The consequences of being exploited by those with ulterior motives could be dire. Henceforth, you should endeavor to avoid acting alone. The instability of human nature in these early days of the apocalypse is palpable, and yet, there are still those who consider themselves clever. Indeed, when we first learned of your abilities, we felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. What if others? Are you implying that we might be subjected to experimentation? Upon hearing the words of a few individuals, Su Zhe felt a twinge of apprehension. Research on slicing? It was not entirely implausible. In his previous life, just 3 months into the apocalypse, numerous reports emerged regarding the mysterious disappearances of ability users. The cause seemed to stem from the competitions held by various bases. Su He, being an ordinary person, was ineligible to participate. However, Shen Nianbai vehemently opposed the members of the Dawn Battle team engaging in this so-called competition. In the early days of the apocalypse, with zombies rampant and their evolution alarmingly swift, it was perplexing that these individuals were not focused on eradicating the undead and restoring the stability of the world that existed before the cataclysm. Instead, they sought to recruit ability users, which appeared deeply unsettling. Subsequently, rumors began to circulate within the base that most of the ability users who participated in the competitions had vanished without a trace, or, if they were unfortunate enough to compete and fail, met a gruesome demise. At that moment, Su He exhibited little reaction. After all, whether or not there were abilities users, they all had to contend with the undead. The absence of abilities users would merely render their struggle against the zombies more arduous for ordinary individuals like them. However, Sui did not wish to burden her family excessively, yet she felt it imperative to heighten their vigilance. Casting a glance at the frightened trio of Su Zhe, she spoke calmly. There may be a few aberrant individuals who exploit abilities users for research, but as long as we are sufficiently strong, they cannot harm us. Their abilities were still at the initial stage of level 1, having just recently evolved. Although they appeared formidable in the eyes of Su Hang and the others, they were hardly significant, and when faced with zombies of the same level, they would only suffer defeat. The speed and strength of the zombies had increased considerably compared to their human forms. When deprived of human targets, the zombies moved sluggishly, but upon detecting a human presence, they would maximize their physical capabilities to hunt. Therefore, it was crucial to undertake missions regularly, while also being mindful of their limits. Why don't you share details about that SSS-level mission? Noticing Su Zhe and the others' anxiety regarding the task, she was eager to learn more about it, especially since there had been no such SSS-level missions in her previous life. It was said to involve the largest supermarket in City S, which had hosted numerous celebrities on the day the apocalypse erupted, and there were survivors inside. Su Zhe, glancing at Su Hang, couldn't help but widen his eyes, pointing at him as he exclaimed, "I know who you are. You are the male celebrity that my sister was pursuing before, aren't you?" Sue, when did she ever pursue anyone? Seeing Su, he shyly lowered her head. Su Zhe stepped forward and pulled her towards Su Hang, asking, "Isn't he Su Hang? That notorious flirt?" Su Hang. "Yes, that's me." Chunyi Chen, with an expression of delight in the unfolding drama, smirked as he glanced at the darkened face of Su Hang. His peripheral vision caught a figure entering the villa, prompting him to raise an eyebrow at Su He. "Who are you pursuing?" "Su Hang. He is quite the heartbreaker, changing partners as frequently as one changes clothes." "Are you certain you wish to chase him?" Clad in his fitted black suit, he appeared unfazed by the chaos of the apocalypse, exuding an air of relaxed danger. Su Hang, upon hearing his best friend's words, felt his reputation at stake, and was about to explain, but as he locked eyes with Shen Nianbai's dark pupils, a shiver ran through him, leaving him speechless as he silently prayed for Su He. Su He glanced at the silent crowd, and then reached out to tug at Su Zhe. Speaking with a hint of irritation, Shen Nianbai, don't you have any interest in idolizing stars? Idolizing stars? Oh, she forgot that someone as busy as Shen Nianbai would hardly indulge in such frivolities. Thus, there was no need for further explanation. It was simply exhausting. Turning her attention to the side, where Su Zhe was making an effort to diminish his presence, Su He continued, please proceed with what you were saying about your recent task. Upon hearing Su He's words, Su Zhe cast a furtive glance at the increasingly pallid Shen Nianbai, unable to suppress a gulp. Could he really remain silent? Fear gripped him. Shen Nianbai, feeling overlooked by Su He, darkened further in countenance. Shouldn't you have at least bid farewell before you left? Do you not realize how concerned I was for you? After all, we share a past as former fiancés. Sue. The crowd, Mo Han and others were momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. They exchanged glances before directing their attention towards Su He, their expressions seemingly conveying, you are doomed. You caught the eye of Shen Nianbai. Su He was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Shen Nianbai would openly mention their previous engagement preparations in front of these people. However, recalling that Shen Nianbai had already shared this news with both families made it less surprising. Nevertheless, one should not think of using such words to intimidate her. President Shen was also aware of the past. After Su He finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Shen Nianbai and directly pulled Su Zhe to discuss the SSS-level mission. Su Heng, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly gathered Li Xiong and the others around Su He. It seemed that the base, feeling the impending danger, had begun to recruit ability users in droves, which allowed Su Zhe and his companions, who possessed special powers, to be reintegrated into active duty. Were they truly sending so many individuals to their deaths in a bid to rescue those survivors? An SSS-level mission? Was Zhang Liang out of his mind? Moreover, there were reports of mutated creatures to the south of the base. How could he not prioritize dealing with them instead? Su Zhe struggled to articulate his thoughts, as those were living, breathing individuals. Despite being a school bully, he was still fundamentally a good person, unable to bear the thought of watching someone be devoured by zombies. Yet if they embarked on this mission, the people at the base would undoubtedly find themselves in peril. Chapter 47. A sudden urge to throttle Su Zhe. This dilemma was akin to a moral quandary previously encountered during a train's journey. Should one save a single child or 5? Regardless of the choice, it felt inherently wrong, particularly given the scarcity of ability users at the base. If they did not volunteer, others would inevitably face the same fate. Contemplating this, Su Zhe recognized the risks were exceedingly high. However, he could not bear the thought of leading his family towards certain doom. Upon hearing this, Su He turned to Su Zhe and his parents, letting out a sigh. So, you wish to save someone? Given the bitter lessons of her past life, her mindset had shifted significantly. Much like Su Zhe, she was solely focused on saving lives. Yet, in the post-apocalyptic world, possessing the courage to prioritize one's own life and that of loved ones over others was an admirable quality. For one never knew when their own life might be extinguished. Opportunities for survival in this new world were exceedingly rare, and despite their abilities, they remained vulnerable amidst the hordes of zombies. However, with Shen Nianbai by their side, perhaps their chances would indeed improve, for she was one who had survived until the very end. Yet, Su He truly wished to avoid partnering with Shen Nianbai. That striking visage wielded an overwhelming allure, and she feared she might once again find herself ensnared by it. Su Zhe exchanged a glance with his parents, Su father and Su mother, and slowly shook their heads at Su He. One should only undertake tasks commensurate with their abilities. Given our limited powers, rescuing a few survivors from the multitude of zombies in the supermarket is an exceedingly daunting endeavor. Moreover, I refuse to gamble with the lives of my family to save others. I simply cannot do it. Su Zhe struggled to articulate his thoughts. His face contorted with anguish as he gazed at Su He. He had anticipated being chastised for his perceived coldness, yet to his astonishment, Su He enveloped him in an embrace. You understand the extent of your capabilities. Thus, you should act accordingly. Moreover, there are celebrities present, are there not? Surely, they have a plethora of fans, and the likelihood of survivors enduring is minimal. The celebrities summoned appear to be a renowned actress and several male idols. I cannot recall their names, but they form a cohesive team with a substantial fan base. Su Heng vaguely remembered the agent mentioning this matter, but at the time, he had dismissed the opportunity due to lack of interest. Little did he know that this very decision would ultimately save his life. Had He and the others not ventured to rescue those in peril, it would have undoubtedly led to their demise. Shen Nianbai, do you possess the confidence to extract the survivors? Upon hearing He's words of reassurance, Su Zhe contemplated a potential solution. He turned to the despondent Shen Nianbai beside him and implored, if you were to take charge, there should be no cause for concern regarding the rescue of those survivors. Given your remarkable abilities. As he spoke, a hint of flattery crept into Su Zhe's tone. After all, he had witnessed Shen Nianbai's formidable lightning powers firsthand. A single bolt could annihilate a horde of zombies. Additionally, Shen Nianbai possessed the ability of teleportation, which he had observed during the previous rescue of his sister. Should Shen Nianbai venture to the supermarket to rescue individuals, he could summon his lightning powers and subsequently use teleportation to extract the survivors. Could he not? Then, they could investigate the area south of the base, where mutated creatures lurked. If they could eliminate these monsters, the safety of the base would be enhanced. Even if they failed to eradicate the beasts, their combined prowess would allow them to adapt and retreat if necessary. The more Su Zhe contemplated, the more fervent his excitement became, his gaze toward Shen Nianbai gleaming with anticipation. Shen Nianbai raised his head to meet Su Zhe's fervent eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within his own. I can go, but whether I can rescue the survivors remains uncertain. Brother Shen, you must go. It is imperative, Su Zhe exclaimed. However, I have one condition. Upon hearing Su Zhe's almost sycophantic plea, Shen Nianbai smiled ominously and shifted his gaze toward Su He, who stood a short distance away. In an instant, Su Zhe felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He blinked and, with remarkable mental agility, swiftly inquired, "What are the conditions? As long as it's not my sister, everything else is negotiable." Su He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Su Zhe today. As soon as she spoke, Shen Nianbai resumed her previous aloof demeanor, leaning against the wall with one hand in her pocket, her head bowed in silence. After a moment, she glanced up at Su He. At this point, Su Zhe understood perfectly well, but he was not the kind of person to betray his sister, especially not for the sake of saving someone else. It was simply too much to ask. The others also discerned Shen Nianbai's intentions. Yet since the person in question remained silent, they refrained from speaking as well. So he glanced at Su Zhe and noticed that he seemed quite pleased at Shen Nianbai's rejection. After all, her younger brother was far too kind-hearted. She feared he might be exploited by those at the base. Contemplating this, she playfully ruffled Su Zhe's hair and suggested, "Let us venture south of the base. What if the aberration turns out to be an animal? You would still be able to form a contract, wouldn't you? Moreover, if memory serves me right, there happens to be a zoo in that vicinity. We could pay a visit." Really? Su Zhe searched but found no record of a zoo existing south of the base. However, as he was not well versed in the area even before the apocalypse, he chose to trust his sister's words that it indeed existed. With this thought in mind, he felt increasingly inclined to explore the area south of the base. As for the large supermarket in the city center, it posed its own risks, but he preferred to address the nearer concerns first. After a discussion among the group, they resolved to set out early the next morning to search for the mutated creature south of the base. After Su Zhe had made arrangements, he intended to ascend the stairs for some rest, but unexpectedly, he was pulled away by Su He. Upon entering the base, she realized she had not seen Su Liang and Su Ming's group, which piqued her curiosity. With a slight furrow of her brows, she inquired, "Where is Su Liang? Where have they all gone?" Upon hearing the name Su Liang, Su Zhe's expression instantly morphed into one of profound consternation. "Sister, please refrain from mentioning Su Liang again. That scoundrel has caused immense trouble. His group, due to that woman, descended into chaos, resulting in numerous fatalities in this apocalyptic world." As he spoke, Su Zhe's face flushed with indignation, lamenting to Su He about the calamities that had transpired within a mere 2 days, all instigated by that woman. Su He furrowed her brows in concern. Where is Su Liang now? Are you planning to search for him in the slums of the base? Indeed, he still holds some value. He was the one designated to assist with vehicle modifications long before the apocalypse. How could he have sunk so low? Moreover, it has already been 2 lifetimes, and Su Liang still allows himself to be ensnared by this woman. As she spoke, the siblings exchanged greetings with the people in the villa before heading to the location mentioned by Su Zhe. Along the way, the base guards greeted Su Zhe warmly, casually inquiring, "Who is this beautiful lady accompanying you?" Su He maintained an expressionless demeanor as she observed her younger brother navigating the apocalypse with remarkable ease, feeling both a sense of pride and a twinge of concern. This spirited youth harbored aspirations of saving the world and becoming a savior. She wondered if he could withstand the harsh realities that lay ahead. "Sis, why are you looking at me like that?" he inquired. "Like what?" "With pity and sympathy? What's wrong with me?" "Well, you seem to be doing quite well here, but one must always remain vigilant." Chapter 48. Truly dogged, of course, I'm not foolish. Su Zhe replied, a glimmer of clarity and pride flashing in his eyes. Seeing his reaction, she sighed in resignation. Since she could not impart her wisdom effectively, she decided it was best for him to learn through his own trials and tribulations. After all, one cannot truly learn from instruction alone. Experience teaches far more effectively, often in a single instance. Before long, the siblings arrived at the location Su Zhe had mentioned, and Su He finally understood why he referred to it as a slum. This area had once been an open space, mere walls separating it from the base, yet countless individuals resided here, forming a makeshift community of small tents that coalesced into a larger one. The inhabitants divided their living quarters with clothing or bed sheets, creating personal spaces, with both men and women sharing the same living environment. Su He had grown accustomed to such circumstances, having already endured a similar experience, and she feared that even more distressing events might unfold. With this thought in mind, Su He resolved to have Su Zhe remain here while she ventured inside to seek assistance. However, before she could engage in conversation with Su Zhe, she noticed his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Recalling Su Zhe's extraordinary abilities, Su He hurriedly approached and gently patted his shoulder to rouse him from his stupor. "Are there animals within?" Su Zhe awkwardly nodded, noticing Su He was about to venture further inside. He hurriedly reached out to grasp her arm, casting a disdainful glance towards the depths of the room. "Sister, it's far too chaotic in there. You shouldn't go." The last time they had visited, it had been similarly disordered, yet this time it was even worse. Furthermore, the various sounds his unique ability detected were nothing but sordid remnants. It was astonishing to contemplate what kind of environment these animals inhabited. Just thinking about it was quite disheartening. "Is Su Liang inside?" "I'm not sure. Let me inquire." Su Zhe resolutely refused to enter, fearing that Su He might disregard his counsel and insist on going in. He hurriedly grasped Su He and began to retreat, his eyes darting around in search of the guards. In a moment of distraction, he collided with a solid wall of flesh. Inhaling sharply as he clutched his head and shouted at the person opposite him, "Are you blind while walking?" It seemed rather evident that it was he who had dragged He into this predicament. As soon as Su He and her brother stepped outside, Su Heng and a few others were also pulled out by Shen Nianbai, who claimed it was merely a stroll to observe the base. However, Su Heng was acutely aware of Shen Nianbai's true intentions. Firstly, it was about Su He, and secondly, the base itself. After all, Shen Nianbai had previously expressed his desire to establish a base, given his capabilities and the influence of the Shen family prior to the apocalypse. Displacing Zhang Liang from his position would require little more than a breath. As for Su He, it was evident to anyone with eyes that Shen Nianbai harbored feelings for her. Yet, there seemed to be an unspoken barrier between them, something that outsiders like themselves could not quite grasp. They chose to observe in silence, unwilling to intrude upon what felt like a private romance amidst the chaos of the world. Consequently, their exit led them directly into the slums, which puzzled Su Heng. It was curious how, despite it being their first visit, Shen Nianbai could so effortlessly locate the slums and fortuitously bump into Su Zhe. Truly, what a remarkable coincidence. As Su Zhe finished speaking, a familiar voice resonated, and he was pulled back by Su He, his confusion mounting. Raising his head, he found Shen Nianbai standing before him, and he suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Had he truly been that fierce just moments ago? Contemplating this, Su Zhe glanced at Shen Nianbai and then at the spot where they had collided, which was precisely where Shen Nianbai's chin was. At that moment, the flawless contour of his jawline bore a slight blush, inadvertently accentuating the ambiguous expression of grievance on Shen Nianbai's face. His eyes were slightly cold, radiating an aura that discouraged any approach. Su Zhe couldn't help but swallow hard, blinking nervously as he spoke. "What brings you here?" "I was just looking for someone. I didn't pay much attention." "You all aren't looking for anyone either, are you?" As he spoke, he discreetly rolled his eyes from a vantage point where Shen Nianbai and the others could not see. "Your hand," Shen Nianbai remarked, paying no heed to Su Zhe's words. He glanced at the hands that Su Zhe and Su He were holding, his brow furrowing. Even though it was his younger brother holding hands, he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Shen Nianbai then turned his gaze to Su He, saying, "I didn't mean to bump into him. I saw you and hurried over, which led to the collision. It was not intentional." "Oh," Su He replied, looking at Shen Nianbai with a puzzled expression, struggling to grasp his meaning. However, it seemed that Shen Nianbai did not share her uncertainty. Nevertheless, Su He was not one to dwell on such matters. All she wished for was to be together with her family in peace during this lifetime, her expectations modest. Thus, noticing Shen Nianbai's anxious attempts to explain, she continued, "Do you need something from me? It's not convenient for you to go to the slums. If you're looking for someone, I can help you." Initially, Shen Nianbai had little hope that Su He would acknowledge him. Yet, to his surprise, she had softened towards him. Indeed, a man who knows how to be charming often finds favor. With this thought, he quickly concocted a reason and looked at Su He with hopeful eyes. The safety base in City S during his previous life had been far more chaotic than now. Yet he couldn't guarantee whether Zhang Liang and the others had constructed the base according to the plans he provided. However, seeing how the guards at the base seemed to regard the Su family with considerable importance, he surmised that Zhang Liang would likely refrain from taking any rash actions. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su He recalled the relationship between Shen Nianbai and the base commander in her previous life, which was almost akin to a sworn brotherhood. However, it seemed that in this life, they were yet to be acquainted. Nevertheless, considering the influence of the Shen family, she found herself inclined to believe his words. After all, it was imperative to locate Su Liang swiftly. Otherwise, she feared he might once again tread the same path as in her former life, rendering her previous efforts to protect him futile. Having come to this realization, Su He nodded at Shen Nianbai and said, "Very well. I'm seeking an individual named Su Liang, whose age." "Su Zhe, you can elaborate." Consequently, Su Zhe awkwardly described Su Liang's physical appearance to Shen Nianbai, who then effortlessly summoned a guard from the base. Astonishingly, the guard complied with Shen Nianbai's request. Su Zhe widened his eyes in astonishment. Despite his high reputation at the base and the guard's utmost respect towards him, it was utterly implausible that they would heed his summons so readily. Could it be that Shen Nianbai, upon arrival, had already garnered such significant attention from Zhang Liang? If so, how formidable must his lightning abilities be? Su Zhe currently reflects on the emphasis placed by the leader of the S-City safety base on the abilities of superhumans. He recognizes that the differential treatment towards him and Shen Nianbai is primarily due to Shen Nianbai's remarkable lightning abilities. This realization inevitably alters his perception of Shen Nianbai. After all, individuals like him are destined to become the most formidable forces in the apocalyptic world, which ultimately benefits both the apocalypse and the survivors. He sees no necessity to hold any personal grudges against Shen Nianbai. Naturally, he also respects his sister's opinions. Chapter 49, Narrow Paths of Enmity. Su He. Su Heng observed Shen Nianbai, who appeared strikingly different from her usual demeanor, and hastily pulled Li Xiang aside, intending to share a laugh. However, he was met with Li Xiang's sudden change in expression, following his gaze to find Shen Nianbai glaring at him with a pallid, darkened visage. In an instant, Su Hang's smile vanished entirely, and his body stiffened involuntarily. He had forgotten that Shen Nianbai was not one to jest lightly. "Su Hang, do you still lack abilities?" Shen Nianbai queried. "Then perhaps you should undertake more missions. You might awaken your powers in a moment of panic when confronted by a zombie." At her words, a chill crept down Su Hang's spine. Rather than placing himself in a life-threatening situation for the sake of gaining abilities, he would prefer to live as an ordinary person, simply taking on tasks and eliminating zombies. Although Su Hang envied those with powers, witnessing that the majority of people currently lacked such abilities tempered his own longing. Perhaps he would awaken them in due course, making it unnecessary to gamble with his life. There was indeed a possibility of that. Sui contemplated a similar occurrence from her past life, and, looking at Su Hang with earnestness, spoke up. Noticing his palpable fear, she continued, "However, I would advise against testing fate lightly, for many who attempt such things meet their demise. If one has not awakened their abilities in the early stages of the apocalypse, the likelihood of awakening when the populace eventually does is considerably diminished. Yet, there exists a slim chance that individuals bitten by zombies might not become infected and instead awaken powers. Nonetheless, this scenario is far less probable than awakening in a life-or-death situation. The majority of those bitten, or even those with abilities, are often devoured by zombies before they can manifest their powers. Unless they have assistance from fellow humans to fend off the zombies, death is virtually assured." Upon hearing Shen Nianbai and Su He's words, Su Hang and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, pondering, "Have you two been reading too many novels?" Su He appeared utterly bewildered. Noticing this, Shen Nianbai leaned closer to Su He, her cool lips lightly brushing against Su He's ear. In that instant, Su He felt her entire body stiffen, paralyzed by the unexpected intimacy. Then, she heard Shen Nianbai's melodious voice whispering in her ear. "What they mean is that we possess greater understanding than they do. We must be cautious not to reveal our true identities." Su was about to reprimand Shen Nianbai for his sudden approach, but unexpectedly, Shen Nianbai withdrew immediately, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor as he stood a meter away, skillfully preserving a fluctuating distance. Just as Su Zhe was about to follow, Su Hang restrained him, saying, "How can you be so oblivious? Do not trail your sister incessantly. Otherwise, be wary of the day when Shen Nianbai may turn his attention towards you." Su Zhe curled his lip, casting a glance at Shen Nianbai, who was tailing his sister like an insistent shadow. After contemplating the formidable nature of his lightning abilities, he decided against confronting him. He was simply not equipped to handle it at this moment. Furthermore, his sister's wood-based powers offered little advantage against Shen Nianbai, whose lightning abilities would easily overpower hers. Meanwhile, Su He was hastily making her way to the villa, her frustration palpable, only to find Shen Nianbai trailing behind her in utter silence. She had never encountered someone as brazen as Shen Nianbai before. However, since he seemed content to follow her, she felt no need for embarrassment. After all, it was he who should feel awkward. With this thought, Su He's mood began to brighten. Observing Shen Nianbai maintaining a leisurely distance of a few meters behind her, she strolled casually towards the villa. Was this what one might call a narrow path for adversaries? Su He cast a glance at the persistently haunting Shen Nianbai, feeling that her own resolve was lacking. Otherwise, how could she be so easily provoked into anger by him? After the group finished their dinner, they gathered to discuss their plans for the following day, aiming to venture south of the base in search of mutated creatures. Once their plans were settled, a knock echoed at the door. Shen Nianbai glanced at Su He, who was seated diagonally across from him, and coldly announced, "It's Su Liang and the others." Su He lifted her gaze to glance at Shen Nianbai, then turned her attention to Lin Yu, who had rushed to open the door. To her surprise, she found herself secretly wishing it would not be Su Liang, only to be met with profound disappointment. Standing outside was indeed Su Liang, who, in just a few short days, had transformed from a modest car dealership owner into a disheveled figure. Su He found it difficult to articulate her thoughts upon seeing Su Liang in such a state. "Su Liang, why do you smell so bad?" Su Zhe couldn't hold back any longer and bluntly confronted Su Liang, as the odor emanating from him was overwhelmingly pungent. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's face reddened slightly, and he awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Did you really expect the slums to be as pristine as your villa? Su He, upon hearing Su Liang's words, glanced at her parents, who appeared to be filled with reluctance, and whispered, "Is there a study room here?" The study is located on the second floor. At the end of the left corridor, Shen Nianbai interjected before Su's mother could speak. Mother Su opened her mouth but remained silent, nodding toward Su He. Subsequently, Su He instructed Su Zhe to escort Su Liang to the study on the second floor, then turned her gaze to those downstairs. If there is nothing else, I suggest everyone retire early. The implication was clear. It was time for them to rest and refrain from interrupting their conversation. Just as Shen Nianbai was about to make a move, he caught sight of Su He's discontented expression directed at him. His usually impassive face momentarily faltered, and he managed to pull a smile, albeit reluctantly. Su Liang, led by Su Zhe to the study, had completely lost his earlier spirited demeanor, now displaying an expression of despondency. "Sister He, did you need something from me?" he asked. "Su Liang, do you have feelings for that woman?" "Huh." Chapter 50. I shall take her life. The very woman who has brought ruin upon you and your brothers. Su Zhe glanced at the bewildered Su Liang, his expression filled with indignation. He had previously advised him several times, yet Su Liang remained obstinate. Now, he had managed to turn his once contented life into this disarray, all for the sake of pursuing such a woman. Can you not restrain yourself? Is that truly what you desire? Su He perceived an undercurrent of undisclosed emotions in the conversation between the two, casting a curious glance their way. Meanwhile, Su Liang, consumed by sorrow, hunched over, his entire being trembling as if he had lost something profoundly precious to him. Upon witnessing this, Su He felt an uncanny familiarity with his appearance. With a sigh, she approached and enveloped Su Liang in a radiant green glow using her wood-based abilities. Gradually, the areas touched by the verdant luminescence began to relax, and his emotions started to stabilize. "Sister, is it possible for your abilities to function in such a manner?" At first, Su Zhe intended to intervene when he witnessed Su He employing her wood-based abilities against Su Liang. However, as he observed the pained expression on Su Liang's face gradually ease, he felt a sense of relief. He was somewhat astonished by the wood-based powers. Previously, he had believed they were solely for defense against the undead. It now appeared that these abilities possessed healing properties as well. Su He was momentarily taken aback, and, after a brief pause, she turned to Su Zhe and said, "I just acted on impulse." She herself was uncertain as to why she had done so, but upon witnessing Su Liang's demeanor, she instinctively utilized her supernatural ability. As the realization dawned upon her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Does this wood-based power possess healing capabilities? With this thought in mind, she hastily paused, retrieving a dagger from her space, and swiftly made a cut across Su Liang's arm, which was still lying on the ground, reluctant to rise. Instantly, blood began to flow from the gash. Su Liang, startled, leapt to his feet, clutching his arm, and exclaimed, He, what are you doing?" I was just feeling a bit off. You need not be so ruthless." As he spoke, he attempted to retreat behind Su Zhe, only be yanked back by Su Zhe and thrust toward Su He. Thereafter, he heard the chilling words from Su He, "Sister, let us experiment on him first." Su Liang, bewildered, retorted, "Try me out as a guinea pig. Why not test it on yourself? Or on Su Zhe?" He was caught off guard when his arm was injured, receiving no prior warning whatsoever. "Su He, have you informed me just to use me as a guinea pig?" "Indeed, I fear pain. Su Zhe is my dear brother." Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Su He responded, and before Su Liang could approach, she pressed her lips together and continued. "However, the wound is already inflicted if you do not treat it." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Su Liang's arm reaching out. Su He noticed the dark grime on the arm, disregarding any feelings of revulsion, and immediately extended her hand to envelop the wound with her extraordinary ability. A luminescent green glow emanated from her palm and directly flowed to Su Liang's injured arm. In the next moment, the glow gradually began to mend the wound, and before long, the once profusely bleeding arm appeared as if it had never been harmed at all. Su Liang glanced at his arm and observed that, apart from the bloodstains that remained, there were no signs of a wound, not even a scab, as if the injury had never existed. This extraordinary ability is indeed quite fascinating. Sui gazed in astonishment at her palm, now aware that her wood-based ability possessed healing properties, which essentially granted them an additional layer of protection. The hope for survival with her family in this post-apocalyptic world had significantly increased. Casting a glance at Su Liang, who shared a similar expression of wonder, Suhi smiled softly, her fox-like eyes narrowing playfully. Su Liang, have you considered joining us? Her previous suggestion to Su Liang to stockpile supplies was aimed at forming a team with him. Given his commendable modification skills and the potential for him to awaken abilities after the cataclysm. However, for reasons unknown, his encounter with that woman had occurred prematurely, and he was now treading a path toward peril. This was something Suhi could not bear to witness. Setting aside his relationship with Su Zhe, she had discerned his good character over their time together, and having witnessed Su Liang's tragic demise in her previous life, she resolved to alter his fate this time. Su Liang, bewildered by her words, replied, "Haven't I always been with you?" He scratched his head, appearing somewhat dazed as he looked at Su He and Su Zhe. Su He immediately sensed something amiss. Noticing Su Zhe's frustration at Su Liang's comment, she grasped his arm and gently reassured him. That woman is suspicious. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe quickly grasped the situation, turning sharply to Su He. "Are you suggesting that woman can control others?" Confused and intrigued, Su Liang interjected, "What woman? What control?" As he struggled to insert himself into their conversation, Su Zhe and Su He confirmed their suspicions, then turned their gaze towards Su Liang, their arms crossed, watching him with an air of anticipation. "The woman you have been infatuated with these past few days, do you still recall Su Ming and the others?" "Indeed, I brought you to find our elder brother, did I not?" Su Liang replied, somewhat bewildered. "Yes, but subsequently we parted ways." "Parted ways? Why? And who is that woman?" Su Liang, utterly perplexed, glanced at Su Zhe with a hint of frustration. How could he have no recollection of the events that transpired over the past few days? He turned to the informed party beside him, his voice rising in desperation. "Has something occurred that I am unaware of? The issue must lie with that woman." After contemplating, Sui still found herself at a loss, only recalling that in her previous life, that woman was quite popular. Throughout the 3 months of the apocalypse, she was constantly surrounded by numerous male admirers. Even without any supernatural abilities or skills to combat the undead, she managed to live a carefree life during those dire times. However, considering Su Liang's current peculiar behavior, Su He began to harbor doubts. She then thought of Shen Nianbai, who had survived for so long in the apocalypse and should be aware of the woman's oddities. Casting a glance at Su Liang, who was still regretfully pounding his head, Sui shook her head with a sigh as she descended the stairs. She then turned to Su Zhe and instructed, "Keep an eye on him. I shall inquire further." "Where you go to ask?" Su Zhe replied, "I will accompany you." Suhi, as I emerged from my morning routine, a desperate scream reverberated through the villa. "I will kill her. I will slay that woman." Downstairs, Su Liang was bellowing with all his might, his eyes bloodshot, exuding an aura of desperation. Chapter 51. The peculiarity of this woman's extraordinary abilities. Su He, without a moment to change her attire, hurriedly stepped outside to assess the situation below. However, before she could descend the stairs, a brisk, cool breeze enveloped her, infused with the sharp scent of pine. Her heart skipped a beat, and as she looked up, she found herself embraced by Shen Nianbai, who wrapped her in a coat radiating warmth. Sui's small face instantly turned crimson. "What are you doing?" Shen Nianbai gazed at Su He's flushed visage, swallowed hard, averted his gaze, and hoarsely remarked, "There is someone downstairs. You're not in a suitable state." Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su He quickly realized that although she was wearing a bathrobe, she had not revealed anything inappropriate. Why, then was it inconvenient? Yet, she refrained from vocalizing this thought, remaining stunned as Shen Nianbai encircled her. Suddenly, she found herself whisked away, and, as she opened her eyes, she was astonishingly back in her room. After speaking, she pushed Shen Nianbai toward the door. He sensed her distress, standing rigid and motionless, his gaze filled with concern as he followed her with his eyes. Leave. Suhi, noticing Shen Nianbai's in action, covered her mouth to stifle her words. Seeing Suhi's pallid countenance, Shen Nianbai hurried to support her, but in the next moment she heaved violently, spilling the contents of her stomach all over him. His face morphed into a mask of worry as he anxiously inquired, "What is wrong? Why are you vomiting?" "We." He extended his hands to assist her, but she forcefully swatted them away. "Get out." Observing Shen Nianbai's flustered demeanor, Suhi couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement, her eyes brimming with tears, her exquisite face etched with determination. "Then you should rest well. If anything arises, remember to call me." Call the Andy over." A pang of sorrow gripped Shen Nianbai's heart as he spoke in a hushed tone. Once the door closed behind him, Suhi mustered her strength to stumble to the bathroom, clutching the toilet as she violently retched, tears streaming down her beautiful face, her eyes reflecting despair and unwillingness. The moment Shen Nianbai had transported her away had vividly reminded her of the instant before her demise when he had whisked Lin Qinghe away, sending her stomach churning in turmoil. Suhi closed her eyes, desperately attempting to cast these thoughts from her mind. When she reopened them, her elegantly upturned fox-like eyes, tinged with red at the corners, bore the appearance of one who had been grievously wronged, yet her gaze remained remarkably clear. Suhi had no choice but to give up. The next morning, after completing her morning routine, she went downstairs for breakfast. She intended to retrieve some food from her space, but upon reaching the dining area, she was surprised to find the table occupied by a multitude of people, with an array of food and drinks already laid out. Without hesitation, she took a seat and began to eat. After the group finished their breakfast, they commenced deliberating the tasks for the day. The plan was to head south of the base to confront the mutated creature as agreed upon the previous day. However, upon glancing at Su Liang's countenance, Suhi noted that his once vibrant and spirited face now bore the marks of despair. Pondering this, she turned her gaze to Su Zhe and cautiously proposed, "Su Zhe, would you accompany Su Liang to find that woman today?" Though Su Zhe had not mentioned the incident regarding the woman from yesterday, Suhi felt certain there was something peculiar about her and believed it prudent to send Su Zhe to investigate further. Su Hang let out a sound of acknowledgement, casting a sideways glance at Shen Nianbai, who was kicking him under the table with an expression of grievance. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Shen Nianbai's cold, penetrating gaze and quickly diverted his attention, smiling at Suhi. "It may not be convenient for them to go. Perhaps Shingu could accompany you instead? You needn't worry as you're a girl." "Suhi, why?" Suhi gazed at Su Hang with a puzzled expression, her eyes sweeping over the individuals at the dining table. Noticing their somewhat perplexed demeanor, her curiosity intensified. Shen Nianbai's cold voice was interwoven with a hint of barely perceptible delight. Her extraordinary ability was only effective on men, leading them into precarious situations. Suenadith. Moreover, with Su He and Shen Nianbai joining forces to confront the monsters, wouldn't their chances of success be greatly enhanced? Contemplating this, Su Zhe conferred with the group from the villa, and upon seeing their unanimous agreement, he gazed at Su He with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Liang, after a moment of reflection, spoke up. "May I accompany you? I wish to witness the fate of that woman firsthand, and my elder brothers are also involved. I cannot help but worry. What if that woman—" Before they could proceed, Su Zhe's erratic pace left them in a state of vexation. Shen Nianbai furrowed his brow, his expression one of indignation, as he summoned a surge of lightning energy in his palm and directed it toward the slums. Instantly, the inhabitants of the slums were startled by the sound of this electrifying display, hastily emerging from their tents to assess the situation, each armed with weapons. Among them, a few disheveled men and women stood out, particularly a woman clad only in a man's white shirt, her delicate shoulders exposed, marred by an array of bruises in shades of green and purple. Suhi caught a fleeting glimpse before a nearby individual swiftly covered her eyes. Upon realizing the identity of the hand's owner, Suhi's expression darkened. She promptly swatted Shen Nianbai's hand away and turned her gaze towards the bowed head of Su Zhe, striding directly towards the woman. Meanwhile, Su Liang's eyes brimmed with rage as he glared at the woman before him. In the next moment, he charged at her, exclaiming, "You wicked enchantress! Return my brother's life." Suhi reached out in an attempt to intervene, but was unable to stop him. As Su Liang rushed towards the woman, a wave of concern washed over her. In the next moment, she witnessed a flash of violet light in the woman's eyes, and suddenly, Su Liang began to lose control of himself. "Kill her," the woman commanded, her crimson lips parting as she pointed at Su He. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the men in the slums, as if enchanted, grasped their weapons and charged towards Su He. "Kill!" Chapter 52, Enchantment. "Kill! Kill!" The deafening cries of slaughter resonated throughout the entire base. Shen Nianbai maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze as still as a stagnant pool, fixated on the woman as though she were a corpse. Yet, within his palm, he summoned several bolts of lightning, aiming directly at her forehead, halting just a mere centimeter away. The woman, ensnared by the electric power, remained unfazed, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Shen Nianbai. Her lips parted slightly. "Have you thought this through? If you dare to harm a single hair on my head before you can kill me, she may very well lose her life." After speaking, she gracefully entwined herself around the man beside her, her eyes locked onto Shen Nianbai, exuding an air of inevitable triumph. Su Zhe, gritting his teeth, glared at the woman and exclaimed, "You wicked enchantress! Command them to lower their weapons at once. Do not gaze in her eyes." Realizing that Su Zhe was thrown into disarray, Su He hastily attempted to warn him, but it was too late. Su Zhe stood frozen in place, his eyes devoid of focus. How clever, indeed, to realize the necessity of avoiding my gaze. Yet, who is this handsome gentleman to you? As the woman spoke, a triumphant smile began to spread across her face, her expression turning wildly ecstatic as if she held dominion over the entire base. Sui narrowed her fox-like eyes, observing the woman before her with keen interest. In an instant, her entire being was enveloped in a luminous green glow, and her palms began to coalesce with the same green radiance, extending towards Su Zhe. "You are exceedingly naive." The woman, taken aback by Su He's audacious attempt to counter her enchanting abilities with wood-based powers, raised an eyebrow and smirked. With a brazen demeanor, she addressed Su He and Shen Nianbai. "Do you truly believe that your supportive abilities can withstand my powers?" Su He let out a light scoff. "Is that your extraordinary ability? Applied to the eyes, it is utterly ineffective." "You're mistaken. My power is seduction. Look at those around you. Who among them is not entranced by my ability? Do you truly believe you can walk out of here alive? So it is the power of seduction. Yet, why does it seem ineffective against him?" Observing the woman's immediate vulnerability, Su He formulated a plan. However, she had never heard of such a seductive ability in her previous life, though it was understandable given the myriad of extraordinary powers that emerged after the apocalypse. While she engaged the woman in conversation to divert her attention, her hand continuously channeled wood-type abilities to Su Zhe. Eventually, Su Zhe groggily regained consciousness, inhaling deeply and widening his eyes as he prepared to gaze at the woman, only to swiftly realize the danger and seize Su He with a look of sheer terror. "Sister, what is wrong with that woman's eyes? Her power is seduction. Do not stare into her eyes." "Then, what shall we do about these people?" Su Zhe was taken aback by the extraordinary ability, but soon his concern shifted to the plight of those around him, particularly Su Liang, who had also fallen under the woman's enchantment. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he heard the thunderous roar of lightning, and in the next moment, he witnessed Shen Nianbai's electric powers striking directly into the woman's eyes. The entire slum was soon filled with her heart-wrenching screams, rousing those who had just been enchanted, causing them to look around in confusion. The two men who had embraced the woman, upon regaining their senses, widened their eyes in shock, releasing her as they exchanged disdainful glances. "What has happened to us? Where am I? Where's my girlfriend? Where's this place? Wasn't I fighting zombies?" Su Liang surveyed the bewildered faces surrounding him, then turned his gaze toward the source of the chaos not far away. "Liangzi? How do we end up here? Where is Haozi? And where is our elder brother?" As Su Liang charged toward the woman, he was halted by the barrage of questions thrown at him. The sight of several men, despite being grown men, unable to hold back their tears, stirred a profound sense of helplessness within him. They began to recount their encounters with the woman. Meanwhile, Shen Nianbai cast a cold glance at the people in the slum, displaying an air of detachment. Before turning his attention to Suhi, "How do you intend to deal with this woman?" he inquired softly, his gaze fixed on the woman lying on the ground. Clutching her eyes, "Tsk." Suhi cast an exasperated glance at him, finding Shen Nianbai's actions rather presumptuous. She had only just begun to inquire into the woman's beguiling abilities when Shen Nianbai's thunderous intervention obliterated her efforts. While it could be argued that such a drastic measure served to liberate those ensnared by enchantment, she had yet to grasp the full extent of the woman's powers. Was it truly sufficient for her to boast so brazenly over mere enchantment? Her skepticism lingered. What's wrong? Noticing Suhi's disdainful expression, Shen Nianbai found himself at a loss, stammering, "Have you come to understand this ability? Why should we seek to comprehend it? Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. What if we encounter such abilities again in the future? If blinding her eyes serves to liberate those under her control, is it truly so strange to employ such tactics again?" Sue. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Suhi surprisingly found no fault in them. "I have encountered many peculiar abilities before, yet there are scarcely any natural adversaries to lightning powers. Thus you need not be concerned." Suhi looked at Shen Nianbai, who appeared utterly self-righteous, and was left speechless, gazing skyward. She decided not to engage further with Shen Nianbai and walked directly towards the woman who was wailing while covering her eyes. She squatted down and grasped the woman's chin, only to have it slapped away. The woman, her voice trembling, tentatively asked, "Who are you? What do you intend to do with me?" "It is I," Suhi replied, "the one you just claimed would not leave this place alive." Upon hearing this, the woman froze in shock. Blood streamed from her eyes as she cried out towards Suhi, "Please save me. I was wrong. I beg you to help me." Suhi responded, "I might consider saving you, but first you must elucidate the matter concerning your eyes." Suhi remained undeterred. In her previous life, she possessed no supernatural abilities and had little interest in them. However, with her newfound powers in this life, she yearned to comprehend the various other abilities that existed. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world where zombies were the enemies, the unpredictability of human nature, especially that of those endowed with formidable powers, was even more daunting. If they were friends, it would be manageable, but if they were foes, she would have to be wary. "Eyes? My eyes have been blinded by your man. What more do you wish to inquire? How did you acquire this ability? What are its functions? And what counters it?" Upon hearing these questions, the woman burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, you've brought me to this state, and yet you expect me to divulge my secrets? On what grounds?" Chapter 53, Regret. If you wish to survive, heed my words. Upon hearing this from the woman, Shen Nianbai felt a surge of joy and resolved to spare her life, for her words resonated deeply with him. Survive? In my current state, what difference does it make if I live or die? In a world overrun by zombies, where humans devoured one another, how could she continue to exist without her sight? Were these two not jesting with her, especially coming from one who had blinded her? How absurd. Not necessarily. You just witnessed my wood-type ability healing those whom you controlled. Suhi raised an eyebrow, her palm gently stroking as her wood ability swirled in her grasp. "Can you truly restore my eyesight? Watch my performance." The woman, recalling Suhi's assistance in breaking a charm previously, felt a flicker of hope. "Do not save her. This woman has harmed several of our brothers." At this moment, Su Liang and the others had sorted through the events of the past few days, and, upon seeing Suhi's intent to save the woman, hurriedly intervened. He rushed to Suhi's side, recounting all the bizarre occurrences following their encounter with the woman, and pointed at her, shouting, "It's her. She used some strange ability to control us. When we first met, she feigned ignorance of the apocalypse. Ha! Y pretending. You all were glued to my eyes from the moment you saw me. Who insisted on dragging me along? It was you." After not receiving any retort, she continued, "Did I choose to accompany you when we encountered zombies? It was you lustful men who insisted on bringing me along. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions." Su Liang was momentarily speechless, his fury igniting. Lustful intentions? If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman and there's zombies lurking outside, who would care about you? Do you know how your brothers perished? Do you understand why I sought their demise? It turned out that on the day Soo-hee and her group met this woman, she had indeed been oblivious to the apocalypse. The night before, she had partaken in a gathering with friends, drinking to excess and waking up the next day with a hangover. As she was about to step outside, she encountered Soo-hee and her companions, who informed her of the apocalypse. She then witnessed the horrific scene of zombies attacking and devouring humans, leaving her utterly stunned. Later, she was indeed coerced into joining Su Liang and his group, but little did she expect to encounter such beasts. Upon arriving at the safety base in City S, rather than being taken to the villa with Su Zhe and the others, she was instead brought to a slum. That very night, while Su Ming and Su Liang were out, she was held down and insulted by several men. However, not a single soul in the slum came to her aid. That night, she felt despair. She regretted her choices. She loathed these people, but in her darkest moment, she discovered that the individuals she focused on began to succumb to her control, albeit only for a fleeting few seconds. She soon realized her ability to change the color of her eyes, which granted her control over others, making them obey her commands. Yet this power would vanish shortly thereafter, and those she had controlled would forget their actions. Thus, she resolved to take vengeance on those who had humiliated her, compelling them to undertake perilous missions for the base, leading them to their demise. As for Su Liang and Su Ming, they had not been involved in those transgressions, so she merely controlled them without sentencing them to death. Yet, these individuals still intended to hold her accountable. She had merely sought vengeance against those brutes and exerted control over the entire slum. Had they arrived a moment later, the entire base would have been hers. As for those who had once wronged her, they would become her hounds, forever prostrating at her feet, unable to inflict further torment upon her. Upon hearing these revelations, Su Liang turned to his disheveled brothers, incredulous. Is what she says true? How can this be? This woman seduced several of our brothers. Indeed, she wore old sans clothes, exposing her thighs as if to entice us. Hearing this, Su Liang was left astounded. The woman seated on the ground laughed, a laugh filled with desolation and despair. Do you not know your own brothers? Why did you not speak to me and the eldest brother afterward? Speak. What good would it do? The deed is done. Thus, I will seek revenge, and I shall make you all experience this torment. Do you know what they did while under my control? They crawled at my feet like dogs. Were they not fond of humiliation? I forced them to parade around the slum, naked as the day they were born. As the woman spoke, she erupted into laughter. They deserve their fate. And what of my brother? You destroyed him and took his life. Well, my boyfriend, what wrong did he commit that warranted you stealing him away from me? Do not presume that your suffering can erase the pain you have inflicted upon us. Sui silently observed the unfolding drama, while beside her, Shen Nianbai summoned his lightning abilities, prepared for any unforeseen events. Little did they anticipate that within these few fleeting days, so much turmoil would arise due to this woman. I will accompany you. Leave the matters here to Lin Yu. As Sui made to depart, Shen Nianbai felt a surge of anxiety. His earlier intervention had already displeased her, and the thought of her leaving him behind filled him with unease. Yet, seeing her resolute demeanor, he reluctantly signaled the base guards to handle the situation. Su Liang glanced at his companion of several years, overwhelmed by disappointment. However, he had little to say regarding that woman. Though he had rescued her out of goodwill, it did not imply that she was obliged to entrust him with her life. He bore no responsibility to protect her, and the words of apology remained lodged in his throat. I have nothing to say to you. If I must express something, it is merely my regret in saving you from the clutches of the undead. Had I not intervened, none of these events would have transpired. Perhaps my brothers would still be as they once were. Ha ha, you regret it? You regret it. The woman erupted into laughter upon hearing his words, and in her disoriented state, she began to recklessly dash about. Sister, shall we still pursue that mutated creature? Suze cast a worried glance at Su Yang, uncertain whether he was in a condition to venture outside. Chapter 54. There's no saving this. Go. Su Yang, noticing Su Ze's concern, patted his shoulder and managed a smile, albeit one tinged with bitterness. Must we not move forward? Moreover, there is no time for sorrow or despair now. Sui cast a glance at Su Liang before turning her attention to the group of women who were mercilessly assaulting someone behind her. A wave of desolation washing over her heart. The apocalypse represented a cataclysmic disaster for humanity, and for the frail elderly, children, and women, it was particularly dire. Had she not been formidable in her previous life, and constrained by the fact that Shen Nianbai was her nominal husband, she feared she too might have succumbed to a fate similar to that of the woman before her. Contemplating this, her initial desire to languish in her space with indolence began to wane. In a world ravaged by chaos, strength was paramount. Without it, she would be subject to the whims of others, jeopardizing her sanctuary. It was truly absurd that she had entertained the notion of merely surviving as a sloth in the apocalypse, which now seemed utterly untenable. You all? Suze raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Suhi. He had always been aware of Suhi's reluctance to associate with Shen Nianbai, so he was surprised to hear her use the term now. Turning his gaze to the composed Shen Nianbai beside him, Suze shook his head, realizing that his sister's infatuation with appearances, coupled with her romantic inclinations, was undeniable. There was no saving her. With this thought in mind, Suze beckoned Shen Nianbai with a subtle gesture. Although Shen Nianbai maintained a calm facade, anxiety began to stir within him. He clenched his fists tightly as the cacophony of voices in the bass faded, leaving only the sound of his own heart pounding in his ears. Upon noticing Su Ze's beckoning, he managed to rasp, "Is there something you need?" No sooner had he spoken than Su Ze seized his shoulder and pulled him aside. Witnessing this, Suhi furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and turned to Su Liang, offering some words of comfort. Su Liang, observing Su Ze leading Shen Nianbai away, sensed their discussion would revolve around Su He, and a pang of bitterness welled up within him. He then suggested to Su Ze, "Let us head to the mission board to collect our tasks." As he spoke, he draped his arm over Su Ze's shoulder and moved forward, accidentally brushing against Shen Nianbai as they passed, eliciting a slight smile from him as he cheerfully said, "Let's go." However, Shen Nianbai, taken aback by the bump, stood frozen in place. Glancing at Su He, who awaited him, he looked into her doe-like eyes, filled with a sense of grievance, and lamented, He, does he harbor some ill feelings towards me? Sue." Upon seeing Shen Nianbai's tear-filled, doe-like eyes, Suhi cast him a sidelong glance, perplexed by his antics, and shook her head as she strode forward. He, I speak the truth. He just brushed past me deliberately. Enough, Shen Nianbai. The sight of this aloof, seemingly austere man uttering such trivialities sent a shiver down Suhi's spine, prompting her to stomp her foot and hastily make her exit. Observing her retreat, Shen Nianbai furrowed his brow, his chiseled features marred by a hint of melancholy. It seemed that he did not appreciate this side of him. Was it merely a matter of her disliking him? Regardless, he was determined to win her affection anew. He had already promised his brother-in-law. Evolution. How much time has passed? How did they evolve? Can we still compete? You possess extraordinary abilities, but what of us ordinary folk? Upon hearing Su Ze's words, Suhi and Shen Nianbai exchanged a knowing glance, both silently contemplating the same thought. Upon observing the worried expressions of those around him, Su Ze promptly elucidated, "It is the crystal core. Have you ever encountered apocalyptic literature? It is akin to the crystal cores depicted therein. The zombie's brain evolves to form a crystal core, which presents both advantages and disadvantages." Su Liang cast a glance at the few supernatural beings present in the villa. The Suhi family possessed abilities, as did the Shen Nianbai family. The fact that the base could scarcely identify a single supernatural individual underscores why Zhang Liang held the Su Ze family in such high regard. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the realm is governed by the strong, and the strong are none other than those endowed with supernatural abilities. Contemplating this, he looked at Su He, his gaze gradually dimming with a sense of melancholy. He realized he was still far too weak. Seeing the group somewhat dispirited, Suhi stepped forward to uplift their spirits. However, do not lose heart. The base currently has a limited number of ability users. If we venture out and undertake more missions slaying zombies, there remains a possibility of awakening our powers. Indeed, Did we not previously agree? Ordinary individuals possess their own ways of life, and we are not the kind to falter without our abilities. Precisely, and this is merely the beginning. Let us wait and see, for we may evolve into possessing even more formidable powers. As Su Hang and the others noticed Su-He's encouraging approach, they hastily echoed the sentiments expressed earlier. Shen Nianbai glanced at the eager brothers vying for Su-He's attention, his expression darkening. Indeed, with both me and Su-He leading, how poorly could you fare? Come, we still have tasks to undertake. Observing the enthusiasm of his companions, Shen Nianbai continued. Since they are so keen to prove themselves, why not grant them the opportunity? However, only a small fraction was willing to accompany them. The rest, upon entering the base, promptly sought their own paths to survival. So he brought out 5 modified off-road vehicles, glancing at the armed group before speaking. Each family will take 1 vehicle, and you may assemble your own. It seems there are still others outside the base, namely, that mother and daughter pair, along with an elderly gentleman. Thus, Su-He's family of 4 occupied 1 vehicle, accompanied by Su Liang as the driver. Shen Nianbai's family took another, along with the butler and assistant Lin Yu. Su Hang and his 3 companions drove the remaining 3 vehicles. As the 5 modified off-road vehicles departed from base, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. Chapter 55. The zombie horde. Although many vehicles have been discarded on the road since the apocalypse, none had displayed such a bold display of 5 uniformly modified off-road vehicles. The sight clearly indicated that they were well prepared for the challenges of this new world. After Su-He and her group picked up the mother and daughter, as well as the elderly man, the base residents began inquiring about the owners of the off-road vehicles. Upon learning that they belonged to the Su-Zhe family, their astonishment faded into recognition. This was largely due to the impressive abilities previously demonstrated by the Su-Zhe family, particularly the powers that others had yet to acquire. After all, this meant they had already secured a significant voice in the new world, even within the confines of the entire base. While the ordinary individuals were reliant upon these formidable beings for survival, they harbored a mixture of awe, envy, and even fear towards them. However, both Su-He and Shen Nianbai had long since grasped this dynamic. Their singular focus was on becoming stronger. The group drove southward from the base, with Su-He having stored several walkie-talkies in her spatial area prior to the apocalypse. Each vehicle was equipped with one of these devices. As Su-Zhe stepped into the vehicle, he promptly seized the intercom and, after fiddling with it for a moment, initiated a call. Should we come up with a name for our team? Upon hearing this, Su-He's expression shifted dramatically. However, observing her family's fervor, she forced a smile and silently watched them, all the while reminding herself that this was no longer her previous life, and she would not suffer betrayal from the Dawn Squad as she had before. Yet, when confronted with those individuals again, she could only wish them well, for she had always harbored a grudge. What should we name our team? Let me think. Su Hang, driving the car, glanced at Li Xiang, who was tinkering with the intercom, and upon hearing the voice emanating from it, felt a wave of excitement. Shifting in his seat, he turned to Li Xiang and, with a gleam in his eyes, suggested, since we are venturing into the apocalypse, how about we call ourselves the Corpse Slayer Squad? After speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Li Xiang in the passenger's seat, his face alight with pride. What? Corpse Slayer? Go eat dung. Upon hearing Su Hang's words, Su-Zhe displayed a look of utter disdain and promptly tossed the intercom to the co-pilot, Su-He. Su-He helplessly shook her head and spoke into the intercom. Su Hang, your name is quite unremarkable. How is the team faring? The melodious and magnetic voice of Shen Nianbai emanated from the intercom, causing Su-He to tremble slightly. She then forced a smile, her gaze drifting towards the vehicle ahead. After a prolonged silence, the intercom remained quiet, leading the others to believe that no further words would be exchanged. However, after a moment, Shen Nianbai resumed, speaking into the intercom. What does he think of that name? Xinge, this is making everyone ponder names. Why do you only inquire about Miss He? Someone interjected. Exactly. Don't just ask the young lady. I have a good name of mine too. How about Starfire? The others, upon hearing the silence from the intercom, stoked the flames of the awkwardness between Su-He and Shen Nianbai. Upon hearing the conversation among several individuals through the intercom, Suhi could only smile helplessly and wondered, why hasn't Team Mr. Shen utilized Dawn? In her previous life, the Dawn Squad had been proposed by Shen Nianbai. However, in this life, just then, she noticed the vehicle ahead suddenly brake sharply. Suhi's brow furrowed as she lowered the car window and leaned out to observe the front. To her relief, there were no zombies in sight. After all, they were in the suburbs, far removed from the bustling city center, and thus, the number of zombies was considerably fewer. In the next moment, she saw Shen Nianbai open the car door and step out, striding directly towards her. Suhi couldn't help but swallow hard, her mind racing to anticipate the motivations behind Shen Nianbai's approach, preparing herself for any eventuality. I harbor no affection for Dawn, nor for the Dawn team. Everything that displeases he is equally distasteful to me. If we're to name it the Hope Team, I believe he would grasp my intentions. Shen Nianbai leaned closer, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed deeply at Suhi. Suze, along with his parents, sat in the back seat, exuding an air of playful camaraderie, yet they remained silent. Meanwhile, Su Liang, at the driver's seat, observed Shen Nianbai halting the car in the middle of the road and stepping out to engage in an extended conversation with Suhi. He couldn't help but scoff. We still have a journey ahead. What on earth is Mr. Shen doing? With a casual shrug, he added, it doesn't matter to me. Seeing Shen Nianbai standing still, Suhi felt a pang of anxiety and decided to abandon her reservations. As long as it wasn't the Dawn Squad, it would suffice, for she harbored a grudge against them. Thus, she resolved to heed He's suggestion and name it the Hope Squad. Sue. Su Yang cast a glance at Shen Nianbai's figure, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a perky bottom. Her physique was indeed exquisite, complemented by an impeccable face. Even if he were a woman, he would be captivated. But he was not. Why are you honking the horn? Don't attract the zombies here. Suze noticed Su Liang incessantly honking, the sound unbearable, and hurriedly leaned over to pat Su Liang's shoulder, urging him to stop. It's Shen Nianbai. Su Liang, seeing his good friend fail to comprehend the situation, spoke impatiently. However, he was met with a light smack to the head from Suze. What does it matter to you? Look at us. We wouldn't dare provoke her. And you're just walking into the line of fire. What is the issue? Su Liang felt a pang of concern and couldn't help but glance at Suze in the rearview mirror, though his words were probing for news about Shen Nianbai. So, brother, don't act foolishly. Suze silently added a remark in his heart, then turned his gaze towards the co-pilot, Suhi, noticing that her thoughts were entirely elsewhere. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. You should speak less. Upon witnessing her son, Suze, wading through murky waters, Su Mu gently tapped his arm. Her son, lacking perceptiveness yet not devoid of intelligence, proceeded through the intersection. Following the map, Shen Nianbai directed the vehicle towards the location indicated by the base, where mutated creatures were reported to have appeared. However, after traversing a single junction, they encountered a small horde of zombies. They halted their advance, confronted by a minor swarm of approximately 100 undead. Shen Nianbai's voice echoed through the intercom, prompting Su Liang and the others in their 4 vehicles to come to an immediate stop, each grasping their weapons, ready to charge forward. Sui also stepped out of the vehicle, wielding 2 sharp daggers. She held a considerable trust in Shen Nianbai's capabilities. However, it turned out her confidence was misplaced. Chapter 56. Encountering an enemy again. As their group disembarked, they were met with the sight of dozens of zombies charging frantically towards them. Su Heng and his companions were filled with trepidation, clutching their weapons yet hesitating to advance. Su Zhe and Su Liang, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly stepped forward to shield Su He, fearful of the approaching zombies. Armed with weapons, they vigilantly faced the oncoming horde. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter duo from the vehicle, along with a burly man, desperately sought refuge behind a barrier, also brandishing weapons to guard against the advancing undead. Sui furrowed her brow upon witnessing the expressions of those around her. However, she understood that they had only just entered this apocalyptic world and were still unaccustomed to it, their fear of these man-eating creatures evident. After all, being bitten by a zombie could lead to infection, a fate far more dreadful than death itself. Contemplating this, she glanced at Su Zhe and Su Liang. Despite their evident fear, bravely shielded her, and at her parents who stood steadfastly by her side. A warmth blossomed in her heart. You need not worry about me. Just ensure your own safety. Sui gently spoke to the individuals beside her, and as her words faded, she swiftly darted towards the oncoming horde of zombies. With a precise motion, she wielded her knife and effortlessly severed the heads of 2 zombies. The group behind her watched in wide-eyed astonishment as she danced among the undead, brandishing her dagger as if slicing through fruit, causing them to swallow hard in awe. Soon, they began to stir with eagerness. Su Hang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing how easily these zombies could be dispatched, he suggested, "Why don't we charge in as well?" Li Xiong scoffed lightly. "Do you have any idea how inept you were shooting games?" However, seeing Su Hang charge forward with his machete, he let out a resigned sigh and followed suit, with Mo Han and Chun Yiqing closely trailing behind them. Mother Su extended her bowstring, finding cover before releasing the arrow. However, her aim was somewhat lacking. A single shot was insufficient to slay the zombie. Observing this, Father Su swiftly intervened to deliver the finishing blow. Occasionally, they would narrowly evade the grasp of the undead. Sui watched with trepidation, her heart racing as Su Zhe was nearly caught by the zombie's razor-sharp claws. In a moment of panic, she rushed towards him, only to see Su Liang grasping Su Zhe as they began to fight back-to-back. Upon reaching Su Zhe, Sui cast a worried glance at him. "What happened just now?" she inquired. "It was my ability. Those creatures were guiding me, but the noise in my ears was overwhelming." Su Zhe responded, a hint of fear lingering in his voice. Had it not been for Su Liang's timely intervention, he might have found himself among the horde of zombies. Grateful, he shot a glance at Su Liang before hastily rejoining the fray against the undead. "For heaven's sake, why do these foolish zombies keep chasing me? Li Ziyan, aren't you a sharpshooter? Take them down. Save me, save me, save me." Accompanied by Su Hang's piercing screams and cries for help, Su He and her companions efficiently dispatched dozens of zombies, then calmly observed Su Hang, who was still frantically attempting to flee. One might wonder what his fans would think of such a display. Was it truly necessary to be so frightened? Clearly, he was not particularly competent in this regard. As for dealing with zombies, he was utterly inept. "Hey, Sister He, if what you say is true, does that mean I excel in everything except killing zombies?" Su Hang, unfazed by the group's mockery, continued to grin playfully at Su He, earning himself a roll of her eyes in response. Having cleared the zombies in their vicinity, the group noticed that Shen Nianbai and her crew had yet to emerge from their location. All they could hear were the growls of zombies and the sounds of combat. Exchanging glances, they hastily followed the noise. What they encountered was utterly shocking. Before them, thousands of zombies were simultaneously assaulting Shen Nianbai and her companions. The butler and Lin Yu stood at the periphery, shielding Shen's parents while persistently attacking the zombies with their weapons, though it was evident that they were struggling against the overwhelming odds. Upon witnessing this scene, Su He's eyes widened in fury. Among the horde of zombies, she spotted a familiar face, Lin Qinghe. Remarkably, she was still alive. Ever since Shen Nianbai had previously killed Lin Qinghe, she had transformed into a zombie, but had unexpectedly awakened a unique ability. During their last encounter, Shen Nianbai's electric powers had proven ineffective against Lin Qinghe. Sui furrowed her brow, realizing that Shen Nianbai's lightning abilities were undoubtedly the most formidable she had ever encountered, both in this life and the last. However, she could not fathom why they were ineffective against Lin Qinghe. As she observed Shen Nianbai channeling his lightning powers, dozens of bolts surged forth towards the horde of zombies, and within mere seconds, a multitude of them fell. Yet, an unrelenting wave of zombies continued to approach Shen Nianbai, significantly diminishing the numbers threatening Shen's parents. Why were all these zombies drawn to Shen? Did they harbor grudges? It seemed unlikely. They must be under some form of control. Could it be that at the center of this horde was Lin Qinghe? Had she been bitten by a zombie? Su Hang and his companions, witnessing the scene unfold, hesitated to rush in recklessly. Instead, they remained on the periphery, assisting in eliminating a few zombies while their eyes frequently darted toward Shen Nianbai, who was encircled by the undead, filled with concern. They feared that their intervention might hinder him, so they continued to slay zombies while silently praying for Shen Nianbai's safety. Upon hearing Su Hang's words, Su Zhe and the others exchanged glances with Su He, noticing that her demeanor was indeed off. After swiftly dispatching the zombies, they approached Su He directly. "Sister, are you all right?" Shen Nianbai was unable to handle her. His powers proved ineffective against her. How could this be? Su Zhe wore a look of astonishment as he observed the zombies indeed being commanded by Lin Qinghe to assault Shen Nianbai. However, Shen Nianbai did not retaliate against Lin Qinghe. To an uninformed onlooker, such as Su Hang and his companions, it might seem as though Shen Nianbai was showing mercy towards Lin Qinghe. Yet, the reality was far from this assumption. In an instant, Su Zhe recalled the zombie narratives he had previously perused, where such circumstances seemed to arise. However, he could not quite remember how the author had orchestrated it. As he contemplated inquiring with Su He, he looked up only to find his sister had vanished. Where could she be? She is a grown woman. After all, she must have rushed inside. Father Su gazed anxiously at Su He's retreating figure, while Mother Su persistently pulled the line to the right. Her eyes fixed intently on Lin Qinghe amidst the horde of zombies, prepared to thwart any further actions from it. Su Zhe followed his father's gaze and beheld his sister, wielding 2 daggers, charging into the horde of zombies. Wherever she passed, the undead fell lifelessly to the ground, some even losing limbs in the process. Chapter 57. Shen Nianbai has been infected. He felt a surge of astonishment. What kind of female warrior was his sister? A fierce battle spirit ignited within him as he brandished his Tang Dao and matched Su He's pace. Meanwhile, Shen Nianbai was besieged by the zombies, unleashing bolts of lightning from his palms, hurling them into the throng of undead. An acrid smell soon enveloped the small town, and where he struck, chaos reigned as zombies toppled in droves, leaving the ground charred and blackened. Yet, Shen Nianbai's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qinghe, ensconced at the center of the horde, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Observing Lin Qinghe, shielded by the zombies, Shen Nianbai furrowed his brows, recalling the opportunities Lin Qinghe had in their previous life. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind. He remembered that after Su He's demise, Lin Qinghe had distinctly spoken to him about the storyline. Even at the end, when Lin Qinghe had met her tragic fate at his hands, she had appeared incredulous, exclaiming, "This is wrong. The plot is not like this." Could it be that Lin Qinghe possessed knowledge or assets unknown to him? And was there truly a narrative at play? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Shen Nianbai regarded Lin Qinghe with a complex expression. What hidden cards did she hold? Moreover, given Su He's connection to her, he could not shake off his apprehension about a confrontation between Su He and Lin Qinghe. It was not a matter of trust in Su He, but rather the uncertainty surrounding Lin Qinghe's strength, especially since even his lightning abilities had failed to harm her. Lost in contemplation of Su He, Shen Nianbai then spotted a familiar figure by Lin Qinghe's side, none other than Su He herself. Yet, how could she dare to plunge directly into the horde of zombies? His eyes reddened with urgency as he fixated on Su He charging into the fray, his lightning abilities swirling in his palms, some even veering toward Lin Qinghe, fearful that even a slight touch from the zombies could harm Su He. At that moment, the horde began to stir restlessly, a cluster of zombies guarding Lin Qinghe as they cautiously retreated, seemingly aware that they could not best Su He and Shen Nianbai. However, in the next heartbeat, the grayish eyes of these zombies turned hazy, and they halted their retreat, scattering instead to launch an assault on Su He and Shen Nianbai. Only a small contingent of 4 or 5 zombies remained to shield Lin Qinghe as she withdrew. Upon witnessing the scene, Su He narrowed her eyes slightly, her palm beginning to gather her supernatural abilities. She fixated intently on the plants surrounding Lin Qinghe, uncertain whether her wood-based powers could indeed exert control over them. Yet, in light of the circumstances, she resolved to take the plunge. She could not afford to let Lin Qinghe escape any longer. However, before her botanical abilities could subdue the nearby flora, she observed branches of willow soaring towards the horde of corpses. Astonishingly, these branches launched indiscriminate assaults, targeting both the living and the undead alike. Wherever the willow branches traveled, They ensnared several zombies, akin to threading candied hawthorn. Not only Sue, but others too stood in stunned silence, each person warily observing the airborne willow, fearful that they might become its next target. Sui cast a glance at the willow branches and instantly realized that this must be the mutated creature that had appeared south of their target base. However, she was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, a willow tree. A willow tree with such formidable destructive power. With this thought in mind, Suhi swiftly maneuvered through the horde of zombies, her entire being enveloped in wood-based abilities, and headed directly towards the mutated willow tree. To her astonishment, she noticed Lin Qinghe also following the willow's branches. As she deftly evaded the willow's attacks, she hurried after Lin Qinghe. Unfortunately, whether it was her dagger or her wood-based powers, they were only suitable for close combat, and as she realized she was losing ground, Sui drew a submachine gun from her spatial storage and began to fire at Lin Qinghe's retreating figure. The bullet struck Lin Qinghe's back and head, yet she appeared to be unfazed. In fact, she turned around and conjured a curtain of water, creating a barrier that separated her from Suhi. Remarkably, the bullets fired back at her were deflected by the water curtain. Suhi narrowly evaded the bullet by swiftly dodging aside. When she looked up again, Lin Qinghe's figure had vanished without a trace. Cursing under her breath, she barely had time to search for Lin Qinghe before being encircled by a horde of zombies attracted by the gunfire. Realizing her predicament, she enveloped herself in her wood-based abilities, raising her submachine gun to unleash a relentless barrage upon the zombies, each shot striking true to their heads, causing the encroaching creatures to topple in circles. Yet, an even greater swarm surged towards her. Suhi thought to herself in dismay. It was all her fault for losing her composure upon catching sight of Lin Qinghe, inadvertently drawing these zombies closer with her gunfire. Moreover, she noticed that these zombies seemed to possess a semblance of awareness, refraining from attacking her directly, instead forming a circle around her, their hands flailing in her direction. Sui couldn't help but recall the scene from her previous life, just before her demise, her mind momentarily shutting down as she stood there in a daze. Shen Nianbai, chasing after Suhi, witnessed her frantically pursuing Lin Qinghe, ultimately resorting to gunfire to eliminate her. However, before he could intervene, Suhi had already fired at Lin Qinghe. Initially, she managed to hit her, but soon after, Lin Qinghe's water barrier thwarted the subsequent bullets. Shen Nianbai coldly fixated on Lin Qinghe, only to see her figure vanish into thin air. He was taken aback. Lin Qinghe possessed so many hidden cards. Regaining his composure, he saw countless zombies lunging towards Suhi. Shen Nianbai's eyes turned crimson, his heart feeling as though it were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, struggling to breathe. In an instant, he teleported, harnessing his lightning-based abilities to surge towards Suhi, just as she was about to be ensnared by the horde. Upon reaching her side, he noticed something was amiss and coldly addressed her. Suhi. Then, with one hand unleashing his lightning powers against the surrounding zombies while the other held Suhi protectively in his embrace. He feared that even the slightest contact with a zombie could harm her. Moments later, Suhi regained her senses, realizing she was in Shen Nianbai's arms. A strange feeling washed over her, but as she surveyed the undead around them, she quickly composed herself, enveloping herself once more in her wood-based abilities and extending a protective barrier of glowing wood energy over Shen Nianbai. Meanwhile, Su Zhe, Su Hang, and others continued to divert the zombies' attention, engaging them in a cat-and-mouse game of attack and retreat. When the group finally managed to dispatch hundreds of zombies and catch their breath, they were met with a harrowing piece of news. Shen Nianbai had been bitten. He had been infected. Chapter 58. Shen Nianbai's zombification. You've been caught by a zombie. Su Hang, seizing the opportunity while the others rested after the skirmish, hurried over to Su He and Shen Nianbai. Concerned for their safety after they had been surrounded by the horde, he felt compelled to thoroughly inspect them. However, upon approaching, he immediately noticed several scratch marks on the back of Shen Nianbai's neck, his mouth agape in shock as he stared at him. Hearing Su Hang's exclamation, the others abandoned their respite and rushed over, their hearts sinking at the sight of Shen Nianbai's injuries. Sui felt a suffocating sensation take hold of her, her gaze evasive, unable to face Shen Nianbai. His sharp eyes pierced through Su Hang, radiating a chilling aura, but Su Hang paid no mind. His eyes brimming with tears as he approached and patted Shen Nianbai on the head. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? How could you let a zombie catch you? What happened? We just reunited, and now you. As he spoke, Su Hang broke down in tears, embracing Shen Nianbai tightly and repeatedly patting his shoulder. And Mohan and the others could not bear to watch, their eyes misty with unshed tears as they regarded Shen Nianbai. Shen's parents were inconsolable, weeping openly in each other's arms. Enough, you talk too much, Shen Nianbai said, feeling overwhelmed by Su Hang's embrace. He wriggled free, looking disdainfully at the man who was now a blubbering mess. Standing up with an air of calm, he stated, "So what if I've been caught? Is that all there is to it? What do you mean is that all? Do you realize that being caught means you'll become a zombie? A zombie? You will no longer be the Shen Nianbai we know, but a creature of the undead. What shall we do?" In that moment, everyone felt at a loss. Shen Nianbai scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Su He, who stood a short distance away, her back to him, her eyes filled with love and sorrow. "But you are on the brink of becoming a zombie. I will strive to preserve the memories of Shen Nianbai," he thought. "What will happen to your father and me if you leave us like this?" Shen's mother, witnessing her son's resolute demeanor and his willingness to face death, felt her heart shatter. "I have learned that some zombies retain fragments of their human memories, so you need not worry. Even if I become a zombie, I will protect you all." Shen Nianbai, are you trying to fool a child? Sui could hardly bear it. She should have harbored hatred towards Shen Nianbai. Yet the moment she learned of Shen Nianbai being seized by a zombie, she felt no sense of vengeful satisfaction. Instead, an overwhelming confusion enveloped her. In that fleeting instant, her mind went blank. It was only when her eyes beheld the sight of Shen Nianbai being grabbed by the nape of her neck that she found herself unable to accept the reality. The very person she had longed to despise and distance herself from was now being captured by a zombie in an attempt to save her, and was on the brink of transformation into one herself. It was utterly absurd. Yet, Shen Nianbai stood there, proclaiming that even in the event of becoming a zombie, she would retain her memories and strive to protect them. Who was she trying to deceive? Tears streamed down Su He's face, not from crying, but as if a dam had broken the moment she turned to look at Shen Nianbai, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Witnessing such anguish in Su He, Shen Nianbai felt a sharp pang in his heart, while a strange sensation coursed through his body. His brows furrowed as he glanced at Su Hang and the others, a flicker of desperation in his eyes. "Would you help me take them away? Shen Nianbai, if you were a man, you would handle this yourself instead of pleading. You all should leave. I have something to discuss with He." As he spoke, Shen Nianbai's obsidian-like eyes abruptly shifted in hue, transforming to a grayish-white reminiscent of a zombie's, though a glimmer of struggle could still be discerned within. Su Hang and the others, momentarily setting aside their sorrow, rushed forward to assist Shen's parents in departing. Seeing Shen Nianbai speaking as if delivering a final testament, Su He, disregarding Shen's peculiar demeanor, stepped forward and attempted to place his palm on the nape of her neck. Concentrating his wood-based abilities, he endeavored to alleviate the unusual condition afflicting Shen Nianbai. However, his efforts proved futile. Shen Nianbai, witnessing Su He's actions, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Noticing Su He's tear-streaked face, she instinctively raised her hand to touch him. But halfway through, as if recalling something, she merely traced the outline of Su He's face in the air, imagining wiping away the tears that adorned his cheeks. Tears blurred Su He's vision as she gazed at Shen Nianbai before her. Grasping his hand, she pressed it against her face, exclaiming, "Shen Nianbai, are you out of your mind? I've told you to keep your distance, yet you draw near. And as if that were not enough, you risk being touched by a zombie. Are you foolish? Stop crying. You look unappealing when you weep. What does your appearance have to do with me? You are on the verge of becoming a zombie. It pains me. Shen Nianbai, you claimed you survived until the end in your past life. And now it's all because of me." As this realization struck her, Su He found herself choking on her sobs. Shen Nianbai had once told her he survived until the very end in his previous existence. Initially, she had doubted his words, but witnessing his formidable lightning abilities, it became apparent that the zombies could not harm him, Only she had brought about this calamity. Blinded by her hatred, she had relentlessly pursued Lin Xinghe, even drawing more zombies with the sound of gunfire. Now, the very person she wished to eliminate, Shen Nianbai, had perished because of her. How could she possibly find joy in this? Hee, did you ever harbor feelings for me? Shen Nianbai, noticing Su He's figure beginning to blur, urgently inquired. What difference does it make whether I did or not? Su He retorted, her anger almost bordering on absurdity at his casual questioning. Then it's for the best. This way, you shall suffer less. As she contemplated Shen Nianbai's ashen eyes, he unexpectedly smiled faintly at her. In the next moment, his entire being began to convulse, his body trembling uncontrollably, the grayish-white irises struggling, wait and, in me. As Su He observed Shen Nianbai's transformation, her skin took on an abnormal pallor, rendering the exposed veins conspicuously prominent. Chapter 59. Capturing the Mutated Willow. A surge of panic gripped her heart as she rushed forward, seizing Shen Nianbai and swiftly stepping into the spatial void. She found herself encircling the gradually zombifying Shen Nianbai in a state of disarray, her lips trembling in bewilderment. However, upon hearing the distant growls of zombies, Su He regained her composure, forcing herself to face the now zombified Shen Nianbai. She immediately harnessed her wood-based abilities, using the vines within the space to bind Shen Nianbai completely. In a flash, she exited the spatial realm, unable to confront the reality of Shen Nianbai's infection, which stemmed from her own actions. When Shen's parents witnessed Su He emerging alone, they comprehended the grim outcome. Shen's mother approached quietly and embraced Su He, weeping softly. It's all right, everything will pass. Hearing these words, Su He's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, I'm so sorry. If only it weren't for me. There's no need for apologies. This was his choice, not yours to bear, came the response. A man who recognizes his feelings but fails to protect the woman he loves cannot truly be called a man. Upon hearing words that echoed those from her previous life, Su He stood momentarily stunned, a bittersweet smile forming. Shen's parents had always favored her in matters concerning Shen Nianbai. Even now, in their grief over the loss of their only son, they could not help but comfort her. This deepened her guilt, as she reflected that had she not been so obstinate, the situation might have unfolded differently. Contemplating Shen Nianbai's presence in the spatial realm, a bold idea surged within her. Regardless of whether the notion that some zombies retained human memories was true, she felt compelled to explore it. After all, Lin Xinghe had indeed seemed to exhibit human-like recollections. It was as if Lin Xinghe intentionally lured her to seek him out, often appearing alongside a horde of zombies, almost as if he commanded them to attack. Yet, without Shen Nianbai, who had experienced the apocalypse before, she found no one to validate her thoughts. Still, one must try. Mustn't he one? With this resolve, Su He surveyed the somber faces around her, recalling the mission that had brought them here. She instructed Su Zhe and Su Heng to arrange for the group to rest while she prepared to drive to the last known location of the mutated willow tree. Su Zhe, noticing Su He preparing to drive away, expressed his concern. Where are you heading now? We cannot feel at ease with you going alone. He stepped forward and grasped Su He's arm, his hand trembling involuntarily. Witnessing the formidable abilities of Shen Nianbai succumb to the zombie infection right before him, had extinguished any notions he previously harbored about bravely navigating the apocalypse with his family. Such thoughts were utterly unrealistic. If someone as powerful as Shen Nianbai had fallen, then he, a mere novice, stood no chance. Yet, the thought of his family spurred him on. He could not afford to cower or retreat, and thus he diligently practiced slaying zombies to safeguard both himself and his loved ones. Just after enduring such harrowing experiences, he found Su He intent on confronting the mutated willow tree monster alone, and his worry intensified. Seeing the anxiety reflected in Su Zhe's eyes, Su He comfortingly patted the back of his hand, saying, Have you forgotten? I possess a weapon for survival. However, he hesitated, but I fear you might. The latter part of his sentence remained unspoken. He understood that everyone was feeling despondent due to Shen Nianbai's fate. The dread of the apocalypse was already overwhelming. And for ordinary individuals, witnessing those endowed with powers battling against it symbolized a glimmer of hope. Yet, with Shen Nianbai, a wielder of formidable lightning abilities, having fallen before them, the light in their eyes dimmed significantly. Even he found it increasingly difficult to hold on a hope for enduring this apocalypse. Upon witnessing Su Zhe's wavering resolve and the loss of his former exuberance, He felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. "Rest assured, there will be no next time. I promise you that," she declared, raising her palm to exchange a high five with Su Zhe before turning and stepping into the car. As Su Zhe and his companions watched He depart until her vehicle vanished from sight, they recalled her words before leaving. Consequently, Su Fe, Su Liang, and Su Hang resumed their vigilant search of the surroundings to ensure that no zombies lurked nearby. Meanwhile, Sui drove straight to the location where the mutated willow tree had last been seen, then exited her vehicle and effortlessly stored it in her spatial realm. She began to trace the path of the mutated willow tree. Given that this tree had managed to extend its branches throughout the entire town, it must have existed for quite some time. Standing still, Suhi gazed in the direction of the trees within the town. Concentrating, she summoned her wood-based abilities, allowing them to radiate towards the surrounding trees, attuning herself to the sounds of her environment. However, in the next moment, she sensed an imminent danger approaching from behind and swiftly dodged to the side. Suhi was enveloped in wood-based abilities, deftly evading while searching for the roots among the willow branches. With a dagger in hand, she relentlessly slashed at the encroaching tendrils. However, the sheer number of branches and their relentless assault forced her to retreat while severing the pursuing limbs. Eventually, she slipped into a spatial refuge, observing the mutated willow's movements. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed forth with fervor. After a considerable time, she located the base of the mutated willow. Extending her palm, she channeled her abilities directly into the roots. Initially, the mutated branches continued their assault, yet she noted with disdain that they showed no fear of her dagger. A wry smile escaped her lips. After all, trees fear fire, not blades. With this thought, she retrieved a barrel of oil from her spatial realm and poured it at the roots of the mutated willow, then produced a lighter to ignite it. The branches, sensing the impending danger, ceased their advance, swirling in the air yet refraining from approaching. Upon witnessing this, Suhi channeled her wood-based abilities, pouring forth her energy. Just as her strength waned and she was on the brink of collapse, the towering willow tree, too immense for a single person to embrace, vanished before her eyes. Yet, before she could fully comprehend the event, the last remnants of her consciousness slipped into the void of space. Suhi was roused from her slumber by the sensation of hands exploring her body. Instantly, her nerves tightened and she awoke fully. Upon lifting her gaze, she realized she was still within the confines of the space, a realm where no one could enter, save for the mutated Shen Nianbai. As this thought crossed her mind, she looked down at the hand resting upon her lap, only to be met with the astonishing sight of Shen Nianbai, albeit altered from before. Remarkably, he had shed his zombie-like appearance. Chapter 60. The peculiar Shen Nianbai, he appeared strikingly pale, with the veins beneath his skin clearly visible. His eyes, no longer the characteristic grayish-white of a zombie, had transformed from obsidian black to a deep brown. Furthermore, his hands lacked the grotesque claws and bulging veins typical of the undead. Suhi stood frozen in place upon witnessing such a version of Shen Nianbai. She had never encountered a zombie like this, and now she could scarcely determine whether he was human or undead. This unprecedented situation left her momentarily stunned. The only response to her confusion was the guttural growls of the zombie, extinguishing the flicker of hope she had harbored, replaced instead by a look of profound disappointment. Turning around, she saw Shen Nianbai, still clinging to her leg, roaring incessantly. She instinctively curled up the leg that had not been touched by him and delivered a swift kick towards Shen Nianbai. Caught unawares, Shen Nianbai was knocked to the ground. He struggled against the vines that ensnared his body, but upon realizing they were still coiled around him, he let out a ferocious roar. Subsequently, he forcefully freed himself from the bindings, reverting to his previous dazed state, staring blankly at Suhi, his deep brown eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Noticing this, Suhi felt a peculiar sensation, It seemed as though Shen Nianbai harbored no desire for her, lacking the typical zombie's craving for human flesh, particularly that of an ability user. Tentatively, she rose and approached him directly, but Shen Nianbai remained in a stupor, his deep brown eyes flashing with an inscrutable meaning upon meeting her gaze. Huh, huh. Hearing the growls, Suhi regarded Shen Nianbai with caution, prepared for a sudden attack. Strangely, however, he remained stationary, refraining from aggression. She waved her hand in front of him, only to be taken aback when he curled his lips into a semblance of a smile, seemingly imbued with a trace of warmth. Blinking in disbelief, she looked again, only to find Shen Nianbai had reverted to his previous vacant expression, his mouth continuing to emit a series of growls. Suhi furrowed her brow, recalling the fleeting smile that flashed across Shen Nianbai's face moments ago, and could not help but wonder if she had merely misinterpreted it. However, upon noticing Shen Nianbai's indifference towards her, she tentatively brought her finger to the edge of Shen Nianbai's lips, only to unexpectedly encounter the chill of her icy mouth. That frigid sensation lingered on her fingertip, yet Shen Nianbai did not part her lips to bite. Shen Nianbai? Shen Nianbai? Can you hear my voice? Suhi shook Shen Nianbai's shoulders incessantly, attempting to awaken the remnants of his humanity buried deep within his mind. She sensed that a trace of human consciousness still lingered within him. Otherwise, it was incomprehensible why Shen Nianbai refrained from attacking her. However, after a prolonged effort, she met with no success. Shen Nianbai continued to emit only guttural screams, his demeanor oddly tranquil, neither resembling a zombie nor a normal human. Reluctantly, Suhi abandoned her attempts at communication and redirected her focus to the green willow pattern on her wrist. This was the mutated willow tree she had recently subdued after exhausting her powers. As her intent aligned with her actions, the moment she touched the pattern of the mutated willow tree, myriad branches sprang forth, swirling around her in the space. Overjoyed, Suhi realized that with this mutated willow tree, her subsequent encounters with zombies would become considerably easier. As long as she did not encounter mutated zombies or those at a higher level than herself, all would be manageable. She felt a flicker of surprise. Previously, she had known that ability users who succumbed to infection would transform into mutated zombies and retain their powers, yet she had never witnessed it firsthand before her own demise. Now, however, she observed it manifest in Shen Nianbai. But if he had already transformed into a zombie, how was he able to wield his powers? Surrounded by a green luminescence that enveloped her like a protective shield against Shen Nianbai's electric strikes, she approached him cautiously. Yet, even as she stood before him, he regarded her with a dissatisfied gaze, and the electric energy in his hands gradually subsided. Then, with a slight tightening of his lips, he uttered, "Hee hee." Suhi discerned a sense of grievance in Shen Nianbai's anguished shout, yet she dared not linger. Observing that the surroundings were secure, she swiftly exited the space. Upon her emergence, she was taken aback to find the once safe town now teeming with a multitude of zombies, all seemingly heading towards the location where she had parked moments earlier. This vantage point afforded her a clear view of the wandering horde, as well as the spot where she had recently left her vehicle. To her astonishment, after her departure, Suze and the others had commenced their assault on the zombies. Witnessing their seamless cooperation brought a wave of comfort to Suhi. Even the mother-daughter duo who had followed her to the base, along with a man, were now methodically working in groups of 3 to eliminate a single zombie. From her elevated position, she silently observed, only intervening when their efforts appeared to falter. "Sister," Suze's excited call echoed from below, prompting a smile to grace Suhi's lips. Subsequently, she seized a branch and swung it deftly in Suze's direction. "Sister, is that the mutated willow tree?" Suze gazed in astonishment at the willow branch that Suhi clutched in her hands, utterly taken aback that she had truly managed to tame the mutated willow tree. However, this feat was indeed a blessing, as it would undoubtedly facilitate his sister's subsequent endeavors in vanquishing zombies, and it could serve as a formidable weapon for self-defense. Observing the excitement of the crowd, Suhi offered a slight nod. Yet, upon glancing at Mr. and Mrs. Shen, she noticed an unsettling expression on their faces. Remembering Shen Nianbai, Suhi hesitated to approach and speak. Su Zhe followed Su He's gaze and quickly pulled her aside, softly recounting the recent events. Chapter 61. Why not retreat to the space? It turned out that after Su He embarked on her mission, he and Su Hang organized a group to eliminate all the zombies they could confidently confront. Their intention was to create a safer environment while they awaited Su He's return, but as they continued to slay the undead, they became increasingly addicted to the thrill of the hunt. The mere thought of Shen Nianbai fueled their desire to eradicate every last one. While Su He's successful completion of her task brought joy, the reality that Shen Nianbai had already been infected cast a shadow over their hearts. As parents, they surely yearned for even a final glimpse of their child. Alas, that last meeting had been lost. Hearing Su Zhe's words stirred something within Su He, yet she knew that Shen Nianbai's condition in the space was still precarious. Uncertain of her current state and aware of the powers she possessed, Su He hesitated to reveal Shen Nianbai's whereabouts to anyone. Just wait a little longer, she reassured herself, hoping for Shen Nianbai's gradual stabilization. Upon arriving at the base, the group split into two, men and women, taking turns to inspect themselves for injuries, ensuring none had sustained bites or scratches from the zombies before allowing a few to depart. Su Zhe followed Su Yang to accumulate points. Upon entering the base, they were informed that completing tasks would yield points, with varying amounts awarded based on the task's level. The prevailing currency within the base was primarily points, which could be exchanged for housing and medical privileges. Additionally, points could be utilized to procure various supplies from the base's stores, provided one possessed a sufficient quantity. This system was also a means to encourage individuals to venture out and eliminate zombies. Furthermore, any resources discovered during excursions were distributed in a ratio of 30 to the base and 70 to the individual or team, as a form of compensation for the sanctuary the base provided. Recalling the crystal core that the base leader had shown him earlier, Su Zhe had a premonition that this would eventually become the currency of circulation. After all, he had encountered such concepts in apocalyptic literature, never imagining they would manifest into reality. Hao Yu's eyes sparkled upon seeing Su He, and he quickly jumped up from the sofa, darting over to her side with an expression of innocent dismay. "Sister He, why didn't you take me with you on your mission?" he lamented, tears streaking down his cheeks as he spoke. Yet, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, he hastily wiped his tears with his small hand, his big eyes darting around to survey the other occupants of the villa, but he did not spot that annoying Shen Nianbai. A sense of unease crept into his heart, and he hesitated to voice his concerns, fixating his gaze on Su He. Su He crouched down and noticed Hao Yu's momentary surprise. She quickly stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "I apologize for leaving you at home in my haste, dear brother. However, please remember to remind me next time, will you?" Seeing Su He's gentle demeanor, Hao Yu pouted his little face and nodded. Mother Su pulled Hao Yu away from Su He, concerned that Su He might be preoccupied and neglect Hao Yu. She busily praised Hao Yu, examining him from head to toe and only relaxing when she confirmed he was unharmed. The group observed the meticulously arranged dishes on the dining table. Although hungry, they lacked the enthusiasm to eat. Perhaps everyone should take a shower first, refresh themselves before dining. Su He nodded, glancing at her parents, and said, "I will enter the space to wash." With that, she swiftly vanished into the space, leaving her actions met with surprise and confusion from Shen's parents. After Su He departed, Shen's mother eagerly grasped Su's mother's hand and exclaimed, "Did he just enter the space? Does that mean she can also escape into the space when faced with zombies?" Upon hearing this, Su's mother immediately grasped the implication, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Shen's mother, noticing the expressions on Su's family's faces, quickly deduced the unspoken thoughts. Why didn't she retreat into the space when confronted by a horde of zombies? Why didn't she take Nianbai with her into the space? Given the overwhelming number of zombies in that small town, why were both Su He and Nianbai surrounded? Su He possessed the space, after all. They had often seen her retrieving items from it, yet they had never witnessed her entering or exiting, leaving them unaware that the space could accommodate people. If individuals could indeed enter the space, then why didn't she seek refuge there when faced with the zombie horde? Shen's mother cast a glance at Su Zhe's family and continued, He must have been frightened, as a young girl, encountering so many zombies. Is my fault. I was blinded by her capabilities and forgot that she could also feel fear. In that fleeting moment, the two figures appeared to age significantly. Witnessing this scene in the space, Sui felt her eyes welling with tears. Shen Nianbai's parents had treated her kindly in both lifetimes, even more so than they had Shen Nianbai, and now they bore the pain of losing their son while striving to understand her perspective. Turning her gaze to the side, where Shen Nianbai was still struggling with a chicken leg, Suhi's resolve strengthened. She was determined to discover a cure for Shen Nianbai. Hee, Shen Nianbai, you may choose not to speak. The sound of the zombies' growls irked her, filling her with inexplicable anxiety, as if a battle were imminent. After scolding Shen Nianbai for a while, she sighed in resignation, tearing open the chicken legs, packaging, and offering it to him. Yet, he stubbornly refused to open his mouth. Not hungry. Noticing Shen Nianbai's refusal, Sui glanced at the supplies in the space and telekinetically arranged various items before him for his selection, while she took an apple for herself. As she bit into the apple, she suddenly felt herself being cornered. Chapter 62. Training. Before her, Shen Nianbai sat just an apple's distance away, tilting his head and slightly parting his lips, mimicking her as he attempted to bite into his own apple. When their eyes met, she detected a hint of embarrassment flickering across his gaze. Upon reaching this point, Sui found herself momentarily stunned, her heart fluttering as if gently scratched by a kitten. In that brief moment of distraction, the apple she held was claimed by Shen Nianbai, not so much stolen as it was shared, as he enveloped her in his embrace. One of his cold hands wandered delicately over her sensitive waist, causing her to instinctively arch her back, while the other gently cradled her head. Just as she prepared to lift her gaze towards Shen Nianbai, a shadow loomed over her. Shen Nianbai lowered his head, his lips parting slightly, as he rolled the apple against her mouth, his gaze fixed on her with an almost obsessive intensity. Sensing an unusual sensation coursing through her body, along with the weight on her lips, Sui felt a rush of anxiety. She raised a hand to create a distance of an arm's length between herself and Shen Nianbai. Observing the flicker of confusion in his eyes, she hastily pushed him away. Shen Nianbai, are you even aware? Sui slapped her own face, her heart racing at the thought of his recent actions. The deep brown of his eyes held a depth of emotion she had never witnessed before. Yet her mind clearly reminded her that Shen Nianbai was no longer the person he once was. He had been infected while trying to save her. He now posed a potential threat to her safety, and any close contact could lead to her own infection. The earlier incident could be easily rationalized as mere desire for the apple in her mouth, albeit in an unusual manner. Nevertheless, he no longer possessed human memories, and while Sui could overlook this, she found it impossible to react so nonchalantly in light of his unparalleled beauty. A visage sculpted with the utmost artistry reminiscent of the finest works of ancient Greece. Yet, she struggled to regard the infected Shen Nianbai as a normal individual. With this thought in mind, Sui placed her hands on her hips and continued, "How can you still come to bother me after turning into a zombie? Are you pretending to be fine and deceiving me?" Upon saying this, she noticed the innocent expression on Shen Nianbai's face as he lay on the ground, his eyes gazing up at her with longing. The sight of him appearing so docile melted her heart. She retrieved another apple and offered it to Shen Nianbai. Upon receiving it, a broad smile broke across his face, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor, now satisfied with the simple fruit. A sudden thought crossed her mind. How wonderful it would be if Shen Nianbai could remain this way forever. Yet, she chastised herself for such selfishness. Sui? The sound of Shen Nianbai's voice gave her the fleeting illusion that he was calling her name, prompting a self-deprecating smile. She glanced at him, still dressed in a fitted black suit, now marred with dirt and the blood of zombies, his attire in tatters from claw marks. However, all of this could be overlooked when she beheld his face. His presence was so commanding that even in his current state, he was impossible to ignore. "Do you want me to eat? Follow me," she instructed, leading the way toward the spring. Upon seeing her movement, Shen Nianbai let out a growl and slowly followed suit. Upon reaching the spring, he opened his arms as if to plunge into the water. Sui quickly intervened, realizing that if he entered the spring in his bloody state, It would surely contaminate the space. After considerable mental preparation, she decisively stripped him of his soiled garments. Shen Nianbai obediently allowed her to handle him, and Suhi then summoned the spring water to wash him clean. A glance revealed that his skin now gleamed with a luminous whiteness, though the visibility of his veins against his skin was rather alarming. As water splashed onto him, Shen Nianbai opened his mouth to catch the droplets. A nearly 6-foot-tall, handsome man frolicking in the water, which left Suhi utterly exasperated. Once Suhi finished bathing and dressing him, Shen Nianbai appeared more like his former self, albeit still clingy. Observing his state, she realized she could not keep him confined to the space forever. So she began to train him in his electrical abilities. It was only when she noticed the anxious crowd outside searching for her that she decided to exit the space. "Sister, you finally emerged," he exclaimed, worried not only for the others, but chiefly for Suhi, fully aware of Shen Nianbai's significance to her. He had ventured from the bedroom to the living room, discovering that he was not alone in his concern for her. "Does it really take this long to bathe? It's already midnight," Su Hang remarked, casting a glance at Suhi, his tone lighthearted. Suhi gazed at the faces of those around her, who wore forced smiles, and felt a heaviness in her heart. "I need to attend to some matters. It is getting late. Everyone should rest. Hee, if you're feeling down, please share with us. We are all here for you. Auntie, I'm not as fragile as you may think." Yet, as she closed the door behind her, she found herself in another realm. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot towards her, and she instinctively dodged, only to realize that the lightning was merely playing around her. Chapter 63. The End of Humanity on the Other Side. After Suhi departed, Mrs. Shen could no longer hold herself together and collapsed onto the sofa, her gaze vacant as tears streamed down her face. Witnessing this, Mrs. Su silently embraced her in a gesture of comfort. "Did you see Nianbai?" Mrs. Shen spoke, but no one responded. She continued to murmur to herself, he has turned into a zombie, yet he hasn't come to find us. Is it because he fears causing us pain? That child, Nianbai, is so considerate. He must be hiding somewhere." Su Zhe and Su Hang, unable to endure the scene any longer, fell silent, leaving the living room filled only with the quiet sobs and choked words of Shen's mother, accompanied by the occasional responses from Su's mother. The group downstairs had not slept the entire night, and even the upstairs had kept his eyes wide open. Observing Shen's mother weeping below, from their conversation, he learned that the person he despised for pestering Su, he had been captured by zombies and had already transformed into one of them. A flicker of joy sparked within him. This meant that Sister Su, he would belong solely to him now. Must we all remain in this state of despair indefinitely? I understand that we are all deeply saddened, myself included, but Shen Nianbai would not wish for us to wallow in sorrow. He would want to see us grow stronger, striving to survive in this apocalyptic world. Indeed, Shen had previously expressed his desire to establish a stronghold. Our duty should be to fulfill his wish, rather than languishing in grief. Shall we then transform our sorrow into strength? You have all witnessed that even Shen, with his formidable lightning abilities, could not vanquish those horde of zombies. What chance do we stand? Li Ziong shook his head disapprovingly at Su Zhe and Su Hang's words. The formidable powers of Shen Nianbai were evident to all, yet he too had failed to defeat the zombies. How could mere ordinary mortals like them hope to succeed? It was utterly fanciful. However, we previously managed to eliminate zombies when we worked together. You mentioned a group effort, and those zombies are continuously evolving, are they not? Humanity is doomed. Accept it. With that, Li Ziong flopped back onto the sofa, his face a portrait of despair. As the zombies evolve, is it not conceivable that we humans might evolve as well? Li Ziong, do not dishearten everyone as spirits. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, he does have a point. Unbeknownst to Su, he regarding the events in the living room, she awoke once more to find an arm wrapped tightly around her waist. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but that arm only tightened its grip. The figure was entirely coiled around her, with one leg pressing down hard on hers, an arm encircling her waist, while another rested behind her head. Due to the disparity in their sizes, she found herself completely subdued by Shen Nianbai. Sui looked at Shen Nianbai with confusion. Given his current appearance, she truly found it hard to believe he was a zombie. For a moment, Sui struggled to comprehend Shen Nianbai's thoughts, simply staring at him in a daze. She noticed his eyes were clear and bright, sparkling as they focused on her, a stark contrast to how he had gazed at her previously. However, this type of zombie was quite peculiar. Blinking, she inquired of Shen Nianbai, "Did you just follow me out?" To her astonishment, Shen Nianbai had managed to exit the space directly. Although she was already aware that he could accompany her into the space, the fact that he could emerge from it too was somewhat surprising. Yet, given that he had mutated into a zombie, it seemed plausible that he could still be brought into the space. Nevertheless, it was quite unsettling that he had been watching her change clothes just moments earlier. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's shout, Sui rolled her eyes at him before leading him back into the space, binding him with vines to the mutated willow tree to prevent him from following her out again. Upon descending the stairs, she found everyone waiting downstairs except for Suze. However, she had no intention of bringing them along for the task. Thus, she gestured to Hao Yu, and the two of them departed together. The others in the living room, seeing Sui leave with the child, did not speculate about her intentions regarding the task, so they paid little attention. Only Hao Yu, called by Sui, looked up at her with an excited expression, eagerly holding her hand and bouncing along the way, resembling a child who was far from the harsh realities of the apocalypse. "Are you in a good mood?" Sui asked. Hao Yu nodded enthusiastically. "I'm happy to be with my sister. Are you brave enough to join me on a task? Are you afraid of the zombies?" Sui glanced at Hao Yu before crouching down and speaking earnestly. At the tender age of 8, Hao Yu may not fully comprehend the apocalypse and the concept of zombies, yet the sight of the undead devouring human flesh would undoubtedly instill fear within him. Sui was uncertain whether to take such a young child on a mission, yet the cruelty of the apocalyptic world weighed heavily on her mind. Hao Yu had already awakened his extraordinary abilities, and she did not wish to shield him too much, for that would contradict the essence of the apocalypse. She intended to train Hao Yu, just as she had trained Shen Nianbai, for the current Shen Nianbai was not much different from an innocent child. Hao Yu gazed at Su-hie's face, contemplating seriously before nodding. "I am afraid, but I must protect my sister." With that, he clenched his small fist, demonstrating his determination to Su-hie. "You don't need to protect me, but you must possess the ability to defend yourself, and I will assist you in your training." Hao Yu nodded in agreement. After they accepted their mission, the duo set off towards the heart of City-S. Chapter 64. Devouring the flesh and blood of the undead Su, he has undertaken an SSS-level urgent mission to eliminate the zombies within the hospital and rescue any surviving medical personnel. Given the multitude of patients in the hospital, it had already fallen on the very day the apocalypse began, yet there remains a possibility that a few survivors, particularly among the medical staff, may still be found within its confines. So he comprehended the underlying rationale behind the base's issuance of this task. With the increasing number of survivors, the base found itself grappling with limited medical resources. Ailments such as headaches and fevers, which could once be managed in the pre-apocalyptic era, had now escalated into serious conditions in this desolate world devoid of pharmaceuticals. This predicament was even more dire for those suffering from chronic illnesses who relied on regular medication. The base could merely offer shelter. Beyond that, it required individuals to willingly undertake missions. The primary objective of rescuing medical personnel stemmed from the base's pressing need for their assistance in safeguarding the lives of its inhabitants. Although she possessed a considerable stockpile of medications and had arranged for various medical instruments in her space, those individuals were neither her kin nor comrades in arms. Thus, she was not inclined to generously relinquish her resources. Furthermore, Shen Nianbai's earlier aspiration was to establish a base of his own, and since he was currently unable to fulfill that vision, she resolved to take on the task herself. After all, she had never intended to remain in this safe haven in S City. So he drove steadily with Hao Yu, encountering zombies along the way, effortlessly crushing them beneath the vehicle. When they came across a desperate survivor pleading for help, she turned to inquire Hao Yu's opinion. "Sister, let's drive past." Upon seeing a woman outside desperately clutching a child, Hao Yu's gaze flickered with disdain as he spoke in a stern tone. Upon hearing these words, Sui felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, her gaze shifted to the back seat where Hao Yu sat, and with gentle persuasion, she inquired, Why should we go over there? She is accompanied by a child and will not survive long in this apocalyptic world. Does my sister wish to save someone? Yet, she might pose a threat to us. I cannot permit anyone to harm my sister. How Yu's small face tightened as he looked at Suhi, seemingly displeased with her words. No, you are doing splendidly. In this post-apocalyptic era, kindness is the most perilous trait one can possess, and you currently lack the ability to save anyone. However, if it were my sister, I would rescue her. Even without the capability, I would still attempt to save her. Seeing the earnest expression on Hao Yu's youthful face, Suhi couldn't help but chuckle. She broached a question she had long wished to ask. You seem quite attached to me, and your feelings appear to be rather exceptional. She considered herself not particularly affectionate towards children, especially since they often weep. While she held an affection for children, she lacked the patience to console them. Yet, it seemed that ever since their meeting, Hao Yu had been behaving unusually, as if he were not acting like an ordinary 8-year-old. However, she could not pinpoint what was amiss. Was it that Hao Yu appeared too composed? I like my sister, he declared. Like? I also hold a fondness for you, she replied. Really? Does my sister truly like me? Suhi chuckled softly, nodding as she spotted 2 zombies on the road, redirecting her full attention to driving. Unaware of the smile curling at the corner of Hao Yu's mouth and the fleeting glint of malice in his eyes. That sister must promise me to always stay by my side, Hao Yu murmured, his gaze fixed on the person in the driver's seat, a determined glimmer evident in his eyes. We have arrived, be cautious. Suhi had arrived at her destination, and she could hear Hao Yu speaking, albeit softly, leading her to mistakenly assume he was merely a child indulging in self-talk. After exiting the vehicle, she waved her hand to store it away in her spatial pocket, then retrieved several weapons for Hao Yu to choose from. To her surprise, he gravitated toward the dagger that Suhi had been using. Do you fancy this? My strength has diminished, and I cannot wield the others. Hao Yu pouted, gazing earnestly at Suhi until she reluctantly surrendered one of the daggers to him. Stay close behind me. If you encounter any zombies, call for me, and do not hesitate to shout. Upon seeing Hao Yu nod in agreement, Suhi felt reassured as she led him into the hospital. However, just as they approached the entrance, the deafening shrieks of zombies echoed through the air, and the sounds grew alarmingly closer. Suhi furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was rather precarious. Her grip on the dagger tightened as she cautiously advanced to protect Hao Yu before she could even enter the hospital's entrance. She was nearly overwhelmed by a rancid stench of decaying corpses that nearly made her retch. With swift reflexes, she raised her dagger and plunged it into the skull of a zombie in a hospital gown that was charging toward them. Sister, you're amazing, Hao Yu exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with admiration as he watched Suhi's swift action. If the circumstances had been different, Suhi felt as though he might have applauded her. Just as she finished her thoughts, before she could proceed further, she spotted a horde of zombies rushing toward them. With decisive strikes, she eliminated the nearest ones, then swiftly summoned a mutated willow tree with her extraordinary powers. In an instant, the branches of the mutated willow seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, weaving through the hospital in all directions. Upon encountering a zombie, they pierced through its skull, continuing their relentless advance and penetration. Suhi stood at the entrance of the hospital, gazing at the increasingly crimson branches of the willow trees before her. A strange expression flickered across her face, and her entire body began to feel awry. She sensed an escalating heat enveloping her, even able to distinctly hear the sound of the mutated willow branches piercing the skulls of the zombies, followed by the gruesome absorption of their flesh and blood. The cacophony was deafening, overwhelming her senses and causing her to lean against the wall, collapsing onto the ground. Sister, Hao Yu, noticing Suhi's unsettling condition, hurriedly extended his hands to catch her, only to be pulled down alongside her, ignoring the pain in his arms from the fall. Hao Yu rushed to assess Suhi's state. He observed her face turning a horrifying shade of blood red, his small features knitting together in concern as he glanced around at the mutated willow branches that roamed the hospital. The branches had initially emerged in a vibrant green, only to change color after absorbing the blood and flesh of the zombies, and Hao Yu instantly understood that Suhi's condition was linked to the willows. One by one, The branches encircled Su-hee, and as they approached Hao-yu, they revealed their sharp, menacing twigs, as if threatening him with their ferocity. As the willow trees ceased their gruesome feast, Su-hee's body temperature gradually began to drop. Realizing her precarious situation, she forced herself to awaken, despite her discomfort. Struggling to keep her eyelids open, she directed her gaze towards the attacking branches and swiftly retracted them into her space. Their indiscriminate assault could have easily led to Hao-yu's demise had she remained unconscious. "Sister, are you awake?" Hao-yu asked anxiously, noticing Su-hee regaining consciousness. He promptly gathered the swirling black smoke that surrounded them, his worry palpable. Upon hearing Hao-yu's voice, Su-hee finally relaxed, nodding in acknowledgement but lacking the strength to speak. After a brief respite, she mustered the energy to rise, stating, "We need to find a place to hide." At this moment, her body felt utterly drained, rendering her defenseless against any zombies, especially with a child in tow. Their immediate priority was to locate a safe refuge. But the zombies in the hospital have already been eliminated. Hao-yu gazed up at Su-hee with admiration, supporting her with both hands to prevent her from collapsing again. "Eliminated? How is that possible?" Su-hee questioned, incredulous. Before the apocalypse, the city hospital was overcrowded, and after one infection, calamity befell all within its walls. Survivors existed, but they were not in abundance. Moreover, upon entering the hospital, she had been met with the ear-splitting roars, suggesting that it had succumbed to chaos at the onset of the outbreak. Seeing the naive glimmer in Hao-yu's eyes, Su-hee managed a faint smile. "There are still quite a few zombies in the hospital. We must exercise caution." Truthfully, she longed to retreat into her space for rest and to unravel the connection between herself and the mutated willows. Yet, her concern for leaving Hao-yu alone outside weighed heavily on her. If only she had known, she wouldn't have brought him along. It was far too cumbersome. The two, supporting each other, staggered towards the nearest ward, only to find the hospital corridor littered with zombie skins, just the skins devoid of flesh and blood. Upon witnessing the scene, Su-hee found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that this peculiar mutated willow tree possessed such malevolent powers, capable of devouring the flesh and blood of zombies. The most concerning aspect was that it seemed to have an effect on her own body, leading her to worry that she might transform into a zombie herself. Lying on the hospital bed, Su-hee glanced at the anxious Hao-yu and reassured him. "Do not fret. I will recover in due time. Could you assist me in moving this cabinet to the entrance?" "Certainly," Hao-yu replied, without inquiring about the reason. He immediately approached and began to shift the bedside cabinet, struggling to maneuver the piece of furniture, which was larger than himself, towards the door. He then proceeded to drag the nearest bed closer to the entrance, intending to use it as a barricade against the door. Su-hee observed that Hao-yu was quite intelligent, which put her at ease. She lay down on the bed to rest. However, the willow tree before her was entirely crimson, a clear indication that it had absorbed the flesh and blood of zombies. Upon witnessing this, a chill ran through Su-hee, and at that moment, her body began to emanate wood-based abilities, glowing with a verdant luminescence. "Sister, your abilities..." Initially, she felt as though she had merely a small vat of green energy, capable of launching a few tendrils for attack. Yet within 3 minutes, her wood-based energy would have been depleted. Now, however, she sensed an overwhelming surge of energy revitalizing her. Even when she had summoned the mutated willow tree, which should have quickly exhausted her energy, she felt no such depletion. Instead, she was engulfed in a whirlwind of energy, her body growing increasingly warm. Realizing this, Su-hee suddenly understood that the mutated willow tree's absorption of zombie flesh and blood might enhance her abilities. She was concerned about potential side effects when she heard Hao-yu exclaim, "Ah, there's a willow branch here." The branch Hao-yu pointed at was entwined around Su-hee's wrist, with tender buds affectionately pressed against her skin, as if the branch were playfully teasing her. He cautiously approached to touch it, but before he could make contact, the branch instantly raised its tender shoots, preparing to strike at him. "Sister, it's so fierce." Hao-yu pouted, his little face scrunched up in distress, his large eyes brimming with unshed tears. Seeing this, Suhi quickly reassured him. It's just not familiar with you yet. Once it gets to know you, it will play with you. Let us ignore it for now. Master Bad. After the playful voice echoed, Suhi paused at the sight of Hao Yu's sorrowful expression, then turned her attention to the willow branch on her wrist, her face lighting up with delight. This little creature could communicate with her. How extraordinary. Yet, Suhi had no intention of revealing this to Hao Yu. Despite his youth, she preferred to keep her cards close to her chest. Master. Upon hearing the voice of the little willow tree, Suhi chose to ignore it for the moment. Once she had regained her composure, she and Hao Yu shared some food to replenish their strength before continuing their search of the entire hospital. Suhi, accompanied by Hao Yu, scoured the corridor and discovered it littered with remnants of zombie flesh. Additionally, numerous bloodstains and severed human limbs were strewn about, suggesting that a fierce battle had transpired here during the onset of the apocalypse. It was evident that humanity had suffered a devastating defeat. She pressed on without pausing until she reached the upper floors of the hospital's inpatient department, where the chilling growls of zombies echoed anew. Casting a glance back at Hao Yu, Suhi inquired, "Are you prepared?" Hao Yu's small face bore a look of confusion, evidently not grasping the situation. With a resigned smile, she encouraged him, "Use your ability to attract the zombies, then eliminate them." No sooner had she spoken than black smoke enveloped Hao Yu, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. "It's gone? I didn't control it well. I'm sorry, sister. It's all right. Let's try again." Noticing Hao Yu's despondent demeanor, Suhi offered words of encouragement. After all, her purpose for bringing him out today was to train his abilities. If he could master control, it would alleviate her worries when taking him on missions. Otherwise, should he inadvertently attract zombies, they would all be caught off guard. Upon hearing Suhi's words, Hao Yu shut his eyes and attempted once more. This time, the black smoke surged around him, while the growls of zombies grew increasingly closer. Without waiting for Suhi to move forward, Hao Yu instinctively approached the staircase, his small face taut with concentration, his grip on the dagger tightening as he held his breath, preparing for the impending arrival of the undead. Suhi stood quietly to the side, hesitant to disturb Hao Yu as he practiced slaying the zombies. Her keen eyes caught sight of the approaching undead, their limbs poised to attack. Yet they halted in their tracks upon encountering the mist that enveloped Hao Yu. It was as if a pause button had been pressed. With decisive action, Hao Yu plunged his dagger into the zombies' legs and, as they fell, swiftly delivered a fatal blow to their heads. Chapter 66. We will all die here. In an instant, the previously howling zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The subsequent zombies that approached were similarly dispatched by Hao Yu, who managed to take down 5 in total. This display left Suhi utterly astounded. The boy before her seemed far beyond his mere 8 years, effortlessly eliminating zombies as if it were childish play, with a composure that surpassed even the adults like Su Hang. What was most astonishing was that the dark ability rumored to attract zombies also possessed the power to immobilize them. Truly remarkable. She then witnessed Hao Yu crouch down, methodically stirring the brains of the fallen zombies with his dagger. Overwhelmed by the putrid stench, Suhi turned her head away, forcing back her nausea, and inquired the mastermind behind this grisly act. "Who taught you such techniques?" Impressive. Hao Yu paused momentarily, yet his hands continued their grim work. He looked over at Suhi with an innocent smile. "Before I met you, I learned from a big brother." "And what purpose does stirring the zombie brains serve?" "Aren't you afraid?" Suhi questioned, acknowledging that she herself could not muster the courage to do such a thing, especially considering the zombies still bore semblances of their former human selves. Yet, the thought of the cores hidden within the zombie heads made it somewhat acceptable. But he was only 8. "To find cores to help you upgrade your abilities," he replied. "Only the formidable zombies possess cores, and these are just ordinary ones. But we need not rush. We shall take our time." Suhi guided the water from her space to cleanse Hao Yu's hands, touched by his resolve, and offered words of comfort. "All right." Hao Yu nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He raised his arms and continued, "Shall we practice some more? Today, I brought you out for training, but we must be mindful of our limits. If you feel overwhelmed, please let me know." "Of course, sister." As he spoke, he summoned his dark powers, enveloping himself in a thick cloud of black mist, which appeared to be more abundant than before, even spilling over to encircle Soo-hee. Noticing the encroaching darkness, Soo-hee furrowed her brow, but dismissed her unease, focusing instead on the staircase, standing protectively behind Hao-yu. One hand gripping her dagger, while the other coiled around the gnarled branches of a mutated willow, ready to strike at any moment. However, Hao-yu did not afford her that opportunity. As soon as a few zombies emerged from the staircase, the black mist around him surged forth, instantly freezing the approaching undead in place. He repeated his previous tactic, and due to his shorter stature, he had to stab each zombie in the knee before delivering the final blow as they collapsed. Seeing Hao-yu crouching down again to search for cores, Soo-hee quickly intervened. "Don't move, let me handle this." She took control of the willow branches, stirring them within the zombies' heads. Although Hao-yu was capable of this gruesome task, he was still too young, and she feared it might leave a psychological scar. Thus, throughout their journey, Hao-yu led the way, using his dark abilities to attract and immobilize the zombies, while Soo-hee followed closely behind, searching for cores with her mutated branches. Yet, after descending from the inpatient department, they had failed to find a single core. Observing Hao-yu's eagerness to continue using his powers, Soo-hee felt a twinge of sympathy. "Let us look for survivors in the hospital first. You've exerted enough of your abilities for today." With that, she positioned herself protectively behind Hao-yu and took the lead in searching for people. As they encountered intact medical equipment and supplies, Soo-hee swiftly stored them in her space until they reached the rooftop of the inpatient department. Facing the locked door at the top, they exchanged glances. Thanks to their abilities, their hearing surpassed that of ordinary humans, and they detected the sound of breathing from within. Soo-hee approached the door and knocked, leading to a resounding thud in response. "Hello, please open the door." Soo-hee waited for approximately a minute, yet no sound emerged from within. Her brow furrowed slightly as she continued, "We are members of the City Safety Base, here for rescue." Just as Soo-hee could no longer bear the anticipation and was about to force her way through the door, she heard movement from inside. It was a deception. Soo-hee, disregarding any further conversation, forcefully pushed the door open. Inside, she was met with the sight of a middle-aged man, visibly terrified and frantically seeking refuge, who brandished a bloodied forestand. Raising an eyebrow, she addressed the man, who appeared poised to launch an attack. "Are you deceiving us?" The man cast a fleeting glance at Soo-hee, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, before shifting his gaze to Hao-yu beside her. This unexpected pairing caused him to lower his guard slightly, although he still tightly gripped the forestand, prepared for any sudden assault from the undead. Upon hearing Soo-hee's inquiry, he spoke with an anxious demeanor. "Have you encountered her?" "Her? That lunatic? She was bitten and now seeks to bite me." The man spat out through clenched teeth, his expression a blend of fear and loathing, an expression Soo-hee had encountered far too often. Observing the man's blood-soaked lab coat, she inquired, "And you are?" "Isn't it obvious from my attire?" The man replied, his shock evident. He continued, "You claim you are here for rescue? Then how do we escape? There are countless zombies in the hospital." "Of course, we will fight our way out," she declared resolutely. Soo-hee spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon finishing her words, she observed the man, who approached with a wary expression and locked the rooftop door. He then spoke with a face contorted in discomfort. "We cannot escape. We shall all perish here. It is certain." "Ha ha ha. What a misfortune." Soo-hee cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man, then stepped forward to push open the door, preparing to descend the stairs. The man, noticing her intent, attempted to reach out and grab her, only to be met with the sharp blade of Hao-yu's dagger pressing against him. A flicker of hostility ignited in his large eyes. "Do not touch my sister." The man stared into Hao-yu's eyes, momentarily stunned. As realization dawned upon him, he bit down on his back teeth, feeling a mix of anger and fear. Ignoring the words of the good will only lead to suffering. Suddenly, a horde of zombies surged forth, which was unexpected given the recent onslaught. While he was deep in thought about how to escort Hao-yu to safety, he caught sight of the man grinning menacingly. "It's that woman. She has returned. Even in death, she refuses to let me be." As he spoke, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "I will die here. I am certain of it. She will kill me, transform me into a monster." Sister, he is so weak. Little brat, what do you know? That is a creature that devours humans. Chapter 67. The deceitful female, zombie no sooner had the words left his lips than the man received 2 resounding slaps across his face. Pain coursed through him as he covered his face. Bewilderment and terror etched on his features as he looked at Soo-hee. Just moments before, she had not approached him. How could she have struck him? Soo-hee extended her right wrist, and the slender willow branches instantly transformed into fierce, claw-like appendages, poised to strike at the man. Coldly, she glared at him and declared, "If I hear those words from your lips again, I shall offer you to those monsters." Apologize to him. Her demeanor was icy, her gaze piercing as if she were looking at a corpse, and the words she uttered made the man tremble uncontrollably, causing him to lose control and soil his trousers. Trembling, he cast a dreadful glance at Hao-yu, his face pale, stammering, "Why, yes, I'm sorry." How shameless, to be an adult yet still wet himself. Hao-yu's small face contorted in disdain as he pinched his nose and hurried behind Soo-hee, complaining, "Sister, let us leave. He smells too bad." There was no time to waste. The creatures were already approaching. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Soo-hee gripped her dagger tightly and turned to Hao-yu, advising, "Only use it in dire circumstances, understand?" She then glanced at the trembling man beside her, her expression steely. "Prepare for battle." "Be battle?" Seeing Soo-hee and Hao-yu each wielding a small dagger, the man, disregarding his soiled pants, frantically clutched the water supply stand, his gaze fixed on the staircase. In the next moment, a horde of zombies surged up the stairs, rushing toward them. The man, upon witnessing this, cowered into a corner, shaking with fear, his face a mask of terror as he muttered, "Don't bite me, don't bite me. Stay away, you monsters." Upon witnessing this, Soo-hee furrowed her brows and couldn't help but shake her head, realizing that she could no longer rely on this man for assistance. At this point, it would suffice if he merely refrained from hindering her efforts. She was enveloped in a vibrant green luminescence, standing at the staircase's entrance. One hand deftly wielding a dagger, while the other commanded the mutated willow branches to launch an assault on the approaching zombies. In an instant, those zombies tumbled down at the staircase's threshold, effectively blocking the way and preventing their compatriots, who were clawing and gnashing their teeth, from advancing towards Soo-hee and her companions. Instead, they could only gaze at Soo-hee, letting out an anguished howl. Upon witnessing the scene, Soo-hee wielded the willow branches to continue her relentless assault on the zombies, only ceasing when the staircase was thoroughly obstructed. As Hao-yu noticed Soo-hee pausing her offensive, a worried expression clouded his small face, prompting him to tenderly advise, "Sister, you should take a moment to rest." "I am fine," Soo-hee replied with a gentle smile, retracting the willow branches from her wrist before cleaning her dagger on the tattered clothing of a fallen zombie. Noticing Hao-yu pointing at the lifeless body on the ground, Soo-hee quickly grasped his intent and shook her head. "There is no rush. At present, there was still an unidentified outsider present. It sufficed for her to reveal only the existence of the little willow tree. As for the tree's ability to absorb the flesh and blood of zombies to enhance her own powers, it was best kept under wraps." Casting a glance at the cautious Hao-yu, Soo-hee affectionately ruffled his hair. "This is our secret. Hao-yu, please don't share it with others." Hearing the word secret, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Hao-yu's eyes, and he vigorously nodded in agreement. Deep down, he felt a surge of joy. Their secret was theirs alone, a testament to the special bond he shared with his sister. However, as he glanced around, his gaze fell upon the multitude clad in white coats and hospital gowns, and a flicker of uncertainty and fear crossed his features. "Is there a woman among them? A rather peculiar woman. There are equal numbers of men and women here. Which one do you mean? She can speak. She even deceived me into leaving." "We can all speak, sister. Has he lost his wits? What does it mean to speak?" Upon hearing these words, Soo-hee sensed that the matter was far from simple. She turned to the man and inquired. She was bitten by those monsters, and then she chased after me as if possessed. I barely managed to hide here. That woman deceived me into going outside, and fortunately, I was wise enough to thwart that wretched scheme. Otherwise, I would be in the same predicament as those monsters now. "Why did she chase you after being bitten?" Soo-hee raised an eyebrow at the man upon hearing his question. His beady eyes flickered, revealing a distinct air of guilt. which only intensified her suspicion regarding his identity. "Boss, there's someone here." Just as the man was about to speak, a voice echoed from below, originating from beneath a pile of corpses. Clearly, they were trapped by the zombie bodies, yet they had evidently overheard the conversation. "Goodness, there's so many zombies here. Which formidable figure is behind this?" One voice exclaimed. "No matter how powerful, can they rival our boss? Our boss possesses lightning abilities." Ignoring the commotion from a group, Sui focused intently on the man before her. If her instincts were correct, that woman must have undergone an evolution. After all, encountering a talking zombie was a first for her. The fact that she could deceive someone after being bitten was intriguing. Perhaps this zombie possessed a crystal core. She's my girlfriend. We encountered zombies, and she got bitten," the man stammered, visibly terrified, but then he looked at Soo-hee with a glimmer of hope, pleadingly stating, "No one can save you. Only you can save yourself." Soo-hee regarded the man with calmness, unconvinced by his words, merely listening. Her interest lay in the female zombie. Bringing this man along might attract the female zombie. She was just uncertain if the zombie had any special abilities. After being bitten, did she display any other behavior besides luring you out? "Yes." "What was it?" "If you promise to save my life, I will tell you." "Very well," Sui replied with a smile. "Do you truly promise?" The man scrutinized her with skepticism, unable to believe that this woman, who had just been reluctant to assist him, was now so readily agreeable. "Who else, besides me, do you think can save you here?" Upon hearing this, the man glanced toward the staircase and then back at Soo-hee. His gaze clearly conveyed to her that there were others capable of rescuing him. Having witnessed Soo-hee's prowess, he had faith in her ability to extricate him from the clutches of the zombies, yet a lingering doubt remained. After all, trust was a scarce commodity in these tumultuous times. "To be honest, I don't quite trust you. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she tends to be. And you, with your striking beauty, are no exception." Soo-hee possesses an exceptional foundation, and in the apocalyptic world, she is wholly devoted to enhancing her combat prowess to safeguard her family. As a result, she does not pay much attention to her appearance. However, her natural beauty is undeniable. Even in the simplest attire, her flawless skin and captivating, upturned fox-like eyes cannot be concealed. Just a glance from her can stir one's heart. "Thank you for the compliment. It's something I inherited from my parents," she replied modestly. The man, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the mountain of corpses at the staircase and resignedly closed his eyes, acknowledging his fate. She possesses water. She could transform it into water arrows for attack. Water? So she wields water-based abilities, he mused. This could be beneficial, as it might provide a crystal core for her mother. Yet this ability inadvertently reminded him of someone, Lin Qinghe, a woman also endowed with water-based powers. He cautiously inquired, "What is the name of this woman?" "Li Jing," she responded. Upon hearing this name, Sui felt a sense of relief. If it was not Lin Qinghe, then dealing with this woman would be considerably easier. After all, Lin Qinghe was exceedingly enigmatic, and Sui suspected that there were secrets about her that remained unknown. Perhaps the very trump card that had allowed Lin Qinghe to act with such arrogance. What could it possibly be? As Sui pondered, she heard a commotion behind her. Damn it, who is the heartless wretch that has piled these zombies here? If they come, none of us will escape. Boss, why not use your supernatural ability to dispose of these creatures? Have you lost your mind? The boss possesses lightning powers. How could that be of any use here? Then how long will we be stuck moving these? Oh, it must be those people upstairs who caused this mess. Shouldn't they take responsibility and clean it up? Upon hearing this, the individuals downstairs fell into a notable silence. After a brief moment, Sui heard someone stirring. "Is anyone up there? Could you please assist in clearing out these zombies?" Sui and the others, "You are asking for trouble. I advise you to swiftly remove these zombies, or if I get bitten, the first to suffer will be you." "Well, boss, your words only make them more reluctant to act." Above, a man glanced at Sui, noticing his complete lack of intention to move. He stood silently, growing anxious only when he heard those below preparing to leave. "Aren't we going down with them? Staying up here is not an option. We will starve." "You talk too much." Sui cast a sidelong glance at the man, her voice icy as she spoke. Recalling the recent incident where she had controlled Xiao Luer to eliminate zombies, she noted that due to Xiao Luer's absorption of zombie flesh and blood, her abilities had significantly progressed. However, she remained uncertain whether assisting in clearing this horde of zombies would result in a situation akin to what had transpired earlier that morning. "Master, I can absorb less," came Xiao Luer's voice, eliciting a surge of relief in Su-hee. Previously, she had harbored concerns about potentially exposing Xiao Luer, but now that Xiao Luer could hear her, those worries dissipated. "Will I experience a similar situation as this morning after your absorption?" "At first, Master, there may be some discomfort, but it will greatly benefit the advancement of your abilities." Upon hearing this, Su-hee furrowed her brows. The individuals downstairs exuded a somewhat ominous aura, and she was uncertain of their intentions for visiting the hospital. However, she discerned that among them, only one, referred to as their leader, possessed abilities, specifically those of lightning. She felt confident in her capacity to manage the situation and quietly advised Hao Yu beside her before directing Xiao Luer to engage with a horde of zombies. The man observed as Su-hee unleashed willow branches from her wrist, each one soaring toward the zombie pile at the stairwell. One by one, the zombies were ensnared and lifted into the air, then cast downwards, leaving him utterly astonished. Is it truly possible to do this? As Su-hee observed the man fixated on Xiao Luer, his eyes unwavering, a subtle smile graced her lips. In order to prevent the discovery of Xiao Luer absorbing the flesh and blood of the zombies, she felt compelled to act discreetly. It was only a matter of timing. She could allow Xiao Luer to hurl the zombies downstairs before absorbing their remnants. However, when the numerous willow branches began to collectively draw in the flesh and blood of the zombies, an uncontrollable sensation surged within her, causing her body to heat up increasingly. Her entire face flushed with an unusual redness. Given her fair complexion, the blush was particularly conspicuous. "Are you all right?" The man regarded Su-hee with a hint of caution. Su-hee reluctantly lifted her head to glance at him, before being assisted by Hao Yu to sit aside and rest. "Xiao Luer, that's enough." She reined in Xiao Luer, ceasing the absorption of zombie flesh and blood, and directly cleared the zombies at the stairway, tossing them off the rooftop. In no time, the stairway was thoroughly cleared. Soon after, several men ascended. The leader, a man in his 30s, stood at around 6 feet tall, clad in a tank top and baggy shorts. Incongruously draped in a suit jacket, with black leather shoes adorning his feet. He was robust and rugged in appearance. Following him were a few youngsters with their hair dyed in a myriad of colors. "Boss, there's a beauty." The leader had been fixated on the beautiful woman since his arrival. "Do you need me to remind you? I've just never seen anyone so stunning. Like a celestial being." The man, referred to as the boss by the youngsters, chided them. "What are you shouting for? You'll scare your sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, the youngsters began to whistle in response. Observing this scene, Hao Yu hurriedly moved in front of Su-hee to shield her. Upon noticing Hao Yu, the boss furrowed his brow in displeasure and remarked, "Is this child yours? Having a kid is no issue. I like you, and I also like your child. This is what they call loving the crow as well as the crow's nest. Sue, that is what we call affection for the house extends to the crow." The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the group. "TSK, whatever our leader says is the decree. Who are you to interject? All the same, who do you think you are?" After resting for a while, Sui felt her strength returning to normal. While these individuals scrutinized her, she too assessed the man at the forefront, automatically filtering out their words. "Big sister, our leader is the one who will hold your heart in the future." No sooner had the words left his lips than a young man with bleached hair received a resounding slap across the face. Chapter 69. Beautiful women are untrustworthy. He stared in astonishment at the willow branch dancing before him, swallowing hard. They had all witnessed the branch deftly dispatching the horde of zombies, yet instinctively, they attributed the feat to the man upstairs. After all, how could such a stunning beauty possibly be so ruthless? Consequently, his face stung from the blow. "Should you continue to disrespect me, it will not merely be a single slap," Su-hee remarked coldly, her wrist expertly wielding the willow branch, poised for immediate action. "You killed those zombies. That's quite impressive." The leader, observing Su-hee warning his subordinate, refrained from intervening, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that glimmered. He continued, If you find them displeasing, I will manage them, but I truly have taken a liking to you. You fancy my appearance? And you adore the person I am? Soo-hee scoffed, firmly rejecting. My husband is not here, otherwise you wouldn't be standing here speaking. When confronted with such individuals, Soo-hee readily used Shen Nianbai as a shield, for he was oblivious to the current situation and would likely remain so in the future. This thought brought a slight pang of sadness to her heart. Yet it was merely a fleeting sentiment. You are already married? How could he allow you to venture out alone? That is quite unbecoming of a man. The leader's face contorted with anger, feeling a sense of injustice on Soo-hee's behalf. Soo-hee, reluctant to continue the conversation, turned to leave, but Li Qing interjected. I am Li Qing. You may refer to me as brother from now on, for I shall protect you. The leader, Li Qing, extended his hand towards Soo-hee, his countenance earnest. I am Soo-hee, and this is my brother, Su-hao Yu. Do you have a place to go? If not, you may come with us. I can ensure your safety, Soo-hee offered. Is that wise, leader? Our place is overcrowded. Will there be sufficient space? Moreover, there are so many men there, and it might be inconvenient for you, Miss Su. One of the younger men interjected. Our company consists of ruffians, but there are women as well. My sister is there. Though she has been missing for 3 days, which is why we ventured out to find her, Li Qing hurriedly clarified, a faint flush tinging his sun-kissed skin. He exhibited none of the earlier authority he had shown towards the younger men, instead revealing a hint of eagerness to please. Such a leader is merely a sycophant, destined to end up with nothing. One young man remarked, while another chimed in, there are different types of sycophants. Some end up with everything. In the end, they're all just dogs. The group of young men scrutinized Soo-hee and Li Qing, whispering amongst themselves. Li Qing paid them no heed, content in his role as a sycophant if that was what he must be. A middle-aged man, who had been left aside by the group, overheard their conversation and could not resist interjecting. Are you here at the hospital searching for your sister? I am a doctor here. Perhaps I can assist you. What is your sister's name? Are you certain you wish to help? So he scrutinized the man who claimed to be a doctor, a flicker of skepticism flashing in her eyes. I would be more than willing to assist if I am able, the middle-aged man responded, somewhat taken aback by Soo-hee's question, yet a sense of unease settled within him. Soo-hee shrugged, choosing to remain silent and quietly observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Although Li Qing appeared rather simple-minded at first glance, he possessed a keen intellect. He discerned the implications behind Soo-hee's words and turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man, furrowing his brow into a frown. My sister's name is Li Jing. Have you heard of her? Li Jing. Upon hearing this name, the middle-aged man felt a sudden jolt in his chest, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as he hastily glanced at Soo-hee. Did she already know? Soo-hee initially intended to quietly observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines, but upon perceiving the man's gaze, he gestured to indicate he had something to communicate. There was no need for him to look. He had already deduced the situation, both surnamed Li and evidently here in search of sister, a fact he had fortuitously overheard. Have you seen my sister? Li Qing inquired, his face a picture of astonishment. Yet, he was met with Soo-hee's headshake, which left him somewhat perplexed. He had indeed encountered her, claiming that Li Jing was his girlfriend, though Soo-hee held little belief in that assertion. Pointing at the middle-aged man, Soo-hee resolutely relayed the information he had previously garnered from him. Nonsense. Jing is my girlfriend. With someone like you, she wouldn't even spare a glance. The white-haired youth behind Li Qing seethed with rage, clenching his fists and lunging toward the middle-aged man. Witnessing this, others in Li Qing's entourage quickly surged forward, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to the middle-aged man. In that moment, the rooftop of the hospital was filled solely with the anguished cries and pleas for mercy of the beaten man, while Soo-hee stood with arms crossed, silently watching the spectacle unfold. The middle-aged man, battered and bruised, bore a swollen visage, yet his mouth remained intact, suggesting that his assailants were mindful of the need to extract information from him. His pleading gaze flickered towards Soo-hee, while Li Qing's attention shifted from the man to Soo-hee, his face betraying a barely contained fury. The woman mentioned by the man, Li Jing, had already succumbed to the transformation into a zombie, one possessing water-based abilities. Upon hearing Soo-hee's revelation, the white-haired youth erupted into tears, only to redirect his fury back at the middle-aged man with renewed vigor. Li Qing, too, permitted the onslaught to continue as bolts of lightning flickered in his palm. In a moment of desperation, the middle-aged man, having endured a severe beating, managed to break free from his assailants, pointing an accusatory finger at Su He. "She is in cahoots with me," he spat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a willow branch from Su He's wrist shot forth, delivering a fierce blow that left the man's face resembling that of a swine. "How dare you?" The middle-aged man, suddenly struck with fear upon seeing the willow branch, collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. "You once said that beautiful women are untrustworthy. How could I allow you to be disappointed?" Su He retorted, then swung the willow branch for a final strike, regarding the furious group of Li Qing with a cool demeanor. "His life is now yours. I intend to see him dead. Yes, let us end him. He is the one who brought harm to Sister Jing." They echoed. "It would be too lenient to simply kill him. Keeping him alive still serves a purpose." Su He looked at Li Qing in surprise, her captivating fox-like eyes slightly raised, the corners of her mouth curling ever so slightly. This man was not entirely foolish. I forgot to mention, Li Jing seems to have been searching for him all along. Chapter 70. Copy and paste. Although her initial impression of Li Qing and his companions was not particularly favorable, this middle-aged man exuded an air of peculiarities. As for his claim that Li Jing had been searching for him, it was likely that he had done something to her before she was infected. This was merely the second time she had encountered such a zombie, leaving her somewhat astonished. "What have you done to my sister?" Li Qing narrowed his eyes, casting a menacing glare at the man who lay on the ground, wailing in agony. The man clutched his injured body, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and with a mocking laugh, he disregarded Li Qing and his companions, instead focusing on Su He with ill intentions, stating, "Don't be fooled by her. I am in cahoots with her." "Silence him," Li Qing replied with discontent upon hearing the man's words. Su He looked at Li Qing with a hint of surprise. Do you not believe what he said? After all, it was her first encounter with Li Qing, yet he appeared to trust her implicitly. "We are planning to continue searching for my sister. Would you care to join us?" Li Qing felt uneasy about leaving Su He and her companion on the rooftop. Although he had witnessed Su He's strength, it was still safer for humans to stay together. The hospital had been crowded with patients and medical staff before the apocalypse. And now, amidst the hordes of zombies, wandering alone was akin to dancing on a minefield. One misstep could cost them their lives. "Certainly," Su He nodded. As they descended, Li Qing utilized his lightning abilities to eliminate the zombies they encountered, but after dispatching only a few, he ceased using his powers. When more zombies appeared, he and his companions joined forces to defeat them. The boss's abilities are depleted. He has only just awakened them, and they can't be used extensively, explained the young man with white hair, noticing Su He's puzzled expression directed at Li Qing. "I understand. That is quite normal." As she spoke, Su He extended her wrist, causing willow branches to dart toward the zombie, lunging from a corner, striking it squarely in the head. "What on earth is your ability? It's incredible. Didn't you also use willow branches to deal with those zombies upstairs?" Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Each individual's wood-based abilities are not necessarily the same. Amused by the notion that someone wished to replicate her wood powers, Su He offered an explanation. In her previous life, she had encountered wood ability users at the base, most of whom were auxiliary to more offensive abilities and primarily utilized for planting. Although wood abilities were generally not known for their offensive capabilities, hers seemed different. She could also tame plants. "I see. Nevertheless, having any ability is sufficient for now. Who cares about the specifics? Otherwise, we would have no idea how to survive in this world. I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." Noticing the regretful expressions on the faces of those behind him, Li Qing spoke with determination. "Thank you, boss. Boss, once we awaken our abilities, we will protect you too. Boss, you're truly kind. Without you, I wouldn't even know where I'd be, running from zombies right now." Moved by Li Qing's words, the group expressed their loyalty to him. "Stop." Su He furrowed her brow, attentively listening to the sounds outside. The others, eager to speak, fell silent upon seeing Li Qing's gesture, their eyes fixed on Su He, weapons tightly gripped, wary of any zombies that might burst in. A small wave of zombies is approaching. Upon hearing Su He's words, the bound middle-aged man's eyes widened in terror, emitting muffled cries. Li Jing? Sui raised an eyebrow, silently uttering a name as she observed the man's panicked expression. As soon as she spoke, a puddle of yellow liquid formed beneath him. Damn! The young men exchanged disdainful glances and promptly distanced themselves from him. Without the ropes binding him, the man collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably and crawling to the corner in fear. Are you certain? Is it truly my sister? Li Qing's voice quivered as he stared at Su He in disbelief. The white-haired boy's eyes glistened with emotion, fixated intently on the entrance of the hospital ward. Su He observed the two individuals before her, and shook her head. I cannot say with certainty, yet I am sure that a horde of zombies is approaching. As she spoke, the willow branches on her wrist shifted into an offensive position, and the growls of the zombies became increasingly distinct. The group felt a palpable tension in the air, yet they remained armed and vigilant, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the hospital. The haunting chorus of zombie growls echoed around them, causing Li Qing and the others to swallow nervously. They glanced at Su He, their expressions filled with unasked questions, but the relentless growls compelled Li Qing to step cautiously towards her. He bent down slightly and whispered, Do you have any idea how many zombies there are? Su He cast a bewildered glance at Li Qing, as if he were a fool. Many hundreds? Moreover, the lightning ability in his hand would exhaust itself after just a few uses. What if? He dared not contemplate. Su He shook her head, saying, It's nothing to worry about. You all just stay behind. After speaking, she keenly noticed a throng of zombies surging through the doorway, with willow branches swirling in her hands. She suddenly exclaimed, Where's Li Jing? Keep an eye out. I fear for her safety. No, not here. As soon as the words left her lips, a flash of red burst forth from the entrance of the inpatient department. The figure was clad in a matching outfit, complete with accessories and shoes of the same hue, standing out conspicuously amidst the filthy horde of zombies. As Sui was about to take action, he suddenly saw a flash of red charge directly towards Li Qing, who embraced it tightly. It is clearly a zombie. Jing, is that you? Ha. Li Qing also looked astonished at the figure that had rushed into her arms, the familiar features of Li Jing still discernible on her face. Chapter 71, Astonishment. A different kind of female zombie. The white-haired youth behind them, with eyes filled with both fear and curiosity, stepped forward towards the crimson figure. Su He wielded a willow branch with a watchful eye on the crimson hue, her wrist deftly maneuvering the branch to fend off the hordes of zombies surging towards the hospital. The moment the ominous sound reached the ears of the red figure, it turned its gaze towards the threatening willow branch behind it, its grayish-white eyes betraying an unusual glint as it let out a guttural roar towards the hospital entrance. In an instant, the zombies scattered in disarray. The onlookers stood in disbelief at the unfolding scene, before turning their attention to the female zombie that had lunged into Li Qing's embrace. Sister Jing? Li Jing, if it is truly you, just nod. Li Qing was nearly convinced that the zombie in her arms was indeed Li Jing, yet doubt lingered in her mind. After all, zombies were creatures driven solely by their insatiable hunger for flesh. How could one resemble Li Jing? Li Jing's grayish-white eyes remained fixed on Li Qing, unblinking, while she emitted an instinctual groan typical of the undead. Such a display seemed beyond her capabilities. So he scrutinized Li Qing closely, noticing that although Li Jing had approached Li Qing, she refrained from any aggressive actions towards her or the others. This sparked a bold hypothesis within Su He. Upon hearing Su He's words, Li Qing too turned her gaze towards Li Jing, echoing Su He's thoughts. Li Jing stood before them, continuously letting out zombie-like growls. Motionless, only a middle-aged man in a corner trembled uncontrollably. Don't kill me. I didn't mean it. The moment Li Jing heard his plea, she pivoted sharply towards him and lunged forward, roaring with ferocity, her body swiftly closing the distance. Before the man could utter another word, Li Jing's claws tore a chunk from his face, eliciting a grimace of pain. Yet, paralyzed by fear, he could not muster the strength to move. Observing this, Li Jing proceeded to inflict wounds upon the man's limbs with her claws, subsequently dragging him out of the hospital building his anguished cries echoing through the halls. As the man passed by Su-hee, he instinctively sought her help, but upon realizing her indifference, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. Just as he was pulled out through the hospital entrance, a pack of zombies, drawn by the scent, descended upon him, tearing into his flesh with a frenzy, their claws and teeth ripping him apart mercilessly. Su-hee and his companions silently watched the man's fate, a chill creeping over them. Shortly thereafter, they observed Li Jing unleashing a piercing roar towards the horde of zombies. As soon as the sound escaped her lips, the undead throng scattered in disarray, leaving behind a blood-soaked man, stripped of all clothing, sprawled on the ground. In the next moment, they beheld the man's limbs contorting into grotesque shapes, as he too began to emit anguished cries, unmistakably transformed by the infection coursing through him. Su-hee observed the scene with keen interest as she approached Li Jing. "Can you hear me?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow at the sight of Li Jing, who sported a red bow and donned a fitted crimson dress, complemented by striking red high heels. This ensemble left Su-hee somewhat at a loss for words. Noticing the situation, Li Jing instinctively reached out to intervene, uncertain of Li Jing's current state and wary of any potential harm. Seeing Li Jing's movement and the expression in his eyes, Li Jing let out a shrill cry directed at Su-hee. A sphere of water materialized in her palm, which she hurled towards Su-hee, only for it to be intercepted by Li Jing, drenching him thoroughly. "Li Jing, do not harm her," he cautioned. "Jing, can you understand our conversation?" The white-haired youth, observing Li Jing's aggression towards Su-hee, hurriedly approached her, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. As Li Jing displayed a degree of resistance towards him, Su-hee chose to remain silent, listening intently to the exchange while keeping a watchful eye on Li Jing. For this particular zombie was indeed unlike the others. More importantly, she possessed the ability to control other zombies, much like Lin Qinghe. Furthermore, they both wielded water-based powers. However, this newfound revelation thwarted her initial intention of obtaining the high-level water zombie crystal core to present to her mother. Redirecting her gaze towards Li Jing, she pondered for a moment before asking, "I have a friend who has also been infected. His condition is somewhat different from yours. Yet he's not like the zombies outside." Noticing Li Jing's lack of response, Su-hee continued, "If there are others like you nearby, could you please inform me? I wish to save him." "Who is that friend of yours?" Li Jing interjected. "Just a friend," she replied. Li Jing contemplated the significance of Su-hee's unwavering desire to rescue someone who had transformed into a zombie, even questioning whether he could do the same for his own sister. "A city safe base. Who is in charge there?" "Whoever it is, we cannot go there. We have Jing Jie with us." Indeed, if Jing Jie were to accompany us, she would likely be recognized. Although Li Jing differed from other zombies, her pallid complexion and the prominent blue veins coursing through her body, coupled with the characteristic grayish-white irises, would undeniably reveal her true nature to any discerning observer. This is untenable. However, we will ensure she is placed in a location where she won't be discovered. Li Jing's gaze revealed a tinge of sorrow and concern as he looked at Li Jing. "You mentioned wanting to save your friend. If a method is discovered to rescue my sister, I would owe you a tremendous favor, even at the cost of my life." In unison, Li Jing and the white-haired youth echoed their sentiments, just as Li Jing's piercing shriek rent the air. Su-hee nodded, her expression troubled. "The difficulty is immense, but I shall do my utmost." What has transpired? The matter concerning Nianbai has become known, and the ordinary individuals at the base are in an uproar, threatening to take their own lives. Chapter 72. Incitement. Yet suicide? Su-hee let out a soft exclamation and fell silent. Upon witnessing her indifferent reaction, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Su-zhe cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, idly digging at his ear, and impatiently remarked, "What does their suicidal commotion have to do with us? It's not as if we are the ones pushing them to it. Besides, those who genuinely wish to end their lives cannot be dissuaded by mere words. The crux of the matter is that these individuals do not truly desire to die. They are merely clinging to a final lifeline. Yet, even that last thread, did I not inform you all? Nianbai has always been here, hasn't she?" Upon hearing Su-hee's words, the residents of the villa were utterly astonished. They had all witnessed with their own eyes how Shen Nianbai had been bitten by a zombie while valiantly attempting to rescue Su-He from a horde of the undead. How could he possibly still be alive? Therefore, after the initial shock, they gazed at Su-He with expressions of deep concern, realizing that she must be suffering greatly to utter such nonsensical claims. Noticing the looks directed her way, Su-He quickly composed herself, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing. It is true that Shen Nianbai is indeed alive. However, he has changed somewhat since being infected by the zombie virus, which is why I had not disclosed this matter to you earlier. Hee, are you speaking the truth? Shen's mother asked, covering her mouth, her voice trembling with disbelief. Suenadith. Initially, I intended to find a remedy for Shen Nianbai and restore him to health, but I sensed the challenge was formidable. Moreover, today I encountered an entirely different individual, also afflicted by the zombie infection. Where is Nianbai now? Before Su-He could finish her words, Shen's mother eagerly stepped forward, grasping Su-He's arm and inquiring. She had believed she would never see Shen Nianbai again. The pain she felt at night was akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles. Yet now, Su-He astonishingly revealed that Shen Nianbai was still alive, albeit in a different sense, which was more than enough for her. Su-He glanced around, hesitating whether to bring Shen Nianbai out of the space. After all, there were some individuals here whom she did not fully trust. Shen's father and mother anxiously looked at Su-He, and the two began searching for individuals on the third floor. Observing their actions, Su-He quickly stepped into the space, pulling Shen Nianbai, who was still munching on an apple, out. He is here, she announced to Shen's father and mother, who were still searching for Shen Nianbai. Just as she was about to approach them, she noticed a surge of lightning abilities coalescing in Shen Nianbai's palm, startlingly directed towards them. Both parents froze in place, gazing at Shen Nianbai with tear-filled eyes. He stared intently at Su-He, his deep brown eyes unwavering, oblivious to when the apple in his hand had fallen. Upon noticing the two inexplicably present individuals, his expression soured, casting an unhappy glance at Su-He. They're your parents. Please retract your abilities for now, all right? Su-He said, her brow furrowed, unsure how to navigate the situation. Shen Nianbai emitted a small, reluctant growl, but ultimately complied, withdrawing the lightning energy. He then wrapped his arms around Su-He's waist and arms, leaning in closer, seeking affection. Shen's father and mother breathed a sigh of relief, their anxieties alleviated. They looked at Shen Nianbai with pride, realizing he had always cherished Su-He, and now, post-transformation, he clung to her even more. He called your name just a moment ago, Shen's mother remarked, her eyes glistening with tears. She felt an overwhelming sense of emotion, reflecting on how her son, whom she had nurtured so tenderly, no longer recognized her. Yet, she was grateful for Su-He. Without her, their son would be so lonely. Unable to resist, she tiptoed and gently ruffled Shen Nianbai's hair. Su-He, I have a favor to ask of you, Shen's mother said. Hearing the familiar name, Shen Nianbai frowned, casting an unhappy glance at his mother, as if she were attempting to take something precious from him. Sensing his discontent, she refrained from advancing further. Her eyes red as she implored, I wish to entrust Nianbai to you. Given his current situation, others likely cannot approach him. Su-He shook her head, expressing, Aunt, you should be aware of my relationship with Shen Nianbai. I am not the person you can entrust with this matter, and there is a possibility that Shen Nianbai may regain her senses later on, though I cannot guarantee it. However, Shen's mother wept as she shook her head, neither consenting nor denying the request. Sister, it's dire. Those individuals at the base have been incited and are all rushing out to meet their doom. Su-Zhe hurried upstairs and was taken aback upon seeing Shen Nianbai beside his sister, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Could it be that Shen Nianbai truly survived? He had always believed that such a formidable individual could never fall victim to mere ordinary zombies. Su-Zhe then recounted the events that had transpired at the base. It turned out that early this morning, as Su-He had just exited the base, some individuals had learned of Shen Nianbai's demise amidst a horde of zombies and his subsequent transformation into one of them. This revelation instigated a palpable sense of dread among the base's inhabitants. After all, Shen Nianbai was a high-level ability user possessing formidable lightning powers. His fate only heightened the fears of those who were mere ordinary individuals, devoid of any means to defend themselves. In truth, they viewed us ability users as their last beacon of hope, not out of a desire for self-destruction, but rather a yearning to survive. Su Zhe, filled with indignation, clenched his fists and struck the wall with force. He could comprehend their fear, yet their extremism was utterly unacceptable. They were coercing the ability users into fulfilling their protective duties. Chapter 73. The leader of the S City Safe Base. These individuals were simply outrageous. Shen's father was equally incensed. He had ventured out earlier and noted that the loudest voices among the crowd were those of young men, robust and agile. Couldn't a few of them band together against a zombie? Now they insisted on compelling the ability users to safeguard them. What a disgrace. Were we to assess the situation or remain confined within our homes? Shen's mother recognized the gravity of the situation and anxiously glanced toward Shen Nianbai and Su He. With the knowledge that the base's populace was now aware of Shen Nianbai's infection, any reckless appearance before them would likely incite chaos. Yet if they did not venture out, further disturbances were inevitable. Let's go take a look. Sui spoke calmly, glancing at Shen Nianbai, who was entwined beside her. She nodded toward Shen's parents and declared, "I will first take him into the space." "Go ahead," Shen's mother replied, casting one last lingering look at Shen Nianbai. Her eyes filled with reluctance. "Auntie, if you wish to see Shen Nianbai in the future, you can come find me," Sui said unexpectedly, compelled by the moment. She found it difficult to utter words of refusal to Shen's parents, who had been kind to her in both lives. Aside from promising to care for Shen Nianbai, for now, was still relatively well. It was clear that if he were to return to normal, she would struggle to overcome the emotional barriers established in her previous life. Furthermore, having experienced the agony of love once, she was loath to tread that path again. With that thought, Su He swiftly pulled Shen Nianbai into the space, leaving Su Zhe in a state of astonishment as he watched Shen Nianbai vanish alongside Su He, his brows furrowed in confusion as he scratched his head. He recalled that his sister's space was supposedly inaccessible to others. How could Shen Nianbai enter? As Su He emerged from the space, Su Zhe voiced his inquiry. "I am not entirely certain," Su He admitted, equally perplexed. She had been unable to grasp the situation then and still found herself in the dark. Behind them, Shen's parents exchanged glances, silently following the siblings out of the villa. At that moment, all the inhabitants of the S City Safe Base had gathered before Su He's villa, their faces etched with fear, envy, resentment, and indignation. "Bring Shen Nianbai out. We demand to see him. You are human too. Why should there be a disparity in treatment? Is equality not championed? Why do you reside in a villa while we are crammed into a decrepit tent? Is Shen Nianbai truly infected by zombies? If a lightning ability user can be infected, what fate awaits us ordinary folk? We say that since you possess abilities, it is your duty to protect us. We are all compatriots, are we not? Do you not agree?" Upon witnessing the shameless demeanor of these individuals, the remnants of sympathy within Su Zhe's heart were utterly extinguished. "Sister, let us proceed inside and disregard these people." Though he possessed extraordinary abilities, he predominantly relied on the weapons in his hands to vanquish the undead. It was absurd that so many within the base had been incited to collectively take their own lives. In this post-apocalyptic world, instead of uniting to combat the zombies, their mental state had completely shattered. Sui shook her head, then, with a swift motion of her wrist, countless willow branches launched an assault on the individuals outside the villa. In an instant, they scrambled to find cover, seeking refuge from her onslaught. Soon, cries for help and curses echoed from the base, but Su He remained unfazed, directing the willow branches towards those who had been the most vociferous in their insults, effectively binding them into mummies. "Sis, you are incredible," Su Zhe exclaimed, gazing at Su He in awe. He then glanced at the willow branches encircling her wrist, continuing in surprise. "Is this the mutated willow tree you tamed in the town?" "It seems so. But can such powers be wielded in this manner?" "Of course. And I have my own powers as well. While I cannot control formidable beasts, I can manage a few ants. Although they may seem insignificant, they are exceptional at fleeing and can sense impending danger. For instance, today's events at the base were relayed to me by those creatures. Ants? Surely you jest. Su Heng scoffed at Su Zhe's words. What in contract ants possibly do? Do not underestimate these ants. Had I not informed you, would you even have known about today's happenings? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, brimming with pride. He had previously dismissed such abilities, yet he now recognized their utility, even if their offensive capabilities were limited. Is that truly possible? Have you forgotten who your sister is? Indeed, with Su He's remarkable prowess, one could hardly expect her brother's abilities to be lacking. Moreover, they were the only family in the base with powers. The moment this was voiced, the others in the villa began to comprehend. Even Shen Nianbai, who had always prided himself on his lightning abilities, was the sole possessor of powers in his family of 3. This realization led the villa-as occupants to a newfound understanding of the tumultuous group at the base. Pulling Su Zhe aside, someone remarked, "Do you think the people at the base are envious of your family-as abilities? After all, you are the only family endowed with such extraordinary powers." Su Heng glanced at Su He, who was skillfully binding the raucous individuals with willow branches, remarking, "She certainly shines too brightly." After a while, Su He had bound each of the troublemakers, securing them to the highest structure in the base, the office building. Those raucous individuals now encircle the office, unable to escape, their mouths bound, reduced to muffled cries of despair. "Oh dear, we are all allies here. Why resort to violence?" Sui stood before the villa, her gaze fixed upon the man emerging from the office building. With her fox-like eyes subtly lifted, she regarded him with an expression of serene composure. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, sporting a receding hairline, and his peace-sized eyes glimmered with a hint of astuteness as they met hers, exuding an air of shrewd competence. Seeing Su, he fixated on Zhang Liang. Su Zhe leaned closer and whispered Zhang Liang's identity into her ear. However, he was met with his sister's calm demeanor, prompting him to nod in understanding. Indeed, his sister was no ordinary person, so he was well aware of who Zhang Liang was. After all, he had served as the head of the S-City safety base for 2 lifetimes and having spent 3 months within the base. It was impossible for her not to recognize him. When those individuals had stirred up trouble moments ago, Director Zhang had not emerged to mediate. Yet now that the flames had reached his doorstep, he found himself unable to remain passive. A sardonic smile played on Su He's lips, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Liang. She respected him as a talented individual, considering that he had swiftly constructed a haven for these people during the early days of the apocalypse. However, were not the current disturbances also the consequence of Zhang Liang's indulgence? Chapter 74, Celestial Phenomena. As these words left her lips, not only did Zhang Liang gasp, but so did Su Zhe and the others. "Speak your mind," Su He urged, twirling a willow branch in her hands. "Is Mr. Shen Nianbai present?" Zhang Liang inquired hesitantly, his eyes scrutinizing Su He and her companions, attempting to glean some insight from their expressions. What if he is here? What if he is not? Sui raised an eyebrow, detecting the subtle probing in Zhang Liang's tone. She glanced at the majority of ordinary individuals within the base and continued. This entire base is not solely reliant on Shen Nianbai as the lone ability user. Most of you are still ordinary people. Can it be said that without Shen Nianbai, you cannot survive? Surely not. Are you incapable of uniting to eliminate those zombies? Sui was perplexed. In her previous life, Zhang Liang had managed the entire safety base without the assistance of other ability users. Even Shen Nianbai had only occasionally employed his lightning abilities during missions, as the early-stage powers were notoriously unstable, and most had not relied on their abilities to combat zombies. It was only later, after the first month of the apocalypse, when a phenomenon of heavenly fire occurred, that most ordinary individuals awakened their powers. Zhang Liang was amongst them, as were the majority of the safety base's guards. With the zombies also evolving due to this upheaval, they discovered that even their combined efforts were insufficient to vanquish the undead. Thus, they began to utilize their abilities in tandem to slay the zombies. Yet, within this brief span of less than a month, these individuals seemed less inclined to enhance their own abilities and take action against the zombies, instead placing their hopes in others. Sui found herself perplexed over where the issues lay in their two lifetimes. Could it truly be that their family's unique abilities incited jealousy among others? Yet, that seemed implausible. They were not to be feared. What distinguished those zombies from themselves? Previously, they had hesitated even to slay a chicken. How could they possibly take a human life? It was beyond her capabilities. She was merely a delicate maiden, incapable of such grim tasks. Not only was it unsavory, but it also posed a grave danger to her life. Those who had awakened their powers were entirely different. They could effortlessly eradicate zombies using their abilities. Just look at how effectively you wielded that willow branch earlier. Surely, you have dispatched numerous zombies, haven't you? The members of the base engaged in animated discussions. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe and his companions were filled with indignation and approached them to argue. Just because we possess special abilities, does that mean we are obligated to serve you? Why should we assist you in exterminating zombies? None of us possess such powers. Yet we still venture out to complete missions and eliminate the undead. My mother and I have also fought against zombies. I am terrified, but if I do not confront them, they will devour both me and my mother. On their journey to the small town, Suhi and Shen Nianbai encountered a pair of mother and daughter who, upon witnessing the multitude rallying against Suhi, anxiously spoke in her defense. The once boisterous crowd fell silent as they observed a little girl, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, bravely proclaiming her desire to slay zombies, prompting many to hang their heads in shame. At that moment, Zhang Liang emerged to lighten the mood, stating, "Our base has various tasks of differing levels every day. Each individual should undertake assignments commensurate with their abilities. Miss Su and her companions are endowed with extraordinary powers and are thus engaged in SSS-level urgent missions. Therefore, let us not harbor any resentment. We are all here to contribute to the base." With these words, the members of the base's security team stepped forward to restore order. Although murmurs of discontent persisted within the crowd, they recognized Zhang Liang's provision of a sanctuary, and soon silence enveloped them. Base leader Zhang, should you ever wish to vacate your position, do let me know. Rebuilding would be quite a hassle, and I find this base entirely satisfactory. Suhi reached out to touch the mark in her palm, stretching lazily before addressing Zhang Liang. Isn't Shen Nianbai planning to construct a base? I too have entertained that notion. It all depends on your performance, Zhang Liang. A sudden pang of unease struck Zhang Liang, his expression darkening as he glared at Su He's parents, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, is this how you raise your daughter, to speak so disrespectfully to her elders?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he received 2 resounding slaps from the willow branches, his once composed face twisting like a painter's palette. The guards, witnessing Su He's boldness, hurried to encircle her, their guns ominously pointed at her. Observing this, Zhang Liang felt a surge of triumph. "Miss Su, do not think that your abilities render you untouchable. No matter how powerful you may be, you are still human, and no human is invulnerable to bullets." His declaration was resolute, and his demeanor softened slightly as he gingerly touched the bruised area struck by the branches, a flicker of envy glinting in his eyes. "Miss Su, if you dare to use your abilities to intimidate, I see no issue in emulating your actions." With that, he gestured to the guards, commanding, "Disarm her of that arm empowered by her abilities." "Mr. Zhang," Mr. Su interjected urgently, while Mrs. Su positioned herself protectively in front of Su He. Even the elder Shen couple stepped forward, intent on shielding Su He from the impending threat. "Your actions are utterly excessive." "Excessive? Your daughter has brazenly assaulted me in broad daylight with her powers. That was warranted." Before the guards could react, Su Zhe swiftly approached Zhang Liang, pressing the barrel of his gun against the back of Zhang's head. Zhang Liang, consumed by his desire for revenge against Su He, fixated solely on her, thus leaving himself vulnerable to Su Zhe's threat, his body freezing in place. "Sister, I believe this base leader has lost his resolve. Why not end his aspirations today?" "Su Zhe, you dare challenge me? I'm a person." "A person? Those zombies outside were once humans too. If anything, you are less than they are. Mr. Su, will you allow them to act against me?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Su's father's face as he exchanged a glance with Father Shen, both shaking their heads in unison. Their eyes, now fixed on Su Zhe, conveyed disapproval. Su Zhe put down the gun. Hearing his father's words, Su Zhe's face brimmed with dissatisfaction as he glanced at Su He, who was surrounded by the guard team, gazing up at the sky. Sister, what do you propose we do? This situation is dire. Noticing the increasingly crimson sky in the distance, a peculiar thought flickered in Su He's mind. Su Fe, what has become of the animals? Animals? They are gone. Chapter 75. The Sudden Rain of Fire. Upon saying this, Su Zhe regained his composure and began to listen intently to the sounds of the base. However, the cacophony of human voices was overwhelming, and for a moment, he could not discern any sound of animals. Quick, look up at the sky. Someone exclaimed. Why is the sky so red? It resembles blood. This cannot bode well. With such an anomaly occurring in the sky amidst the apocalypse, one could not help but wonder if a greater catastrophe loomed ahead. As the blood-red sky drew ever closer, a sense of dread enveloped the people at the base. Sui furrowed her brow, contemplating a potential reality. The rain of fire. Yet, it had only been a week since the onset of the apocalypse, and such an anomaly had manifested even sooner than in her previous life. Zhang Liang, witnessing the scene, could not help but curse Su He inwardly as he glanced at the guard team that had abandoned him, his heart sinking further. Zhang, base leader, I hope you endure this apocalypse a little longer. Su He cast a glance at the sky before looking down at Zhang Liang, who was glaring at her with palpable animosity. Once the rain of fire descended, Zhang Liang's supernatural abilities would likely awaken, and he was not alone. The majority of the base's inhabitants would also manifest their powers following this event, even the zombies. It would be intriguing to observe how these individuals would wield their abilities afterward. She then turned her gaze to Su Zhe, who looked at her with disappointment, and shook her head helplessly. Let him go. After all, the base leader has done good for these people. With so many eyes upon them, and given the knowledge of the conflict between them and the base leader, if he were wise, he would refrain from foolish actions. Indeed, as my sister suggests, should any misfortune befall us in the future, the remaining individuals can directly seek out the base leader. Then we shall entrust this to the base leader. Zhang Liang was infuriated by their words, his face reddening with indignation, yet with a gun pressed against his head. He dared not voice his anger and could only feign goodwill. You are all my people at this base. I will surely ensure your safety. As long as you remain within the base, you will be absolutely safe. However, should you venture outside, that will be beyond my responsibility. Understood. As long as you refrain from sending anyone to harm us outside, everything is negotiable. Otherwise, you have witnessed my sister's abilities, as well as Shen Nianbai's lightning powers. If you wish to experience them, it is certainly possible. Su Zhe curled his lips into a sinister smile as he gazed at Zhang Liang, then, taking advantage of his unguarded moment, delivered a swift kick that sent Zhang Liang sprawling to the ground. What are you doing? Zhang Liang, caught completely off guard, fell flat on the ground and took a few seconds to process what had just happened. He hastily rose to his feet, trembling as he pointed a finger at Su Zhe. This is retribution, after all. You just had those guards disarm my sister. Do you have any idea who she is? She is not someone you can provoke lightly. Remember this for next time. Otherwise, the reputation I hold as the school bully is not to be trifled with. Su Zhe glared at Zhang Liang, shaking his fist in a display of irritation, before casting him a disdainful glance and striding over to Su He. He appraised her from head to toe, visibly relieved to find her unharmed. Aren't you all going to hurry up and leave? He admonished, noticing Zhang Liang's furious expression out of the corner of his eye, his brow furrowing in annoyance. Do you not feel the heat? Indeed, it is somewhat warm. I wonder how it will be tomorrow, came the reply. Heavenly fire will descend. Upon hearing the chatter among the group, Su He, seated calmly in a corner of the sofa, spoke with an air of tranquility. She turned to face the concerned gazes directed at her, observing their expressions of shock, despair, and confusion. It seems I have recently awakened a prophetic ability, and I inexplicably envisioned the descent of heavenly fire. However, as long as we remain indoors, we should be fine. Oh, I see. Unless the heavenly fire directly strikes the villa, we have nothing to fear, Su Hang remarked, his voice laced with skepticism. Upon hearing Su Hang's comment, Su Zhe was rendered speechless, feeling a sense of misfortune. Ba. What I just said doesn't count. Su Heng quickly added, noticing the tension his words had stirred among the group. It is not without possibility, so we must all exercise caution. Nevertheless, once the heavenly fire descends, the temperature will gradually rise, and some ordinary individuals may awaken their own abilities. If any of you experience discomfort, I urge you to speak up promptly. Can we really awaken abilities? Does that mean we still have hope? What are the odds of awakening such powers? Will everyone awaken abilities? Emohan and Chunicheng, the usually reticent duo, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect, turning to Su He with eager anticipation. Su He lifted her gaze to the two individuals, remaining silent. The probability of awakening supernatural abilities was equal to that of transforming into a zombie, leaving her uncertain. How did you manage to awaken? She inquired. And to think that all four of you experienced this extraordinary fortune, awakening on the very day of the apocalypse. It seems truly fortuitous. However, encountering us indicates that your vitality is not lacking, and you needn't worry. We shall assist you from the sidelines. You should probably refrain from using your abilities. It's better to rely on the capable young ladies, Su Heng jested, and he and Su Zhe exchanged playful banter, dissipating much of the unease that had enveloped the group. Yet, as their conversation continued, they began to feel the air grow increasingly oppressive. So he approached the window to investigate, only to witness spheres of fire plummeting from the sky, accompanied by the anguished cries and exclamations of humanity. The others, noticing the commotion, gathered at the window, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Good heavens! Brother Shen, he is frightened. As Sui turned around, she was greeted by the sight of Shen Nianbai standing behind her. Noticing her gaze, Shen Nianbai hurriedly extended her arms for an embrace, leaning her head affectionately against Su He's shoulder. Shen, you ought to be mindful of your image, Su Heng remarked with a playful smirk, observing Shen Nianbai's antics. He playfully nudged the typically taciturn Mo Han beside him, adding with a charming grin. Chapter 76. The puppet master of the group had previously learned from Su He that Shen Nianbai was alive, and now, witnessing her in person, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Heng scrutinized Shen Nianbai, mimicking her words as he leaned closer to Su He. However, before he could fully approach, a flash of lightning erupted before him, crackling loudly. He blinked in confusion, looking at Shen Nianbai, and exclaimed, "Surely, we can't be this reckless, can we, Shen?" Su He, upon observing Shen Nianbai's condition, could only shake her head in helplessness. She pulled Shen Nianbai aside and used a willow branch to dispel the attack of the lightning serpent. Casting a glance at Su Heng and the oblivious Mo Han and others, she remarked, "He has indeed been scratched by a zombie. But it appears that the virus infecting him is different from that affecting others, which explains his current appearance." It was no wonder. We all witnessed the wound inflicted by the zombie. Even if Brother Shen had survived, he would have undoubtedly mutated into this state. However, it was fortunate enough that he had not transformed into one of those grotesque creatures outside. Has he indeed mutated? His pupils and skin have changed. Yet his intellect seems to be adequate. Upon hearing Su He's words, Su Heng exhaled in relief, while Mo Han and Chunichen exchanged glances, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. After all, Shen Nianbai had already exhibited zombie-like traits. The sudden change remained a mystery. Perceiving the unspoken concerns of Mo Han and Chunichen, Su He chose not to respond. She had speculated earlier that when Shen Nianbai underwent his mutation, she had immediately placed him into her space, likely due to some elements within that altered his zombie state, resulting in his current form. Yet, she had yet to confirm this. If she could ascertain this fact, it might prove invaluable when encountering awakened or mutated individuals in the future. This discovery holds great significance for us. I urge Miss Su to contemplate it, and Mo Han implored, his expression a mixture of urgency and determination as he stepped forward. However, he halted in his tracks when confronted by Shen Nianbai's piercing gaze. "He can still call your name, which suggests there might be a chance for recovery," he ventured. "A name?" Sui was taken aback, but a moment later, she realized the implications. "Did you not hear him express fear when he first appeared? He may still possess awareness, albeit solely directed towards you." Who would have thought brother Shen harbored such deep affections? The others below finally registered Su-He's unusual demeanor, their gazes shifting toward the staircase where Shen Nianbai stood, looking forlorn. Given Shen Nianbai's current state, they had little hope of extracting any meaningful information from him. So he might need time to come to terms with this. Allowing her some solitude would be prudent. Shen's mother, aware of the bond between Shen Nianbai and Su-He, sensed that something in Su-Heng's words had struck a chord with her daughter, making it difficult for her to accept the reality. Observing Shen Nianbai's sorrowful expression and his unwavering gaze directed at Su-He's room, she felt a pang of compassion. She contemplated approaching Su-He for a heartfelt conversation, but before she could take a step up the staircase, Shen Nianbai intercepted her. His brow furrowed, eyes flashing with determination, as the electricity crackled in his palm, a warning for his mother to remain back. Let me speak to her on your behalf, all right? I will find her, Shen's mother gently proposed, attempting to soothe him. The group in the living room exchanged glances, but the barrage of fireballs descending from outside had dampened their spirits, leaving them with little inclination to focus on Shen Nianbai, who curled up alone and ultimately lay down at the foot of the stairs. Meanwhile, in her room, Su-He leaned against the door, her body sliding down as tears streamed down her exquisitely beautiful face. For the past few days, she had been engaged in self-deception, convincing herself that Shen Nianbai had lost all memories and that he was merely a high-level zombie who saw her as one of his own. Hence his utterance of her name was nothing more than a zombie-esque growl. Yet the fade of self-assurance crumbled under scrutiny, rendering her thoughts laughable. She had to admit that her heart still fluttered. Due to the events of her past life, she had suppressed her feelings for Shen Nianbai. However, the more she repressed them, the more they surged within her, reaching a crescendo when he was infected. Uncertainty loomed over her. Would Shen Nianbai tread the same path as in her previous life? Now that Lin Xinghe had been killed by Shen Nianbai and transformed into a high-level zombie, would their fate differ in this lifetime? Su-He dared not gamble, for she had already lost a life in her previous existence. Thus, it was best to remain at ease and let things unfold as they may. After coming to this realization, Su-He tidied her emotions and swiftly entered the space to soak in the hot springs. However, upon entering, she was greeted by the familiar sight of a villa, which sparked a vivid memory in her mind. She and Shen Nianbai in the picture. Was this not the very wedding house they had designed in their past life? Back then, it had only existed as a blueprint and had never been constructed. How could it manifest here? Connecting the dots, Su-He suddenly understood that since Shen Nianbai could also access this space, it all began to make sense. Why could he accompany her into this realm? What if this space belonged to him originally? Or perhaps it bore some connection to Shen Nianbai, which ultimately ended up in her possession. Moreover, within just a day, her father had procured several warehouses filled with advanced weaponry. She was well aware of his capabilities. Thus, the mastermind behind all of this was none other than Shen Nianbai. With this thought, Su-He felt a surge of anger. Her eyes reddened as she rushed out of the space, only to find Shen Nianbai lying on the stairs, convulsing. Panic and fury welled up within her. Could it be that Shunge had mutated once again? Chapter 77. Hope Squad. Upon hearing Su-He's commotion, Su-Heng and the others hurried over to investigate, only to discover Shen Nianbai unconscious, his body not only burning hot, but also convulsing uncontrollably. The sight reminded Su-Heng of the mutated zombies he had seen before, filling him with both fear and concern. When their gazes met, Su-He was taken aback to see Shen's mother. "He, you must be careful," Shen's mother cautioned, glancing worriedly at the convulsing Shen Nianbai in Su-He's arms before fixing her anxious gaze back on Su-He. Regardless of the circumstances, her son had been infected to such an extent, she could not allow He to suffer the same fate. Su-He nodded and, accompanied by Shen Nianbai, swiftly entered the space. In an instant, Shen's mother weakened and began to collapse, but fortunately, Shen's father was by her side. Witnessing her condition, he exclaimed in alarm, "Wan Yu, do not frighten me." Noticing that Shen's mother was unwell, the others hurried forward to check on her. They gently helped her to a nearby sofa to rest. The mother and daughter pair approached, and seeing everyone gathered around Shen's mother, the mother, standing at the back, spoke calmly. When the crowd turned to her at her words, she shyly glanced at her daughter in her arms and said, "My daughter has been frail since childhood and possesses some knowledge in this regard." Upon hearing this, Shen's father promptly lifted Shen's mother and placed her on the sofa, but due to the incessant barrage of fireballs outside, the temperature within the villa continued to rise. Upon observing that everyone was shedding their garments due to the oppressive heat, with most left clad in but a single layer, Sue's mother furrowed her brow, attempting to conjure ice within her palm. Yet, just as a small ice cube began to form, it was swiftly rendered to water by the sweltering temperature, leaving her disheartened. If only there were an ice house to combat this dreadful weather. Alas, even an ice house would be of limited efficacy against this relentless heat. Should this endure for long, not only would we suffer, but the survivors outside would likely find themselves in dire straits as well. Meanwhile, Shen's father was too preoccupied to ponder the weather, fanning Shen's mother with his hand. Before long, she regained her composure and, meeting Shen's father's concerned gaze, managed to muster a faint smile. "Ah Zhao, do not fret. I'm not so fragile yet." Shen's father, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, focused intently on Shen's mother, grasping her elevated hand and bringing it to his face. However, mindful of the onlookers, he restrained his emotions, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I am merely worried." "I am fine now," Shen's mother reassured, feeling a tad embarrassed with the younger generation present, and she straightened her attire before sitting upright. Just then, Suhi emerged from the spatial realm, accompanied by Nianbai, prompting everyone to turn their attention to the latter. "How is it?" "Nothing serious, just a progression in ability," Suhi responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she glanced at the oblivious Nianbai, rendered speechless by the peculiar circumstances. This individual, even after mutating into a zombie, advanced in such an extraordinary manner. No wonder he had survived until the end in his previous life. If he had no attachments, he would undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor in this life as well. "Progression? He has advanced again?" Suze exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing Nianbai, and noting the palpable shift in his aura. He could not help but express his admiration. "I wonder when my meager abilities will see such advancement." "Do not fret. The zombies outside are also progressing. This awakening of abilities amidst the inferno affects not just humans," Suhi remarked, casting a glance at Suze before surveying the others in the living room. "Should anyone experience discomfort, particularly feelings of overheating, please speak up," she advised, scanning the crowd before directing Suze and Su Liang to fetch pots and bowls from the kitchen. Subsequently, she drew water from a spring in her spatial realm into these containers, addressing the assembly. This spring water should possess properties to suppress the zombie virus, though I am uncertain to what extent. This space. Sui glanced at Mr. and Mrs. Shen, noticing their silence, and felt a pang of confusion. Did they truly remain unaware that Shen Nianbai had bestowed upon her the elixir? This spring water, when consumed by ordinary individuals, would undoubtedly possess invigorating properties. It was likely that Nianbai had inadvertently encountered this miraculous spring during the onset of the mutation, thus escaping the fate of becoming one with the surrounding monstrosities. "Mrs. Shen followed Su He's lead, inquiring, "Are you suggesting we partake of it, he? This is far too precious." Mr. Shen's expression was one of disbelief. The others, upon hearing their exchange, looked at Su He with incredulity, their gazes shifting to the vessel containing the spring water, unable to suppress their salivation. This was akin to possessing a remedy that could prevent one from transforming into a zombie. Indeed, it was invaluable. "You ought not to share it with us. Such a rare treasure must be scarce. By offering it so freely, are you not squandering it? Since it has been brought forth for everyone's use. Concerns of waste can only be evaluated in the future," Suhi replied, her heart remarkably serene in the face of their apprehensions. However, Su Heng and his companions were less inclined to accept. "You should keep it for yourself. We can manage to combat the zombies without such a remarkable resource. You bunch of weaklings. Do you expect me to rescue you on future missions?" "My priority lies with my family," Suhi retorted, casting an exasperated glance at the hesitant Su Heng. "Weaklings? I merely harbor a modicum of fear. Once I grow accustomed to it, I'm certain I shall overcome it. So I am indeed quite strong. Su Hang stammered. Just drink it already. Did my sister not just mention that the zombies are evolving? We must elevate our strength and physical prowess. With that, Su Zhe was the first to sip from the bowl, followed by a woman in her 30s who had just spoken, along with the little girl she held by the hand and an elderly gentleman. Miss Su, we are truly at a loss for words to express our gratitude. From now on, my daughter and I will heed your every command. And as for me, if you do not mind, please feel free to direct me as well. What are your names? Would you be interested in joining the Hope Squad? Absolutely. Yes, beautiful sister, I wish to join. And what about me, this old man? Elderly Zhong gazed at Su He in disbelief, pointing to himself. Upon receiving her nod, tears welled in his aged eyes. Join. It seems I shall have my moment to contribute. Then let us warmly welcome our 3 new members to the Hope Squad. Welcome, welcome. Now drink up, for we cannot afford to lag behind. Chapter 78. Collective Awakening of Abilities. Su He curled her lips into a slight smile. Although she had not paid much attention to Li Zhong and that mother-daughter pair, she was aware of their formidable presence during the zombie onslaught in the small town. Li Zhong, despite his advancing years, was among the first to step forward at the gas station, demonstrating a courage and boldness that was commendable in itself. Not to mention, they later banded together to vanquish several zombies. As everyone had finished drinking from the spring, Su He approached Su Zhe with an inquisitive demeanor and asked, "How do you feel?" However, as she drew closer, an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses. Su He wrinkled her nose, maintaining an expression of calmness. "Why does it smell so foul? It seems to be coming from me, and from my clothes as well." As Su Hezhong spoke, several individuals turned their gaze towards him, their brows slightly furrowed. One of them pointed at Su Zhe's face and said, "Go take a shower." This was followed by Shen's father and mother, Lin Yu, the butler, Su Liang, and others, culminating with a mother and daughter pair along with Li Zhong. Finally, only Su's father, mother, and Su Haoyu remained, exchanging glances filled with confusion as they regarded Su He. Ultimately, Su Haoyu, unable to contain himself, approached Su He with a pout and a pitiful expression, asking, "Sister, why are we the only ones who drank and felt nothing?" "I'm not sure either, as I didn't experience any effect from my drink," Su He replied, resting her chin on her hand, her exquisite face tinged with a hint of sorrow. She glanced at the similarly troubled Su Haoyu and squatted down to gently ruffle his hair, offering comfort. "It's all right. Let us drink more in the future. Who knows? It might work one day." With this thought, Su He encouraged everyone to have another large bowl. With a proud smile, she asked, "Sister, can you guess what changes I'm experiencing now?" She then raised an eyebrow at Su Hang and the others behind her. Su Hang rolled his eyes dismissively and leaned closer to Su He, attempting to showcase his ability. However, after several moments of effort, he found nothing happening in his palm. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Su Zhe and the others stifling their laughter, which caused his face to flush with indignation. "What are you laughing at? I have abilities. I can feel it." Yet, after saying this, he felt uncertain and checked again, beginning to doubt himself. Meanwhile, Li Xiong pulled Su Hang over to a mirror, pointing at Su Hang's reflection. "You do have abilities." Su Hang glanced at his image in the mirror and, filled with excitement, jumped up. I share the same abilities as you. I will rely on you in the future." In his enthusiasm, he missed the conflicted expression on Su He's face. Next, Li Xiong revealed his palm, and astonishingly, his thumb transformed into a golden hue. While the group marveled at Li Xiong's abilities, Su He approached him directly, grasping his hand to confirm her astonishment. "You possess the metal element. You are an elemental wielder of the metal type. Is this metal element particularly powerful?" Li Xiong asked, scratching his head shyly while observing Su He's astonished expression. "Your ability allows you to control metallic transformation of your body, rendering you impervious to blades and bullets. And you can manipulate metals as well. What do you think? Wow, that is incredible. So, the zombies won't be able to harm Xiong, right? You better remember to be my shield in the future," Su Heng said enviously. Following this, Imohan showcased his mutated water element abilities, conjuring an ice spike in his palm. The usually taciturn individual then glanced at Su He before turning his attention to Su's mother. "Aunt, it seems you are of the water element. We share the same affinity." "And me," Chani Ching added, extending his palm, from which a stream of water flowed forth. Observing this, Su Heng, feeling discontent, leaned towards Su He and whispered, "He, does our wood element ability only allow us to sprout grass at the beginning? The other elemental abilities seem quite formidable. What if we only grow grass when facing zombies during tasks? Isn't that a bit weak? Not only can we sprout grass, but we can also bloom flowers," Su Zhe chimed in, revealing Su He's secret with a grin directed at Su Heng. "Soyentlipat su fish shoulder," casting him a sidelong glance before retrieving a single kernel of corn from her space. "First, practice bringing this corn to fruition. Only then can your abilities advance." "Is it truly that simple?" Su Heng gazed incredulously at the corn nestled in his palm, having already attempted to channel his wood-based powers into it, only to find that a significant portion had yielded no visible results. "Patience is key. It seems we have awakened our powers," Shen Mu exclaimed, bounding down the stairs post-bath, her face alight with excitement. Upon noticing the gathering in the living room, she extended her palm to demonstrate her newfound ability, water manipulation. "Mine is the same as Nianbai's, lightning." Shun Fu chimed in, following closely behind her, showcasing his own power. At this moment, Lin Yu, standing in the background, conjured a small fireball in his palm. Next, there was the strength-enhanced steward, Chun Bo, the speed-evolved Su Liang, the earth manipulator Li Zhong, the space controller Chun Ping, and finally, the seemingly powerless Chun Nian. Feeling somewhat dejected as she observed everyone else awakening their powers, Chun Nian looked up at her mother, her small face tinged with disappointment. "Mom, am I useless? How could you be?" "Nian is my precious child," her mother reassured her. "But everyone else has powers. And you do too, yet I do not. Which child deemed useless accompanies their mother to vanquish zombies?" Suze approached Chun Nian, playfully tapping her nose in comfort. "I merely used a knife to stab the zombie. It was your mother who truly did the slaying. You possess abilities. They simply have yet to manifest. Just observe for a few days." Sui furrowed her brow, glancing at Chun Nian. It was improbable that, after everyone else had awakened their powers, she would be the sole exception. The question lingered, what might her abilities entail? Upon hearing Su He's words, Chun Nian's face brightened with a smile, her expression brimming with anticipation. As Suze observed that everyone had finished their performances, he crossed his arms and sauntered into the center with an air of arrogance. "So, what? Are you curious about the changes that have taken place within me?" However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed the lackluster expressions on everyone's faces, desperate for assistance. He cast a glance at Su He. Seeing Su Zhe's boastful demeanor sparked some curiosity in Su He. Moments later, Su Zhe extended his hands as if wielding a formidable power. In the next instant, several serpents materialized in the living room out of thin air. What on earth is this?" When Su Zhe beheld the serpent, he instinctively leaped back, his face a mask of sheer terror as he gazed upon the creature. Chapter 79, Rescue. Su He felt a twinge of trepidation as she relinquished the grasp of Su Zhe and leaped onto the sofa. "Sister, how could you abandon me?" Su Zhe gazed at Su He with a look of utter dismay, his voice quivering with emotion as he lamented to their parents. In the next moment, he sensed a chill enveloping his calf, a consequence of the sudden arrival of the fireball, which, surprisingly, felt rather pleasant. Oblivious to the situation, he merely raised his eyes to Su He, who had landed on the sofa, only to catch a glimpse of others retreating from him as well. "Is this truly how you repay my loyalty? It's merely a snake. I can easily remove it." "Suze, look at your leg," Su He said, her expression a blend of anxiety and amusement as she cast a glance at Suze, torn between fear and a desire to laugh. Suze instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Shaking his head, he began to tremble. "I won't look. I'll make it go away," he stammered, his voice quaking with fear. As he reached out to employ his powers once more, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. Glancing down, he discovered that he had been bitten by the large black serpent he had summoned. Suthe screamed. his mind unraveling at the sight of the serpent coiling around his leg. He ran in a frenzy, flailing his legs, his cries echoing with trepidation. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Fu intended to advance and remove the great black serpent, tossing it aside. Yet, before he could reach out to touch the creature, he heard Mo Han's voice. "It seems you have forged a bond with it." He gestured towards Su Zhe's calf, where an unmistakable mark of a serpent's bite was evident, accompanied by 2 drops of blood that had begun to surface. Damn it! Su Zhe could not restrain himself from cursing. However, his expression swiftly shifted, revealing a conflicted look as he glanced at the great black serpent ensnared by the willow branches. "Sister, it is speaking to me. Of course, you can understand the language of beasts. Why not converse with it directly?" Suhi remarked, controlling the willow branches to keep a considerable distance from them. Casting a disapproving glance at Su Zhe, Su Zhe possessed such an extraordinary ability that it truly frightened her. She had an aversion to these soft-bodied creatures. However, glancing at the others who were keeping their distance, she felt relieved that she could control the snake and keep it at bay. Otherwise, before they could even hope for the battle team to leave the villa, it seemed they might perish from sheer fright at the sight of the serpent. "I refuse. It's trying to coil around my arm. Sister, help me." Su Zhe communicated with the black snake using beast language and directly sought Suhi's assistance. This power was indeed quite terrifying. She could hardly bear to imagine the snake slithering over her body. Su Heng, shuddering at the thought, was filled with trepidation. However, Sui disregarded Su Zhe's plea for help and instead used a willow branch to bring the snake closer to Su Zhe. Observing Su Zhe frozen in fear, she continued, "It should have the ability to become invisible, just like Xiao Lu. When you need it, simply summon it forth." Sufegas Tatsue? On the brink of tears, as he helplessly watched the large black snake coil around his arm, only for it to vanish in the next instant. His eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Su He, anxiously patting his chest. "Sister, I no longer desire this ridiculous supernatural ability. It is far too frightening. Aside from being terrifying, it is indeed quite powerful. Each creature should possess unique abilities. It all depends on how you choose to wield them in the future." Sui responded, her eyes narrowing slightly. However, noticing Su Zhe's lingering fear, she decided against revealing more at that moment. Mohan observed as Su Zhe had successfully retracted the snake and turned his attention to Chun-Chen, then approached the mothers. "Su's and Shen's, shall we attempt to conjure some ice blocks?" The group gathered to harness their abilities, with Chun-Chen leading the trio of water manipulators who gathered water into their palms. Subsequently, Mohan employed his ice powers to freeze the flowing water, resulting in the collective effort producing a large ice block measuring 0.5 meter in length and thickness. Delighted by their success, they proceeded to create several more ice blocks using the same method, placing them in the living room to help cool the air. Su Heng attempted a similar approach, though with limited success. Su He diligently filled in the abilities of several individuals, casting a glance at the relentless celestial flames descending from above, her brow furrowed in concern. The duration of this fiery rain was rather prolonged. Although their villa remained unscathed by the fire, the other survivors within the base were not as fortunate, particularly those from the dilapidated slums. The already tattered tents were reduced to ashes upon being struck by the fiery orbs, prompting the slum survivors to flee in terror. Some were engulfed by the flames, perishing instantly, while others collapsed, rendered unconscious. Zhang Liang had been vigilantly observing the situation at the base. Witnessing the chaos as the flames assaulted the populace, panic ensued, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He turned sharply to the captain of the guard behind him, commanding, "Ensure that your men secure the base. If even a single zombie breaches our defenses, none of us will survive. Furthermore, dispatch a few individuals to summon Su He and her group of ability users. In the face of such calamity, they cannot remain idle." The captain of the guard hesitated. "But what if we cannot persuade them to come? Then your tenure as captain will come to an abrupt end." Meanwhile, Su He and her companions were deliberating their rescue operation at the base's entrance when they fortuitously encountered the captain of the guard, who was braving the fiery descent. Upon learning that Su He was headed for a rescue, The guard team ceased their words and joined her efforts, forming pairs for safety. They remained vigilant against the fireballs while also monitoring for any signs of mutation or awakening among the fleeing individuals. Sui spoke as she deftly climbed up using Xiao Lure, allowing her to survey the entire base from a lofty vantage point. She skillfully maneuvered the willow branches, transporting the unconscious survivors to safety. Meanwhile, Su Heng, Li Xiong, and the others chose not to partake in the rescue efforts, instead joining the guard team to secure the base's entrance against potential zombie assaults. The group remained occupied until midnight, the base illuminated as if it were still daylight under the glow of the celestial fire. As Sui noted that the personnel at the base had been properly attended to, she intended to check the situation at the entrance. At that moment, she sensed Shen Nianbai emerging from the spatial realm, his form entangling around her like an octopus. Upon meeting her gaze, Shen Nianbai's eyes sparkled brightly, reflecting the starlight of the night sky, and he instantly transported Su He out of the base. Your ability has ascended to such extraordinary heights. Chapter 80. The Onslaught of High-Level Zombies. This utterly eclipses her own abilities. Sui scrutinized Shen Nianbai, astonished that he had managed to level up in such a manner. Upon hearing him call her name, she felt a twinge of irritation. The comparison between them was disheartening. However, when she averted her gaze, Shen Nianbai took the liberty of cupping her face, his striking features hovering closely, allowing her to discern the fine hairs on his visage. In his deep brown eyes, she caught a glimpse of her own reflection, momentarily lost in his allure, particularly captivated by the clarity and innocence embodied in his gaze. Only when Shen Nianbai called her again did she snap back to reality, her instinct urging her to escape, but something felt amiss. Shen Nianbai, still cradling her face, turned to face the night sky, where fireballs rained down relentlessly, impacting the ground and creating deep craters. Amidst the flames, she vaguely discerned figures flickering, uncertain whether they were zombies or humans. Upon witnessing the scene, He was momentarily taken aback, noticing the peculiar change in Shen Nianbai. A glance revealed that her eyes retained a certain clarity, devoid of the previously perceived coldness and restraint, prompting a sigh of relief from He. Turning her gaze to Su Heng and the others standing atop the high walls of the base, He deftly manipulated the willow branches to ascend to their position. A serious expression flickered across her exquisite face, causing a palpable tension among those who beheld her. Has something transpired? Su Heng pondered, his intuition stirring unease as he vocalized his thoughts. Something is approaching the base. It's too far to discern whether it is human or zombie. Remain vigilant. At this proclamation, Su Heng and the others assumed a defensive stance, their eyes fixed intently on the perimeter of the base, where shadows began to emerge from the flames. Drawing nearer. If it's human, that would be fortunate. However, if it's a zombie, anxiety etched across Su Heng's visage, dispelling any semblance of his usual carefree demeanor. Having secured the survivors within the base, Su Zhe joined Su He, following the direction of their gaze toward the distant figures. He promptly utilized his abilities to listen for surrounding sounds. Advanced? Advanced means they have evolved into zombies, likely due to the heavenly fire, Su He mused, furrowing her brow as she contemplated a strategy. Sister, our combat capabilities are certainly insufficient. We cannot win this fight. Perhaps. Su He hesitated, unable to voice his next thought under Su He's penetrating gaze. Summon Li Zhong and Zhang Liang, Su He instructed, casting a sidelong glance at Su Heng and the dazed captain of guard. Although hesitant, they exchanged glances with Su He before descending to fetch the individuals. Why summon them? They are earth elementals, Su Zhe suddenly realized, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he regarded Su He. Ah yes, the earth elementals can assist us in reinforcing the walls. Su He paid no heed to Su Zhe and turned her attention to Mo Han and Chunyi Chen, calmly stating, if those zombies approach, you must use your abilities to douse them with water, ideally covering them from all angles. Should we summon Uncle Shun? He possesses lightning abilities. Does he not? The combination of water and lightning would catch those zombies off guard, she continued. Upon hearing Su He's words, Suze quickly grasped her intentions and was about to seek out Father Shen when he noticed Shen Nianbai being pushed in front of him. He looked at Su He in confusion, his eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. But Shen Nianbai can use abilities, yet this is a battle, he exclaimed. I have no problem with that, Su He replied assuredly, her gaze fixed on Suze, almost as if to validate her words. As soon as she finished speaking, lightning abilities began to coalesce in Shen Nianbai's palm, which inched closer to Suze's side. Suze reflected that the mutation seemed no different from the original state, both equally infuriating. However, he refrained from voicing his grievances in the presence of Su He and Shen Nianbai, opting instead to murmur to himself for a while before turning his attention to gathering intelligence. A mere 100 meters from the base, there were 10 survivors, one of whom had sustained a bite wound, trailed by a group of advanced zombies. Could the abilities of these advanced zombies be discerned? Su He felt a twinge of anxiety as he gazed ahead. He was astonished that these zombies had also awakened abilities, yet relieved that he could comprehend beast language, allowing him to prepare in advance. I hope you can utilize the cores of these zombies to enhance your powers, Su He mused, a smile playing on his lips as he manipulated the willow branches in his hand to lift himself into the air, heading towards the survivors outside the base. In a moment of panic, he intended to leave the base in search of Su He, only to be pulled back by a Mohan, who urged, trust her. Yet, one among the group appeared suspicious. What if my sister overlooked something? Is it even possible? With her keen instincts, and besides, your sister is not as simple as you think, Chen remarked, raising his chin to indicate Suze to look ahead, where he beheld Shen Nianbai teleporting to find Su He. A flicker of envy crossed his gaze. Even with amnesia, this individual remained so attached. Meanwhile, Su Heng and his companions brought Li Zhong and Zhang Liang to the base's entrance, where they were met with a shocking scene of battle not far off. Zhang Liang was taken aback by Su He's mastery of wood-based abilities, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Are you suggesting we collaborate in this fight? He inquired. No, I need you to reinforce the high walls and construct an earthen barrier outside the perimeter. The taller, the better. Can you manage that? Seeing Su He and Shen Nianbai stalling for time ahead, Li Xiang hastily instructed Li Zhong and Zhang Liang to erect high walls for defense against the zombies. An earthen wall? Where am I supposed to conjure soil at this moment? I don't even have any, Zhang Liang muttered, feeling a jolt of realization. How could these people have known that they had awakened abilities, especially earth-based powers? He underestimated them. Observing Su He in the thick of battle, he saw her willow branches flying about, controlling fireballs raining down from above, deflecting them effortlessly, while simultaneously targeting the zombies lunging at her with the branches piercing towards their heads. Her combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Even if one of those branches were to fly towards him, he might struggle to catch it. Zhang Liang squinted slightly, muttering under his breath. Isn't Su He supposed to be quite formidable? Let them fight. She still wishes to be the leader of this base. Let's see how she handles this. He was entirely consumed by his previous humiliation at Su He's hands, forgetting that if she were to falter, the entire base would be at risk of collapse. Perhaps he understood this, but chose not to intervene. Don't you see, Zhang Liang? This is a matter of life and death for the base. Surely, you do not wish to abandon the very foundation you helped build? Su Heng raised an eyebrow. Incredulity etched across his face as he regarded Zhang Liang. Since Su He instructed them to invite Zhang Liang and Li Zhong, it was evident that both were confirmed to possess earth-based abilities. Otherwise, how could one explain the multitude of individuals at the base insisting on their involvement in constructing earthen walls? Su Heng was equally perplexed, scrutinizing Zhang Liang from head to toe. As an earth ability user, you cannot construct an earthen wall using your powers? He questioned. Who informed you that I awakened earth-based abilities? Zhang Liang furrowed his brow. Confusion etched across his face. Upon hearing his words, Su Heng and the others exchanged glances, redirecting their attention to Su He in the distance, who seemed unlikely to err. With this thought, they turned their gaze back to the still bemused Zhang Liang. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Liang remained at a loss and continued, I believe I have only just awakened my powers. Who told you about it? And how do you know I awakened Earth abilities? As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, casting a somewhat menacing look at Su Hang and the others. It was alarming to think that someone had been observing him without his knowledge in the very base he had painstakingly built. If they were aware of his newly awakened Earth abilities, what would prevent them from knowing if he were to meet his demise at his own base, leaving those around him oblivious? Upon hearing Zhang Liang's remarks, Su Hang opened his mouth, glancing at Li Xiong opposite him, blinking his eyes in hesitation. Director Zhang is indeed a prominent figure in our base. Your every action is of great concern to us. As for the awakening of abilities, the majority of survivors at the base have awakened powers today, and naturally, Director Zhang would not be left behind. After all, you just awakened your abilities and personally engaged in constructing protective earthen walls for the base, right? Su Liang, who had accompanied Su Hang, grasped the situation and remarked, observing Zhang Liang's reaction and noting that he seemed a bit buoyed by the flattery. He pointed to the newly rescued survivors behind them, adding, these survivors have witnessed everything. Once the base fortifies its defenses, you'll surely win their admiration. Zhang Liang, already lost in thought about how his reputation would soar once the base was secured, turned to Li Zhong and waved him over to help construct a high wall outside the base. Su Hang and the others watched Su Liang's deft manipulation of words with admiration. Who would have thought? Su Liang, you possess such eloquence. You truly are a credit to our family. Su Hang's eyes sparkled as he regarded Su Liang, realizing that had it not been for him, so he might have been exposed. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder how Sui knew about Zhang Liang's awakening and, moreover, how she could predict the nature of his abilities. If her foresight was indeed accurate, how could she remain unaware of the events transpiring during the heavenly fire incident at the base? As Su Hang contemplated, he noticed survivors rushing towards their base, with Su He and Shen Nianbai battling a horde of zombies behind them, many of which were high-tier zombies. Prepare for battle. Follow me for support. Su Hang shouted to those behind him. Just as he was about to descend, he saw Zhang Liang and Li Zhong had not only erected another high wall, but had also established lookout posts, leaving behind a deep pit. Su Hang Juke. Impressed by their ingenuity, the ability users among them promptly moved to assist Su He. Meanwhile, Su He observed the increasing number of high-tier zombies with growing unease. Shen Nianbai, can your lightning abilities cover a broader area? She asked, her wrist twisting as willow branches flew towards the high-tier zombies, while she snapped at Shen Nianbai, standing beside her. Seeing him only using lightning to attack the zombies around her left her exasperated. Upon hearing Su He speak, Shen Nianbai ceased his abilities, tilting his head in confusion. Noticing Su He had no time to engage with him, he stepped past the zombies to stand directly in front of her, his hands cupping her face, confronting her amidst the horde of high-tier zombies. In a moment of urgency, Su He swiftly transported herself and Shen Nianbai into her spatial realm. Upon seeing him still holding her face, she instinctively slapped him, but he remained motionless. Hua Hua, don't be angry. He knows nothing. Suri assured herself, observing Shen Nianbai's bewildered expression. However, despite her self-comfort, she couldn't hold back, inhaling deeply before binding Shen Nianbai with willow branches and exiting the space. Upon emerging, she witnessed Su Zhe and others being pursued and assaulted by high-tier zombies. Her right eyelid twitched as she unleashed thousands of willow branches to restrain the zombies. Soon after, she saw Mo Han and Chun Yicheng using their powers to extinguish the zombies she had ensnared. Glancing at Shen Nianbai, Su He spoke. Use your lightning abilities to eliminate them. After subtly glancing at him, she attempted to send him towards the group of zombies now drenched by Mo Han and Chun Yicheng, only to see him already unleashing his lightning towards the horde, which brought her a sense of relief. With Shen Nianbai's abilities, had he not been protecting her, he would have dispatched all those zombies long ago, she mused, entirely captivated by the sight of him floating in the air after vanquishing the zombies. Hua Hua, danger! Hua Hua, be careful! Upon hearing these words, Su He instinctively summoned a green luminescent shield to envelop her, while simultaneously directing her mutated willow branches to counter the incoming ice spikes. The branches effectively deflected the spikes, redirecting them back towards the horde. This rapid sequence of events unfolded within mere seconds, and as Su Zhe and the others noticed that the ice spikes had not reached Su He, they collectively sighed in relief, though their expressions turned wry upon seeing Shen Nianbai, who was now impaled by an ice spike. That Shen Nianbai is truly insufferable. Even in mutation, Su Zhe gritted his teeth, gazing at Shen Nianbai, who was shielding Su He with an expression of utter bewilderment. Su Heng silently nodded. Brother Shen is probably deeply in love. Ridiculous. Su Zhe shot Su Heng a disapproving glare. Zombies do not possess such emotions. Upon hearing their conversation, Sui turned her gaze to Shen Nianbai behind her, noticing he had been pierced by an ice spike in the chest. He poked and prodded the spike, resembling a curious child, while a trickle of blood flowed from the wound, gradually dripping down. The ice spike, affected by the surrounding heavenly fire, began to melt slowly. Are you daft? Suhi approached, enveloping the wound with her green luminescent glow, exhaling a resigned sigh. Hua ice. Shen Nianbai pointed at the ice spike in his chest, then glanced at Suhi before directly pulling it out and holding it towards her face. Sui, does it hurt? Pointing at the injured area of Shen Nianbai, Suhi gazed at him, noticing his bewildered expression as he pressed the ice spike against his own face, leaving her somewhat speechless. Yet, the innocence reminiscent of a child shone through his typically aloof demeanor. Upon hearing her question, he blinked as if striving to grasp the meaning of her words. Sui's irritation dissipated entirely. She proceeded to employ her green abilities to heal Shen Nianbai's injuries, her eyes fixed on his breathtakingly handsome face with admiration. The stark contrast of the domineering CO, transformed by mutation, truly captivated her. However, before she could further indulge in Shen Nianbai's allure, she spotted the ice elemental advanced zombie attempting to ambush her. Sui narrowed her eyes, her wrist flicking gracefully as the mutated willow branches, which had been relentlessly attacking the ordinary zombies, abruptly redirected towards the advanced ice-type zombie. Upon noticing this, the ice-type zombie's ash-gray eyes flickered with a hint of terror, and in the next moment, it turned around and fled. It was truly cowardly, bold enough to ambush her, yet lacking the courage to confront her head-on. Observing this turn of events, Sui found herself less inclined to eliminate the advanced ice-type zombie. Instead, an abundance of sentient zombies surrounded her, many of which were of a higher tier. It would be a disservice not to study these high-level specimens that had been so conveniently delivered to her. Moreover, she intended to treat Shen Nianbai, necessitating a thorough examination of them. As she contemplated this, the aggressive nature of the willow branches directed at the ice-type zombie diminished significantly. Upon surpassing it, they coalesced into a net, effectively ensnaring the zombie. The creature proved to be quite clever, attempting to retaliate by shooting icy spikes at the willow branches. However, due to the influence of the heavenly fire, the spikes melted rapidly, rendering them ineffective against the branches, which ultimately drew the zombie closer to Suhi. Suhi observed the trapped high-tier ice zombies, a subtle smile gracing her lips, while her hands moved with unwavering precision. Beside her, Su Zhe, Su Heng, and the others assisted diligently. After completing their tasks at the base, Su He's parents, Su father, and Su mother joined the fray. The water elementalist was responsible for dousing the horde with torrents of water, while Su He guided Shen Nianbai and Shen father to unleash their lightning abilities upon the drenched zombies. In an instant, the horde was charred black by the bolts, the air thick with the acrid scent of singed flesh mingling with the fetid stench of decay, which was particularly pronounced in the sweltering heat. Meanwhile, Su father and Lin Yu, wielding their fire abilities, launched small fireballs into another wave of zombies, though the diminutive size of the fireballs made them difficult to control. Upon witnessing the situation, Suhi retrieved some vine seeds from her spatial realm and, utilizing her wood-based abilities, summoned the vines into existence. She then directed the tendrils toward the horde of zombies, binding them and hurling them against the fireballs aimed at Su Fu and Lin Yu. Initially disheartened by the ineffectiveness of the fireballs against the zombies, Su Fu and Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with renewed hope as they resumed their control over their powers. Launching the descending fireballs at the zombies manipulated by Su He, Those who had awakened their abilities began to vigorously combat the first wave of the zombie tide at the S City safety base. Fortuitously, their collective efforts succeeded in repelling nearly 100 zombies. As the high-level zombies fell one by one, Sui glanced at the exhausted individuals sprawled on the ground and proclaimed, "Given that this zombie tide was vanquished through our united efforts, the crystal cores of these high-level zombies shall belong to whoever retrieves them." However, her words were met with silence. The gathered individuals remained motionless, while the willow branches in her grasp began to stir restlessly. Noticing the inaction of the crowd, she paused, looking on in confusion. Su Liang surveyed the bewildered group and turned to the perplexed Su He, articulating the reason. "Although we all contributed to defeating the zombies, the majority of the work was done by you, and it seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" "Indeed, we have not accomplished much," another added. "Moreover, our powers were just awakened and quickly depleted. Our capability to defeat the zombies was largely thanks to you. Please, take the crystal cores. We can venture out ourselves to find more. We misjudged you before and should not have spoken that way. We apologize." "We are sorry." Sue, initially intending to use willow branches to extract the crystal cores from the zombies, felt a pang of guilt upon hearing those words. She had anticipated that upon hearing such an announcement, everyone would rush to seize the opportunity. Yet here, they were asking her to take the lead. "If not now, then when? You are truly kind. Consider this a token of apology for the disrespect you have shown me previously." With that, Sui plunged the willow branches into the heads of the high-level zombies, diligently excavating the crystal cores and promptly storing them in her spatial pocket. This left the surrounding abilities users utterly astonished. Shen Nianbai, witnessing Su He's actions, also bent down, preparing to dig in with his bare hands. Fortunately, just as his hand was about to make contact with the zombie's head, Su-He yanked him back. Otherwise, Su-He shuddered at the thought of what a clean and fastidious individual like him would feel upon regaining normalcy and realizing he had dug into a zombie skull with his bare hands. "Truly, it is our sister." Su Hang slumped beside them, casting a mischievous smile at Su Zhe. Chapter 83. The Frenzied Ascendants. "Who are you calling our?" Su Zhe shot Su Hang a glance, a triumphant grin playing on his lips. He understood his sister well. The attitudes of the people in the base shifted like the wind, all hoping to awaken their abilities and gain favor with her. Were those high-level zombie crystal cores not inherently hers? Could they not see that her actions were merely a show? The willow branches in her hand were already poised for action. Perhaps she had intended to extract the cores all along. What about these corpses? As they realized they could not obtain the crystal cores, those who had just awakened their powers remained undeterred, eagerly wishing to see what the cores looked like. They sought a justification. After all, with so many zombies around, how long would it take for them to clear this mess? "Look, what is falling from the sky?" Su Zhe pointed upward, addressing the man who had inquired. The man, puzzled and dismissive, replied, "Fire, of course. But please, the smell of charred flesh is overwhelming." Given the circumstances, she feared that if she carelessly revealed her abilities, she might not even be able to protect Su Haoyu. "Sister, are you planning to absorb their flesh and blood to advance?" Seeing Su-He securely stowing the crystal cores and dismissing the others in the base, Su Haoyu cautiously spoke, casting a glance at Su Zhe and the others nearby. This was a secret between him and his sister, one that even Su Zhe was unaware of. He could not let his sister down. Quite astute. Upon realizing that Su Haoyu had surmised her intentions, Su-He raised an eyebrow and continued, "Later. Can you help me cover? If I absorb too much at once, I might faint. Can you come up with an excuse?" "Rest assured, leave it to me." Su Haoyu puffed out his chest, adopting an expression of a little adult. Sui's crimson lips curled into a subtle smile as she nodded reassuringly. She then placed the recently obtained zombie crystal cores into Su Haoyu's hands, gently advising him, "Later, distribute these crystal cores to everyone, allowing them to absorb them according to their respective abilities. Next time, when my sister encounters a crystal core that belongs to you, I shall ensure you are well prepared, all right?" Su Haoyu blinked his eyes, nodded slightly, and shyly murmured his gratitude. Sui smiled as she gently patted Haoyu's little head. Seizing the opportunity while Su's father and Lin you were preoccupied with incinerating zombies using heavenly fire, she swiftly bound the zombies one by one. Continuing with the method she had just employed to eliminate the undead, she hurled the restrained zombies into the fireball. Just as the zombies were about to make contact with the flames, she deftly manipulated the willow branches to absorb their blood and flesh. Positioned at the forefront, even as her complexion reddened and her body grew feverish from the absorption, the onlookers in the villa remained largely unaware. Su Hang even darted to the side to scavenge from a zombie whose crystal core had just been extracted by Su He, but after a thorough search, he found nothing. His gaze towards Su He was tinged with a hint of grievance. He is rather stingy, he muttered quietly. Just as he finished his thought, he witnessed the zombie corpse being ensnared by Su He's willow branches and tossed into the fire, causing his heart to clench. He is so fierce. I adore her. He gazed at Su He's silhouette, his eyes gleaming, only to see her sway to the side the next moment. His pupils dilated in shock, and as he lifted his foot to catch her, he noticed Shen Yin by teleporting to her side. His lips pursed in understanding of Su Zai's earlier complaints. Indeed, Shen Nianbai had transformed, yet remained so clingy. On the other side, Shen Nianbai, following closely behind Su He, instinctively teleported forward to catch her when he sensed her body trembling. Upon seeing her flushed face, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Without waiting for the others to approach, he swiftly embraced Su He and vanished into the spatial realm. Behind them, their parents stared wide-eyed at this scene, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Su Haoyu observed as Shen Nianbai took Su He away, a hint of dejection crossing his small face. With a drooping expression, he reassured the worried onlookers. Sister He merely overexerted her abilities and is simply fatigued. There is no cause for concern. Indeed, she had expended a considerable amount of her powers in the recent encounter. Are they directly entering the space? Why is it that Shen Nianbai can enter while we cannot? Su Zai protested, kicking the lifeless body of a zombie in frustration. Mr. and Mrs. Shen exchanged glances before speaking in unison. We too cannot enter. Upon hearing this, Su Zai was momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly scratched his head. Upon witnessing this, Su Haoyu promptly handed the zombie crystal nucleus, which Su He had just entrusted to him, to Su's mother, exclaiming, "This was just given to me by Sister He. She instructed me to allow everyone to absorb the crystal nucleus for advancement." Is this really the crystal nucleus? Indeed, the different colors signify various abilities. You may absorb the crystal nucleus according to your own powers. What about He? Doesn't she need it? We have all used it. What does she need it for? Su Haoyu nearly divulged Sister He's secret and quickly covered his face, his heart racing furiously. That was close. My sister's abilities are so extraordinary. She surely has no use for these inferior crystal nuclei. Unfazed by Su Haoyu's peculiar behavior, Su Zai stepped forward, snatching the crystal nucleus and preparing to absorb it. Feeling slighted by the disdain of a mere child, Su Zai's expression darkened as he flicked Su Haoyu on the forehead, stating, "You little rascal, your thoughts are quite meticulous." After all, they were far more eager to enhance their strength than to deal with the corpses of the zombies. Meanwhile, as Su He entered the space, her entire body began to heat up and flush red. She was undergoing a rapid advancement, while the willow tree within the space continued to flourish. The mutated willow tree, already towering 3 stories high, now extended its branches to the very heavens of the space, resembling a soaring dragon. The branches visibly sprouted new buds and tender leaves, thriving robustly, ultimately enveloping the entire villa and the expanse of over 100 square meters of grassland, with countless willow branches cascading down upon the villa. Yet, this magnificent spectacle went unnoticed by anyone. Su He was embraced by Shen Nianbai, her body burning with heat, while Shen Nianbai wore a perplexed expression, gazing down at the girl in his arms. He then lifted his head, scanning the surroundings, and his eyes brightened upon spotting a nearby spring. Without hesitation, he cradled Su He and sprinted towards the water, muttering to himself as he ran. Drowsily, Su He opened her eyes and caught sight of Shen Nianbai's lips moving. Though her discomfort rendered her unable to pay attention, and she promptly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Upon reaching the spring, Shen Nianbai glanced at Su He's drenched attire and swiftly stripped her bare. His gaze fixated on her luminous, pale body, and he found himself swallowing involuntarily. Noticing Su He's distress, her features contorted in discomfort, he gently lowered her into the water, carefully supporting her with both hands. As Su He drifted in and out of slumber, her body remained in turmoil until she suddenly felt a refreshing coolness envelop her, prompting a soft, involuntary sigh of relief. Observing the gradual fading of the redness from her face, Shen Nianbai tenderly caressed her skin. And only after confirming that her temperature had normalized did he lift her from the water. Meanwhile, a gathering of onlookers approached, intrigued by the array of vividly colored crystals, each one distinct and beautiful, as they began to discern which belonged to their respective abilities. At the doorway, a high-level zombie lay slumped, bound by vines. And upon witnessing the scene, it let out a furious howl. Su Zhe did not indulge it. Instead, he summoned his contracted large black snake, commanding it to coil around the zombie's mouth. With that, he effectively silenced it and calmly joined the others in selecting crystal cores. There likely aren't any crystal cores meant for me here. You all may proceed. After acquiring several translucent crystals, Su Zhe's enthusiasm waned. Are there any wood-type ones? I too wish to advance to a level as formidable as He's. Su Heng clenched his fist, his gaze fixated on the glimmering crystal cores atop the table. Auntie, these few should be water-type, Muhan remarked, selecting several colorless, transparent cores and handing them to Su's mother. There are plenty of these water-type crystal cores. Let's share them. Su's mother glanced at Muhan, then turned to the other water-type abilities users, Shen's mother and Chun Chen. Even Muhan could be considered a water-type user, as ice abilities are classified as a variant of water. All of them were in need of water-type crystal cores. Auntie, you can enhance your powers first. And it seems there is also a high-level ice zombie here. Muhan tilted his chin towards the high-level zombie at the doorway. Its mouth was already obstructed by the large black snake, and its grayish-white eyes displayed a surprisingly human-like expression of terror, trembling as it stared at the serpent. Upon witnessing this, Su's mother also consented. Unlike the youth, she and Shen's mother were not as physically robust. It was prudent to enhance their strength first to avoid becoming a burden during their subsequent endeavors. With this in mind, the two women proceeded to absorb the crystal nuclei in their possession. However, after consuming several nuclei, neither experienced any noticeable change in their physical condition, leading them to exchange glances filled with perplexity. Could it be that this was an insatiable abyss? A faint sorrow flickered across Shen's mother's face. Mother Su was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. Indeed, if absorbing just a few crystal nuclei could lead to advancement, then what will we have to fear from zombies? As long as the ladies maintain a positive outlook, that's what matters. I shall give it a try as well. Upon observing that Mother Su and the others showed no significant change after absorbing the crystal nuclei, Su Heng initially worried that the two elders might feel disheartened. However, seeing their optimistic demeanor eased his concern. He located a green crystal nucleus and placed it directly in his palm. But before he could absorb it, the green crystal nucleus vanished from his hand. Su Heng. He rubbed his eyes and, noticing that his outstretched palm remained empty, felt a sense of disbelief. Could it be that I have absorbed it? Su's mother slightly furrowed her brows. It seemed that when she had just absorbed the crystal core, it was not like this. Was it? With this thought in mind, she glanced at Shen's mother, who also wore a look of confusion. We were just controlling our supernatural powers to absorb it. You absorbed it directly? Perhaps the method of absorbing crystal cores varied with different abilities? As long as one could absorb it, what did it matter? Sister He would never harm you. As Su Haoyu observed Su Heng, who displayed an expression of trepidation after absorbing the crystal nucleus, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in disdain. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have secretly saved the wood-type crystal nucleus for Sister He. However, since Sister He had no use for it, he felt quite troubled, as he had intended to offer her more crystal nuclei. Seeing Su Heng being schooled by an 8-year-old child, Su Zhe chuckled softly, remarking that the little one was indeed correct. Absorbing it should suffice. Yet, Su Hang felt utterly disheartened, as he experienced no sensation whatsoever. With his head hanging low, he sulked over to the nearby sofa. The others began to search for crystal nuclei corresponding to their individual abilities to absorb. But after witnessing the lack of response from Su Hang and his companions, they too held little hope. Indeed, after consuming all the crystal nuclei on the table, they felt no discernible changes in their bodies. Some, unwilling to give up, attempted to channel their abilities, only to discover that it bore no fruit, leading them to lament in unison. As Suhi gradually regained consciousness, she sensed the presence of another person in the room. Turning her head, she beheld Shen Nianbai, his expression etched with concern as he gazed at her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of him radiating with an ethereal glow. Shen Nianbai! A piercing scream echoed through the space. Upon noticing Su he had awakened, Shen Nianbai's face broke into a smile as he leaned closer. Get away! Su he exclaimed, pushing his head away with her hand, subsequently kicking him out of her personal space. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She felt sullied. He had stripped her bare. Yet, upon reflection, she recalled having undressed Shen Nianbai as well, which brought her a sense of equilibrium. After hastily dressing, she exited her private realm, only to find Shen Nianbai, looking utterly dejected, seated in the living room, surrounded by a circle of onlookers. Sister, the crystal cores you made us absorb have been ingested, but they proved ineffective, Su Zhe lamented, his head hung low, his tone devoid of energy. Did you truly believe that absorbing such a meager amount of crystal cores would elevate your abilities? Chapter 85. Just the two of them are clever. Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, he surveyed the group, noting their crestfallen expressions. A smirk flickered at the corners of her mouth. I never anticipated that you would ascend immediately after absorption. The initial stages of advancement are inherently challenging. There is no need to be so despondent. Well, it was quite arduous for us to absorb the crystal cores, and none were suitable for my own consumption. How is your body faring now? Are you feeling better after fainting earlier? Su Zhe inquired, stepping closer to assess Su He, urging her to turn around for inspection. Seeing no apparent issues, he finally relaxed. In the future, when dealing with zombies, don't be so reckless. We are here to support you. Such situations must not occur again. Su Zhe gazed at Su He, advising her with a look of deep concern etched upon his face. Su He stood quietly to the side, her gaze a mix of amusement and scrutiny directed at Su Zhe. When had her younger brother adopted such a maternal demeanor? Did he not hear her? Observing Su Zhe's engrossed performance, she silently nodded. Was it truly feasible? Su Zhe, you've certainly grown skilled, haven't you? You chided me while tossing that large black snake in the fire, thinking I hadn't noticed? As Su Zhe continued his endless chatter, Sui leaned in and playfully tugged at his ear to remind him. Well, at that moment, I didn't think too much about it. Besides, the snake had already been contracted. It can't just sit idle while I take care of it, can it? Noticing that Su He's grip was gentle, Su Zhe understood that his sister was merely teasing him. He feigned pain, looking at Su He with a pitiful expression. Indeed, upon seeing his demeanor, Su He immediately released her hold. Having contracted it, one must uphold the spirit of the contract. Have you considered what would happen if it were to perish? Me? Surely. I wouldn't die, right? Su Zhe replied jokingly, only to be met with Su He's serious countenance, which made his heart skip a beat. I will treat it with utmost sincerity from now on. Please don't be angry, sister. I would never jest with my own life. He glanced at the others, who were hanging their heads in dismay. And you, who absorb the ability crystals, understand that these crystals will not directly elevate your powers. They will circulate within your body, nourishing you until one day, when they overflow, advancement will occur naturally. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to awaken to a revelation. Sister He, you possess such vast knowledge. Su Hang remarked, giving Su He a thumbs up, filled with admiration. Why do you know so much? Aren't we all in the same boat? Having just experienced the apocalypse? Chun Ziong, more astute than Su Hang, gazed at Su He in confusion. Mo Han and Chun Yi-chun exchanged curious glances, with Chun Yi-chun stepping forward to speak. Before the apocalypse, I came across a post predicting its arrival within a week, claiming the world would descend into a real-life version of The Walking Dead, or even something more terrifying? Were you the author of that post? How else could you explain your knowledge of zombies and abilities? After all, Suhi's understanding of both zombies and abilities far exceeded their own. This seemed quite illogical. Even Shen Nianbai appeared to possess greater insight. In both she and Suhi demonstrated a more adept control over their abilities, particularly Shen Nianbai. Aside from that incident with the zombie horde, it seemed unreasonable that someone with such formidable prowess as Shen Nianbai could be overwhelmed by mere ants. Yet, the events unfolded right before their eyes. Previously, Suhi had used vague prophecies to brush them off, but this time, upon hearing about the base's encounter with heavenly fire and high-level zombies, she had rushed to inform them. Upon reflection, it seemed the prophecy was merely a convenient excuse from Suhi. As the crowd became engrossed in Mohan and Chun's words, Suhi maintained a calm facade while inwardly berating both for their cleverness. Were they truly so astute? Meanwhile, Shun Fu and Shin Mu were already aware of Suhi's secret, having previously learned of Shen Nianbai's rebirth. Now, Suhi's demeanor mirrored that of Shen Nianbai, though they hadn't anticipated the suspicion from Mohan and Shen Chun. Could it be? Had he possessed prophetic abilities even before the apocalypse? I wondered why you advised me to be cautious of the weather. Look as we speak. The heavenly fire has arrived. Shin Mu exclaimed, astonished, inadvertently providing Suhi with a cover. However, this also tacitly confirmed that the person referred to by Mohan and Chun was indeed Suhi. Glancing at Shin Mu, who was signaling her, Suhi felt a flutter of unease. Was her mother acknowledging or denying it? It is I. I simply wish to prepare more people. Suhi closed her eyes, realizing that Shin Mu had already spoken. If she were to deny it now, wouldn't that seem even more peculiar? My sister indeed knew before the apocalypse. We stocked up on numerous supplies, all stored in space, including plenty of weapons. Suze, oblivious to the other's reactions, boasted about the preparations he and his sister had made before the apocalypse. Seeing Su Hang and the others rendered speechless, his spirits lifted as he continued. Thus, my sister is truly remarkable, her abilities surpassing ours. By the way, have your abilities advanced yet? I just used the wood-type crystal. What about you now? Doesn't even need the wood-type crystal? She's incredibly powerful. Suhi murmured softly. Well, it seems the revelations about her have begun. As she leaned closer, she noticed that the willow branches, previously as slender as her fingers, had transformed into robust, powerful limbs. Astonishingly, the leaves of the willow were adorned with sharp thorns, swirling above the living room before approaching the high-level zombie ensnared by vines. Upon hearing the zombie's guttural roar, Shen Nianbai turned to face the creature, mimicking its cry. The high-level zombie, upon spotting a fellow of its kind, exhibited a flicker of delight in its ashen eyes and began to roar excitedly. Could it be that they were communicating? It seemed improbable. Shingu, typically aloof, had merely called out to it. Chapter 86. The Battle of Abilities. The sight of the high-level zombie roaring at Shen Nianbai left everyone astonished. Only Su Yang remained fixated on the willow branches manipulated by Suhi, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Has your ability advanced? And it appears to have progressed significantly. Those willow branches have become extraordinarily robust, with a fierce attacking power. Indeed, it seems so. This is truly disheartening. One can only feel envy when comparing oneself to others. Su Hang thought resentfully as he cast a glance at Suhi, his eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. He then looked down at the unresponsive corn kernels in his hand, sighing heavily. If our abilities are at the initial stage, what level have you reached now? Chen inquired curiously, gazing at Suhi. Maybe the initial stage of the third level? Suhi replied uncertainly. Third level? Is there a possibility of level suppression? Or shall we have a friendly competition? Su Hang proposed. That could be arranged, but are you certain? Shall we team up? Hearing the implication in Suhi's words, Su Hang cast a furtive glance at Mohan beside him, then turned back to Suhi. Suhi's remarkable prowess surely wouldn't deter her from collaborating with them, considering that those newly awakened individuals with their nascent abilities are no match for her advanced skills. I hold no objections. Suhi tilted her head and smiled. her fox-like eyes shimmering with delight. Casting a glance at the high-level zombie that Shen Nianbai was about to toy with, she called out to him and stepped out of the villa, making her way to the open space outside. Su Hang and others promptly followed suit, cautiously bowing their heads to speak with the newly awakened Mohan and Shunicheng. Occasionally, they stole glances at Su He, who remained unfazed. After all, there is indeed a hierarchical suppression among these abilities. She contemplated using this opportunity of the ability battle to enlighten these practitioners about the distinctions, strengths, and weaknesses of various powers. After all, these zombies would also awaken to powers, and understanding both oneself and the enemy is crucial to gaining the upper hand in future confrontations. Shen Nianbai trailed closely behind Su He, somewhat perplexed by her intentions, yet eager to be close to her. Upon noticing Shen Nianbai's noticeably extraordinary demeanor, Su He sighed. The incident with the sunfire yesterday, coupled with the encroaching high-level zombies, had led the base's inhabitants to dismiss the rumors of Shen Nianbai's injuries. They merely perceived him as a formidable practitioner, capable of wielding his powers against zombies without considering the truth of his injuries and mutations amidst the horde. Furthermore, with most of the base's residents having awakened their abilities, they were not foolish enough to provoke Su He and her group. Even the surrender of crystal cores yesterday was merely a gesture of goodwill towards her. However, she paid little mind to it, as all the zombie crystal cores would ultimately find their way into her possession. Pushing aside Shen Nianbai's eager head, Sui glanced at Su Hang, who was still muttering behind them, and shook her head. Su Hang, why don't you join in? As a fellow wood-type practitioner, Su Hang lacked the ability to contract mutated plants or to cultivate plant weapons, and her words ignited his frustration, causing him to grind his teeth. Yet, when he turned to face Su He, his expression transformed into one of radiant brightness, his puppy-like eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. How about it, Sister He? Could you teach me? We share the same type of ability. Sui nodded, contemplating as she glanced at Su Hang. How about I help you contract a mutated plant later? Really? Just see how you perform. Su Hang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rushed towards Su He, intending to embrace her. However, he was suddenly met with a flash, as a surge of lightning energy surged towards his handsome face. He instinctively covered his face and sought refuge behind Su He. In the next moment, he noticed Shen Nianbai had vanished from sight, and he breathed a sigh of relief, clutching his chest in a gesture of survival. Brother Shen truly protects, he exclaimed, nearly frightened to death. Though he dared not utter the phrase protective husband for fear of displeasing Su He, he felt a genuine sense of relief when her expression remained unchanged. Is the competition officially commencing? Very well. Anyone who can join can do so. I am eager to test my own strength. As Su He observed her parents and Shen Nianbai's parents stepping aside, she boldly invited them forth, even nodding at Shen Ping, who possessed spatial abilities, and Li Zhong, with earth-based powers. Outside the villa, the base's residents were still recuperating after a fierce battle against the fire, and many were injured. Although some had awakened their powers, they still felt apprehensive facing the awakened zombies. They wandered about the base with drooping spirits. But upon hearing that Su He and her group were about to begin their competition, curiosity piqued among them. Thus, word spread like wildfire, drawing all able survivors to gather outside Su He's villa to watch the spectacle. Can you really take on so many alone? Aren't powers interdependent? You only have what abilities. How can you compete against so many others? That may not necessarily be the case. Yesterday, during the battle with those empowered zombies, she was the strongest output on the field. Perhaps she truly can hold her own against these opponents. The residents of the base observed Su He standing opposite several strong young men, anxiety and disbelief etched across their faces. Some who had just awakened their abilities and fought alongside Su He against the high-level zombies looked on in astonishment as she prepared to take on multiple adversaries. Among these ability users were formidable lightning powers. Could a mere wood ability prevail? Why not? She collected quite a few crystal cores yesterday. She might have absorbed them to advance. Indeed, we lost our crystal cores while fighting zombies. Who knows what kind of advancement those cores might grant her? Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Su Zhe's eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of danger. The large black snake seemed to sense Su Zhe's irritation, promptly coiling onto his shoulder and hissing at the individuals who had just spoken. Su Zhe, summoning his courage, reached out to caress the serpent's head, exerting his powers to render the formidable black snake invisible. He then approached the group, raising an eyebrow and revealing a roguish yet perilous smile. Did you come yesterday to slay the undead or merely to scavenge? Do not presume I am unaware, were it not for my sister. Do you truly think you would still be alive? He spoke with conviction, asserting that sister he ought not to have saved them. You dare claim that crystal core as yours? Without he, your very lives would be uncertain. However, if you wish to embrace death, do not hesitate to voice it. I would be more than willing to assist you. The trio then fixed their menacing gazes upon the others, exuding an aura of reckless defiance that was both dangerous and lethal. Seeing the three in such a state, he smiled faintly. Having slain numerous zombies, I can certainly handle humans as well. Chapter 87. Complete Victory. We shall not dare again. With their lives threatened by He and her companions, they quickly surrendered. After all, they could not match He's combat prowess alone, let alone with the addition of her allies. Witnessing their rapid capitulation, Sui rolled her eyes in exasperation and glanced at Su Zhe beside her. Let the competition begin. Su Zhe nodded, while Su Hang led the two children, Su Haoyu and Chun Yinyin, to retreat to the side. Those within the villa possessing a modicum of combat prowess had already positioned themselves opposite Su He. Seeing the concern etched on the faces of Su father and Su mother, as well as Shen father and Shen mother, they glanced anxiously at Su He. He, are you truly all right? They inquired, their words reflecting their apprehension. Such talk is unnecessary. We are all well aware of He's capabilities. While competition is one thing, let us tread lightly and avoid causing her distress. Observing their daughter-in-law's worried expression, Su father and Shen father exchanged knowing glances and smiled, shaking their heads gently. Well then, I shall assume the role of commentator. Su Hang remarked with a wry smile, nervously fidgeting with the corn kernels in his palm, a hint of melancholy flashing across his face. You raised the challenge, yet you wish to retreat? Su He stated firmly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Su Hang glanced at Li Ziong and Mo Han, and upon seeing their nods of agreement, he felt reassured and stepped forward, trusting that his brothers would not betray him. As the group gathered, He was the first to conjure a shimmering green light in her palm, enveloping herself in a protective aura. Observing from the opposite side, Su Zhe and his companions murmured amongst themselves. With that shield, she is practically invulnerable. Perhaps you should give a try, Li Ziong? Su Hang suggested, cautiously watching Su He's movements. Li Ziong nodded in silence. Hearing their discussion, Su He rolled her neck and listened attentively to their strategies for combat. Just as Su Hang and Su Zhe were embroiled in a heated debate over whether to employ fire or water and lightning, Su He seized the moment, casting a handful of seeds towards them. Su Hang, startled, squealed and hurried behind Li Ziong for cover. The others swiftly utilized their abilities to intercept the seeds, only to exhale in relief upon realizing they were merely seeds tossed by Su He. That's cheating, Su Hang exclaimed, stepping forward in protest. Those mutated zombies want to wait for you to get ready before they attack. Su He cast a disdainful glance at Su Hang, then with a flick of her wrist, the mutated willow branches extended forth. The branches, abundant and cloaked in dense leaves, swiftly obscured the grassy expanse of the villa, plunging the area into an ominous gloom. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhe and his companions felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. It was a rare opportunity to train under such a formidable superhuman. However, the display was somewhat intimidating. Noticing the palpable anxiety among the group, Father Shen promptly stepped forward to take charge. With fierce fire, he declared, instructing the fire-based superhumans to advance and attack the mutated willow branches, ensuring they did not come into contact with them. No sooner had he spoken than Father Su and Lin Yu, both wielding fire abilities, conjured clusters of fireballs in their palms and hurled them towards the expansive, shadowy branches of the mutated willow. Yet, the branches seemed to possess a life of their own before the fireballs could make contact. They began to twist and extend towards the group. Initially, Father Su and Lin Yu had hesitated, but upon witnessing the branches launch a direct assault, they relinquished any reservations. They focused their energies, summoning more fireballs that soared towards the mutated willow, igniting the branches upon contact. A glance exchange between the two revealed their shared exhilaration. They intensified their assault, only to find the branches shedding leaves, which shot towards them like projectiles adorned with sharp spines. Fortunately, just as the leaves were about to reach them, Mother Su intervened with a protective water barrier. Subsequently, she unleashed her water-based abilities, thoroughly dousing the mutated willow branches to cool them down. Observing this, Mother Shen, along with Chun Yicheng and Mo Han, stepped forward to exert their powers against the mutated willow as well. In a decisive move, Father Shen summoned lightning energy, directing it towards the now-soaked portions of the mutated willow. As Suhi observed the crowd reveling in their playful engagement with the mutated willow tree, she effortlessly conjured a single armchair from her spatial realm, followed by a platter of fruits, settling in to spectate the ongoing skirmish. The onlookers outside the villa were rendered utterly astonished by this scene. Could it truly be so? Was this willow tree truly that formidable? A multitude of individuals unable to vanquish it? Indeed, one could see that their abilities were nearing depletion while the willow remained largely unscathed. Hearing the discussions behind her, Sui paid them no mind, choosing instead to silently observe the ongoing battle. Noting the struggles of the combatants, she couldn't help but smirk. Jin Kimu, Li Zong, utilize your abilities to counteract it. Su Liang, with your speed enhancement, race against its swiftness. Su Zhe, unleash your snake, but be cautious not to be ensnared. With each ability employed in their assault, Suhi offered her guidance. Upon hearing her directive, Li Zong began to channel his powers into his hands, transforming his arm into metal. Glancing at Su Liang behind him, he requested, "Please transport me there." Su Liang grasped Li Zong, preparing to swiftly dart towards the mutated willow. However, as soon as they activated their powers, both tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. Looking back, they discovered tendrils entwined around their feet. Was this the seed that Suhi had just scattered? Indeed, Su Liang's expression darkened, casting a complex gaze towards Suhi. Not only were Su Liang and Li Zong ensnared, but several others nearby found themselves similarly immobilized by the creeping vines. Thus, the confrontation of extraordinary abilities culminated in a resounding victory for Su He. After Su Zhe and his companions faced defeat, they remained undeterred, eagerly rushing to Su He for guidance. By noon, Zhang Liang arrived with his entourage, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Su He. "Mi Su, I hear that you had quite the display of abilities this morning. You have certainly stolen the spotlight." Zhang Liang's words were laced with resentment. He had exerted considerable effort in yesterday's battle against the high-level zombie, yet no crystal cores or acclaim came his way. All the benefits were reaped by Su He and her group. They had deceived him with promises of enhanced reputation, and he regretted placing his trust in them. Nevertheless, out of respect for Shen Nianbai, he chose not to dwell on it, for without Shen Nianbai, the safety of City S would not exist as it does now. Spotlight? It is merely strength. You too can achieve it. Chapter 88. Do you wish to rebel? Upon hearing Su He's remark, Su Zhe couldn't help but chuckle, noticing the immediate shift in Zhang Liang's expression, which transformed from surprise to a defiant demeanor. "What my sister said holds truth, yet Director Zhang, it seems that in your lifetime." Su Zhe hesitated, shaking his head as he regarded Zhang Liang. The old man's face morphed into a palette of emotions, his fury palpable as he glared at Su Zhe. "Su Zhe, I respected you for your abilities and for aiding the base during emergencies, but now, you have chosen to conspire with Su He." "Conspire?" Su Zhe retorted, his eyes narrowing with a frosty glint directed at Zhang Liang. "You seem to have misused that term, or perhaps you are reflecting upon yourself." It was permissible to speak of him, as long as his sister remained unmentioned, yet here Zhang Liang was dancing upon his sensitive spots. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Had it not been for his sister's restraint, Zhang Liang would have been swiftly dealt with. "If it's not us, then it must surely pertain to you," Su Heng remarked with evident disdain toward Zhang Liang. You all, Do not take advantage of your extraordinary powers to flaunt your superiority at the base. Were it not for Shen Nianbai, I would have expelled you long ago. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth, glaring at both Su Zhe and Su Hang. However, upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Su He was momentarily taken aback. What does Shen Nianbai have to do with this? She pondered. She recalled that whenever Shen Nianbai was present, Zhang Liang's words were tempered, but in his absence, he unleashed his threats freely. Could it be that Zhang Liang owed some gratitude to Shen Nianbai for the base's existence? It was indeed plausible. For a matter of days, the S-City safe base had been constructed in a manner that starkly contrasted with the previous life. Perhaps Shen Nianbai had indeed enlisted Zhang Liang as assistance. Zhang Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed that Su He and her companions were unaware of this matter. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. Had it not been for Mr. Shen's substantial contribution of manpower, resources, and finances, I could not have erected the base in such a short span. Huh? And you still have the audacity to wish us gone? Do you even comprehend who we are? Did Shen not inquire about permanent residency before the construction began? You wish to evict us? It seems you should be the one to pack your bags and leave. Su He retorted. Shen Nianbai is far too astute. What kind of bargain did you strike? Su Zhe, Su Hang, and Mo Han could not help but chuckle upon hearing Zhang Liang's words. It was rather audacious for him to claim that the construction of the base involved Shen Nianbai, when he was now attempting to drive away those connected to her. Take Su He, for instance. If she were to leave, Shen Nianbai would undoubtedly follow closely behind without hesitation. However, upon learning of Shen Nianbai's substantial contributions to the base's construction, they were now reluctant to depart. Zhang Liang felt a tinge of embarrassment as he listened to their remarks. Indeed, it was Shen Nianbai who had approached him to discuss the establishment of the base, requesting permanent residency rights while ensuring that Su He and her companions remained oblivious to the matter. Yet, having irreparably offended the Su family, he had not seen Shen Nianbai come to his aid, leading him to believe that she had lost interest in Su He as well. Could he then proceed to expel Su He and her group, who posed a threat to his authority over the base? Zhang Liang pondered, his gaze directed at Su He growing increasingly malevolent. A transaction? What sort of transaction could we possibly engage in? It would merely pertain to the permanent residency rights of the Shen family, and the Su family would certainly not be included. Upon hearing these words, Su's father let out a cold snort and cast a discontented glance at Zhang Liang, exuding an air of authority without anger. His eyes sparkled with a fierce, icy light. Zhang Liang, you did not express yourself in such a manner previously. When our family of 3 accompanied the rescue team to save the survivors, you inquired extensively and assured us that we had permanent residency rights to this villa. Now, as the head of the base, do you intend to go back on your word? Go back on your word? I do not recall ever uttering such a statement. Furthermore, the right to permanent residency in this villa is not something that just anyone can claim. Surely, someone among you possesses other abilities that could coerce me into compliance. Director Zhang, you seem reluctant to take responsibility. Are you truly certain you wish to expel us? United in purpose, Su Fu and Su Mu were particularly averse to Zhang Liang, as they were unwilling to allow such a threat to linger near Su He. Observing the escalating conflict, Shen Fu and Shen Mu intervened, dousing Zhang Liang with water. Shen Fu, wielding his lightning abilities, issued a stern warning. As Zhang Liang found himself unable to evade the strike, his hair stood on end and his complexion turned ashen. It was only then that Shen Mu's mood lightened. Do you truly comprehend our identities? We are the parents of Shen Nianbai. Seeing Zhang Liang's furious expression, Shen Mu rolled her eyes and spoke with a hint of disdain. These individuals are family to Shen Nianbai. They have only been at the base for a few days. Not only have they contributed significantly to the base, but their formidable powers also bring benefits to both the base and us survivors. Yet instead of fostering goodwill, you contemplate expelling them. Mr. Zhang likely believed that, as the leader of the base, he was too preoccupied with affairs to notice his repeated antagonism towards He. Did he intend to reclaim what he thought was rightfully his? What do you mean by reclaiming? The position of base leader was originally mine, Zhang Liang retorted, enduring his pain as he glared at Shen Fu, erecting a wall of earth as a precaution against further attacks. Shen Fu scoffed at this display. Nianbai must be blind to have assisted you in building this base. I share your sentiment. Emphatically, unable to fathom why Shen Nianbai would act in such a manner, although she could not inquire about it given Nianbai's current state. Momentarily caught off guard by Su He's retort, Shen Fu managed an awkward smile. Before Zhang Liang could utter another word, Su He swiftly ensnared him with vines. Sue, what are you doing? He gasped, nearly fainting from the sudden lift, his voice trembling. I intend to do nothing drastic. I simply believe that if you no longer wish to be the base leader, then someone else must take your place. You intend to rebel? Zhang Liang stammered. Rebel? What were you before the apocalypse? Now that there is a base, do you think you're so impressive? You dare speak of rebellion? You are hardly worthy. Impatient with Zhang Liang's incessant chatter, Su He silenced him by binding his mouth with vines. She then tossed him in front of the base office building, displaying him for all to see. Turning to the crowd behind her, she declared, Select a base leader as soon as possible. Select a base leader? Aren't you going to take the position yourself? Indeed, sister, why not assume the role directly? I would be thrilled to have Sister He as our base leader. Hearing their remarks, Su He felt a headache coming on. She sighed, placing a hand on her forehead, and replied with a wry smile, I am open to considering any role except that of base leader. How about the deputy base leader? Suze inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. The deputy position could work. This way, he would not be overwhelmed and could have more time to rest. However, the base leader does not seem particularly busy throughout the day. Just look at Zhang Liang. He hardly appears occupied. Sui stood to the side, silently listening as the others had yet to finalize the choice of base leader, yet she had already been designated for the role. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but exhale in relief, entrusting these matters to them while she retrieved several plates of fruit from her space and placed them on the living room table. She took one plate for herself, quietly munching on the fruit while listening. Upon noticing the fruit, Su Hang withdrew from the discussion. After all, the responsibilities of base leader would not fall upon him, leaving him at leisure. He swiftly took a plate for himself, gazing at Su He in astonishment. Your space is truly remarkable. It even has fruit. He hadn't indulged in fruit for quite some time. Sui cast a glance at Su Hang, who was eagerly familiar, smiled, and then turned her attention to the nearly invisible Chun Ping and her daughter, as well as Li Zhong. She raised her head and gestured. Feel free to take what you want. I have plenty, and any leftovers will simply go to waste. The group excitedly approached to accept the fruit platter, expressing their gratitude to Su He. After ensuring her daughter, Chun Yin Yin, had received her share of fruit, Chun Ping hesitated, lingering with a look that suggested she wished to speak but was uncertain. Are you curious about my spatial abilities? Su He surmised, having learned of Chun Ping's awakening to spatial powers, which surprised her. While she was not entirely familiar with the intricacies of spatial ability users, she understood that those capable of awakening such powers were exceedingly rare. To her astonishment, it seemed she had stumbled upon a treasure. Contemplating this, Su He addressed Chun Ping directly. So, Miss Su, are you implying that our spatial abilities differ? Indeed, they do. Observe this mark on my palm. I awaken my spatial powers only after a drop of blood. Isn't that the heirloom of the Shen family? Su Hang remarked. His curiosity piqued as he moved closer to examine Su He's hand. There, prominently displayed, was the mark of the ancestral jade bracelet belonging to the Shen family, one worn by every bride of the family throughout generations. His gaze towards Su He grew laden with meaning. So, you have such a connection with Shen. I had assumed otherwise. How intriguing, truly. Su He squinted slightly, casting a glance at her parents before shifting her gaze to Mr. and Mrs. Shen beside her. Noticing that they also dared not meet her eyes, she inwardly confirmed that Su Hang was indeed speaking the truth. She had harbored suspicions before, but now they were validated. Do you have a problem? Raising an eyebrow at the enviously gazing Su Hang, Su He rolled her eyes. No, but what exactly is in this space? I was wondering why only you and Brother Shen could enter. It turns out it hinges on this relationship. Su Hang, back out Theo, or Brother Shen might find out and give you a beating. Li Xiang, unable to tolerate Su Hang's demeanor any longer, stepped forward to pull him back. He exchanged a knowing glance with Su Hang, observing Mr. and Mrs. Shen staring blankly at the ceiling. Su Hang scratched his head. Could it be that Uncle Shen and Annie haven't agreed yet? Who says we haven't agreed? We have long accepted he as one of our Shen family members. It is just that Shen Nianbai's actions have been utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing Mrs. Shen's words, everyone was taken aback, including Mr. and Mrs. Su, who looked equally puzzled. Su wore an expression of understanding, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. She had not anticipated that Shen Nianbai would openly discuss the matter of reincarnation, nor had she expected that he would reveal the events of their previous lives to Shen's parents. Otherwise, how could they possibly stand so unconditionally by her side? What astonished her even more was the fact that Shen's parents actually believed him. The remainder of the afternoon passed in a flurry of excitement, as the group found themselves too engrossed to venture out on their missions. Instead, they implored Su to elaborate on the various applications of their extraordinary abilities. It wasn't until late into the night, when Su was parched from her incessant discourse, that they finally relented. Nonetheless, the inhabitants of the villa, brimming with enthusiasm, were reluctant to sleep, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test their powers in the field. Upon witnessing the peculiar demeanor of the crowd, Su firmly compelled them to rest, threatening that those who emerged the next day with panda eyes would be barred from undertaking any tasks. Reluctantly, they dispersed to wash up and retire for the night. Early the following morning, as Su and Shen Nianbai emerged from their sanctuary, they found themselves in a spirited debate over apples versus strawberries. To their surprise, the living room was brimming with eager individuals. "So early?" they exclaimed. "We wish to experiment with the method you mentioned yesterday. Indeed, I feel invigorated and brimming with abilities. I can't wait to test my skills against a zombie." Observing the lively enthusiasm of the group, Su couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps this was a subtle indication that their destinies in this life might be more favorable. At the very least, they were surrounded not by schemers, but by those intent on vanquishing zombies. "Have you had breakfast? Don't exhaust yourselves before the hunt. We can eat on the way. Fear not. Even an old man like me is brimming with energy." With no other choice, Su distributed provisions to each individual before leading them outside. As they passed the base's administrative building, they encountered a raucous crowd surrounding Zhang Liang, who was bound. The captain of the guard, upon noticing their approach, respectfully bowed, then shifted his gaze to Su who was enveloped by her companions. It was evident that this group revolved around her, and he had discerned her leadership amidst the chaos, especially after witnessing her prowess during the fierce battle at Tianhua. "Commander of the base, how shall we deal with this individual? Let him hang for now. When he nears his end, we shall cast him out of the base. Furthermore, from this point forward, it shall be known as Hope Base." The captain muttered this under his breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he regarded Su with newfound respect. After bidding farewell to Su and her entourage, he exchanged a fleeting smile with Zhang Liang, who glared back menacingly. Hope Base. Perhaps he could truly glimpse a flicker of hope amidst the apocalypse, even if it was but a mere spark, for a single spark could ignite a great fire. Could it not? So he accepted the mission from the task panel at the base for the City People's Hospital. Previously, they had attempted to rescue individuals trapped within the hospital, but their efforts were in vain as they encountered nothing but zombies. Oh, not entirely true. There was one person. But alas, they had also succumbed to the undead. This time, the plan was to venture to the hospital with a group to practice slaying zombies. A hospital? Surely, this cannot be right. The number of zombies in such a place would undoubtedly overwhelm us. Could we not find a smaller location to hone our skills? Even a wilderness training session would suffice. Must we commence with such ferocity? Upon witnessing Su undertake the hospital task, the group erupted in despair. After all, it was a hospital, the site with the densest population before the apocalypse, and now the most populated by zombies. For those who had just awakened their supernatural abilities, it felt akin to delivering a package into the jaws of danger. When Sister took me last time, I wasn't even afraid. I slew numerous zombies. Su Haoyu's face beamed with pride as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Zhe and Su Hang. Noticing their astonished expressions, he continued, No wonder, sister, he referred to you as weaklings. She didn't bring you along on a last mission with me. Was that day spent on a mission or merely a visit to the hospital? Yet, beneath his bravado lay an undercurrent of concern. I would never engage in endeavors lacking confidence, and I am also eager to witness Hao Yu's powers. Suhi gazed at both Su's mother and Shen's mother, aware of their concerns for her well-being, and could not help but offer them some reassurance. However, Hao Yu's extraordinary abilities were rather peculiar. She feared that disclosing the truth to everyone might adversely affect him, especially considering he was merely 8 years old. She worried that it could leave him with psychological scars. Moreover, her own powers were not particularly suitable for collaboration with them, as she had the capability to attract numerous zombies and even assist them in replenishing their abilities. As Suhi and her companions walked, they heard Hao Yu exclaim something that abruptly dispelled their earlier concerns. With a hint of helplessness, Suhi glanced at the astonished and somewhat fearful faces around her and halted her steps. If you're worried, I can take Hao Yu somewhere else. What did you just say? You can attract zombies? You can even help them replenish their energy? Suze gazed at Hao Yu in disbelief, crouching down to scrutinize him closely. Upon receiving a nod from Hao Yu, the group turned their attention back to Suhi. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? It seems incredibly powerful. Can we have Hao Yu lure the zombies over so we can practice directly? This way, we might not even need to go to the hospital. Hearing their words, Suhi was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you afraid of such an ability? After all, dark abilities are advantageous to zombies. Although this was before they were aware that Hao Yu could immobilize and eliminate them. Somewhat, but little Hao Yu is one of us. What is there to fear? The key is that this ability is truly remarkable. Seeing that, although the group was slightly apprehensive, their attitude towards Hao Yu remained positive. Suhi felt a sense of relief. This is a dark ability that can attract zombies and assist them in replenishing their powers, but it also possesses a fatal flaw against them, which you will come to understand soon. Suhi teased the crowd, glancing at Suze, who was buzzing around Hao Yu with endless questions. Resembling a curious child rather than exhibiting the fierce demeanor of a former school bully. With a gentle smile, he shook his head. Once they exited the base, he released the vehicles from space, and they formed teams to embark on their journey, each vehicle equipped with a walkie-talkie. Although the group felt a twinge of anxiety at Suhi's insistence on heading to the city center hospital, there was also a palpable excitement among them. After all, the more they practiced against the zombies, the more swiftly their abilities would evolve. Suhi was acutely aware of the tension among the group. As soon as they reached the vehicle, she activated the intercom to reassure everyone, saying, "Last time, Hao Yu and I thoroughly cleared the inpatient department. This time, due to the larger number of us, we will first practice on the zombies outside the hospital. However, I hope everyone stays close to me. If we encounter danger, we can make a quick escape in the car. If we can fight, we shall. If not, we will flee. Can we see Hao Yu's prowess?" Suze inquired while driving towards Suhi, casting a glance at Hao Yu, who was surrounded by his parents in the back seat, his expression filled with admiration. "Absolutely." Without waiting for Suhi to respond, Hao Yu readily agreed. "Then let us proceed to eliminate the zombies right outside the hospital." Suhi smiled helplessly, yet she understood the concerns of those around her and ultimately agreed. After all, she wished to proceed with caution, not daring to place her loved ones, especially her family, in jeopardy. Just as he and the others had finished their discussion, they heard Nianbai's voice crackling through the intercom. Sensing Suze's gaze upon her, Suhi quickly turned her head towards the window, letting out a resigned sigh. "Is there something?" he thought, but before Nianbai could finish speaking, Suhi promptly tossed the intercom into her spatial pocket. Su Fu and Su Mu exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling as they regarded Suhi, resembling enthusiastic fans of a couple. In truth, this child Nianbai is quite commendable. We only recently discovered that the jade bracelet was his request for us to give to you. However, it has now taken such a turn. Indeed, if he were not so foolish, he might be worthy of our he. As it stands, I am rather skeptical. Su's father spoke with righteous fervor. If one were to overlook the gleam of joy in his eyes, he appeared to be resolutely convinced of his choice for a future son-in-law. Suhi cleared her mind, choosing to ignore her parents' discussions about Nianbai. Instead, Her wrist deftly manipulated the willow branches, swiftly piercing any zombies that obstructed their path, allowing their group to reach the hospital relatively unscathed. Upon arriving at the hospital's entrance, however, they were met with an eerie silence. The streets were devoid of the usual zombie groans, and even the feral howls were conspicuously absent. "Sis, could it be that you've already exterminated all the zombies?" Suze remarked with curiosity, having expected a far more populous horde. Yet, he understood the necessity for caution. Such tranquility could be misleading. Suhi furrowed her brow, her fox-like eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Sensing movement behind her, she deftly wielded her wrist until she caught a familiar scent and relaxed her grip. "I miss you." Hee. Shen Nianbai was anything but composed during their journey, having been unceremoniously thrust into the company of Su He's parents. He leaned out of the car to catch a glimpse of her. Only when he heard her voice emanating from the intercom did he settle down, having persistently called out her name throughout the trip. Now, he found himself eagerly rushing towards her, seeking closeness. Suze gazed at Shen Nianbai in utter astonishment. "You can speak now?" "I could always say a few words," Shen Nianbai replied. "However, ever since the transformation, I've found myself expressing affection far more often than before." Shedding that previously aloof demeanor, Suze clicked his tongue in disbelief. In the past, Shen Nianbai's cold indifference had rendered her sister unapproachable. Now, in this altered state, she seemed to be quite protective. Were it not for the visible wounds inflicted by the zombies, he might have doubted the authenticity of Shen Nianbai's transformation. Sui paid little attention to Suze, her gaze fixed on the hospital before her, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Something was amiss with the hospital. Perhaps it was prudent to practice their abilities outside today. Chapter 91. Chaotic carnage. As she spoke, she urged Su Haoyu to demonstrate his powers. Upon hearing Su He's words, Su Haoyu summoned his dark abilities, enveloped by a swirling black mist that began to extend ominously into the surroundings, reaching places unseen by the others. Was this merely the release of smoke? After a prolonged wait, Suze, noticing the lack of action, turned to Su He, who also found the delay peculiar. Last time it hadn't taken this long. "Everyone, pay attention to the direction of the smoke. It will attract the zombies," she cautioned. And then they came, a horde of high-level zombies. So many. Goodness, some could even fly. Upon hearing Su He's warning, the group remained vigilant, observing the dissipating smoke. Indeed, it wasn't long before zombies emerged from its depths, an assembly of advanced zombies, some possessing extraordinary abilities, including flight. The group, momentarily stunned, looked to Su He for guidance. She remained composed as she spotted the flying zombies heading their way. "Those are wind-type zombies. They can soar through the skies using the power of the wind. Beware of their wind blades," she advised, deftly casting out vines while remaining alert to the movements of the zombies drawn in by Su Haoyu's powers. Ready to protect her companions. "Haoyu, is it time to stop? Let us deal with these zombies first," Su Hang suggested cautiously, glancing at the approaching horde. He was met with a disapproving look from Su Haoyu, who then dashed into the midst of the darkened swarm of zombies with the speed of an arrow. "Be careful. You reckless child. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The group gasped in horror at Su Haoyu's reckless maneuver, calling out to him in fear that he might be caught or bitten by the zombies, especially since one capable individual, Shen Nianbai, had previously fallen victim to such an attack. Their concern for this young child was even greater. Yet, Su Haoyu pressed on, undeterred. Observing the anxiety radiating from her parents and the others, Su He interjected, halting their advance. "Rest assured, he will be fine, and he has the vines to protect him." With her reassurance, the group gradually relaxed, their eyes fixed on Su Haoyu as he navigated through the zombie throng. To their astonishment, as he entered their midst, the previously menacing zombies grew eerily still, standing motionless. Furthermore, not a single zombie dared approach within 3 meters of him. What is this? Could the zombies not come near him? Remarkably, these zombies were rendered docile, obediently awaiting their demise. Su He, with her crimson lips slightly curled, stood quietly aside, observing the subtle shifts in the expressions of those around her. Little did they know that she too was taken aback when she first laid eyes on them. Su Haoyu silently gathered the zombies, then boldly approached them with his small frame. Drawing the dagger gifted to him by Su-hee, he swiftly slashed at the leg of a zombie. Seizing the moment as the creature fell, he deftly plunged the dagger into its skull. Onlookers were astonished to witness such a diminutive figure confronting a horde of dozens of zombies, yet maintaining a smile as he methodically dispatched them one by one, sending shivers down their spines. This was sheer carnage. If such a child could eliminate zombies, why couldn't they? Su-hang felt a pang of sorrow. He realized he was outmatched by a mere child, and it was no wonder Su Haoyu had previously looked down upon him. Yet he mused. It was also because his own abilities were not as formidable. If only he possessed the same power to control zombies, he wouldn't have to fear them at all. He could simply command them to do his bidding. What was happening? Su-zhe felt somewhat at a loss, but upon seeing Su-hee's anxious expression, he moved forward, intent on rescuing Su Haoyu. The group followed the direction of Su-hee's wrist, where a mutated willow branch pointed, when suddenly they were startled by the fierce roar of a zombie, unmistakably emanating from one under Su Haoyu's control. Alarm coursed through them, and they instinctively summoned their powers, preparing for battle. Su-zhe and his companions realized it was their turn to take the stage. Be cautious when using your abilities next time. Most of these zombies have awakened their powers, and you are on the same level. It is already quite impressive to control such a multitude of zombies. Do you still wish to eliminate them all directly? Su Yao's small face flashed with a hint of guilt. Sister, I'm sorry. I merely wanted to prove to you that I am not as useless as you might think. I can also assist you in vanquishing the zombies. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. His sister was so formidable and had always praised him. He couldn't afford to be a burden. Witnessing his sorrowful tears, Su-hee felt a pang of compassion and opened her arms to embrace Su Yao, only to be halted by Shen Nianbai, whose gaze towards Su Yao was tinged with hostility, dissatisfaction, and disdain. He won't be embraced by me. Sister, it's all right. If Brother Shen doesn't want you to hug me, I want Su Yao said, wiping his tears and looking at Su-hee with a pitiful expression. What did it matter to him? Su-hee, feeling distressed, pushed Shen Nianbai aside and held Su Yao tightly. In that moment, Su Yao cast a triumphant smile toward Shen Nianbai, who was grinding his teeth behind him. After a few seconds, Su-hee gently set Su Yao down, her gaze shifting to Su-zhe and the others as they battled the advanced zombies, realizing that, during such perilous times, the safety of her companions took precedence, especially concerning Su-zhe and Su-hang, whose abilities were alarmingly weak, along with Chun-ping and her daughter. Su-hee's attention then turned to Chun-ping and her daughter, as she was still uncertain about Chun Yin-yin's abilities. The little girl, despite her evident fear, followed closely behind her mother, assisting in excavating zombie cores with steadfast determination. Though her small face bore the marks of terror, she valiantly suppressed her fear as she wielded a dagger. When she struggled to extract a core, her spirits waned, but upon spotting another intact zombie head, she cautiously approached, evading danger, and resumed her task. Once successful, she eagerly handed the core to a nearby water ability user for cleaning, her small face alight with joy as she subsequently stowed the precious core into her little backpack. Upon witnessing this, Su-hee slightly curled her crimson lips, but in the next moment, her line of sight was obstructed. Hee-hee chose to avert her gaze from her. Sister Hee-hee did not develop feelings for her. Chapter 92. Why Stay Behind to Deliver Takeout? Sue. Both Shen Nianbai and Su Haoyu simultaneously shifted their bodies to obstruct Su-hee's line of sight. Speaking in unison, Su-hee rolled her eyes at the two, feeling somewhat exasperated. Shen Nianbai, you've really come into your own now, haven't you? Speaking up and meddling in affairs that don't concern you. Su-hee cast an impatient glance at Shen Nianbai. Ever since Shen Nianbai learned to articulate her thoughts, she had taken to either showering her with sweet nothings or imposing restrictions upon her. It was rather bothersome, turning her gaze to the apprehensive Su Haoyu beside her. She sighed with a blend of exasperation and affection, and you as well. It seems you have a penchant for whoever captures your fancy. I fear that Sister Hee-hee might not like me, Su Haoyu murmured, his large eyes glistening with unshed tears upon noticing Su-hee's displeasure. Su-hee, feeling helpless and heartbroken, stepped forward to wipe away Su Haoyu's tears. How could Sister He not like you? Our Haoyu is so well-behaved and understanding. Is that truly the case? Suanadiv. But soon her attention drifted back to the battle unfolding before her, where Su Zhe and his group were engaged with high-level zombies, causing her to miss the fleeting obsession reflected in Su Haoyu's eyes. Glancing at Shen Nianbai, standing nearby, Su He furrowed her brow. Apart from her parents, who adeptly wielded their abilities, the others had only recently awakened their powers and were fighting the high-level zombies with great caution. Rather than being cautious, it seemed these individuals were primarily evading the zombies, too frightened to confront them directly, a fear that Su He recognized in them. Shen Nianbai, will you assist? She inquired, gesturing toward Su Zhe's group battling the high-level zombies and tilting her head to look at him. Noticing that Shen Nianbai followed her finger's direction, Su He believed he could comprehend most of what was said. However, to her dismay, aside from a few instances, Shen Nianbai remained by her side, calling her name and seeking closeness. In response, Su He flipped her wrist, sending a willow branch directly toward the crowd. The branch seemed to possess a will of its own, wrapping around the zombies and creating distance between them and those struggling to fend off the undead, without directly engaging in the kill. Observing Su He's continuous support, the others began to fight back against the zombies. Yet due to their still weak powers, Su Zhe, Su Heng, and Li Xiong instinctively formed a trio, encircling a mutated wood-type zombie. Su Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This mutated wood-type zombie possessed abilities superior to his own. Moreover, its skills were not merely to lash out with willow branches or vines, but to directly germinate seeds, which would then unleash leaves to attack them. The leaves, akin to Su He's mutated willow leaves, were not only barbed but also bore considerable force. The weapons in Su Heng and Su Zhe's hands proved insufficient, compelling them to flee in every direction. Li Zong, standing nearby, desperately controlled his powers to metalize his hands, shielding Su Zhe and Su Heng as he caught the leaves barehanded. The few leaves he missed were intercepted by Su He's willow branches. Seeing this, the trio fought with renewed vigor against the zombies. Su Zhe utilized his abilities to aid Su Heng and Li Xiong in evading the mutated wood-type zombies' attacks, ultimately leading to the creature's demise under the guidance of the animals and Li Xiong's powers. Upon seeing the zombie fall, Su Heng eagerly rushed to excavate its crystal core, only for it to be absorbed into his body the moment he grasped it, ignoring the gruesome remains clinging to his hands. He hurried to tackle the next zombie for practice. Su He silently observed as the crowd gradually became adept in their abilities, while those without powers diligently learned to slay or bind the zombies for their cores, filling her heart with a sense of satisfaction. However, before long, she heard a greater commotion and turned to Su Zhe, who wore an expression of sheer terror. Instantly, Su He became alert and scanned her surroundings. Sister, a horde of zombies is charging at us from the hospital. A horde of zombies? Wouldn't that provide an excellent opportunity for further practice? After all, it is merely a horde of zombies. Why linger if not to deliver takeout? Hearing this, the crowd grew somewhat flustered, ultimately directing their anxious gazes toward Su He. Su He, taken aback by the actions of those around her, opened her crimson lips and shouted furiously, "Kill the zombies! What are you staring at me for?" Seeing that the crowd had become flustered by Su Zhe's words, neglecting to strike down the zombies beside them, and instead fixating their gaze upon her, Su He felt a mix of anger and concern. Upon hearing her furious cry, the crowd finally reacted, their terrified eyes turning towards the zombies lunging at them, prompting a frantic scramble for escape. Upon witnessing the situation, Su He swiftly manipulated the willow branches to vanquish the zombies surrounding them, then called for everyone to halt. However, recalling Su Zhe's earlier words, he expressed his gratitude while hastily making his way towards Su He, seeking the safety of her presence. Upon witnessing the situation, Su He felt a sense of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in their protege, yet she understood that they required time to adapt. Aware of the urgency at hand, she refrained from further comments. Approaching Su Zhe, she inquired, "Are there large numbers of zombies about to emerge?" Sufenadith. his face etched with anxiety. Sister, should we escape? He cast a glance at the frightened faces of those present. In response, Sui waved her hand and summoned a vehicle from thin air. Without a moment to spare to assess the situation at the hospital, everyone hurriedly prepared to leave. Su Heng and his group led the way, while Suhi quietly took the rear with Shen Nianbai and Su Haoyu in another car. Sister, are you angry with me? Su Zhe approached swiftly, concern evident on his face as he noticed Suhi had not joined his vehicle. How could I be? Your ability to foresee danger and make sound decisions brings me great comfort. Yet, we did not perform well this time. Our only thought was to flee. Indeed, it was lacking. But let us strive for improvement next time. Sister, I am aware of my limitations. We truly cannot contend with these zombies. Have you considered that your reluctance to leave stems from your strength? Moreover, Su Zhe scratched his head, uncertain whether to voice his next thought. What is it? You possess the mutated willow tree, along with Shen Nianbai and Haoyu. We, on the other hand, are burdened with our meager abilities. Not only can we not assist, but we also hold you back. Suhi remained silent, waving for Su Zhe to get into the car. Along the way, apart from Suhi, everyone else felt a tinge of panic in their hearts. Did we really just escape like that? Is it not too good? Su Heng asked with his puppy-like eyes blinking. Li Xiong and Mo Han exchanged exasperated glances at Su Heng's words. If we don't run, staying there would merely mean delivering takeout. I was just too scared at the time. I think I saw someone. Upon hearing this, Su Heng felt somewhat dissatisfied and guilty as the others turned his words against him. Who? Li Zong, along with the others, asked in unison. Lin Qinghe. A chill surged within Su Heng. He distinctly remembered that Lin Qinghe had already mutated into a zombie. She had been present the last time they subdued the mutated willow tree, and it was because of her that Shen Nianbai had transformed into a zombie. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Mo Han's eyes narrowed, glinting coldly. I should not have been mistaken. She was so flamboyant in her red dress among a horde of zombies. How could I possibly be wrong? Su Heng's confidence faltered as he spoke, feeling the pressure from Mo Han and the others. Should we inform He? He hesitated to voice his thoughts. Although he was unaware of the events between Su He and Lin Qinghe, they were likely related to Shen Nianbai. However, with Shen Nianbai now in that ghastly state, they could glean no useful information from it. Do we need to? No need. No need. Li Xiong, Mo Han, and Chen Yiqing all said in unison. After exchanging glances, Su Heng and Li Xiong understood each other. We know you have a good relationship with Lin Qinghe, but she has now mutated into a zombie. And Suhi clearly seems to harbor a grudge against Lin Qinghe. Are you certain? I agree with what Mo Han has said. Just as they arrived at the villa, they spotted the captain of the guard anxiously pacing outside. Captain of the guard? Is there something wrong? Just call me Wang Ming, Miss Su. No. Is the base leader present? Wang Ming skipped the pleasantries with Su Zhe and began scanning the group. His heart leapt when he spotted Suhi. Yet, recalling the recent events, he steeled himself and approached. Base leader, Zhang Liang has escaped. No, he should have been rescued. It shouldn't be just Zhang Liang, right? Upon hearing this, Suhi shot a glance at the survivors lurking around the villa, their demeanor conspicuously suspicious. Wang Ming nodded. He also took away half of the guard team. Those who resisted were killed on the spot and transformed into zombies. Wang Ming spoke with heartfelt sorrow, as many among them were his cousins, and he was at a loss as to how to explain this to their families. If he hadn't claimed that following Su he would lead to better prospects, they wouldn't have, but now it was too late for regrets. Have the families of those killed been settled? What about the mutated zombies? Suhi felt a headache coming on. She merely wished to slay zombies and did not want to deal with such matters. She turned her gaze to Father Shen, who was frowning and fixated on Wang Ming, and her eyes suddenly brightened. Before the apocalypse, Father Shen had been the chairman of the Shen group, and now he was accompanied by a butler and Lin Yu. More importantly, given the attitude of Shen's parents towards her in both lives, she could fully entrust the hope base to Father Shen. With this thought, Suhi leaned towards Wang Ming, giving him a few instructions before swiftly retreating upstairs, leaving Su Zhe and the others in a state of confusion. Wang Ming glanced at Father Shen, completed the tasks Suhi had assigned, and awaited further orders. Seeing this, everyone understood that Suhi had chosen the base leader, and upon realizing it was Father Shen, they all nodded in agreement. Father Shen smiled and shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. This He has given me something to do. That is because He sees your capability for such a great responsibility. Do not disappoint her expectations. Indeed, and it is safer for the base to be in the hands of our own. He was never fond of these affairs before the apocalypse. Otherwise, she would have long handed the company over to be managed by her. She trusts you. Hearing his wife and Sue's parents speak thus, Father Shen nodded with a smile. After Wang Ming reiterated the events at the base, he asked, "Are there any ability users among the families of those killed? If so, they could be invited to learn their abilities. As for those who have not awakened their powers, they should temporarily be led by the guard team to learn survival skills and how to kill zombies." Meanwhile, upstairs, having entered her space, Sui felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw Father Shen nodding in agreement to take on the role of base leader. After this, she could finally be a hands-off manager. Without pausing for rest, Sui directly headed to the spot where she had previously sown seeds, and to her surprise, the wheat had grown splendidly in just a few days. Master wishes to eat. Eat. There is plenty of food in the space. Eat as you please. I want to eat meat. Meat? I'll take you later. Understanding that the meat the mutated willow tree referred to as zombie flesh, Sui felt somewhat speechless. On the way back, Xiao Luer had been incessantly clamoring for meat. Had she not been concerned about potential dangers during her ability evolution and her inability to protect Su Zhe and the others, she would have readily consented to Xiao Luer feasting on the flesh and blood of those zombies, all of whom were high-level zombies. However, it was somewhat unreasonable for a plant to begin absorbing zombie flesh after mutation. Thankfully, only one mutated willow tree existed for now. If other plants were to mutate in the same manner, the conditions for human survival would become even more challenging. So he let out a silent sigh, and upon noticing this, Xiao Luer refrained from speaking further. Observing the ripened wheat fields, Suhi raised an eyebrow and promptly selected the option to harvest. In an instant, a vast expanse of wheat vanished from her sight, and beside the villa in the space, a large granary materialized. How remarkably convenient. Suhi was somewhat astonished. It was akin to a one-click planting and harvesting. However, having encountered numerous strange occurrences, her surprise lasted only a fleeting moment. The rapid growth of her space was, in fact, a boon for her, alleviating her concerns about food scarcity in the future. For the other survivors, if her space yielded an abundance of grain, she could engage in extensive sales, trading food for crystal cores to enhance her companions' abilities. Not only would the other survivors be relieved from the dread of hunger, but they would also be motivated to master the skills required to slay zombies, thus achieving multiple benefits in one endeavor. Yet, even as the food issues seemed resolved, the matter of climate loomed large, a challenge beyond her capabilities to alter. The thought that global climate changes would soon commence filled her with apprehension. While contemplating how to elevate everyone's abilities in the face of impending climate shifts, Sui suddenly noticed Shen Nianbai approaching her with an apple produced from her space, attempting to feed it to her. Reluctantly taking a bite, Sui was pleasantly surprised to feel an immediate wave of comfort wash over her, erasing her previous fatigue. Her fox-like eyes sparkled with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Shen Nianbai, exclaiming, "Where did you pick this?" Chapter 94. The Trading Panel. He-He's affection. Sui furrowed her brows, following without a second thought. However, she soon observed Shen Nianbai navigating towards the depths of the mountain behind the spring, a place she had never ventured into before. Noticing Shen Nianbai's deliberate pauses and gestures, Sui began to harbor doubts. With caution, she released Xiao Luer, only to be taken aback as Xiao Luer swiftly betrayed her, darting directly towards Shen Nianbai and even surpassing him, rushing ahead. In an instant, countless willow branches danced through the depths of the mountain, weaving a tapestry in the air. Upon witnessing the situation, Sui felt an unsettling premonition. In the next moment, her body succumbed to an uncontrollable collapse onto the ground. With great difficulty, she lifted her gaze towards the front, only to behold the silhouette of Shen Nianbai. Just as in her previous life, in her final moments, the last sight she beheld was also the figure of Shen Nianbai. A tremor coursed through Su-He's entire being, and soon after, she fell into unconsciousness. I shall not allow any harm to befall you. As Su-He drowsily opened her eyes, she beheld the anxious face of Shen Nianbai, whose mouth moved in a flurry of words she could neither comprehend nor hear. In an instant, she found herself cradled in Shen Nianbai's arms, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Upon witnessing this, Shen Nianbai was seized by a tempest of rage, his palms crackling with arcs of lightning, which he directed towards Xiao Lu'er. Sensing peril, Xiao Lu'er swiftly evaded, yet the sheer density of the lightning caused several branches to be struck. Fueled by indignation, she prepared to retaliate against Shen Nianbai, but was halted by the terrifying expression etched upon his face. "You have harmed her," Shen Nianbai exclaimed, as he summoned more lightning energy in his palms. The sight sent Xiao Lu'er into a frenzy, wildly brandishing her willow branches at him. "Should you dare to act again, you know the consequence," he warned, his lips barely parting, casting not a glance at Xiao Lu'er as he continued onward, holding Su-He close. Noticing Su-He's body temperature gradually normalizing, his expression softened. Yet, the foolishness he had displayed before Su-He was nowhere to be found. He appeared as composed as ever. As Su-He began to awaken in his embrace, Shen Nianbai's countenance reverted to its previous bewildered state, fixating on her with a look of confusion. "Shen Nianbai, where are we?" Su-He inquired, her eyes meeting the dazed Shen Nianbai. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over her. She glanced around, her brow furrowing in concern. This was a place she had never visited before, leaving her puzzled as to how Shen Nianbai had discovered it. However, as the master of the jade bracelet, he likely possessed prior knowledge of this location. Su-He gently tapped the willow branch coiled around her wrist, playfully knocking on the little willow. "Next time, perhaps we could be a bit gentler," she mused. "Master." Little Willow was mistaken. It quivered in acknowledgement. Observing the little willow trembling as it admitted its error, Su-He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Fortunately, she was within her own space, free from the worry of being infected by the undead. Were she outside? Such uncontrolled absorption of zombie flesh and blood by the little willow would compel her to reconsider its presence. Yet within this realm, where was there any zombie flesh for the little willow to consume? Su-He suddenly came to her senses, her gaze scanning the surroundings as she began to communicate with Xiao Lu'er. "Master, this place offers ample opportunities for Xiao Lu'er to cultivate and evolve. We are deep within the mountains, which is conducive to plant growth, and Xiao Lu'er can sense the abundant spiritual energy here, which signifies extraordinary abilities." Upon hearing Xiao Lu'er's words, Su-He also grasped the situation. She glanced at Shen Nianbai, who was still dazedly clinging to her, and hurriedly rose from his embrace, then began to search around. "Shen Nianbai, where did you pick the apples?" A sweeping glance revealed no apple trees in sight. Instead, the area was lush with greenery, interspersed with towering ancient trees whose names she could not even recall, emanating an air of antiquity. Just as Su-He was about to give up on her search for the spiritually infused apples, she noticed Shen Nianbai behind her, producing an apple, accompanied by a transparent panel before him. Su-He furrowed her brows, approaching with a blend of curiosity and caution. Before her lay a trading interface that resembled a shopping application from the pre-apocalyptic era, albeit with zombie crystal cores serving as the currency. After glancing over the items, she was on the verge of giving up when she noticed Shen Nianbai's hand gliding over to the section featuring abilities cultivation manuals. "Stop!" she exclaimed, halting Shen Nianbai's finger mid-motion as she pointed to the several manuals. She then looked up at Shen Nianbai, her expression tinged with suspicion. Su-He spoke without paying any attention to the nearby Shen Nianbai, her eyelashes fluttering as she swiftly vanished from the space. Shen Nianbai's hand, which had been reaching out, remained suspended in midair, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Upon entering the space, Su-He promptly pushed Shen Nianbai aside and immediately purchased several ability cultivation manuals from the panel using the crystal core she had just acquired. Casting a glance at the bewildered Shen Nianbai, a hint of mocking amusement played at the corners of her lips before she swiftly exited the space. Upon seeing Su Zhe and his parents, along with others, seated neatly on the sofa awaiting her return. Su-hee called only for Su-zhe and her parents. "Can you show us what you've got?" Su-hang asked curiously, eyeing the ability cultivation manuals in Su-hee's hands, eager to step closer. However, he froze at the sight of Su-hee's icy gaze, feeling somewhat at a loss as he glanced at Li Xiang and Mo Han, and cautiously remarked, "Did I upset He? You haven't upset me. Rather, I am selfish and unwilling to share with you. How can I know whether you might betray me in the future?" Su-hee choked out, her eyes welling with warmth. She then took a deep breath to compose herself, looked at Su-hang and the others, and continued, "You have merely joined the Ho battle team." As Su-zhe was about to step forward to offer comfort, he was restrained by his parents, Su-fu and Su-mu. The group ascended the staircase alongside Su-hee. Meanwhile, Su-hang downstairs wore a pallid expression, his face a mask of disbelief. Has she been crying? She must have been deeply hurt by those around her. Mo Han's demeanor remained impassive, yet a hint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Su Haoyu cast a glance at Su-hang, who was still engrossed in the discussion regarding Su-hee's injury. His small face turned pale, and he spoke in discontent. "That is a matter concerning Sister He. What does it have to do with you? If I find out that someone has truly betrayed Sister He, I will ensure that person pays with their life." Chapter 95, Conducting an Experiment with It. As Su Haoyu spoke, his petite frame began to tremble, enveloped in a cloud of dark smoke. I understand. Please do not be angry yet. Your powers are already manifesting." Su-hang hurriedly approached to offer comfort, yet he dared not draw closer to Su Haoyu, fearing that the anger surging within him might lead Su Haoyu to perceive him as a foe. Mo Han maintained a serene countenance and spoke calmly. "The commotion you're causing will not only attract zombies, but also Su-hee. Do you wish for her to witness you in such a state?" Su-hang gave his brother a thumbs up, but could not shake the lingering anxiety about the betrayal mentioned by Su-hee. He had previously concealed from her the encounter with Lin Qinghe. If Su-hee were to discover this, he dreaded to imagine the heartache it would cause. It would surely deepen her sorrow. Su-hang glanced at the composed Mo Han and Chun-Chen, voicing his inner turmoil. "If you wish to throw yourself into the line of fire, we shall not restrain you. However, now is certainly not an opportune moment. But by doing so, will we not be betraying Su-hee?" His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why Mo Han and Chun-Chen urged him to withhold the truth about Lin Qinghe from Su-hee. Amidst the chaos of downstairs, Su-hee had her suspicions, yet she remained indifferent. In her previous life, she had not been spared from betrayal by those within her own ranks, particularly by the one who had wounded her deeply, Shen Nianbai. The mere thought of Shen Nianbai, whom she had glimpsed in the spatial realm moments ago, ignited a surge of fury within her. She could interact naturally with the transformed Shen Nianbai, even feeling her heart flutter anew. Yet, she could not bear to face the ordinary Shen Nianbai, as he only served to remind her of past treachery. Ironically, she found herself once more captivated by that familiar face, unable to conceal her affections in his presence. She feared that once Shen Nianbai regained his memories, he would regard her with indifference and mockery, and she wished to avoid placing herself in such a predicament again. Casting a glance at Su-zhe, who was eager to glean information and comfort her, Su-hee chose silence, directly handing over their shared abilities cultivation manual to them. Father Su and Mother Su gazed at her with expressions of deep concern. Is there anything you feel you cannot share with your parents? We are your family. If you're feeling distressed, you can confide in us. Sister, has someone betrayed you in the past? Is it that fellow, Shen Nianbai? Concern and heartache marred the faces of Su's parents. Yet Su-zhe contemplated a possible avenue, gritting his teeth as he spoke. However, he felt as though he still could not best Shen Nianbai, a thought that filled him with frustration as he rubbed his head despondently. Upon hearing their words, Su-hee felt a sharp pang in her heart. If there were anyone in this world who would never betray her, it would undoubtedly be her family. Sister, I will train diligently and teach a lesson to those who bully you. I shall confront each one of them, Su-zhe declared through clenched teeth. He had never before witnessed Su-hee shedding tears in the presence of others, a testament to the profound hurt she must have endured. Previously, Su-zhe had relied on Su-hee's formidable abilities intending to navigate life by leveraging her and their parents' powers. Now, however, he yearned to grow and evolve, striving to reach a point where he could protect Soo-hee and their family. Soo-hee curled her lips into a slight smile, feeling a sense of relief. Then you must keep your word. Turning her gaze towards her parents, she continued, I would like to take a moment to collect my thoughts. May we discuss today's events at a later time? Once the three departed, Soo-hee exhaled deeply, her entire body relaxing as she turned to enter her room. Pushing the door open, she leaned against it and slid down to the floor. She meticulously reflected on the incident involving Shen Nianbai being scratched by a zombie. And the more she pondered, the stranger it seemed. If her suspicions held any truth, then Shen Nianbai was indeed a master of deception. Moreover, the bewilderment in his eyes when he faced her, coupled with a hint of foolishness, led her to genuinely believe that Shen Nianbai had undergone some form of mutation. Yet now, doubt began to creep in. Soo-hee confined herself within her room for an entire day, refraining from entering the space, fully aware that Shen Nianbai was present. However, she never anticipated that the mountain would come to her instead of her seeking it. Amidst the cataclysmic backdrop of the apocalypse, Soo-hee, with her increasingly shallow sleep, was abruptly awakened by the subtle noises around her. In a moment of panic, she sprang to her feet, instinctively wielding a willow branch towards the shadowy figure nearby. To her astonishment, the shadow evaded her grasp, revealing a somewhat familiar silhouette. As she recognized the person who had suddenly teleported beside her, Soo-hee felt a rush of conflicting emotions. I have missed you, hee, came Shen Nianbai's cool and magnetic voice, echoing through the darkness. Yet, after harboring doubts about Shen Nianbai's transformation, a sense of inexplicable aversion washed over her. Nevertheless, when Shen Nianbai enveloped her in a warm embrace, she found it hard to resist. Her past experiences had taught her that a lucid Shen Nianbai would not display such intimate gestures. Shen Nianbai, you had better not deceive me, Soo-hee whispered softly, nestled in his arms. Noticing his lack of reaction, she exhaled in relief, allowing herself to rest in his embrace. The following morning, Soo-hee awoke to find Shen Nianbai, her ever-present companion, absent from her side. Just as she contemplated slipping into her space to ascertain the situation, Shen Nianbai materialized before her, a plethora of red apples cradled in his hands. He offered. Soo-hee raised an eyebrow and reached out to take the apple from Shen Nianbai's hand. Where did you find this? She inquired. Despite having searched alongside Shen Nianbai the previous day, without success, she ultimately stumbled upon a trading panel instead. Yet, every time Shen Nianbai appeared, she seemed to bring good fortune to Soo-hee. Nevertheless, Soo-hee had no desire to delve deeper into the matter. After all, why not enjoy the benefits without question? Shifting the topic, she directed her gaze toward the zombie still lingering at the entrance of the villa. Retrieving a bottle of spring water from her space, she glanced at Su-zhe and the others, stating, I intend to conduct an experiment with this. What kind of experiment? One of them asked. Are you trying to see if these zombies can regain their former consciousness? How is that even possible? They have become mere monsters driven by hunger. Before Soo-hee could respond, the others had already begun to speculate, only to realize afterward that they had inadvertently turned their attention to the pained expressions of Shen's father and mother. A sense of guilt washed over them, and they opened their mouths to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. How can we know without trying? Moreover, I suspect there are quite a few zombies like this. Chapter 96. Her wish fulfilled. As Soo-hee spoke, she glanced at Shen Nianbai. Like Lin Xinghe and Li Jing, whom she had encountered earlier, exhibited a certain demeanor. In her previous life, she had not encountered such advanced zombies, which prompted her to conduct an experiment to discern the differences between Shen Nianbai and these high-level undead beings. Noting the disapproving expressions on their faces, Soo-hee offered no further explanation. Instead, she approached and poured a vial of water into the mouth of the advanced zombie, then silently awaited its transformation. In the next moment, Soo-hee and her companions witnessed the bound high-level zombie convulsing in apparent agony, causing her to furrow her brow and step back. She had witnessed a similar scenario with Shen Nianbai before, observing the anguished screams of the advanced zombie. So he turned to Shen Nianbai, questioning, Do you understand what it is saying? Seeing the disappointment in Su-hee's expression, Shen Nianbai's deep brown eyes grew increasingly somber. Without uttering a word, he quietly stepped behind her, reaching out to firmly grasp the hem of her garment. Casting a disdainful glance at the convulsing advanced zombie on the ground. Once they re-entered the space, the distinctions between Shen Nianbai and other zombies became evident. This surely could not possess the effect of purging one's essence, Su Hang thought, his face contorted with discomfort. The advanced zombie had already mutated, its visage marred with decaying flesh, making it difficult to comprehend how Su-hee could equate it with the seemingly intact Shen Nianbai. They were clearly not of the same caliber. Moreover, Su-hee's earlier remarks rekindled thoughts of Lin Qinghe. After all, no one transformed into a zombie and continued to meet with Lin Qinghe, changing outfits with every encounter. As soon as he finished speaking, they observed that the high-level zombie had ceased its convulsions, yet showed no other signs of change. Sue, perplexed, bent down to examine the situation of the advanced zombie, only to be abruptly halted by Shen Nianbai, grasping her arm. "Ha, it stinks," Shen Nianbai exclaimed, while simultaneously unleashing his lightning ability towards the zombie, which instantly reduced the advanced creature to a cloud of ash. "Sue." The crowd behind him was taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and concern as they glanced at Shen Nianbai. After all, Su had just declared his intention to experiment on this advanced zombie, only for it to be obliterated by Shen Nianbai. Shen Nianbai. Indeed, within moments, the occupants of the villa were met with Su-hee's furious roar, prompting them to hastily make excuses to vacate the living room. Gazing at the pile of ash that was once the advanced zombie, Su-hee felt an overwhelming urge to tear Shen Nianbai apart with his own hands. Yet unexpectedly, a smile crept across his lips as he slowly approached Shen Nianbai. The latter stared back in bewilderment, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of his misdeed. He then noticed Su-hee's wrist flick as a willow branch was sent flying. Reacting instinctively, he teleported to Su-hee's side, only to find the branch striking the very spot he had just occupied, leaving him thoroughly alarmed. Su-hee was genuinely angry. She stretched out her hand, tugging at Su-hee while pouting her flawless face and shouting, "What on earth do you want to do?" Su-hee looked at Shen Nianbai in confusion. Her intention to experiment on this high-level zombie was merely to ascertain whether it could revert to a state akin to Shen Nianbai's. The notion of restoring it to humanity was something she dared not even contemplate. Furthermore, she had no desire to see Shen Nianbai revert to his former self. It seemed that not only did she wish to avoid it, but Shen Nianbai was actively opposing it as well. Thus, her wish was inadvertently fulfilled. He is foul. We should discard it." Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su-hee felt a twinge of exasperation. She stepped closer and scrutinized Shen Nianbai's eyes, only to detect a trifling disdain, a hint of grievance, and a substantial measure of foolishness within those clear orbs. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Previously, she had thought Shen Nianbai was approaching her under the pretense of being infected by zombies, but now, his demeanor suggested otherwise. "I need it for my experiments. It is valuable. You are not permitted to act impulsively in the future, understood?" With a touch of helplessness, Su-hee reached out to ruffle Shen Nianbai's hair. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers, seeking an excuse to avoid Su-hee and Shen Nianbai, had been watching from the staircase. Noticing that the two were not genuinely quarreling, they pretended to descend the stairs. "Hee, the weather is delightful today. Shall we venture out to complete some tasks? Perhaps find a place to hunt?" "Suhang ap do kek suhe, visibility. Has your corn sprouted yet?" "Not yet, but it should be soon. Aren't you worried about falling behind if you go out? Why not stay home and tend to the seeds? I have plenty in my space." Upon hearing Su-hee's words, Su Hang experienced a moment of cognitive dissonance, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Do we really have to tend to the seeds? Can I go out and slay zombies for experience?" Swish chirav, making a non-committal sound before choosing to disregard the somewhat distressed Su Hang. After the group finished their breakfast, they ventured out once more to eliminate the zombies. Su Hang cast a glance at Su-hee and discreetly followed her, but once they exited the base, they noticed numerous vehicles trailing behind them. "Sister, should we lose these followers?" Su-zhe raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su-hee in the passenger seat. It seems those people from the base have been tailing us, clearly taking advantage of our efforts. While we dispatch the zombies, they merely disembark to scavenge, collecting zombie cores. These individuals are truly a desperate bunch, striving to survive. Li Zhong sighed as he observed the vehicles behind them. Upon hearing the words of a few individuals, Suhi glanced back and said, "It's fine, let them follow." Their presence at this moment was inconsequential. When it came to battling zombies later, we would see if they would continue to stick around. She did not mind these individuals taking a small advantage, as they were all striving for survival. Yet she would not be so altruistic as to continually concern herself with their fates. Once this was stated, the group ceased their discussions. It was not until Su Zhe parked the vehicle at the largest shopping center in S City that, before Su He and her companions could alight, they noticed the vehicles that had been trailing them, overtaking and coming to a stop right at the supermarket entrance. Su Zhe's expression instantly turned icy as he approached the car and rapped on the window. "Get out!" The window slid open, revealing a short-haired, round-faced girl who looked at Su Zhe and whistled. "Hey, handsome, what is up?" Chapter 97. The One Who Comes Knocking. Warming. Aren't you being deliberately obtuse? Who told her to overtake and insist on chasing after a handsome guy? Su Zhe observed with a hint of impatience as four chattering girls disembarked from the vehicle. "You've been tailing us since we left the base, and now you overtake us to block our path. What is it? Are you attempting to seize our supplies?" "Hey, handsome, why the hostility?" A girl with short hair and a round face pushed open the car door and leaned closer to Su Zhe. As she reached out to pat his shoulder, he deftly sidestepped her advance. Hearing the laughter of her companions nearby only fueled her embarrassment and anger. "Aren't we all from the same base? Besides, your family owns the base. Shouldn't you be responsible for our safety?" she said, puffing out her chest as she approached Su Zhe, confident in her looks and figure, which she believed surpassed those of her companions. She was determined to make him take notice. Su Zhe anticipated the girl's movements and swiftly stepped back to evade her. Then, unable to suppress his irritation, he smirked. "Are you throwing yourself at me? You're in for it." However, upon catching sight of the woman standing beside Su Zhe, her eyes widened in astonishment. Just moments ago, she had felt confident about her own looks and figure, but now she realized what true beauty was. No wonder the handsome man remained indifferent when such a stunning girlfriend was by his side. When that woman glanced in her direction, Wen Wan raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased, and let out a whistle. Meanwhile, Su He sighed and shook her head as Su Zhe exited the vehicle. Given Su Zhe's volatile temperament, it was unwise for these individuals to exploit them for their own gain. They might have followed from the base to take advantage, but attempting to share in the spoils at the supermarket would likely be futile. Just as she intended to sit back and watch the unfolding drama, she heard that familiar whistle. Wen Wan, a member of the Dawn Brigade from her previous life. Yet, with her presence, the trio of sisters was probably around as well. This thought sent a chill through Su He's eyes. Now, she had no reason to fret. She had acquired her own abilities and would no longer be at the mercy of these individuals, unable to resist their supernatural taunts or endure their verbal assaults. Lost in thought, she suddenly spotted Su Zhe striding toward her, his expression one of fury, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Sister, that woman is utterly insufferable. Avenge me." "Avenge you? How about we eliminate them?" So he suggested. "Eliminate? Eliminate them? That seemed a bit excessive. Merely teaching them a lesson would suffice. Besides, we arrived at this supermarket first. It's rather inappropriate for them to follow and pick up the leftovers. Don't you think?" Su Zhe spoke with a hint of discomfort, as this supermarket was certainly not his establishment. However, in this apocalyptic world, the ownership of such places seemed trivial. Those who could procure resources reigned supreme. Yet he found it intolerable that these individuals were trailing behind them, taking advantage of the situation. They could have simply followed behind their vehicle and arrived here without incident, but instead, they chose to enter the supermarket, which felt like a deliberate provocation. Moreover, the so-called warmth suggested that they ought to protect them. What a ridiculous notion. What does ought to even mean? When Zhang Liang was the leader of the base, such obligations were never mentioned. However, Su Zhe dared not voice these thoughts for the sight of Su He, with her serious demeanor declaring intentions to eliminate them, sent a chill through him. He sensed that his sister was not jesting. Upon hearing Su He's words, Shen Yinbai's deep brown eyes flickered with confusion as she followed Su He's gaze towards Warmth and her companions. Her palms moved slightly, and she conjured lightning that danced ominously above the heads of Warmth and her group. The crackling sound startled them, causing Warmth and the others to scatter in panic, pleading for Su Zai's assistance as they fled. Su Zai gazed silently at the sky, mimicking Warmth as he whistled. The weather is quite pleasant today. He then leaned closer to Su He and spoke in a hushed tone. Shen Nianbai can be surprisingly effective at times. Su He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Nianbai beside her, her eyes gradually deepening with intensity. With a flick of her right wrist, she sent forth a willow branch, ensnaring the lightning that hovered above Wenwan and her companions, casting it away with a deft motion. He and Shen Nianbai observed as the lightning serpent was bound, their damp, peach blossom eyes fixated on Su He. Su He paid little attention to the situation at hand. Noticing that Wenwan and her companions were looking over but remained silent, she waved for Su Zai and the others to lead the way into the supermarket, trailing behind to observe the circumstances. With a flick of her wrist, the willow branches in her hand danced through the air, primed for action. However, when she caught sight of Wenwan and her three companions stealthily following her through the mirror hanging beside the supermarket, a subtle smile graced her lips. They had delivered themselves right to her doorstep. "Hello, beautiful. May I befriend you?" Wenwan approached with an air of familiarity, casting a jealous glance at Su He's wrist before directly confronting her. Upon witnessing the willow branches swirling around Su He's wrist, a gleam of determination flashed in her eyes. "Friends? We all belong to the same base. So aren't we friends?" "Indeed, we are friends. But how did you acquire such impressive abilities? Would you be willing to teach me? None of us possess any powers. We're merely tagging along behind you, lest we find ourselves unable to afford the safe base." "What safe base? It's already the Dawn base now." Upon hearing their words, Su He remained non-committal. Access to the base required resources, and these girls had yet to awaken any powers in this lifetime, making it difficult for them to gather sufficient supplies. The thought that these four once glamorous sisters, who could easily attract the attention of men in her previous life, were now resorting to leveraging their looks for sustenance left Su He torn between pity and a sense of vindication. "Do you need assistance?" "Assistance? You mean?" Wenwan exchanged incredulous glances with her companions, staring at Su He in disbelief. It was known that Su He was a key figure in the base, and they had taken the risk of following her after learning she was to embark on a mission. They never anticipated that she would offer to help them. It was truly a delightful surprise. "Yes, that is precisely what I mean." Su He raised an eyebrow, satisfied that the ground floor of the supermarket was relatively safe. Su Zai and his group ceased their attention to her, allowing her to focus on Wenwan and her friends. "I can help you resolve your issues regarding food, shelter, and transportation. Are you interested?" The group nodded, though they exchanged puzzled looks at Su He's intentions. "Why would you do this? What is in it for you? Are you trying to win us over?" At Wenwan's remark, Su He chuckled softly. "You are part of my base. I assent at my duty to protect you. Indeed, our decision to remain at the base could bolster your popularity. So you ought to protect us, right?" "Wenwan, your reasoning is remarkably self-assured. She assent to your mother. Why should she protect you?" A girl with a ponytail and an unremarkable appearance interjected dryly. "We are hopeful members of the base. Shouldn't she, as the leader, be responsible for our safety? If that is your perspective, I have nothing more to say. I'll seek supplies elsewhere. And whether you follow is entirely up to you." So he cast a glance at the speaker, Lu Mingming, one of the quartet of sisters, known for her intellectual prowess and a modicum of cleverness. However, it appeared that her acuity extended beyond mere intelligence. She seemed to have sensed something amiss. "We cannot possibly scour every floor of this supermarket. You may wish to explore other levels," she remarked before turning towards Su Zai. In that fleeting moment, she discreetly dropped a few seeds on the ground. Although the means by which Lu Mingming had discerned the situation remained a mystery, her caution was undoubtedly warranted. Once Su He departed, Wenwan, perplexed, directed her gaze toward Lu Mingming, who had been signaling her. "What did you mean by that? Were we not following them to forge connections and seek refuge? Why have you suddenly changed your mind? Fool, Lu Mingming retorted. Have you ever encountered a formidable individual who openly proclaims their intent to protect us? There must be an ulterior motive. Wan, interjected Lu Mingli. I believe Mingming is correct. We are not related. Why should we expect her base members to assist us? It feels rather strange. However, she pondered, the mother-daughter duo accompanying Lu Mingming, along with an elderly man, seemed to be of her own choosing. Perhaps Lu Mingming was indeed benevolent? Upon hearing this, Wenwan rolled her eyes at Lu Mingming. Do you suffer from paranoia? After all this time, we have someone willing to help us without compromising ourselves. And you want to meddle? Seeing Lu Mingming rendered speechless by her words, Wenwan smirked and, with Lu Mingli in tow, prepared to leave. Lu Mingming had no choice but to follow suit. Meanwhile, Su He, who had intended to seek out Su Zhe, stealthily emerged after the others had departed. She had overheard every word exchanged among Wenwan and the others and shrugged in silent exasperation. Had she indeed been too hasty in her quest for vengeance? Observing Lu Mingming's retreating figure, a quiet smile crept across Su He's lips. She would target the most astute first. With this thought in mind, Sui began to meander through the marketplace, gathering supplies while keeping a watchful eye on Lu Mingming and her companions. Initially, the quartet appeared vigilant as they commenced their scavenging, but upon realizing that no one was paying them any heed and with no zombies in sight for the moment, they gradually relaxed their guard, indulging in both their search and snacks. At this moment, Suhi sprang into action, taking advantage of the others' unawareness to slip into the spatial realm. She then effortlessly traversed to the rear of the group, her wrist twisting with a flourish as she summoned tendrils that pierced the hearts of the 4 individuals in succession. Master is hungry. Noticing the slight pout of the little girl, Lure, due to her hunger, Suhi paid her no mind and proceeded toward the source of the screams. Shortly thereafter, chaos erupted in the mall, and in the distance, she could faintly hear the concerned voices of Su Zhe and Su Mu. Upon hastening her steps to find Su, she stumbled upon Chun Yin Yin, who appeared utterly terrified, being tightly embraced by Chen Ping. As soon as Chun Yin Yin caught sight of her, their eyes met, and the innocence of her doe-like gaze turned instantly moist with fear. She instinctively buried herself deeper into Chun Ping's embrace, murmuring softly, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me." Despite her hushed tones, the others, being capable of extraordinary abilities, heard her clearly and began exchanging glances, skepticism etched upon their faces. Li Su Hang, with a furrowed brow and a look of confusion, spoke up. "Did you say someone wants to kill you? We're all here, including your sister, he. Little did he know, Su Hang's words provoked Chen Yin Nin into a frenzy as she struggled to escape Chun Ping's hold, exclaiming, "You killed them. It was you who killed them." Sui narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at Chun Yin Yin. How intriguing. She had not anticipated that Chun Yin Yin would awaken her abilities, inadvertently revealing the misdeeds she had committed, merely witnessed by an 8-year-old child. This realization left her with a hint of discomfort. It seemed that Chun Yin Yin must now perceive her as a nefarious villain. The others followed Chun Yin Yin's gaze towards Su He, while Su Zhe felt a sudden jolt in his heart, recalling the earlier altercation at the mall entrance, where he and a few others had quarreled, and his sister had ominously declared her intent to kill them. Could it be that she had genuinely carried out such a threat? Now, noticing that those individuals were indeed absent from the mall, he pondered how such a commotion could have gone unnoticed. However, his sister was always reliable in her actions, and it seemed that if she had resorted to murder, there must have been compelling reasons behind it. With this thought, Su Zhe's gaze towards Chun Yin Yin became laden with both caution and warning. This little imp had been trailing them in search of supplies. Was she perhaps having a nightmare in broad daylight? I didn't see. It was he. Chun Yin Yin, upon hearing Su Zhe's words, wore a defiant expression, as if striving to substantiate her claim. She pointed at Su, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Chun Ping swiftly covered her mouth. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chun Ping glanced at Su He. It's possible that I frightened her with ghost stories last night. She'll be fine soon. Let us continue searching for supplies, and we should leave promptly. Nian Yan's voice might have attracted the zombies. Observing the actions of Chen Ping and her daughter, the others were quick to comprehend the situation. However, upon learning it involved Su He, their reactions were somewhat muted, though their gazes towards Chen Yin Yin turned noticeably colder. Particularly, Su's mother regarded Chen Yin Yin with discontent. "Did you witness her committing murder?" Chen Yin Yin silently nodded, her small face betraying a flicker of confusion, unable to fathom why Su's mother, who had seemed concerned for her just moments ago, now wore such a changed expression. Her small frame instinctively shrank back. "And how did she treat you? What about your mother? When did she ever express a desire to harm you?" Mother Su directed a series of probing questions at the 8-year-old child, her tone brimming with indignation and a palpable sense of injustice on behalf of her daughter. "Chen Ping, we are not obliged to keep you here at our base. If you cannot communicate effectively or guide your own daughter appropriately, then perhaps she should speak less. You must have a clear understanding of what is appropriate to say and what is not." Sui gazed at her mother, Su Mu, who stood before her, speaking on her behalf, and her eyes involuntarily welled with emotion. Chapter 99, The Prophecy. Only her family could unabashedly show favoritism towards her in front of outsiders. "I'm sorry, I don't know what came over her. She suddenly said such things. I will certainly discipline her properly from now on." Chen Ping trembled with fear. She had witnessed Su He's formidable power and was acutely aware that the current ability users in the base were aligned with Su He. Deep down, she sincerely wished to follow Su He and had never contemplated betraying her. However, her daughter's terrified expression and the scream that escaped her lips, followed by Su He's immediate response, left her with no chance to intervene. At that moment, she was filled with regret. What if Su He were to expel the two of them from the base? They would hardly survive outside. She had no desire to endure a life of being trampled upon, a life that treated women as less than human, which was unbearable for her, and even more so for her daughter. With this thought, Chen Ping's gaze hardened. Resolutely pulling Chen Yin Yin, she knelt directly before Su He, raising her hand in a solemn vow. "I, Chen Ping, along with my daughter Chen Yin Yin, shall remain forever loyal to Su He. Should we ever betray her, we seek nothing less than death." Sui raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. She must have awakened her prophetic abilities. "Prophecy? Are you suggesting that she foresaw you in her visions?" As Su's mother spoke, she cast a glance at the crowd, leaving the remaining words unuttered. Su Zhe hesitated, pondering the nature of prophetic abilities, suggesting that they possessed little offensive power and could simply be kept nearby in the future. "I never intended to harm her," he added. Upon hearing this, Su He retorted with irritation. Just as she contemplated squatting down to inquire about Chen Yin Yin's prophetic abilities, she noticed the fearful expression on Chen Yin Yin's face, prompting her to scoff. It seemed unlikely that she would glean any information. Observing the situation, Chen Ping astutely remarked, "I will keep a closer watch on Yin Yin's abilities and inform you of any developments." "No need," came the reply. "Let things unfold naturally." Sui waved her hand without responding. It was amusing. After all, Chen Ping had made Chen Yin Yin kneel down for her today. Despite being merely 8 years old, the child possessed considerable understanding, especially after having just foreseen her own act of murder. She likely harbored some resentment towards Su He. If Chen Ping were to claim that she would inform Su He of any developments, it would only lead to further silence. Disregarding Chen Ping and her daughter, Su He, along with the others, proceeded to gather the majority of the supplies from the mall before preparing to leave. "Sister, aren't there's still supplies left? Are we not going to collect everything?" Suze questioned, puzzled. After all, the supplies they could not gather earlier had been effortlessly stored in her space with a mere wave of her hand. Yet there remained some food that she had scarcely touched. She chose to leave some for the other survivors. Her space was already filled with ample supplies, sufficient for their needs for an extended period. If they were to clear out the entire mall, it would leave no means of survival for the others. This was not the world she desired. She did not wish to witness a future dominated by zombies. "Truly, she is my sister. Who is the best?" Nian Yin exclaimed. "Look how kind Hu is," leaving supplies for the other survivors. "You must refrain from speaking ill of her in the future, understand?" Upon hearing Su He's words, Chen Ping glanced at Su Zhe and Su Haoyu, who were wholeheartedly devoted to Su-hee, and began instructing Chen Yan as well. However, just as she nodded in agreement, a flash of white light momentarily engulfed her vision. When she opened her eyes again, she beheld a figure in a red dress at the entrance of the mall, flanked by numerous zombies, all lunging menacingly towards them. The scene then abruptly shifted to Su-hee pushing Shen Nianbai into the horde of zombies. Upon witnessing the throng behind the figure in red, Shen Nianbai could not help but scream. Her shriek captured the attention of Su-hee and her companions. Su Hang, intrigued, approached Shen Nianbai with crossed arms. "Did you see someone being killed again? There are zombies coming," she exclaimed. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Hang's face as he realized Lin Qing he had stealthily led a horde of zombies into the mall, proving that her abilities should not be underestimated. A smirk crept onto his face as he recalled how Lin Qing he had used the zombies to kill him in his past life. Now, she had transformed into a zombie, leading the horde to hunt down her and Shen Nianbai. Yet, vengeance had its rightful owner. It was Shen Nianbai who had been responsible for his demise. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Su-hee's body instinctively reacted, quickly pushing Shen Nianbai away, successfully catching a glimpse of the glimmering grayish-white eyes of Lin Qing. Su-hee gazed at the sky, the earth, and Lin Qing, along with the horde of zombies behind her, yet she deliberately avoided looking at Shen Nianbai. Observing Lin Qing approaching Shen Nianbai, she gestured for Su Zhe and the others to retreat. Shen's parents, witnessing this, expressed their concern. "Is Nianbai going to be all right? Isn't Shen now a zombie? There shouldn't be any cause for alarm. At the very least, he possesses the power of lightning for protection, and he can also take refuge in Su-hee's space. Uncle and aunt need not worry." Su Hang and Li Zong, noticing Shen's parents' anxious expressions, offered words of comfort. However, Chen Yan could not restrain herself. "Your actions can endanger Brother Shen." Under Su-hee's piercing gaze, Chen Yan shivered uncontrollably. Before she could utter another word, Chen Ping swiftly covered her mouth and led her away. Su Zhe and the others began to search for an escape route, but after just a few steps, they found themselves separated by a wall of vines created by Su-hee, which filled them with panic. "Sister, what are you doing?" Su Zhe exclaimed. "Calm down, Su-fei. There must be a reason for Su-hee's actions, and remember, she still has space to maneuver." As Su Zhe lost his composure due to concern, Su Yang stepped forward and embraced him tightly. Gazing at the wall of vines before them, a flicker of anguish crossed his eyes. He felt utterly helpless in aiding Su-hee. He could do nothing but hide behind her in the face of danger, even outmatched by Shen Nianbai, who had already transformed into a zombie. "How can I remain calm? You all saw it. There are so many zombies over there. If something were to happen to her. If something were to happen." As Su Zhe spoke, he found himself at a loss for words, for he dared not envision the thoughts swirling in his mind, fearing their manifestation into reality. "Sister, how could you act this way? Do not worry. I am not so foolish, and besides, is Shen Nianbai not here?" Chapter 100. Engaged in fierce battle upon hearing Su-hee's voice. The fierce expression on Su Zhe's face remained unyielding. With determination, he pressed his tongue against his molars and resolutely declared, "Sister, if we are to leave, let us leave together. If we are to stay, let us stay together." He would not allow his sister to face the multitude of zombies alone. On the other side, Su-hee nearly spat blood in frustration at Su Zhe's words. The combined abilities of those behind her did not surpass her own. Staying would only hinder their progress. Glancing at Lin Qing, whose powers were on par with her own, along with the throng of ravenous zombies behind her, Su-hee lost her confidence in engaging in battle. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to Su Zhe's decision. With a hiss, Su-hee prepared to launch an attack as Lin Qing roared at her. To her surprise, Lin Qing did not spare her glance, simply brushing past her in the direction of Shen Nianbai. Su-hee's lips curved into a smile as she glanced at Shen Nianbai, whose eyes pleaded for help. She returned his gaze with a look that suggested he should rely on his own fortune. Meanwhile, behind the vine-covered wall, Su Zhe and his companions could no longer remain idle. After a brief discussion, they resolved to stay and assist Su-hee in combating the zombies. Even Chen Nianbai, who had just been clamoring about Su-hee's supposed murderous intent, wore a solemn expression her large eyes flickering with regret and remorse. Initially believing that the prophecy indicated He would leave Shen Nianbai to confront the horde alone, she was taken aback to find that He chose to remain alongside him, even attempting to lure the zombies away to facilitate their escape. Contemplating this, Chen Yinyan couldn't help but pout, realizing her misunderstanding. "It seems I have unjustly accused sister she murmured while observing Su Zhe, who was desperately trying to tear down the vine wall. The others, upon hearing her words, fell silent, their focus shifting entirely to aiding Su He. It was Chen Ping who took the opportunity to lecture Chen Yinyan instead. Meanwhile, Su Father and Lin Yu, both fire elementals, exchanged glances upon seeing the wall of vines. Thick as a fortress, they promptly channeled their abilities together. Fireballs shot from their palms, igniting the vines at the center. However, before they could continue their assault, they were startled to see the vines begin to constrict, sending tendrils toward the horde at the entrance of the mall, perhaps sensing the presence of more humans. The previously disoriented zombies at the entrance stirred to life, their nostrils flaring as they let out guttural roars and charged toward Su He. Some of the zombies, lacking any semblance of intelligence, collided with the tendrils shooting toward them, prompting Su Zhe's group to react swiftly. Most of these zombies were still mindless, regular ones. Exchanging a glance with Su Hang, the two armed themselves and charged into battle against the ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, Su Father and Su Mother, both awakened abilities, wielded their powers with one hand while brandishing weapons with the other, moving to protect Su Zhe and Su Hang, ensuring their safety amidst the chaos. "Sister, you handle that. We'll take care of these zombies. You could trust us with this. Sister hurry. I can control these low-level zombies. Nothing will happen to brother Su Zhe." Su Zhe, Su Hang, and Su Haoyu joined forces, with Su Haoyu unleashing his extraordinary powers to manipulate the ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and Su Hang wielded their tang knives and baseball bats, striking at the heads of the undead. In an instant, the entrance of the mall was awash with vibrant hues of supernatural energy as a fierce battle ensued. Lin Qinghe beheld the rapid disappearance of large swathes of zombies, their howls intensifying. Her gaze toward Shen Nianbai was laden with a mix of murderous intent and inner turmoil. Sui narrowed her eyes slightly, signaling to Shen Nianbai. In the next moment, she witnessed Shen Nianbai conjuring purple lightning in her palm, which shot towards Lin Qinghe. For a brief instant, she was taken aback and couldn't help but let out a sigh as the green willow branch in her hand swiftly darted towards Lin Qinghe's back. However, it was halted by the light blue water barrier enveloping Lin Qinghe, and this obstruction ultimately led Lin Qinghe to a dead end. When the lightning ability in Shen Nianbai's palm made contact with the water barrier, it erupted violently, unleashing a cascade of lightning serpents that spread towards Lin Qinghe. Encased within the water barrier, Lin Qinghe's long hair stood on end, her entire body charred by Shen Nianbai's lightning ability, and she trembled before collapsing. Sui cast a disdainful glance at the pitiful sight of Lin Qinghe, unable to suppress a click of her tongue, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She swiftly manipulated the vines to penetrate Lin Qinghe's skull, extracting the crystal core nestled within. Just as he had cleaned the core with spring water, she noticed Shen Nianbai approaching her. Initially, she presumed Shen Nianbai would attempt to seduce Lin Qinghe with his allure, allowing her to seize the opportunity to eliminate the nemesis who had cost her life in the previous existence. However, she was taken aback when Shen Nianbai unleashed a bolt of lightning, whisking Lin Qinghe away. Something feels amiss. Amiss? Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Sui furrowed her elegant brows, stowing the crystal core into her space. She glanced once more at Su Zhe and his companions, who were embroiled in a fierce battle at the entrance of the mall. She deftly released Xiao Lu to assist them in combating the zombies before crouching down to meticulously examine Lin Qinghe's lifeless form. Meanwhile, at the mall entrance, as Mo Han and Chun Yichen fought valiantly against the zombies, they were jolted by the sight of Lin Qinghe being struck by Shen Nianbai's lightning. Mo Han's dark eyes flared with a fierce intensity. Typically taciturn, he dispatched the nearby zombies with remarkable speed before approaching Lin Qingha's body. Is she dead? Observing the increasingly agitated Han, Suhi raised an eyebrow. You know Lin Qingha, don't you? Indeed, given that he was Shen Nianbai's ally, it would be rather implausible for him to be unfamiliar with her. Suhi, what did she do to warrant such a fate? Was it not Shen Nianbai who ended her life? Shen Nianbai? Look at him now. He only heeds your words. Had it not been for your insistence on her demise, he would never have laid a hand on her. Suhi remained silent upon hearing Han's roar, her gaze fixated on the lifeless body of Lin Qinghe on the ground. Without lifting her head, she directed her voice towards Shen Nianbai. Shen Nianbai, move Han away. Han, taken aback, questioned, what transpired between you all? This is not something you need to know, she replied. In Chapter 101, the question arose, had the corn been birthed? Han, momentarily at a loss for words, could not restrain himself. You must understand. Shunji's relationship with Qing, he is far more intricate than you perceive. If Shen Ge were to regain his memories and discover that Qinghe's demise stemmed from his actions, do you comprehend the consequences? What does that have to do with me? At this juncture, Chun Yi-chun, having dealt with the zombies nearby, approached Suhi and Shen Nianbai. Hearing the exchange between Han and Suhi, his brows furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly. Han was right. Lin Qinghe, he must not perish. She is already dead, and she must die. Suhi gazed at Han and Chun Yi-chun with tearful eyes, unable to comprehend the significance that Lin Qinghe held for them, and even for Shen Nianbai. All she knew was that this woman had orchestrated her demise in her past life. She yearned for vengeance against Lin Qinghe. She sought retribution against Shen Nianbai. Despite her awareness that she could not bring herself to harm Shen Nianbai, particularly in her current state, she could not fathom why even Han and Chun Yi-chun, whom she had never encountered in her previous life, were so protective of Lin Qinghe. Upon witnessing Suhi's distress, Han and Chun Yi-chun fell silent and attempted to lift Lin Qinghe from the ground, only to be thwarted by Suhi. With a fierce glare directed at Han, she asserted, she belongs to me. She is already dead. Do you not even allow her remains to be at peace? Han, Suhi likely did not mean it that way. Chun Yi-chun interjected, stepping in front of the visibly agitated Han. Suhi spoke with a hint of irritation. Do you not find Lin Qinghe peculiar? After contemplating for a moment, she enveloped both herself and Lin Qinghe in a verdant tangle of vines, thus shielding them from the prying eyes of the crowd. She then meticulously stripped Lin Qinghe of her coverings, seeking the oddity that Shen Nianbai had mentioned. However, as her gaze fell upon Lin Qinghe's chest, she discovered a glimmering point of white light, which sparked a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Compelled by an impulsive urge, she retrieved a dagger from her spatial realm and excised the luminous. Yet, the moment the white point emerged, it dispersed into the air. Suhi, employing her extraordinary abilities, ensconced it within her control, sensing the energy that it harbored. With deft precision, she absorbed the energy through her powers. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy surged toward her, while Lin Qinghe, stripped bare and lying on the ground, began to slowly dissipate. Ignoring Lin Qinghe's alarming state, Suhi was besieged by the formidable energy contained within the white point, her body growing unbearably hot and trembling uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, even the wall of vines she had conjured was consumed by the searing heat. The final impression left in her mind was the anguished cry of Shen Nianbai ringing in her ears. What has happened to her? And what of Qinghe? Meanwhile, Han and Chun Yi-chun stood in bewilderment, glancing at Shen Nianbai, who was at a loss while catching Suhi. Not far away, Su Zhe and his companions, still engaged in battle with the horde of zombies, noticed Suhi collapsing and were filled with concern. Sister, what has happened to my sister? After Su Zhe swung his Tang Dao and severed the head of the zombie obstructing his path, he glanced at Su Liang, who nodded in affirmation. He then swiftly approached Suhi. However, upon his arrival, he witnessed Shen Nianbai embracing Suhi before vanishing from sight. Observing the disappearance of Suhi and her companions, Han and Chun Yi-chun plunged into battle against the horde of zombies. Unfortunately, their abilities were still insufficiently developed, and soon their powers began to wane, forcing them to resort to their weapons in combat. They shifted their focus to excavating high-grade zombie cores alongside Chen. As they fought while retreating, they found themselves on the second floor of the mall, where they coordinated their efforts at the staircase to fend off the zombies. Fortunately, Xiao Lu, who had remained outside with Su He, assisted the group. Otherwise, they might have met their end that day. Within the mall, the zombies, now endowed with intelligence, witnessed the heavy casualties and saw a mutated willow tree frantically consuming the flesh and blood of the zombies. In a display reminiscent of human instinct, the zombies began to flee. In that moment, only Su Zhe and his companions remained, alongside the frenzied mutated willow tree that voraciously devoured the zombie remains. Before their eyes, the tree expanded several-fold, filling the entirety of the mall's first floor. How could this mutated willow tree suddenly grow to such a size? Moreover, it had completely consumed the blood and flesh of the zombies in the mall, leaving no cores behind. Some high-grade zombie cores had yet to be excavated. Could it be that its sudden growth was a result of feasting on the zombie remains? Listening to the others, Su Heng's eyes began to gleam with excitement. This was wood-type ability. In the future, if anyone in the base dared to ridicule him for merely cultivating plants, he would fiercely contest their claims. This wood-type ability could evolve through the consumption of zombie flesh and blood. How remarkable! He could almost envision himself reigning supreme, a scene of grandeur and magnificence before him. Su Heng stretched out his arms, reveling in the beautiful future he imagined. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhe couldn't help but dampen the mood. I believe there are indeed distinctions among individuals. After all, my sister was able to take a life shortly after awakening her wood-based abilities. As for you, have the corn seeds sprouted yet? Others, observing the zombies fleeing, collectively sighed in relief, collapsing beside the escalator on the second floor while gazing at the thrashing mutant willow tree. Su Heng's remark elicited a stifled laugh from the group. Su Heng, Su Zhe said, it would be prudent for you to focus on nurturing the corn first. Otherwise, each day, Su He will greet you with the question, have the corn seeds sprouted yet? Li Ziyong, maintaining a stern expression, mimicked Su He's deadpan demeanor to great comedic effect, causing laughter to ripple through the crowd. At this, everyone exchanged glances, and when Su Yang spoke, their attention shifted to Chun Yin. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, I didn't see anything. Chapter 102, Zombie Mouse. Her prophetic abilities had not revealed such occurrences, likely due to the instability of her powers in their nascent stage. Su Zhe clicked his tongue, surveying the assembly, and proposed, shall we conduct a show of hands? Those wishing to stay overnight, please raise your hands. Upon this suggestion, a significant majority raised their hands in agreement. Mo Han and Chun remained non-committal, appearing distracted, while Li Zhong, initially hesitant, gradually raised his hand upon seeing the overwhelming consensus. Ultimately, the group decided to spend the night in the mall. However, as the second floor was primarily devoted to clothing sales, it lacked sufficient space for their rest. They resolved to ascend further. Let us proceed to the fifth floor. It offers food and drink, and even a cinema where we can rest for the night, Su Heng suggested, glancing at the darkening sky. The allure of sustenance prompted the group to continue their ascent. Yet, shortly thereafter, Su Zhe realized the fifth floor is likely teeming with food and entertainment. There must be zombies as well. After all, this was a large shopping mall in the heart of S City, bustling with visitors daily and post-apocalypse. It had become a refuge for many seeking provisions. Even in the presence of zombies, survival was plausible for quite some time. Noticing the absence of sounds, Su Yang proposed, perhaps I should scout ahead. With the others hesitating, he seized the opportunity to utilize his speed ability, swiftly making his way to the fifth floor stairwell. As night fell, dim light illuminated the fifth floor, obscuring any clear sight of potential zombies. Furrowing his brow, Su Yang gripped his weapon tightly, steeling himself as he cautiously ventured further inside, wary of inadvertently stumbling into a zombie nest. After a thorough inspection of the perimeter and hearing no signs of movement, he sighed in relief and descended to inform Su Zhe and the others. However, as he turned, a multitude of red lights flared up behind him, glaringly prominent in the darkness and steadily increasing in intensity. Unfortunately, his rapid descent prevented him from noticing. So far, no abnormalities have been detected, nor any sign of zombies. Though it could simply be too dark for me to discern, Su Liang cautiously asserted. He then turned to Chun Ping, who possessed spatial abilities, and inquired, Sister Chun, do you have any flashlights in your space? Chun Ping nodded and produced several small flashlights for everyone. Consequently, Su Zhe, Su Hang, and the others took the lead with their flashlights, followed by Mo Han and Chun Yi Chun, while the group led by Shun's father maintained vigilance, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon successfully reaching the 5th floor, they were met with a moderate commotion. Just as Su Liang was about to speak, Su Zhe signaled for silence, prompting him to close his mouth and turn off his flashlight. Soon, a faint rustling sound emanated from nearby. Who's there? A female voice pierced the silence, causing Su Zhe and his companions to exhale in relief. Nudging Su Mu and Shan Mu to engage in dialogue with a woman shrouded in darkness. The base? I haven't heard of it. There are people here. You should go elsewhere. Elsewhere? There's still plenty of unoccupied spaces here. Su Mu exclaimed, anxious at the woman's insistence to evict them. This is our territory. If you seek a place, look elsewhere, or don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing the woman's brash tone, Su Zhe impatiently interjected. What is the point of debating with her? With so many spaces available, why must we be denied rest in this one? There are multiple floors. Why insist on occupying the same level? Su Zhe wished to express more, but was abruptly halted by his mother, who remarked, as a young girl, it is not easy for her. We can either descend or ascend. It is merely a matter of one flight of stairs. Upon the utterance of Su Mu's words, Su Zhe refrained from further comment and was the first to descend the staircase. On the 5th floor, as the sound of footsteps echoed, a faint sigh permeated the air. The group, upon reaching the ground floor, retrieved some provisions from Chun Ping's storage and each sought a place to rest. They formed a circle and designated 2 individuals to keep watch through the night, wary of potential incursions by zombies or hostile humans. The first half of the night passed with tranquility, but in the latter half, a heart-wrenching female scream jolted everyone awake. Grasping their flashlights, they raised their heads toward the source of the sound, only to find Chan Yin Yin in a state of nightmarish distress, her hands flailing as if grasping at the void. Chun Ping, startled awake by her daughter's appearance, rushed to cover her mouth and held her close in a comforting embrace. Do not lull her back to sleep. We must awaken her, for she may have inadvertently triggered her abilities. Mu Han, observing Chun Yin Yin's terrified expression, similar to that of earlier in the day, approached to investigate. Once Chun Yin Yin was roused by Chun Ping and noticed the surrounding concern, her small face relaxed momentarily. What did you dream about? And the moment those words left his lips, her previously calm countenance turned ashen. Casting a glance at the others, she pointed upstairs. There is something above. Many red-eyed creatures. Is anyone feeling hungry? As soon as Chun Yin uttered those words, Su Zhe turned his gaze toward the perplexed faces of his companions and suddenly grasped the situation. There are mutated animals upstairs. They are the ones crying out for food. Prepare yourselves for battle. These creatures are not to be underestimated, unlike zombies. We must exercise caution. Seeing the rising panic among the group, Father Shen spoke up to soothe them. There are countless voices. They're all crying out in hunger. Quickly, block the staircase. Do not let those creatures descend. But what about the people upstairs? What if we seal off that woman? The group appeared flustered, ready to move towards the staircase when they were suddenly met with the sounds of growling and cries for help. Unmistakably the same female voice they had heard earlier. Was it too late to intervene? Run. Su Zhe, plagued by the cacophony in his mind, felt a throbbing headache as the cries for food intensified. He struggled to alert the others, but it was already too late. Su Hang, intending to shine his flashlight upstairs to ascertain the situation, was met with a flurry of scurrying noises. The beam of light revealed a dark mass, a swarm of rats, their eyes glowing red. Zombie rats. It's the zombie rats. Everyone flee. Time was of the essence. Uncle Lee, quickly, use your earth wall to block them. There's no soil here. My abilities cannot be utilized. Upon hearing his name called, Li Zhong hurriedly attempted to conjure an earth wall, but in this place his earth-based powers were futile, and he could only watch helplessly as the zombie rats drew nearer. In a moment of desperation, Father Su and Lin Yu resorted to the fireball technique they had employed earlier against Su He's vines, conjuring fireballs to hurl at the advancing swarm of zombie rats. Yet, the creatures proved to be cunning. As flames approached, they adeptly dodged the attacks. Some, however, were not so fortunate, singed on their fur, and in retaliation, they lifted their heads to charge at the two who had launched the fireballs, displaying a clear grudge. Witnessing this, the group swiftly mobilized their abilities to thwart the advancing zombie rats. Su Zhe, overwhelmed with despair, gazed at the ever-increasing horde of zombie rats before him, their incessant chattering echoing in his mind. In the next moment, the large black serpent coiled around him fell to the ground and advanced toward the zombie rats, flicking its tongue in aggression. Its focus was fixed on a particular zombie rat among the swarm. Meanwhile, the water-type abilities users, led by Shen's mother and Su's mother, exchanged knowing glances with Shen's father, who nodded in agreement. A barrage of water orbs then descended upon the area, swarming with zombie rats, followed swiftly by Shen's father's lightning striking down upon them. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. The sheer number of zombie rats far outnumbered Su Zhe and his companions, and though many were dispatched, countless more continued to surge forward. Chirping incessantly, they charged toward Su Zhe and his group, seemingly determined to not relent until they had bitten them to death. Shen's father, witnessing the escalating tide of zombie rats, felt a flicker of anxiety cross his brow. This cannot continue. These zombie rats will deplete our powers. We must devise a strategy swiftly. What can we do? The sight of these rats instills fear in me. I am barely managing to fight them off. Moreover, these rats are minuscule and elusive, making them difficult to strike accurately. I dread the thought of one getting too close and biting me. That would be catastrophic. Both Su's mother and Shen's mother, while suppressing their fear, hurled water balloons at the zombie mice, remaining vigilant of their surroundings for any mice that might surge forth, as these creatures were remarkably swift. Meanwhile, Han, terrified of the rodents, nimbly retreated to the rear of the group and found refuge atop a counter. A chill crept across his face, his brow furrowed in concentration as he directed icy spikes toward the mice. Upon striking his targets, he cast a disdainful glance at the scurrying creatures. He erected a formidable ice wall around himself, fearful of any zombie mice encroaching upon his space. Noticing that the zombies showed no inclination to scale his icy barrier, he replicated this strategy, constructing additional walls around Li Ziong and Su Heng to thwart any approaching threats. However, as he endeavored to erect a similar barrier for Su's mother and Shen's mother, he discovered that his powers were waning, rendering him incapable of further fortifications. Reluctantly, he resolved to conserve his remaining energy to eliminate the zombie mice. Subsequently, Han dashed to Su Zhe's side, seizing his weapon to vanquish the relentless onslaught of the undead rodents. Observing the increasingly frenzied horde, Su Zhe was in a state of agitation, listening intently to the sounds of the zombie mice as he conferred with Su's father and mother about targeting the leader of the undead mice for extermination. Before Su Zhe could identify the leader to the group, a massive black snake surged forward toward the zombie mouse leader. With a sweeping motion of its tail, it captured a significant number of the undead rodents, encircling the leader in a constricting embrace. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback. He extended his hand, excitedly addressing his parents. The great black serpent is encircling the leader of the zombie mice. We simply need to eliminate it. As soon as he uttered these words, Han promptly wielded his supernatural abilities, launching a flurry of ice spikes towards the rodent ensnared by the serpent. A direct hit. Yet, the horde of zombie mice did not retreat. Rather, they seemed to grow more ferocious. The cacophony of frantic squeaks echoed in Su Zhe's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. Observing the zombie mice leaping about wildly, his complexion turned ashen. An overwhelming thought consumed him. It was over. Take cover, retreat. As the frenzy of the zombie mice escalated, the crowd abandoned their attempts to fight back, hastily following Han's lead and leaping onto the nearest counter. Those who were able swiftly stomped on the advancing mice, while others, terrified of the rodents, shrieked as they did so. Chen Yin and Su Hao Yu, two young children, were gripped by fear and were quickly scooped up by the adults, terrified of being bitten by the zombie mice. Help! Where are my sister and Shen Nianbai? If they do not arrive soon, we will all meet our demise here. Su Zhe wore a grim expression, his mind echoing with the clamorous cries of the vengeful zombie mice, alongside the looming threat of the large black snake that had been bitten by them, filling his heart with both astonishment and dread. Su Zhe and his companions found themselves engulfed in profound terror. Their supernatural abilities were gradually depleting, rendering the task of vanquishing the zombie rats exceedingly arduous. The weapons in their hands proved to be utterly ineffective, and an overwhelming sense of panic and despair surged within them. It seemed that this time they would likely fall victim to the clutches of these undead rodents. As Su He and Shen Nianbai emerged from the spatial realm, they were met with a scene of utter despair. Su Zhe and his companions bore expressions of hopelessness, yet they clung fiercely to their weapons, resolutely battling the relentless onslaught of the zombie rats. The butler beside Shen's father was already overrun by the grotesque creatures, his body being gnawed upon, yet he persevered, striving to grant the others a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Upon witnessing the scene, Sui's eyes turned red with emotion. She deftly flipped her wrist, conjuring numerous vine seed from her spatial pouch, and scattered them upon the zombie rats. The moment the seeds touched the ground, they rapidly sprouted into vines, ensnaring the surrounding zombie rats until their vitality was extinguished. Only then did she approach the butler, using the vines to eliminate the remaining zombie rats clinging to him. She then retrieved several bottles of spring water from her spatial pouch and offered them to the butler. "No, it's unnecessary. I've already been bitten," he replied, mustering a faint smile as he gazed at Su He. Su He had somewhat shallow eye sockets, unable to bear such a situation in silence. Noticing that the steward was not utilizing the spring water, she resolutely twisted the cap off to administer it herself. Seeing her determination, the steward had no choice but to accept the spring water and gulp it down in one go. The crowd behind them, upon seeing Su He and Shen Nianbai emerge, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Zhe, in particular, swiftly evaded the zombie rat and hurried to Su He's side to express his grievances. "Sister, if you do not emerge from the space soon, I fear you may not see your dear brother again. I will not allow such a fate to befall us. It is just a matter of a hair's breadth. Merely a fraction." Su Zhe pouted, and upon witnessing the numerous zombie mice vanquished by Su He, he finally felt at ease and wept in her embrace. "Sister He, these mice are terrifying. They devour humans." Chapter 104. The Death of the Steward. Su Hao Yu had just been tightly embraced by Su Hang. Upon seeing Su, he struggled to break free from Su Hang's hold, his small face pouting as he clung to Su He's leg, weeping. Su He helplessly shook her head, offering a comforting pat to the two individuals beside her. She then turned her gaze towards the butler, whose body was marred by bites and bruises. "How are you feeling now?" she inquired. Noticing that the spring water beside him had been completely consumed, she intended to retrieve more from her space, only to be halted by a hand. Mr. Shen's face was etched with urgency. Zhang Li, heed He's words. The butler, Zhang Li, managed a strained smile and shook his head, casting a glance at Mr. Shen. "Sir, it's futile. There's no need to waste your efforts." As he spoke, his body began to convulse, the exposed skin visibly transforming into a zombie-like appearance, the whites of his eyes gradually turning a ghastly gray. A guttural roar escaped his lips, and he lunged towards Su He and the others. How could this happen? Mr. Shen watched in disbelief as his longtime friend, with whom he had shared decades, morphed into a ravenous creature within mere seconds. Overcome with sorrow, he lamented softly, held tightly by Mrs. Shen as she wept quietly. Su He regarded the scene before her with an air of indifference. Observing that the spatial spring water had proven ineffective, she promptly directed the vines to strike towards the butler, Zhongli's head. Subsequently, she successfully extracted a crystal core from Zhongli's mind and handed it to Father Shen as a memento. Afterward, she turned her gaze to the others, inquiring, "Is there anyone else who has been bitten?" Suhi, despite her worries, went to check on Su Zhe and their parents. Fortunately, they had managed to protect themselves well, and the zombie rats had not approached. Observing the sorrowful and terrified expressions on their faces, Suhi let out a sigh and apologized. "It was my negligence. Otherwise, you Wunti have had to endure such a situation, and Uncle Butler Wunti have lost his life. It is not your fault. None of us wish for this to happen. So how could we blame you?" Someone replied, "If I had been more vigilant. You Wunti have been bitten by the zombie rat. The main issue is that we were unprepared for these zombie rats. Their attack was quite sudden. But how could there be so many zombie rats in such a large shopping mall? This is entirely illogical," Li Zhong remarked, glancing at the others with confusion. Upon hearing this, everyone else began to realize that, logically, a large shopping mall should not be plagued by an infestation of rats. It should not have been the case before the apocalypse, and even now, only a few days into it, there should not be such an overwhelming presence of rats, especially zombie ones. Yet, here they were, appearing on the 5th floor. Suhi harbored some suspicions and glanced at the others. "Have you all been to the 5th floor? There were people there, but we were forced to leave. However, that woman is probably no longer there. After all, these zombie mice came down from the 5th floor." Upon hearing this, Suhi became even more convinced of her assumptions and was about to ascend the stairs when she turned back to the group. "You all should come along." After the incident with Zhongli, Suhi was reluctant to let them act independently again. Upon hearing her words, Su Zhe and Su Haoyu eagerly rushed to her side, flanking her left and right. Meanwhile, Shen Nianbai, observing this, pouted in dissatisfaction and approached Su He with a look of feigned grievance. He, seeing Shen Nianbai's expression, made Su He feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, if it weren't for Shen Nianbai, she probably wouldn't have emerged in time. After a moment of contemplation, she responded with a simple hum, noticing Shen Nianbai's evident delight. Sui continued, "How about you go ahead and check the situation upstairs for us?" He is scared. "You're scared too?" Sui was taken aback by Shen Nianbai's remark. She had thought that after the mutation, Shen Nianbai had lost such fears. Realizing this, Sui decided to take the lead herself, grabbing a flashlight and stepping forward, only to have Shen Nianbai rush ahead once more. It dawned on her that Shen Nianbai's previous comment was directed at her. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and continued to follow Shen Nianbai closely. As soon as they stepped onto the staircase leading to the 5th floor, Suhi was confronted with numerous bloodstains and even human limbs. Her beautiful brows furrowed involuntarily. Could it be that woman upstairs was devoured by these zombie mice? This is the first time I've witnessed mice attacking humans. It's truly horrifying. In the future, it would not only be mice that pose a threat to humanity, but various mutated animals and plants as well. Hence, it is imperative for you all to elevate your abilities swiftly. Observing the expressions of terror on their faces, Suhi decided it was best to voice her thoughts. Knowing they would eventually learn the truth anyway, it was better to prepare them psychologically in advance. Mutated flora and fauna? By the way, when you fainted earlier, didn't you leave the mutated willow tree outside to deal with the zombies? Why didn't we see the mutated willow tree when the zombie mice appeared? As Su Hang posed this question, the group began to comprehend, directing their attention towards Su He. They witnessed Su He's exquisitely beautiful face, illuminated by the flashlight, gradually turning crimson. Then, she extended her right wrist, from which the mutated willow tree emerged, swiftly making its way throughout the mall. However, this mutated willow tree appeared considerably sturdier than before. How did you suddenly advance? You were clearly doing something with Lin Qinghe at that time. Emohan had sensed Su He's significant advancement upon her emergence, and witnessing the mutated willow tree's evolution further solidified his suspicions. Yet at that moment, Su He was evidently engaged with Lin Qinghe. How could she have advanced so suddenly? Moreover, their abilities were distinct, making it impossible for her to absorb Lin Qinghe's crystal core. Upon hearing the questioning tone of Emohan, Suze's brows furrowed in discontent as she turned sharply to glare at him. Emohan, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting my sister? Cannot harbor doubts? Your sister has taken the life of Lin Qinghe. Moana Setid. Surely we all recognize the truth? Lin Qinghe has already transformed into a zombie. What wrong is there in he slaying the undead? Seeing Mo Han's attitude in defending Lin Qinghe, Su Zhe and his companions were somewhat perplexed. The only two individuals privy to the situation were Shen Nianbai and Chen Chen. However, at present, Shen Nianbai was ignoring everyone except Su He, while Chen Chen felt conflicted upon witnessing the reactions of the crowd, as this matter concerned only their small group. If you do not understand the circumstances, it would be prudent to refrain from such inquiries. Chapter 105. A paradigm of scoundrels and vile individuals observing the expressions of anger and confusion on Su Zhe and Su Hang's faces. Chen Chen stepped forward to extricate Mo Han from the predicament. Yet his words only heightened the curiosity of the onlookers to an even greater extent. Su He wore a puzzled expression. However, she had never held any fondness for those who defended Lin Qinghe. Thus, she chose to disregard Mo Han and Chen Chen. After all, Lin Qinghe had already fallen to her hand. Did Mo Han and Chen Chen truly intend to seek revenge upon her? To eliminate her? Given their abilities? Such a notion seemed implausible. Moreover, with Shen Nianbai consistently by her side, she doubted they would dare to act. It was best to refrain from asking unnecessary questions. How they chose to proceed was beyond her concern. She resolved to focus on her own matters and suggested, "Let us ascend to the 5th floor and take a look." With a cold tone, Sui turned away, not sparing Mo Han a glance, and proceeded directly to the 5th floor. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhe approached Mo Han and murmured a few words, then waved his fist in a show of bravado before hastening to follow. Observing the situation between Mo Han and Chen Chen, Su Hang and Li Xiong felt a pang of frustration, yet being brothers, they refrained from voicing their discontent. They accompanied Mo Han and Chen Chen as they ascended to the 5th floor, where the beam of their flashlights revealed a more alarming and gruesome sight. The area where they had previously stood was now drenched in blood, each step taken met with a sticky sensation beneath their feet, and they could even perceive the remnants of flesh they had tread upon. Some, unable to bear the horrific scene, retreated to the side to vomit. Sui furrowed her brow and glanced at her feet. Following the trail of blood, she ventured further inside, only to discover a man and woman huddled together in a fearful embrace. Upon sensing their presence, the pair trembled, instinctively pushing each other away. However, upon realizing they were human, they breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back against one another, scrutinizing Su He and her companions. The woman regarded them with a mixture of caution and inquiry. "Who are you? How did you find this place? Have you seen my friend? Your friend? The woman who spoke to us earlier? So it was you? My friend is the one you spoke to before. She has already passed away. Did you not know?" Upon hearing such foolishness from Su Zhe, Sui shook her head and sighed. To her astonishment, upon hearing Su Zhe's words, the woman crumpled to the ground, her face reflecting a sorrowful disposition. Coupled with her innocent, delicate features, it evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. The man beside her was the first to crouch down, enveloping the woman in a gentle embrace as he offered her quiet comfort. The two appeared deeply entwined in their emotions, leading Su He to momentarily question her own thoughts. Yet her suspicions were confirmed. "Chengge, if it weren't for me, Yin Yin wouldn't have met such a fate. It's all my fault. If only I were as capable as Yin Yin, I wouldn't be so weak, unable to protect myself or you. I do not blame you. Yin Yin does not blame you either. She chose to sacrifice herself to protect us. Indeed, that is the truth. But Yin Yin was your fiancé, Sui." Upon hearing the words of the two, Su He and her companions displayed identical expressions of bewilderment, followed by gazes of disdain directed at the two. The synchronized actions they exhibited in the face of danger hardly suggested that they were individuals willing to sacrifice themselves for one another. Rather, they appeared more like those who would push the other towards peril in a bid to secure their own survival. Yet, given their lack of familiarity, they chose not to dwell on such matters. Sui stood coldly to the side, observing the two performers with an unmistakable air of amusement. The pair, deeply engrossed in their act, quickly retracted their exaggerated expressions upon realizing they were being ignored. The man's demeanor softened slightly when he directed his gaze towards Su-hee. Is there something you need on the 5th floor? Does watching your little performance count as a reason? Su-zhe smirked, raising an eyebrow and crossing his arms in a nonchalant manner. Noticing the man's sudden change in expression, he couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. The woman, glancing nervously at the man, muttered, "How could we possibly know? We only just discovered these zombie rats. It's utterly terrifying. Your question is quite amusing, really. How would we know?" Su-zhe engaged in a dialogue with the woman, and, after a few inquiries, he had grasped the general reason the zombie mice ascended to the 4th floor, though a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. There is but one truth. Su-hang, supporting his left elbow with his right hand, adjusted his glasses and astutely addressed the couple. It was you who pushed that woman out, casting her at the stairwell of the 4th floor, which subsequently drew the horde of zombie mice to assail us. Yet, you remain unscathed. Thus, does this not imply your tacit admission of responsibility for her demise? I. The woman faltered, her words trapped within her for several seconds. Her anxiety evident as she cast a glance at the man beside her, tugging at his arm while murmuring something inaudible. However, Su-hee and her companions, having awakened their extraordinary abilities, possessed heightened auditory perception, allowing them to clearly discern the woman's words from mere paces away. Chun-ping gazed incredulously at the seemingly composed couple before her, unable to fathom their betrayal. You have forsaken your own friend and fiancée, pushing her to her death? How utterly inhumane. Indeed, this is the epitome of a scoundrel and a vile woman. So, your prior refusal to allow us access to the 5th floor was to conceal your actions? The barrage of questions caught the couple completely off guard. Jining Huan, cowering behind Li Chun, dared not show her face, while Li Chun shielded her, offering reassurance. It's all right. They are merely envious of our bond. Brother Chun, do you think they might kill us? Observing the paranoid expressions on the two individuals, Su-hee felt a tinge of exasperation. I shall not harm you. As for whether you might bring ruin upon yourselves, that remains uncertain. However, it was indeed your actions that led to the demise of Butler Gu. Had it not been for you, the zombie mice would never have approached the 4th floor. If they had not gone there, Butler Gu would still be alive. Upon hearing Su-hee's declaration of non-aggression, Su-hang bristled. Having known Shen Nianbai closely since childhood, he was also acquainted with Zhongli. Now, with Zhongli having been murdered, he felt compelled to seek vengeance. And noticing Shen's father, who was struggling to contain his fury, he sensed that the fate of this couple would not be a pleasant one. Then, shall we leave their fate to your discretion? Su-hee originally intended to cast them aside, allowing them to fend for themselves. However, upon noticing Su-hang and Father Shen's reluctance, she resolved to refrain from further involvement. Do as you wish. Do you know who my father is? By what right do you presume to determine our fate? You have no authority. Upon hearing Su-hee's words, Li Chun and Jining Huan erupted in fury, pointing at her and unleashing a torrent of insults. As Su-hee remained unperturbed, their anger escalated, and they appeared ready to take action. You wretched girl, what gives you the right to decide our lives? Do you think that because you have a multitude of men at your side, you can eliminate us? You're nothing more than a mere seller of flesh. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of such power? As their increasingly offensive remarks reached her ears, Su-hee raised her right wrist slightly, summoning a mutated willow tree to silence their mouths and bind their upper bodies. Suddenly, Li Chun and Jining Huan found their mouths sealed and their upper bodies restrained by the willow branches, leaving only their legs free to move. Realizing their predicament, they gazed at Su-hee with faces filled with terror, glancing at the branches thicker than their own calves, and began to whimper in desperate plea for rescue. Su-hee raised an eyebrow and retreated to the railing, coldly remarking, "How noisy. Are you still shouting? It's only because he is not inclined to stoop to your level, wishing to hand you over to us for resolution. If you truly fell into my hands, do you think you would have any pleasant days ahead?" Su-hang observed how the two individuals, who moments ago were screaming in hysteria, now trembled in fear at the sight of Su-hee's mutated willow tree. He stepped forward with a sense of bravado. Why waste time conversing with them? Simply throw them out to feed the zombies. Su-zhe's eyes glowed crimson. How dare these two insult his sister? They should be aware of their impending fate. If not for the restraint, he would have already hurled them far away. But before he could advance to teach them a lesson, he witnessed Shen Nianbai conjure lightning abilities in his palm, aiming directly at the heads of the two. The purple lightning snakes flickered menacingly before Li Chun and Jininghuan, illuminating the terror and regret on their faces. Li Chun, utterly frightened, wet his pants on the spot and hurriedly knelt, begging for mercy as he looked at Su He. Jininghuan, upon seeing this, distanced herself with a hint of disdain, her eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. Jealousy surged within her. She couldn't comprehend why this woman was surrounded by so many protectors while she was left with only the cowardly Chun by her side. It was unbearable. Why did this woman possess such formidable powers while she remained an ordinary person, subject to others' whims? Lost in these thoughts, her expression shifted as she turned to face Shen Nianbai. The envious glint in her eyes transformed into a gaze brimming with innocence, fixated on Shen Nianbai, who appeared irresistibly endearing. Sui let out a disdainful scoff and graciously released the mutated willow tree that had been silencing the woman. Upon realizing that the willow's grip had loosened, Jininghuan approached Shen Nianbai, her demeanor submissive. "Handsome, could you please spare my life? I am willing to do anything you ask." The moment those words escaped her lips, Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief and with a surge of anger. He rose and forcefully kicked Jininghuan away. Jininghuan, utterly captivated by Shen Nianbai's striking appearance, found herself unceremoniously sent flying. As she prepared to unleash a torrent of curses at the frenzied Li Chun, she caught sight of the others present and hastily tempered her rage, gazing at Shen Nianbai with a mix of desperation and fear. "Tonight's events were solely orchestrated by Li Chun. I had no part in it. You all witnessed it. I am but a frail woman, incapable of resisting him. You vile wretch. You were the one who seduced me and persuaded Yin Yin to draw the zombie rat's attention, all under the guise of leading her to her demise. You think I was blind to your intentions? You merely wanted to be with me because you have your eyes set on my father, hoping he would send someone to rescue you." Witnessing the self-destructive exchange between the two, Su He and her companions could only shake their heads in disbelief. Shen Nianbai, furrowing his brow in discontent, turned to Su He, expressing his frustration. "Let them perish." Perish? Would it not be more prudent to allow them to face their own consequences? Su Heng shot a glance at Su He before turning his attention to the visibly enraged Mr. Shen. He leaned closer to Mr. Shen, and after whispering a few words, a sinister smile crept across Mr. Shen's face. Li Chun and Jininghuan exchanged apprehensive glances, a chill racing down their spines, while even Su Zhe and the others found Mr. Shen's smile disconcertingly unsettling. Su He, positioned in close proximity to the two, distinctly overheard Su Heng's words and extended the dagger towards him, saying, "Here, take it." Su Heng accepted the dagger with a sinister grin and approached Li Chun and Jininghuan, causing them to collapse in terror upon the ground, their faces etched with dread as they pleaded for mercy. "So now you wish to beg for mercy? It's too late. I'm the son of Li Xiang. He said he would come and find me, and if he does not see me, you're finished. Yes, we have people backing us. You cannot simply kill us like this." As Li Chun and Jininghuan witnessed Su Heng advancing towards them with the dagger, and seeing no one else intervening, they began to search for places to hide behind them. While frantically looking back at Su Heng and Su He, they recalled Su He's recent display of the mutated willow tree, realizing that if she intended to capture them, it would be effortlessly executed. Observing the two fleeing in disarray, Su He felt a twinge of displeasure, her right hand deftly maneuvering the mutated willow tree to obstruct their escape. "What do you intend to do?" they stammered. "Nothing at all," Su He coldly responded, and, as her voice faded, she swiftly ensnared the two individuals with the mutated willow branches. Su Heng hurriedly approached, drawing a dagger to inflict wounds upon them. Noticing the bloodstains emerging, he nodded towards Su He in silent agreement. In the next moment, Su He hurled the two of them out of the fifth-floor window. Upon witnessing Su He's actions, Shen Nianbai felt a jolt of alarm, wrapping his arms tightly around her and whispering tenderly in her ear, "He, let us stick together." As he spoke, he released her embrace, and with the dawn breaking on the horizon, he moved to the window to assess the situation of the two captives. What if we leave them here and they either die or get bitten by a zombie? Su Hang pondered. Though he yearned for vengeance against Zhang Li, he could muster the courage to slay zombies. But taking a human life still intimidated him. Inflicting wounds on them was already pushing his limits. Do you truly believe they could survive and escape without encountering us? Su Zhe replied dismissively, disregarding Su Hang's concerns. Given that the two had insulted his sister, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. Allowing them to retain their lives at this juncture was already a concession on account of his sister. As the light of day began to dawn, Su Zhe was the first to exit the mall, observing the two individuals outside, bound like mummies and writhing in their restraints, with pools of blood beneath them. If I do not perish, I will certainly kill you. Chapter 107. Departure for the Zhu Lichun. Seeing Su Zhe and his group emerge, shouted at them with tear-filled eyes. However, before he could finish his tirade, Su He's vines pierced his heart, splattering blood onto Jining Huan, who shrieked in terror. Seeing the gravity of the situation, she trembled and pleaded, I was wrong. I beg you, do not kill me. Please. Su Hang turned away, unable to bear the sight. The words left unsaid by Su's father resonated with everyone present. Glancing at the uneasy Su Hang, Shen's father shook his head with a smile. The world today is not what it used to be. You, my friend, have yet to adapt as quickly as he. In this law of the jungle, how will you survive? I'm simply not accustomed to this. Though they may not be good people, it should not be for us to determine their fate, right? If everyone thinks this way, the world would descend into chaos. Su Hang's realization dawned upon him, and he recognized the irony. Had not the world already spiraled into chaos? It was laughable that he still clung to the notions of the pre-apocalyptic era, which evidently no longer applied. As the group observed Su Hang's epiphany, they chose not to comment further, each harboring the same thought. The only way to stand tall in this brutal world was to grow stronger. Suhi observed the solemn expressions on the faces of those around her and let out a quiet sigh. The fluctuations in the weather had yet to become apparent. At least, the people nearby had not yet perceived them. Soon, however, they would experience the relentless alternation between sweltering heat and biting cold. She feared that these individuals would retreat into the confines of the base, unwilling to venture outside. Such a predicament would render the pursuit of enhancing their abilities exceedingly arduous. I shall heed my sister's counsel. Suze had no objections and firmly stood by Suhi. Upon hearing this, Su Haoyu instinctively moved to stand alongside Suhi, tugging at her sleeve with a look of eager anticipation for praise. The others appeared hesitant, their expressions reflecting uncertainty at Mr. Shen's words. The zoo. Are we going to the zoo? Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's remark, Su Zhe curiously leaned closer to Su He and, upon seeing her nod, his face lit up with excitement. Did you not consider contracting those zombie mice before? Contracting? Surely not. I've already contracted with a snake. Do I really need to contract with mice? Zombie mice, no less. Observing Su He's serious demeanor, Su Zhe's face was a portrait of reluctance. The thought of contracting zombie mice was truly unappealing to him. He merely wished to venture to the zoo to seek out some majestic and powerful mutated creatures. Such companions would undoubtedly enhance his stature when facing zombies in the future. Yet, as things stood, he had yet to contract a single mutated animal. The large black snake had come to him of its own accord, which was indeed a source of both lamentation and irony. With a face full of reluctance, Su Zhe displayed his discontent, while Su He chuckled and shook her head. Since you have awakened this extraordinary ability, it would be wise to make the best use of it. After all, each unique power possesses its own advantages. Shall we venture to the zoo to contract some tigers or lions? She continued, I am aware of a zoo in the outskirts that houses both tigers and lions. We could go there. All of them? Is my ability sufficient for this task? Su Zhe scratched his head awkwardly, aware of his own capabilities and uncertain whether he would be able to establish a contract. The issue should be manageable. We will be there to assist you. Sui pondered that the combined abilities of their group might suffice to establish a contract with formidable creatures such as tigers or lions, although the challenge would be considerable. Noticing that none of the others expressed dissent, Suhi allowed Su Heng to lead them to the zoo. Before their departure, she distributed provisions and water to each individual, allowing for a brief respite. As they journeyed, Su He and Shen Nianbai took the lead, safeguarding the group as they made their way to the zoo. They encountered zombies along the route, effortlessly crushing them underfoot, while high-level zombies were swiftly dispatched through a combination of their powers, claiming their cores as they went. This strategy aimed to ensure that the others could rest adequately, thus arriving at the zoo in prime condition for field practice and the enhancement of their abilities. However, upon their arrival, they were met with an unsettling stillness. While the journey had been punctuated by the distant roars of the undead, the zoo was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the oppressive whispers of the wind and the stifling heat that hung in the air. Sui furrowed her brow, her crimson lips parting slightly. Everyone, be cautious. Something feels amiss at the zoo. What exactly feels off? Should we still proceed inside? Upon hearing Su He's words, Su Heng hesitated, his resolve wavering. Though he yearned for a contract with the creatures, his life held far greater significance. This was no trivial matter. Su Yang cast a disdainful glance at Su Heng, retorting, "What do you expect? The zoo's gates are wide open. Yet we've been here for a while without hearing a single sound." Indeed, even on a weekday, the zoo would typically be bustling with visitors. The eerie silence was decidedly unsettling. Furthermore, in the face of an impending apocalypse, animals were likely to sense danger far more acutely than humans. The stillness suggested that something formidable awaited them within. She turned to Shen Nianbai, silently hoping he would not falter. "Shall we coordinate our efforts?" Seeing Shen Nianbai nod obediently, Sui finally felt a measure of relief. She was the first to harness her abilities to investigate the zoo, her wrist deftly maneuvering the mutated willow tree to attack various points in the vicinity. "Damn, a tiger. It's a real tiger." Suhang et Golim, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed the powerful creature charging toward them. Excitement surged through him as he rubbed his hands together, as if the tiger were already within his grasp. Only Muhan, standing nearby, remained calm enough to offer a warning, prompting Su Heng to leap back in fright behind Muhan. "This looks rather fierce. Can we truly contend with it?" As the tiger drew nearer, Su Heng's anxiety for Suhi grew. They had previously entertained thoughts of contracting a tiger or a lion, but now it seemed wise to reconsider. If they were to actually contract it, the stakes would be life or death. The others, upon spotting the tiger, adopted a similarly tense demeanor, frozen in place, exchanging anxious glances. Although they had seen tigers at the zoo before, the distinction between being inside a cage and facing one outside was immense. Their primary concern was whether the tiger would view them as prey. While they pondered the possibility of the tiger attacking, Suhi sprang into action, her wrist flicking like lightning as she directed the mutated willow tree overhead. However, the willow branches refused to approach the tiger. The tiger halted directly in front of Suhi, baring its massive fangs and roar. Confronted by the tiger at such a close distance, Suhi would be dishonest to claim she was unafraid. Yet, thoughts of the people behind her extinguished her trepidation. She had others to protect and could not simply be devoured by the tiger. "Big sister, it says it's hungry. Does it eat humans or just meat?" This remark earned Su Zhe a withering glance from Suhi. Did the distinction between human flesh and other types of meat hold any significance for a tiger? They were all the same. "Oh no, are we to become this tiger's dinner today?" Su Heng's face was a mix of shock and fear. Turning to Su He and Shen Nianbai, the only two who seemed to hold any hope of survival, he suggested, "How about you take a picture with me? That way, if I meet any fans in the future, I can boast that I lived a meaningful life." "Stop spouting nonsense. With he here, what is there to fear?" Mother Su glanced at the self-abandoning Su Heng. This child possesses many admirable qualities, yet he tends to be rather loquacious and easily discouraged. While he spoke, he quietly maneuvered alongside his husband towards Su He, apprehensive that the tiger might suddenly take offense and devour her. Upon noticing that father and mother Shun had also approached Su He with similar trepidation, the group exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. Su He quietly observed the actions of those around her, feeling a warmth in her heart. Subsequently, she summoned a considerable amount of meat from her spatial storage. deftly controlling the vines to present it to the tiger before her. The onlookers, witnessing this, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and gathered around Su He with concern. "Sister He, are you all right?" Su Yang's eyes flickered with a hint of obscurity as he glanced at Shen Nianbai, who always regarded him with wariness. A wave of bitterness washed over him. However, the multitude of well-wishers soon drowned out his voice, and noticing that no one paid him heed, Su Yang could not help but exhale softly. His gaze fixed intently on Shen Nianbai. The brain axe had yet to depart. Chen Yin, her petite figure being led by Chun Ping to Su, remained captivated by the retreating tiger, her eyes brimming with curiosity. As the tiger came to a halt, she tugged at Chun Ping's sleeve, her face alight with excitement as she spoke. Upon hearing these words, Su He turned her gaze towards the tiger and indeed saw it come to a halt. Had it not already found something to eat? Why did it linger? Su Zhe felt a twinge of confusion. However, as the tiger held its prey in its mouth, it was unable to engage in conversation, leaving him uncertain of its thoughts. The creature, clutching the meat, yet refraining from consuming it. Might it be that it had family waiting? How could I have overlooked this fact? There are several tigers in this vicinity, and this one appears to be the smallest. It must be transporting the meat to its companions. After Lin Yu's remark, Su Heng recalled that during their previous outing with friends, they had encountered more than one tiger. Yet, with this realization, the group felt an even greater hesitation. If they could hardly contend with a single tiger, how would they face several? This was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Should we pursue or refrain? Su Yang, noticing the glimmer of determination in Su He's eyes fixated on the tiger, realized she would not relent until she had secured a contract with it. Considering that his own speed evolution could prove advantageous, he promptly dashed forward. "Let us follow." As Su Yang sprinted after the tiger, Su He addressed the others. No sooner had she spoken than she felt an arm encircle her waist. Turning to her side, she found Shen Nianbai gazing down at her, his eyes brimming with affection and longing, making her feel as if she might drown in their depths. The next moment, she suddenly regained her senses and awkwardly extricated herself from his embrace, only to be swept along by him, the scenery around them rapidly receding. She even caught sight of Su Liang, who, having harnessed his speed evolution, was the first to chase after the tiger. A wave of melancholy washed over Su He as she observed Su Liang, who had only just begun to run, now overtaken by Shen Nianbai. Anyone would feel disheartened in such a situation. As she clung to Shen Nianbai's shoulders, she shouted back, "Su Liang, you can do it!" Yet from this angle, she perfectly missed the subtle smile that tugged at Shen Nianbai's lips, alongside the hint of cold mockery in his gaze. Following the tiger to its lair, they indeed found, as Lin Yu and Su Heng had described, several larger tigers that appeared to be of a mutated variety. If the previous tiger had been the combined size of 2 or 3 adults, the ones before them now resembled small mountains, exuding an aura of formidable strength as if they could effortlessly devour the two of them. Yet, these tigers regarded the newcomers with a languid demeanor, lacking the vigor of the smaller tiger that had previously roared defiantly at them. Su He speculated that the zoo had not witnessed human presence since the apocalypse, leading the animals to suffer from hunger and thirst, resulting in their current state. The tigers were indeed famished. As she pondered this, she heard Shen Nianbai address her. Glancing at the small tiger approaching her, Su He deftly summoned meat and spring water from her spatial realm, using vines to replenish the tiger's strength. She dared not bring out the mutated Willow any longer. Little Willow had been trembling on her wrist for quite some time. It was precisely due to this that Su He felt compelled to rescue the tigers. She believed Little Willow had grown sufficiently powerful, with rapid upgrades in its abilities, leaving even the adept ability users of her team at a loss. Yet it succumbed without a fight against the small tiger. Chapter 109. Beyond our means, one can only imagine the formidable power of these mutated tigers. After all, they were kings of the mountain, capable of extraordinary feats. "Hey, Sister He, why is this tiger so enormous?" Su Yang, witnessing Shen Nianbai and Su He surpassing him, gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, panting heavily. Once he stood behind Su He, he was taken aback, staring at the two tigers that loomed before them like small mountains. The tigers devour the meat and spring water Su-he had thrown with the fervor of those starved beyond measure. The pile of meat appeared no larger than the leg of a mosquito in comparison to their colossal forms. Even the three of them standing before the tigers would hardly suffice to fill their gaps. These two tigers had likely undergone mutations, explaining their extraordinary size. So he spoke with a hint of melancholy. If these tigers were to become contractual, how would they be fed in the future? Given their appetite, a single meal could consume the entire month's worth of meat for their desired battle team. It was simply unsustainable. As the three stood observing the tigers during their feeding interval, Su-he and his companions leisurely approached. Noticing the trio standing motionless, they curiously drew closer, and soon found themselves equally astonished, staring at the two tigers that loomed before them, resembling small mountains. Su-he approached Su-he with a bewildered expression, awkwardly inquiring, "Sister, is it possible for me to form a contract with this tiger? I fear that I might be unable to control these majestic creatures. It would be fortunate if I were not devoured by them. Perhaps you could communicate with them instead? While forming a contract seems feasible, I suspect these tigers will require a substantial amount of sustenance. Although I am not incapable of providing, my space does not produce meat. If hunger strikes in the future, I fear my brother would be the first to face dire consequences." Upon hearing Su-he's words, Su-he, filled with an inexplicable confidence, approached the tiger that was indulging in its meal. However, before he could utter a word, he was met with a thunderous roar that rendered him motionless. A sense of embarrassment washed over him as he felt his pride shattered into pieces. In the next moment, a concerned voice reached his ears from behind. Gritting his teeth, Su-he adopted an exceedingly gentle tone to communicate with the family of tigers. Yet the only response he received was indifference. The two massive tigers, akin to small mountains, continued their feast without even lifting their heads, methodically grooming their fur with an air of unfulfilled contentment. Meanwhile, the little tiger that had ventured out to forage returned, carrying remnants of meat to the depths of their den. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Su-he felt as though the air around him had solidified. His once proud ability to comprehend the speech of animals now seemed as trivial as a chicken rib, unpalatable yet regrettable to discard. Su Liang cast a grave glance at Su-he and encouraged him. Their failure to attack us might indirectly suggest that they do not oppose your contracting them. Su-he retorted, "Please, despite my gentle and earnest attempts to communicate with them, they remain utterly indifferent. Do you truly believe they wish to be bound by me?" Su Liang remained silent, realizing the futility of his words. You need not form a contract. Instead, you could establish a cooperative relationship with them. After observing for a considerable time, Su-he discovered that these tigers had a habit of concealing their food after eating, and she promptly shared this revelation with Su-he. However, she expressed her concerns, stating, "But we scarcely have enough meat, do we? Moreover, you cannot sustain any creatures in your space. Previously, my parents and I were unable to even enter. How could we possibly care for them without being driven to poverty? Sister, you can form a contract." Su-he wore an expression of melancholy when he heard the sound of a small figure approaching from behind, urging his sister to form a contract. At this, his eyes lit up. His sister's abilities far surpassed his own. If she could forge the contract, that would suffice. Turning to Chun Yin-yin, he inquired with curiosity, "Pray tell." Chun Yin-yin's small face radiated pride, and upon noticing the attention of the crowd, she declared in a clear, ringing voice, "I saw Sister He riding a great tiger. And what about me? Do I have a contracted animal?" Su-hang and Su-he, intrigued by Chun Yin-yin's prophetic words, could not resist approaching her with questions. "You too? I seem to have seen nothing of the sort. Only Sister He. Moreover, she appears most frequently in my visions. Isn't it because you're always watching Sister He? You were so startled by her during your first prophecy. I thought I was having a nightmare, but these past few days, I've found myself experiencing similar visions while awake. It was only later that Sister He informed me that this was my awakened ability. As Chun Yin-yin and Su Haoyu debated over Sister He, so he was lost in thought about another matter. Hearing that she could contract these animals did not strike her as odd, as if it were an inherent truth. Yet, She had previously fretted over whether Su Zhe would succeed in forming a contract before Nianbai had been injured by a zombie. Had she become overconfident? She began to reflect on herself. However, her legs moved uncontrollably toward the two small hills, and as she neared the two mutated tigers, a wave of terror washed over her. Her body was no longer under her command. Narrowing her eyes, she remained vigilant of her surroundings, only to hear Su Zhe and the others gasping in awe, oblivious to any danger. Then, she watched helplessly as her right hand reached out toward the two mutated tigers, a sphere of white light forming in her palm and advancing toward their heads. In the next instant, the two mutated tigers vanished before her eyes. How could she still be controlling her body? He, Nianbai, I've lost control, Suhi exclaimed in panic, gripping Nianbai's arm as if it were her last lifeline. Nianbai's brow twitched, and she embraced Suhi, softly reassuring her, do not fear. What is happening? Su Zhe, sensing something amiss from behind, stepped forward to inquire, observing Nianbai holding Suhi, his gaze darkening as he scrutinized the way Nianbai held her. Before long, he found himself laughing. What was there to contest with Nianbai now? If anything, it seemed she had instigated the situation. Rubbing the back of his head, he mused, what happened to those two great tigers? How could they simply vanish? No sooner had he spoken than Suhi and Nianbai also disappeared from sight. Realizing what had transpired, he furrowed his brow tightly enough to crush a fly, muttering a curse before turning to leave. Simultaneously, Suhi, now in the space with Nianbai, stared in shock at the two ferocious mutated tigers that had appeared, causing the little willow rooted in the space to tremble in panic and flee. Master, save the tree. Chapter 110. They do not eat vegetation. The two mutated tigers leaned down, sniffing at the little willow, causing it to tremble and cry out incessantly. Please stop. Master, save me. The tree is about to disappear. Suhi stared in astonishment at the scene before her, perplexed. Could it be that the tiger bore some grudge against Xiao Lua? Surely not. What enmity could exist between a carnivorous beast and a plant? It was unlikely that the two mutated tigers could comprehend her words. Nevertheless, she felt the need to maintain a facade. After all, Xiao Lua was her contracted mutated plant and would undoubtedly be of use in the future. Offending Xiao Lua could very well lead to unforeseen treachery during a zombie hunt. With this thought, Suhi raised an eyebrow as she observed the two mutated tigers tugging playfully at the branches of the mutated willow tree, contemplating aloud, might we show some mercy? My two tigers? To her surprise, her plea was met with thunderous roars from the tigers. Resigned, with a glint of cunning in her fox-like eyes, she quickly devised a plan. Acting on impulse, she retrieved a considerable amount of meat from her spatial villa and tossed it to the tigers. Instantly, she witnessed the hungry beasts pounce upon the meat, devouring it voraciously. Meanwhile, the mutated willow tree appeared to be in disarray. If it could take human form, it would likely be clinging to her leg and weeping. Master, I cannot stay with them. They will play me to death. Surely not. They do not consume vegetables. Mutated willow, it's over, this fickle master. No love left. Regardless of the banter, Suhi still decided to keep the mutated willow tree and the two tigers separated, preparing to relocate the tigers deep into the mountains. However, the execution proved to be somewhat challenging. Furrowing her brows, Suhi racked her brains, struggling to devise a method to transport these two mountain-sized tigers to the other side of the hill. In resignation, she sat alongside Nianbai on the grass, both fixated on the tigers as they feasted. Suddenly, a voice reached her ears. Glancing at the oblivious Nianbai, she turned her attention back to the still-eating tigers, her fox-like eyes widening in astonishment. Were these bipedal creatures conversing? It seemed the tiger before her was indeed speaking. You can hear us? Contemplating this revelation, Suhi gazed at the tiger. She had not awakened Su Zhe's abilities. Could it be attributed to that white light? Previously, when she had stripped Lin Qinghe of her clothing, she had unraveled the mysteries of Lin Qinghe's body, which were caused by that very light. Initially, she had absorbed the energy from the white light into her own body, but it appeared that the light had not settled down and was still exerting control over her. Having contracted 2 mutated tigers, we are bound by a contract, and thus you can understand our speech. Does this mean I will be able to comprehend the speech of other animals and plants in the future? Suhi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she fixed her gaze on the mutated tiger, seeking answers. In response, the tiger lifted its head and rolled its eyes in a remarkably human-like manner. In that instant, she grasped the situation. However, she did not dwell on it. After all, she already had 2 tigers, not to mention the several outside and Xiao Luer. With such an abundance of protective companions, she felt adequately fortified without the need for more. Rising, she brushed off her clothes and was about to exit the spatial realm when Shen Nianbai suddenly seized her arm. Before she could react, he pressed closely to her and swiftly exited the space. Upon emerging, she noticed that Shen Nianbai remained silent. Observing his demeanor, Suhi felt a surge of delight. It seemed he merely wished to be close to her. This was rather pleasing to her. Raising her gaze, she noticed Su Zhe and the others still standing in place. Su Zhe, with a curious expression, inquired, "Sister, have you formed a contract with those 2 mutated tigers?" Her face was filled with envy as she added, "Can I ride them?" "Of course you can," Suhi replied, raising an eyebrow. The mutated tigers had indeed become her contracted beasts and would naturally heed her commands. Allowing Su Zhe to ride them would be a mere trifle. "Really? That's wonderful. Riding a tiger out will be so impressive." As Su Zhe spoke, he pulled Suhi closer and turned to continue searching for the mutated tiger still outside, casually discussing the prospect of riding a tiger for future missions. Behind them, Shen Nianbai closely observed Suhi's figure, his gaze deepening, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. However, upon sensing Su Liang's probing gaze beside him, he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Subsequently, Suhi contracted that small tiger along with 2 other newborn tigers, placing them in her space for nurturing. After wandering the zoo for a while longer, she assisted Su Zhe in contracting 2 lions, a leopard, a black bear, and a wolf. Of course, Su Zhe lacked the prowess to accomplish this alone. It was solely due to the overwhelming presence emitted by the 2 mutated tigers in her space. Suhi was taken aback to discover that the mutated tigers possessed such abilities even when not present. Upon witnessing the contracted animals before him, Su Zhe was left utterly astonished. Behind him, Su Liang and Su Hang transitioned from initial surprise to a state of calm acceptance. They had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Only Suhi understood that they were merely basking in the borrowed majesty of the 2 mutated tigers, which surely commanded respect from all creatures. The moment the thought escaped her lips, it provoked discontent among the contracted beasts, but they were swiftly subdued by the mutated tigers, each one bowing low and gazing up at Suhi. Nevertheless, she couldn't confine all these animals to her space. It was wise to leave some for Su Zhe and his companions for their protection, simultaneously serving to intimidate the restless individuals within the base. With this in mind, she decided to no longer deter Su Zhe's desire to ride the contracted beasts, saying, "Feel free. Aren't they all yours?" Upon hearing Su Zhe's considerations, Suhi scrutinized him more closely. The newly adult Su Zhe was still brimming with youthful vigor, his innocence palpable. Yet, the rebellious air that once marked his brow before the apocalypse had faded, giving way to a burgeoning maturity and steadiness. He no longer retorted against her, but instead began to think of her, considering her needs. "Sister, why are you staring at me? Did I say something wrong?" Chapter 111. Extreme cold and extreme heat, Su. He shook her head. "At last, you are speaking like a human. No longer the Su Zhe who constantly targeted her." As soon as Suhi uttered those words, Su Heng couldn't help but chuckle, playfully draping his arm over Su Zhe's shoulder and teasing. "Have you overused your abilities and forgotten how to speak like a human?" Su Heng. Suhi fixed his gaze intently on Su Heng, remaining silent. The intensity of his stare made Su Heng feel utterly uncomfortable, prompting him to withdraw his hand from Su Zhe's shoulder and offer an apology. Su Zhe was somewhat irked by Suhi's earlier words, but upon witnessing her defense of him, the remnants of his annoyance dissipated. Their jealousy was their own affair. Ultimately, these creatures had already been bound by his contract, and they could not take them away. Moreover, keeping them at the base served as a deterrent. Sui glanced at the animals, then at the eager Su Zhe and his companions, and continued, "You may choose whatever you wish, though you likely won't be able to bring many." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe refrained from approaching the contracted animals, instead fixating his gaze on Su He. The moment he displayed that insipid smile, she understood his intentions. However, the two mutated tigers within her spatial realm were not something she could command at will. If she were to release them only to find they wouldn't allow riding, it would contradict her previous assertions. Thus, she disregarded Su Zhe and, with a wave of her hand, summoned an off-road vehicle from her space, pulling Shen Nianbai along as she climbed into the car. Su Zhe's previously cheerful demeanor instantly dropped. "Su Zhe, come here quickly. I dare not ride this lion." Su Heng timidly glanced up at the lion before him, extending his hand to beckon Su Zhe. After all, only Su Zhe could comprehend the language of these beasts. Should anything go awry while riding, he would be forewarned. Thus, Su Heng pulled Su Zhe away from Su He and led him aside to mount the lion. And Mohan, Chun Chen, Li Xiang, Su Liang, and Lin Yu were also somewhat intrigued. However, upon noticing the composed expressions of Father Shen, Mother Shen, Father Su, and Mother Su, they refrained from expressing their desire to ride the contracted beast. Ultimately, Father Shen smiled at Father Su and remarked, "Let us old bones refrain from competing with these younger generations. It is far more prudent to travel by vehicle." Upon witnessing the scene, Sui produced 2 more vehicles and, noticing Mohan and his companions standing motionless, waved his hand dismissively. "If you wish to ride, then ride. Why act so cool?" With that, he was the first to drive off, leaving the others engulfed in a cloud of exhaust fumes. As the group, accompanied by their contracted beasts, arrived, they found themselves surrounded by the throngs at the base, yet the presence of the carnivorous creatures kept them at bay, leaving them to gaze enviously from a distance. Even lunch was delivered to them by others. Truly, these two had spent the entire afternoon flaunting their exploits, and their exuberance showed no sign of waning. Such is the nature of young men. As nightfall approached, the temperature began to drop. Mother Shen touched her slightly chilled arm, dismissing her discomfort. During the day, the weather had been quite warm, with everyone adorning themselves in short sleeves and loose trousers. However, in preparation for the impending battle against the zombies, they had dressed more conservatively, fearing scratches or bites from the undead. Yet, as evening descended, even the elderly Zhong and the youthful Lin Yu donned hoodies, appearing as though they had caught a chill. "Sis, do you have any warm clothes in your space? I'm completely frozen." Su Zhe sniffled, his voice trembling. Su Heng, trailing behind him, bore a similarly crimson nose. Su He busily retrieved several sets of autumn and winter clothing from her space, advising, "The temperature difference between morning and evening has been significant lately. Everyone should take heed of this. Additionally, please inform the others at the base." A significant temperature variation, indeed. During the day, one could wear short sleeves, while at night, a heavy winter coat was essential. Would the weather continue in this manner? Su Heng, though somewhat blunt, was nonetheless concerned about his health. After all, if he were to fall ill in this apocalyptic world, survival would become increasingly precarious. Does this change in weather affect the zombies? Mohan pondered, although he was currently at odds with Su He over Lin Qing's matter. However, the implications of the weather were critical for their future survival, and since Lin Qinghe was beyond help, he chose to remain uninformed. He could only hope that Su He would not regret her actions today. Of course, the zombies were only limited during the night. They remained active throughout the day. Su He furrowed her brow, recalling the zombies from her previous life, who had thrived in alternating extreme cold and heat. The zombies during that time, perhaps restricted at night, became particularly frenzied during the day, their flesh exceedingly thick. Some even appeared to develop a semblance of intelligence, learning to devise strategies to hunt humans for sustenance. "Shall we only venture out during the day for tasks, and rest at home at night?" Su Heng ventured cautiously. After speaking, he reconsidered, realizing that the restriction on zombies at night would indeed allow them to better combat the creatures. Yet, the thought of braving the cold weather deterred him from wanting to go outside. It's only the first day, and it's already so cold. Who knows how much colder it might get in the future? So he shook her head and remarked, In truth, the night is the most opportune time for eliminating zombies. Noticing the frowns that adorned everyone's faces, Suhi understood the underlying concern. We could venture out during the day to locate the zombies and then strike decisively at night, sparing us the necessity of being outside for the entire night. However, the reality was that they were currently confined within this base, oblivious to the conditions that lay beyond. Was it truly their fate to remain cooped up in the base for all eternity? Su Liang, feeling a surge of anxiety, scratched his head in distress. Sui denied, stating that she hoped the base was merely their first stop and that they were destined to ascend further. Noticing that the others still had questions, she waved her hand dismissively. Remember this, everyone. Complete more missions and enhance your abilities. Do not dwell on anything else. It is imperative that we elevate our powers as soon as possible, for we shall not only contend with zombies, but also with fellow humans. With that, Suhi ascended the stairs into the space, where she found the tiger had already been fed. She raised an eyebrow and stepped into the villa. To her surprise, she encountered Shen Nianbai emerging from the bathroom in the nude. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly turned her head away. Although they had been candid with each other in their past life, the current unabashed Shen Nianbai made her feel a tad uncomfortable. Chapter 112. What is the harm in a little intimacy? Suppressing the heat that rushed to her face, Suhi instinctively pushed Shen Nianbai away, but to no avail. Her hand inadvertently rested against his firm chest, and as she felt the taut contours of his skin beneath her touch, she swallowed hard, her hand instinctively sliding downward. Shen Nianbai was no longer who he once was. What was the harm in a little intimacy? After all, hadn't he owed her from their previous life? With this thought invigorating her spirit, Suhi summoned great courage, turning to boldly claim her advantage, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of her mouth. Upon witnessing Suhi's actions, Shen Nianbai's eyes darkened, and he hoarsely called her name. She was a normal 25-year-old woman, and facing such unabashed temptation, she had no desire to refuse, especially when it involved someone she held in high regard. Suhi decided to indulge in her desires. Sui, what nonsense! I do not like it at all. With a flushed face, she turned and climbed into bed, pulling the covers over herself and shutting her eyes to feign sleep. How could she have been so infatuated? Just as she was lamenting her recent actions, she noticed a significant weight beside her. The mattress sank noticeably as a warm body pressed against her from behind. He was cold. She needed warmth to sleep. The breath escaping Shen Nianbai's lips caressed her sensitive neck, causing her to shudder. Yet, she found herself murmuring as she inched closer to the source of heat behind her. It was indeed quite chilly in the late hours of the night. The following morning, Suhi was roused by the thunderous roar of a tiger outside, accompanied by the delightful clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen. Two-legged beast. You have gone too far with the tiger. Suhi, filled with curiosity, descended from her bed, still clad in the cotton nightgown she had donned the previous day. As she blinked away the remnants of slumber, her gaze fell upon Shen Nianbai, who was busily tinkering in the kitchen, adorned with an apron in a rather pretentious fashion, exuding the semblance of a tranquil and devoted husband. However, could one truly awaken culinary skills after such a transformation? Perhaps sensing her scrutiny, Shen Nianbai turned his head towards her, a playful smile gracing his lips as he sweetly announced, "Hee, you're awake. Time for breakfast." Suhi furrowed her brow, silently gazing at Shen Nianbai. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the perfectly cooked fried egg he had prepared, his demeanor exuding warmth as he placed the egg alongside a cup of hot milk on the dining table. Observing that Suhi remained motionless, he approached and gently pulled her into a seat. "Just one serving?" she mused, glancing at her breakfast while noticing the emptiness across from her. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "Are you still indulging in fruit?" After all, ever since the day of his transformation, Shen Nianbai had taken to consuming fruit, and Suhi naturally assumed he would continue this habit. "I'll eat," she decided. Examining the appealing fried egg, she hesitantly took a bite, discovering it to be quite delectable. In a rush, she finished her meal, tidied herself, and ventured outside to confront the still-raging mutated tiger. Shen Nianbai, holding Suhi's hand with one hand and an apple in the other, followed closely behind. Once outside the villa, the roar of the mutated tiger intensified, ringing painfully in Soo-hye's ears. Enough. What are you all doing? She frowned at the tumultuous scene before her, where the mutated tiger was throwing a fit. One mutated tiger was already terrifying enough. Now there was a whole brood. This male biped dares to serve us vegetables. We demand meat, the mutated tiger exclaimed, kicking over the vegetable salad in front of it. Sui glanced over. The vegetable salad clearly appeared to have been sliced, and her expression instantly turned into one of exasperation. She cast a look at the only male bipedal creature in the vicinity. Did you prepare this for them? Why is it all vegetables? He prefers meat. Have you ever seen a tiger that is a vegetarian? However, the available meat in the space was limited. And where could I possibly find such an abundance of meat outside? Even if I did find it, it cannot be stored. So you would still be left without food in the future. How foolish. There's a trading point deep in the mountains where you can buy meat. Do you think buying meat comes without expense? How about this? In the future, you will earn your own food expenses. The more zombies you slay, the better your diet will be. Stingy bipedal creature, deal? The mutated tiger before her huffed, casting a disdainful glance at Soo-hye. Soo-hye did not delve into the nuances of the expressions on their faces. Rather, she was elated at having resolved the quandary of how to unleash the mutated tiger to slay zombies and procure sustenance for it. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she glanced at the ravenous creature before her, decisively taking Shen Nianbai and stepping out of the space to embark on their mission. Outside, the assembled crowd, having already partaken of breakfast, eagerly approached the two. Sister, as you mentioned yesterday concerning the extreme cold and heat, we have notified the base, and now they're clamoring for a solution. Additionally, a member of the Dawn Squad has reported to the escort team that their comrades have not returned after 2 days on a mission. There are numerous individuals at the base who are ill, yet we currently lack medical personnel. Upon hearing this, Soo-hye furrowed her brow. Where's Uncle Shen? No need to go to the hospital. I have supplies in my space, but we may need to find additional medical staff, she replied. Miss Sue, I was a caregiver before the apocalypse, and I'm unsure if I could be of assistance. Chun Ping timidly stepped forward, having heard Soo-hye's need for medical personnel. Of course, you can. The mention of the Dawn Squad sparked a peculiar glint in Soo-hye's eyes as she turned her gaze towards Shen Nianbai behind her. In her previous life, it was he who had proposed the name Dawn Squad. How could it still exist in this life, especially since he had undergone mutation? Yet, it was also possible that it was merely a coincidence of names. With this thought, Soo-hye dismissed her concerns, confident that Uncle Shen would manage the situation. With that, she led the group towards the base to assess the circumstances. Shen Nianbai fixed his gaze intently on Soo-hye's departing figure, his expression deepening, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Chapter 113. Do you wish to render humanity an endangered species? Meanwhile, as Soo-hye stepped out of the villa, she was confronted by the base personnel who clamored for an explanation. We undertook missions and ventured out to eliminate zombies. Yet this is all the resources we receive? It isn't even sufficient to fill a family-S needs. We risked our lives to assist you, and yet you sit back and reap the benefits without providing clarity when people go missing. How can we trust Hope Base when it offers us no hope? You merely paint grandiose pictures, relying on your superior abilities while disregarding us. And now, when things go awry, you come seeking us. The base leader is here. We demand to see the base leader for accountability. As Soo-hye was about to utter something, she followed the gazes of the crowd and turned her attention towards Shen Zhao. Soo-hye shook her head, stating that she would take care of the base supplies shortly. Furthermore, she expressed the desire for the team to arrange for 2 articulate individuals to sell goods directly at the base, using crystal cores as the medium of exchange. This approach would alleviate concerns regarding the base inhabitants' sustenance and ensure they remained motivated to undertake missions. Shen Zhao nodded in approval, while Shen Mu cast a proud glance at Soo-hye, recognizing her as the daughter-in-law she had chosen. Regarding medical equipment and medications, Soo-hye affirmed she had provisions, but insisted that all transactions be conducted with crystal cores, aiming to swiftly restore a semblance of pre-apocalyptic life. No problem, Shen Zhao replied, though he expressed concern that while the base inhabitants might be motivated to hunt zombies, their safety would not be guaranteed. He worried that if the base were to consist solely of their team members, the living conditions for everyone would deteriorate further, as those lost would inevitably return as zombies. We should first assess the number of individuals awakened with abilities and the levels of their powers. As for the ordinary people, can Lin Yu find those with high combat potential? If so, they should undergo concentrated training, including the children, Suhi suggested, glancing at Su Haoyu. Lin Yu nodded and promptly set off to follow Suhi's instructions. Just speak your mind, Suhi encouraged, noticing Su Zhe's hesitation. Gently, she touched the willow branch on her wrist and spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, Su Zhe's pent-up grievances spilled forth. I only feel it's unfair for my sister. Those supplies are what we have painstakingly stockpiled, and ever since we took over the base, a considerable amount has been flowing out daily. Do you want to make us an endangered species? Su Zhe was taken aback, suddenly realizing the truth. Some individuals are indeed deserving, while others are utterly unworthy of such effort. Naturally, he informed the members of the Dawn Squad that their teammates need not be sought after, for they had already met their demise. A peculiar smile played upon Su He's lips. Upon initially hearing the name of the Dawn Squad, she assumed it was merely a coincidence. However, among the ruckus makers, the one who shouted the loudest was none other than a former comrade from her past life in the Dawn Squad. She would not mistake those who had betrayed her. Already dead? How do you know? Su Zhe inquired with curiosity, his eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, behind him, Mo Han and Chun Yijin spoke in unison, their voices tinged with annoyance. Your sister killed them. Su Zhe was only aware of maintaining Su He, but he and Chun Yichen had gathered quite a bit of information. The 4 female members of the Dawn Squad had not returned for 2 days and had left with their vehicle. It was easy to deduce that they were the same 4 girls who had trailed behind them previously to pick up the pieces. At that time, Su Zhe had even had a dispute with someone, but after entering the shopping mall, he had not seen them again. Yet on that very day, Chun Yin had made a prophecy, claiming that Su He had committed murder. When Mo Han and Chun Yichen shared their findings with the group, everyone was somewhat astonished. Yet they did not blame Su He. Su's mother, with a face full of concern, approached Su He and scrutinized her from head to toe, inquiring, "Did they harm you?" Noticing no visible injuries on Su He, she abruptly lifted her clothing. Su He swiftly intercepted her hand, stating, "No, they were completely unprepared. I dispatched them with a single strike." Upon hearing this, she observed the sudden change in the expressions of Mo Han and Chun Yichen. "So, do you have any objections?" Su He inquired, raising an eyebrow towards them. Ever since she had slain Lin Qinghe, who had transformed into a zombie, both Mo Han and Chun Yichen had regarded her with a peculiar disdain, as if she owed them something. Mo Han retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "You killed them. So what? Your powers are formidable. What could I possibly do to you? Just don't regret your actions later, for there is always someone stronger than you." "What do you mean by that?" Shen's mother, upon hearing Mo Han's words, appeared incredulous, as if meeting him for the first time. He had her reasons for killing them. "You should apologize to her for speaking without understanding the truth. That does not justify her actions," Mo Han countered. "He has always acted with discernment. She would never kill without cause." "And what about Lin Qinghe? Do you know she killed Qinghe?" Seeing Shen's mother defend Su He so fiercely, Mo Han felt perplexed. Meanwhile, Chun Yichen, observing Mo Han's fervor, interjected to prevent any further confrontation, saying, "Mo Han had a good relationship with Qinghe, so seeing Lin Qinghe die at your hands is understandably distressing." "Distress me all you want," Mo Han exclaimed. "You've misdirected your ire. Lin Qinghe was slain by Nian by using her lightning ability while she was still human, and at that time, Nianbai had not yet been injured by zombies." Unable to bear Mo Han's misunderstanding of Su He, Shen's mother revealed the truth about Lin Qinghe's demise. Mo Han's eyes reddened, and he shook his head in disbelief. How could he kill Qinghe? Why not? You are unaware, aren't you? Lin Qinghe was someone I wanted to kill every time I encountered her after the apocalypse, especially after she became a high-level zombie. Your desire to eliminate her stems solely from the fact that she was Nianbai's beloved. But how could Nianbai dare do so? Chapter 114. A clear threat. Mo Han continued to strike his own head, as if the truth of Lin Qinghe's death had dealt him a grievous blow. "Chun Yichen, feeling pity, stepped forward to grasp his arm, halting his almost self-destructive actions. He glanced at Su-hee, who was still fanning the flames of conflict, and shook his head in disapproval, stating, "Imo-han is aware of the complexities surrounding Lin Qinghe and Nianbai. It is not as simple as you perceive." At this, Shen's mother felt a jolt of apprehension, glancing at Su-hee's expression, which had darkened. She hurriedly intervened to prevent Shen Yicheng from divulging any further damaging information about Nianbai. What could possibly exist between Lin Qinghe and Nianbai? If Nianbai could so ruthlessly kill Lin Qinghe before, what does that imply? Sui let out a light scoff, choosing to disregard both Imo-han and Shen Yicheng. She had come to understand that these two, especially Imo-han, were nothing short of fervent admirers of Shen Nianbai and Lin Qinghe as a couple. As for the matters Shen Yicheng spoke of, they were long since past, and with Shen Nianbai now suffering from amnesia, what purpose would it serve to dredge up old grievances? Thus, in her displeasure, she waved dismissively at Shen Yicheng, indicating for him to take Imo-han away. However, just as Shen Yicheng was about to make a move, Sui called out to him, her voice icy and resolute. Sui cast a glance at Imo-han and Shen Yicheng, who had just vented their frustrations and were turning to leave. Her gaze was as frigid as ice as she coldly declared, "I hope this is the last time I hear Lin Qinghe's name from your lips. If you mention it again, you shall be expelled from the Hope Team." "What do you mean by that?" Imo-han's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized this as a blatant threat. Observing the furious Imo-han, Sui wore a faint smile and replied, "It means exactly what you heard. You. Imo-han, who was not particularly articulate, found himself at a loss for words after exchanging snide remarks with Su-hee regarding Lin Qinghe. Now, he was so incensed by her statement that he could barely manage to utter a response after stammering for a while. Su-heng glanced at Su-hee and nudged Su-zhe with his elbow. Su-zhe approached Su-hee and said, "Sister, it seems that Imo-han may not fully comprehend the circumstances surrounding you and Shen Nianbai. Otherwise, why would he make such remarks?" While speaking, he glanced around in search of Shen Nianbai for corroboration, only to find no one present. Su-zhe looked at Su-hee with a puzzled expression. After all, Shen Nianbai had left with his sister in the morning, and the two had seemed inseparable. It was quite unexpected not to see her at this moment. Perhaps she was in the space. Sui hesitated slightly as she spoke. Su Yang, standing in the corner, observed this scene with a flicker of his gaze, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Sui glanced once more at the individuals present and recalled the previous conversation with Father Shen regarding the matter of selling goods at the base. She proceeded to inform everyone in the villa about this. "If any among you are inclined to sell goods, you may recommend yourselves to Uncle Shen. However, I still advise prioritizing the enhancement of your abilities. Selling can be pursued after completing your missions." "Hee, do you think I am capable?" Su-heng blinked with his hopeful puppy-like eyes, gazing earnestly at Su-hee. Sui shook her head, remarking, "Your ability level is too low. Have the corn seeds germinated?" Observing Su-heng's distressed expression, she sighed, "Perhaps you should seek out other practitioners of similar abilities from the base. Engaging in conversation might spark some enlightenment one day." However, Su-heng lamented, "Why is your wood ability so formidable compared to that high-level wood zombie we encountered? Mine seems utterly useless." His face reflected deep dejection. This wood ability had severely undermined his confidence. Other powers could be wielded as weapons or produce dazzling effects, while his merely resulted in flowers or grass sprouting from his head. Not only was it a hindrance, but it also invited ridicule. Would he truly be left in despair? Noticing Su-heng's despondency upon mentioning his wood ability, Su-hee retrieved a vine seed from her space and handed it to him, urging, "Try to germinate this." "I cannot make it sprout," he protested. "I wanted to give it a try," she insisted. Reluctantly, Su-heng accepted the vine seed, channeling his ability into it. Moments later, he witnessed green tips emerging from the seed, followed by tender sprouts and creeping tendrils. Both Su-heng and Su-zhe were taken aback. "Did you not say you could not germinate it? Clearly you can." Su-heng scratched his head in astonishment, glancing at Su-hee. "Did I truly bring this to life?" With her affirmation, he remained skeptical, staring intently at the vine seed in his hand. Outside the villa, the elderly man had already prepared the soil, making it ready for planting. Shall we let Su Hang choose a vegetable seed to plant? Li Zhong suggested, nodding in appreciation at Su Hang's newfound ability to germinate seeds. Su He hesitated to give orders, but now, at last, there is someone who can indulge his passion for gardening. Mother Su's face radiated with joy. This is wonderful. We can just water the plants, considering it a practice for our abilities. Thus, as soon as Su Hang's powers began to manifest, Li Zhong and Mother Su organized a series of arrangements. However, he found delight in it, as nurturing seeds could be seen as a form of practicing his abilities, ultimately aiding in their enhancement. Today, I will take a few people with me to practice exterminating zombies. Who is willing to join? Also, please inform Uncle Shen to assemble everyone at the base into small teams, with a minimum of 5 members in each. Every day, we can dispatch a small team to accompany us on our missions. So he cast a glance at the crowd. Ever since she heard the name of the Dawn Squad that morning, she had been contemplating the matter of forming teams within the base. In her previous life, Zhang Liang managed the base, which was a melting pot of various factions and characters. The incessant cliques made management exceedingly difficult, and these individuals frequently sought to create trouble, much like the current situation. Now, she intended to organize these individuals in advance, hoping to cultivate a positive cycle that would ultimately benefit the base's future development. This was indeed a splendid idea. Those who genuinely wished to venture out and eliminate zombies would have more opportunities to undertake missions. However, she pondered whether encountering some troublesome individuals might complicate matters. As soon as these words were uttered, Su Zhe and his companions involuntarily shuddered at the thought of the base's troublemakers, albeit with a hint of schadenfreude, hoping that those individuals would not recklessly confront danger. Otherwise, they would be unable to intervene. In the end, aside from Shun Zhao and Lin Yu, who were preoccupied with base affairs, and Mo Han and Chunyi Chen, who were in a foul mood and opted to rest, the others resolved to accompany Su He on her mission. No one chose to remain indoors out of fear of the dangers outside. After all, opting for comfort now would only lead to being utterly overwhelmed by higher-tier zombies in the future. After acquiring a mission from the base's task panel, Sui led her group toward the city center. In Huayuan, Suze murmured quietly upon seeing the task list in Suhi's hands. Sui turned to him with curiosity and asked, "Have you heard of this neighborhood?" He nodded, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall why. Accompanying Su, he were her father, mother, brother Su Haoyu, and Shun's mother, Li Zhong and Chun Ping, all traveling together by car. Meanwhile, Suze rode alongside Su Hang and Li Xiong on a lion towards their destination. Just before their departure, they spotted Shen Nianbai at the entrance of the base. Sui furrowed her brow, puzzled as she observed Shen Nianbai waiting. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, too swift to grasp. Perhaps having been focused on the comings and goings of people and vehicles at the base. As soon as her car arrived, Shen Nianbai quickly intercepted it, his gaze fixated on the front passenger, Su Liang. Su Liang, catching a glimpse of Shen Nianbai's action, remained seated, still and silent. "I want to share a car with you. Hee. Sue, where have you been? You weren't in the space?" I previously thought that Shen Nianbai had vanished to spend time in the space, but it seems now that he has gone off somewhere to frolic. To her surprise, Shen Nianbai did not respond. Instead, he looked at Su He with a face full of grievance, then turned his gaze to Su Liang beside her, his eyes radiating an unmistakable desire. "Is Shen Nianbai also wanting to join us for the task?" He jia. Su Liang inquit so mewat purpa. He glanced back at the fully occupied seats and expressed his concern, but it seems our vehicle is already full. His gaze shifted uncomfortably away when it met the teasing looks of Su father and Su mother in the back seat. Seeing Shen Nianbai remain stationary, Sui regarded him with curiosity. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Nianbai moved, only to turn and approach the passenger seat, pointing at Su Liang and declaring, "He wants to steal my spot." Su Liang's heart sank. He wasn't prepared to confront Su He just yet. He instinctively looked up, only to meet Shen Nianbai's determined gaze. "What kind of look is that from Shen Nianbai? Steal what? You can sit with Su Zhe. It's settled. We are ready to depart now." Without allowing Shen Nianbai to speak further, Sui promptly closed the car window and drove off. Su Yang finally exhaled in relief. Behind them, Shen Nianbai watched the vehicle gradually recede, exhaling a breath of frustration. Ultimately, he chose to ride with Su Zhe on the lion towards the task location. Throughout the journey, Su Zhe's two lions were, of course, a sight to behold, attracting the attention of the base's inhabitants. They were eventually deterred by the lion's roar, allowing Su Zhe and the others to set off. Initially, it seemed they would lag far behind Su He, but once the lions galloped, they swiftly surpassed her, even displaying a remarkable instinct to guard the two vehicles alongside Su He's, embodying a protective stance. When encountering zombies, the two lions charged ahead, tearing through the undead with ferocity, and they finally arrived at their destination without further incident. Su He routinely stored the vehicle in the spatial realm, while allowing the lions to follow beside her. Why does this place evoke such a sense of familiarity within me? Su Zhe scratched his head. He had sensed a certain recognition upon receiving the mission, yet the feeling became even more pronounced upon arriving at the destination. Su He raised an eyebrow, noticing that Su Zhe remained oblivious and silent. Without hesitation, she took the lead, reminding everyone, "Our mission is to investigate whether there are any survivors here, but I hope you prioritize your own safety above all else." Indeed, Su Zhe, unable to recall any pertinent details, ceased his efforts and gazed despondently at the towering buildings of the community, murmuring, "How on earth are we supposed to find survivors? We can't possibly search each building one by one. Certainly not. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to locate them. Instead, we shall draw them to us." As Su He continued walking, her eyes lit up upon spotting the community square. "However, this may require a bit of effort from all of you." Su Hang's eyes flickered with concern, sensing the impending challenge. Sure enough, in the next moment, he saw Su He retrieving a large speaker from her spatial storage. With no time for complaints, he tightened his grip on his weapon, bracing for action, and turned to the eager Su Zhe, chiding, "Shouldn't you hurry and take your position to guard all directions? This device won't just attract people." Observing the group's tense demeanor, Su He raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Su Hang's reaction. After activating the speaker, she seized the microphone and called out in various directions of the Silver Sea Flower Garden. "Attention, residents of Silver Sea Flower Garden." After repeating her message 3 times, she continued, "We hope to find survivors. If there are any, please proceed to the community square. Time waits for no one." While she could not slay zombies with vines, she could entangle a few, making the task of dispatching them considerably easier. "Now, the stage is set for your performance. Shall we add some background music?" Su Hang quipped. He had faith in Su He's abilities, but he was concerned for their own safety. While the announcement was effective, it would likely attract a multitude of zombies. To his surprise, just after he had made his sardonic remark, he witnessed Su Haoyu jogging over to turn on the music. Then he scampered back, raising his fist in encouragement towards Su Hang. "Brother Su Hang, you can do it." Su Hang. At that moment, Su He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Su Hang, unable to suppress a laugh. Still laughing. "Goodness, I told you. These attracted ones are nothing but zombies." Upon hearing Su He's laughter from behind, Su Hang could hardly afford to dwell on it, for he had already been approached by a dozen or so limping zombies, some of whom had remnants of flesh hanging from their mouths. His heart raced with increasing trepidation, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Sister Hee, I feel like I'm done for." Chapter 116. Lifting a stone to smash one's own foot as he beheld a small horde of zombies charging towards him with the fervor of a sprint. Su Hang's legs turned to jelly. These were not your ordinary zombies. They had awakened extraordinary powers. However, his voice was too faint, completely drowned out by the music blaring from Su Haoyu's speakers. An all too familiar melody floated into his ears. "Do you want to dance?" In his heightened anxiety, he found himself humming involuntarily, all the while calmly removing his jacket to wrap it around his right wrist, lest he lose strength during the impending battle and inadvertently fling away his sole weapon. Su He silently observed the crowd, casting a glance at the horde of zombies rushing towards them from all directions. Among them were advanced zombies, propelled by their control abilities, lunging forward with alarming speed. In response, Su He summoned vines to lift herself into the air, while branches from a willow tree danced in her hands, striking at the advanced zombies exhibiting awakened powers. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Shen Nianbai below, eagerly watching her. With a sigh, Suhi used her vines to pull Shen Nianbai up beside her. The two were entwined in vines, monitoring the movements of the crowd and the zombies below to prevent any harm to their comrades. Behind them, Li Zhong, witnessing Su He and Shen Nianbai ascend, swiftly turned his attention to a nearby flower bed. Using his powers, he constructed a wall to encircle the group, shielding them from the onslaught of zombies. However, this action rendered Su Hang speechless, just as he intended to charge upward with his machete. He was met with an unexpected wall that thwarted his advance, causing him to lose some of his momentum. He gazed at the instigator of this predicament with exasperation. A glance revealed that Li Zhong had inadvertently transferred the earth from the flower bed to their side, completely encircling them without leaving an exit, save for a wall barely tall enough to afford them a view of the outside chaos. As the horde of zombies drew ever closer, Su Hang grew frantic, exclaiming, "Is this wall truly necessary?" With rising irritation, Su Hang could no longer contain his frustration. Li Zhong, noticing Su Hang's machete embedded in the earthen wall, scratched his head sheepishly. Faced with the impending attack of the zombies, he had no option but to manipulate the wall into soil spikes to counter the advancing threat. However, after altering the wall's shape for offense, Su Hang's position was laid bare, and the zombies surged towards him en masse. He had barely a moment to curse before he drew his machete and swung at the nearest zombie's head. In the air above, Suhi observed the unfolding scene with bemusement. The group was merely beginning to coordinate, and such friction was to be expected. They would refine their teamwork with practice. Contemplating this, she scattered a multitude of seeds from her position, which immediately sprouted into vines that rushed towards the zombies, significantly alleviating the burden on Su Zhe and the others in their battle against the undead. Beside her, Shen Nianbai, seeing Su He wielding her willow branches, summoned her lightning powers to strike at the advanced zombies. With the combined might of two high-level abilities, the group below found the task of dispatching ordinary and low-level zombies while harvesting crystal cores considerably easier, yielding a bountiful harvest. As they faced the relentless tide of approaching zombies, the initial fear had dissipated, replaced by a sense of anticipation akin to awaiting the arrival of crystal cores. "How you? Turn off the sound system and use your abilities to attract the zombies," Suhi instructed, her brow furrowing at the sight of the growing horde. Obediently, Su Haoyu switched off the sound system, letting black smoke envelop him as it spread outward. In an instant, the zombies, previously disoriented by the silence, seemed to regain their sense of direction and surge towards them once more. Simultaneously, Suhi keenly observed that the zombies exhibited signs of potential evolution, and her heart sank. "Haoyu, retract your powers," she urged, recalling that Su Haoyu's abilities not only attracted zombies, but also replenished their depleted powers. The advanced zombies advancing towards them were now in a state of energy depletion. As Su Haoyu activated his powers, the black smoke was drawn in, absorbed completely, and transformed into their own abilities. In that moment, she realized she had inadvertently set a trap for herself. Su Haoyu's abilities were entirely absorbed by these advanced zombies, which would subsequently turn against him. At that moment, Su Haoyu, hearing Su He's warning, sensed an unusual disturbance. As his powers emanated outward, he felt an absence of the familiar control over the zombies' bodies. Instead, his abilities were rapidly depleting. His small face turned pale, and he trembled, on the verge of collapsing. Observing this, Su He swiftly descended from the air to Su Haoyu's side. Noticing that his powers had been exhausted and the black mist had ceased to spread, she promptly commanded the vines to attack the advanced zombies, whose powers were overflowing. Subsequently, she utilized her wood-based abilities to assist Su Haoyu in replenishing his depleted energy, channeling green luminescence into his body, while Su Haoyu's pallid complexion gradually regained its color. As he lay in Su He's embrace, his face flushed crimson. "Sister He, did I just mess everything up?" He quickly averted his gaze, fearing to catch a glimpse of disappointment in her eyes. "It was my mistake. I neglected to realize that your abilities can not only control zombies, but also help replenish their exhausted powers." He then turned his attention to the advanced zombies engaged in combat with the vines. The advanced spatial-type zombie continued to hurl various objects towards their encirclement: refrigerators, washing machines, televisions, and more. Sui harbored serious doubts that this spatial zombie had just looted an appliance store. The vines ensnared these items and flung them back at the spatial zombie, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange, seemingly disregarding the other advanced zombies entirely. Among them, a wind-type advanced zombie soared above them, launching razor-sharp wind blades with remarkable accuracy, one of which pierced a large hole in Suze's coat. Suze squinted slightly, casting his gaze towards the zombies soaring above, his tongue pressing against his molars as he fiercely commanded the two leisurely lions, "Bring it down and tear it apart." "Are you feeling better now?" Suhi asked with concern, glancing at Suze before turning her attention to Su Haoyu in her arms. Upon seeing his nod, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She then distanced herself from Su Haoyu and unleashed the mutated willow tree from within the spatial realm. Let us use the branches of the willow tree. Chapter 117. A wave of carnage, Suhi called out to Suze. She then seized a nearby willow branch and leaped onto the willow tree, maneuvering the branch toward the high-level wind-type zombie. However, as she approached, the astute wind-type zombie deftly evaded to the other side. Utilizing its wind abilities, it soared through the air, leaving Suhi somewhat at a loss, unable to capture it. Consequently, she commanded dozens of willow branches to launch toward it. In the next moment, the wind-type zombie was ensnared tightly by the branches, landing at Suze's feet, who was struggling to climb the tree below. Yet, even while bound, the wind-type zombie remained undeterred, attempting to unleash its wind blades as Suze reached out to harness his abilities. Not granting it that opportunity, Suze swiftly severed the zombie's head with his tang knife and efficiently extracted the crystal core from within. After vanquishing the most troublesome wind-type zombie, Sui commanded the mutated willow tree to initiate an assault. The little willow, excited to encounter high-level zombies beneath its rank, leaped into the fray, its branches dancing fiercely towards the surrounding undead. Observing that some branches of the verdant mutated willow had begun to turn a vivid crimson, Sui furrowed her brow and communicated telepathically with the tree. "Do not consume their flesh and blood just yet." "Master, I am hungry," it replied. With so many zombies around, including several high-level ones, if the mutated willow were to consume them one by one, Suhi feared she would once again be carried into space by Shen Nianbai. Given her current lack of understanding of the community situation, she could not allow the mutated willow to act on its own. Unaware of Suhi's concerns, the mutated willow persisted in bargaining. "Then can we eat them when we leave?" "Yes," Sui conceded. Upon hearing this, the willow surged with enthusiasm, launching into a massacre against the approaching zombies. "Hey, leave us some practice on," Suze exclaimed, reaching out to strike a zombie's head, only to realize he also could not touch it, instead slapping his thigh. With a pained expression, he pleaded with the two lions, "Big brothers, please help us kill some for the crystal cores." Seeing that the lions remained unmoved, he threatened, "Otherwise, you won't have any meat left to eat." At this, the lions stirred, and before he could speak further, two shadows darted past him. However, as Suze observed the two lions scavenging beneath the mutated willow, he was left dumbfounded by their laziness. Fortunately, the mutated willow, after dispatching the zombies, habitually drew the crystal cores into its space, leaving the lions without a single core to claim. Frustrated, they began to wrestle with the mutated willow for the zombies they had slain. Thus, the mutated plant and the two lions systematically eradicated the incessantly surging zombies within the community. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors in the area, grouped in 3s and 5s, approached them armed with makeshift weapons. Yet, upon noticing the nearby community supermarket, they veered off towards it, rushing to explore its offerings. No one among Suhi and her companions attempted to intervene, observing the individuals before them appearing utterly feeble, staggering as if they had been deprived of sustenance for days. Given their current struggle for survival and self-sufficiency in procuring resources, they welcomed the unfolding events. "This is mine. Why are you trying to take it from me? You speak nonsense. I saw it first and even called out to you. Yet you insist on snatching it away, showing no regard for fair play." "Huh. At such a critical juncture of life and death, who still adheres to such principles? Nearby, a group of survivors recently emerged from the building, were both eating and observing the spectacle. Jiangzi, stop it. Don't fight. Su Zhe crossed his arms, intending to enjoy the scene, only to discover that the combatants were two of his own underlings. A sudden realization struck him. He recognized this place as he had been there before. Bosu, the male, with reddened eyes, lamented, Li Gang, that fool, took my food. I haven't eaten in days. Upon witnessing Su Zhe alive, he clung to him, sobbing pitifully. Do not weep, do not weep. Your leader will find you something to eat. Su Zhe, feeling a pang of sympathy for his subordinates, gathered them together and addressed Li Gang sternly. Meanwhile, survivors from other buildings scrutinized Su He and her group. Are you from the Hope Base? Where is it located? What are the conditions there? Can you protect us? You all seem to have awakened your abilities, including one with wood-based powers. Will you be able to safeguard us, ordinary folk? Indeed, just moments ago, there was a huge willow wreaking havoc. Is that also controlled by wood-based powers? The survivors, having just replenished their energy with some food, began bombarding Su He and her companions with questions. The group turned their gaze towards Su He, aware that although she had ostensibly entrusted the Hope Base to Shen's father, she still retained significant influence within it. The onlookers, fixating on the strikingly beautiful woman, could not help but scoff. Why are you asking them? Look at her. I am the deputy chief of the Hope Base. There are conditions for entry. Su He stated calmly, assessing the crowd and the cluster of Su Zhe's followers, her brow slightly furrowed. You're no exception. We? Bosu. Can we take a shortcut? Absolutely not. Listen to my sister. What she says goes. Oh. Su Zhe cast an exasperated glance at the young men before him, retrieving some food from his backpack to share among them. He then quietly approached Su He, inquiring in a hushed tone, Sister, what are the requirements for entering the base? You will find out shortly, she replied. Stealing a glance at Su Zhe, Su He leaned in to whisper something to Shen Nianbai, who then blushed slightly and promptly disappeared from sight. The onlooking survivors were taken aback, yet some awakened individuals stepped forward, looking at Su He and asking, Are there conditions for us, the ability users, to enter the Hope Base as well? Upon hearing this, both the ability users and ordinary people who had fled the building regarded Su He with curiosity, as she remained silent for an extended period. Their frustration grew. What does this mean? Must only ability users be allowed into your Hope Base? Has the world changed so much that you look down on us ordinary folks? Indeed, if you only accept ability users, we shall not stand for it. Everyone deserves equality. You cannot discriminate against us ordinary people. Chapter 118, Bullying the Weak? Upon hearing the cacophony of voices, Su Zhe's expression darkened instantly. The boy who had earlier been sobbing over a packet of instant noodles, feeling aggrieved, quickly shouted at the others, Silence. Our leader, Su, has yet to speak. What are you all clamoring about? At this proclamation, not only Su He but also their parents, Su Fu and Su Mu, looked on in bewilderment at the group of students surrounding Su Zhe. With a furrowed brow, Su Mu remarked, Little Zhe, this leader he speaks of cannot possibly be you. Can it? She had initially assumed these individuals were Su Zhe's classmates, yet it now appeared as though her son was being portrayed as the school's bully, surrounded by a band of followers. Impossible. They must be referring to my sister. I just told them that she is the true leader of our family, Su Zhe exclaimed, his voice tinged with unease as he shot a meaningful glance at Su He. Su He cast an exasperated glance at Su Zhe, then turned her attention to the emotionally fluctuating survivors, her impatience evident as she stated, Only upon fulfilling this condition will you earn the right to discuss equality with me. Those wishing to join the Hope Base may participate. Those seeking an alternative path are free to leave at this moment. What condition? One of the survivors inquired. You can't possibly mean we have to fight the zombies, can you? I can't do that. I'm terrified. Following the gaze of the others, so he turned to see Shen Nianbai approaching her with 10 zombies in tow, among them 2 advanced zombies exhibiting wood and water abilities. Observing the flustered survivors, she raised an eyebrow and stated, You are free to form your own teams. Your eligibility to join the Hope Base will be determined by your subsequent performance. Currently, Fewer than 50 survivors had emerged from the Silver Sea Flower Garden, and upon witnessing the approaching zombies and hearing Soo-hee's words, not a single one dared to step forward. What's the matter? Afraid to take on the challenge? If you cannot even confront zombies now, do you expect to rely on others for sustenance at the base? Soo-hee furrowed her brow, a flicker of concern for humanity's future crossing her mind. Among the crowd, two fashionably dressed young women disdainfully addressed Soo-hee. We're girls, you know. Besides, we do not possess the formidable abilities you have. How can we possibly venture out to feed zombies if we are not even capable of defending ourselves? Exactly. Don't presume to judge us simply because of your superior powers. We have no interest in your so-called hope base. Have you even considered whether it is truly hopeful? The zombies are formidable, yet what are we? Huh, Soo-hee. Upon hearing the girl's words, Soo-hee surprisingly found no fault in them. After all, in her previous life as an ordinary person, she held similar sentiments. Although zombies are the mutated remnants of infected humans, their strength in attack is formidable. They pursue their prey with an unrelenting vigor, capable of driving a person to their demise. To successfully escape from the clutches of a zombie, there exists but one solution: to eliminate the zombie. For an ordinary person devoid of supernatural abilities, this task is akin to scaling a mountain. In her past existence, she had recklessly confronted zombies, driven by an unwavering determination to find her family, which ultimately allowed her to survive. Day after day, she tirelessly honed her skills in slaying zombies, becoming a relentless killing machine. Oblivious to the world beyond, she ultimately fell victim to betrayal by her teammates, leading to her demise at their hands. Reflecting on this, Soo-hee's expression softened slightly. Once you arrive at the base, there will be specialists to instruct you on how to eliminate zombies, and once you awaken your abilities, there will be others to guide you in their use. Noticing their lingering hesitation, she continued, moreover, the base offers numerous tasks suited for ordinary individuals, ensuring that you will not go hungry. The two girls, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat swayed, their gazes towards Soo-hee growing awkward. After a moment of deliberation, one of them ventured, "Then we accept your terms, which entail killing these zombies." As she spoke, she gestured towards the zombies behind Shen Nianbai, who, despite being restrained, continued to howl incessantly, drool cascading from their mouths, exuding an insatiable hunger to devour those before them. Suenadith, the survivors of Silver Sea Garden, witnessing the two girls acquiesce to Soo-hee's terms, felt a flicker of hope and promptly approached to form teams. Among them were two ability users, one wielding fire and the other commanding wind. Proudly revealing their identities as ability users, the two girls welcomed them without hesitation. The remaining survivors remained cautious, hesitant to place their trust in others. Ultimately, the survivors divided into two factions, one willing to accept Soo-hee's conditions and engage in the slaughter of zombies, while the other remained skeptical, yet inclined to join those hopeful for a sanctuary. "We have quite the number to form a team, don't you think?" remarked the girl who had previously exchanged barbs with Soo-hee, her eyes betraying a glimmer of delight. Upon witnessing the scene, one of Soo-ze's subordinates nudged him with his elbow and jested, "Boss Soo, our school belle is quite remarkable, isn't she? In no time, her eloquence has gathered this group together. I dare say taking down 10 zombies would be a trivial task." "School belle?" Soo-ze frowned and cast a glance at the girl. Noticing she was not even a fraction as captivating as his own sister, he dismissed the notion. "Do not forget, you all have a challenge to face as well." "Ah, can we team up with the school belle then? The greater the number, the higher our chances of success." Soo-ze wished for his followers to remain loyal, and although they did not engage in serious matters at school, they were nonetheless quite devoted to him, obediently heeding his every command. Glancing at Soo-hee, he noticed her lack of opposition and promptly urged his subordinates forward. He, grasping a rope in her hands, dared not approach Soo-hee even a step closer, maintaining a respectful distance. When she caught Soo-hee's gaze, a flicker of excitement illuminated her eyes. "Are you ready?" Soo-hee awkwardly cleared her throat. However, scarcely had the words escaped her lips when she observed Shen Nianbai severing the rope binding the zombies with her electric powers, then instantaneously teleporting to her side. "Oh, is this really starting now? Can I say I'm not quite ready?" The chaos unfolded as she lamented. Why are these zombies only targeting us? Do they prey on the weak and fear the strong? Hearing the panic cries from the crowd, Suhi cast a resigned glance at Shen Nianbai, who was fixated on her with those crystal-clear, untainted eyes filled entirely with her essence. Yet, in the midst of the fierce battle nearby, the moment felt decidedly out of place. Suhi averted her gaze, focusing instead on the survivors engaged in battle with the zombies. Her initial intention was to bring these individuals into the Hope Base. However, the unpredictable nature of humanity prompted her to establish conditions for entry. Furthermore, if these individuals were too frightened to confront the zombies, their presence at the Hope Base would be of little consequence. The base never harbored idle souls. Even children as young as 7 or 8 were subjected to training, let alone these able-bodied adults. Goodness, brother, your wind blades have all been aimed at me. Not a single one at the zombies. We have no enmity, do we? Chapter 119. The Green Tea Man, you can restrain the zombies and then use his abilities to eliminate them. Suhi advised, observing a young survivor injured by friendly fire. Lin Xia, can't you all manage that ordinary zombie? Just ensure it doesn't bite or scratch. Go for it. Suze watched in dismay as his group of younger companions was relentlessly pursued by several ordinary zombies, wishing he could hide his face in embarrassment. Unfortunately, their prior introductions left him no choice but to step forward and guide them in combating the undead. With Su He and her brother Su Zhe leading the charge, the other survivors rallied to support their own, cheering them on. Thus, a fierce battle unfolded between the survivors and the zombies, accompanied by the fervent encouragement of the crowd. A group even began strategizing, particularly Su Ze's companions, who encircled a distant zombie, whispering amongst themselves. As the zombie charged, they hurriedly dispersed. Then, 4 of them rushed forward, grasping the zombie's arms and legs, frantically shouting to the armed individual, "Quick, chop off its head." In a moment of panic, the person wielding a kitchen knife swung it wildly but missed. Seeing the zombie restrained, he shut his eyes, gritted his teeth, and struck several decisive blows, reducing the creature's head to a gruesome pulp. Watching this display, Suze swallowed hard, incredulous. Even 2 lions would not be as ferocious in dispatching a zombie. His little brother had rendered the creature nearly unrecognizable. It was undeniably impressive. "Hey sister, what do you think?" Suze raised an eyebrow at Suhi, only to witness her being embraced by Shen Nianbai, who shot him a provocative glance and silently mouthed 2 words. As a smile graced his lips, Suze's expression faltered upon seeing his sister's discomfort. He stepped forward, separating Su He from Shen Nianbai. "What kind of decorum is this in public? Why are you bothering with him? He knows nothing of the situation." Puzzled by Suze's sudden ire, Sui consoled the tearful Shen Nianbai with gentle words before turning back to the still fuming Suze. "Keep an eye on your little buddies. There's no need to worry about Shen Nianbai. I want to allow myself to get hurt." Understanding that Suze was expressing concern for her, Suhi sighed softly. Suze curled his lips and scoffed at Shen Nianbai. "Green Tea Man, you had better be this way. Otherwise, the consequences of deceiving my sister will be dire." Noticing that Shen Nianbai maintained a calm demeanor while still being affectionate toward Suhi, Suze rolled his eyes at Shen Nianbai and turned to observe the impending conclusion of the battle. At that moment, Suhi pulled Shen Nianbai aside, urging him to stand obediently. The individuals engaged in combat with the zombies, witnessing the demise of 10 of the creatures at their collective hands, found themselves collapsing onto the ground, exchanging glances filled with tears and laughter. "I can't believe I've actually killed zombies. I thought I wouldn't survive even a second if I encountered one," exclaimed a girl, bursting into hearty laughter. Lin Xia gazed dreamily at the laughing campus beauty and blurted, "Campus beauty, you look even more stunning when you smile." "Ah, you've learned to compliment women," Suze remarked, casting a teasing glance at Lin Xia. It was surprising to see his little brother becoming enlightened. "Boss Su, how do we perform in this assessment? Are we qualified to join you in the Hope Base?" Upon seeing Suze approach, Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with anticipation, subtly shifting his gaze towards the distant ice-cold beauty, Suze's sister. Sui nodded. "It's quite satisfactory." "Satisfactory? So have we passed or not?" Lin Xiao looked at Suze in confusion. while Li Gang shot him an exasperated glance. You fool. We passed. Li Gang, do you have a problem with me? First, you stole my bread, and now you insult me, especially in front of Su Lauda. And if I do have a problem, just keep it to yourself. Voicing it won't change anything. I'm perfectly fine as I am. Li Gang remained silent. Observing the commotion among the group, Su He sighed. Su Zhe, I'll leave these people to you. Can we bring her friends? There's still some who haven't come out. As Su He turned to leave, she paused upon hearing a voice behind her. Let's leave this matter to the base leader. But how we get to the Hope base? We have no means of transportation. Indeed, Su Lauda, we haven't even obtained our driver's licenses yet. What driver's license? Even if you wanted to take the test, it depends on whether the driving school has anyone available. As Li Gang and Lin Xia began to argue again, Su Zhe stepped in helplessly to separate them. Enough of the bickering. I have a mount. Hee, let us go. Meanwhile, Su Zhe was proudly showcasing his mount to a group of younger followers, while Shen Nianbai, unable to tolerate it any longer, grabbed Su He and prepared to leave. Upon realizing that she could not articulate her thoughts, Su He reluctantly allowed Shen Nianbai to lead her onward. Soon, she found herself transported to an antique shop. An antique shop? Is this why you brought me here? To peruse antiques? Su He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that only the two of them could afford such leisure in these times. However, Shen Nianbai merely shook his head and pointed to the jade bracelet mark imprinted in her palm. Su He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Are you implying that there are items here capable of awakening the space? However, isn't her jade bracelet a treasured heirloom of the Shen family? Moreover, how does Shen Nianbai know about it now? Before she could voice her inquiries, she noticed Shen Nianbai had already taken her into the antique shop, beginning to sift through the various antiques displayed in the cabinet. Su He did not hesitate. She swiftly took the items and stowed them away in her spatial realm. She found herself pondering the inexplicable trust she felt for Shen Nianbai. It wasn't until Shen Nianbai had completely emptied the antique shop that it dawned on her. Why hadn't she simply stated her intent to take everything at once? It would have been far more efficient to wave her hand and gather them all, rather than retrieving each piece individually. Yet, to her surprise, Shen Nianbai stubbornly shook her head and continued to lead her deeper inside, eventually pausing before an elegantly antiquated wall. Su He gazed at Shen Nianbai with amusement and remarked, surely there aren't any valuable antiques hidden in here? No sooner had the words left her lips than she observed Shen Nianbai pressing a rather inconspicuous button nearby, and to her astonishment, the wall began to rotate and reveal a hidden passage. A mechanism. Yet, it was not uncommon for an antique shop to harbor such secrets. She muttered to herself, only to be suddenly shielded by Shen Nianbai, who covered her mouth and nose, though she could still faintly detect a putrid odor in the air. What on earth, Shen Nianbai, have you brought me here for? Surely it isn't in search of antiques? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of something behind Shen Nianbai that made her eyes widen in disbelief. Chapter 120. A creature neither human nor ghost. What manner of creature is this? Neither human nor ghost. However, before Su He could scrutinize it further, the entity vanished in an instant. Hastily, she wriggled free from Shen Nianbai's embrace and dashed into the shadowy chamber. Shen Nianbai, his gaze dimmed, swiftly followed her. Upon reaching the corner, he found Su He crouching down, searching for traces of the creature, and he spoke with concern. Do not run about recklessly. It is dangerous. If you know it is dangerous, why did you bring me here? Su He retorted, her skepticism towards Shen Nianbai's recent injuries lingering in her mind. Yet, she could not help but indulge him, for the clarity and purity in his eyes at that moment were far from the cold-blooded indifference she had known. Observing the bloodstains gradually fading from the floor, Su He felt a twinge of despair. Rising to her feet, she glanced at Shen Nianbai and inquired, do you have any idea what that was? Since he had led her to this place, it must have been for a reason. Yet she was met with a shake of his head and a sudden sharpness in his gaze. I will help you find it. Upon hearing these words from Shen Nianbai, Su He's expression softened, and she cautioned, by all means, but please do not injure yourself in the process. You care for me, Sue? Well, she admitted that she was concerned about Shen Nianbai's current state, as Shen Nianbai had become a significant asset in her battle against the zombies, and it was certainly not due to any feelings of affection. Observing Shen Nianbai, who clung to her arm like a great wolf dog, brought a smile to Su He's lips. As Su Zhe spoke, he gestured towards several newly acquired vehicles nearby, where survivors were still busily loading their belongings. Upon noticing Shen Nianbai standing behind Su He, their expressions instantly soured. With utmost caution, he leaned closer to Su He and whispered, "Sister, in front of so many people, you shouldn't be so close to Shen Nianbai. It might hinder your chances of finding a boyfriend in the future." No sooner had he spoken than he felt Shen Nianbai's icy gaze piercing into him, as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Even amidst a horde of zombies, this sensation was unparalleled in its dread. Blinking rapidly, he continued, "Actually, Shen Nianbai isn't too bad. He possesses good looks, a commendable physique, and impressive abilities. Yes, he's quite acceptable," though his words suggested otherwise. He instinctively distanced himself from Shen Nianbai. Seizing the moment when Shen Nianbai's expression softened and his guard lowered, he hurriedly pulled Su He away, his face a mask of urgency. "Sister, don't you find something strange about Shen Nianbai?" He scratched his head, troubled by the peculiar intensity of Shen Nianbai's gaze, which seemed uncharacteristic of someone who had recently mutated and struggled to articulate thoughts. Contemplating this, he turned to Su He, hoping she would notice the subtle changes in Shen Nianbai since she had been spending so much time with him. "Isn't Shen Nianbai extraordinarily handsome now?" Previously, he always donned a suit, consistently paired with that white shirt and black ensemble. His long legs and chiseled features were striking, but he exuded an aura that made him seem unapproachable, almost like a security guard, albeit an attractive one. Now, however, Shen Nianbai's attire was curated to Su He's preferences, rendering him even more pleasing to the eye. A pure, adorable puppy, right? I knew something was off. Upon hearing Su He's words, Su Zhe felt increasingly convinced of his suspicions and moved forward, intent on exposing Shen Nianbai's facade. To his surprise, his sister, enamored by Shen Nianbai, remarked, "He has become even more handsome, and he is so obedient and compliant." Su Zhe cast a glance at the oblivious Su He, promptly extinguishing his earlier thoughts. With an awkward smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "I wondered why something felt amiss with Shen Nianbai. It turns out to be this. What about us? Are you abandoning us?" As Su He prepared to leave, a survivor who had not participated in slaying zombies interjected anxiously, initially believing Su He was merely jesting, but it was now clear they had misjudged the situation. Su Hang glanced at the group, somewhat exasperated. "We already stated that entering the base comes with conditions, yet you hesitated, did you not? We are merely observing. Besides, who can ascertain whether your base is reliable? Then why do you claim we are no longer your concern?" Upon hearing this, Su Hang rolled his eyes in disbelief. They had already expressed doubt regarding the base's reliability. Yet the moment they turned to leave, these individuals approached them with inquiries. The psychology of these people was utterly perplexing. Regardless, they were all of the same kind. Should they not unite in the face of this apocalypse? Their cautious observations stemmed from the unpredictability of human nature post-apocalypse. Who could say whether you were benevolent or malicious? As Su Hang contemplated further discourse, he noticed Su He turning toward him. He opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. Gazing at the young man before her, Su He exhibited a glimmer of appreciation. "If you wish to join the Hope Squad, you may do so by exchanging 10 zombie cores." As she spoke, she handed him a hand-drawn map indicating the location of the Hope base. Beside her, Shen Nianbai cast a sidelong glance at the young man before focusing on the hand he held. However, upon arriving at the base's entrance, they were taken aback by the commotion orchestrated by Shen's father and Linyu. "What are you doing?" Those in the know rushed forward to clarify. "While you were out on a mission, the base leader summoned everyone to the square to determine the first team to accompany the Hope Squad on a mission. Is a duel really necessary?" Su Hang and Su Zhe exclaimed in unison, subsequently turning their gazes towards Su He, as it was she who had initially proposed this idea, intending to enhance the combat proficiency of the Hope Base members. It appeared to be quite effective, as teams within the base were now vying for the opportunity to embark on missions. However, her current concerns lay elsewhere. The antique shop that Shen Nianbai had taken her to harbored far more frightening enigmas. Observing the people around her waiting for her to speak, Sui maintained an expression of calmness. Is there anything wrong with this? A friendly spar is acceptable, as long as no one gets genuinely hurt. The others behind her exchanged meaningful glances toward Su Zhe, while Su Yang's eyes dimmed with a sense of urgency as he declared, I shall go check the training grounds. With that, he dashed away swiftly. Su Zhe remained perplexed as to how his sister had been led away by Shen Nianbai, oblivious to Su Yang's grim expression. Upon arriving at the villa, Su He glanced back to ensure no one was following, then swiftly pulled Shen Nianbai closer. Her brow slightly furrowed as her gaze fixated intently on Shen Nianbai's face. Enveloped in Su He's embrace, Shen Nianbai felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. Her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she softly uttered, He, please do not speak. Shen Nianbai inquired, Did you, in your previous life, foresee the emergence of such beings, neither human nor ghost, at the antique shop? Sui pondered this while meticulously observing the subtle shifts in Shen Nianbai's expression. To her surprise, she detected a fleeting glimmer of confusion and disappointment in Shen Nianbai's eyes. Disappointment? Surely, it should be Shen Nianbai who felt disheartened. She had assumed Shen Nianbai was leading her to the antique shop due to remnants of memories from their past lives, yet that didn't seem to be the case. Scanning the surroundings, she noticed none of the items resembled the jade bracelet in her hand. She lifted her gaze to Shen Nianbai, only to find her not examining the antiques, leaving Su He somewhat bewildered regarding Shen Nianbai's intentions. Just as she contemplated asking, Su Zhe's voice boomed, prompting Su He to nod at the gathering without further comment. When Shen Nianbai's gaze fell upon her, Su He instinctively averted her eyes, brushing her fingers against the antique displayed on the carpet. Before Mo Han could interject, he was interrupted by Su Zhe's arrival, leading him to silence and continue observing the antiques on the floor. He cast a sympathetic glance at Su He, who seemed detached. Shen Nianbai remarked, He does not recognize her own. Hearing this, Su He furrowed her brow as realization began to dawn upon her. If Shen Nianbai's purpose in bringing her here was not for the antiques, it must be linked to that fleeting creature in the antique shop. Her gaze toward Shen Nianbai now brimmed with scrutiny. It appeared that even after transformation, remnants of past memories lingered in Shen Nianbai's mind. What about her own memories? Feeling a twinge of frustration, Su He declared, If you all cherish these items, feel free to select a few. I shall head upstairs. Please call me when it's time to eat. The others, noting her evident fatigue, refrained from insisting she stay, their attention solely on the antiques adorning the carpet. Should we attempt to recognize ownership through blood? Su Hang suggested as he picked up a jade bracelet mirroring the imprint on Su He's palm. A glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. Without awaiting a response, he took a fruit knife and made a swift incision on his palm, blood oozing forth. Not one to waste, he selected several more antiques, silently awaiting their reaction. As the others paused their activities to observe Su Hang, a minute turned to 10, then to half an hour, yet the antiques showed no signs of transformation. His expression soured. What is this wretched thing? Could it possibly be a fake? Seeing Su Hang's discontent, Mo Han chose to remain silent, wary of provoking his ire. The moment his words left his lips, Mo Han's demeanor darkened, and he rose to retreat upstairs. Chen Cheng cast a resigned glance at Su Hang, sighing, Mo Han is acting in Su He's best interest. If you're unaware, refrain from antagonizing him. Do not feign concern for Su He while irritating her with remarks about Lin Qinghe being Brother Shen's moonlight. Is Brother Shen even aware of this? You. Never mind, I cannot explain this to you. Seeing Su Hang's obstinacy, Chen Cheng furrowed his brow and followed Mo Han upstairs, while Su Hang huffed in a mix of anger and sorrow. Su He awoke from her slumber and descended the stairs, only to find Su Hang standing there. A mixture of anger and grievance etched upon his face. Upon noticing her gaze, his eyes were red-rimmed, glistening with unshed tears. Bewildered, she glanced at the crowd and inquired, What is happening here? Chapter 122. Are we to let a team of people squander their resources? Su He opened her mouth, casting a look at Su Hang that resembled one reserved for a simpleton. However, mindful of Su Hang's feelings, She tempered her expression. Did I not mention this to you all? There is no need for blood to acknowledge a master. Those are merely for your amusement. Upon hearing her words, Su Heng appeared somewhat guilty, rubbing the tip of his nose. Observing his demeanor, Su-hee quickly grasped the situation. It was merely his stubbornness, yearning for an additional means of survival in this apocalyptic world. Such aspirations are commendable, yet at times, one must rely on fate. Even her own abilities were bestowed by a Shen Nianbai. With this thought, Su-hee's gaze darkened. It was no issue if one could not awaken their spatial abilities. There was still me and Sister Chun. If you desire such entities, you could consider acquiring a contract beast, perhaps a lion or a tiger. As Su-hee rambled on, Su Heng felt increasingly uneasy, fearing that those present in the living room might expose him. However, his spirits lifted slightly upon hearing Su-hee mention the possibility of obtaining a contract beast. Tightly clenching his fist in anxiety, he inquired, I do not understand beast language. Can I still possess a contract beast? Su-hee remained silent, directing her gaze towards Su-zhe. Su Heng also realized the situation. So now I possess it, don't I? Su-hee chuckled softly, shaking her head. Restoring the world to its former state before the apocalypse would prove quite challenging. Although there were no significant internal conflicts now, numerous minor issues persisted. Coupled with the changing weather, the resilience of the base's inhabitants remained uncertain. Uncle Shen should refrain from praising me further. If Uncle Shen commends you, it is undoubtedly a testament to your capabilities, for he is not one to offer compliments lightly. When Shun Mu witnessed Su-hee receiving praise, her spirits lifted considerably. However, her gaze fell upon Shun Nianbai, standing behind Su-hee, stirring feelings of sorrow within her. Thus, she hastily redirected her attention to Su-hee, believing that by not looking, her heart would ache less. Shun Fu nodded in agreement with Shun Mu's words, accepting a cup of water she had handed him. After taking a sip, he glanced at the others and waved toward Linyu. Linyu had also spent considerable time alongside Shen Nianbai, and his perceptive nature was beyond question. Noticing Shun Fu's demeanor, a genuine smile graced his face. Today, we have meticulously planned the base. Although Zhang Liang was responsible for its construction, many aspects remain unrefined. Now, Mr. Shun, with your decisive leadership, I am confident that the base will soon find its footing. As Linyu spoke, he observed Su-hee's reaction. Seeing her composed expression left him somewhat perplexed regarding her thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, however, regarding the base supermarket that Captain Su mentioned. The inventory will be supplied by me, contingent upon the daily sales. Su-hee replied in a measured tone, I shall provide the necessary goods. Linyu felt a sense of relief, but still cast a worried glance at Su-hee. He was aware that prior to the apocalypse, Su-hee's family had stockpiled considerable supplies, including many items discreetly gifted by Shun. Yet, he pondered whether they could sustain themselves indefinitely under such conditions. After some reflection, Linyu felt compelled to voice his concerns. I understand that the captain possesses spatial abilities, but with the anticipated increase in the base's population, those supplies may prove insufficient. We can embark on missions, Su-hee suggested, glancing at Chen Ping. Sister Chen also has spatial capabilities. Between the two of us, our supplies should adequately support the needs of the base's residents. In truth, Su-hee was not entirely forthcoming. The provisions within her space were more than sufficient to sustain the base's inhabitants for an eternity. However, she had no intention of revealing this, even to her own team. As for Shun Nianbai, she felt assured that he would not disclose anything. Chen Ping, feeling somewhat uncomfortable upon being mentioned by Su-hee, mustered the courage to speak. I also have food and drink in my space. If necessary, I can replenish supplies. Su Heng shot a glance at Chen Ping, his brow furrowed. Then we should utilize Sister Chen's space first, reserving yours, for later. I don't have many supplies, she stammered. Exactly. It is precisely because you have so few that we should use yours afterward. Su Heng remarked, perplexed by Chen Ping's hesitant demeanor. He pondered aloud. You're not considering keeping all the supplies for yourself, are you? Let us not forget that we awaken our abilities thanks to Of course not. I would never dare to. It's just that I feel we need to save some supplies for ourselves. If we sell everything, how will we manage in the future? Chen Ping's expression was one of distress. These individuals clearly had not experienced hardship before. They were already clamoring to sell supplies without considering their future needs. She harbored concerns about their sustainability. Although they undertook missions daily, the resources they found dwindled with each expedition, and her worries deepened. Sui discerned Chen Ping's apprehension. Previously, Chen Ping had expressed her stance to Suhi, leaving her uncertain about whether to place her trust in her. Nevertheless, she reached into her space and effortlessly extracted a handful of wheat. The onlookers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the wheat in Suhi's hand, their eyes fixed upon her with an air of anticipation. Sui gestured towards the wheat, stating, "I can cultivate in my space, so we need not worry about food." Just then, Su Hang was about to interject when he caught himself, covering his mouth in embarrassment as he glanced at Suhi. It was her possession, after all. She was entitled to say whatever she wished, and it was only natural for her not to share her belongings with them. With a casual wave of his hand, he spoke generously, "No worries, we can venture out more often and undertake tasks. If he desires something, we shall seek it together." Upon uttering these words, he noticed Shen Nianbai beside Suhi, glaring at him with evident hostility. A chill ran down his spine as he pondered. Had he truly said anything inappropriate? Scratching his head in confusion, he stole a glance at Shen Nianbai, only to find him fixated on Suhi, akin to a dog eyeing a piece of meat, as if the earlier glare directed at him was merely a figment of his imagination. Indeed, at this early stage of the apocalypse, we could still embark on quests to procure supplies. With diligence, we need not fear hunger. Just as Su Hang was about to express another thought, he overheard a conversation between Su S and Shun S mothers, leaving his mind momentarily blank. The words he had intended to articulate lingered on his lips before vanishing entirely. Hearing Su S and Shun S mothers speak, Shun Zhao patted his head, recalling, "Right. I informed the base teams that anything they acquire while accompanying us on missions would rightfully belong to them." Chapter 123. Enhanced patrols as Shun's father spoke. He cast a glance at Su He, convinced that this arrangement was quite sensible. After all, it was essential to offer them some benefits. Otherwise, if they did not experience the sweetness of reward, implementing further strategies in the future would become increasingly challenging to manage. Upon noticing the expression on Mr. Shen's face, Suhi nodded in agreement. This arrangement seems quite satisfactory. Tomorrow, the newly victorious Spark team will accompany us on our mission. Here are the details regarding the Spark team. As Lin Yu spoke, he retrieved a stack of handwritten documents from his briefcase and handed them to Suhi. Suhi glanced casually, raising her chin to indicate that Lin Yu should place it on the table. Everyone had been busy all day. It was time to have dinner, as there were tasks to attend to the following day. Observing the weary expressions of those around her, she spoke with a calm demeanor. Seeing this, Lin Yu, who had intended to take a seat, paused and said, "Then I shall assist in starting the fire." He hoped that, given that only he and Su's father were fire abilities users in the team, it was inappropriate to ask Su's father for help in igniting the flames. As Suhi listened to the commotion within the villa, she waited for the noise to subside before emerging from the space with Shen Nianbai. When Shen Nianbai transported them to the entrance of the base, they encountered the captain of the guard, Wang Ming, who regarded them with evident surprise. However, displaying his discernment, he refrained from probing further and permitted their passage without delay. Along the way, Suhi intended to drive to the antique shop they had visited earlier that day. However, Shen Nianbai, clasping her waist tightly, showed no inclination to loosen his grip, compelling her to acquiesce to his embrace. After all, being held by him did not come without its advantages, and they had already seen the sights. Moreover, the temperature had plummeted dramatically due to the weather. Being enveloped by Shen Nianbai's warmth was rather comforting. Initially, she may have resisted, but as the speed of their teleportation intensified, she found herself chilled to the bone and thus clung to him tightly. Upon reaching the city center, Suhi sensed something amiss. Their earlier visit had revealed a relatively tranquil atmosphere, even after they had dispatched numerous zombies from the Silver Sea Garden. Yet as night fell, the cacophony of zombie growls had noticeably escalated. Before they could even approach the city center, the chilling sounds reached her ears, causing her to stiffen instinctively, her brows furrowing as she tightened her grip around Shen Nianbai. "Don't be afraid. He reassured her, their bodies pressed closely together. Thus, any movement on her part elicited a response from him. He gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. Noticing his action, Sui felt a complex swirl of emotions within her and whispered, "You should be careful too." No sooner had she spoken than Shen Nianbai guided her onward, the growls of the zombies becoming increasingly pronounced. She turned her wrist, cautiously surveying her surroundings, releasing several willow branches. And upon realizing that her space had acquired a few more crystal cores, she breathed a sigh of relief. The opportunity to eliminate additional zombies was indeed welcome. However, she had not anticipated the sheer number of them in S City after dark. Yet, it was only natural, given that a metropolis with a population of millions now housed merely a few thousand at the base. This realization weighed upon her, prompting concerns about the necessity of increased night patrols. As her thoughts swirled, Shen Nianbai led her to the antique shop, although they did not approach it closely. The unsettling growls emanated from within 100 meters of the shop, growing ever clearer as they drew near. So he utilized willow branches to elevate both individuals above the antique shop, allowing her to discern the situation below. She beheld the creature that had flashed before her eyes during the day, now standing conspicuously amidst the horde of zombies. This creature towered at an impressive height of 3 meters, adorned with numerous tentacles resembling serpentine tails. Astonishingly, there was also a person beside it. This individual stood amidst the zombies, who astonishingly remained oblivious to their presence. Suhi was somewhat taken aback, her heart racing as she began to speculate about the identity of the person below. She discreetly shielded herself with willow branches, fearful of being discovered. Once she had ensured her concealment, she began to observe the situation meticulously. However, the distance proved to be a hindrance. Despite her extraordinary abilities, she could not discern the words spoken by the individual. All she could hear were the incessant growls of the zombies. Suddenly, it dawned upon her that this person was communicating with the undead, a language beyond her comprehension. A sense of astonishment washed over her. To converse with zombies and to be accompanied by a creature that was neither fully human nor ghostly was no small feat, moreover, given the circumstances. It was evident that they would undoubtedly become adversaries in the future. Sui narrowed her eyes slightly, her wrist twisting as the willow branch in her hand aimed for the center of the brow of the individual below. However, she was intercepted by Shen Nianbai, standing nearby. Turning her gaze towards Shen Nianbai, she was filled with confusion, only to find Shen Nianbai's dark eyes fixed intently upon her, shaking his head in disapproval. Although Sui was unclear about Shen Nianbai's intentions, she ultimately refrained from taking action. Firstly, she lacked the confidence to deliver a lethal blow, and secondly, the area within 100 meters was swarming with zombies, posing too great a risk. Thus, she leaned closer to Shen Nianbai and whispered softly in her ear. In the next moment, the figures of the two had vanished from the antique shop. The following morning, as everyone awoke and gathered in the living room, they were greeted by the sight of He and Shen Nianbai nestled together on the sofa, appearing drowsy and bleary-eyed. Su Hang, speaking without a filter, blurted out upon seeing them, "What were you two up to last night? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced." Suhi retorted, "What I do is none of your business. Why are you so curious?" Suhi glanced at the crowd, refraining from deceit, and recounted the events of her departure from the base with Shen Nianbai the previous night. She meticulously shared everything she had witnessed in the antique shop, then, with a grave expression, declared, "From now on, regardless of day or night, we must intensify our patrols at the base. At the first sign of any anomalies, we shall prepare for battle." After a moment, she turned to Li Zhong and added, "Last time the base faced danger, that pit was quite effective." Li Zhong scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile as he replied, "I'll put in extra effort these next few days to dig a pit all around the base." However, Lin Yu interjected with hesitation, "But with the nighttime temperatures, if we increase patrols, I fear for their well-being." "I can provide padded jackets," Suhi interjected, "and if the inclement weather persists, we could deploy mutated beasts and plants." "Very well, I shall communicate this to everyone, ensuring that the base remains on high alert," Lin Yu affirmed. With Suhi's assurance, Lin Yu felt considerably more at ease. After all, this information was critical to the safety of everyone at their base and warranted utmost seriousness. Mother Su wore a worried expression and said, "Based on your description, Could it be that this monster was deliberately created by someone? Chapter 124, Starfire Squad. Upon hearing Mother Sue's words, the faces of everyone in the living room stiffened, and they began to speculate. The likelihood of it being a man-made creation seemed quite substantial. So he recalled the figure she had encountered in the antique shop, a person capable of commanding thousands of zombies, which surely indicated a remarkable prowess. However, she furrowed her brow as she glanced at the naive Shen Nianbai beside her. If only Shen Nianbai had not lost his memory at this moment, he would have been aware of the events in the antique shop, rather than facing their unknown adversaries with trepidation. The world had become exceedingly chaotic, and with it, the number of ill-intentioned individuals had surged. We must tread carefully in all matters. Sue's mother looked at the siblings, Su He and Su Zhe, with a heart full of concern. She then turned her gaze toward the others in the living room, letting out a soft sigh. If entry to the base could be gained solely through zombie cores, would that not be overly simplistic? It would be impossible to discern who among them was good and who was malevolent. Shen's mother and Su Hang looked at Su He with worry etched on their faces. Su checked softly, shaking her head at the two individuals and gesturing towards Lin Yu nearby. In truth, there was no need for such meticulous caution. Director Shen had already designated a space for the newly arrived survivors, who would undergo a 3-month evaluation before being formally admitted in a Hope base. Lin Yu, somewhat taken aback, turned to Su He and hurriedly shared the plans he had discussed with Shan Zhao over the past 2 days, which alleviated the group's concerns. Su Zhe widened his eyes and pointed at Su He, expressing his dissatisfaction. Sister, you already know, so why frighten us like this? As soon as the words left his lips, he caught the gaze of Shen Nianbai and involuntarily flinched. After a moment's reflection, realizing she was his sister, he straightened his chest towards Shen Nianbai. To his surprise, the fierce expression that had been directed at him moments earlier had now transformed into a gentle demeanor as Shen Nianbai clung to his sister. Su Zhe couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. So he observed that everyone was present and picked up the materials on the table to peruse. While reading, she suggested, "Let's first have breakfast. Afterward, we can head out to complete our tasks. Additionally, we should expedite the selection of the base supermarket manager." Lin Yu nodded, directing his gaze towards Su Hang and Li Zhong across the table. "Hey, if we're to take on the management, is there anything we need to consider?" Su Hang began, but upon meeting Lin Yu's gaze, he gestured towards Su He with his thumb and index finger, playfully rubbing them together. 10 cores? Just 10 cores. 5 cores won't suffice for our advancement. Su Hang, who had initially anticipated a leisurely meal, was pleasantly surprised when Su He offered additional crystal cores. His eyes lit up as he immediately leaned towards her, clutching her arm in a bid to negotiate. "If you can secure 10 cores during the day, that would work too." Upon hearing this, Su Hang scoffed. 10 cores? That's quite a challenge. Just as he was about to voice more complaints, he felt his grip on Su He's arm being forcefully pulled away by Shen Nianbai, who asserted, "You are not allowed to bully He. Wow, Shen Ge has learned to speak up. How impressive. Now, he's even playing the protector." Su Hang quipped, drawing a sharp retort from Li Xiang, who pulled him aside to admonish him. Seeing Shen Nianbai's demeanor, Shen Fu and Shen Mu felt their eyes grow misty, and they stepped forward to tug at Shen Nianbai. But to no avail. Upon witnessing the disappointment etched on the faces of the two individuals, Su He felt a pang of sympathy. She glanced at Shen Nianbai and remarked, "These are your parents, He's parents." Shen Nianbai echoed Su He's words like a parrot, yet her gaze remained fixated on Su He, rather than shifting towards Shen's father and mother. Well, Nianbai's current state is quite commendable. At the very least, she hasn't turned into a zombie, has she? Shen's mother choked out, her voice thick with emotion. She felt a sense of gratitude for this, daring not to wish for anything more. In the background, Su Liang, who had been largely inconspicuous, furrowed his brow at this scene, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, as he observed Su He's sympathetic gaze towards Shen's father and mother. He felt an overwhelming urge to step forward and expose the truth. However, after a prolonged moment of clenching his fists, he restrained himself. After their meal, Su He led the members of the Hope Squad towards the city center to eliminate zombies. where they encountered 10 members of the Spark Squad, 5 men and 5 women, also making their way there. Suhi cast a glance, recognizing the individuals before her as corresponding to the information she had. The leading man possessed strikingly handsome features, presenting an undeniably pleasing visage. As he approached the group, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze upon meeting Suhi's eyes. Extending his hand in self-introduction, he remarked, "I have long heard of the base's renowned beauty, Suhi. Today, I find that the reputation does not do justice to the reality. I am Gubei, the captain of the Starfire team." Suhi slightly curved her lips, about to reach out when she was halted by Shen Nianbai, who was beside her. Confused, she glanced up at him, only to find him with a drooping mouth, casting a hostile gaze toward Gubei. "What's with the arrogance? It's merely a wood-type ability. Be silent." Meanwhile, Su Zhe coldly observed the woman who had dared to speak. "You're quite audacious yourself. What abilities do you possess? How many zombies have you slain?" Such individuals are simply envious and resentful. Hee, let us not stoop to the level of such small-minded women. Su Hang noticed that the woman was rendered speechless by Su Zhe's words and rolled his eyes at her, hastening to comfort Su He. Su Hang, the girl, feeling humiliated by her captain's stern reprimand and the external remarks, called out in distress. Upon hearing his name, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Hang's eyes. "What? You know me? From this moment forth, you are disqualified. A person like you does not deserve to be my fan. You, who made Suhi's attitude so poor." Gubei approached amicably, yet she remained aloof. "I'm merely standing up for my captain. I don't mind such trivialities. What matters is that we kill zombies together to gain experience." Furrowing his brows, Gubei looked apologetically at Suhi ahead of him. "Whereas our he exhibited poor attitude. We offer you the opportunity to venture out and gain experience by slaying zombies, and instead of gratitude, you seek trouble. He is truly too kind-hearted. Had I known the members of your Spar team were like this, TSK. Su Hang cast a disdainful glance at the woman, leaving the remaining words unspoken. "What do you mean by this?" Chapter 125, Kill. Faced with Su Hang's reprimanding tone, the girl's face instantly flushed crimson, her finger trembling as she pointed at him. "Do not waste time. Why bother arguing with her?" Li Ziyang, seeing Su Hang ready to continue the confrontation, quickly pulled him away. "Childish," Mohan observed as Su Hang was restrained by Li Ziyang. His thin lips parted slightly as he tossed 2 words at Su Hang before striding toward Suhi. The group proceeded as before, with Su Zhe, Su Liang, and Su Hang riding mutated beasts, while the others accompanied Su He in vehicles. Gubei's Spark team naturally had their own cars, 2 flashy sports cars that, while aesthetically pleasing, paled in comparison to Su He's modified off-road vehicle from before the apocalypse, lacking in practicality. Seeing Su Zhe and the others riding mutated animals, a glimmer of envy flashed in Gubei's eyes. Earlier, he had overheard discussions among the base personnel about these mutated beasts, even some ability users wishing to join their team to acquire a few, but to no avail. Not only were their ability levels insufficient, but they also struggled against the multitude of zombies and high-tier undead outside. In short, they lacked the capability. Little did he expect that upon meeting Su He and her group, Zhongnan would act so foolishly as to provoke a conflict. However, since the incident had already transpired, he chose not to dwell on it and instead focused on how to mitigate Su He's negative impression of their team. Suhi took the lead in driving, with her father and mother in the back seat, navigating through the winding roads. In the passenger seat, Shen Nianbai's eyes flickered momentarily, while her hand clutched the seatbelt tightly. "Where are we headed?" In the back seat, Su's father, feeling anxious about Su He's driving skills, held on to his son Su Haoyu in the middle, also trying to shield his wife beside him. It was their first time riding in Su He's car, and they were taken aback by her aggressive driving. As zombies relentlessly charged at them on the road, she simply plowed through, leaving a splatter of their blood and flesh on the car window, causing Su's father to swallow hard in apprehension. Sui's gaze swept across the surroundings as she retraced her steps to the vicinity of the antique shop from the previous day. It was puzzling why such a multitude of zombies had congregated here last night. However, the antique shop seemed to present a potential point of breakthrough. With this thought in mind, she turned to the few people behind her and uttered, "The antique shop." Upon hearing these three words, Su Fu and Su Mu exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with apprehension. What if they truly encountered such a horde of zombies? So many not worry about Su He and Shen Nianbai, for they could retreat into the space during a crisis. Yet, they still had to consider the safety of the other members of their Hope Squad. They could not disregard their well-being. Moreover, with the mention of that peculiar being, neither human nor ghost, what would they do if they were unable to defeat it? Father Su gently patted Mother Su's hand, offering comfort. When we arrived yesterday, did we not encounter such a multitude? Do not dwell on it too much. If we can fight, we shall fight, and if we cannot, we will retreat. My father's words resonated with wisdom, yet I advise you to reserve your extraordinary abilities for when they are truly needed. Let us first assess the situation. Upon finishing her words, Sui glanced into the mirror and saw how Yu's small face resolutely nodding. I will follow Sister He. I will join you in excavating the zombie crystal cores. How obedient. Sumu affectionately glanced at Su Haoyu, gently ruffling his hair. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the antique shop that Su He had visited the previous day. However, the place remained just as deserted as it had been after their earlier raid, devoid of any signs of life for zombies. Behind them, the others noticed Su He parking the car and promptly disembarked, following her into the antique shop with the hope that the team would proceed inside without hesitation. At such a critical time, why venture into an antique shop? Zhang furrowed his brow, casting an impatient glance at the few individuals lingering by the shop. Zhang Nan. Just then, Gu Bei also made his way toward the antique shop, but before he could get close, he witnessed the people ahead hurriedly retreating. What transpired? Gu Bei asked in astonishment, inquiring of those emerging from the shop. Li Zhong, his face pale with terror, clutched his racing heart and, after taking a deep breath, exclaimed, "There is something inside." What kind of thing? Everyone, be cautious. Sui beheld the monstrous creature that had emerged the previous night, attempting to restrain it with tendrils. However, the appendage resembling a serpent's tail was exceedingly slippery, causing the tendrils to slip away the moment they made contact, proving utterly ineffective. Its hands, akin to sharp claws, swiftly severed the tendrils as if they were mere threads. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she contemplated viable methods to confront the creature before her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Shen Nianbai, who was concentrating a surge of lightning elemental power in the palm of his hand. Centered around the two of them and extending a radius of 10 meters, Shen Nianbai summoned a lightning serpent that surged directly towards the creature ensnared in the tendrils above. The serpent struck the creature's forehead, eliciting a piercing cry of anguish. Sua felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, in the next moment, the previously tranquil street was suddenly filled with the cacophony of zombie howls. She glanced at Shen Nianbai and was taken aback to see that the creature, struck in the forehead by Shen Nianbai's lightning serpent, was still alive. To her astonishment, the monster then swung one of its tails and directly extracted the lightning serpent from its brow, the tip of its tail charred by the electric strike. Could it be that it was impervious to death? Suze also gazed at the monstrous entity above, astonished to witness it extracting the lightning serpent. Even more so than Suhi. What manner of creature is this? Were we not meant to exterminate the zombies? How could this be? Zhang Nen anxiously gripped Gu Bei's sleeve, her complexion ashen. Gu Bei furrowed his brow, withdrawing his sleeve, and glanced at the team members still loitering behind. Expressing his discontent, prepare for battle. I believe it would be prudent for Su He and the others to engage this creature. Their abilities are formidable, are they not? Our focus should remain on the zombies. Exterminate zombies? Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat for now. I sense that fleeing is the most prudent course of action. What are you all dawdling for? Arm yourselves and fight. Gu Bei's voice turned cold as he addressed the dazed team members. He also noticed the situation at hand, and in an instant, she cast the vine seeds from her hand, causing numerous vines to sprout and effectively increase the distance between them and the zombies. She then summoned the mutated willow tree from her space, positioning it directly between them and the advancing undead, thereby obstructing their progress. With her lips slightly parted, she commanded, "Kill." Chapter 126. The psychic ability user. As soon as she spoke, countless willow branches surged forward towards the hordes of zombies pouring in from various streets. Simultaneously, hundreds, if not thousands, of snakes and rats emerged from the ground, converging toward the swarm of corpses. "Goodness, did you summon these snakes and rats?" Su Hang exclaimed in shock as the serpents and rodents darted from beneath his feet. He leaped onto Li Xiong's arm, his face a mask of fear as he gazed at Su Zhe. Su Zhe's face twitched slightly as he spoke uneasily. I was merely thinking about it. And then they appeared. I truly did not intend for this to happen. What purpose do these creatures serve? They are zombies, and once they sink their teeth into someone, who suffers the consequences but us? Sui furrowed her brow as she observed the sudden appearance of the creatures, casting a sidelong glance at Su Zhe. She spoke softly. "Have them retreat and replace them with the mutated animals." With a flick of her wrist, Suhi summoned a trio of mutated tigers from her space. The contract beasts accompanying Su Zhe promptly prostrated themselves, trembling in fear, while the snake and rat at the forefront fled in terror. Instantly, not only did the mutated willow trees and vines surge towards the horde of zombies, but the mutated animals also charged into the fray. So he turned to the group behind her, advising everyone proceed with caution in battle. If you cannot handle it, do call for support. With that, she plunged directly into the conflict, and upon seeing this, Shen Nianbai's eyes sparkled as he swiftly followed her lead. Wherever they went, a flurry of thorny leaves and electrical abilities erupted. Observing the scene, the members of the Hope Squad swiftly harnessed their powers to join the battle. Gu Bei, the captain of the Xingho Squad, conjured ice spikes in his palms, approaching the ice and water element users of the Hope Squad. As they enveloped the zombies in water, a surge of electricity was unleashed to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Zhang Nan, unnoticed by the others, observed with a glint in his eye as he sought cover while trailing behind the group. In an instant, the war erupted, centered around the antique shop, with flashes of various elemental lights illuminating the sky. The 3-meter-tall monster was ensnared by Su He's vines and struck by Shen Nianbai's electrical abilities. Just as Su He and Shen Nianbai summoned the horde of zombies to attack, an attempt to escape amidst the chaos was thwarted as the vines ensnared him the moment he tried to flee. In that instant, his anger simmered, and his gaze towards Su He was filled with an even deeper animosity. As Su He directed the vines towards the horde of zombies, she was astonished to observe that they began to consciously evade her attack, utilizing their surroundings to shield themselves from her unleashed abilities. A slight sting pierced her mind, causing her to squint and part her crimson lips. It is a psychic ability. Ah. Hardly had she uttered these words when anguished howls erupted from behind her. "Sister, this is an assault from a psychic ability. Could it be that these zombies have awakened such powers? Who else could it be? How are we to locate it amidst this multitude of zombies?" Upon hearing this query, Sui raised her gaze towards the mass of creatures, noticing that the awakened zombies were evading the assaults, while a significant number remained clustered in one specific area, which seemed rather peculiar. Sensing something amiss, Suhi adeptly maneuvered through the air like a tightrope walker, approaching the encircled area. Upon discerning what the zombies surrounded, her pupils widened in shock. It was a human she had encountered in the antique shop the previous night. The moment he laid eyes on Su, he commanded the advanced zombies beneath him to charge at her, and astonishingly, one of these advanced zombies possessed wind abilities, propelling itself directly towards her. Its limbs unleashed razor winds with such swiftness that Suhi found it impossible to evade. In a flurry, she slipped into her spatial realm, and seizing the opportunity, while the wind-empowered zombie was momentarily stunned, she maneuvered behind it and pierced through its skull with her vines. However, this action incited even greater unrest among the surrounding zombies, with various abilities converging towards Su He in the air, including the psychic ability user encircled within the horde, who concentrated his power against her. Though the damage inflicted by this psychic user was merely a minor sting, the distraction it caused was significant, leading her to be struck directly by a spatial ability zombie from below. Witnessing Su He's sudden ambush from the spatial ability zombie, the Hope Squad from the antique shop intensified their energy, advancing towards the horde. Shen Nianbai, in particular, gathered more lightning serpents in his palms, summoning thunder above to strike at the advanced zombies besieging Su He. A dozen of those lightning serpents homed in on the psychic ability user, but just as they approached, They were thwarted by a zombie he had seized. Suhi observed the assistance of Shen Nianbai not far away and focused her attention on the psychic abilities user below. She skillfully maneuvered the vines to transport her directly beside Shen Nianbai, subsequently widening the battle line to her advantage. Utilizing the vines, she deftly circumvented the horde of zombies, while the mutated willow branches above served to distract the psychic user. The mutated willow began voraciously consuming the blood and flesh of the zombies that perished beneath its branches. Ultimately, Suhi and Shen Nianbai, leading the Hope Squad, the Spark Squad, and the mutated flora and fauna, managed to confine the zombies to the vicinity of the psychic user. The individual visibly began to panic, furrowing his brow as he attempted to harness his powers. In the next moment, however, Suhi's vines ensnared him, binding him from leg to arm. "How you use your powers to control these zombies," Suhi instructed, turning towards Su Haoyu. Immediately, a flash of black smoke darted towards the horde, with Su Haoyu's small frame trailing closely behind. Each zombie he controlled was swiftly incapacitated by a dagger strike to their legs, and as they collapsed, he pierced their foreheads with precision. He continued this task until Suhi commanded him to cease. Upon witnessing the man bound by the vines, Suhi's gaze was filled with unmistakable disdain. However, before she could voice her inquiries, members of the Spark Squad approached with palpable hostility. "You are the one who commanded the zombies to attack us? Why do you lead the undead against your own kind?" Zhang questioned, perplexed, circling the man, but finding no peculiarities. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he continued, "Is he perhaps mute? Can he not comprehend human speech? Am I to be embarrassed by this? I wonder why you are not curious about why this man assists the zombies in harming us." Zhang then retorted in defense of his teammates. "There is but one explanation. He is not human." Chapter 1:27:008 Suhi scrutinized the psychic ability user, arriving at this conclusion. Zhang then scoffed lightly, tauntingly remarking, "Not human? Surely your eyesight is impaired. It is evident to anyone that this is a person." Suhi glanced lightly at Zhang Nan, choosing not to speak further. In the next moment, she observed Zhang Nan clutching his head, appearing to be in excruciating pain. "Ah, have you done something to me, woman? The moment I countered your words, you resorted to this, didn't you?" Mother Su gazed discontentedly at Zhang Nan, who was crouched on the ground, pointing a finger at Suhi. In a cold tone, she remarked, "Just moments ago, he informed us all that she possesses a psychic ability. If you bring this upon yourself, who can you blame? You all, Gu Bei." As she spoke, Zhang Nan began to writhe on the ground in agony. Casting a pleading glance towards Gu Bei, a flicker of compassion crossed Gu Bei's eyes as he turned to Suhi, asking, "Miss Su, is there any way you can help her? Why should we help her? Wouldn't it be better to let her experience some hardship? It might prevent her from being so reckless in future missions." Suze interjected, a gleeful expression gracing his features as he disapproved of Gu Bei's plea. Seeing that only Gu Bei from the Starfire team was advocating for this woman stirred a sense of satisfaction within him. Clearly, this woman had a knack for being troublesome wherever she went. As he pondered, he noticed Suhi striding directly towards the psychic zombie she had referred to as inhuman. A surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to reach out and halt Suhi's advance. "Sister, what are you doing? Don't you see this woman is being attacked by that zombie? It's far too dangerous." Zhang Nan, lying on the ground with a splitting headache, felt an overwhelming urge to rise and end Suze's life for daring to impede Suhi's attempt to save her. A fierce hatred flickered in her eyes. Suhi, however, paid no heed to Suze's words, her gaze fixated on the psychic zombie before her, while her peripheral vision remained acutely aware of Shen Nianbai's reactions. Noticing that Shen Nianbai's expression remained unchanged, she suppressed the flicker of doubt that arose within her. This figure before her, no, a hybrid of human and corpse. She had encountered such a creature before, albeit 3 months into the apocalypse. The emergence of this half-human, half-zombie indicated that the person they sought was not far off. Observing Shen Nianbai's indifference towards this entity, Suhi inquired softly, "Shen Nianbai, shall we eliminate it?" Upon hearing the question, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Shen Nianbai's face as he regarded Suhi with bewilderment. Before she could elaborate further, he had already summoned his electric powers to vanquish the half-corpse before them. Zhang Nan, who lay in agony on the ground, felt the pain in his head dissipate instantly. And with gratitude, he cast a teary-eyed glance at Shen Nianbai, expressing his thanks. Yet, Shen Nianbai regarded Zhang Nan with disdain, retreating behind Su He without sparing him a glance. As Su He observed Shen Nianbai's actions, she found him somewhat inscrutable. Nevertheless, she controlled her vines to extract the crystal core from the fallen psychic zombie, storing it within her space. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a multitude of zombie crystal cores scattered on the ground, and glancing up at Zhang Nan, a smile crept across her lips. Goodness, are you scavenging for crystal cores behind us? Have you collected so many? Su Hang, ever observant, noticed the nearly 100 zombie crystal cores on the ground and promptly crouched down to gather them. Zhang Nan turned pale at this remark, hastily patting his pockets, his heart racing. Those are the crystal cores I unearthed. They belong to me. Yours? Suze chuckled at this declaration, glancing at Gubei, whose expression was a mix of complexity. He coldly retorted, Captain Gubei, do you also believe these crystal cores belong to you? This is Nian's doing. Just now, while you and sister he were dispatching zombies, this woman persistently tried to seize the crystal cores from Nian, yet she could not prevail. As Su He stood, Chun Ping pulled along the lagging Chun Nian. Observing Su Hang and Zhang Nan competing for the crystal core, Chun Yan's small face crumpled, her eyes glistening as she looked up at Su He and spoke. Upon hearing her words, the crowd cast disapproving glances at Zhang Nan, particularly the members of the Starfire team, who decisively distanced themselves from him. Gubei's expression darkened as he witnessed Zhang Nan bullying a child. He furrowed his brow and apologized to Su He and her group, saying, I apologize for failing to supervise my team member properly. These crystal cores rightfully belong to you. He then turned to Zhang Nan with a cold tone, stating, Zhang Nan, you are no longer a member of the Starfire team. Why? What have I done all this for? Everything I did was for you, for our Starfire team, and now you dare to expel me? This is utterly absurd. Upon hearing Gubei's words, Zhang Nan pointed accusingly at the Starfire team members, his voice rising in a desperate inquiry. As Su He and her companions realized that the situation had escalated within the ranks of the Spark team, they chose to ignore it, turning instead to cleanse the battlefield. They continued to excavate the zombie crystal cores using the mutated willow branches, allowing the mutated willow tree to feast as well. At this moment, Su He locked eyes with Shen Nianbai, her expression grave as she continued, Simply place me in the spring. There is no need to undress. Undress? What undress? Who is undressing whom? Su Hang, observing Su He and Shen Nianbai sneaking away together, leaned in closer and caught the word undress, his eyes glinting with a hint of gossip as he leered at the pair. Seizing the opportunity when Su Hang was distracted, Shen Nianbai was swiftly pulled away by Su He, who hurriedly ran off into the distance. It was only when they halted to inspect the creature they had ensnared with the vine seeds that Su He pondered aloud. Can it speak? If so, let it say something. Gazing at the humanoid creature before her, she hesitated to inquire, yet it remained utterly silent. With a furrowed brow, she gestured to Suze, who was still occupied with excavating the zombie crystal cores. Suze, could you come over here for a moment? Sister, what is it? He replied. Can you see if there's anything you can pry from its mouth? Suze widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at himself and exclaiming, Are you referring to me? I can comprehend beast language, yet this creature, neither fully human nor entirely beast, eludes my understanding. 008, Chapter 128, Shen Nianbai, it is all a fade. Sui gazed at the tattered remnants of fabric upon the creature's chest, a frown creasing her brow as a daring conjecture emerged within her mind. Could this possibly be a creation of some morally bankrupt research? The designation 008. Did it imply the existence of others that preceded it? The onlookers speculated among themselves, their hearts heavy with concern for their own safety and that of their companions. After all, this single monster had demanded considerable effort to subdue, primarily accomplished by the formidable abilities of Su He and Shen Nianbai. Had it been anyone else, the odds of survival would surely have been grim. With such thoughts, despair enveloped them. In this apocalypse ravaged by zombies, the glimmer of hope seemed utterly extinguished, their eyes betraying a profound sense of hopelessness. Sui discerned the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around her, and turned her gaze towards Shen Nianbai, resolutely proclaiming, "So what if they exist? After all, they are creations of humanity, and we shall inevitably uncover their vulnerabilities. Moreover, each of you possesses extraordinary abilities. With diligent advancement, you too will stand independent." With that, she approached Su's father and Linyu, her expression composed and tranquil. "Utilize your fire-based abilities to ascertain whether you can inflict damage upon it." Since her wood-based powers and Shen Yinbai's lightning abilities had proven ineffective against the zombies, why not attempt a different approach? As her words echoed in the air, Su's father and Lin Yu exchanged glances, then promptly harnessed their powers to direct their energies towards the creature. To their astonishment, they witnessed the monster ensnared by vines, desperately evading the fireballs. Suhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was potential. Proceed with the fiery assault. Both Su Fu and Lin Yu felt a surge of delight. Since this creature was sensitive to fire, it must indeed harbor a fear of it. They concentrated their efforts, merging their fireballs into a singular point to launch a focused assault on the creature's heart. Meanwhile, Suhi deftly maneuvered the vines to ensnare the creature tightly, rendering it incapable of escape. In the next moment, they witnessed the fireballs converge upon the creature's heart, accompanied by its anguished roars. Suhi swiftly covered its mouth with the vines. The initial encounter had granted a fleeting opportunity for a plea. This time, however, there would be no such mercy. With her crimson lips slightly parted, Suhi's gaze remained fixed on the creature's every movement. Observing its chest ablaze, she intensified the flames, directing the vines to ignite the creature's tails. In an instant, the already sweltering air was permeated by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Su's mother, Shen's mother, and Chen, the water-based ability users, managed to maintain control over their powers, enveloping themselves in a refreshing coolness. However, it was a different story for Su's father and Lin Yu, both fire-based ability users. Observing the situation, Mohan swiftly manipulated his powers to create several ice blocks around them, significantly alleviating the oppressive heat and providing a welcome relief. Meanwhile, the members of the Starfire team had concluded their discussions regarding Zhang Nan and unanimously decided to expel her from the team. Zhang Nan, in a desperate plea, charged directly towards the creature before Suhi. As she approached, she reached for Suhi, intending to drag her into danger. However, before she could grasp Suhi, she was struck by Shen Yinbai's electrifying abilities, collapsing immediately to the ground. The onlookers from the Starfire team exchanged glances filled with sympathy. Yet their earlier witness of Zhang Nan's aggressive move rendered them unable to blame Shen Yinbai. Ultimately, the root cause of the situation lay in their decision to oust Zhang Nan from the team. As the words left their lips, one of the fire-based ability users from the Starfire team ignited Zhang Nan in flames, simultaneously apologizing to Suhi. "Are you all right? We all saw her attempt to drag you down with her. She cannot harm me. If she dares to hurt my sister, I will ensure she faces consequences far beyond mere death," Su Zhe declared, his gaze icy as he fixated on the burning Zhang Nan. His attention had been solely on the creature engulfed in flames, and by the time he noticed Zhang Nan charging towards his sister, it was too late. Fortunately, Shen Yinbai had instantaneously intervened, blocking Zhang Nan's advance. Nevertheless, this incident only intensified Su Zhe's disdain for Shen Yinbai. Turning his gaze towards Su Liang, who was staring intently at Suhi, Su Zhe nudged his shoulder and quietly remarked, "Brother, merely fixating your gaze serves no purpose. You must take action." Su Liang's heart jolted at this, and he awkwardly shifted his eyes before shouting towards Su Zhe, "What nonsense are you spouting? What are you thinking? Oh, now you're raising your voice. Feeling guilty, are we? Just admit it. I can still assist you." Su Liang, who had intended to distance himself from Su Zhe, found himself momentarily taken aback by the final words. Upon hearing Suhi's words, Su Zhe quickly grasped Su Liang, who was about to leave. Observing Suhi approach Mohan, he pulled Su Liang past Shen Yinbai, drawing him closer to Suhi. Noticing Shen Yinbai attempting to follow, he smiled and said, "Brother Shen, this place is already quite crowded. Why not join Aunt Shen? I recall that Aunt Shen is also a water element ability user." "Not going. I want to stay with He." Su Zhe, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, glanced at Shen Nianbai and cleared his throat. He then stated, "You should stand over there." With that, he directly pushed Shen Nianbai to the other side of him, Ohan, swiftly taking hold of Su Yang's arm and bringing him to Su He's side. Shen Nianbai looked at Su He with a face full of grievance, and upon noticing that Su He's thoughts were entirely elsewhere, he felt even more wronged. His voice raspy as he uttered, "He." Su He was preoccupied with thoughts of the monster she had just vanquished and the half-human, half-corpse she had encountered that day, completely oblivious to Shen Nianbai. It was only when her arm was grasped that she lifted her gaze toward the person holding her, perplexed, and asked, "What is it?" However, Shen Nianbai promptly pointed at Su Zhe to complain, stammering as he endeavored to explain what had transpired moments ago. Su Zhe, listening from the side, shook his head vigorously. Had he not been involved, he would scarcely comprehend Shen Nianbai's narrative, much less expect his sister, who had just been lost in her own thoughts, to provide any clarity. Shen Nianbai's calculations were clearly misguided. Su Zhe, why engage with him on his level? You are well aware of his current predicament. Can't you simply extend him a little more patience? Su Zhe, on what grounds? Have you not noticed that there is something decidedly amiss with Shen Nianbai? I sense that he is merely putting on an act, all for your sake. Witnessing Su Zhe's distraught demeanor, Sui furrowed her brow. How can that be? You must be misunderstanding him. We all witnessed Shen Nianbai being scratched by a zombie with our own eyes. Yes, we did see it, but have you ever encountered anyone quite like him? I too feel that something is awry. Chapter 129, Half-Human, Half-Zombie, Su Liang. Observing Su Zhe's fervent defense, stepped forward to voice his own suspicions. Upon hearing this, Shen's parents exchanged glances and then directed their incredulous gaze toward Shen Nianbai, asking in disbelief, "Nianbai, what aspect of him has led you to this misconception?" Noting that Shen's mother was about to further inquire into Shen Nianbai, Su He swiftly interjected, anxious that Shen's mother's hopes might be dashed. After all, she was truly uncertain whether Shen Nianbai had returned to normal, and she was equally puzzled as to how Su Zhe and Su Liang had come to their conclusions. Could it be mere conjecture? The gaze, and his manner of conduct. Su Zhe and Su Liang spoke in unison. Upon hearing their words, the other members of the Hope Squad became increasingly curious. The members of the Xingho Squad sensed that a significant revelation was at hand. Thus, the 9 of them pretended to be engaged in extracting zombie crystal cores while discreetly eavesdropping. Observing their actions, Sui showed no intention of concealing anything. After all, the Hope Base was securely in their grasp, and although Shen Nianbai had been injured by zombies, she remained a crucial asset to the Hope Squad, a fact witnessed by the members of the Xingho Squad. Furthermore, Su He believed that Gu Bei, having experienced the incident with Zhang Nan, would not allow his team members to speak carelessly. With this thought in mind, Su He furrowed her brow and remarked, "Are you judging solely by your gaze? That seems rather presumptuous." With that, she began to scrutinize Shen Nianbai's eyes, which still retained the clarity and purity unmarred by any impurities. As if untouched by the zombie's grasp, Su He held Shen Nianbai's face, examining it from various angles, yet she could not discern any clarity. Su Liang, observing this, grew somewhat anxious. "Of course he is different in front of you than he is before us." "Ah, yes," Su He interjected. "Let us hasten to attend to more pressing matters." With an air of impatience, she cast a glance at the 2 of them and chose not to seek solace beside him, Ohan. Instead, she controlled the vines and the mutated willow tree to commence excavating the zombie crystal cores. Subsequently, she stored the mutated tiger and the mutated willow tree within her space. Noticing the onlookers still fixated on Shen Nianbai, she sighed in resignation. "I feel rather acquainted with Shen Nianbai. If he were to deceive me, it would likely prove quite challenging for him, considering we spend virtually every hour of the day together." "What? Together 24 hours? Upon hearing Su He's words, Su Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment, only to be silenced by Su Liang, who covered his mouth. With a forceful grip, Su Zhe pried Su Liang's hand away. Exasperated, "What are you doing? You must let me clarify. It is not as you all presume." As the crowd regarded her with a mix of jest and disbelief, Sui spoke with a hint of resignation. However, upon reflection, given that she and Shen Nianbai had shared a bed and had been candid with each other, It seemed only natural for them to misconstrue the situation, especially considering that in recent days, Shen Nianbai had been quite clingy, enveloping her in his arms each morning upon waking. As Suhi contemplated, her exquisitely beautiful face flushed with 2 shades of crimson. The onlookers, observing Suhi's demeanor and recalling her recent retort, could not help but feel a sense of disbelief. Nevertheless, I have faith in him. I can discern whether he is feigning or not. Fearing that others might continue to inquire further, Suhi swiftly shifted the topic. Han cast a glance at Suhi, noticing her evident reluctance to pursue this subject any longer, and promptly interjected to alleviate the tension. With the sun blazing so fiercely, do you still have the leisure to gossip? As he spoke, he moved closer to Suhi, utilizing his powers to conjure a circle of ice around her. Suhi looked at Han in surprise, somewhat puzzled. However, considering the cooling effects of ice, she decided to acquiesce to Han's actions. Upon hearing Han's words, the crowd glanced at the blazing sun overhead, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. They dared not wipe their brows with hands that had previously dug out zombie crystals, and they paid no mind to whether Shen Nianbai was behaving normally. They hurriedly urged everyone to depart. Su Zhe pouted. Although somewhat displeased, he noticed it was nearing midday and did not wish to linger under the sun. Casting a glance at the contract beast behind him, he approached Suhi and whined, "Sister, let's take the car. It's far too hot." Setting aside the beast's fur, he felt averse to getting close after witnessing the recent battle between the contract beasts and the zombies. Shen Nianbai's eyes flickered momentarily as she instantly occupied the front passenger seat beside Suhi. Observing her swift maneuver, Su Zhe pointed at Shen Nianbai, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Sister, look at this person. There is nothing remotely normal about her. You know she clings to me, and seeing you drenched in sweat. Why don't you hurry and get in the car?" After hearing Suhi's remarks, Su Zhe lost his temper and led Su Haoyu to the back seat. Turning his gaze to his parents, Su father and Su mother. "Mom and Dad, please take another vehicle. We have matters to discuss." With that, he pulled Su Liang into the car. A hint of discomfort crossed Su Liang's face as his eyes met Suhi's. His ears turned slightly red as he softly spoke. Is there something?" "No, nothing. I just called you." Su Zhe keenly observed Shen Nianbai in front of him, noticing her unfriendly gaze fixed on Su Liang. A spark of realization ignited within him. Had he caught her attention? "Sister, have you ever considered finding a partner?" "Finding a partner? Not really. Just look at the state of the world today. Seeking a relationship? You must have quite the audacity," Suhi retorted, shaking her head. In this day and age, where her very existence was precarious, she hardly had time to ponder matters of love. It was far more crucial to focus on enhancing her own abilities. "Shen Nianbai, do you remember the half-human, half-corpse we encountered today? Does it ring a bell?" Suhi thought to herself as she glanced at Shen Nianbai in the passenger seat. In her previous life, Shen Nianbai had ventured out on a mission and rescued an individual with extraordinary abilities, capable of controlling corpses and wielding mental powers. This person had also been accompanied by a half-human, half-corpse child, born from a mother infected by a zombie, resulting in the child's peculiar condition. Remarkably, the child exhibited rapid growth. Otherwise, Suhi would not have mistaken the half-corpse for an adult man last night. How careless of her! Nevertheless, this revelation was indeed unexpected. Su Zhe observed Suhi engaging in conversation with Shen Nianbai, his brows knitting in disapproval. "Can he even comprehend what you're saying? And that half-human, half-corpse, is that truly what we encountered among the horde of zombies today?" Su Liang echoed his disbelief, struggling to fathom the existence of such a creature. Subsequently, Suhi divulged her knowledge to the group, leaving Su Zhe and Su Liang with their mouths agape in astonishment. If the half-human, half-corpse was present, then that individual must be lurking nearby. Chapter 130. Encounter with robbery. Shen Nianbai narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at Su Zhe in the back seat, and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, he had been publicly chastised by Shen Nianbai twice that day. Fortunately, they were surrounded by familiar faces, allowing the awkward moment to pass swiftly. He turned to the front passenger seat, Curiosity piqued and inquired, "How do you know?" Shen Nianbai replied, "Must you make life so difficult? Does he not already possess 2 types of supernatural abilities? And one of them is my favorite, lightning powers. And now he has even more. It's infuriating. Do not be vexed," Suhi reassured him. "Some people still lack any abilities at all. Even I, having awakened this power, find it makes little difference in the grand scheme of things." Su Zhe and Su Liang, upon hearing Su He's words, felt utterly deflated. Reclining in their chairs with deep sighs, Su Haoyu's eyes rolled around, and he suddenly spoke up, "What about mine? My abilities sometimes even assist the zombies in dealing with us, which renders them even more useless." As Su Zhe and Su Liang exchanged a glance, a fleeting look of embarrassment passed between them, for they had both forgotten the little imp beside them. Su He, who had been accelerating towards the base, gradually reduced her speed upon hearing the remark, "But more often than not, he is indeed helping me." With that, she winked at Su Haoyu and flashed a playful smile. The woman, typically stern-faced to the point where even her smile seemed imperceptible, suddenly broke into laughter. The blazing sunlight streamed through the driver's window, enveloping Su He in a soft glow, as if she were an angel come to rescue humanity. This scene left Su Liang utterly astonished, his gaze fixed intently upon Su He. Noticing the scrutiny beside her, Su He furrowed her brow and turned to look at Shen Nianbai, who was gazing at her with curiosity. "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" she inquired. Shen Nianbai shook his head, his expression dreamy as he replied, Everything you say is right." He nodded earnestly again, his eyes betraying an unmistakable affection. Under the scrutiny of such pure eyes, Suhi felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, quickly followed by the intense thumping of her heartbeat. She exhaled deeply, attempting to soothe her heart that seemed on the verge of leaping from her chest. Suddenly, Shen Nianbai's voice pierced through her thoughts. Instinctively, she slammed on the brakes and looked up to see someone standing ahead. Suhi was momentarily taken aback, for she recognized this person. Just then, amidst her daze, the voice of Su Heng crackled through the intercom. What is happening? Why do we suddenly stop?" Su Zhe had yet to discern the silhouette of a figure ahead of the vehicle, but recalling Shen Nianbai's words, he spoke into the intercom. "A person has suddenly emerged ahead. Let us assess the situation before proceeding." No sooner had he uttered these words than a throng of individuals surged forth, causing his expression to darken. He continued into the intercom, "Damn, it's not just one person. It's a crowd. I've stumbled upon a robbery." The encroaching mob surrounded Su He and her companion's vehicle, ultimately fixing their gaze on the lead car, striking the windows with their metal pipes. However, before the pipe could make contact, the window slid open, revealing an extraordinarily captivating face. The individual poised to strike the window halted, his menacing grin transforming into an awkward chuckle as he exclaimed to the woman in front of the car, "A familiar face. What a coincidence." Regardless of familiarity, the sentiment was dismissed as he urged, "Just take her out." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, we are out of provisions. Who cares about acquaintances?" The man, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment and averted his gaze from Suhi, ultimately refraining from raising the pipe again. Upon witnessing this, Suhi prepared to open the car door and step outside, but was swiftly outpaced by Shen Nianbai, who pushed the door open and walked directly in front of the woman standing by the car. The two stood facing each other in silence, exchanging no words. As Suhi observed the scene before her, an unwelcome displeasure surged within, causing her beautifully arched brows to furrow. The man outside, noticing her reaction, hastily interjected, "This is our boss's younger sister, whom you have met before, named Li Jing." Suhi replied curtly, her intention to remain in the vehicle unwavering. She switched off the engine, crossed her arms, and watched as Shen Nianbai conversed with Li Jing, unable to suppress a disdainful scoff. She had assumed that Shen Nianbai would only engage in dialogue with her. It seemed that was not the case. A profound sense of disappointment suddenly enveloped her, constricting her chest and leaving her breathless. While lost in this melancholic atmosphere, Suhi felt a firm shake on her shoulder. Turning to the owner of the hand, she found Su Zhe gazing at her with evident concern. "Sister? What is wrong? Are you okay?" Forcing a smile, She shook her head, casting her gaze towards the ongoing conversation between Shen Nianbai and Li Jing, deliberately ignoring them. She abruptly pushed open the car door and stepped out, inquiring, "Where's Li Qing?" "Sister." Observing Su He exit the vehicle, Su Zhe hurriedly followed suit, anxious that the others might pose a threat to her. The man holding a steel pipe managed a wry smile and addressed Su He. "Our boss is at the shelter attending to patients. What brings you here? Are you planning to rob us? Our shelter has no food left, and we've thoroughly searched the nearby supermarkets. Today, we are merely hoping for a stroke of luck." Upon overhearing the conversation between Su He and the man, Su Zhe deduced that his sister was indeed acquainted with him, and could not help but let out a soft scoff. "Well, you seem fortunate to have encountered us. Might I inquire about the location of your shelter? Kindly lead us there." As he spoke, several individuals from the vehicles behind also disembarked, only to be intercepted by the assailants. The man conversing with Su He, noticing the commotion, hurriedly stepped forward to clarify the situation. A few of his companions, upon recognizing Su He, sheathed their weapons, though the ferocity they had feigned earlier vanished entirely. Shen Nianbai also swiftly moved to Su Zhe's side, his eyes brimming with uncontainable delight. Sue, catching a glimpse of this scene, lowered her gaze, stowing the vehicle into her spatial realm before following the young man towards the shelter. As they passed a row of food stalls and turned left toward the residential building, she raised an eyebrow at the unexpected traps set up, thinking that Li Qing and the others were rather astute. "This residential building will serve as our temporary refuge," he declared, just as an arrow shot through the air, landing squarely at Su He's feet. Shen Nianbai narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at the woman, and advanced to incinerate the arrow into ashes with his lightning abilities. Chapter 131. The shelter in the residential building. Su's mother, bewildered, followed closely behind until they reached the residential building. At the moment the arrow fell, her heart leapt to her throat, prompting her to rush to Su He and shout at the bystander. The young man hurriedly offered his apologies. Observing her mother's agitation, Su He quickly wrapped her arm around Su's mother's shoulders in a gesture of comfort, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I?" This earned her a disapproving glance from her mother, who then turned to Su Zhe and reprimanded, "Su Zhe, how could you let your sister be in such danger without noticing? What good are you to us if you can't even protect her?" Su Zhe was at a loss for words, completely unaware of the arrow that had been shot down. Though he was genuinely concerned, he could only bow his head and admit his fault in the presence of his fiercely angry mother. After reprimanding Su Zhe, Mother Su turned her gaze towards Shen Nianbai, casting a disapproving glance at her. After all, it was evident that Shen Nianbai's intelligence was currently lacking. Words would be futile, so she chose to disregard her entirely. Ultimately, it was Father Su who could no longer bear the sight and took his wife aside to console her. Sui cast a grateful glance at her father before continuing her journey towards the residential building. The young man, having witnessed the formidable nature of Su's mother, was resolute in preventing any harm from befalling Su He. He moved to the forefront, dismantling each of the traps one by one, and subsequently assigned 2 of his companions to restore the area to its original state. As the group stepped onto the premises of the residential building, Li Qing emerged, his eyes widening in astonishment upon recognizing Su He. "You, is it really you? And this little one as well?" he exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. He glanced at Li Jing, then back at Su He, and it dawned on him what had transpired. With a stern gaze directed at his subordinates, he turned to Su He and offered an apology. "It is my failure in discipline that has led my brothers to this disgraceful act of robbery, especially against you. I truly regret this." He then hastily called over a nearby subordinate, commanding, "You should apologize to Su He at once. Do you even comprehend whom you have offended? Boss, we didn't strike her. The moment I saw her face, I recognized her and refrained from any aggression." Li Qing glanced at Su He, and upon receiving her nod, his expression softened slightly. However, confusion flickered across his features as he regarded Su He. "So, are you all here to see me?" His curiosity was not unfounded. After all, these brothers had been present during Su He's last visit to the hospital, and even Li Jing had crossed paths with Su He. It seemed only logical that they would be here to see him too. Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when he sensed the icy gaze of a handsome man beside Su. He fixated upon him. In that instant, he felt as if he had escaped from a blazing inferno only to find himself in a frigid winter. Unconsciously, he edged closer to the man, seeking warmth. But as he reached the man's side, the chill dissipated entirely. Sui looked at Li Qing's actions with a perplexed expression, somewhat intrigued. It seemed that both siblings held a fondness for Shen Nianbai. Clearing her throat softly, she awkwardly inquired, "I heard that you have run out of food? Are you still attending to the patient?" Sui's candid inquiry made Li Qing feel somewhat embarrassed, causing him to scratch his head. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Li Jing, and he affectionately tousled her hair, letting out a soft sigh. "Yes, it's likely we won't be able to endure much longer. Recently, it's been Jinger venturing out to forage for food, running about both day and night. This time, I suppose there was no other option but to resort to theft." "Brother, it's not hard," Li Jing retorted with reddened eyes, pouting at Li Qing. She then pointed towards Shen Nianbai and spoke, "Brother, the space." A jolt of unease coursed through Su He as she inadvertently cast a glance at Shen Nianbai. Little did she anticipate that, amidst Shen Nianbai's conversation with Li Jing, the existence of their hidden space would be inadvertently revealed. Not only Su, but also the others emerging from the Hope base furrowed their brows and directed their attention towards Shen Nianbai. Yet, Shen Nianbai appeared utterly unfazed, standing vacantly before Su He, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Li Jing. Li Qing, adept at reading the room, noted the instant shift in expression among Su He and her companions upon Li Jing's mention of the space, and a bitter realization settled within him. He understood the gravity of the situation. Devoid of supplies, they would scarcely endure a week. Contemplating the dire circumstances, he prepared to kneel before Su He in submission. Sui let out a sigh and stepped forward to directly obstruct Li Qing, who was about to act. "You robbers cannot possibly deter us. Are you not aware of the true purpose of my visit to the shelter?" Remarking that individuals like them were hardly enough to feed his contracted beast. Had his sister not insisted on leaving the beast behind, there would have been no opportunity for robbery. Upon hearing Su He's words, Li Qing's eyes instantly reddened, a wave of emotion swelling in his chest, prompting him to kneel once more. However, through his tear-blurred vision, he caught sight of Su He's taut expression, causing his movements to stiffen considerably. Turning to look at Su Zhe, who bore a striking resemblance to Su He, he ventured to inquire, "Is this your?" "I am her brother, Su Zhe. It is a pleasure to meet you. The contracted beast you mentioned is." As Su Zhe began to showcase his contracted beast in response to Li Qing's inquiry, the admiration from Li Qing and his companions was palpable. Observing Su Zhe flaunting the beast once more, Su He shook her head and moved aside, retrieving an assortment of food and drink from her spatial storage. Just as she did so, she noticed Li Jing squatting down, her gaze fixed intently upon Su He. "Is there something you need?" Li Jing shook her head, her attention then drifting towards Shen Nianbai, who stood behind Su He. Understanding the unspoken message, Shen Nianbai addressed Su He. She wishes to express her gratitude. While Li Qing and his companions were indeed envious of Su Zhe's contracted beast, they recognized it was not something they could possess. Thus, they turned their focus towards Su He, acutely aware of the peculiar tension between her, Li Jing, and the handsome man. He shook his head and stepped forward, expressing, "Thank you, but I am at a loss as to how I might repay you." "Survive and eliminate a few more zombies," she replied. Her decision to provide Li Qing and his group with supplies stemmed from their previous encounter at the hospital. She deemed their character to be relatively decent. Had it been anyone else attempting to rob her, they would have likely been reduced to ashes by now. Li Qing and his companions were left speechless, touched by Su He's generosity. "Boss, why don't we just follow them?" suggested a boy wielding a steel pipe, his eyes gleaming at the sight of so much provision. Yet, his expression soon darkened as he pondered the inevitable depletion of resources. "What happens after we run out?" Upon hearing this, Li Jing dashed over to Shen Nianbai, her excitement bubbling over. "Then we can be together." Chapter 132. Holding a grudge, the group behind Shen Nianbai stared in astonishment at Li Jing's declaration before shifting their gaze to him, and then back to Suhi. Su Zhe and his companions were aware of the ambiguous relationship between his sister and Shen Nianbai. Thus, they were somewhat taken aback by the unexpected situation. After a brief moment, Su Zhe nudged Su Yang's shoulder and raised an eyebrow in silent congratulations. However, upon hearing this, Shen Nianbai immediately shook her head, pointed at He, and resolutely declared, He is my woman, yet we are the same kind. Su Zhe was taken aback, his mouth agape as he observed the scene unfolding before him. Quietly, he approached Su He, only to notice that her complexion appeared somewhat amiss, prompting a wave of concern regarding the appropriateness of his previous actions. Li Qing also felt a twinge of awkwardness, hastily pulling Li Jing closer to him and gesturing towards Shen Nianbai, inquiring, Is this the individual you mentioned during your last visit to the hospital? Sui nodded and glanced at Li Jing before her. Li Jing seemed to have improved slightly since their first encounter. During their initial meeting, Li Jing struggled to articulate her thoughts, much like Shen Nianbai at the beginning. Now, it was surprising to see that she could engage in basic communication. Particularly, her exchanges with Shen Nianbai appeared effortless. Contemplating this, Sui shifted her gaze back to Shen Nianbai, who had not evoked any strong feelings in her with his earlier remark. Rather, she found herself pondering the significance of Li Jing's statement. They were indeed kindred spirits. After all, both had endured bites and scratches from zombies, yet managed to survive, allowing them to interact with ordinary people. In Li Jing's eyes, wasn't Shen Nianbai just another of her kind? Haha, you must trust me. Shen Nianbai, noticing that Su He had disregarded him twice, felt a surge of urgency and hastily distanced himself from Li Jing, positioning himself closely beside Su He. Despite this, a look of feigned grievance lingered on his face, which Su He found somewhat displeasing. He appeared as if she owed him something, when in truth, it was Shen Nianbai who was indebted to her. Though tumultuous thoughts roiled within her, Su He masked her emotions, gently patting Shen Nianbai's shoulder before turning to Li Jing and continuing, You might want to consider a suggestion. We hope the base will always welcome you. Boss, what are you still contemplating? Let us just go with them. Li Qing stubbornly shook her head. We cannot leave just yet. There are matters here that remain unresolved. Until they are dealt with, I fear it may bring disaster to the base. What matters? Were they? Monstrous entities with human faces, many of them. Some possess serpent-like tails, while others have the bodies of tigers, exhibiting ferocious attacking power. After speaking, Li Qing offered a wry smile, her eyes clouded with melancholy. When did you first encounter these monsters? Have you seen them too? Upon hearing Su He's inquiry, Li Qing appeared taken aback, soon followed by an expression of concern. Behind them, Su Hang, having grown weary of aimlessly surveying the surroundings and feeling the oppressive air, interjected irritably, Today, we encountered one, exactly the one with the serpent tail you mentioned. So he's already dispatched it. Dispatched it? You killed it? Oh no, that creature should not have been slain. A group? Suhi was somewhat taken aback. It was only by gazing at Li Qing that she realized these individuals were not speaking falsehoods. Her inner anxiety deepened. Previously, they had merely speculated that certain individuals were deliberately studying these monsters, but now they had confirmation. Yet, it remained a mystery who could be so cruelly deranged. The rampant presence of zombies had already rendered human survival increasingly precarious. The emergence of these new entities could potentially drive humanity to the brink of extinction. Do these creatures hold grudges? Su Hang inquired, perplexed. Su Zhe, with a grave expression, spoke. Animals are capable of harboring grudges. Do you think they might? Moreover, their current state is a blend of human and beast. Since we have already attracted the attention of these monsters, why not unite our forces and eliminate them? Sui glanced once more at the patients in the residential building and continued, Our base is equipped with a clinic, and we have a comprehensive supply of medicines and medical equipment. By going to the base, you can at least ensure that your people receive excellent treatment, can't you? As soon as He uttered those words, Li Qing immediately nodded in agreement. At this point, there was no better solution. Seeing Li Qing's assent, the group of younger brothers became utterly exhilarated, hastily scurrying off to gather their belongings. They cast another glance at the supplies that Su-hee had placed there, appearing eager yet hesitant to touch them. Su-hee slightly curved her lips. Each of you may take some food first. I will keep the excess for you until we reach the base. All right. However, as soon as everyone began to take their share, little remained for the rest. Upon witnessing the situation, Su-hee chose to remain silent, for in these times, resources hold paramount importance, especially for those who have gone days without a proper meal. As they made their way back to the city, Li Qing closely followed Su-hee, eager to elucidate the nature of those creatures. After all, should they leave without caution, those entities might very well track their scent to the Hope Base. Su-hee has already sacrificed so much for them. It is unacceptable to allow them to bring calamity upon Hope Base. Do not worry, she said. I have already mentioned that we vanquished the serpent-tail monster. Su-hee felt exasperated by Li Qing's incessant chatter, yet she was compelled to respond. Nevertheless, her mind was still occupied with potential strategies. Li Qing's reasoning was not without merit. After all, those individuals at Hope Base were their own kin, and she could not bear to witness their demise. Turning her gaze to Li Qing, she continued, You mentioned having encountered a group before. I hope you can join us in discussion. A young man, supporting a frail, silver-haired grandmother, stepped forward from behind Li Qing. He cast a reluctant glance at her, then shifted his focus to Su-hee. Noticing the silence among them, he sighed and pressed his hand against his heart, saying, At my age, I fear I would only be a burden to you all. It would be unwise for me to accompany you. Grandmother, please do not say such things, the young man replied, his eyes reddening as tears streamed down his cheeks. Silence. What I speak is the truth. This world is no longer a place for our generation to thrive. It is time for us to be cast aside. Su-hee curled her lips into a barely perceptible smile. You seem quite robust. Your voice is certainly strong when scolding your grandson. I merely. Well, rest assured, we shall not abandon anyone. Furthermore, you have not been eliminated. We still have individuals of your age group with abilities in our base, and they undertake numerous tasks daily. Or do you wish to shirk your responsibilities? Chapter 133. The mutated willow tree can be utilized in such a manner. In her previous life, Su-hee had witnessed numerous elderly individuals leap from heights to end their lives. Often, it was either to spare their offspring the burden of caregiving or simply to leave them with a morsel to sustain themselves. In truth, she harbored a strong disapproval of such actions. They might grant temporary solace to the individual, yet they invariably impart a heavy emotional toll on the surviving children. Was there truly an elderly person with abilities akin to mine? The old woman, upon hearing Su-hee's words, cast a disbelieving glance at the young man beside her before returning her gaze to Su-hee. Observing her reaction, Li Zhong, wiping the sweat from his brow, approached the elderly lady and proclaimed, Dear elder, don't you think I am of considerable age as well? Yet, I possess abilities too. As he spoke, he deftly manipulated his powers to shape the soil from the nearby garden into a wall beside the grandmother. Noticing her astonishment, Li Zhong sheepishly scratched his head and turned his attention to Su-hee. Did you see her, Captain? All of this is her doing, so please listen to her. The old lady appeared to be thoroughly impressed by Li Zhong's abilities and subsequently engaged her grandson in conversation about them. Ultimately, it was Su-hee who retrieved several vehicles from her spatial realm, allowing the group to board and enjoy a moment of tranquility. Su-hee glanced at the 5 off-road vehicles, each filled to capacity with individuals from the shelter, and cast an annoyed look at Su-hee. Sister, they have taken all the seats in the vehicles. Where will you sit? Are you truly inquiring about my situation? Su-hee replied with amusement, casting a knowing glance at her younger brother. She was well aware of his thoughts. Had she anticipated that 5 vehicles would be insufficient, she would have procured more. Turning her gaze to Su Liang beside her, she subtly beckoned him and whispered, Su Liang, do you have any more of these vehicles in your shop? Is it possible to modify a few more? Noticing the troubled expression on Su Liang's face, Su-hee felt a twinge of confusion. Surely, your metallic abilities should enable you to modify vehicles without issue, or have you run out of them entirely? Sister, you must be mistaken, Su-hee interjected. Su Liang has not awakened any metallic abilities. He has evolved in speed. He regarded Su-hee with a puzzled expression, then reached out to touch her forehead. It felt quite warm, but given the intensity of the sun, that was to be expected. As Suhi listened to Su Zhe's words, her heart jolted with surprise, suddenly realizing that Su Yang's abilities in this life were remarkably different from those of his previous existence. After all, the very reason she had decided to bring Su Yang along was due to his vehicle modification skills, coupled with his striking golden abilities. Yet now, how had he evolved into a being of speed? Could it be related to her and Shen Nianbai? Lost in thought, she wielded her mutated willow tree, deftly controlling it to ascend to the highest point, and subsequently used its branches to pull the others up. Shen Nianbai and Su Haoyu remained steadfast beside her, while Su Zhe, along with their parents, clung to a branch of the willow tree on her right. Fortunately, thanks to the recent frenetic evolution of the mutated willow, the four of them found ample space to stand comfortably on a single branch. Wow, sis, I never imagined your mutated willow could be utilized in such a manner. Su Zhe gazed down at the off-road vehicle and the Starfire team's small car, which appeared minuscule from his vantage point atop the willow branch. With a single leap, the willow branch soared above the vehicle, filling him with astonishment, prompting him to give Su He a thumbs up. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he was unexpectedly launched off the branch, unable to contain his scream. Upon witnessing the situation, Su He skillfully controlled a branch from the mutant willow tree to catch Su Zhe, subsequently binding each person's position with a knot reminiscent of a safety belt, which allowed her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Despite the scorching sun, the unique properties of the mutant willow provided her with a refreshing sensation. As they approached the Hope Base, Sui decided to gently set everyone down and subsequently stored the mutant willow tree within her spatial realm. She gestured towards the leading vehicle, indicating the path ahead. "This is our base, and you are warmly welcomed." Li Qing nodded, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Su He, her eyes brimming with envy. In her previous life, she had perceived Su He as someone formidable in the hospital, and now she was even more intimidating. Beyond her extraordinary abilities, the mutant animals and plants she possessed could potentially obliterate the inhabitants of their shelter in mere moments. Li Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grateful that she and her companions had not engaged in conflict with Su He, the consequences could have been dire. With a hint of jealousy, she spoke to Li Qing, her tone slightly irritable. "Once you're finished tidying up, we will convene in the base office to discuss our forthcoming combat strategy." Shen Nianbai's gaze flickered momentarily before she followed suit. The primary reason was that Shen Nianbai had developed a penchant for sticking close to her, and Sui found herself drawn to Shen Nianbai's captivating visage. Coupled with Shen Nianbai's current demeanor, obedient and quietly compliant, she embodied the very qualities Suhi admired. Thus, Suhi gradually began to relish the feelings that Shen Nianbai evoked within her, until she realized that she was not the sole special person in Shen Nianbai's life. He would engage with other girls, sharing laughter and conversation. Yet, after being injured, he had never bestowed upon her such a radiant smile. With a sigh escaping her lips, Sui pondered this unsettling realization, sensing that she had stumbled, particularly in her interactions with Shen Nianbai post-memory loss. This sentiment was far from pleasant. Sui let out a cold scoff internally, a wicked thought flashing through her mind. She extended her foot and kicked the person out of bed. Upon seeing Shen Nianbai gazing at her in bewilderment, she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smirk. She gestured towards the adjacent bathroom, wrinkling her nose in disdain as she remarked, "Go wash yourself. You are rather unclean at the moment." Shen Nianbai furrowed her brow, somewhat perplexed, yet obediently stripped herself down to nothing. Her pair of clear, innocent eyes lingered on Su He, and upon catching Su He's gaze, she nodded in satisfaction before turning to enter the bathroom for a shower. "Sue, He, I would like to wash together. Is that all right?" Upon witnessing the door suddenly swing open, Suhi stood frozen in place, a flush creeping across her face. Get lost. Chapter 134. This is utterly impossible to fight. After speaking, Suhi swiftly burrowed into the covers, attempting to shield herself from Shen Nianbai's gaze. However, her face beneath the blanket grew even warmer. Her mind was filled with the image of Shen Nianbai turning around, revealing a physique defined by muscular lines, broad shoulders and narrow waist, and a sculpted backside, truly a figure that perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Sui shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the thoughts swirling in her mind. However, the more she tried to banish them, the clearer the image became. She could even see the droplets of water cascading from Shen Nianbai's upper body when she had first emerged. Ah! Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, and upon hearing the sound of splashing water, she decisively threw off the covers to catch her breath. Yet, as soon as she emerged from beneath the blanket, she was greeted by the sight of Shen Nianbai, her body covered in foam, and the two exchanged wide-eyed stares. Shen Nianbai, disregarding the lather adorning her skin, hurried over to Su He, her voice tinged with urgency. He, are you all right? Of course I'm fine. How can anything be wrong? Sui quickly retorted, striving to conceal her unsavory thoughts. She then urged Shen Nianbai to return to the shower. Sui blinked her eyes and fanned herself with her hand. After a while, feeling that the heat had yet to dissipate, she swiftly exited the space. If Shen Nianbai were to emerge completely, she would truly be unable to endure it. Sister, please remember to announce your entry into the space next time. Upon exiting, she saw Su Zhe rushing towards her, his face filled with concern, panting as he called out to her. Sui felt a twinge of guilt in her heart, yet she maintained a facade of calmness as she gazed at Su Zhe. With a hint of nonchalance, she inquired, "What's the matter? Did you forget?" Su Zhe replied, fanning himself with his hand, his expression one of astonishment as he looked at Su He. Casting a glance over her shoulder and noticing the absence of Shen Nianbai, Su Zhe's brows furrowed slightly. Where is Shen Nianbai? Isn't that person always by your side? Where could he have gone? Su He, feeling a twinge of guilt, discreetly touched her nose and awkwardly said, "He is taking a shower. We need not concern ourselves with him." A shower? What reason could there be to bathe in broad daylight? Sui cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhe and began to push him toward the base office. "Oh, so you are aware of your own stench. Suceditortid, impossible. I have been utilizing my powers to eliminate zombies without ever getting infected." Upon realizing Su Zhe's response, Sui seized the opportunity and dashed away, leaving him behind. The two playfully tussled until they reached the base office's lower level. When Su Zhe attempted to catch up with her, Su He abruptly declared, "Stop. You're grown now. What is there to fuss about?" Taken aback by Su He's sudden seriousness, Su Zhe stood frozen, momentarily allowing Su He to slip into the office. As she entered, Su He was taken aback by the scene before her. The once modest office was now crowded with people, while the members of the Hope Squad were present. Only Gu Bei from the Spark Squad was there, along with a few individuals from the shelter, including Li Qing. Although Su He recognized some of the people seated across from her, their names eluded her. Observing her confusion, Shen Zhao stepped forward to make introductions, saying, He, these individuals are the captains of various squads from our base. Given the gravity of this matter, I thought it prudent to involve them as well, so they can also prepare mentally for the upcoming challenges." Sui nodded, stepped forward to apologize, and then took a seat to listen to the discussion regarding the monster incident in S City. Mr. Shen took the initiative to recount how Su He and the others had embarked on a mission today, resulting in the slaying of a half-human, half-beast creature. Following that, Li Qing provided further details about their prior encounters. Upon hearing that Li Qing's group had been decimated from hundreds to a mere dozen by the half-human, half-beast, the atmosphere grew dismal. It seemed utterly impossible to confront such a foe. What chance did they stand against it? However, it appeared to be a predicament of their own making, so it ought to bear no relation to them. Indeed, if there were grudges to be held, they should be directed towards them. They had no reason to fear. As the crowd began to threaten to leave in frustration, Lin Yu stepped forward, his expression grave. "Everyone here is a supporter of the Hope Base. We must stand united to face the battle, to fend off the zombies and all threats to our sanctuary." Such eloquence. But when it came to battle, they thought of them. Yet when they forged contracts with lions and tigers, why did they not consider sharing the spoils with them? When they ventured out to slay zombies and retrieved crystal cores, why did they not think of distributing those? Indeed, it was all too convenient. They merely wished for others to risk their lives on their behalf. They were not so naive as to be easily manipulated. Suhi remained silent, observing the scene without offering an opinion. She turned to her side, gesturing subtly towards Emohan, silently requesting, "Get some ice." The noise from the crowd was irksome, and upon noticing Suhi's demeanor, Emohan rolled his eyes but continued his actions, utilizing his abilities to conjure a piece of ice for her. Subsequently, he placed a piece of ice next to each member of the Hope team to dispel the heat. The captains of the opposing teams, witnessing this, found their taunts lodged in their throats. After all, they too were suffering in this sweltering weather. Did they intend to flaunt their abilities? Or perhaps their ice powers? Thus, they glared at Suhi and Emohan with indignation. Emohan, however, was disinterested in their antics and shot them a disdainful glance, while Suhi continued to trim her nails, further aggravating the captains of the various teams. Some of the bolder captains slouched in resignation, pointing at Suhi. This deputy base leader possesses formidable abilities, does she not? Why not have her take action? They continued, indeed, with those tigers and lions in play. Surely we cannot be outmatched by such monstrous creatures? Why are those with higher abilities not stepping up, leaving us, who have only just awakened our powers, or are even ordinary people, to confront these half-human, half-beast monsters? Is it not excessively cruel? As her nail trimming came to a close, Suhi glanced at Shen Nianbai, who had just entered from the office, raising an eyebrow. So, what you're implying is that you wish to share in the glory of the base, but when challenges arise, you would rather flee alone. Chapter 135. Agreement to engage in battle. The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After a prolonged silence, a shrewd-looking man, around 30 years of age, observed Shun Zhao and then Suhi, stirring dissent. Is this Hope Base under the authority of Base Leader Shun or Deputy Base Leader Su? Noticing that neither Suhi nor Shun Zhao responded, the man continued. In terms of shared prosperity, we have yet to witness any benefits. Yet, when difficulties arise, we suddenly come to mind. Who would find that agreeable? As his words echoed, those behind him eagerly chimed in, "Ah, yes, indeed." Suhi lifted her eyelids slightly and cast a glance at the man, languidly remarking, "What shall we do then? It won't be long before that monster arrives. And by that time, the world is vast. It cannot be that only your base is the sole refuge. Indeed, those creatures are seeking vengeance against you, yet they cannot find us. We still have time to escape." Suhi let out a cold snort, clapped her hands, and then stood up to gaze at the captains of the opposing teams, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Well, this idea is rather commendable. I previously thought it would be unwise to let you bear the brunt. If you all depart, you need not worry about your safety. Logically speaking, your abilities are already formidable. Why then can you not subdue a mere half-human, half-beast?" Seeing that Suhi offered no resistance, the others began to panic once more. After all, even stepping outside the base meant facing hordes of zombies, not to mention the monster she spoke of. They claimed to desire more than just one base. Yet they had yet to lay eyes on any others. Such matters remain elusive. A mere half-human, half-beast? Your words are rather dismissive. Why not wait until those monsters arrive and see for yourselves? Suze, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, observing how easily the others belittled the half-human, half-beast. He continued, "My sister indeed possesses the prowess to contend with them, but can she withstand their overwhelming numbers? These creatures are the product of meticulous human research. Though it is said to combat half-human, half-beasts, they are fundamentally still human. Moreover, upon receiving this information, we could easily flee to other bases. While our abilities may not be particularly high, we are still empowered individuals, and any base would value our presence. But do you truly remain unaware of why we have chosen to stay with you?" Su Heng cast a sweeping glance over the captains of the opposing teams, noticing their heads bowing under the weight of his words, and a cruel smile crept across his face. The base that Suhi has taken over is nothing short of a chaotic mess. The individuals here are a motley crew, akin to the questionable character of Zhang Liang. The only reason this base remains intact is due to Suhi leading them on daily missions, and even at night, she ventures out with Shen Nianbai and Su Haoyu. With a leader who considers their welfare so selflessly, These individuals must be secretly reveling in their good fortune. Yet, when faced with the possibility of danger, they all contemplate fleeing. Su Hang, increasingly agitated, decided to voice these thoughts aloud, growing red in the face as he spoke. His gaze toward Su, he becoming tearful. Hee, you have endured so much. You could have easily abandoned us, yet you didn't. You have always thought of us and treated us as your own. Where else could we find such an exceptional leader? Su he stood momentarily stunned, but upon witnessing Su Hang's heartfelt display, she stepped forward to respond. It is our duty. The more zombies we eliminate, the less peril humanity faces. I certainly do not wish to witness a world overrun by zombies, where humanity becomes an endangered species. Excellent. In light of your words, our Spark Squad shall prepare for battle. Our Firefly Squad shall also ready ourselves, fully complying with the commands of the base leader. As the captains of both the Spark Squad and Firefly Squad spoke, while some members of other squads appear reluctant, they ultimately nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su-hee sat quietly, observing as the others deliberated their battle strategy, occasionally offering her insights. Shen Nianbai obediently sat beside Su-hee, interjecting with a few remarks from time to time. The discussion soon evolved into a strategic consultation between Shun Chao and the Hope Squad, with Su-hee and Shen Nianbai contributing supplementary thoughts. The captains of the various squads, witnessing this, had no objections, for they were already taken aback by Su-hee's proposed strategies. It was evident that if the personnel from the Hope base recklessly ventured into the fray, they would likely face dire consequences. At that moment, they felt a sense of relief for agreeing to the operation. Otherwise, had Su-hee's strategies been applied to them, they would have surely suffered greatly. After the meeting adjourned, the captains of each squad approached Su-hee with forced smiles, attempting to engage her in conversation. Su-hee furrowed her brow, still unaccustomed to their insincere demeanor. Noticing Su-hee's frown, Shen Nianbai cast an irritated glance at Lin Yu, who appeared momentarily perplexed. Realizing the implication of Shen Nianbai's gaze, he hurriedly stepped forward to escort the others away. Once the captains had departed, Lin Yu was taken aback, his eyes widening as he observed Shen Nianbai clinging to Su-hee like a koala. Recalling what Su Zhe and Su Liang had said about Shen Nianbai's pretense, he too began to harbor doubts. As he approached Su-hee, she suddenly seized his collar. You performed admirably today. I shall reward you with additional crystal cores. Really? But I was speaking the truth. Do not think that just because you did not inform us, we were unaware. If not for you, this base would likely have been besieged by zombies long ago. Sister, what Su Hang said is indeed the honest truth. Just look at the members of the base. They seem to be nothing more than rank amateurs, some of whom lack even the most basic abilities. Su-hee furrowed her brow and remarked, in that case, they will indeed find it challenging to engage in battle. It will be arduous for everyone from now on. Su-hee called out to Gu Bei, are there still members of your team who have yet to awaken their abilities? Bring them to the villa. Actually, why don't you all come along? Is there something going on? Gu Bei inquired. Brother, it's something good. Hurry and gather the others. Su Hang remarked, finding Gu Bei rather agreeable, especially since he had consistently sided with them. It was Gu Bei who had discreetly moved forward to voice his thoughts when the other team members hesitated. Gu Bei, hearing this, let out a wry smile. To be honest, nothing good has happened to me in the past few days. Noticing Gu Bei's pessimism, Su Zhe stepped forward and gently patted him on the shoulder. Why be so gloomy? Our primary objective now is to enhance our abilities. As Su Zhe and Su Liang comforted him, Su-hee turned to Li Qing. Before Su-hee could speak, Li Qing chimed in. I will bring every single person from the shelter. With that, he quickly turned and dashed away. Chapter 136. Another trouble arises. Su-hee blinked, her mouth agape in astonishment, caught off guard by Li Qing's unexpected display. Beside her, Shen Nianbai chuckled softly at Su-hee's expression, reaching out to close her mouth. What is this? Are you so thrilled at the prospect of meeting Li Jing? Su-hee had never witnessed Shen Nianbai smile in such a manner, which stirred a pang of jealousy within her as she furrowed her brows in his direction. Even before she uttered Li Jing's name, Shen Nianbai was already elated merely at the mention of the shelter's name. The thought of his jovial conversation with Li Jing made Su-hee regret her earlier words. Feeling discontent, She shrugged off Shen Nianbai and walked ahead alone. Behind her, Shen Nianbai's gaze darkened, fixated on Su He's retreating figure, rendered motionless until Lin Yu nudged him on the shoulder. Director Shen, is something amiss? Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's response, Lin Yu confirmed his prior suspicions. Surveying their surroundings and noticing that no one else was paying them heed, he scrutinized Shen Nianbai closely, finding him with a sullen expression, visibly impatient. Having accompanied him for a considerable time, Lin Yu understood the implications of such a demeanor. Yet at that moment, he was too overwhelmed to care, exclaiming, Director Shen, it's splendid. You're unscathed. Ever since he learned of Shen Nianbai's injury, Lin Yu had felt a weight of guilt, as he believed it was due to his inadequate protection. But now, to his astonishment, he discovered that Shen Nianbai was indeed fine. His heart surged with excitement, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to embrace Shen Nianbai and express his emotions. Shen Nianbai cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yu, perplexed. It seems he is upset with me. Why? He had paid no mind to Lin Yu's previous remarks. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, quickly recovering to reveal a hint of disappointment. However, recalling Shen Nianbai's behavior the previous day, he nodded thoughtfully. What does that nod signify? Director, what is your relationship with Li Jing? After a moment's deliberation, he inquired with a tinge of curiosity. It was not unreasonable for him to ponder, given Shen Nianbai's peculiar demeanor. Following his encounter with the zombies, he had only grown close to Su He, even estranging himself from his own parents. Yet, he had treated a stranger, especially a woman, so warmly yesterday. It was only natural for Su He to feel jealous. Even he found himself pondering the implications. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianbai's brow furrowed deeper. Who is Li Jing? Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. Observing Shen Nianbai's bewildered expression, Lin Yu's astonishment grew, his gaze betraying skepticism. How could the director have conversed so animatedly with someone and not even recall their name? What was the nature of that interaction? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu reminded him, you even got out of the car and chatted with her during the robbery yesterday. Do you not remember? Noticing Shen Nianbai's lack of reaction, Lin Yu's doubts began to dissipate. It seems that was when he began to act a bit strangely. She might be feeling jealous. Shen Nianbai shot Lin Yu a sidelong glance, his lips parting slightly. You also refer to her as he? Lin Yu stammered, it's the captain. You believe she is jealous? Indeed, is that not typical of women? When someone they admire converses cheerfully with another woman, jealousy is bound to arise. You should simply reassure her and be mindful of your actions in the future. Mindful of my actions? Shen Nianbai turned to glare at Lin Yu, his gaze icy. Lin Yu was about to retract his statement when Shen Nianbai murmured, it is prudent to be cautious, but you should also be careful not to reveal my circumstances. A flicker of conflict crossed Lin Yu's face. After all, it was Shen Nianbai's father who had taken him from the orphanage, supported his education, and provided him with employment. Given Shen Nianbai's previous injuries, both of his parents had been deeply distressed. Now that Lin Yu knew Shen Nianbai had feigned his condition, he felt a strong urge to inform them, as he could not bear to see them hurt. Moreover, if Su He discovered the truth, it would likely lead to further complications. With this in mind, Lin Yu spoke cautiously, Director, I believe you should discuss this matter with Director Shen and the others. They're your parents after all. Shen Nianbai waved his hand dismissively, no need. Noticing the group approaching from behind, he quickly urged Lin Yu again before vanishing into the villa. Lin Yu sighed deeply, muttering under his breath, may you find your own fortune. Inside the villa, Su had already laid out the purified zombie crystal cores and filled several containers with spring water from her space. When she caught a glimpse of Shen Nianbai entering, she merely glanced at him without uttering a word. Shen Nianbai, perceptively assisting her without prompting, gathered numerous cups and began pouring the spring water into them. By the time they finished, Gu Bei and Li Qing's group had arrived at the villa, and the sight of the thousands of zombie crystal cores laid before Su, he left them all in utter astonishment. Su Zhe gazed at the crystal nuclei with a sense of indifference, yet a twinge of regret flickered in his heart. He had never encountered anyone, or any zombie, possessing the same extraordinary ability as his own. Gu Bei pointed at the zombie crystal nucleus before Su He his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Is this truly the bounty from your recent excursion? It is simply astonishing." The excursion undertaken by Su-hee and his companions likely surpassed the entire mission quota of their hope base for a year. It was truly astonishing. A sense of relief began to wash over him, as the Spark team had now garnered Su-hee's recognition. Clinging to Su-hee's formidable support would undoubtedly alleviate concerns regarding their future sustenance. Can I cling to a powerful ally? Before Gu Bei could articulate his thoughts, he noticed his brother had already knelt before Su-hee, loudly proclaiming his desire to cling to a powerful ally. Gu Bei's lips twitched slightly, and he blinked in surprise. When Su-hee turned to look at him, he blurted out without a second thought, "I wish to cling to a powerful ally as well." Lin Yu glanced at Shen Nianbai, who was leisurely pouring water, and attempted to convey his urgency through a myriad of glances, though it was akin to showing a blind person the way. Ultimately, he approached Shen Nianbai and nudged his shoulder, whispering, "They've all begun to cling to the captain. Do you still have the leisure to pour water here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cup of water was thrust into his hand, and the person in question had vanished from sight. It was only upon hearing the exclamations around him that he witnessed Shen Nianbai's audacious act. He had boldly clung to Su-hee's leg right in front of everyone. In the preceding moment, Su-hee was poised to reject the actions of Gu Bei and his companions. However, she was taken aback by Shen Nianbai's sudden move, a flush of discomfort creeping onto her face, while her peripheral gaze drifted towards Li Jing. Noticing that Li Jing had turned her head away, her expression dimmed, and she coldly commanded Shen Nianbai, "Let go." Sensing Su-hee's distress, Lin Yu hurriedly pulled Su Hang forward, and together they attempted to separate Shen Nianbai. Yet, he effortlessly broke free from their grasp, his brow furrowed as he sternly reiterated, "Let go." Chapter 137. You mind your business? I'll hold my own. Lin Yu and Su Hang exchanged glances, bewildered by Shen Nianbai's demeanor, yet their hands instinctively loosened. Their four eyes were riveted on Shen Nianbai, who, with a face as dark as thunder, abruptly turned towards Su-hee, adopting a demeanor as if he were a different person altogether, smiling and stubbornly clinging to her. Observing this, the two had grown accustomed to being treated so differently and merely crossed their arms, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. As Su-hee observed Shen Nianbai preparing to cling to her once more, her beautifully arched brows knitted in slight disapproval. She promptly interrupted Shen Nianbai's actions, gently admonishing, "Hold on, I have pressing matters to attend to. You go about your business, and I shall embrace my own." Shen Nianbai replied dreamily, casting a lingering gaze at Su-hee, seemingly unfazed by her words. Noticing Su-hee momentarily frozen in place, a smile graced her lips as she unabashedly drew closer once again. Su-hee, feeling somewhat helpless, chose to disregard Shen Nianbai and glanced around at the assembled guests before clearing her throat awkwardly. "Please, everyone, take a seat." No sooner had she spoken than her parents, along with the members of the Hope team, settled in, followed closely by Gu Bei's Spark team and Li Qing's Sanctuary personnel, filling the living room to capacity. "Do you understand the purpose of my gathering you all here?" Sui raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Bei and Li Qing. When both shook their heads, exchanged a glance, and then nodded, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Turning her gaze towards Su Zhe, he understood her cue and began distributing the cups filled with spring water from the table to Gu Bei's team and the members of Li Qing's sanctuary. The elderly lady, who had previously lamented not wanting to hold back the sanctuary members, now looked at Su-hee with a puzzled expression. "Child, you had Li Qing summon us all here. Surely it must be for something significant? Don't keep us in suspense. You've piqued my curiosity." "It is significant," Su-hee replied, "though I cannot guarantee that it will hold importance for everyone." Su-hee hesitated before speaking. Previously, she had hoped that everyone in the team would awaken their powers after drinking the spring water and absorbing the crystal cores. Although it was said to be a collective awakening, there was no guarantee it would always occur. Contemplating this, Su-hee instructed the individuals before her to drink the water in front of them. Gu Bei and Li Qing, though somewhat puzzled, complied, and upon finishing, were taken aback by the refreshing taste. Li Qing glanced at Su-hee, curiosity evident in her voice, What kind of water is this? It tastes so sweet. We have water-type ability users in our team, yet it doesn't taste like this. Indeed, this water is quite precious. Drink as much as you can. Suferimarkt. Casting a glance at Gu and his companions before pouring another bucket of water into their empty cups. Observing the group, engrossed in drinking, Sui meticulously sorted the crystal cores before her, distributing the corresponding types to those in the Hope team who were on the verge of upgrading their abilities. After a moment, she beckoned to those who had yet to awaken their powers. Those who have not awakened yet, please step forward. Upon hearing this, the members of the Xingho team exchanged glances with Gu Bei, who nodded in encouragement, prompting them to approach Su He. Each was handed a crystal core. Li Qing's group was astonished to discover that Su He was sharing the crystal core she had obtained from defeating zombies. Girl, this is too much. One exclaimed. Yes, these are hard-earned cores. We can't possibly accept them. If we wanted cores, we could just fight zombies ourselves. There's no need for you to do this. Suddenly, one of them looked at Gu Bei in surprise, then back to Su He, exclaiming, I think I just absorbed the crystal core. Congratulations. Sui replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. And I too. Another chimed in, without waiting for the Xingho team to return the cores. Each person absorbed the crystal cores into their bodies, their faces lighting up with joy, tears of happiness brimming in their eyes. They even disregarded the lingering foul odor in the air, embracing each other in celebration before eagerly experimenting with their newfound powers. Among them, there were water, wood, earth, and even wind abilities. However, their proficiency with these powers was still lacking, leading to unpredictable manifestations. Li Qing's group was utterly astonished by this miraculous scene until Sui prompted, you all should come over and try these crystal cores as well. Those who had hesitated now approached without reservation, accepting the cores from Su He. Yet, the number of those awakening their abilities was not large, and some, including an elderly woman, fainted after absorbing the cores. Li Qing's group looked on with concern. Will Grandma be all right? She is quite old. What if she can't handle this? The young man who had been by the elderly woman's side did not have a chance to absorb his core, instead tending to her unconscious form. Sui hesitantly spoke, it should not be the case. The spring water possesses the ability to strengthen the body. As for the absorbed crystal nuclei, nourished by the spring water, there is no need to worry about them mutating into zombies. Is there even a chance of becoming a zombie? Noticing the boy's eyes redden with concern, Su He felt a twinge of hesitation. Her gaze flitted about, yet she refrained from providing a definite answer. Meanwhile, her right wrist twisted incessantly, a green luminescence emanating from her hand as it danced around the old woman. After a considerable time, a significant amount of black grime began to surface on the old woman's body, and her white hair gradually showed signs of darkening. The boy, witnessing this transformation, expressed his astonishment and stepped closer, calling out, Grandma, I feel as though my body has grown considerably stronger. The old woman glanced at the boy before directing her gaze toward Su He. After all, she had just witnessed Su He bestow crystal nuclei upon those individuals, who subsequently awakened their extraordinary abilities. Observing the black grime upon her own body, she could not help but feel a surge of joy. Have I awakened an extraordinary ability as well? The boy, feeling a sense of trepidation, nodded slightly, and then, with a hint of embarrassment, turned to Su He, saying, I apologize, I was a bit anxious earlier. Su He nodded, I understand. From now on, you must not behave this way again. As soon as Su He finished speaking, she was sternly pulled aside by Shen Nianbai for a reprimand. With a resigned smile directed at Shen Nianbai, she too wished for a different outcome. However, the multitude of monsters that Li Qing had mentioned truly instilled a sense of dread within her. These individuals were merely ordinary people, and if they did not awaken their supernatural abilities soon, they would inevitably become mere fodder. Presently, assisting these individuals in awakening their powers would at least enable them to restrain the monsters, or perhaps even eliminate a few zombies. Hey, is that little rascal blaming me for fainting? Chapter 138. They're not good people. The elderly lady's powerful shout startled Su He into a momentary stupor. Once she regained her composure, she couldn't help but smile at the bewildered boy and spoke on his behalf. He is merely concerned for your well-being, and indeed, It was my fault. As Suhi lowered her gaze, she continued. I acted hastily by allowing you to use the spring water and absorb the crystal cores without being certain of their absolute safety. It was thoughtless of me. How can you blame yourself? Were you not also eager for everyone to awaken their powers as soon as possible? That is a commendable intention. Indeed. Moreover, now that we have all awakened our abilities, we are grateful to you rather than placing blame. As Suhi spoke, the crowd instinctively moved closer to offer their comfort. The abilities they had yearned for day and night had finally been awakened with Suhi's assistance. Though there had been minor setbacks along the way, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Gu Bei and Li Qing, among those who had already awakened their powers, paused in contemplation. One of them turned to Suhi with curiosity and inquired, since you possess the method to awaken abilities, why not allow everyone at the Hope Base to try it? What if fortune favors them and they too awaken their powers? Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted collectively, their gazes towards Suhi filled with concern, fear, and compassion. If all at the base could awaken their abilities, would that not enhance their chances against the impending monstrous revenge? It was evident that there were many ordinary individuals at the Hope Base. If they too could awaken powers, it would certainly be a boon, granting them at least the means for self-defense. This notion was indeed commendable. But had they contemplated the implications it would have for Suhi? Su Heng observed the exchange, amused by the eagerness of the crowd, urging Suhi to aid others in awakening their abilities. Just as he finished his thought, he noticed Gu Bei's Starfire team and Li Qing's shelter all staring at him in bewilderment. He let out a derisive laugh. Do you know why he wishes to help you awaken your abilities? Is it not to enlist our assistance in combating the monsters? Indeed, they understood Suhi's prowess. However, no matter how formidable she was, facing hordes of monsters would surely be overwhelming. Su Heng continued, this is just one aspect. Grateful for Su Heng's support, Suhi cast him a thankful glance before directing her attention to the man and woman who had spoken, Chen Jiahui and Wang Yiming, the latter possessing water-based abilities. As Suhi looked at Gu Bei, she noticed a flicker of confusion in his eyes, quickly followed by an expression of realization. She understood that Gu Bei had deduced the reason. Yet, Chen Jiahui and Wang Yiming regarded Gu Bei with skepticism. Captain, what do you intend to trade with her? His trust and the resolute courage to confront the imminent war at the Hope Base. Chen Jiahui nodded. Logically, we are already members of the Hope Base, and we ought to step forward when it faces adversity. However, at present, we are utterly incapable of combating those monsters. What difference does that make compared to sending us to our doom? Furthermore, Jiahui has only just awakened her abilities. Sending her to confront those monsters is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Upon hearing Chen Jiahui's words, Wang Yiming's eyes flashed with an inscrutable light as he resolutely declined, casting a glance at Suhi. Suhi disregarded Wang Yiming and turned to Chen Jiahui, raising an eyebrow and asking, do you think the same? Chen Jiahui hesitated for a moment, her gaze towards Wang Yiming filled with disappointment and frustration. After a brief pause, she resolutely shook her head at Suhi. What does this mean? Wang Yiming, feeling his pride wounded by Chen Jiahui's public rejection, grasped her arm and pulled her toward the entrance of the villa. Suhi remained silently observant, refraining from intervening. Instead, Shen Nianbai let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at the people around them. He then reached out, pulling Suhi into his embrace. Do not pay attention to them. They are not good people, Shen Nianbai whispered softly into Suhi's ear. However, his fox-like eyes, despite their intent, appeared utterly devoid of menace, instead exuding an air of bashfulness. Shen Nianbai instinctively tightened his grip, holding Suhi even closer. Observing Shen Nianbai's actions, Suhi found herself at a loss for words, unable to break free in that moment, and thus resigned herself to his embrace. Suhi, are you all right? Shen Nianbai, he merely lost his memory. Did not hold it against him too much. These words lingered on Suhi's lips, yet were interrupted by Su Liang. He said Stop making excuses for Shen Nianbai. With a heart full of concern, Su Liang gazed at Suhi, then shifted his attention to Shen Nianbai, who was still holding Suhi tightly, contemplating snatching her away. Get lost. Before Su Liang could reach for Su He, Shen Nianbai swiftly transported them away from him. Su He's eyes flickered as she noticed Su Liang following closely with his own speed abilities. The two men, in a display of childishness, engaged in a chase around the villa's living room, while Su He found herself ensconced in Shen Nianbai's embrace, rendered immobile. The surrounding sights and sounds began to swirl around her. "They are all bad people. Please do not pay them any mind," Shen Nianbai implored. Looking at Su He with a pitiful expression, he lowered his head, acknowledging his fault. "It was my mistake. I should not have held you so tightly or spoken to that woman. Can you forgive me? Please do not be upset, all right?" Surprised by the length of Shen Nianbai's first coherent sentence, which flowed without a stutter, Su He raised an eyebrow and inquired further, "Which woman? Which woman?" Shen Nianbai echoed her question, scratching his head in confusion as he looked at Su He. Observing his bewildered demeanor, Su He sighed and stepped closer. Gently ruffling his hair, she explained, "I am upset because you took me away in front of so many people. I have my own matters to attend to. So do not do this again, understood?" After seeing Shen Nianbai nod in a dazed manner, appearing obedient, she could not resist leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his lips. Then, she swiftly exited the space, unaware of the astonishment etched on Shen Nianbai's face behind her. Su He unexpectedly initiated a kiss with him, although it was merely a gentle peck. Chapter 139. Advancing and retreating together with the Hope Base. Shen Nianbai stood frozen in place, lightly touching his lips with his hand, a foolish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon emerging from the spatial realm, Su He caught sight of Su Zhe grasping the distraught Su Liang, prompting an involuntary twitch at the corner of her mouth. Just as she intended to offer a few words of comfort, she was abruptly intercepted by Mother Shen. You and Nianbai. Observing as he was on the verge of being whisked away, her foolish son remained oblivious. It was uncertain when this daughter-in-law of hers would finally embrace him. Such misfortune! So he could clearly see the concern in Mother Shen's eyes. She gently patted the back of Mother Shen's hand and reassured her, "Please do not worry. Shen Nianbai is doing well. Although he is still somewhat compromised, at least he can communicate now. I just wonder when he will return to his former self." After speaking, her gaze wandered elsewhere, unable to meet Mother Shen's eyes out of guilt, confronted by a woman who had cared for her so devotedly over 2 lifetimes. She found it difficult to voice the hope that Shen Nianbai might never regain his previous state. Such words would be deeply hurtful to her. Meanwhile, after Su He and Shen Nianbai slipped into the space, Su Liang glanced at Su Zhe with a look of despair and could not help but embrace him, choking back tears. However, with so many people around, Su Liang refrained from expressing the turmoil within him. Yet, the others were not oblivious. They understood the implications of Su Liang's earlier remarks. Furthermore, with Su He and Shen Nianbai's departure, everyone's thoughts became as clear as day, though no one dared to voice it. "Wang Yiming, could you please refrain from being so sarcastic?" Chen Jiahui behind him cast an annoyed glance at Wang Yiming, then awkwardly turned to apologize to Su He. Su He waved her hand, dismissing Wang Yiming, and turned to Su Liang, saying, "Since Shen Nianbai was scratched by a zombie, he has developed a rather childish mentality. Are you all right, sister?" Su Zhe looked at Su He, who was pouring salt on Su Liang's wound, with a shocked expression, unsure of what to say, his face filled with concern for Su Liang. Su Liang paused for a moment upon hearing her words, then quickly resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. Smirking as he replied, "I only acted that way because I couldn't stand seeing he being bullied by Shen Nianbai. That guy can indeed be quite annoying, sister." However, he still managed to maintain a facade of calm as he smiled faintly at Su Zhe. "It's fine. We just won't hold grudges against him anymore." After saying this, he turned to Wang Yiming, adopting a serious and cold expression. Casting a glance at the Xingho team and the group from the shelter before speaking in a composed tone, "Everyone should be aware of the current predicament of the Hope Base. However, I will not force anyone to fight alongside the Hope team. If anyone wishes to withdraw from this battle, feel free to inform the guard team and leave with your belongings. I, Su He, will not impede your departure." As her words echoed, the expressions of the crowd varied, particularly for the shelter group, Having previously faced a battle against monsters, they were acutely aware of the daunting odds. The chances of humanity prevailing were virtually non-existent. The members of the shelter, now bonded like family through life and death, were reluctant to see their comrades march towards certain doom. Though Suhi had assisted them in awakening their abilities, it seemed futile against such a vast horde of monsters and zombies. With this thought, the gazes of the crowd towards Suhi began to shift. The king, upon hearing Suhi's declaration, observed the subtle changes in his comrades' expressions, taking their shifting gazes to heart. Sighing softly, he knelt before Suhi. The members of the shelter gasped at Li Qing's action, eager to pull him back up, while only Li Jing stood frozen, her expression indifferent as she watched the scene unfold, as if it bore no relevance to her. Deputy Base Leader, I am immensely grateful for all that you have done for the people of the shelter, Li Qing stammered, lowering his head further, his voice growing increasingly faint. But we have previously fought against those monsters and suffered severe casualties. If we engage again, I fear. I agree, Sui interjected before Li Qing could finish. Li Qing stood there, stunned, unable to believe Suhi's response. I haven't finished speaking. These people from the shelter may opt out, but I, Li Qing, will stand with the Hope Base through thick and thin. And Li Jing, he glanced at the still Li Jing, his eyes filled with reluctance. Though Li Jing has changed, she is still formidable against zombies. Don't you wish to leave? I will not depart. Those monsters are also the enemies of my shelter. I must avenge this grievance. We will not leave. We will stand with the Hope Base. For the lives of our hundreds. In an instant, the villa was filled with a deafening clamor. The members of the Xingho team, perhaps swayed by this fervor, decided to stay and fight alongside the Hope Base, save for Wang Yiming. Glancing at the silent Wang Yiming, Sui did not press him, for her earlier words were a standing offer. If he wished to leave, he could do so without hindrance. Turning her attention back to the Xingho team and the shelter group, she began discussing strategies to confront the impending wave of monsters and zombies. Ultimately, Suhi and her companions resolved to rely on traps, recognizing that with less than 1,000 personnel at the Hope Base, they stood no chance against the countless monsters and zombies. Instead of a direct confrontation, they would exploit the zombies' low intelligence to deliver a decisive blow. But what if we encounter zombies that have gained intelligence? How will we deal with those possessing abilities? Suze interjected, unable to restrain himself. Having witnessed the increasing number of mutated zombies since they began working with Suhi, some are even as clever as humans, adept at avoiding abilities. Not to mention those zombies that had already awakened intelligence. Even Shen Nianbai, who had been scratched by a zombie, was quite astute. In a villa filled with so many people, they only seemed to revolve around his sister, the most formidable among them. Let's face whatever comes our way. Chapter 140. The zombie tide approaches. Suze, what difference does it make if you say nothing? Observing Su Hang's self-satisfied demeanor, Suze merely shook his head. To trust this fellow would be less reliable than relying on his few contract beasts. A creature whose head only sprouts flowers and grass would likely need to fend for itself. Yet, contemplating his own cowardice in the face of mutated zombies, Suze chose to remain silent. After all, the elder brother was quiet, so why should the second brother speak? If he were to criticize Su Hang now, what if Su Hang turned the tables on him later? After some thought, he shook his head again. Seeing Suze shake his head, Su Hang frowned. What does your shaking head signify? Am I mistaken? Ah, yes. Observing their exchange, Suhi chuckled softly. It is indeed feasible to confront soldiers with soldiers and to shield ourselves from the torrents of water with earth. Yet I hope we can minimize the casualties at the Hope Base. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew solemn. Li Qing shook his head as he cast a glance at Suhi, shattering her hopes with his words. If hordes of monsters emerge, the casualties of the Hope Base will be significant. In the case of a zombie tide, there might be some possibility, but that pertains only to ordinary zombies. If we encounter advanced zombies, the remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken, yet the gathered individuals understood all too well. Many among them had just awakened their powers today, and should they face those advanced zombies and monsters, there would be but one outcome: death. Couldn't the girl's willow tree and those few lions join the fray? The elderly woman, who had been anxiously silent, interjected with urgency. Having witnessed the demise of many around her, she wished to avoid further loss. At her age, she could scarcely bear the anguish of losing loved ones time and again. Sui nodded, acknowledging that if she took action, so too would the others. However, her thoughts lingered on the idea of accelerating the germination of certain seeds in her space, aiming to bury them within traps to deliver a fatal blow to the zombies. Yet, she was acutely aware that her current level of abilities might not sustain her for long. Should her powers wane, the potential losses at the base could be even more devastating. With this in mind, Sui concluded that a cautious approach would be the wisest choice. After the group finished their deliberations, Father Shen led Lin Yu alongside Suhi's Hope Squad, Gubei's Spark Squad, and a contingent from Li Qing's shelter to collaboratively set up the traps. Sui glanced at the hesitant crowd and said, "You all go ahead. I will join you shortly." Su Yang's expression darkened, a wry smile gracing his lips, but before he could utter a word, Suze seized him and led him away. The others, understanding the unspoken cue, hurriedly followed Shen's father and Lin Yu towards the base to set up traps. Once the group departed, Sui swiftly entered the spatial realm, where she encountered Shen Nianbai, sprawled out on the grass like a lifeless corpse. A twitch of her lips betrayed her amusement as she instinctively smacked her own mouth, chiding herself for speaking ill of Shen Nianbai before everyone, only to have him overhear her. The timing was indeed impeccable. Resolutely, she approached Shen Nianbai, unable to suppress her murmurs. "Shen Nianbai, we are heading outside the base to set traps. Would you care to join us?" Though Shen Nianbai was currently oblivious to past events, he might still possess a few ideas on how to deal with zombies and those creatures when it came to trap making. However, it was imperative to ensure he accompanied her first. After her words, she noticed Shen Nianbai remained unresponsive. Thus, she decided to lie down beside him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Observing his serene demeanor, she softly remarked, "If only you could remain like this forever." Yet, there was no reaction from Shen Nianbai. Growing impatient, Suhi bade a hasty farewell and exited the spatial realm. Furthermore, as Li Qing had mentioned, some individuals in their shelter had only just awakened their abilities. It would suffice for them to manage tasks within their capabilities. If she were to burden them with all the responsibilities, it might incite discontent among them. Contemplating this, Suhi quickened her pace towards the base's exterior. Upon her arrival, she spotted Shen's father and Li Zhong strategizing how to construct earthen walls for traps, enlisting the assistance of 2 Earth-type ability users from the Hope base to aid Li Zhong. When Suhi arrived, Li Zhong had already led 2 Earth-type ability users to excavate a pit measuring 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, precisely located 300 meters in front of the Hope base's entrance. Subsequently, numerous spiked weapons were placed within the pit, all positioned upwards, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. Once the arrangement was complete, Li Zhong used his abilities to cover the top with a thin layer of soil, rendering the trap virtually indistinguishable from its surroundings. Sui's eyes sparkled as she gave a thumbs up to Li Zhong, exclaiming, "Uncle Li, that was quite clever. However, let us remain vigilant. We must ensure that the traps set by our own do not inadvertently harm our comrades." With that, she directed the escort team to retrieve a substantial amount of homemade weaponry from the base, positioning it at the entrance as a final line of defense. This would also serve to lower the guard of the zombies or creatures that had awakened their intellect towards the traps devised by Li Zhong. Meanwhile, it was hoped that the inhabitants of the base would recognize Suhi's personal leadership of the Hope Squad in establishing these traps. They eagerly emerged to lend their assistance, and soon, the Hope base was alive with the enthusiasm of thousands, all working together to fortify their sanctuary, their first refuge in this post-apocalyptic world. Suhi observed the collective efforts of the group with a sense of satisfaction, but was abruptly enveloped in the embrace of Shen Nianbai. The sweltering heat, coupled with their extensive outdoor endeavors, left her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. The sensation intensified as Shen Nianbai held her tightly, yet the words that escaped his lips caused an immediate retreat of warmth, replaced by a chilling sweat. Following Shen Nianbai's gaze, she failed to spot the horde of zombies he mentioned. However, she did not lower her guard. Instead, She called out urgently for everyone to cease their activities and prepare for battle. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhe and Su Heng hurriedly approached her, their expressions rife with concern, unable to suppress their inquiries. "Sister, what has transpired?" What is the matter?" "Shen Nianbai has warned that a horde of zombies is advancing towards our base." As Su He spoke, her gaze remained fixed ahead, fearful that Shen Nianbai might be right. Could it be true? Su Heng asked incredulously, his eyes locked on Shen Nianbai. Upon receiving a slight nod from Shen, his anxiety grew palpable. Stammering, he questioned, "What about our traps? We've barely made any progress. How can we withstand a horde of zombies?" "Forget the traps. Look over there, where are those countless figures?" Someone shouted. "Is it a zombie horde?" As soon as the words were uttered, the group followed Li Qing's pointed finger, and their hearts sank. The once desolate area was now teeming with staggering zombies, all rushing towards them, arms flailing, and among them were several advanced zombies exhibiting their extraordinary abilities. "Damn, there's even one that can fly," Su Heng exclaimed, spotting a zombie soaring above the others. His eyes widened in shock, but the next moment, the airborne zombie plummeted downwards. Su Heng couldn't help but chuckle, pointing at the fallen creature and exclaiming, "Did you see that? One of them just fell. Ha ha ha. It can't even use its abilities." His laughter soon turned into a hearty guffaw, dispelling the earlier dread. Su He, alongside Shen Nianbai and the contracted mutated tiger and lion, stood at the forefront. Behind them lay the traps hastily dug by Shen's father and his companions, while the Hope Squad, the Spark Squad, and the group from Li Qing's shelter prepared for battle. Seeing the tide of zombies approach, the awakened fighters from various squads in the base readied their weapons, sensing the urgency of the moment. The pressure weighed heavily on Su He, yet a fierce determination ignited within her. She could not allow her family and friends to fall. With a swift flick of her wrist, she summoned the mutated willow tree from her spatial realm and directed it towards the advancing horde. As the tree surged forward, its countless branches lashed out, ensnaring several zombies, each one pierced through the skull by the willow's tendrils. Witnessing this, the others felt their fear dissipate. With Su He's mutated willow, we might not even need to fight. It alone could annihilate these zombies, one remarked. Indeed, and this is merely one mutated willow. If we had more, we wouldn't fear this insignificant horde. Another added, "Let us not forget, the tigers and lions have yet to join the fray. Once they do, we shall easily crush this zombie wave." As they watched the mutated willow wreak havoc, hope replaced their previous despair. However, their amusement was short-lived as a mutated vine emerged from the enemy's ranks, slithering towards Su He's willow, ensnaring its branches and preventing it from advancing further. Alarmed, Su He focused her powers to assist the willow in breaking free, channeling her energy into the vine. To her dismay, the vine ceased its assault on the willow and began to siphon the flesh and blood of nearby zombies instead. A wave of dread washed over her as she turned to Shen Nianbai, urgency lacing her voice. "Shen Nianbai, take me there, quickly." The vine, displaying unexpected cunning, had realized it could not overpower her willow and opted to feast on the zombies instead. If it succeeded, the mutated willow would likely meet its demise. She would never allow such a fate to unfold. The others, witnessing the emergence of a mutated plant among the horde, felt a chill run down their spines. As the zombies drew nearer, they gripped their weapons tighter and charged forward, eager to contribute however they could. As Shen Nianbai teleported Su He closer to the fray, the mutated beasts beside them sprang into action, lunging towards the horde. Two massive mutated tigers, akin to small mountains, began tearing through the zombies with savage ferocity. Some zombies were crushed underfoot, reduced to mere pulp. Su He gazed at the exceptionally powerful mutated tiger, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. With a flick of her wrist, she continuously unleashed her extraordinary abilities to attack the zombies, a shimmering green glow surrounding her to ward off any potential ambushes. Standing beside Su He, Shen Nianbai gently rotated his palm, instantly summoning a myriad of lightning bolts that surged toward the horde of corpses. Noticing a high-level zombie attempting to launch a fireball at Su He, he swiftly extended his left hand, effortlessly pulling Su He away from the incoming projectile. Before departing, he cast a cold, piercing glance at the fire-based zombie, causing it to involuntarily shudder. Suhi was entirely focused on dealing with the horde of zombies and ensuring the safety of Shen Nianbai, thus oblivious to the fear that the zombies exhibited in her presence. Sister, we shall assist as well. Sister I will help you control these zombies. You take care of eliminating them. Please, take care of yourself. Su Zhe, Su Haoyu, and Su Liang. Noticing that only Su He and Shen Nianbai were confronting the horde of zombies, felt a pang of concern. Without hesitation, they rushed forward to lend their assistance, followed closely by the members of the Hope Squad. As soon as the words left their lips, the group charged ahead. The diminutive figure of Su Haoyu was enveloped in a haze, relentlessly advancing toward the horde of zombies surrounding himself and Su He. His ability level was insufficient, allowing him only to control a few ordinary zombies, leaving the task of extermination to Su He and her brother, Su Zhe. Observing Su Haoyu's control over the undead, Sui retracted her powers and seized the dagger in her hand, breaking free from Shen Nianbai's embrace to engage in close combat with the zombies. Onlookers, witnessing Su He brandishing the short dagger as she charged into the throng of zombies, were left in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Be careful, Sister this is too dangerous. Su Liang and Su Hang, their hearts racing with fear, shouted towards Su He. Yet, as they caught sight of her deft execution against the zombies, their apprehension began to wane, and they exchanged an awkward glance before picking up their own machetes to join the fray, albeit with great difficulty. As night descended, the chilling temperature reminded them that they had been battling the zombies from afternoon until now. Most of the ability users were on the verge of exhaustion, yet faced with an unrelenting wave of zombies, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within them. It seemed an endless slaughter, one that could never be completed. Help! Under the cloak of night, the weary fighters, having engaged in a prolonged struggle against the undead, found themselves utterly fatigued. With their abilities depleted and their physical strength waning, they were unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the zombies, who felt neither fatigue nor pain, prompting cries for assistance. Chapter 142. Truly unable to endure any longer, we cannot continue like this. We will not last, Mr. Shen exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. The lightning abilities he unleashed were diminishing, nearing the brink of exhaustion. Upon witnessing the situation, Suhi glanced around and noticed the significant depletion of abilities among the crowd. Furrowing her brow, she harnessed her own powers to channel energy to others. Sister, this is unwise. There are too many ability users here. You risk exhausting your own powers, Su Zhe exclaimed, utilizing his abilities to attune to the sounds of the surrounding wildlife. While dispatching zombies, he sought an escape route through the information relayed by the animals. As time passed, his powers waned, and even the whispers of the creatures grew faint, compelling him to wield his tang knife in a desperate struggle against the undead. Suddenly, a roar of a tiger echoed in his ears, urging him to flee towards Su He as the once depleted energy within him began to replenish. Turning back, he beheld Su He bestowing energy upon the exhausted ability users. Su Zhe was taken aback, instinctively raising his voice in protest. Most of the ability users present had only recently awakened their powers, rendering them inherently weak. They relied heavily on his sister, Shen Nianbai, and the mutated willow tree alongside their contracted beasts for support. If his sister continued to expend her abilities to sustain them, their main force would inevitably falter. What would become the rest of them? Mere foot soldiers against these advanced zombies and the mutated vines. Please stop. I do not require your energy. Su's parents also called out to her. In that moment, the ability users engaged in combat with the zombies found themselves momentarily bewildered by Su He's actions, battling and evading the undead while inquiring amongst their comrades in the Hope Squad. Sui glanced at the crowd and then at the mutated willow tree, which was incessantly slaying zombies and feasting upon their flesh and blood. A sense of astonishment welled within her. Initially, her intention, as Su Zhe had suggested, was to utilize her abilities to replenish the dwindling powers of her companions. However, She soon realized that the mutated willow tree could directly channel the excess energy it consumed into their bodies. Observing the palpable anxiety among the people, Suhi hurriedly clarified. The energy you sense is absorbed by the mutated willow. I am merely transferring the surplus to you. It poses no significant risk to me. Noticing the urgency in their expressions, she deftly manipulated more willow branches while retrieving numerous seeds from her space, casting them into the throng of zombies. Instantly, a plethora of aggressive, spiky plants erupted amidst the horde, launching a fierce assault on the surrounding undead. As for the mutated vine, it had long since fled, frightened by the mutated willow's presence. Master, little willow is quite full now. The next time I encounter that mutated vine, I shall make it screech in terror. The voice of little willow resonated from her wrist, boldly proclaiming to Suhi. Suhi's lips twitched as she glanced at the seemingly unyielding horde of zombies. Letting out a sigh, you should first resolve the immediate trouble. Once the temperature drops, these beings won't sustain themselves for long. With that, she harnessed her powers to continue nurturing the seeds scattered among the zombie throng. The mutated willow tree, sensing the urgency, bent its branches and began to furiously swing its limbs, dispatching the zombies on the battlefield. Help! I can't contend with this high-level zombie. Someone save me. The scene was undeniably surreal. Though the sky still held a faint light, a multitude of zombie corpses plummeted from above, crashing down before the onlookers. Despite their ghastly nature, the sight was sufficiently unnerving to instill fear in the crowd. In an instant, numerous ability users activated their escape protocols, retreating towards the base. Some caught off guard, tumbled directly into traps they had previously dug. With narrowed eyes, Suhi controlled the mutated willow tree to grasp the fallen individuals, successfully rescuing them. She then turned to Chen Ping, who also possessed spatial abilities, and inquired, Sister Chun, can your space accommodate zombies? Chen Ping blinked, uncertain. Let me give it a try. Upon hearing this, Suhi focused on the zombie corpse sprawled before Chen Ping. After a prolonged gaze, it remained motionless. Just as Suhi began to doubt the efficacy of Chen Ping's spatial abilities, the corpse vanished into thin air. Chen Ping exhaled in relief, looking at Suhi with delight. It can contain zombie corpses, though it requires considerable effort to control. With more practice, it should improve. Suhi nodded, for she too had discerned the truth. Otherwise, Chen Ping would not have taken such a considerable amount of time to disguise a zombie corpse. Subsequently, she endeavored to experiment with her space as well. The scene was filled with a multitude of zombie corpses, not even accounting for those they had slain. So he decided to attempt to capture the zombie corpses thrown by the advanced space zombie. After silently reciting the incantation to collect, the moment she uttered the words, the discarded zombie corpses vanished without a trace, landing instead in an empty area within her space. Suhi silently manipulated the space to isolate this area from the outside world, preventing the blood of the zombies from contaminating the items within. Fortunately, the space automatically segregated the zombie corpses, allowing her to release her control and directly absorb the outside bodies into the realm. Subsequently, after Chun Yin Yin and her companions extracted the crystal cores, Suhi continued to collect the zombie remains into the space. Recognizing their potential utility for the enhancement of her abilities, discarding them would be a waste. Meanwhile, Shen Nianbai observed as Suhi stored the zombie corpses, refraining from unleashing his lightning powers on the remains, understanding that a single bolt could incinerate the body entirely. He chose to remain by Suhi's side, minimizing his energy output to avoid obliterating the corpses. As he watched the lightning tendrils he emitted diminish in size, Suhi furrowed her brow in confusion and turned to Shen Nianbai, inquiring if his powers were nearly exhausted. Shen Nianbai shook his head. Yet the lightning he projected was as slender as a pinky finger, merely singeing the zombie's forehead to complete the kill. Acknowledging his denial, Suhi chose not to press further, accepting the reality of his dwindling abilities. She grasped his hand with one of hers, initiating the transfer of her energy to him. Hee-hee-you. As Suhi spoke, a visible breath escaped her lips, her body trembling from the intense cold. It was hardly surprising, considering that when they had ventured out to eradicate the zombies in the afternoon, The weather had been sweltering, making it possible to break a sweat even while standing still. However, the temperature had dropped drastically by nightfall, and despite the exertion from battling the zombies, the sensation was akin to taking a cold shower in winter. Menhan, I can barely endure this, he stammered, shivering as he turned stiffly to glance at Su-hee. His palms continued to unleash icy spikes towards the surrounding zombies. Yet the frigid air produced by his powers began to encase half of his body in ice due to the biting cold. Those around him were not spared from the effects. Even Su's mother and several water-type ability users were suffering greatly, gravitating towards their fire-type counterparts for warmth. Observing the dire situation, Su-hee urged everyone, "We must retreat." Turning to Shen Nianbai, she implored, "Teleport me to the front. Help fend off the zombies." "Are you trying to assist them in evacuating swiftly?" Shen Nianbai replied, her face etched with anxiety. Though night had fallen, the cacophony of zombie howls showed no signs of abating. Su-hee rushed forward, unaware of the potential dangers that lay ahead. "Hurry! They can hardly hold on much longer." Su-hee did not provide Shen Nianbai with an elaborate explanation. Among the group, there were numerous water-type ability users, each capable of unleashing their powers to freeze large areas, inadvertently harming many of their own in the frigid chaos. Allowing them to continue fighting would be akin to courting death. Noticing Shen Nianbai's prolonged inaction, Su-hee grew impatient, gripping Shen Nianbai's collar, ready to voice her frustration. However, in the next instant, they were abruptly teleported before the crowd. She swiftly released her hold on Shen Nianbai's collar, harnessing her abilities to clear the zombies before them. Subsequently, she retrieved several off-road vehicles from her spatial storage, urging everyone to withdraw from the battle. "What about you? We will not leave you here all alone." As soon as she finished speaking, Su-zhe and Su-hang echoed in unison, pushing Su-hee and Su-hang towards the vehicles. A flicker of concern passed through Su-fu's eyes, yet he understood that his presence would only hinder their progress. He heeded Su-hee's words and, alongside Lin-yu, ignited the nearby heap of zombies. Under the illumination of the flames, Su-hee's vision sharpened, and she cast a glance at the group still torn between staying and leaving. With a fierce shout, she urged, "Hurry and retreat." Su-zhe's eyes were red as he glanced at Su-hee, beckoning everyone to board the vehicle and hasten toward the base. The cold wind pierced through the night, chilling them to the bone. Having lost their will to fight, they suddenly felt the biting chill enveloping them, their sweat-soaked clothes clinging rigidly to their bodies, as if trapped in an ice cellar. With a slight raise of his brow, he commanded the mutated willow tree to ascend to the highest point, then waved countless willow branches towards the horde of zombies. Confronting the advanced zombies, Su-hee directly manipulated a dozen willow branches to launch an assault. The night was illuminated by flames, casting enormous shadows of trees that loomed over the entire Hope Base. Beneath the tree, Shen Nianbai gazed upward at the indistinct figure among the branches, his eyes deepening with intensity. He then turned his attention to the advanced zombies relentlessly attacking Su-hee, channeling his electric abilities directly towards them. Astonishingly, he controlled the electrical energy to soar into the air beside Su-hee, followed by a multitude of lightning snakes that surged downwards towards the horde of zombies. A scent of charred flesh filled the air, and the thunderous roars of the zombies abruptly fell silent. Yet, Shen Nianbai did not divert his gaze to the battlefield. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on Su-hee, only to witness the mutated willow tree beneath Su-hee's feet vanish into thin air. Su-hee plummeted from the treetop, his pupils constricting as he rapidly teleported towards her. He swiftly caught Su-hee, who was descending at alarming speed, and then they both vanished into the void of space. Upon seeing Su-hee unscathed in his arms, Shen Nianbai finally exhaled in relief. However, when he looked up, he collided directly with Su-hee's gaze fixed upon him. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, and just as he was about to utter a word, Su-hee enveloped him in a warm embrace. Su-hee trembled, glancing around the familiar space, finally realizing she had survived. Despite her fear, she felt the gentle pat on her back from Shen Nianbai, sensing his unmistakable gesture of comfort. However, Su-hee shivered and swiftly broke free from his embrace. Noticing the evident disappointment on Shen Nianbai's face, she felt a pang of discomfort. Let's go outside first. We shouldn't keep them waiting. The two had just harnessed their abilities to vanquish the horde of zombies. Yet before they could ascertain if any had escaped, they were thrown down by the mutated willow tree and brought into this space by Shen Nianbai. Although the temperature here was pleasant, she couldn't help but worry about her family and teammates outside. Upon hearing her words, Shen Nianbai furrowed his brow and pointed to the sky within the space, murmuring, "Hee, you can see directly from here. I prefer to see the outside. Is that not permissible?" Sui blinked and rolled her eyes at Shen Nianbai. Without waiting for his response, she exited the space. They found themselves back at the site of their recent battle, now strewn with the bodies of zombies, devoid of any high-level ones. Sui felt a flicker of doubt, but it vanished as she recalled Shen Nianbai's lightning abilities and the mutated willow's offensive power. That night, she wielded a flashlight to survey the battlefield. "Really?" she inquired, and upon receiving a nod from Shen Nianbai, she felt a sense of ease. The weather was quite cold, and after taking a few steps, she felt herself growing chilled to the bone. "All right," Sui chattered incessantly, only to realize that Shen Nianbai was enveloped in his padded coat, moving with an excruciating slowness, akin to a snail traversing 100 meters. Discontent, she glanced up at Shen Nianbai, feeling the warmth surrounding her, yet lamenting that he was still cold. "Sui, I thank you." Chapter 144. There was no hope of victory. Noticing a flicker of impatience in Suhi's eyes, Shen Nianbai felt a pang of hurt wash over her, and her lips instantly drooped. The others in the base, seeing Shen Nianbai's cold demeanor, hesitated to approach her and instead gathered around Suhi, expressing their concern. "Sui, have all the zombies been eliminated? Are we safe now?" Sui had just begun to discern Shen Nianbai's intention to leisurely escort her towards the base. Though she wore a fade of dissatisfaction, internally she felt indifferent. After all, since Shen Nianbai had sustained injuries, he had been quite clingy, and seeing him obedient, she was more than willing to indulge him. However, in the next moment, she found herself enveloped by the cotton jacket she had just given Shen Nianbai, surrounded by the comforting aroma of his pine scent in the darkness. Before she could utter a word, she heard his voice beside her. Although Shen Nianbai's electro powers were formidable, it remained uncertain how effective they would be against such a multitude of zombies. Despite the fact that his sister and Shen Nianbai had already dispatched a considerable number of the undead, the possibility of another wave loomed large. And whether Shen Nianbai could withstand it was still a pressing concern. Sui followed Su Zhe's gaze and indeed saw Shen Nianbai diligently cleaning up the battlefield. In her palms, she continuously summoned bolts of lightning to provide illumination, delivering lethal strikes to the zombies that limped along. It appeared that Shen Nianbai had ceased the widespread summoning of lightning, likely because the zombies had all been eradicated. So he couldn't help but relax. After speaking, she turned her attention to Wang Meng's security team and nodded at them, saying, "I appreciate your assistance during the night shift. If you require anything, feel free to approach Lin Yu without hesitation." Wang Meng's group brightened at her words. "It's been rather chilly at night lately. Could we possibly get a set of padded jackets? And would it be feasible for us to have an extra meal in the evening? We're absolutely famished. Please maintain decorum," Wang Meng remarked, casting a glance at his brothers, who were audaciously making requests. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned to Su He and lowered his voice in apology. "Deputy Base Leader, I apologize for not managing them properly." "Not a problem at all. Just let me know the number of people in your security team and their sizes for the padded jackets, and I will arrange it for you now." Sui spoke as she directly retrieved a considerable number of cotton padded jackets from her space. Before the apocalypse, they had used their own money to purchase a plethora of items from supermarkets after the onset of the end times. Each visit to a supermarket felt akin to a heist, resulting in a substantial stockpile of cotton padded jackets. This was precisely to prepare for the extreme cold weather, which was now proving to be quite useful. After taking them out, she began allowing the members of the guard team to select their own jackets. Then, she approached Wang Meng and presented some self-heating hot pots to the guards. "Hot pot. In this weather, enjoying hot pot is truly a delight. I haven't had hot pot in ages. It feels as if I've shared it with my brother before. I miss it so much." The guards, upon seeing the self-heating hot pots, were no longer in a hurry to choose their jackets. Each took one and clung to it tightly. Suze, witnessing the scene, felt a slight sting in his nose, and his eyes grew somewhat moist. He pointed at the rack of jackets and mumbled, "Why aren't you hurrying to pick your jackets? Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." After saying this, he watched as the crowd scrambled eagerly. Suhi chuckled softly, glancing back at the crowd behind her. Their eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they gazed upon the guard team's base. Her gaze turned slightly frosty as she remarked, "These rewards are intended to honor the guard team's contributions to our base. Recently, we have been enduring extreme cold at night, and the guard team has worked tirelessly to ensure our safety. They truly deserve this recognition." Noticing that the crowd, though somewhat restless, dared not approach, she continued, "However, individuals or squads within the base that perform commendably may also be rewarded." Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits visibly dampened. They, mere ordinary individuals, found little hope of earning such accolades. Observing their dejection, Suhi raised an eyebrow. "Are you truly outdone by these two 8-year-olds? The children, Chen Yin and Su Haoyu, stepped forward, proudly lifting their small faces towards the onlookers. "Although I cannot slay zombies, I can assist Sister He in extracting zombie cores. I can help Sister He extract zombie cores too, and I can even fight zombies." The ordinary citizens of the base exchanged uncomfortable glances, their expressions tinged with embarrassment as they looked at Suhi. They are merely 8 years old. Are you not afraid of them being captured by zombies? But why should she worry when they were not her own children? Indeed, how can we let such young ones venture out to confront zombies? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Suhi found herself utterly speechless in response to the words of these individuals. Behind her, Suze had finished selecting cotton-padded clothing for the guard team. Yet his ears remained alert, keenly observing the situation concerning Suhi. Upon hearing their remarks, he stepped forward and positioned himself protectively in front of her, pointing at the crowd and exclaiming, "Oh, you seem quite rude towards my sister. When the base was trading children, were you then?" Noticing some among them bowing their heads in shame, Suze rolled his eyes and continued, "You claim to be reluctant to send them to face zombies, but in truth, you merely desire to keep them around for your own utility. I have no such intentions. I am just an ordinary person. In this world, merely surviving is sufficient. Why complicate matters further? You needn't worry. Who are you concerned for? As long as you are well fed, your family is not starving." Observing the renewed commotion among the group, Suze furrowed his brow and glanced at the mutated tiger nearby, his lips slightly parted. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed as the massive form of the mutated tiger approached Suze, causing the crowd to tense up, casting anxious glances at Suhi. Chapter 145, Trading Children. Suhi gazed silently towards the heavens. The mutated tiger also approached Suze, casting a glance at the crowd, which caused those who had been clamoring moments ago to suddenly cower to the ground. How could a mutated tiger instill such fear in our own ranks? One man, who had fallen to the ground, looked up in terror at the mutated tiger before him, raising his hand to shield his face, fearful that a momentary displeasure from the creature might lead to his demise. Suze let out a cold snort. "One of us? He is unworthy. He is nothing but a beast." Before Suze could finish his words, a woman's voice pierced through the air, her face bruised and her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at the man on the ground. Upon seeing Suhi and his companions, her eyes reddened with indignation. "This man, he sold my daughter." At these words, a chill crept into Suhi's gaze. "He is the biological father of my daughter. How could you stoop so low?" The woman, feeling a surge of anger, rushed forward to strike the man while he lay on the ground. The onlookers made no move to intervene. Since Suhi had taken charge of the base, even ordinary individuals had managed to sustain their families. Those who had fallen to the depths of selling their daughters were not worthy of rescue. The man, enraged by the blows he received, could not bear the humiliation of being struck before so many witnesses. He rose, ready to retaliate against the woman, but in that moment, a vine ensnared his arm. Upon realizing it was Suhi, he immediately wilted under her gaze. Murmuring defensively, he said, "I did it for our family's sake. We are so poor that we can barely afford to eat, let alone raise a child." Seeing the woman rendered speechless by his words, his expression softened slightly. He approached her and spoke gently. Look, neither of us possesses any powers. How can we survive in this apocalypse, especially with her being just a child? Utter nonsense, exclaimed Su Hang. Since Zhang Liang left, the base has ample work for ordinary people, building walls, farming, constructing houses. If you applied yourself, could you not support your family of 3? Su Hang was appalled by the man's remarks. Most of the tasks he mentioned were those ordinary people could do, many of whom were women. After Zhang Liang's departure, the former slum residents, who had lived in tents, began discussing the construction of proper homes. Their aim was twofold: to provide these ordinary individuals with a place to live and to show them a path forward. After all, the dangers of venturing outside to slay zombies were significant. If there were jobs available within the base that could sustain them, they would have less to worry about. Yet, even so, some were still dissatisfied. Hearing Su Hang's words, the man scowled, lifting his chin defiantly. That would only be enough for a meager meal. As he spoke, he moved into the crowd, attempting to incite their emotions. Su-hee, observing this, spoke coldly. If you wish to hoard food, you can venture out to slay zombies and gather crystal cores with your own hands. There is no need to sell your child. Such actions shall not be tolerated in our base, and anyone who dares to repeat them will be expelled from Hope Base. Upon witnessing the impending threat, Shen Chao noted that instead of enhancing their abilities, these individuals were blaming their work, particularly those who sold their children. After speaking, he glanced at Su-hee, recalling what Shen Nianbai had mentioned earlier about the dwindling human population in the post-apocalyptic world, which had become a scarce resource. Various bases fought fiercely for humans, especially women and those with abilities. He pondered whether expelling individuals from the base was appropriate. Noticing Shen Chao's gaze, Su-hee raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, "Such individuals should be expelled from the base. Let him pack his things and leave." Upon hearing Su-hee and Shen Chao's statements, the man panicked, looking desperately at them for mercy. "We are the same blood. If you cast me out, it will be a death sentence." Seeing Su-hee remain unmoved, he turned to Shen Chao, pleading and lamenting. Shen Chao, unfazed by the man's pleas, waved to the guards. Wang Meng and several others stepped forward to escort the man away. The crowd stirred, and the woman, witnessing her husband being taken away, was momentarily struck with shock and sorrow. However, upon catching a glimpse of Su-hee's cold expression, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and merely bowed her head in apology and gratitude to Shen Chao and the others. She apologized for the trouble her husband had caused and expressed her gratitude for Su-hee and his companions rescuing her from his grasp. As she reflected on these matters, Su-hee observed the guards dragging the man from earlier out of the wall. He struggled against their hold, ultimately being tossed out by the guards. Furrowing her brow, she glanced toward the group. "Sister, is it wise to let him go like this?" Suze voiced his concern. After all, they had just been besieged by a horde of zombies. Allowing this man to leave might very well lead him straight into their clutches. Sui nodded slightly and glanced at the members of the Hope team beside her. "You all stay here and keep watch. I'll go take a look," she said, turning to pat Suze's shoulder before casting a final look at the people behind her and vanishing atop the city wall. "Isn't that what you said?" Su Hang remarked, throwing an exasperated glance at Suze. It was evident that both siblings were worried, yet they stubbornly held their tongues. Nevertheless, no matter how malevolent a person might be, they were still alive, and it was because of their actions that they ventured out. If they were to leave only to meet their demise at the hands of the undead, it would indeed weigh heavily on the heart. "Isn't it just that I fear these people will blame my sister?" Su Ze retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he had no counter to Su Hang's argument. His gaze remained fixed on the man below, who stubbornly refused to depart. This man was quite astute, realizing that stepping out would lead to his death, and thus he chose to remain. Su Hang's concern for Su-hee grew, and his eyes instinctively focused on the man who had been driven away. Meanwhile, in another scene, Chapter 146, He Deceived Us. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief, blinking as she observed the group of zombies still kneeling before Shen Nianbai, finally convinced that her eyes had not deceived her. However, if Shen Nianbai possessed such power, why had he not utilized it earlier? Just moments ago, many had been engaged in battle against the horde, with some even sustaining grave injuries from the zombies, while Shen Nianbai appeared utterly indifferent, even restraining his own abilities. So that was the reason. Su Zhe and the others were startled by Su He's sudden appearance. Upon recognizing her, they expressed their concern, saying, "Sister, where have you been? That man is still here, lingering beneath the city wall." Su Heng pointed at the man huddled beneath the wall, scoffing. This man has the audacity to sell his own child, yet lacks the courage to confront the zombies. Such is human nature. Sui's eyes flickered, clearly engaged in mischief. She glanced at Li Xiong, contemplating that there must still be numerous zombies around. After a brief moment of reflection, she posed a question. "Have any of you noticed something peculiar about Shen Nianbai?" Upon hearing Su He's words, the others paused momentarily. But Su Yang's eyes brightened with urgency as he turned towards Su He, ready to speak. However, before he could utter a word, he was restrained by Su Zhe. Looking at the hand gripping his arm, Su Zhe gave him a calming glance before addressing Su He with a nonchalant demeanor. "What sort of peculiarity are you referring to?" Instinctively, "I believe he may have deceived us." "Deceived?" In response, Su He recounted the observations she had just made. As the others absorbed her words, expressions of doubt flickered across their faces, swiftly followed by shock. If Brother Shen truly possesses the ability to control zombies, wouldn't that be advantageous for us? During the zombie siege, Shen Nianbai clearly had the power to intervene, yet he watched indifferently as they fought against the undead, even as his own comrades sustained serious injuries. If this is considered beneficial, then Li Xiong's judgment is utterly misguided. Brother Shen treats He poorly? He merely refrains from assisting us, choosing instead to aid He. At Li Xiong's remark, Su Zhe ceased to contest. A lump lodged in his throat as he gazed at Su He, his face shadowed with a mix of distress and indignation. Then, he heard Su He's next words. She stepped forward, grasping Su He's arm, inquiring urgently, "Are you saying Nianbai can control those zombies?" Witnessing Shun Mu's reaction, Su He felt a pang of concern, but nodded in affirmation. Following her confirmation, Shen Mu covered her face, disbelief etched across her features. After casting a glance at Su He, she sighed. "Nianbai still looks after you, does he not? That is all that matters. There is no need to worry about him turning into a zombie." Su He shook his head, causing Shen's mother to become anxious. She hurriedly asked, "What is wrong? Did he do something to you?" "No, he didn't." Seeing Su He's unwillingness to elaborate, the others, perceptive of the situation, refrained from pressing further. Sui narrowed her eyes slightly, noticing that Shen Nianbai had yet to arrive. She turned to the crowd and said, "I shall go and ascertain the situation." Just then, Su Zhe grasped her arm, concern etched across his face as he looked at her. "Sister, I'm uneasy about you venturing alone. How about taking this mutant tiger with you? After all, this creature could potentially intimidate the zombies. And in the unfortunate event that Shen Nianbai has undergone mutation and disregards your counsel, at least it could provide you some protection." After glancing at the mutant tiger, Sui nodded in agreement. The tiger then approached her, lowering itself obediently to allow Su He to mount. Sui glanced at the crowd, nodded slightly, and then gestured for the mutated tiger to proceed, departing from the base. When a mutated tiger guided Su He to the location where she had recently battled the horde of zombies, she found no trace of Shen Nianbai or the undead. Her brow furrowed in confusion. It was incomprehensible. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Shen Nianbai alongside the subservient zombies, yet now they had inexplicably vanished. Had the zombies outside managed to kill them? Could they venture out safely? Even if they did not confront the zombies, there were crystal cores to collect. However, after searching the surroundings, she still found no sign of Shen Nianbai, which ignited her growing anxiety. This behavior was uncharacteristic of him, especially after being wounded by the zombies. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Sui could no longer remain idle. She exited her space, accompanied by a few zombies, in search of Li Jing. Upon encountering Su Heng, she instructed him to summon Su Zhe. Yet, as soon as she arrived at the shelter, before she could even inquire about Li Jing's whereabouts, she was met by the anxious faces of the shelter's inhabitants rushing toward her. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. "Miss Su, our leader's sister has gone missing. Have you seen her?" Chapter 147. "He could never harm you." Who? She stared incredulously at the group before her, yet her mind instinctively connected this situation to Shen Nianbai, especially given their unusual first encounter. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Suhi felt her hands tremble uncontrollably. She shut her eyes and began to reflect on all that had transpired since Shen Nianbai had been injured. They were all acutely aware of Li Jing's current predicament. Should she vanish and encounter humans, it would spell disaster. After all, in the presence of Li Jing, Li Jing could still maintain some control. However, if she were to reveal the truth of her zombie bite to strangers, it would be catastrophic for everyone in the shelter. Sui pondered over the words she had just heard, taking a deep breath to force herself to regain her composure. In truth, both Su Liang and Su Zhe had previously warned her, yet at that time, she was utterly captivated by the stark contrast presented by Shen Nianbai, rendering her blind to any signs of his abnormality. The individuals opposite her observed Su He's disheveled demeanor and the few zombies trailing behind her, regarding her with caution. One of them inquired, "Miss Su, is there something you need?" Another added, "Why have you brought along these zombies? Have you seen Li Jing? Is she seeking out Shen Nianbai?" Irritated by their questions, Suhi waved her hand dismissively, not bothering to meet their gazes. "Shen Nianbai has been missing since last night. I am here to find Li Jing, hoping she might extract some information from these zombies." Upon clarifying the reason for her company, Suhi noticed the palpable relief among the group. At that moment, Su Heng arrived with Su Zhe, and upon seeing the zombies behind Su He was taken aback. However, noticing Su He's pallid complexion, Su Zhe hurried to her side, grasping her arm and scrutinizing her face. "Sister, what has happened to you? Why do you look so unwell? Have they been bullying you?" Su Heng, observing Su He's condition, cast a suspicious glance at the people from the shelter. Just moments ago, she had not appeared in such a disheartened state, and within this brief span, she seemed a different person entirely, prompting his doubts about the individuals before him. As he voiced his concerns, the group quickly shook their heads, their expressions one of alarm, as they calmly explained the circumstances surrounding Su He's visit. They then inquired about Li Jing. Upon hearing that Li Jing had vanished, Su Zhe and Su Heng exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to Su He. "Sister, do you suspect that Li Jing left with Shen Nianbai?" Su Zhe was somewhat taken aback, yet he pondered the likelihood of what he had just voiced. After all, ever since Shen Nianbai was scratched by a zombie, his behavior towards his sister had shifted slightly, while everyone else, including his parents, treated him with the same indifference, except for Li Jing. Their first encounter was initiated by Shen Nianbai, an occurrence that had never transpired before, leaving him to indulge in wild speculation. Moreover, the current demeanor of his sister suggested that they were indeed on the same wavelength. Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, Suhi appeared momentarily stunned, before hesitantly replying, "I merely harbor some doubts. I am not entirely certain. Was certainty even necessary?" Shen Nianbai had vanished in the dead of night, and Li Jing had also mysteriously disappeared early that morning. Where else could they possibly be if not together? However, did you notice anything peculiar? Shen Nianbai always informed He before departing, yet this time he failed to do so. Su Heng stroked his chin in contemplation. The individuals from the shelter, upon overhearing the trio, felt their initial panic regarding Li Jing's disappearance subside, their eyes glinting with curiosity as they regarded the three. When their gazes fell upon Su He, a hint of sympathy emerged. After scrutinizing Su He, they shook their heads in disbelief. Although the boss's sister was undeniably attractive, she could hardly compare to Su He. The disparity in beauty, physique, and capability was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Some individuals still concerned for Li Jing's safety began to gossip among themselves, whispering, "Aren't we going to search for Li Jing?" Since the last monster attack on their shelter, when Li Jing's boyfriend was infected while protecting the shelter's occupants, no one had prioritized Li Jing, save for the boss. He was timid and dared not refrain from searching. "What is there to find? Haven't you heard? Li Jing vanished alongside Shen Nianbai. Those two could very well be out there slaying zombies. Besides, even if we were to search, we would find nothing. Didn't you see Miss Su still searching for people everywhere?" "True, but how could Li Jing simply depart without a word?" Upon hearing this, the young man wore an expression of distress. Such incidents had never occurred while the boss was present. This was the first time. Yet, hope remained within the base, as they initially believed Li Jing had merely gone out for leisure. It was only after scouring the entire base without success that panic began to set in. Suze, I possess the ability to comprehend the language of beasts, yet zombies hardly fall into that category, do they? He scratched his head, uncertainly voicing his thoughts. Observing the disappointment etched on Su He's face, he hastily drew his Tang Dao and swung it towards the zombies, establishing a safe distance before cautiously attempting to converse with them. After listening to a few guttural roars, he turned to Su He, shaking his head in resignation. Subsequently, he watched as Su He employed a mutated willow tree to voraciously consume several zombies. Before he could step forward to offer consolation to Su He, he was restrained by Su Hang. Let her have a moment of solitude. Solitude? Shouldn't he our primary concern be Shen Nianbai? After all, he had previously been scratched by a zombie. And what about Li Jing? If they were to ally with the zombies, how would we defend ourselves against their combined assault? Su Hang was momentarily paralyzed by Su Ze's alarming thoughts, and after a brief pause, he hastily retorted, Brother Shen would never do that. He is so good he. How could he possibly turn against us? Just as she had once been incredulous that Shen Nianbai would deceive her. You know better than anyone how he treats you. He could never bring you harm. Chapter 148. The antidote. Upon hearing Su He utter the notion that Shen Nianbai might betray her, Su Hang found himself perplexed. After all, Su He was the apple of Shen Nianbai's eye, surpassing even the affections of his own parents, not to mention their band of brothers. Hadn't Shen Nianbai continued to pine for Su He even after sustaining injuries? Therefore, Su Hang was skeptical of her words, yet because they came from Su He herself, he harbored a sliver of doubt. Meanwhile, the group from the villa trudged towards Su He, their spirits visibly dampened. Throwing up their hands in exasperation, we ventured out to search for crystal cores, only to find the zombies' heads completely devoid of any remnants. Not a single core left behind. Mohan and Chan Yicheng nodded in agreement beside him. Moreover, the method employed was remarkably adept, suggesting it was not the handiwork of the base's inhabitants. Thus, is it possible that you extracted the crystal cores from the zombies while you were dispatching them? After their remarks, the two gazed at Su He with skepticism, for the ability to extract a core, leaving but a tiny hole in the zombie skulls, could only belong to Su He and Shen Nianbai. Su He, however, wore a look of bewilderment. Initially, when she had slain those zombies, she had collected their cores, but as the number of zombies increased, it became somewhat arduous for her and Shen Nianbai to cope, leading to her ceasing the collection of cores. However, she was uncertain whether Shen Nianbai had continued to gather the cores. Observing Su He's expression, the others' faces grew solemn. Shen Nianbai had now vanished without a trace. And if he were to disappear with a multitude of zombie cores, they could hardly fathom the consequences that might ensue. Shen's mother, appearing composed, approached Su He and remarked, Aren't both you and Nianbai capable of entering the spatial realm? Do you think you might have stored the cores within that space? Su He shook her head. She had thoroughly searched the space, but found no trace of Shen Nianbai's corner, nor did she see a single crystal nucleus. However, prompted by Shen's mother, a particular location sprang to her mind. Previously, when Shen Nianbai had brought fruit out from the space, they had ventured to the mountains, where a panel for trading crystal nuclei existed. With this thought, Su He's eyes lit up as she addressed the others. Please wait for me a moment. With that, she swiftly entered the space. Indeed, upon examining the trading panel, she discovered numerous purchase records, most of which pertained to food for mutated beasts. Su He meticulously sifted through the records until she finally stumbled upon an exceptionally expensive item, a detoxifying agent. When she scrutinized the image, it appeared hazy, revealing merely a vial of reagent, its purpose somewhat unclear, yet the term detoxification hinted at considerable implications. Could it be that Shen Nianbai intended to use this vial for detoxification? Su He shook her head. If Shen Nianbai's intention was merely to detoxify, there would be no need to summon such a multitude of zombies. There must be something else at play. Noticing that the trading panel yielded no further useful information, she promptly closed it and swiftly exited the space. The moment she emerged, a figure appeared from behind the trading panel. It was none other than the previously vanished Shen Nianbai. Upon seeing Su He exit the space, Shen Nianbai did not call out to her, but instead fixated silently on the spot where Su He had just stood before vanishing once more. Su He emerged from the space and immediately shared her findings with the crowd, who were astonished to learn that there were indeed items requiring trade within that realm. A wave of lamentations ensued. Sister, does this mean our advancement will be even more arduous in the future? We also have to nurture several golden devouring beasts. Suze smiled apologetically at the crowd, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, these golden devourers belonged to him, which meant he was essentially feeding his own beasts with everyone as crystal cores. Consequently, it would likely become even more challenging for them to level up. They would need to slay more zombies, and perhaps even higher-tier zombies. Sui felt a tinge of regret and glanced at the crowd, saying, I apologize for the crystal cores. What is there to apologize for? The mutated beasts have slain more zombies than we have. Upon hearing Su He's apology, Shenmu was the first to rise in opposition. With a fond gaze at Su He, she declared, he need not apologize. The contributions of these mutated beasts are immense, and it is only right that they are well fed. Indeed, we Haven-T contributed much this time. Let the mutated beasts eat more. They will surely be of use to us in the future. The others were well aware that Su He's few mutated beasts had played a significant role in combating the zombie tide, and they had merely been bystanders. They bore no resentment about the crystal cores being entirely exchanged for food. Only the Gubei team and the Shelters group found the actions of the Hope team somewhat perplexing. However, given Su He's performance, they held their tongues. After all, they had witnessed Su He's formidable prowess against the zombie tide and hoped to align themselves with her in the future, making the actions of her group seem far more reasonable. Thus, Gubei took the lead to glance at Su He and spoke first. Annie, they are correct. Those mutated beasts were pivotal in defeating the zombie tide, and we ought to express our gratitude to them. Yes, as for upgrading with the crystal cores, there is no need to rush. The combat strength of the mutated beasts far surpasses ours. Indeed, although our leader's abilities are the most powerful in the shelter, they still cannot compare to those of the mutated beasts. Upon hearing the implications in their words, Su He understood and nodded. In truth, the crystal cores have been unearthed by Shen Nianbai and directly exchanged for food, while the ones I and the mutated willow tree had excavated remained with us. Noticing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, she raised an eyebrow towards the already giggling Chen Yan and Su Haoyu, pointing to the two children. The cores they dug are also with them. Upon Sui mentioning them, Chen Yan and Su Haoyu quickly stepped forward a hand over the crystal cores they held. Once Sui had thoroughly cleaned the cores, she turned to face the crowd. Sister, this feels like a betrayal of our feelings, Suze said, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had just assumed that all the crystal cores from this zombie tide had been used to procure food for the mutated beasts. Feeling quite guilty since, despite their minimal contribution, they had still exerted effort. However, hearing Suhi mention that there were still crystal cores left, he felt a surge of happiness, as this would significantly enhance their team's strength. The others looked at Su He with amusement and teased. Buying food for the mutated beasts is fine too. Not at all. These are meant for enhancing your abilities. I specifically save them, she replied, directly handing over the crystal cores corresponding to Su Mu and Su Fu's attributes. Seeing this, the others dropped their reserve and eagerly took their respective attribute crystal cores to begin absorbing them. Sister, I can also absorb these crystal cores. Chapter 149. Dual Abilities. Su Zhe stared in astonishment at the pristine palm of his hand. He had just succumbed to his curiosity and grasped a crystal core, and now, had he truly absorbed it? He blinked in disbelief, glancing at Su He before redirecting his gaze back to his own palm. Su He was equally astonished as she walked directly towards Su Zhe, casually picking up a crystal core from the table and placing it in the palm of his hand. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Su Zhe taking a crystal core from the table and absorbing it. He was the second individual she had encountered possessing dual abilities. Of course, her own wood and spatial abilities did not count, as the spatial power was a gift from Shen Nianbai. The first person she had encountered with such talents was Shen Nianbai himself, who wielded both lightning and teleportation powers. Yet, she was uncertain about the nature of Su Zhe's newly awakened ability, and this thought made her somewhat anxious. The crowd, following Su He's lead, turned their attention to Su Zhe. Upon seeing her casually hand him a crystal core, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it really as simple as just picking any one?" Indeed, what kind of crystal core had Su Zhe absorbed earlier? Perhaps they should have him try that one again. I didn't catch it. I was too focused on absorbing my own crystal core. However, before they could finish their sentences, they noticed that the crystal core Su he had placed in Su Zhe's palm had already been absorbed by him. Su Hang, Li Xiong, and Su Liang were among the first to approach Su Zhe, their faces brimming with envy as they eagerly urged, "Buddy, quickly reveal what new ability you have awakened." Su Zhe wore an expression of excitement, yet he refrained from extending his hand to reveal his elemental affinity. Instead, he soared into the air, approaching Su He with a look of sheer delight. "Sister, could this be wind affinity?" Upon witnessing Su Zhe's exuberance, she nodded in agreement. Previously, she had envied the wind element zombies and had never encountered a wind element ability user. Now, her team had one, prompting her to congratulate Su Zhe enthusiastically. Su Liang stood silently to the side, his gaze incessantly drifting towards the crystal cores on the table. Curiosity piqued as he reached out to touch them. However, those around him clicked their tongues disapprovingly, shaking their heads at him. "You don't genuinely believe that everyone can awaken dual element abilities, do you?" Su Hang Zima, astonishment evident on his face as he regarded Su Liang. Earlier, he had merely perceived Su Liang as somewhat shrewd and had preferred to avoid interactions with him. Yet, this time, he found Su Liang to be rather naive. Noticing Su Liang's silence as he stared at him, Su Hang awkwardly scratched his nose. "Look, Su, he is extraordinary. We've seen the most formidable space-type expert, and there's also a powerful wood-type ability user. Just one of her dual abilities is already remarkable. Not to mention that Shen Nianbai is on the same level. As for us, TSK?" He raised a pinky finger and shook his head disapprovingly. Su Liang shot him a glance of disdain, but remained silent, gradually distancing himself from Su Hang. Li Xiong, observing the situation, tugged at Su Hang and shot a disapproving look at the overly talkative individual. Turning to Su Liang, he offered an apologetic smile. "Actually, it might be worth a try. After all, we hadn't anticipated Su Zhe's situation." Su Hang waved his hand dismissively, expressing his lack of interest in further discussion. The others, intrigued by the commotion from Su Hang's side, leaned in to investigate, discovering that Su Liang wished to experiment with the crystal cores of different attributes. Su He's eyes brightened, and she silently observed. Meanwhile, Su Liang, filled with trepidation, grasped a green crystal core. His desired second ability was with affinity, as it would provide him with more opportunities to draw closer to Su He. As he contemplated this, his hand trembled uncontrollably while reaching for the core. However, upon receiving the crystal core, he frowned, for it remained unresponsive. Extending his palm, he found the core undamaged, resting securely in his hand. He exhaled, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Su Hang cast a disdainful glance at Su Liang, voicing his annoyance. "I've already told you it's futile, yet you refuse to believe it. It's not necessarily useless, Su Liang. You should try the gold-type crystal core." Su He had been closely observing Su Liang. For in her previous life, Su Liang had awakened a gold-type crystal nucleus and had utilized his abilities to modify numerous vehicles. In fact, the majority of the vehicles at the base had been transformed by Su Liang's skilled hands. This was precisely why she had urged Su Zhe to bring Su Liang along. A person endowed with abilities and technical prowess was not someone she wished to overlook. Upon her suggestion, although the crowd was somewhat puzzled, they turned their attention to Su Liang. To their astonishment, he reached for the gold-type crystal nucleus, and the moment his fingers brushed against it, the nucleus vanished into thin air, absorbed into his body. The onlookers, taken aback, glanced at Su He in disbelief. After all, it was Su He who had prompted Su Liang to experiment with the crystal nucleus, and who could have anticipated such a remarkable outcome. "Wow, He, you truly possess extraordinary insight. Do you think I might awaken another ability?" one exclaimed. "What about me?" Can you discern if I have any potential for awakening new powers? Another chimed in. Miss Su, could you please take a look for our team as well? As the realization of Su Yang's impending second ability sunk in, the crowd eagerly approached Su He, seeking her guidance. Suffather and some mother, along with Shen father and Shen mother, hurriedly stopped the crowd, their expressions grave. How could he possess such extraordinary abilities? Perhaps it was merely a guess, and who would have thought it turned out to be correct? Indeed, if he had known, would she not have informed Su Yang long ago? Why wait until now? You people should consider it a privilege to awaken even a single extraordinary ability. Refrain from burdening He further and allow her some much-needed rest. Upon hearing Su's mother speak, the crowd hesitated to approach. The members of the Hope Squad realized the truth in her words, except for those from Gu Bei's team and the shelter, who dismissed Chen Nianyan's statement as mere childish play, unaware of her prophetic abilities. Nianyan speaks wisely. However, please inform us of any future predictions in advance. Li Zhong suggested, crouching down to look at Chen Nianyan. But all that I foresee, Sister He can guess as well. Prophecy? Gu Bei was taken aback by Chen Nianyan's revelation and turned to Su He with uncertainty. Is that what he meant? And what about him? Does he possess an extraordinary ability as well? Chapter 150. An incident occurs seeing Gu Bei and Li Qing's astonished expressions. Su He opened her mouth to speak. Yet before she could utter a word, Su Haoyu raised his small face, clearly displeased. What does it matter if I have an extraordinary ability or not? Despite his young age, pride was unmistakable in his eyes. Gu Bei and Li Qing exchanged glances, understanding that the news of Su Haoyu's ability was not shocking, especially since he had already helped others in their team awaken their powers. It was hardly surprising for the people around her, even children, to have abilities. They realized that they had been overly dramatic. Moreover, it was evident that more individuals were continuously awakening dual abilities around Su He. It seemed that astonishing events would not cease anytime soon. Although Gu Bei and Li Qing maintained their composure, their eyes sparkled with determination to ally themselves with Su He. As soon as Su Yang awakened his metallic ability, Su's mother hurriedly invited everyone inside the villa for lunch. You must be exhausted after battling zombies all night. Eat quickly and then rest. Su's mother looked at Su He, her face etched with concern over the dark circles under her eyes. Beside her, Shen's mother joined in, taking Su He's hand with a look of tenderness. Quickly eat something and rest. You all should not burden He any further. She has had a long night. Indeed, let my sister rest first. Observing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces, Su He managed a faint smile, though it faded when it reached Shen's mother. She waved her hand at the crowd. Let us all eat together. Yes, leave the battlefield clean up to us. You need not worry about it. With Sister Chen here, she will store away the zombies that were not destroyed by the lightning ability, so that you can later consume their flesh and blood to enhance your level. Muang, his expression serious, crossed his arms and addressed Su He. Seeing their insistence, Su He shook her head in resignation and disappeared directly into her space. Watching Su He vanish into thin air, Su Zhe turned to Su Hang and nudged him. Do you think my sister will heed our words? Can we sneak away to find Shen Nianbai? Su Hang shot him a glare and quickly distanced himself. Don't involve us. I have no intention of seeking out Brother Shen. Why not? Su Hang. Noticing Su Hang's silence, Su Zhe stared at him until he grew impatient and replied, Look at Brother Shen's ability compared to ours. They are worlds apart. No need for us to search him out. But what if, instead of worrying about Brother Shen, you should keep a closer eye on He? After all, the trouble Brother Shen has stirred up is considerable. Emohan narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Su Zhe. Previously, Su He had mentioned multiple times her disdain for deceit, even specifically pointing out Shen Nianbai. If Shen Nianbai were to leave without providing Su He with a satisfactory explanation, Emohan could easily predict his fate. Furthermore, as far as he knew, Shen Nianbai was not an ordinary individual, and his companion Lin Yu also seemed rather peculiar. With these thoughts in mind, Emohan stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. On the other side, Su He was prevented from cleaning the battlefield, but observed everyone's actions from her space. Listening intently to Su Zhe and the others' conversation, She was somewhat surprised that Su Zhe would even consider seeking out Shen Nianbai. As the others prepared to leave, leaving only Imo Han to guard her, Su-hee furrowed her brow. She swiftly exited her space and was met with Imo Han's wary gaze upon her arrival. She raised an eyebrow. Care to explore the base? Would you like to join me? While speaking, she handed Imo Han an apple. From my space. It's good for strengthening the body. She took a bite from her own apple, seeing that Su-hee had no intention of assisting with the battlefield cleanup. Imo Han did not further impede her and instead accompanied her out of the villa. What are your thoughts on the current Hope base? As they surveyed the bustling base, she noted the supermarket she had previously mentioned to Lin Yu now seemed to be on Shun Chao and Lin Yu's radar. What merits does it hold? Imo Han. Noticing Su-hee's relentless curiosity, Imo Han finally met her gaze. Aside from exchanging for crystal cores, it bears little resemblance to the world before the apocalypse. No, there is one difference: the necessity of undertaking missions outside. In truth, the situation had improved significantly. Apart from having to venture out daily to support their families and worrying about their own and their loved ones' safety, there was little else to fret over. The only annoyance was the fluctuating weather. As Imo Han pondered, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, noticing beads of perspiration trickling down Su-hee's brow. He skillfully conjured a small ice ball with his ability and offered it to her. What are you staring at? Uncomfortable under Su-hee's gaze, Imo Han snapped at her. Then he continued, Su-hee, if Brother Shen were to commit a grave error, would you be able to forgive him once? Forgive? Su-hee murmured these words, her heart filled with a sardonic laughter. To what extent could she possibly forgive? In her previous life, a significant part of her suffering stemmed from Shen Nianbai's inaction, allowing those from the Dawn Squad to trample over her. In this lifetime, although she still struggled to control her emotions, at least she no longer had to confront the Shen Nianbai of her past, but rather the pure, innocent version who was wholly devoted to her. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that something had changed. Contemplating this, Su-hee shook her head and coldly remarked to Imo Han, how much further am I expected to forgive him? Should he kill me once more? Is it truly that severe? What I meant was that Brother Shen's sudden departure might have been due to some pressing circumstances. Pressing circumstances? Imo Han retorted, incredulous. Has Shen Nianbai ever demonstrated such a situation after being injured? As for the exact reason, she was not certain, and it couldn't possibly relate to testing an antidote. Just as the two were embroiled in their debate regarding Shen Nianbai, Su Liang rushed over in a flustered state. Something's happened. What is it? Upon seeing her and Imo Han, he gasped for breath before continuing, those who went out on missions have all been killed by zombies. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Su-hee showed no immediate reaction. After all, it was commonplace for individuals to fall victim to zombies during daily missions. Su Liang would not disturb her over something so trivial, indicating that there must be more to the situation. Indeed, once Su Liang caught his breath, he gazed at Su-hee with complex emotions, hesitating to reveal what was on his mind. Shen Nianbai led the zombies in attacking the base? You saw it with your own eyes? Imo Han looked at Su Liang in disbelief, setting aside the fact that Shen Nianbai was his childhood friend. The extent to which he protected Su-hee, along with his actions last night in assisting the Hope Base to fend off the zombie horde, suggested he was hardly the type to lead an assault against humanity. Su Liang shook his head. We all find it hard to believe Shen Nianbai would do such a thing, yet last night, didn't he mention seeing Shen Nianbai with the zombies? The rest of his words remained unspoken, as he hesitated, glancing at Su-hee. A glint of coldness flashed in Imo Han's eyes as he scrutinized Su-hee, recalling her earlier words. Consequently, the members of the Hope Squad, who had initially doubted Shen Nianbai's involvement with the zombies, began to waver. They sent Su Liang, who possessed extraordinary speed, to relay the news. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Su-hee furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and asked Su Liang, did that survivor mention where they were ambushed by the horde? In the City Hospital. The hospital? Su murmured softly. The last time she had taken the members of the Hope team to the hospital, the number of zombies had drastically decreased. She had thought that they were afraid of her and Su Haoyu's abilities, but now it seemed there was a deeper mystery at play. Ignoring the ongoing discussion with Imo Han regarding the base's deployment plan, she hurriedly turned to Su Liang. Lead the way ahead and gather the ability users to accompany me to the hospital. Su Liang's expression was heavy as he firmly shook his head in response to Su He. We cannot go. Our priority now is to evacuate the base. Evacuate? Why must we retreat? Imohan asked, utterly perplexed. Those hordes of zombies are searching for survivors to infect, and our base is likely the location with the highest number of survivors in S City. Upon hearing this, Suhi fell silent. They had painstakingly established this base, and retreating was not an option they would take lightly. However, it was clear that these individuals were not suited to remain here. Reflecting on this, she ceased to glance at Su Liang and continued walking forward alone. Su Liang watched Su He, who remained silent, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. He quickened his pace to match hers. The hope base does not depend solely on you, and you need not feel obligated to save these people. What do you mean by that? Imohan, who had just caught up with them, glared at Su Liang. His words clearly suggested that He should abandon the members of the hope base. But did he not consider how those people would survive without them? Su Liang's statement wasn't entirely incorrect. Ignoring the agitated Imohan, He hastened toward the base's entrance. Indeed, the hope base did not rely solely on her. Yet it was a place they had all built together, and her family still needed to live there. She would not allow those hordes to destroy it. Not now, at least. Observing He striding away, Su Liang and Imohan quickly followed, joining Su Zhe and his group at the base entrance. Upon seeing He's calm demeanor, the expressions of Su Zhe's group varied. As they noted Su Liang's somber countenance behind He, they understood that he had already conveyed the situation to her and hurriedly approached her. Those who went out on missions from the base. I'm already aware, she interjected. We wish to send a team to the hospital to assess the situation. If the circumstances are as you described. Upon seeing He approaching, Su's mother hurriedly spoke to her. Standing beside them, Father Shen articulated his intentions, acknowledging that if the matter were true, it would pose a significant threat to their sanctuary, especially since it also implicated Shen Nianbai's reputation. Regardless, he felt compelled to investigate. Should the situation prove accurate, he would lead the ability users in an assault. Hearing Father Shen's plans aligning with her own thoughts, He continued the conversation. She added, if it is confirmed that Shen Nianbai is at the helm, then he is doomed. I shall imprison him within the space for eternity. However, I do not believe he would act in such a manner. This necessitates a thorough investigation to eradicate any potential threats to the sanctuary. Shaking her head, she asserted no. Shen Nianbai would not engage in such treachery. Even though I witnessed him conversing with a zombie that day, I'm certain there must be a zombie king involved. Upon hearing He's words, both father and mother, Shen exchanged glances, nearly bursting to reveal the truth to her. Lin Yu, who was privy to the facts, felt a wave of anxiety. He alone knew that Shen Nianbai had not lost his prior memories, thus could not possibly lead the horde against the sanctuary. There must be some deception at play. Yet, he could not voice this directly. Observing He's unwavering faith in Shen Nianbai, Lin Yu clasped his hands together, silently mourning for Shen Nianbai for 3 seconds, feigning to wipe imaginary sweat from his brow when He's gaze fell upon him. A zombie king? How long has it been since we had peace, and now there's a zombie king? Uncle Lee, let us not forget, we have been evolving, and so too have the zombies. Surely, some will ascend to become zombie kings. If that occurs, the plight of humanity will only intensify. The group, listening to He's conjecture, felt a growing unease. They were already struggling against the horde, especially with some zombies exhibiting intelligence. The emergence of Zombie King could lead to unforeseen dangers. Nevertheless, He remained composed, and once the chatter subsided, she inquired, have the personnel for the hospital been arranged? Father Shen and Lin Yu exchanged glances and smiled at He. Aside from us, it seems no one else is willing to go. Who says that? Our sanctuary will go. Our battle team will join as well. Li Qing and Gu Bei interjected in response to Father Shen's remarks. Seeing that the sanctuary and the Starfire battle team had agreed to join, Father Shen and Lin Yu smiled at the group. I cannot promise much, but as long as you accompany you need not worry about your safety. Our captain is indeed formidable, rivaling even Shinzong. However, to their surprise, Suhi shook her head. They thought she was about to refute their claims. Yet she said nothing and turned to exit the base. The others quickly followed her lead, and Lin Yu hurriedly relayed a few words to the captain of the guard, Wang Meng, before joining the group. Are we not going? Wang Meng furrowed his brow, calling out to the retreating figure. You need not accompany us. Your duty is to safeguard the base. Captain, we too wish to join Su He on her mission. Indeed, her wood-based abilities are unlike any other, truly impressive. You all have witnessed her prowess. I have yet to see it myself. The members of the guard watched the vehicles and mutated beasts ahead with a sense of regret. They had hoped that being part of the guard would allow them to interact closely with Su He and Shen Nianbai. Yet it seemed they would have to form their own teams and wait in line to undertake missions with the Hope Battle team. Observing their despondent expressions, Wang Meng admonished. Did you not hear the deputy base leader? We must diligently protect the base. As Su He set off towards the hospital where the survivors had reported a horde of corpses, the journey unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of any sign of zombies. Yet, a lingering unease gnawed at her heart. She could not discern whether it stemmed from the fear of encountering Shen Nianbai or some other reason altogether. Restlessness enveloped her spirit. Even the mount beneath Su Zhe began to gallop wildly as they drew nearer to the hospital. Several people, caught off guard, were abruptly lifted into the air by their mounts. With startled exclamations, they instinctively clutched the creatures beneath them to avoid falling. I remarked, Dear lion brother, could we not be a tad more steady? There are others upon your back, you know. Su Zhe let out a shout towards the lion. However, the lion beneath him did not slow down. Instead, it surged forward like a swift arrow, disregarding any vehicles or obstacles in its path. Su Zhe and Su Liang, who were perched on its back, could not help but swallow nervously. What on earth is happening? Su Liang called out anxiously to Su Zhe ahead. Sui was accompanied in the vehicle by her father, mother, and Su Haoyu, while initially leisurely strolling mutated beasts such as tigers and lions followed closely behind. In an instant, however, the mutated creatures surged forward, propelling everyone towards the hospital. At first, Suhi assumed that her companions were merely seeking a thrill while riding their mounts. But the urgent cries for help from Su Zhe quickly alerted her to the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the willow branches from her wrist shot through the car window towards her companions on the mounts, intending to bring them down. To her dismay, she realized that their vehicle was also being pulled along in the frantic dash of the mutated beasts. A wave of dread washed over her, and her instinct screamed that the situation was dire. Nevertheless, she focused intently on controlling the car to avert any accidents and handed the intercom to her father in the passenger seat, urgently instructing him to relay a message to the vehicles behind them, indicating that something troubling had likely transpired ahead. After delivering her instructions, she continued to manipulate the mutated willow to ensure her companions remained secure on their mounts, preventing them from being thrown off. Observing the unfolding chaos, Suhi's parents also felt a twinge of panic, yet they maintained their composure, relaying her message to the trailing vehicles while her father gripped the seatbelt tightly, ensuring that Suhi remained undistracted. Eventually, the vehicle, compelled by the mutated beasts, raced uncontrollably until it came to a halt at the hospital. Su Zhe and the others were still in a state of disarray, trembling as they turned to Su He, pleading for her assistance. "Sister, help us." Su Zhe's voice trembled, and his outstretched hand quivered uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he felt as though he and Su Liang were on the verge of being thrown off by the lion beneath them, which would have resulted in severe injury, if not death. Upon seeing the individuals atop the mutated beast, Su He and the others hurriedly disembarked to assist. After receiving Su Zhe, he was immediately enveloped in his embrace, weeping profusely. "Oh, sister, I almost didn't get to see you again. What nonsense are you speaking? We were right behind you, ensuring your safety." Su father and Su mother assisted several individuals down from the mutated beast, casting a glance at Su Zhe with expressions of concern. Suhi observed as the mutated beasts came to a halt at the entrance of the hospital, gently patting Su Zhe's back. She extricated herself from his embrace and walked purposefully into the hospital. Subsequently, she summoned the mutated willow tree from her space to assist in scouting for zombies within. The entire willow tree emerged, casting a shadow that shielded them from the scorching sun, causing the frightened individuals to seek refuge beneath its boughs for respite from the heat. As the myriad branches of the willow extended throughout the hospital, the onlookers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Apprehensive that a horde of zombies might emerge from the hospital, akin to the surprise attack they had faced previously from the survivors on their mission. However, after waiting for an extended period, there was no sound emanating from within the hospital. With dusk approaching and temperatures steadily declining, a sense of urgency began to envelop the crowd. So he offered a few calming words to the group before using the vines to elevate herself above the hospital for observation. The mutated beast that had been following Su-He immediately began to howl in her direction upon her departure, causing Su-Ze to hastily attempt to soothe him. "What is the matter with you all? Why is everyone acting so strangely today? Could it be that something is amiss inside?" As Su-Ze began to speak, the two mutated tigers continued to roar, accompanied by the lion that followed suit with its own roar. The moment Su-Ze uttered his final words, both the tigers and the lion abruptly ceased their sounds, fixating their gazes upon him. Su-Hang, perceiving the situation, hastily remarked, "We may have fallen into a trap." So he always felt a sense of unease. Upon hearing the words, "falling into a trap," a faint smirk appeared at the corners of her mouth, and a glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Chapter 153, The Hope is False. So he was slightly taken aback, realizing that something was manipulating the willow branches. In a flurry, she swiftly severed the branches at the waist and used the vines to suspend her entire body in midair. With a graceful flick of her hand, she returned the willow branches to the spatial realm. Su-Ze, still grappling with his nascent wind abilities, endeavored to soar towards Su-He. However, he barely ascended a meter before tumbling back down. Undeterred, he persisted in attempting to glide in Su-He's direction. Meanwhile, Su Liang employed his speed abilities to approach Su-He, deftly wielding his machete to dispatch the zombies that lunged at him along the way. Just as he was about to reach the spot directly beneath Su-He, he beheld familiar serpentine tails and gaping eyes. Upon discerning the human forms entwined with those monstrous appendages, his eyes widened in horror. These abominations were none other than his brother, and those who stood beside him. The girl he had previously deceived Su-He about, the one Su-Ze and Su-He had encountered, was also grotesquely transformed, now among his brethren turned monsters. After several attempts, Su-Ze finally managed to exert some control over his wind abilities. Upon reaching Su Liang's altitude, he noticed Su Liang standing utterly still, curiosity piquing as he followed Su Liang's gaze. In an instant, he too was rendered speechless. Wasn't he that Su Liang's family? Having frequently accompanied Su-He on missions after entering the base, he had seldom paid attention to the individuals beside Su Liang, particularly since he sensed Su-He's disapproval of that girl, leading him to keep his distance. Little did he anticipate their reunion would manifest in such a horrific manner. These thoughts flitted through Su-Ze's mind in an instant. Observing Su Liang frozen in shock, he hastily controlled his wind abilities and descended to Su Liang's side. Shouting urgently, "We must flee!" Su-He suspended herself in midair, gaining a clearer view of the scene below, and soon recognized the identities of the monstrous beings. A flicker of regret coursed through her heart. She had been preoccupied with warning Su Liang to steer clear of that woman, neglecting the group of individuals surrounding him. Little did she anticipate that they would meet such a grim fate, not even the woman escaping unscathed. Observing how everyone had transformed into creatures with serpentine tails, she urgently called out to her father, "We must evacuate." Previously, she and Shen Nianbai had exerted considerable effort to confront a single monster. Now, faced with a horde, she could not guarantee the safety of those around her. In the blink of an eye, she released the mutated willow tree she had previously summoned into her space. With deft control, she maneuvered its branches to lift Su-Ze and Su Liang, who were rushing towards her, onto the tree, then directed it to sprint towards her father and the others. However, while the mutated willow tree was swift, the serpent-tailed monsters were not sluggish either. As the tree attempted to carry its precious cargo away, the monstrous horde surged forward, Some of their serpent tails had already entwined around the branches, relentlessly advancing towards Su Zhe and Su Liang. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhe and Su Liang disregarded the individual who had transformed into a monstrous being and hastily sought refuge among the willow branches. Meanwhile, Su He, observing the situation, skillfully manipulated the willow branches to guide the two away from the serpent-tailed creature. However, the creature retained certain human characteristics, mimicking Su Zhe and Su Liang's movements as it attempted to ascend the willow tree, albeit with clumsy and awkward motions. Some of its serpent tails ensnared by the branches. Realizing the predicament, Suhi swiftly severed the willow branches entangled with the serpent tails and called out to the fire manipulator below, "Ignite it with fire." No sooner had the words left her lips than the fire manipulator conjured a fireball, directing it towards the fallen willow branches and the serpent-tailed beast. Seizing the moment, Sui retrieved a barrel of gasoline from her spatial storage and doused the serpent tail with it. Upon contact with the fireball, the serpent tail, along with the willow branches, ignited instantly, flames surging upward, engulfing the creature entirely. The serpent-tailed monster writhed in anguish, yet it persisted in its assault against them. It was only when Lin Yu and Su Fu united their efforts to launch a fireball that they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the beast. "We did it. We have successfully slain the monster." Su Zhe beheld the serpent-tailed creature, vanquished by the combined efforts of his father and Lin Yu. A flicker of joy momentarily igniting within him. Just as he prepared to embrace those beside him in celebration, he caught sight of Su Liang, whose face was etched with profound sorrow as he gazed upon the charred remains of the serpent-tailed beast. His outstretched hand faltered in mid-air as he stammered this. "This serpent-tailed creature is my brother." At Su Liang's poignant revelation, the festive spirit among the onlookers dissipated instantly, leaving them at a loss for words to offer solace. As they struggled to find the right sentiments, they witnessed Su He hurling several willow branches towards the hospital. The group, now devoid of any inclination to comfort, tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing themselves for impending danger. Just when they anticipated the emergence of yet another serpent-tailed creature from the hospital, a horde of such beasts surged towards them. Sui placed the mutated willow tree directly at the entrance of the hospital to obstruct the monstrous serpent-tailed creatures. Meanwhile, she retrieved the modified off-road vehicle from her spatial dimension, urging everyone to board and flee the hospital. While they could still put up a fight against one or two serpent-tailed monsters, they stood no chance against the hundreds and thousands swarming them. Upon hearing Su He's command to evacuate, Su Zhe quickly pulled others into the vehicle. Fortunately, the members of the Hope Squad had previously undertaken multiple missions together, allowing for a semblance of coordination amidst the chaos. However, the situation was dire for the Starfire Squad and the group from the Sanctuary. Upon arriving at the hospital, they had spread out somewhat. Seeing the monsters engulfed in flames by Su's father and Lin Yu's fire abilities had led them to relax. But that moment of ease cost several of them dearly, as they were swiftly ensnared by the serpent tails and dragged into the throng of monsters. A few vehicles trailed behind them, and when they realized the serpent-tailed creatures had not pursued, the occupants of the vehicles finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, as they approached the Hope base, their relief was short-lived. The sounds of battle echoed from a distance, with the relentless roars of zombies audible even from a kilometer away, and serpent tails flailing in the air, tossing people about with merciless brutality. Was the Hope base truly lost? Chapter 154. I am powerless before reaching Hope base. Su Hang's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the horrific scene before him, his eyes reddening as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The lead vehicle, driven by Su He, came to an abrupt halt. She stumbled out of the car and gazed silently at the distant Hope base, her brow furrowed and her eyes flickering with shadows of despair. Observing Su He's sudden stop, Su Zhe's composure crumbled. He stared at her while glancing towards the serpent tails hovering above the Hope base and the survivors being tossed about mercilessly. His eyes were filled with incredulity and profound sorrow that could not be concealed. In that moment, the cacophony of zombie roars, the sinister laughter of the serpent-tailed creatures, and the cries for help from the survivors filled his ears, overwhelming him. I am powerless. Suhi surveyed the dire state of the base, her shoulders sagging as if all strength had drained from her, unable to stand as she collapsed against the vehicle. In her previous life, before awakening her abilities, she had still managed to slay some zombies, never having encountered such monsters. If Shen Nianbai were by her side now, she could have confided in him, questioned him. But now, the only person who understood the apocalyptic situation, Shen Nianbai, was nowhere to be found. She felt as though she were trapped in a nightmare from which she would never awaken. Or perhaps everything unfolding now was merely a figment of her imagination before death. A fantasy in which her family still existed, and she possessed the power to protect them. Suhi sat slumped by the side of the vehicle, tightly embracing herself, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. The people inside the car, upon noticing her distress, hurriedly opened the door and approached her to offer solace. It's not your fault. In such circumstances, going in would be tantamount to seeking death. Sister, I didn't mean to blame you. I just wanted to see if there was still hope for their salvation. Please, don't be like this. Suhi, have you not witnessed enough of such situations? Experiencing life and death daily is a normal occurrence in this apocalyptic world. How have you become like this? The group looked on with concern, guilt, and heartache. They beheld the once resilient leader, now so fragile, as the steadfast belief in rebuilding their home, which had sustained her since the onset of the apocalypse, began to crumble. Hearing their words, Suhi merely shook her head repeatedly. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at her father, mother, and brother. She murmured, "No, it's not true. You are all figments of my imagination. Not real, not real." As soon as the words left her lips, Suhi felt a sharp slap across her left cheek from her mother. Realizing the pain on her face, she lifted her gaze to meet her mother's outstretched hand, her expression somewhat dazed. She mumbled, half in disbelief and half in sorrow, "It hurts. Knowing pain is a good thing. It signifies that we are all real, not mere illusions. Every person standing before you is a living being." Mother Su, with a heart full of sorrow, gazed at Suhi, whose entire being exuded an aura of profound sadness, causing her own eyes to redden with empathy. As Suhi began to glance around at the gathered crowd, she took a moment to steady her breath, gently caressing Suhi's arms, and continued, "He, what you see is indeed the truth. However, the reasons behind these events are not your fault. There is no need for you to bear excessive guilt. Lift your head and observe. We are all here for you. We need you, do you understand?" Suhi scanned the faces of those before her, then closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, she had reverted to her original composure, exuding a sense of restraint and calm. Rising to her feet, she cast a glance at the Hope Base in the distance. The cries for help and wails of the survivors had faded, replaced solely by the growls of the undead and the sinister cackling of serpentine creatures. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she surveyed the group and spoke in a cold tone. "We are retreating, heading south. Are we leaving right away? Shouldn't we wait for Mr. Shen?" Lin Yu hesitated, glancing at the others. After all, he was the only one privy to the situation. However, as he contemplated, he turned back to the now-collapsed Hope Base. Their efforts had gone up in smoke, and if they did not depart now, it would be too late for them to escape. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Suhi trembled slightly. "Shen Nianbai, we need not wait for him. We must leave this place at once, as it is no longer safe." Hearing Suhi's statement, Shen's mother promptly made a decision, casting a glance at Shen's father, who attempted to stop her, and shot him a fierce glare. With that, the group resolved to depart without delay. It was already too late. As Suze trembled and opened his mouth, he turned to board the vehicle, casting a final glance at the Hope Base, only to behold a horde of corpses rushing towards them, accompanied by the dazzling serpent-tailed monster. With a flicker of thought, the large black serpent swiftly coiled around his wrist, and before he could utter a word, it leaped into action, heading towards the serpent-tailed creature. "Sufe, do you think this black serpent can manage?" Su Heng said anxiously, observing the unremarkable large black serpent amidst the throng of monsters, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, a few mutated beasts emerged ahead, roaring like tigers and lions as they charged towards the horde of corpses and the serpent-tailed monsters. "We must retreat. Just as he contemplated rushing forward with his weapon, he heard Su-hee's voice beside him. Su-heng, puzzled, glanced at the mere few dozen individuals by his side, realizing that the opposing horde was 100-fold greater. Not to mention the serpent-tailed beasts, which made him swallow hard in fear. Fortunately, he refrained from charging forward. Otherwise, they would have had no chance. Quick retreat. Weighing the pros and cons, Su-heng hurriedly urged Li Xiang beside him to fall back. Yet, regardless of their retreat, the overwhelming number of foes, along with those that had not yet been deterred, relentlessly advanced towards them. As the enemies drew closer, Su-hee deftly manipulated vines to ascend into the air, and soon, he witnessed her pouring gasoline from a container. Hurry and withdraw. I will follow closely. Chapter 155. I'm sorry. I arrived late, seeing that the others hesitated to board the vehicle. Su-hee urgently shouted at them. Despite the mutated beasts holding the line ahead, their escape was not guaranteed, as the serpent-tailed monsters were particularly formidable. With this in mind, Su-hee hastened her pace in pouring gasoline. Sister, we will wait for you up front. We want to leave without you. Hee-hee, please be careful on your own. Sister Hee-hee, I want to stay and help you. As Su-zhe and his mother were about to speak to Su-hee and had just prepared to start the car, they were taken aback when the little one, Su-hao-yu, unexpectedly offered to assist Su-hee, causing them to instinctively press the accelerator and surge forward. Su-hao-yu's supernatural abilities were unpredictable. They proved useful against the zombies, but were ineffective against those serpentine monsters. It was better not to let this little fellow remain and create trouble for Su-hee. As the vehicle sped away, Su-hao-yu cast a perplexed glance at Su-zhe and anxiously turned his attention back to Su-hee. Leaving Sister He alone was perilous. Her powers were formidable, yet there were far too many adversaries for her to contend with. How he wished that Brother Nianbai were present. Chen Yan's voice crackled through the intercom. Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, Su-hao-yu's youthful face was etched with concern and urgency. He had vowed to protect Sister He, but now, when she needed him most, he was not by her side. Indeed, one could hardly trust a man's words. You mustn't say that about Brother Nianbai. He merely has his own matters to attend to. Oomph. At this remark, Su-hao-yu huffed dismissively and turned his gaze back toward Su-hee, only to catch sight of the very person he had just criticized. In the vehicle, Su-zhe and their parents were aiding the others in their escape while worrying about Su-hee. They only caught snippets of Su-hao-yu's mutterings, assuming he was still bickering with Chen Yan, and paid him no mind. Meanwhile, Su-hee breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the vehicle grow distant. However, upon seeing the relentless tide of corpses and the serpentine monstrosities closing in on her, she shut her eyes and prepared to press down on the lighter in her hand. In that fleeting moment, she was suddenly enveloped by a shadow, and upon inhaling a familiar scent, her eyes glistened with tears. I'm sorry, hee-hee, I'm late. As Shen Nianbai faced the serpentine monstrosities and the horde of zombies before Su-hee, his eyes reddened with emotion. A wave of dread washed over him. Just a moment more, and he would have been unable to see Su-hee in this lifetime, just as in the last. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. He instinctively tightened his embrace around Su-hee and, with a fierce glint in his eyes, surveyed the approaching horde. He targeted a particular zombie, unleashing a bolt of lightning from his palm, only to find that the zombie adeptly evaded his strike, dragging a nearby ordinary zombie to its demise instead. As Su-hee opened her eyes, she was greeted by a startling scene. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of the lightning abilities, she contemplated using her vines to deliver a strike, only to be taken aback as the zombie that had previously targeted Shen Nianbai let out a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the horde of corpses retreated, leaving only the relentless snake-tailed creature pursuing them. Shen Nianbai, this snake-tailed monstrosity, is not to be feared. Her earlier apprehension faded upon hearing Shen Nianbai's voice, and as he enveloped her in his embrace, her wide eyes observed the previously retreating wave of zombies surging back, now directed towards the snake-tailed creature. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly recalled the moment before Shen Nianbai vanished. He had the ability to control zombies, and given his high level of powers, commanding them to assault the snake-tailed monster no longer seemed so terrifying. lost in contemplation about Shen Nianbai's control over the undead. Sui nearly gasped at the sound that emerged from behind her. Just how much trust did they place in her and Shen Nianbai? Did they genuinely believe they could dispatch the snake-tailed creature before them? For heaven's sake, she lacked such confidence herself. Supporting her head, she glanced at the others and murmured, "Shen Nianbai, do you have a way to fend off these snake-tailed creatures?" Her gaze remained fixed on the man she had not seen for several days, entirely unaware that they had already landed. Upon recognizing Li Jing behind Shen Nianbai, she abruptly came to her senses and hastily distanced herself from him. Shen Nianbai, still holding Su He, was about to shake his head when she suddenly broke free from his grasp, lowering her head in confusion as she approached Su He, asserting, "Now that the zombies are restraining them, we still have time. There's no need to worry." "Oh." A fleeting glimmer of detachment passed through Shen Nianbai's cool gaze as he realized Su He's reaction was somewhat peculiar. Just as he intended to speak further, he saw Su He, controlling her vines, charge directly into the horde of zombies and the snake-tailed creature. Before he could teleport to her side, he was halted by Lin Yu and Su Hang. "President Shen, I believe you ought to apologize to the captain," Su Hang remarked. Li Xiong and Mo Han, who had followed closely behind, exchanged knowing glances at Lin Yu's words, their eyes reflecting understanding, as they looked at the still bewildered Su Hang with a hint of pride. "I guess correctly." Before he could finish speaking, he had already teleported to Su He's side. "What did you mean by that?" Su Hang scratched his head, somewhat slow on the uptake, yet unwilling to entertain the thought lingering in his mind. As soon as he voiced his confusion, the others disregarded him, directly joining the fray. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze to Su He, fighting alongside Shen Nianbai, silently praying, "Please let it not be as he feared. Here we come. Let's assist my sister. Your sister probably doesn't need help right now." Chapter 156. The monster shedding its human form after Su Hang spoke. He glanced at Su He and Shen Nianbai, who were wreaking havoc not far from the base. Vines swirled chaotically behind Su He, ensnaring the snake-tailed creature, while Shen Nianbai summoned lightning to strike it down. Wherever they fought together, thunder roared, and the snake-tailed creature, charred and battered, continued to fight valiantly, bolstered by a few zombies lending their aid. Noticing the zombie horde's sudden shift, a flicker of puzzlement crossed Su Hang's eyes. He then focused on Shen Nianbai, before shifting his gaze to Li Jing, who was cradled by Li Qing, incessantly worrying and asking questions. Only these two had been scratched or bitten by the zombies. Earlier, he had overheard Su He mention Shen Nianbai's ability to control zombies, and now witnessing the horde betrayal, his suspicions were all but confirmed. At this moment, Su Zhe had also caught up, following Su Hang's gaze and filled with pride in his eyes. "What do you think? Isn't my sister's extraordinary ability quite impressive?" After saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Hang and clicked his tongue. "What do you mean by that?" Su Zhe, without uttering a word, tightened his grip on the tang knife and charged forward. Behind him, Su Hang, witnessing the scene, followed suit. After all, his own ability felt rather lackluster in comparison. Casting a glance at Su He, who possessed the same ability, he felt an even deeper sense of imbalance. Why, with identical powers, was there such a stark disparity? As Su He observed the urgency with which everyone joined the fray, her wrists danced with increasing speed, manipulating the vines to encircle her companions, both shielding them and aiding in the extermination of the serpentine creatures. Subsequently, she was lifted into the air by the vines, landing gracefully beside Su Hang. "Su Hang," she urged, "the vine seeds germinate effortlessly. Scatter the seeds around those serpentine monsters, and once they sprout, they will ensnare them directly." Su Zhe and Li Xiong hurriedly rose to their feet, encircling Su Hang and whispering, "Did your sister give you those seeds? But are you truly capable? Su Fei, aren't we still good brothers? Why must you expose my shortcomings?" Su Hang furrowed his brow as he observed Su Zhe wielding a tang dao to slay the serpent-tailed beast. The words he had just uttered lingered in his mind, causing him a twinge of regret. Gritting his teeth, he cast the vine seeds towards the serpent-tailed creature closest to him. He then focused his abilities to stimulate the growth of the vines. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the seeds beside the creature, and after a prolonged moment, there was still no sign of movement. Su Zhe and Li Xiong waited for an extended period, assisting Su Hang in fending off numerous assaults from the snake-tailed monsters. They had lost count of how many times they had been swept aside by the creatures. Observing that Su Hang had yet to subdue the snake-tailed monsters, the two grew increasingly anxious and exclaimed in unison, "Why hasn't it been spawned yet? I'm unsure as well. I have utilized my abilities. Your energy is too feeble." The trio wore expressions of distress when suddenly, Suhi descended from the heavens, directing a green luminescence towards Su Hang's body. Upon witnessing this, Su Hang emulated her actions, channeling the abilities he had transferred into the seeds he had previously scattered. In an instant, the vine seeds were brought to fruition. However, before he could revel in his success, he recalled Suhi's earlier instruction to ensnare the snake-tailed monsters. He swiftly intertwined the sprouted vine seeds around the snake tail, anchoring them into the ground. Well done. Now, let us have a fire elemental user unleash an attack. Upon hearing this, Su Fu promptly hurled a fireball at the bound snake-tailed monster, igniting it instantly. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhe and Li Xiong exchanged a knowing glance and gave Su Hang a thumbs up during their leisure moment, before relentlessly launching their assaults on the serpentine-tailed monstrosity. The others, inspired by the combined efforts of Su He and her companions in vanquishing a single serpentine creature, felt a surge of morale and began to unleash their unique abilities upon the foe. However, they found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to the presence of the assisting zombies, inadvertently causing the demise of several ordinary undead. As for the zombies that had attained a semblance of intelligence, they refrained from attacking humans, instead cautiously distancing themselves while aiding the humans in their battle against the serpentine beast. Regrettably, the serpentine creature was adorned with numerous impenetrable scales, rendering blades and firearms ineffective. Even the fire, which was supposed to be its greatest fear, merely served to slow its advance. Consequently, the group had no choice but to retreat to the safe zone where Suhi had previously spilled gasoline. Meanwhile, the two mutated tigers, resembling small mountains, were less than pleased. They roared towards the heavens and, much to everyone's astonishment, began to roll on the ground, heading towards the serpentine creature. Though they didn't team manage to crush the creature itself, they left a trail of devastation in their wake, obliterating the bodies of the surrounding monsters and leaving the serpentine beast writhing in chaos. A flicker of surprise crossed Suhi's eyes. This is quite impressive. As the two mutated tigers began to roll around in the vicinity, Suhi manipulated the vines to ensnare the lifeless body of the person crushed by the mutated tigers. Ignoring the relentless attacks from the serpent tail, she discarded the vines and gestured to her father, saying, "Dad, use the fireball." Barely had her words left her mouth when a roaring flame erupted from where the serpent-tail creature had just been thrown, intensifying the already sweltering heat, causing everyone to sweat profusely. However, witnessing numerous serpent-tail creatures being crushed by the mutated tigers brought tears to the eyes of the onlookers. They exchanged glances, reflecting on the heavy casualties they had just suffered. Gu-Bei's Starfire team had dwindled to a solitary survivor. Yet in that moment, no one had the heart to console one another, for death had become a grim commonplace in this post-apocalyptic world, especially after witnessing the fall of the Hope Base. Just as the crowd felt a sense of relief at the demise of the serpent-tail creatures, they were horrified to see the blazing flames morphing into serpent tails, slithering towards them. As the serpent emerged, it revealed itself to be a creature with a girth akin to a human thigh, yet devoid of any human semblance. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 157. Advancement. The crowd was petrified, eyes wide with terror as the serpents crawled out from the flames, inching closer. Suddenly, they snapped back to reality and urgently called out to one another, "Quick retreat! Everyone to the vehicles!" Despite the onslaught from the mutated tigers against the serpent-tail creatures, Suhi remained anxious. She wielded her powers to twist and entwine the vines around the serpent-tail monsters, ultimately weaving a net to ensnare them. Subsequently, the mutated tigers crushed the bodies ensnared in her vines. Disregarding the net she had crafted, She hurled it at the serpent that was relentlessly pursuing the vehicles. While she frantically cast the vines, she glanced over at Nianbai, who had teleported her to safety. Observing the earthen walls obstructing the serpents ahead gave her a moment of respite, and she turned to Nianbai, asking, "Do you have any means to deal with these creatures?" In her previous life, she had never survived to witness such serpent-like monsters, leaving her unaware of whether they had appeared thereafter or how Nianbai had slain them. As she looked at him with hopeful anticipation, she was met with a shake of his head and a furrowed brow. That simple gesture extinguished her hope, yet she quickly rallied her spirits. Nianbai, let us join forces against these creatures. We merely need to shake them off. Now that the vehicles had distanced themselves, they could afford a moment's delay. And with Nianbai's teleportation, they could escape seamlessly. With resolve, Suhi sprang into action, her wrists deftly maneuvering towards the serpent-tail creatures. Though more creatures approached from the flames, they were burned by the searing fire, ultimately transforming into mere tails. The mutated beasts, having overheard Suhi and Nianbai's conversation, let out a fierce tiger roar, their eyes gleaming with determination as they rallied the lions, leopards, black bears, and wolves to join their assault. As the echoes of the tiger's roar faded, Suhi observed the assembled mutated beasts surrounding the serpent tails. Among them was a large black snake. Under Suze's pact, bearing its fangs at the serpent tail monsters, it spewed a dark green venom that, upon contact with the serpent tail, produced smoke and burned a hole through it. Suhi's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. The large black snake proved quite useful, though its venom was regrettably insufficient. Given the size disparity between the black snake and the serpent tail creature, a single bite of venom could have vanquished the serpent tail easily. Seeing this, the other mutated beasts intensified their assault on the serpent tail monsters. Two massive mutated tigers, using sheer brute force, ripped apart one of the serpent tails. Initially struggling, they eventually clawed and tore with ferocity, dismembering the serpent tail creature with sheer might. Sui, witnessing this harrowing scene, couldn't help but applaud in her heart. The serpentine beast had breached their hoped-for stronghold. She had no objections to being torn apart piece by piece. Nianbai, let those corpses assist us in holding back these monsters. We must retreat for now. Sui squinted slightly, feeling a surge of panic at her actions. His gaze deepened, and his eyes widened in disbelief that Suhi had actually abandoned him and fled alone. With this thought, he hurriedly teleported to pursue her. Her round little face instantly flushed with anger as she casually seized a high-level zombie, effortlessly extracting the crystal core from its head with a single hand, which then vanished in her palm. Noticing that her internal energy had only been replenished slightly, her white eyes flickered as she captured the zombie again, devouring it bite by bite. The sound of advancement echoed in an instant. Li Jing was ecstatic, feeling the newfound power within her as she wiped the blood from her mouth and hands, then set off in pursuit of Nianbai. Suhi deftly maneuvered the vines, soaring swiftly through the sky. In her fervent attempt to shake off the pursuing Nianbai, her speed intensified. Upon spotting Su Zhe and his companions waiting for her at the intersection, she hastily directed the vines downward. By the way, have any of you seen Li Jing? It seems she hasn't followed us. The monstrous creature with a serpent's tail had indeed been terrifying. It was astonishing that someone could be so twisted as to study such abominations specifically to devise methods to attack humans. They had come perilously close to those serpent-tailed monsters, each bearing a number that had reached into the thousands. If slaying one proved to be such a challenge, the prospect of facing hundreds or even thousands was utterly daunting. Nianbai furrowed his brow deeply. He had pursued Suhi to this point, sensing her emotional distress. Yet the cacophony of voices around him was either directed at Suhi or seeking to annoy him, which ignited a flicker of ire in his eyes. Why are you all so chatty? Can we not have a moment of silence? Chapter 158. Corpse Transformation. Lin Yu froze at Nianbai's rebuke, immediately lowering his head. He had momentarily forgotten that Nianbai had not lost his memory. He remained the same terrifying figure as before. What had possessed him to provoke him? With this realization, Lin Yu's demeanor shifted to one of respect, standing obediently to the side. Shen Nianbai's parents exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by their son's demeanor. It was only when they observed Shen Nianbai inching closer to Su He that they shared a knowing look and exhaled in relief. Now beside Su He, Shen Nianbai's expression had softened considerably. He regarded her with caution, speaking gently. Su Heng, noticing the stark contrast in Shen Nianbai's treatment of Su He, teased, "Brother Shen, it's not like he did this on purpose. You've been missing for several days. We can't just sit here waiting while the base falls into disarray. Can we? That's not what I meant. I had matters to attend to outside." "Oh, matters that required you to bring along someone else as sister?" Su Heng's banter elicited an eye roll from Su Zhe. "How fortuitous that you had matters to attend to. Whose sister are you referring to?" Shen Nianbai looked at Su Zhe, bewildered. He could detect the sarcasm in Su Zhe's tone, but out of respect for Su He, he chose not to engage in further conflict. Yet the unfounded accusation stung, leaving a bitter taste. Seeing Su Zhe's wide-eyed expression and his finger pointed accusatorily without uttering a word, Shen Nianbai continued, "I did not bring anyone else as sister. I went alone. The situation was urgent, and I could not risk he accompanying me on a perilous venture. Are you all right?" Shen Nianbai felt a pang of alarm at Su Zhe's incredulous expression. Instinctively, he glanced at Su He, only to find that the gentle, affectionate gaze she usually directed towards him was now filled with a chilling aloofness, causing his heart to skip a beat. In the haste of their return, and amidst the series of unforeseen events, he had neglected to maintain his guise. He blinked innocently, his hazel eyes reflecting confusion. "What do you mean by all right?" Yet, the expressions of disbelief from those around him told him that his reassurances had fallen flat. Su Zhe and Su Liang stepped forward, determined to expose his deceit. "Just moments ago, Lin Yu's demeanor towards you was markedly different. It was unmistakably the fear of a subordinate toward the superior. Indeed, Lin Yu was not like this before. His gaze was filled with pity, yet now it is transformed into one of respect mingled with trepidation. Moreover, when you were first injured, your only utterance was for he, and you never spoke to us. But just now, after exchanging a knowing glance, Su Zhe and Su Liang declared in unison, there is but one truth." At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Shen Nianbai, scrutinizing every subtle change in his expression. Shen's parents felt a sense of apprehension. After all, Shen Nianbai had previously confided in them about these matters. However, after he was scratched by a zombie, they had not observed any abnormalities. Only this instance, alongside Su Liang and Su Zhe's earlier remarks suggesting that Shen Nianbai was pretending. They exchanged anxious glances before casting a worried look toward Su He. Deceiving people like them was of little consequence, but considering how Su He had staunchly defended Shen Nianbai, should she discover the truth? With this thought, Mrs. Shen turned to Shen Nianbai and said, "Nianbai, if you truly have not lost your memory, you should confess to he as soon as possible. Your silence will only heighten the concerns of those around you." Mr. Shen joined his wife. Patting Shen Nianbai on the shoulder before the group, discreetly stepped aside, leaving the space to Su He and Shen Nianbai, waiting patiently for news. Su He remained aloof, her gaze unwavering from Shen Nianbai. Moreover, she had previously taken advantage of Shen Nianbai's amnesia to engage in numerous indiscreet behaviors. With this thought, Su He closed her eyes. In truth, she had been aware of Shen Nianbai's peculiarities, but since they had been candid with each other in their confined space, she chose to feign ignorance as Shen Nianbai continued to deceive her. Little did she know that today, the truth would be unveiled before all. Observing Su He's silent demeanor, Shen Nianbai felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After much contemplation, Shen Nianbai summoned her courage. Shen Nianbai, why do you ignore me?" Li Jing, panting heavily, caught up just in time to hear Shen Nianbai instruct her to leave. Her body radiating an unmistakable hostility, her grayish-white eyes now aflame with fury. She swiftly approached Su He, seizing her with alarming speed. Noticing Shen Nianbai's growing panic, Li Jing smirked, raising an eyebrow. "What did you just say? You told me to leave? If you dare harm a single hair on he, I will make you wish for a fate worse than death." Witnessing Su He being accosted by this unhinged woman, Shen Nianbai gritted her teeth, her entire being crackling with electric energy. The onlookers, who had granted space to Su-hee and Shen Nianbai, now turned their attention to the escalating situation. Upon seeing Li Jing emerge and directly threaten Shen Nianbai through Su-hee, their composure shattered. He, Li Jing, what are you doing? Release Su-hee at once. Li Jing, I am your brother. What has come over you? Hurry and let go of Miss Su. She is the savior of our sanctuary. Sui found herself gripped by Li Jing's hand around her throat, yet she remained remarkably composed. Observing the anxious crowd, she offered them a reassuring glance. Her attention then shifted to Li Jing behind her, where she could distinctly sense a significant transformation in her, particularly in her abilities, which had evidently escalated at an astonishing pace, almost unfathomable. Sister He, be cautious. She has undergone a corpse transformation. Chapter 159. The incubation period of the corpse transformation. Before He could delve into the reasons behind Li Jing's rapid advancement, she heard Su Haoyu's warning. Instinctively, she whispered for her spatial ability, and in an instant, she vanished into her dimension, successfully evading Li Jing's outstretched claw. From within her realm, she witnessed the chaos outside caused by her sudden disappearance, prompting her to re-emerge. With a swift motion, she unleashed a vine to teach Li Jing a lesson. However, in just a fleeting second, she saw Li Jing struck by Shen Nianbai's lightning abilities, collapsing to the ground in agony. Li Jing, witnessing his sister's transformation into a corpse and her grievous injuries, felt a mix of anger and sorrow. He could hardly fathom that Li Jing would dare to attack Su-hee, especially after having considered infecting her moments before. How could she be so audacious? Now, seeing her wounded by Shen Nianbai's lightning abilities seemed almost lenient. Upon seeing Su-hee emerge, he turned to her with concern. Miss Su, are you all right? Were you frightened? Trust me, she has never undergone a corpse transformation before this time. Sister He, she was just attempting to infect you. Li Jing, filled with confusion at Su-hee's words, hastened to explain. Recalling how Li Jing had been with them in the shelter for an extended period without exhibiting any signs of transformation. Now, witnessing it unfold before his eyes felt utterly bizarre. Su Haoyu hurriedly approached Su-hee, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at her. Without allowing Li Jing to finish his sentence, he directed an indignant look towards Su-hee, exclaiming that it was all the fault of that person's sister. Observing Su Haoyu's innocent and endearing demeanor, a smile graced Su-hee's lips as she opened her arms to embrace him. It's all right. Did our remarkable little Haoyu not remind us? I am perfectly fine now. The little one, still seemingly unconvinced, twirled Su-hee around to confirm that she was indeed unscathed. And only then did he release a sigh of relief, his voice quivering as he confessed, I was truly terrified just now. And as he glanced at Li Jing on the ground, a dark mist enveloped him, his eyes turning crimson simultaneously. This woman, cursed be she. Shen Nianbai stood nearby, observing Su Haoyu's dramatic display with a measure of incredulity, and let out a cold laugh. Child, you are grasping my woman's hand. As he spoke, he sauntered over to Su Haoyu, his demeanor languid as he regarded him, utterly devoid of the earlier insecurity he had displayed before Su-hee. Yet, when he cast his gaze towards Su-hee, a flicker of guilt prevented him from meeting her eyes. Su Haoyu pouted slightly. Sister He, please don't bully the children. Upon hearing Su Haoyu's soft plea, Sui shot an angry glance at Shen Nianbai. To her surprise, the next moment, Shen Nianbai wore an innocent expression as she gazed back at her. Then, mimicking Su Haoyu, she approached and took hold of Su-hee's other hand. In an instant, Sui found herself at a loss for words. How could Shen Nianbai, being so much older, still behave like a child? It truly left her speechless. Seeing that Su-hee had not escalated the situation with Shen Nianbai, Shen's father, Shen's mother, and Lin Yu all breathed a sigh of relief, turning their attention to the crumpled figure of Li Jing, who was writhing in pain on the ground. Mother Su cast a worried glance at Su-hee, then turned her gaze towards Li Jing, her eyes betraying a flicker of resentment. It was her sister's negligence that allowed the chaos to unfold, almost resulting in Su-hee's injury. She couldn't help but question whether Nianbai had indeed gone easy on her with that last electric strike. Heaven knows that Nianbai had not held back, yet he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Had he done so, Li Jing would not still be bouncing about. His intention was to awaken Li Jing's consciousness, forcing her to confront the grim reality of her infection, compounded by the visible blood on her, indicative of her recent consumption of a zombie, which had catalyzed her evolution. Upon hearing Mother Su's words, Nianbai narrowed his eyes, addressing Su He with a languid tone tinged with a hint of pride. Would you like to know why she suddenly advanced? Seeing Nianbai's unexpected arrogance, Su He shook her head. She was still miffed and had no intention of engaging with this man. Nianbai opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent. The blood on Li Jing did not seem human. Rather, it bore the unmistakable mark of a zombie. Mo Han cast a sideways glance at Su Hang, pointing toward the bloodstains on Li Jing's chest. Su Hang followed suit, disbelief etched across his face, brows furrowing. Did she just help us slay zombies? Yet, that does not absolve her of her desire to infect Su He, does it? Having voiced his suspicions, Su Hang continued, even if she aided us in killing zombies, it cannot overshadow her previous intent to infect Su He, can it? Mo Han rolled his eyes in response to Su Hang's words, but silently concurred with the latter statement, offering a subtle nod. Meanwhile, Chun Yicheng, observing Mo Han's reaction, chuckled helplessly before turning to the still bewildered Su Hang. What Mo Han implies is that she may have consumed zombie flesh to advance, which led to her transformation. Oh. Upon hearing Mo Han's explanation, Su Hang rolled his eyes disdainfully, musing that these two were so in sync they could practically share a pair of trousers. With just a glance, Chun Yicheng understood Mo Han's point. One might mistake them for a couple. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Su Hang's spine, and he shook off the goosebumps that had arisen. Consumed a zombie? But she hadn't eaten any before. We only fed her cooked meat. Upon hearing Chun Yicheng's assertion that Li Jing had consumed zombie flesh, Li Qing stood frozen in disbelief, staring at Li Jing. At that moment, Li Liang stepped forward, regarding Nianbai with calm composure, though a fleeting glimmer of joy danced in his eyes before it vanished. As far as I know, Li Jing was previously bitten by a zombie, correct? Li Qing nodded. Then that confirms it. Being bitten by a zombie equates to being infected with the zombie virus. Essentially, she has already mutated into a zombie, and zombies possess the trait of evolving through cannibalism. Oh, I see now. Li Jing didn't transform into a zombie earlier because of a prolonged incubation period, which is only now manifested. Su Hang's eyes brightened at Li Liang's explanation, but in the next moment, he felt a chill creeping in around him. Turning around, he found Mo Han and Li Xiang gazing at him incredulously, with Li Xiang's eyes blinking as if in a spasm. Li Xiang, are you all right? They were subtly reminding him that Shen Nianbai had also been scratched by a zombie. All right, so does that mean Shen Ge is also at risk of becoming a zombie? Chapter 160. Speaking before thinking, he hurriedly waved his hands to clarify. Shen Ge. I truly didn't mean to. It's fine. Every individual is different. How can you know whether I will become infected or not? Shen Nianbai lifted his eyelids, casting a sidelong glance at Su Hang. Sui furrowed her brows and glanced at the woman on the ground, who was suffering from the effects of corpse transformation and lightning attacks. Where's your antidote? Shen Nianbai remained silent. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. What antidote? What is it for? Seeing the curiosity etched on everyone's faces yet no one daring to ask, Suze tugged at Su He's sleeve, embodying a curious child. However, Shen Nianbai felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, unable to meet Su He's gaze. Did you see me exchange for the antidote? Sui nodded, noticing that Su He was already aware. Shen Nianbai's previously rigid posture relaxed considerably. Subsequently, she extended her hand, and a vial of reagent materialized in her palm. Suze curiously glanced over, observing an unremarkable syringe, and pouted. Is this the so-called antidote? What purpose does it serve? It can't possibly counteract the zombie virus, can it? He pondered to himself, yet still held a flicker of hope regarding what Su He and Shen Nianbai seemed to know. Noticing Su He's curiosity, Shen Nianbai, without any pretense, cleared his throat and explained it cannot completely neutralize the zombie virus, but it can somewhat delay the transformation of a human into a zombie. Is that beneficial for Li Jing? Li Qing, who had been troubled by thoughts of his sister, immediately lifted his head upon hearing her name. It took him a moment to grasp Su He's implication, and he quickly shook his head in refusal. No, this medicine must be quite precious. You should keep it for yourselves. As for Jingjing, it seems there is little hope. As he spoke, he lowered his head, unable to conceal the pervasive sorrow enveloping him. The others failed to discern the underlying meaning in Su He's words. Yet Shen Nianbai instantly understood, feeling a stir in his heart. Su He still cared for him. Contemplating this, he nodded. It's useful, though not significantly so. Then let us use it on Li Jing. Su He suggested. Shen Nianbai was taken aback. Seeing Shen Nianbai's expression brighten, he leaned closer to Su He and whispered in her ear, He, are you concerned that I might experience side effects and want to test it on Li Jing first? When Su He remained silent, Shen Nianbai smirked and continued, Have you already forgiven me? He, you are truly wonderful. As he leaned in closer, aiming for her neck, he was taken aback when Su He deftly evaded him. Shen Nianbai, with his hazel eyes wide open, looked at Su He in confusion, seemingly unable to fathom why she would reject his proximity. Their interactions had even escalated beyond their previous encounters, considering he was already aware of Su He's fondness for his appearance and physique. Thus, he often made an effort to maintain his figure, even showcasing it before her, believing that to win someone over, one must cater to their preferences. You're overthinking it. Shen Nianbai, caught in contemplation of Su He's changes, was momentarily stunned by her words, his expression shifting to one of discomfort, though he quickly regained his composure. Looking at Su He inquired, What is it that you wish to do? Just moments ago, Li Jing was intent on infecting you, yet now you are still considering using the antidote on her. While the antidote may not be highly effective, it is certainly better than not using it at all. However, if the goal is to restore Li Jing to normalcy, the antidote may still fall short. Why are you asking so many questions? Su He cast an impatient glance at Shen Nianbai. This individual had not been particularly talkative before, had they? Fearing that Su He might become irate, Shen Nianbai swiftly handed the antidote to Su He, adding a cautionary note. However, the efficacy of this antidote is rather limited. A single injection will not sustain its effects for long. Are you implying that this cannot neutralize the zombie virus? What then is its purpose? Su He and her brother echoed in unison. Yet, Su He harbored a different perspective. After all, this was an item produced by that peculiar transparent panel from the spatial realm. Even if its effectiveness was minimal, it was still preferable to the prospect of outright transformation into a zombie. Contemplating this, she reached out to receive the antidote from Shen Nianbai, then turned to Li Qing, seeking his opinion. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qing gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, Let us proceed with it. With Li Qing's consent, Su He instructed Shen Nianbai to administer the antidote to Li Jing. Su Zhe glanced over, a twinge of anxiety stirring within him as he spoke. Sister, your actions are exceedingly perilous. What if you inadvertently cause Li Jing's demise? Wouldn't Li Qing and the others seek retribution against you? As Su Zhe spoke, he cast a glance at Li Qing, observing his singular focus on the convulsing Li Jing. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Having a sister like Su He could empathize with Li Qing's sentiments. With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh. It was all the fault of this apocalyptic world. It had led to devastation and despair, forcing individuals into a desperate existence of perpetual flight. Meanwhile, after Li Jing was administered the antidote, her body convulsed for a moment before releasing a noxious black smoke, accompanied by a putrid stench. Seeing the situation, both Su's mother and Shen's mother hurriedly dispersed the group of men, subsequently utilizing their water-based abilities to cleanse Li Jing's body, swiftly providing her with a fresh change of clothes. After all, she was their own daughter, and they were well aware of her condition. Shen's mother, noticing Su He administering the antidote to Li Jing, harbored similar thoughts. However, she was acutely aware that whether Shen Nianbai required the antidote was of little consequence. After all, Shen Nianbai had previously discussed this matter with them, and now, witnessing his return to normalcy, it was evident that the zombie virus held no effect on him. Unfortunately, Suhi remained oblivious to this fact. Otherwise, she would not have employed the antidote on someone who posed a threat to her. Contemplating this, Shen's mother cast a disapproving glance at Shen Nianbai. Given his current demeanor, she feared that her obedient daughter-in-law might take flight at any moment. There were numerous individuals eyeing her daughter-in-law, particularly Su Liang, whose gaze seemed almost glued to Su He. "Auntie, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Chapter 161. Will the apocalypse ever end? Perhaps due to the intensity of Shen's mother's gaze, Su Liang uncomfortably turned to her, rubbing his face, puzzled by her scrutiny. Shen's mother remained composed, replying, "Nothing, I was merely lost in thought." Meanwhile, having taken the antidote, Li Jing was assisted by both Su's mother and Shen's mother in washing away the grime that enveloped her. After donning clean garments, she appeared unrecognizable from her earlier state of transformation. However, upon turning around and revealing her excessively pale visage, the onlookers could not help but frown. Li Qing assessed Li Jing from head to toe, cautiously approaching her and softly inquiring, "Jingjing?" Li Jing stood there in a daze, offering no response. Sui cast a fleeting glance at Li Jing before turning her attention to Shen Nianbai. "Is this a side effect of the antidote?" "No. Shen Nianbai replied dismissively. She has consumed the flesh and blood of zombies. The antidote will have minimal effect on her. She should remain as she was before." With a casual glance at Li Jing, Shen Nianbai shook her head. Had Li Jing not ingested zombie flesh, perhaps a dose of the antidote could have restored her to her former self, reclaiming the memories she lost. But now, it is too late. Even with the antidote, she can only maintain her current state. Regaining the consciousness of a human from a zombie seems a formidable challenge. Upon hearing these words, a chorus of sighs emanated from the surrounding crowd. Li Qing, who had never harbored much hope, remained unmoved by Shen Nianbai's statement, gazing at Li Jing with a hint of regret. Yet, in the next moment, she turned to Su He with unwavering resolve and stated, "Miss Su, should Li Jing attempt to harm you again, I hope you will deal with her as you would with any other zombie." Su He raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Li Qing. "I intended to keep her here, but you are the savior of our sanctuary. I cannot jeopardize your safety for her alone." Li Qing spoke with difficulty. Having relied on each other for many years, the sibling bond with Li Jing was one he did not wish to threaten. Yet now, it was he who had failed to protect Li Jing. If necessary, he would atone with his own life. Upon witnessing Li Qing's resolve, Su Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. He hesitated, nearly uttering, "If she ever dares to harm my sister again, she won't need to lift a finger." However, the words stuck in his throat. To be fair, if either Su He or he were to find themselves in Li Jing's current predicament, neither would abandon the other. At the very least, he would not forsake Su He, for she was his sister. Yet now, Li Qing was prepared to relinquish Li Jing simply because she had rescued those in the sanctuary. He understood how arduous this decision was, rendering him incapable of speaking harshly to Li Qing. "You would do well to consider these matters later. It would be wiser to board the vehicle now, should those creatures pursue us once more." Sui observed the intense gaze contest between Li Qing and Su Zhe and let out a sigh. Turning to glance at the direction of the Hope Base, he addressed the crowd. Upon his utterance, the spirits of the others dampened. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, they had already lost their homeland, and now they were compelled to move forward, uncertain of what awaited them ahead. Su He and her companions once again boarded the vehicle, fully equipped and ready to embark on their journey to the next sanctuary. As they departed from City S, the landscape was marred by the sight of countless corpses scattered along the way, with the remnants of zombies littering the streets and the aftermath of accidents left unattended. The group gazed out of the windows, collectively sighing at the grim reality before them. Along the route, numerous ordinary zombies, drawn by the vehicle's presence, appeared. Sui paid them no heed. Some were directly struck by the vehicle, while others, unable to keep pace, continued to sprint behind in a futile chase. As Su Zhe and his companions observed Su He and Shen Nianbai nonchalantly disregarding the surrounding zombies, they remained steadfast in their vehicles. Only Su Hang, upon spotting a zombie, hastily scattered the vine seeds entrusted to him by Su He. He then swiftly nurtured the seeds, ensnaring and vanquishing the zombie. Wow, I am so formidable. Su Hang et Galim, exhilarated by the sight of his vine seeds, eliminating a zombie, momentarily dispelling the heavy atmosphere that had enveloped several vehicles. Li Xiong glanced at the carefree Su Hang and shook his head with a sigh, remarking, sometimes being a bit foolish is rather advantageous. Su Hang replied, Li Xiong, did you see that zombie? I just defeated it. Noticing Li Xiong's lack of response, he seized the walkie-talkie from Imo Han's hands and began calling out to Su He. He, did you just witness me using vine seeds to slay a zombie? I can now utilize my abilities to kill zombies. Olhat, Su Hang, don't you think it might be a bit premature to claim you can eliminate zombies with your powers now? Su Fei, I'm conversing with He, not you. Su Hang's earlier elation over defeating the zombie was swiftly extinguished by Su Zhe's interruption. He sulkily sat in the vehicle, venting his frustrations about Su Zhe. Hearing the banter over the walkie-talkie, Su He chuckled and shook her head. I saw it. With your current abilities, managing the crops in the next shelter should pose no challenge for you. Indeed, let me tell you. Su Hang, mind your address. Upon hearing Su He's words, Su Hang was about to retort when Shen Nianbai's voice boomed through the walkie-talkie, silencing him. He pouted in dissatisfaction, reluctantly adjusting his tone. All right, Captain, but could you possibly replenish my abilities later? He had realized that the abilities Su He provided him were absorbed much more rapidly than those he garnered from crystal cores. With Su He assisting him, he need not fear the ridicule of Su Zhe and the others. Your expectations are quite optimistic. Shen Nianbai cast a cold glance at the walkie-talkie, as if addressing Su Hang directly. Finally, he turned to Su He and gently advised, in the future, refrain from indiscriminately replenishing others' abilities. Your own health is paramount. Let those useless individuals fend for themselves. Su Hang. It was a profound sting, not merely a simple one. However, given that both Su He and Shen Nianbai possessed the power to pierce his heart, he dared not voice any complaints. He could only stew in silence. Where are we headed now? Su He sat in the passenger seat, glancing at Shen Nianbai in the driver's seat. She had previously heard him mention that he had survived until now, and she hoped he could lead them to a safe haven, although safety was a rare commodity in this world. Shen Nianbai turned to Su He and said, There's another base not far from Hope Base. Noticing the confusion on Su He's face, he hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge more. It might be too close to be safe, considering the commotion we've caused here. Su Zhe interjected from the back seat, his expression troubled. Besides, where is truly safe these days? The world is overrun with zombies and monsters. Those who once stood atop the food chain are now reduced to prey, fleeing for their lives. Shen Nianbai caught Su Zhe's eye in the rearview mirror and nodded solemnly. There are no safe places. We must learn to adapt and gradually acclimatize ourselves. Will the apocalypse ever come to an end? Chapter 162, Seeking Shelter. Su He murmured, seemingly addressing Shen Nianbai, yet also appearing to engage in self-reflection. However, as soon as her words left her lips, a profound silence enveloped her. After a considerable while, Su He came to a realization. How had Shen Nianbai, in his past life, endured the apocalypse all on his own? Was he not lonely, confronted daily by the relentless hordes of zombies? Did he not recall her? Did he not regret his past actions? Contemplating this, Su He closed her eyes, fearing the answer was negative. Otherwise, how could he allow himself to survive alone in such a harrowing world? A surge of resentment welled up within her. Shen Nianbai would rather face grotesque, ravenous zombies than tolerate her presence. Hey, he! The familiar voice reached her ears, and the weight of her resentment became nearly suffocating. She cast a frosty gaze at Shen Nianbai, yet as soon as he looked back, she hastily returned to her usual composure. The nails digging into her palm betrayed her turbulent emotions. Taking a deep breath, she shut her eyes. Shen Nianbai was still of use, and she could not forsake her family.S lives over personal grievances. Steadying her mind, she spoke in a tone devoid of warmth, maintaining the same distant demeanor she had always shown him. Is there something you need? The coldness in her voice made Su Zhe and Su Haoyu, seated behind her, unconsciously rub their arms. They exchanged puzzled glances before choosing to remain silent. Shen Nianbai, momentarily taken aback by Su He's tone, interpreted her demeanor as a manifestation of anger and despair stemming from the unending apocalypse. He thought to comfort her, saying, "I will protect you all." As soon as he uttered these words, he recalled Su He's unique abilities in this life and her self-invented techniques for dispatching zombies, all of which were lethal. In his previous life, had it not been for that cursed woman, Su He could have thrived. After all, she possessed genuine skills. Reflecting on this, Shen Nianbai's gaze dimmed. In this life, Su He no longer required his protection to flourish. "No, Shen Nianbai, my sister's abilities are not vastly different from yours. Stop boasting about your protective prowess." Su Zhe interjected with a hint of disdain upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words. Su Haoyu cast a disdainful glance at Shen Nianbai, rolling his eyes and remarking with a hint of sarcasm, "I hope that when the base was besieged by the tidal forces and those serpent-tailed monsters, we didn't see you coming to protect Sister He. If you had shown up sooner, we would have already escaped." After speaking, he puffed up his cheeks in irritation, glaring at Shen Nianbai. It seemed that he only spoke sweetly now that the ordeal was over. Who couldn't put on a charming fade? "Sister He, my abilities are continuously evolving, and I am more than capable of safeguarding you now." Su Haoyu, with a clenched fist, provocatively cast a glance at Shen Nianbai in the driver's seat. Observing the two individuals in the back seat, Su He smirked slightly, declaring, "I am aware of your prowess, so I shall rely on you for protection from now on." The trio resumed their lively banter, while Shen Nianbai, wishing to join in, found himself ignored, as if he were invisible. Thus, he settled into his role as the driver, silently listening to their conversation. Meanwhile, the radio intermittently echoed Su Hang's boastful claims of having slain several zombies. The somber atmosphere surrounding them began to dissipate, save for Gu Bei, who had lost teammates, and the few remaining members of his shelter, who gazed mournfully at the remnants of the zombies. As Shen Nianbai drove throughout the afternoon, he finally halted at a small village as dusk approached. However, upon reaching a bend at the village entrance, he discovered that their path was obstructed by a mound of earth. Turning to Su He in the passenger seat, he inquired, "Is there not a soil-based ability user named Li Zhong in our team? Perhaps he could assist in clearing this obstruction?" Su He gazed intently at the village in the distance, her brows furrowed in concern. The presence of the earth mounds indicated that the village still harbored a considerable number of inhabitants. However, she pondered what their arrival might bring to the villagers, especially with Li Jing and Shen Nianbai, two beings caught between life and death among their ranks. The thought of unforeseen circumstances made Su He shake her head. While they, as individuals with extraordinary abilities, had little to fear, the villagers were not as fortunate. She turned to Li Zhong and gestured for him to come closer, saying, "Uncle Li, could you assist in clearing these mounds? Once we have passed through, we can construct earthen walls from them." Li Zhong nodded in agreement. Observing Su He's actions, Shen Nianbai shook her head disapprovingly, stating, "He, in this world, there is no need for such kindness." Su He, kindness? She let out a cold laugh. Shen Nianbai was right, yet also wrong. Her current actions were merely a means to avoid further complications. If it were just her, perhaps she would have charged in without hesitation. However, now she bore the weight of those who unconditionally placed their trust in her. Having already lost countless souls at the Hope Base, she was reluctant to lose those who believed in her unreservedly. It was precisely because Sister He embodied kindness that we could place our unwavering faith in her and chose to stand by her side. Without He, neither Nian Yin nor I would have survived to this day. Upon hearing Shen Nianbai's words, Su Haoyu was the first to counter, while Chen Ping quickly stepped forward to defend Su He. Had she not resolutely followed Su He from the gas station, she and Nian Yin might have found themselves in an uncertain predicament. Observing the situation, Su Hang turned his gaze toward Shen Nianbai and approached him, remarking, "Brother Shen, your competitive spirit is rather formidable, not to mention the openly supportive Su Haoyu and Chen Ping. Even among their group, they stood by Su He, as she had provided them with far greater assistance than Shen Nianbai." Throughout their journey, it was Su-hee who consistently aided them, teaching them how to harness their abilities. As for Shen Nianbai, his contributions seemed rather lackluster in comparison. Nevertheless, having grown up together as childhood friends, they would still lend Shen Nianbai a modicum of support. Upon hearing Su Hang's remarks, Shen Nianbai cast a cold glance at him, then surveyed Li Xiong and the two others who had accompanied Su Hang, noting their nods of acknowledgement. In an instant, his expression darkened ominously. If you dare to compete, do so at your peril. Sui belongs solely to him. No matter how fierce the competition may be, he will not relent. Sui paid no heed to Shen Nianbai and the others' words, instead discussing with Li Xiong how to relocate the mound of earth. Moments later, an infuriated roar echoed from a distance. "What are you doing?" As Su-hee and his companions turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, they beheld a group of armed individuals glaring at them with malevolent intent, as if poised to devour them whole at any moment. "Greetings, good sirs. We come seeking shelter." Chapter 163. Humanity as Sustenance. Sui. Shen Nianbai. The crowd. Can we find an even lamer excuse? Su Hang, oblivious to the situation, stepped forward and addressed the group. As he finished his sentence, he paused, scratching his head and offering an awkward smile to Su-hee and her companions, along with the approaching group. He continued, "We merely pass by and are seeking a place to stay for the night, considering the weather this evening, right?" As he spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, attempting to offer it to the group. Upon hearing this, the leader of the group, a man in his 30s with a buzz cut and tattoos adorning his arms, let out a cold snort and strode forward a few steps. His eyes gleamed upon seeing the cigarettes in Su Hang's hand, and not just his. The expressions of his companions shifted upon noticing the offering. Although Su Hang was somewhat oblivious, he had risen to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, and he was perceptive enough to understand the glances exchanged. He promptly handed the entire pack to the buzzcut man. "Brother, the sun is setting, and the temperature is dropping dangerously low. Would you allow us to stay here for the night?" As he spoke, he moved closer to light a cigarette for the buzzcut man. The man inhaled deeply, relishing the smoke before exhaling it directly onto Su Hang's face. With narrowed eyes, he surveyed the group behind Su Hang, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze upon noticing Su-hee. His attention then shifted to the vehicles behind them and the earthen wall, raising an eyebrow. "Do you have any supernatural beings among your ranks?" "Brother, this one appears to be an Earth-type supernatural being." "Indeed, and it seems their level is quite impressive." The conversation among the buzzcut man's group did not diminish in volume, and Su-hee and her companions overheard every word. "Su-hang Timet in no ding. It is indeed an Earth-type supernatural being. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it out alive." The buzzcut man nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Su Hang, and lightly tapped his cigarette. "Do you have any more?" Su Hang scratched his head, casting a cautious glance at Shen Nianbai. While he did have some, they weren't his to give away. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic era, cigarettes and alcohol were exceedingly rare. If he were to part with too many, it would undoubtedly whet their appetite for more. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with a troubled expression, "What more could we possibly have? Given the current state of the world, finding any is a stroke of luck. Some were even procured from the deceased." Noticing the buzzcut man's expression darkening, Su Hang added, "However, if you truly desire some, I could part with my last reserve, provided you could extend a favor in return." Su Zhe and Su Liang exchanged glances at Su Hang's remarkably adept, sycophantic demeanor, their lips curling in mild surprise. They had not anticipated his performance to be so convincing. Previously, they had regarded Su Hang as somewhat foolish, but it now appeared to be a mere facade. In the entertainment industry, a realm rife with complexities, it would indeed be implausible for someone of his stature to be truly naive. Before long, Su Hang approached Su-hee and the others with a beaming smile, snapping his fingers and declaring, "All set. We may enter now." Su-hee and Su Zhe exchanged a glance before stepping inside, followed closely by the others. The man with a buzz cut trailed beside Su-hee, eagerly introducing her to the village. Bringing up the rear were the villagers, watching with envy as Su-hee and her companions arrived in their vehicle. Meanwhile, Li Zhong swiftly utilized his abilities to erect a dirt wall before hastening to catch up. As they walked, they encountered numerous villagers of all ages, totaling perhaps 1,000, whose gazes reflected a mix of sympathy, disdain, and an inexplicable fear upon witnessing their entrance into the village. Suze touched his arm, feeling a chill. He leaned closer to Su-hee and whispered, "Sister, why do all these people seem so strange?" Su-hee remained silent, maintaining her tranquil demeanor. "We are merely lodging here for one night, so it is advisable to avoid any interaction with these individuals." From a moment, Shen Nianbai caught sight of the crew-cut man, his gaze fixated on the group. And upon entering the village, he surveyed everyone thoroughly. He turned to remind Suze, who was beside Su-hee. After all, this place is not akin to the Hope Base. With thousands of people aiming to deal with just a few of them, there are countless ways to do so, provided these individuals remain unaware that they are all capable of extraordinary abilities. Suze also considered this point, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Nianbai. "We are merely staying for one night, and as for these people, TSK. The remainder of Suze's thoughts remained unspoken. Yet Su-hee and the others grasped the implication of his words. The buzzcut man, who had been closely following, was momentarily taken aback by the remark, directing a hostile gaze towards Su-hang. Su-hang quickly understood the situation and chuckled. "We are simply seeking temporary shelter for the night. We have no ulterior motives." The buzzcut man snorted dismissively. "It better be so. You must leave first thing in the morning." "Naturally." Sui responded, "My dear, do you have a boyfriend? What do you think of our elder brother? He is quite dashing, a perfect match for you, wouldn't you agree? Do not speak so lightly. While our elder brother is not lacking in charm, he is not on the same level as such a beauty," came the reply. "True enough, but if our elder brother genuinely harbors feelings, there is no reason he couldn't pursue her. In this day and age, winning a woman's affection is hardly a daunting task." As they spoke, laughter erupted among them. However, when their gazes shifted to Su-hee, Li Jing, and the other women in the group, their expressions grew somewhat peculiar. Moments later, they became aware of the intense scrutiny directed at them, prompting an awkward scratch at their arms. Turning around, they encountered the icy gaze of the beauty they had been discussing, her eyes fixed upon them, as if they were mere corpses. Beside her stood a man whose stare was even more unsettling. The faint light of dusk cast an eerie chill over them, and they felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Hastily diverting the conversation to evade the penetrating gazes of Su-hee and Shen Nianbai, the man with a buzz-cut glanced at Su-hee and stepped forward to clarify. "I sincerely apologize. These brothers of mine often speak without thought. I shall ensure they are properly reprimanded." Su-hee remained silent, gazing intently at the village. Perhaps due to the surrounding fields, this village, despite its size, had not succumbed to the corruption of zombies and other monstrous entities. However, given its proximity to City S, he remarked to the crew-cut man, who was eagerly directing them, "After we depart tomorrow, ensure that the entire village is enclosed. It would be prudent to set additional traps. Mere barriers will not suffice to deter them." The crew-cut man's heart sank, his expression instantly turning grave. "Do not tell me you are being pursued by those creatures," he said, his voice quivering slightly, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. "You truly were chased here by them? Yet you do not seem like it." Presently, humanity had become mere prey for those beings, and they appeared too dignified for such a fate. Su-hang, feeling somewhat exasperated, rolled his eyes. Chapter 164. Striking the snake with a stick. Upon hearing this, the crew-cut man opened his mouth, displaying a mixture of hidden anger and helplessness. "Then how did you manage to escape? Or is it that your group is predominantly composed of those with special abilities?" His confusion was palpable, as those creatures possessed extraordinary strength and speed. It was hard to fathom that ordinary individuals could contend with them. Even someone like him, with a modicum of self-defense skills, might struggle. The crew-cut man followed Su-hang's gaze and beheld the strikingly handsome man who had been observing them with ill intent. Noticing the scrutiny, the man casually draped an arm around the shoulder of a beautiful woman beside him, a gesture that signified ownership. Beside him was his fiancée. Seeing the look in the crew-cut man's eyes, Su-hang felt a sense of foreboding. He glanced at the frigid aura emanating from Shen Nianbai and hastily offered an explanation to placate her. Little did he know that the crew-cut man, upon hearing Su Hang's words, coldly scoffed, "Fiancé? That merely indicates you are not officially together. Others should certainly have the right to pursue their interests. No? Su Hang. Su Liang. Shen Nianbai. Just based on you? Where's our lodging? Let's first take a look." As Sui observed the impending dispute, she hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Su Zai's arm and preparing to depart. Noticing Shen Nianbai and the others behind them, Su Zai childishly stuck out his tongue and followed Su He into the village. The man with the crew cut disregarded Shen Nianbai's words, directly trailing behind Su He and leading the group into an unoccupied house. "This shall be your residence. It may be somewhat rudimentary, so I ask for your understanding. That's quite all right. In these times, we are not particularly choosy," Su Zai replied, waving his hand dismissively. He cast a glance at the man, who clearly harbored an interest in his sister, feeling a sense of amusement at the unfolding drama. After all, he held a certain disdain for Shen Nianbai. His sister had yet to express forgiveness, yet this man treated her as if she were already his wife. "I am unaware of your identities. This is my sister, Su He, and I am Su Zai." Upon hearing Su Zai's introduction, the crew-cut man's previously unsightly countenance transformed into one of pleasantness, his face adorned with a smile as he regarded Su He and her brother. "I'm honored to meet Miss Su and Mr. Su," he said, extending his hand towards Su He. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Zai stepped forward to intervene. Although he held reservations about Shen Nianbai, he was equally wary of the crew-cut man, for he was indeed a contender for his sister's affection. He immediately crossed over to shake hands with Su He and the crew-cut man. The group trailing behind Shen Nianbai turned their attention towards Su Zai and the crew-cut man. "You may leave now," Shen Nianbai said coldly to the crew-cut man upon entering. However, this remark displeased the villagers who had been surrounding them. After all, Zhang Yu represented their entire community. Despite the man's attractive appearance, the villagers' sentiments shifted when the interests of their village were at stake. Indeed, as soon as Shen Nianbai's words left his lips, someone stepped forward, glaring at him with indignation. "Is this how you treat our hospitality? We kindly invited you in, and this is your attitude?" "Yes, Zhang Yu was gracious enough to bring you in. Anyone else would have kicked you out long ago." The villagers began to voice their discontent towards Shen Nianbai. Yet, the next moment, a sudden crack of lightning erupted, and all eyes turned to Shen Nianbai's palm, silencing them instantly. A few bolder villagers, like those they encountered at the village entrance, brandished their weapons and surrounded Shen Nianbai's group, addressing the crew-cut man, "Brother, this person possesses supernatural abilities and intends to harm our kin. Expel them. Out, out." This outcry stirred the previously intimidated villagers, who began echoing the demand fervently. As night descended and the temperature dropped, leaving was no longer a feasible option. Shen Nianbai had never contemplated departing. He and Su He had no worries as they could retreat into their space, but the others lacked shelter and could not withstand the frigid conditions. As he felt the lightning energy coalesce in his palm, he glanced at Su Hang, Li Xiong, and the others, prompting them to reveal their abilities as well. In an instant, the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning were all displayed by Shen Nianbai's group. Shen Nian and Su Haoyu, witnessing the display of powers, felt a surge of eagerness, though their abilities were not as immediate as those of Shen Nianbai and the others. Thus, with a slight uplift of their faces, they inquired, "Are you certain you want to expel us?" Following this, Su Haoyu added, "You are merely a multitude. Do you truly believe you can drive us away?" His youthful countenance reflected confusion, for they were all capable individuals, and even the weakest among them could likely overpower several of those present. Noticing the escalating tension, Su Hang intervened swiftly. "Brother, let us converse amicably. There is no need for hostility." "Amicably? You have all displayed your powers towards us, and yet you speak of harmony?" One of the crew-cut man's companions retorted, their gaze towards Shen Nianbai tinged with apprehension, for the assembly of abilities was truly remarkable. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you all possess abilities? Can you contend with those threats?" "Indeed, we have a base of nearly 10,000 individuals. If not for urgent matters, who would seek shelter here?" A base of 10,000? Zhang Yu's group began to murmur amongst themselves upon hearing this revelation. Su Heng hurriedly pulled Shen Nianbai aside, hoping to prevent any further actions that might provoke the villagers, as night was fast approaching. "It's getting late. You should rest here tonight," Zhang Yu stated, silencing those who wished to protest with a mere glance, compelling them to retreat. Su Heng seized the opportunity to usher Su He and Shen Nianbai inside, expressing gratitude as they moved past Zhang Yu. As Su He and her companions entered, numerous villagers quickly surrounded Zhang Yu, their eyes glinting with hostility as they gazed at the house where Su He and her group had taken refuge. These individuals think themselves superior just because they exhibit a modicum of ability. It is laughable. Indeed, a gaggle of fools. Who doesn't possess some form of ability? However, that beauty and her companion do not seem like easy targets, one man remarked, mimicking a gesture of cutting his throat. Zhang Yu's frown deepened as he admonished, "Do not entertain thoughts of harming them. They are merely seeking refuge for a night. Do not instigate trouble." Chapter 165. Invisibility after issuing his command. He paid no further heed to the group and strode away. "When did our brother become so lenient? Perhaps we should act discreetly. You would do well to heed our brother's warning. If anything goes awry, do not blame me for failing to alert you." The elegant young man who had been trailing Zhang Yu cautioned, leaving their choices to their own discretion. Due to their extraordinary abilities, Su He and his companions were able to hear the words of those individuals quite clearly. Feeling a surge of indignation, they were ready to confront these people, but were promptly halted by Shan Zhao, who, with a serious expression, advised against causing trouble. He suggested they take turns keeping watch and to simply call for assistance if any issues arose. However, it appeared that those individuals also possessed abilities, likely of a considerable level. Indeed, how else could they so disdainfully regard their powers? Upon hearing Su Heng's remark, everyone turned to him, and he instinctively leaned back, perplexed. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Who was it that showcased their abilities to those people? In the end, not only did we fail to intimidate them, but we were also looked down upon. What a disgrace. No, it was Shen Ge who first flaunted his abilities, followed by you all. Why are you blaming me? All right, Su Heng, you and the others should rest for now. We will watch over the first half of the night, and you can take the second half." Shen Fu interjected before Su Heng could finish a sentence. Feeling wronged, Su Heng glanced at Su He, only to see her swiftly retreat into the spatial realm. Well, it seemed that this last hope was also in vain. As night descended, the group hastily consumed a bit of food before preparing to keep watch as instructed by Shen Fu. The first half of the night was manned by Shen Fu, Su Fu, Li Zhong, and Lin Yu, while Shen Nianbai insisted that they rest, taking up a position at the entrance. Although Shen Fu and the others wished to protest, they respected Shen Nianbai's determination and fell silent. Despite Zhang Yu providing them with a two-story building, their numbers were too great. And, given their recent arrival in an unfamiliar place, some opted to lay out bedding in the living room on the first floor. After finishing dinner and completing her evening rituals, Suhi was met with the sight of Shen Nianbai sitting cross-legged at the door, vigilantly keeping watch. She gazed at his silhouette for a while, then sighed softly before retiring to bed. Yet, once she lay down, sleep eluded her, and the presence of Shen Nianbai only heightened her unease. She had sensed his hostility towards those individuals during the day. After a moment's contemplation, she donned her coat and stealthily emerged from her space, standing beside Shen Nianbai against the wall. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his perfect profile. His eyes were tightly shut, and the fragmented, cool light enveloped him, rendering him both ethereal and unattainable, reminiscent of the feelings he had evoked in her during their previous lives apart. In the next moment, Shen Nianbai opened his eyes and fixed her with a gaze filled with surprise and delight, which soon transformed into a subtle tenderness. Flustered, Sui quickly averted her eyes, but Shen Nianbai rose to approach her. He called. However, as he stood, the numbness in his legs from sitting for too long caused him to topple towards her. Quick as lightning, Sui caught him, her hands instinctively wrapping around his lean waist. The exquisite sensation stirred something within her, and she found herself hesitantly caressing him until the sound of a soft chuckle reached her ears, bringing her back to reality. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Just as she intended to release him, Shen Nianbai firmly held her in place, his breath warm against her ear, his voice a low, husky whisper tinged with restraint and a hint of breathlessness. If he wishes to touch, she may do so for a while longer. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He was acutely aware of Su-He's affections for him and for his body, a realization that pleased him immensely. If this could lead to her forgiveness, he would have long sought to indulge her. Yet he understood that Su-He was not one to be swayed so easily. I did not. Su-He furrowed her brow, forcefully breaking free from Shen Nianbai's embrace. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Nianbai swiftly covered her mouth and whispered in her ear, "Someone has entered. We must go to the space." Upon hearing this, Su-He dared not act rashly, allowing Shen Nianbai to carry her directly into the space. Consequently, she failed to notice that he had gently placed her on the bed. With her full attention fixed on the spot where they had just stood, she waited for a while but saw no one enter. However, when she felt a hand wandering at her waist, she instinctively lashed out with a vine, casting a sharp glare at Shen Nianbai. "Are you deceiving me?" she accused. Deception was her greatest aversion, a fact that Shen Nianbai was already aware of, yet appeared he had no intention of changing his ways. After all, for someone as ruthless as he, what was the trivial matter of deceiving another? Unbeknownst to Shen Nianbai, Su-He had contemplated a great deal in that brief moment. Upon hearing her utter the word deceive, he became visibly anxious. He reached out to grasp Su-He, but when she evaded him, he could only express his frustration and sorrow. "I truly did not deceive you. This person must possess the ability to become invisible, rendering us unable to see him." Invisible? Su-He furrowed her brow and gazed at the spot where they had just stood, finding nothing amiss. However, she tentatively unleashed a vine from her spatial abilities, deftly manipulating it to sway in the open air. Suddenly, a cry of pain resonated from outside, yet no figure was visible. Only the vine that had traversed the area where they had stood, clearly having entered the room. "Are we to remain passive?" Shen Nianbai shook his head, suggesting they observe the intruder's intentions. Realizing the potential danger of acting recklessly, Su-He nodded in agreement. The two maintained their previous embrace, fixated on the invisible presence outside. After a moment of contemplation, Su-He quietly released another vine, discerning the intruder's location, and began to sprinkle flour behind him, clearly marking his path. Turning to Shen Nianbai, she inquired how they might reveal the intruder's abilities. After all, invisibility merely obscured his presence. Capturing him remained feasible. Nodding in understanding, Su-He prepared to leap from the spatial realm, but noticed Shen Nianbai's hand around her waist remained still. "Release me. We must apprehend the thief." With that, she grasped Shen Nianbai's arm, and together they emerged from the space, landing directly behind the intruder. She swiftly hurled a vine that ensnared him thoroughly. The man, caught in fear, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" In the living room, Su Hang and his companions, roused by the commotion, turned to see Su-He and Shen Nianbai with the bound figure between them. "He, Shang-Gu, what is happening here?" The man, realizing the gathering crowd, struggled to break free, threatening, "You'd better let me go. Consider tonight a mere misunderstanding, or else." Su Hang, rubbing his groggy eyes, retorted incredulously, "Oh, now you find yourself in our clutches. Perhaps you should reassess your position before threatening us." The rest soon recognized that Su-He had indeed captured someone. Su Hang, emboldened by this revelation, stepped forward. "He released the vine. I wish to see which audacious scoundrel dares to sneak in at night." "You cannot see him," Su-He interjected. "How could that be? My eyesight is perfectly fine." Su Hang replied, incredulous, casting a disbelieving glance at Su-He. He then fumbled for a flashlight at the bedside and turned it on. Before he could say more, Li Ziong pulled him back, stating, "That's not what she meant. He must be invisible." "Invisible? Then, he surely intends to do us harm. We cannot simply ignore this. What if there are others outside?" Su Hang's expression shifted to one of concern, recalling the earlier chaos during the day. The prospect of another encounter unsettled him. They could not afford to sleep unaware of potential threats. As Su Hang attempted to voice further concerns, Li Ziong covered his mouth. Once the four settled into silence and the flashlight was extinguished, the living room returned to its tranquil state. The bound man continued to whimper. Sensing Su He and Shen Nianbai's unwavering grip, anxiety seeping into his demeanor, Shen Nianbai approached Su He, taking the vine from her hand. I can watch him. Would you like to rest for a moment? My shoulder is available for you to lean on. As soon as these words were uttered, the steady breaths in the living room abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie stillness where only Shen Nianbai's voice could be heard, as if a pin could drop. Sui shook her head, gradually realizing that Shen Nianbai could not see her, and softly said, "No need." Thus, she did not notice the flicker of hurt and grievance in Shen Nianbai's eyes at the moment she turned away. In the darkness, Su Hang and the others turned to exchange glances, their eyes glistening in the dim light, slowly regaining their composure. Just then, a series of gasps erupted from outside. The people in the room were roused from their slumber, hurriedly dressing before rushing downstairs to investigate. Upon reaching the doorway, they were met with the sounds of roaring tigers, the growls of lions, and various other animal cries. He had initially thought that these contracted beasts would undoubtedly perish in their battle against the serpentine monsters. Yet to his surprise, they had emerged victorious. Suenadiv, after battling these contracted beasts against serpent-like monsters for an entire night, she already anticipated the scene that awaited her. Upon entering the space last night, she had exchanged a considerable amount of food for them using crystal cores. Help! There are ferocious beasts outside. Why are you all standing there foolishly? Hurry and assist. If those beasts get in, you won't escape either. Old Zhang interjected. Do you think those beasts have been drawn here by them? We've been living in peace for months, and now that they arrive, chaos ensues. There must be something amiss. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe hesitated to suggest that Su He retract the contracted beasts into the space, as doing so would reveal the uniqueness of his sister's abilities, which could be detrimental to her. After contemplating for a moment, he decisively stepped forward and addressed the murmuring villagers, seeking to calm their fears. You need not worry. Those beasts are my contracted beasts, and they will not attack you. However, should you strike first, the outcome may be uncertain. Contracted beasts. That tiger is as large as a mountain. Do you truly think you can control it? Stop boasting. In response to Su Zhe's claims, the villagers grew increasingly anxious, struggling to believe his words. After all, those two mutant tigers, towering like small mountains, were creatures that no one dared to believe could be contracted by a mere human. They were tigers, and not just any ordinary tigers. Su Zhe did not expect everyone to believe his words, but he still cast a glance at Su He. Upon seeing Su He nod, Su Zhe resolutely made his way towards the village entrance where they had arrived just yesterday, with the villagers following him, albeit with skepticism. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu had been alerted to the presence of a ferocious beast, prompting him to gather those tasked with guarding the village, fearing that the beasts might cause trouble. Just as they arrived, the beasts let out a chilling roar, leaving everyone in a state of terror, armed and prepared for confrontation. What brings you here? It's only been a short while, and you've brought everyone along. Observing Zhang Yu and his group, who appeared as if they were bracing for a formidable foe, Su Zhe scoffed and stepped forward to clarify. There is no need for alarm. They mean you no harm. They are contracted beasts. With that, he strode directly towards the earthen wall built by Li Zhong at the village entrance. Coincidentally, when they had arrived the previous day, Sui had instructed Li Zhong to transform the mound of earth into a wall, effectively keeping the contracted beasts at bay. However, this modest barrier was insignificant against the mountain-like mutated beasts, which were merely intimidated by Su He and Shen Nianbai. Li Zhong approached and used his abilities to dismantle the earthen wall, allowing the contracted beast, accompanied by the mutated tiger, to stride confidently into the village. Passing right by Su Zhe, upon reaching Zhang Yu's side, the latter instinctively brandished his weapon for self-defense, nervously eyeing Su Zhe with a mix of disdain and apprehension. Didn't you say this was your contracted beast? Why is it heading towards the village instead of your side? Well, it is not solely my contracted beast. Chapter 167. A wave of zombies. Su Zhe cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Yu, unperturbed, and as they brushed past each other, he directed his gaze towards Su-He. The mutated tiger, accompanied by its contracted beast, also made its way towards Su-He. Upon seeing her, it instinctively lowered its head, eager to nuzzle against her. However, its entire body was still smeared with the putrid flesh and the foul blood of zombies and serpentine creatures, leaving it in an unkempt state. It simply stood there. Su Zhe, Su Liang, Su Heng, and others lent their hands to wipe away the stubborn grime. The contracted beast obediently lay still, allowing them to proceed with their task. Observing this, Zhang Yu and his companions began to believe the absurd claims regarding the creature. Some bolder individuals, witnessing the beast's non-aggressive demeanor, attempted to reach out and touch it. However, as soon as they extended their hands, they were startled back by the roar of the mutated tiger. "I thought it would be safe to touch it. That frightened me to death," Aunt Lee remarked. "This is their contracted beast. It's surely harmless to them. It's akin to our own pet dog, which only bites outsiders." Upon overhearing the whispers of the crowd, Su Zhe snorted coldly and quickened his cleaning pace. He then approached Su-He, saying, "Sister, shouldn't we be on our way? Let's leave now." Su Liang, upon hearing Su-He's words, glanced at Su Zhe. They had left the mutated willow tree behind during their escape from the hospital. Was Su-He waiting for it? "Is it the mutated willow tree?" he inquired directly. Zhang Yu, puzzled by the seemingly obvious expressions on their faces, hesitated to ask, but leaned in to catch more information. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Su Zhe, who cleared his throat and suggested, "If you still wish to wait, you might as well stay another night." He cast a meaningful glance at Su-He. Seeing Zhang Yu's blatant demeanor, Su Zhe felt somewhat speechless, but nonetheless approached Su-He and whispered, "Sister, isn't the mutated willow tree in your space?" The group fell silent for a moment, as the highest level abilities among them belonged to Su-He and Shen Nianbai. If they left and an emergency arose, it could prove problematic. Be cautious on the road. If you cannot fight, remember to run. If escape is not an option, simply retreat into your space. Su Zhe and several others stepped forward to offer their advice. They then summoned a mutated tiger to stand before Su-He, continuing, "Sister, it would be prudent to take a mutated tiger with you for protection on your journey." As for the others, they needed to remain close. For Zhang Yu and his group were still lurking with ill intent. One could not afford to be careless. Gazing at the tiger, which was as large as a small mountain, Su-He nodded and approached Zhang Yu. Her eyes narrowed, radiating a fierce and domineering protectiveness over her own. "Zhang Yu, is it? Last night, someone trespassed into our lodging and utilized their abilities against us. I trust you can provide us with a satisfactory explanation for this incident." Zhang Yu looked at Su-He with a hint of remorse, stating, "It is my failure to manage the situation adequately. I assure you that I will provide Miss Su with an explanation." His face was a mask of sincerity, yet Su-He merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction, leaving behind a warning. "It is best that you do so, otherwise we shall not hesitate to take matters into our own hands." Su Zhe made a slicing gesture across his throat behind Zhang Yu. Upon noticing this, Zhang Yu's expression darkened. This group was formidable. He bowed slightly to Su-He, nodding in acknowledgement, and then turned to his comrades, whispering instructions. However, from the frequent glances cast in their direction by those individuals, Su-He realized that Zhang Yu was briefing them on something important. Half a day's time would suffice. "Enough already," Shen Nianbai remarked with an air of impatience. Casting an exasperated glance at Su Zhe, he could not help but roll his eyes. His own teleportation ability was sufficient. Yet this young man insisted on bringing the mutated tiger into the fray, further diminishing the time he could spend alone with Su-He. Su-He, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and positioned himself behind Su-He, evading Shen Nianbai's gaze. Fortunately, Su-He swiftly pulled Shen Nianbai away, and the two of them headed directly back in the direction they had come from. Only then did Su Zhe let out a sigh of relief, though it was swiftly replaced by concern. After all, no matter how formidable Su-He and Shen Nianbai were, they could not contend with the relentless onslaught of the undead, not to mention the swarming serpentine monstrosities. Should they encounter a formidable group akin to Zhang Yu's 1,000-strong squad, it would indeed be a dire predicament. As Suhi emerged from the village, she was swiftly embraced by Shen Nianbai, who led her towards the mutated willow tree at an astonishing pace. Before long, Suhi sensed the presence of the peculiar tree and directed Shen Nianbai toward its location. However, upon their arrival, they were startled to discover not only the mutated willow tree, but also a massive horde of zombies. Chapter 168. Subduing the vast zombie horde, all these undead creatures trail behind the mutated willow, neither exhibiting aggressive behavior nor ceasing their advance, as if the tree had become their zombie king. Yet, such a notion was inconceivable. How could the mutated willow and the zombies possibly converge? Especially considering that prior to her subjugation of the tree, it had solely feasted upon the flesh and blood of the undead. Thus, the sight of the mutated willow commanding the vast army of zombies was undeniably peculiar. Shen Nianbai, equally perplexed as Suhi, shook his head yet offered reassurance. Let us observe for now. Do not worry, I am here with you. With these comforting words, Suhi felt a wave of relief wash over her, and the pair stood together, gazing at the approaching mutated willow and the colossal tide of zombies. As the mutated willow began to exhibit movement, its myriad branches swayed in unison. Shen Nianbai instinctively tightened his grip around Suhi's arm. If any danger arises, swiftly retreat into the space. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Suhi broke free from his hold. Little Willow. Shen Nianbai was taken aback. Upon uttering these words, Suhi immediately opened her arms and advanced towards the mutated willow tree before her, casting aside Shen Nianbai's recent exclamation from her mind. Before she could reach the mutated willow, she was ensnared by its myriad branches, much like a mummy, and subsequently hurled onto its boughs. Below, Shen Nianbai watched in stunned silence as Suhi called out Little Lure before being assaulted by the mutated willow tree. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, and his gaze began to darken as the deep purple lightning ability within his palm flickered incessantly. Master, do you no longer want Little Lua? Hoo. The branches of the mutated willow tightly bound Suhi, completely oblivious to the proximity of Shen Nianbai's lightning ability. Little Lua, you go first, don't panic. Suhi found herself ensnared, struggling to breathe, and wished to persuade Xiao Lure to relax. However, through the gnarled branches of the mutated willow tree that enveloped her, she caught sight of the familiar purple lightning ability. Her pupils dilated in shock, and before Xiao Lure could utter another word, she swiftly transported them both into the spatial realm. Simultaneously, Shen Nianbai's lightning ability coincidentally struck the very spot where the mutated willow had just lingered. Witnessing the disappearance of both the mutated willow and Suhi, Shen Nianbai felt a sense of relief but promptly followed them into the space to assess the situation. Within the spatial confines, Suhi encountered the mutated willow, which attempted to ensnare her once more, and she resolutely declined its advances. Observing Xiao Lure's childlike expression of grievance, she quickly offered comfort. We haven't abandoned you. We came out this time specifically to find you. No more tears, all right? Really? Indeed, why would I deceive you? Upon seeing the sincerity in Suhi's eyes, Xiao Lure pondered for a moment before nodding. The master would never lie to me. With that, she extended the branches of the willow to grasp Suhi's hand, resembling a petulant child. Catching sight of Shen Nianbai, who had just entered, and noticing the flicker of lightning still dancing in his palm, she hurriedly explained, Shen Nianbai, you must have misunderstood just now. Furrowing his brow, Shen Nianbai turned his gaze towards the mutated willow, which was now hiding behind Suhi, and sternly admonished, from now on, do not treat He in such a manner. She could get hurt. Suhi glanced at the trembling mutated willow tree before turning her gaze back to Shen Nianbai. Noticing her apparent disbelief, his eyes reflected a hint of hurt. Yet he quickly found solace in the thought that he had caused her much pain in the past. He understood that her lack of faith in him was warranted, and he resolved to demonstrate his sincerity through his actions henceforth. The atmosphere between them grew somewhat awkward, prompting Suhi to clear her throat uncomfortably, shattering the silence. Those zombies outside. Master, I am unscathed. The zombies out there were merely frightened by me and have been following along. They can assist us in combating those serpentine creatures. Suhi, are they afraid of you? Indeed, Do not be deceived by my low rank. I am still their natural enemy. Should they dare to defy me, I shall consume them without hesitation. Su He and Shen Nianbai conferred about the arrangement of the zombies. Subsequently, the two, accompanied by a mutated willow tree, stepped into a spatial portal. Upon arrival, they beheld a swarm of zombies aimlessly milling about, akin to headless flies. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with exasperation. The mutated willow, however, exuberantly swung its branches towards the horde of zombies. Observing this, Sui sighed and placed a hand on her forehead, remarking, "I never anticipated that this mutated willow could actually subdue a group of zombies." Although Shen Nianbai was taken aback, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in the post-apocalyptic world, survival of the fittest prevailed, and the mutated willow was no exception. How shall we manage these zombies? He pondered, since they had already been subdued by the willow. There is no need to worry about them posing a threat to the two. They might even assist against other adversities in the future. Yet, the question of how to house these zombies remained a conundrum. Shen Nianbai gazed at the vast horde, his eyes narrowing slightly. If the mutated willow could subdue them, it could surely provide a means for their accommodation. Indeed, upon overhearing Su He and Shen Nianbai's conversation, the myriad branches of the mutated willow began to sway towards the zombie throng, and in an instant, the horde vanished from sight. Su He gazed in horror at the scene before her, her instinct driving her to charge forward without a moment's hesitation. Having already lost her family once, she could not bear the thought of enduring such a loss again. However, just as she was about to rush ahead, she was restrained by Shen Nianbai beside her. Struggling to break free, her eyes glistened with tears as she glared at him, exclaiming, "Let me go. You must remain calm. They are safe for now." Surrounded by the contracted beasts, Shen Nianbai urged. Upon hearing his words, Sui turned her head to observe, and he continued, "Do not worry. I am here, and I will not abandon you this time." Chapter 169. Summoning reinforcements, Shen Nianbai's gaze darkened as he looked at Su He, his eyes gradually lowering. When he glanced toward the group not far away, encircled by the protective contracted beasts, he seemed to make a decision in that instant. He swiftly took Su He and used his teleportation ability to head toward the village, simultaneously summoning his lightning powers to strike at the serpentine monsters surrounding them. In an instant, the village was filled with the sound of thunder, the air thick with the scent of singed animals. Wherever Shen Nianbai went, the serpentine creatures grew listless, hissing as they launched an attack against him, their tails sweeping toward both him and Su He. Fortunately, with his teleportation ability, Shen Nianbai deftly evaded the serpentine assaults, successfully bringing Su He to the group, led by Su Zhe. It turned out that shortly after Su He and Shen Nianbai had departed, the village faced retaliation from the serpentine monsters, a horde drawn to the scent of chaos. Shen Nianbai had intended to communicate with these creatures, yet they were of a higher level than Su Zhe, quickly overpowering him. They even dared to utter threats, declaring their intention to toy with the group before killing and devouring them. There were those who had ventured out to confront the serpentine beasts, but they either fell victim to their venomous sprays or were swallowed whole. Both Su's father and mother, as well as Shen's father and mother, expressed their joy at the return of Su He and Shen Nianbai, but their elation was swiftly overshadowed by despair. The multitude of serpentine creatures was overwhelming, and their vengeful nature posed a grave threat. It seemed unlikely that they would escape unscathed this time. Furthermore, the contracted beasts outside were in a precarious situation, and it remained uncertain how long they could withstand the impending onslaught. They too were deserving of sympathy. After Su's mother and Shen's mother exchanged a glance and sighed, Zhang Yu and his companions in the room could not help but snort disdainfully, casting unfriendly glances at Su He and Shen Nianbai. "It would be fortunate if you two could lead us out. If not, do not blame us for our disrespect," they muttered among themselves, attributing the appearance of the monsters to the two women, as it was too coincidental that the creatures followed right after their arrival. Upon hearing the discontented remarks from Zhang Yu's group, Su Heng scoffed. "I recall that our people repeatedly tried to prevent those wanting to leave. You disregarded our warnings, and now that you have lost lives, you shift the blame onto us? Your companions were indeed reckless, despite our numerous cautions." But they were adamant, unwilling to heed reason. And now you dare to hold us accountable? He continued, I distinctly remember you were the loudest in encouraging them to venture out. Where are you now? Upon Su Hang and Su Zhe's remarks, Suhi narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, Our responsibility is solely to escort our own people out. As for you, there is no need for the monsters to take action. She contemplated the idea of eliminating those individuals outright, setting aside whether these serpentine creatures were indeed drawn by them. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, far surpassing the previous batch encountered at the Hope Base, both in size and speed of attack. Furthermore, Zhang Yu had previously mentioned the monsters, implying that they were aware of the serpentine creature's existence. It remained uncertain whether this was an act of revenge or predation. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Suhi turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu, who appeared troubled, furrowing his brow. Upon noticing her stare, his expression softened, and he approached her. Suhi regarded him with curiosity until he stood merely a step away. Before Zhang Yu could speak, Shen Nianbai interjected, her tone icy. Speak. Startled by Shen Nianbai's fierce demeanor, Zhang Yu shivered slightly before casting a helpless glance at her, then shifting his gaze back to Suhi, finally stating, From now on, our village's people will be under your command. Should anyone disobey, you may deal with them as you see fit. We only hope you can safely lead our village's people to safety. This declaration left not only Zhang Yu's group in shock, but also surprised Su Zhe and the others, who quickly realized that the only individuals capable of escaping and bringing them along were Su He and Shen Nianbai. This was indeed a wise decision on Zhang Yu's part. Zhang Yu, are you really handing us over to them? Someone questioned. What of it? Do you think you can escape on your own? Or that Zhang Yu can lead us to safety? I find this girl and her companion quite capable. Capable? Ever since you laid eyes on them, you've been fixated. Everyone knows you are just enamored by appearances. Initially, murmurs of discontent echoed among Zhang Yu's group, but eventually they fell silent, especially those who had previously vociferated claims that the monsters were summoned by them. Now, they too were muted. Su Zhe and Su Hang exchanged cold snorts, choosing to remain silent, for these individuals were all fighting for their survival. As the group quieted down and began to deliberate on how to safely escape from the serpentine monstrosities, a verdant willow branch extended from Su He's right wrist. Just as the tender shoots reached out to entwine Su He's fingers, they suddenly emitted a green luminescence and soared outward. Sister, is this a mutated willow tree? What is it attempting to do? Su Zhe observed the willow branches adorning Su He's wrist. His curiosity piqued. Though he had encountered the true form of the mutated willow tree, he thought those slippery, serpentine creatures would render the branches ineffective. Summon reinforcements, he muttered, his expression clouded with concern. Seeing Su Zhe's troubled demeanor, Suhi chuckled and shook her head. They had underestimated the capabilities of the mutated willow tree. After all, a tree capable of commanding a vast horde of zombies would possess formidable powers. The usually taciturn Mo Han's eyes brightened momentarily as he absorbed Su He's words. Is a zombie tide. Suddenly, the others grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yu and his companions were momentarily taken aback. After all, a zombie tide was equally perilous and could indeed be lethal. Sensing their unease, Zhang Yu stepped forward to offer reassurance. The zombie tide is the reinforcements summoned by Miss Su. They will not harm us. Indeed, the reinforcements requested by Miss Su will surely pose no threat to us. Chapter 170. An unexpected turn of events. We trust in Miss Su. Upon hearing the remarks of the crowd, Su Zhe let out a disdainful snort, branding them as sycophants. Just moments ago, these individuals had boisterously taunted them, yet now they appeared utterly cowed. One of the instigators, irked by Su Zhe's comment, grumbled under his breath, restrained only by Su He's presence. If it weren't for your connection to Miss Su, who would pay you any mind? You're merely riding on the coattails of others. He chose to swallow his words, adding, and frankly, your group pales in comparison to mine. The onlookers, witnessing the unfolding tension, fell silent, anxiously awaiting Su He's reinforcements. Before long, they were jolted by the deafening roars of the zombies outside. Curiosity getting the better of some, they leaned against the windows to observe the chaos beyond. There's so many zombies out there, one exclaimed. Well, of course, during a zombie tide, there would be plenty. Another retorted. But can these zombies stand against the monsters? From what I see, their combat prowess appears rather feeble. They probably cannot. A few of the more inquisitive individuals reported back to the room, all the while casting furtive glances at Su-He's expression, acutely aware that she had summoned these reinforcements. As they continued to watch, a sense of dread enveloped them. Should the tide of zombies be easily crushed by the monsters, it would be a most embarrassing defeat. Help! What in the world is that sentient willow tree? A sense of familiarity had settled among Su-He and her companions, while the newcomers, such as Zhang Yu, gazed in astonishment at the animated willow. As the tree's branches began to ensnare individuals and sought refuge, even the zombies and monsters outside failed to capture their attention, as the immediate danger was all too real. Observing the panicked individuals resembling frightened mice, Su Zhe sighed and interjected, "This is a mutated willow tree that intends to lead us to safety." The crowd responded with puzzled expressions. Witnessing Su-He and her entourage being lifted onto the sturdy branches of the willow without harm, they gradually regained their composure. It dawned on them that the sentient willow tree posed no threat to them. However, once everyone had ascended to the willow's branches, concern began to arise. They remained trapped within the confines of the house, and the sheer size of the mutated willow made it challenging to lead them to safety. Yet, before they could voice their worries, the mutated willow swung its robust branches, demolishing walls with ease. Amidst their anxiety, relief washed over them. "Yes, hurry up. Let us escape together." Upon hearing these words, Su Zhe and the others cast anxious glances at Su-He and Shen Nianbai, as though they had already surmised the intentions of the two. Indeed, before Su Zhe could utter a word, they sensed the movement of the mutated willow tree. He looked at Su-He, a hint of panic in his eyes. "Sister, you all go ahead. We will hold them off." As soon as the words left his lips, Su-He and Shen Nianbai exchanged a glance, and Shen Nianbai swiftly wrapped her arm around Su-He. The onlookers on the mutated willow tree were taken aback by the scene below, though it was not entirely unexpected. Su-He observed Shen Nianbai's actions with little reaction, having grown accustomed to his frequent displays of affection. With one arm wrapped around Su-He and the other conjuring lightning abilities, Shen Nianbai plunged into the horde of corpses and serpentine monsters. Fortunately, the undead horde distracted the serpentine creatures, allowing them to traverse unimpeded. Coupled with Shen Nianbai's teleportation powers, they swiftly arrived at the sanctuary of the mutated willow tree. Subsequently, the group followed Shen Nianbai to the secure base he had known in his previous life. However, this base was not guaranteed safety, as it had not faced the onslaught of mutated flora and fauna, only zombies in the past. As Su-He and Shen Nianbai walked side by side, they engaged in hushed conversation about the differences between their two lives. Having endured numerous harrowing encounters with zombies and monsters, Su-He seemed to have laid to rest the grievances of her former existence. Calmly recounting their shared experiences with Shen Nianbai, a swell of emotion surged within Shen Nianbai as he gazed at Su-He, softly suggesting that they could create a new bastion of hope. Surprised by his words, Su-He looked up, her eyes colliding with his deeply affectionate gaze. A flush crept across her cheeks as the setting sun cast a golden glow upon her face, enveloping her in an ethereal light. Shen Nianbai's eyes darkened with longing as he tenderly cupped Su-He's face and leaned in to kiss her. The moment their lips met, an electric charge coursed through their bodies, and they lost themselves in the embrace. It wasn't until the astonished murmurs behind them transformed into playful jeers that they regained their senses. Su Hang whistled and teased Brother Shen. "Your fiancée has truly materialized now, hasn't she? We all witnessed it. You can't back out now. The eyes of the public are sharp." This was indeed a delightful turn of events, a rare moment of joy amidst the relentless struggles of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, where everyone was either fleeing or on the verge of flight, constantly living in fear of being devoured by zombies or mutated creatures, often enduring hunger and the biting cold. It could be said that no good fortune had befallen them until now. The relationship between Su-He and Shen Nianbai is openly displayed before everyone, a rare and precious bond in the harsh reality of survival after the apocalypse, evoking joy among the onlookers. However, Two individuals stand apart, their expressions a mixture of amusement and discomfort, Suze and Su Liang. Suze awkwardly glances at the bemused Su Liang beside him, wishing to offer comfort but at a loss for words, while internally, his inclinations subtly lean towards Shen Nianbai, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty in Su Liang's presence. "What's wrong? You seem unhappy," Su Liang remarked, giving Suze's shoulder a gentle nudge. Suze curled his lips. "Are you truly happy? If you have the capability, refrain from feigning a smile. Shall we share a drink this evening?" As they conversed, they discreetly distanced themselves from the larger group, gradually lagging behind. Suhi observed the playful expressions of those around her, the blush on her face showing no signs of fading. Upon catching sight of the instigator, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Feeling shy? I shall be more mindful next time." Chapter 171, We Are in Trouble. Suhi widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at Shen Nianbai before her. Where had the aloof and untouchable Shen Nianbai gone? How could he have transformed into such a glib-tongued individual? The raucous laughter from behind her only served to deepen the flush on her face. Before she could brace herself, her head was abruptly pressed against Shen Nianbai's chest, and the rapid, strong heartbeat resonating from within him left her feeling utterly disoriented. Moments later, a gust of warm air swept past her ears, and she finally realized that Shen Nianbai had instantaneously moved her away from the crowd. "Hee, I am both sorrowful and elated at this moment. The sorrow stems from your kindness. Hee, how could you forgive a murderer like me? Yet, the joy arises from the fact that you are now mine once more. I shall cherish you and ensure that you do not meet the tragic fate of your past life. This time, no one shall impede my devotion to Suhi." Suhi found herself enveloped in Shen Nianbai's embrace, listening to his murmured apologies. In a flurry, she extricated herself from his hold and swiftly turned, pressing her hand against the man's lips. The warmth and softness that lingered between her fingers sent a jolt to her heart. Shaking her head, she sought to regain her composure, and after a few moments, she fixed her gaze on Shen Nianbai and declared, "The events of our past life are behind us. Let's not revisit them. Strictly speaking, he merely did not love me in that lifetime. The true instigator was Lin Qinghe, that woman consumed by jealousy. In this life, Shen Nianbai has already avenged me. Moreover, he had become exceedingly compliant towards her, and she found it impossible to be harsh with this man who had captured her heart in her youth and occupied her thoughts for years. Now, even a simple beckoning gesture from him would entice her willingly into his arms. Perhaps she had lost from the very moment they first met. After all, who initiated the love first? Shen Nianbai, with his height advantage, undoubtedly caught the fleeting glimmer of desolation in Suhi's eyes. His heart twisted painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand, yet he did not wish to alleviate this torment. Instead, he moved closer to envelop Suhi tightly in his embrace. Behind them, Su Heng and Li Xiang, along with a few others, had caught up without her noticing. Witnessing the tender scene before them, they walked past, scoffing, "Pa, what is this sour stench? As a single dog passing by, I have to endure this." Li Zong, Mo Han, and Chun Yicheng exchanged bemused glances, then chimed in unison. "Serves you right." Mo Han, somewhat awkwardly, scratched his nose and said, "Although our combined abilities may not match yours, we will strive to support you." "I stand by He. Li Xiang and Chun Yicheng remained silent, yet their actions clearly conveyed their allegiance. Upon seeing the four before her, Sui couldn't help but reminisce about how, in her previous life, Shen Nianbai had politely introduced her to the members of the Dawn Squad. Those individuals had shown one face in front of Shen Nianbai, while harboring ulterior motives behind his back, pretending to heed her words while secretly undermining her, even betraying her under Lin Qinghe's jealous influence. If she had encountered Su Heng and the others in her past life, would the outcome have been different? She pondered this while a smile broke across her face. How could it be the same? In her previous life, Shen Nianbai had not loved her, and naturally, his childhood friends would side with him. Hadn't Mo Han's stance already made that clear? A relationship with Shen Nianbai would surely yield no favorable conclusion. Yet here they were, entangled together after all this time. Following this incident, the atmosphere among the group shifted, losing its earlier sense of despair. During their escape, They would occasionally stop to stretch their legs when they encountered stretches devoid of zombies and monsters, sometimes engaging in combat. However, more often than not, the zombies and monsters had already been vanquished by the combined efforts of Su-He and Shen Nianbai before the others could intervene. Thus, the group remained devoid of any true experience in slaying zombies. Upon learning of the complaints from the group, Su-He and Shen Nianbai decided to relinquish control and allow everyone to engage in combat. Despite suffering considerable losses along the way, the fear of the unknown future dissipated, and the group began to adapt to their circumstances. As they passed through City B, Imohan candidly warned them to steer clear of the area. However, before he could elaborate on the reasons, the others had already deduced the situation. Faced with a horde of grotesque, human-like monsters emerging from City B, they were once again engulfed by the same dread they experienced when first confronting the apocalypse of zombies. Not far off, various grotesque beings resembling cockroachmen, ratmen, and spider-men, creatures beyond imagination, could be seen. There were even ant-men. These beings possessed animal heads atop human bodies, or human bodies with animal features. One member of the team, upon witnessing this bizarre sight, immediately turned and retched. Imohan's expression darkened ominously, as if he could weep with despair. He turned to Su-He and Shen Nianbai, his voice cold and commanding, "Fall back. Evacuate everyone," as a monstrous horde surged forward, threatening to engulf them. Su-He summoned the mutated willow tree and the contract beasts from their spatial realm, leading the group in yet another desperate flight. Along the way, fire-wielding abilities were employed to incinerate these hideous creatures. Fortunately, the monsters recoiled from the flames and did not pursue them, granting the group a moment's respite as they turned their gazes toward Imohan. After all, he had alerted them before they encountered these horrors, as if he had foreseen the impending danger. Did you notice the garments on those creatures? They are all, without exception, experimental subjects, just like the serpentine monstrosities we encountered previously. Suze expressed his shock, hastily interjecting upon hearing Imohan's words. He then pondered aloud. But who would be so deranged as to conduct research on such abominations? Lin Guodong, Imohan, and Shen Nianbai replied in unison, exchanging a knowing glance. Among those present, only Shen Nianbai and Su Hang were aware of Lin Guodong's identity. The rest remained oblivious, eliciting no reaction to the name, save for Su-He, who cast a keen glance at Imohan. Previously, Imohan had warned her that she and Shen Nianbai would regret killing Lin Qinghe. Was it because of Lin Guodong? It seemed Imohan sensed Su-He's scrutiny, his gaze deepening. It is precisely as you surmise. But I do not oppose your union. In truth, given the monstrous creations of Lin Guodong, my feelings toward Lin Qinghe are far from favorable, and I have long harbored disdain for her, primarily due to Lin Guodong's influence, fearing any association with that woman. Is what he thinks true? What could that possibly mean? Suze narrowed his eyes, gazing at Su-He with confusion. Lin Guodong is the father of Lin Qinghe. Thus, we are in trouble. Chapter 172, The Unidentifiable Creature. Upon hearing these words, Suze furrowed his brow. Lin Qinghe's father? No father should be so deranged. Are these matters truly the subject of human study? Moreover, considering the sheer density of it all, how many lives has he destroyed? Although the crowd was unfamiliar with the identities of Lin Guodong and Lin Qinghe, it did not prevent them from joining Suze in denouncing Lin Guodong's actions. They harbored an inexplicable reverence and admiration for researchers, yet Lin Guodong's current pursuits had surpassed the limits of their tolerance. If they failed to intervene now, they could very well be the ones to suffer later. After all, humanity had become an endangered species, and given the fervor with which Lin Guodong pursued his research, he would undoubtedly ensnare more individuals in his grasp. In that moment, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation. We must find a way to stop Lin Guodong. It is imperative to intervene. If he continues down this path, we may find ourselves subjected to his experiments as well. However, the things he has created are utterly terrifying and repugnant. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, with some even turning away to retch. Upon witnessing the situation, Su-He and Shen Nianbai exchanged a glance and declared, "We have a solution." You too? Came the response. Indeed, your extraordinary abilities are quite impressive. I wonder if a surprise attack might be feasible? Certainly not, Suze interjected vehemently. Given the multitude of monsters under Lin Guodong's command, sending my sister would be far too perilous. Moreover, she is a girl, and she is terrified of creatures like rats, cockroaches, and snakes. It would be utterly unthinkable to place her in such danger. If anyone should go, it should be Shen Nianbai. Shen Nianbai shook her head in dissent, replying, Suze is correct. While I know you fear nothing when it comes to those monsters, they're simply too repulsive. I do not wish to tarnish your vision. Please, just wait for me patiently. Suze, Father Shun and Mother Shun. The crowd. They had never witnessed Shen Nianbai speak so tenderly, nor in such an affectionate manner. It sent shivers down their spines. However, the sight of the handsome man and beautiful woman was indeed a feast for the eyes. Sui sensed the gazes directed towards her, her face flushing with discomfort. I can manage, she asserted. Her extraordinary abilities now afforded her the means to safeguard herself, and with the presence of the mutated willow tree, she could retreat into her spatial realm should the need arise, ensuring her safety from harm. It was merely the grotesque nature of what Shen Nianbai had mentioned that unsettled her. However, someone had to take up the fight. Mere evasion was not a viable solution. Sui exhibited unwavering resolve, and despite Shen Nianbai and the others' attempts to dissuade her, they ultimately acquiesced to her decision. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, they too did not advocate for overly coddling individuals. Shen Nianbai, however, felt confident in his ability to protect Suhi while remaining by her side. Thus, the group camped outside City B for several days, thoroughly familiarizing themselves with the habits of the monstrous beings they had researched, before embarking on their journey amidst a sweltering heat that felt akin to a furnace. Su Heng, as per usual, lamented the extreme temperatures, scorching during the day and frigid at night, remarking that spending an entire day outside amounted to little more than a scalding bath. Fortunately, these creatures also shunned the heat, remaining largely dormant during daylight hours. The last encounter had occurred when they sensed human presence but had not ventured beyond City B, only becoming active as night fell. Despite the oppressive weather, this provided a significant advantage for the group in their pursuit of the monsters. In recent days, Shun's father and Lin Yu had compiled the various abilities possessed by Zhang Yu's group. For those who had yet to awaken their powers, Suhi utilized spring water to facilitate their awakening in light of the impending battle, resulting in nearly 1,000 individuals now possessing abilities. However, approximately 800 of them were merely of the initial tier, with only a select few, including Shen Nianbai and Suhi, achieving mid-level tier 8 abilities, and both possessing dual attributes. Consequently, Shen Nianbai led a team comprising those with teleportation and several speed-enhanced abilities, as well as spatial manipulators, to surreptitiously siphon fuel from nearby vehicles. Taking advantage of the early morning light, they swiftly poured the oil near the lair of the monsters they had observed over the preceding days. When the heat intensified, Shen Nianbai would ignite the oil with his teleportation ability. With all preparations in place, the group awaited the sun's gradual ascent. Suhi ascended to a higher vantage point using vines, seeking shelter to observe the situation below. Not far from her, Su Zhe, emulating her control over his wind-based abilities, made his way to her side. Before he could greet her, he noticed a plume of smoke rising in the distance. Perplexed, he said, "Sister, isn't Shen Nianbai still down there? How could there be smoke?" At these words, a chill ran through Suhi, following Su Zhe's gaze. She watched as the smoke ignited into flames, surging up to 2 stories high. In an instant, it spread to the areas where they had doused gasoline, transforming the surroundings into a blazing inferno. From their position, they could even hear the monstrous roars emanating from within. At this moment, Suhi and Su Zhe, the siblings, also sensed something amiss and swiftly approached Shen Nianbai's side. "This fire does not appear to have been deliberately ignited," Suhi remarked. After exchanging glances with Su Zhe, he proceeded to share the observations he had just made. However, as the flames intensified, they had no choice but to momentarily retreat to avoid the scorching heat. The already sweltering weather, compounded by the inferno, posed a threat of burns. Nevertheless, the group did not withdraw too far, for they needed to keep a vigilant eye on the situation in City B. Ultimately, they decided to have Soo-hee elevate everyone using vines, allowing them to stand aloft as they quietly awaited the fire to subside. Just as Soo-hee contemplated releasing the mutated willow tree to provide some respite from the heat, he suddenly noticed that the flames in the distance within City B were gradually being brought under control, and the anguished cries emanating from within were becoming increasingly faint. Suze covered his ears, unable to bear listening any longer, his gaze growing increasingly somber. Sister, Lin Guodong must die. Let it be a form of retribution for those half-human, half-beast monstrosities that were experimented upon. Upon hearing Suze's words, Sui hurriedly approached to pat his back in a comforting manner, knowing that his distress stemmed from the anguished sounds he had heard. She nodded. Rest assured, he will not survive this. At the heart of B City, engulfed in flames, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat gazed at the suddenly rising inferno, a peculiar smirk playing on his lips, which quickly morphed into a sinister cackle. Those around him felt a shiver of fear at his demeanor. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, they were shocked to witness the man undergo a grotesque transformation. His long legs morphed into a scaly tail, while claws resembling those of a chicken sprouted from his upper body. Horns adorned his forehead, and with a human visage, he appeared a bizarre amalgamation of forms. Chapter 173. The mutagen, what on earth is this abomination? Someone gasped, realizing he had injected himself with a mutagen, a testament to his insatiable greed. Greed begets doom. The group watched in trepidation as the middle-aged man continued to mutate. Their initial panic subsided slightly, yet they averted their gazes from the grotesque, gelatinous growths swelling on his body. A young man, who had remained silent until now, scoffed at the sight of the transformed figure. Aren't you all planning to escape? As far as I know, the lethality of a mutated being is formidable. In his eyes, you're no more than ants. He continued, you should be more concerned about your own safety. With that, the group fled in a state of disarray, casting a glance at the young man still shackled, exhaling in relief before continuing their escape. The young man smirked coldly. Fools. On the outskirts of B City, the flames spread relentlessly, even the structures of the city being affected. Shen Nianbai and Su, he had intended to use gasoline to incinerate the monsters while simultaneously capturing the dangerous Lin Guodong. But witnessing the scene before them, they were forced to abandon that plan. Whether Lin Guodong would emerge alive remained uncertain. The chances of survival amidst such flames were negligible. As the group retreated from the encroaching inferno, they beheld numerous creatures escaping the flames, as well as humans trapped within, crying for help. Su Hang halted abruptly, a conflicted expression crossing his face as he turned to Su-hee and Shen Nianbai. It seems there are still people inside. Even if there are, we cannot help them. The fire is too intense. Entering would mean certain death, replied Li Xiong, his brow furrowed. Mo Han and Chun Yiqing shook their heads in agreement, disapprovingly regarding Su Hang. Bystanders overheard the conversation and cast disapproving glances, urging them, it's not the time to go in. The fire will consume anyone who dares. Indeed, and look at the monsters. They're all rushing out. Now is not the time to enter. They insisted. We should head to a safer location. This place will soon become perilous as well. Hesitation flickered across Su Hang's face upon hearing their words, but he eventually nodded. Closing his eyes momentarily, he reopened them, resolve replacing his earlier turmoil. He realized he had been short-sighted. After all, with Lin Guodong and B City and the creation of those grotesque entities, he could not ascertain how many of the trapped individuals were aligned with Lin Guodong. It was foolish to attempt a rescue without adequate means, especially as he would be relying on Su-hee and Shen Nianbai, recognizing his own limitations. As the group continued their retreat from the outskirts of B City, they called upon water and ice manipulators to extinguish the flames approaching them. However, having doused the area with gasoline earlier, the inferno blazed fiercely, rendering their efforts futile. As night descended, the cold wind howled, and only a smattering of stars illuminated the darkness. Yet, B City remained a fiery abyss, casting a colossal shadow where figures gathered. vigilantly monitoring any signs of escape from within. Suddenly, one among them shouted, "Captain, there's someone. Someone is coming out." The man pointed towards the outskirts of City, where they had retreated earlier, revealing a figure bound in chains. Behind this person, a throng of monsters surged forth, yet they paused, seemingly unwilling to act as they passed the man. As Su-He and Shen Nianbai's group stood poised, they witnessed a figure emerging from the inferno amidst a man's piercing scream, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Thus, they summoned their extraordinary abilities, ready to strike at the individual not far ahead. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they beheld the person vanish without a trace. Where'd he go? How could he have disappeared so suddenly? He was just here. How could he have vanished so abruptly? Everyone be cautious. If it truly is that perverse Lin Guodong, we shall be in dire straits. The sudden disappearance of the figure left the group in a state of turmoil, prompting them to search frantically in every direction. Upon observing the expressions of those around her, Su-He furrowed her brow, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing her attractive features. Calm down. He must have discovered us and hidden away. No sooner had she spoken than a soft, resonant chuckle echoed beside her, cool yet magnetic, resembling a death knell in the current situation. Shen Nianbai and her companions quickly shifted their gazes to Su-He, and indeed, the individual they had just been searching for appeared by her side. Upon seeing this, Shen Nianbai instantly teleported in front of Su-He, blocking the stranger's line of sight, her expression unfriendly as she scrutinized him. Her eyes finally settled on the chains in his hand and the number emblazoned on his chest, 001. He is not Lin Guodong, he is a subject of experimentation, a lab rat. These two descriptors flitted through Shen Nianbai's mind, yet the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, unuttered. The young man, catching her unspoken thoughts, smiled and interjected, "I'm merely a lab rat for Lin Guodong, but fret not, I bear no intention of harming you." To Shen Nianbai, this assertion lacked credibility, considering that the experimental subjects they had encountered previously had all mutated and posed considerable threats. Not to mention, this individual was designated as Subject 1. Zhang Yu, the monsters have also emerged. What shall we do? There are so many. Is this man responsible for their arrival? Su-He cast a glance at the monstrous beings below, shaking his head. It is not him. It is this inferno. He continued, "Do you wish for my assistance in vanquishing these creatures?" The young man spoke, his gaze dimming, as if he too regarded himself as one of those very monsters. Alas, apart from the clothes adorning his body, everything else had been consumed by the flames. Do you truly wish to eradicate these beings? Su-He and Shen Nianbai exchanged a glance, simultaneously voicing their thoughts while inwardly speculating about the man's level of extraordinary abilities before them. The man casually waved his hand, and the monstrous beings below turned abruptly, charging into the sea of flames, their anguished cries echoing through the air. The scent of charred flesh lingered ominously. Witnessing this scene, all present were taken aback. To effortlessly command such terrifying creatures to their doom with merely a gesture was a testament to a truly formidable level of power. Surely, dealing with them would be a trivial matter for him. Consequently, the crowd, filled with trepidation, turned their hopeful gazes towards Su-He and Shen Nianbai, placing their hopes in the duo. Su-He observed the impressive feats of the man, her thoughts starkly contrasting with those of the Hope Squad and Zhang Yu's group. With an expression of awe, she extended her hand towards him, saying, "Our Hope Squad is in need of members. Would you consider joining us?" Chapter 174, Taking Shortcuts to Enhance Abilities. Noticing the man's raised eyebrow and his silence, she remained patient, standing still and gazing at him. Meanwhile, Shen Nianbai felt a pang of bitterness in his heart as he watched Su-He fixate on the man. He recalled a time when she had looked at him with such intensity, and he was acutely aware of this, only to realize that things had changed. With this thought, Shen Nianbai found the courage to address Su-He. "He is too dangerous, All right, I agree." The young man shot a provocative glance at Shen Nianbai. The parents of Su and Shen were momentarily at a loss for words upon witnessing the demeanor of Su-He and the others. To be fair, they were already aware of their son's past transgressions against Su-He in her previous life. Although in this incarnation, Shen Nianbai had avenged himself upon his enemies. A rift still lingered between him and Suhi. Moreover, as a mother, it would be impossible for her to forgive her son from Suhi's perspective, let alone Suhi herself. Nonetheless, the individual now present was indeed, as Shen Nianbai described, exceedingly perilous. With merely a flick of their hand, they could obliterate this group of monsters. If they wished to eliminate them, it would be a trivial endeavor. Shen's mother gazed at Suhi and Shen Nianbai with concern, her anxiety palpable. The others shared her sentiments. Yet they remained unaware that if this person truly intended to strike against them, they would not have had to wait until now. Nor would they have allowed those monsters to recklessly charge into the inferno. Upon witnessing the man's agreement, Suhi felt a surge of joy, a smile gracing her lips. I hope that the responsibility of reconstructing the base will rest upon your shoulders from now on. The young man, noticing the delight in Suhi's expression, furrowed his brow. Aren't you afraid of me? Have you not noticed how those around you regard me with such disdain? Suhi nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, I fear your powers are formidable, perhaps even surpassing all of us here. Yet, you are one of us now, are you not? The moment she witnessed the man's strength, a storm of thoughts erupted in her mind. This man's capabilities exceeded those of Shen Nianbai. To oppose him recklessly would surely lead to their demise. However, when he offered assistance in vanquishing the monsters, her resolve was already forged. Perhaps this man was not as terrifying as they had initially perceived. Upon hearing Suhi's words, the man's expression darkened instantaneously. You are testing me, he exclaimed. In that instant, Shen Nianbai grasped Suhi's unusual behavior and instinctively shielded her behind him, his palm crackling with electric energy, poised for an imminent strike. We sympathize with your plight, he continued, but since you still possess human consciousness, you must understand the predicament humanity currently faces. Spare us the trivialities. I simply dislike being probed. What is it? You do not trust me, yet wish for my allegiance? Do you seek to control me? You are overthinking. Suhi peered over Shen Nianbai's shoulder to observe the man, who appeared tense and on edge. She quickly placed a hand on the restless Shen Nianbai, acknowledging his formidable strength, yet feeling no inclination to support him against this man. The power of this individual had been clearly demonstrated to everyone present. He was simply not a match for him. Noticing that the young man ceased his movements upon hearing her words, Suhi continued, The only reason we wish for you to join us is that you are human. Human? The man murmured to himself, reflecting on the fact that he now resembled those ghastly creatures. Yet there were still individuals who regarded him as human. Suhi nodded, and Shen Nianbai, observing the disbelief in the man's eyes, noticed a flicker of uncertainty that vanished in an instant as the young man glanced in his direction, prompting him to return a nod. The onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Su Heng and Emohan approached the man to inquire further. Handsome, do you happen to know someone named Lin Guodong? Li Zong furrowed his brows, responding, He has become an experimental subject. How could he not know of Lin Guodong? Lin Guodong? He has escaped. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Su's mother and Shen's mother exchanged glances, their hearts laden with unease. They approached the young man and inquired, Young man, do you happen to know where Lin Guodong has fled? Is it possible that he survived the inferno? Does he possess any extraordinary abilities? If so, what is the level of his powers? How does your strength compare to Lin Guodong's? Upon hearing the news of Lin Guodong's escape, a wave of panic swept through the crowd, momentarily overshadowing the chilling night air as their lives hung in the balance. The young man, upon hearing their address, furrowed his brow in discontent and cast a disapproving glance at Suhi, saying, Bo Chuan. Suhi, somewhat perplexed, blinked and stared intently at Bo Chuan. Under Suhi's gaze, Bo Chuan felt a surge of anger and annoyance, his ears flushing a deep crimson as he repeated his words to the crowd once more. Noticing Suhi's confusion, Shen Nianbai couldn't help but smile softly and stepped forward to gently remind her his name. Suhi suddenly realized and nodded, Bo Chuan. That name sounds quite pleasant. Flattered by the compliment, Bo Chuan felt a bit awkward. Lin Guodong's abilities are certainly no match for mine, but he has become quite formidable. He has injected himself with various developed mutation serums, transforming into a bizarre creature that embodies the capabilities of multiple species, making him incredibly powerful. Bizarre? Mutation serums? So, are we going to be defeated by Lin Guodong? Bo Chuan nodded, then shook his head. No matter how powerful he is, he would still fear a war of attrition. Together, we should be able to barely overcome him. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at the junior ability users present, feeling that the term overcome was perhaps premature. However, when he looked at Su He and Shen Nianbai, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. The abilities developed through personal prowess, without reliance on serums, were undoubtedly stronger. He licked his lips and mused. If only your strengths could elevate to match each of yours. As for the two of you, you must continue to upgrade and catch up to me. Sui nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the necessity for further advancement. However, she understood that reaching the level of excellence exemplified by her companion would undoubtedly require a considerable journey. There is indeed a shortcut we might pursue, Shen Nianbai asserted, stepping forward to grasp Su He's wrist, her fingers deftly exploring the willow bracelet adorning it. A spark of realization flickered in Su He's eyes as she recalled the method by which the mutated willow trees absorb the blood and flesh of zombies for upgrading. Bo Chuan, somewhat bewildered, chose to remain silent, though his expression betrayed his unease as he observed the interaction between the two. Before long, he was drawn away by Su Hang and others, who bombarded him with questions. Shen Nianbai, still holding Su He's hand, proposed, "You might as well attempt an upgrade." With Su He's consent, Shen Nianbai summoned the horde of zombies they had previously concealed themselves from, providing the mutated willow trees with ample sustenance for their ascension. Chapter 175. Collective Advancement Simultaneously. Su He commanded the mutated willow trees to wield thousands of branches towards the approaching horde. As night deepened, the air was filled solely with the sharp sounds of branches slicing through the atmosphere, interspersed with the occasional guttural roars of the zombies, accompanied by the distant stench of decaying corpses. Bo Chuan was the first to sense something amiss. Just as he was about to voice his concern, Su Heng pulled him away to continue their inquiries regarding Lin Guodong's laboratory. It was only upon hearing the persistent puffing sounds that he turned to Su Heng and the others with a grave expression. "The zombies are coming. A massive horde." Upon hearing his words, shock spread across the faces of Su Heng and the others as they frantically searched for the whereabouts of Su He and Shen Nianbai. However, not only were the two missing, but the mutated willow trees they had relied upon for respite had also vanished without a trace. At that moment, the puffing sounds that Bo Chuan had previously heard became unmistakable to all, prompting the group to cautiously harness their abilities. Just as they intended to rush toward the source of the noise, Su He's voice echoed through the air. "I hope the team arrives swiftly." Upon hearing his sister's voice, Su Zhe rushed forward without hesitation, though he was slightly slower than Su Liang, who had undergone a speed enhancement. As he arrived, he beheld Shen Nianbai, glowing with a green luminescence, alongside his sister and Su Liang, with the mutated willow tree between them radiating a similar eerie glow. Before he could inquire about the situation, he heard a series of popping sounds emanating from Su Liang, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Just as he was about to voice his disdain, he noticed Su Liang's powers suddenly intensifying around him. Bo Chuan's eyes lit up with astonishment as he regarded Su He, realizing they were harnessing Su He's abilities to draw energy from the mutated willow tree. This method indeed appeared to be a shortcut. His previous hesitations about joining the Hope Squad had vanished upon witnessing this. As Su Liang absorbed the energy injected by Su He, he felt invigorated. Glancing at Su He and the mutated willow tree voraciously consuming the flesh of zombies nearby, he attempted to break free but was halted by Su He, who insisted, "We must upgrade first. This is our chance for survival." Su Liang paused momentarily but complied, continuing to absorb the energy transmitted from Su He. Noticing Su Zhe and the others arriving behind him, Su He similarly enveloped them in green luminescence, transferring the energy he had absorbed from the mutated willow tree. Shen Nianbai and Bo Chuan observed quietly, casting wary glances toward the approaching horde of zombies. They were astonished to see that the zombies were being consumed without resistance by the mutated willow tree. Meanwhile, the tree, already enhanced from feeding on zombie flesh, was evolving further, its numerous branches swelling, shifting from green to a deep crimson hue and growing increasingly robust. Gradually, the green glow from the mutated willow tree spread to Su-He, and the air was filled with the sound of advancement. Zhang Yu and the others stood in awe of the unfolding scene, but when Su-He instructed them to take their turn, they eagerly stepped forward to absorb the energy within the glowing aura. Ultimately, only Shen Nianbai and Bo Chuan remained, yet to undergo their upgrades. Su-He observed the two individuals, yet before she could utter a word, she witnessed Shen Nianbai parting his lips slightly. You should rest for a while. After aiding so many in their advancement, I am concerned for your well-being. Bo Chuan cast a sideways glance at Shen Nianbai, somewhat speechless, but he half-heartedly echoed the sentiment. Essentially, he suggested that Su-He take a moment to recuperate, especially since the horde of zombies had been thoroughly drained by the mutated willow tree, rendering an immediate assault unnecessary. The others chimed in agreement. Yet the group, having just upgraded their abilities, began eagerly searching for zombies and mutated creatures, eager to test the efficacy of their newly acquired powers. Upon hearing their words, Su-He nodded and swiftly entered her space to stabilize her recently upgraded abilities. She also exchanged several zombie crystal cores for provisions for her contracted beast. Shen Nianbai remained closely behind her, anxious for any signs of discomfort, and only relaxed when he confirmed her well-being. Once they had completed the exchange, the two exited the space, concerned about potential developments outside. Outside, the group, buoyed by the euphoria of their ability upgrades, commenced their search for zombies and mutated creatures to engage in combat. Some banded together, while others ventured solo, practicing their powers. Observing the results of their practice, the group gazed at Su-He in astonishment. Sister, my abilities are incredibly impressive, Su-Ze exclaimed as he approached Su-He, wielding his wind-based powers while simultaneously launching a wind blade at a zombie. He then sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that his sister's assistance had been crucial. Without her, reaching such mastery would have taken considerably longer. A crowd of individuals gathered behind him, eager to showcase their own newly advanced abilities to Su-He. Who would have thought that a mutated willow tree could provide such benefits? If that's the case, zombies will merely serve as sources of energy for us. And there's nothing to fear. While the sentiment held some truth, reliance on the team leader could not be a constant. Self-improvement remained essential. Indeed, we must enhance our own strengths. As Su-He and Shen Nianbai exchanged glances, a smile graced their lips. Their earlier concerns that the group would become complacent from taking shortcuts seemed unfounded. They appeared to understand that in this post-apocalyptic world, reliance on one's own abilities was paramount. Although shortcuts might provide temporary satisfaction, they could not sustain one in the long run. However, Su-He was an exception, for the mutated willow tree belonged to her, granting her access to abundant energy whenever she desired, sparing her from the anguish of power depletion. At that moment, the group's spirits soared with their upgraded abilities, emboldening them to confront zombies with newfound confidence. As for the snake-tailed creatures, previously formidable opponents, they now felt assured in their collective strength. Moreover, with Su-He, Shen Nianbai, and the recently experimented subject 001 by their side, their worries were greatly alleviated. As they faced a variety of monsters emerging from the inferno, the initial panic dissipated, and they began to pair off to tackle the threats. Initially, their rapid upgrades led to some clumsiness in control, but soon they mastered their powers with remarkable finesse, dispatching creatures with ease. By dawn's first light, the monsters that had escaped the flames were vanquished, and the group jubilantly approached Su-He and Shen Nianbai. Captain, after this upgrade, fighting zombies feels like child's play, one exclaimed. Indeed, and we can also take down those creatures together. At this rate, what fear do we have of zombies and monsters? Together, we are invincible. Su-Ze and Su-Heng, upon witnessing the enthusiastic demeanor of the crowd, could not refrain from dousing their spirits. You may not realize that there are greater forces at play. Have you lost your bearings after slaying a mere handful of zombies and monsters? It is essential to understand that in this post-apocalyptic world, the most terrifying adversary is not just the undead or the beasts, but the human heart itself. Hearing their words, the expressions of the crowd grew somber, yet they nodded in agreement. They turned to Su-He to discuss their forthcoming journey. After spending the entire night vanquishing monsters, did you encounter that peculiar creature? Bo Chuan, seeing Su Zhe and Su Heng emerge, hesitated for a moment before approaching them with a query. His sense of security remained fragile as long as Lin Guodong was alive. However, as soon as he voiced his concern, the previously proud crowd suddenly changed their countenance. Turning pale, we too encountered that bizarre creature, but it managed to escape us. Indeed, it was aptly described as a hybrid. It was once human, yet bore the traits of several animals. Not only could it fly, but its abilities were formidable. Despite our combined efforts, we could not subdue it, and it slipped away. Su Liang's expression darkened. The speed he had once prided himself on now seemed insignificant in the presence of those with superior powers. Bo Chuan furrowed his brow. That creature is Lin Guodong. It has injected itself with those mutated reagents, enhancing its strength. This is not your fault. Upon hearing Bo Chuan's words, Su He and Shen Nianbai exchanged a glance, then turned to Bo Chuan and inquired, once Lin Guodong advances, will we have the opportunity to confront him? Although Lin Guodong had managed to escape, as long as he remained alive, they were bound to encounter him again in the future, and a confrontation would be inevitable. It was prudent to gather intelligence early on. Certainly, while his strength would be formidable after his advancement, he would still possess vulnerabilities. Bo Chuan narrowed his eyes, determination gleaming within them. Meanwhile, Shun Zhao, seeing that the fire had been extinguished, proposed to the group, now that the blaze has been quelled, how about we establish a new hope base here? Their collective advancement had transformed them. Those who had once suffered at the hands of the serpent-tailed monster now had the capability to vanquish it themselves, alleviating any concerns about retaliation. Furthermore, with Su He's mutated willow tree at their disposal, they were no longer fearful of the lower-level zombies. Thus, their immediate priority was to reconstruct a base of hope that belonged to them. Su Heng and his companions nodded in agreement, for with Shun Nianbai and Su He present, they naturally followed their lead. However, Bo Chuan felt some resistance to the idea of building a hope base in this location, as he had once been treated as a mere experiment by Lin Guodong here. Nevertheless, he was ultimately persuaded by Shun Nianbai. Consequently, Su He and Shun Nianbai began to harness their abilities, guiding the group in the reconstruction of the hope base. In just a few days, they successfully erected the second hope base, which was notably more robust than the first, likely due to the collective enhancement of their powers. After the completion of the construction, they resumed their previous way of life, forming teams daily to hunt zombies, scavenge for supplies, and seek out survivors. As the hope base gradually settled into a routine, Su He suggested embarking on a journey to distant lands. However, this notion met with unanimous dissent. Isn't our life here quite satisfactory? Why will we venture so far away? Eshu was somewhat perplexed. They had transformed the hope base to resemble the former civilized society almost indistinguishably, with the exception of the daily necessity to venture out at dawn to eliminate zombies and monsters, scavenge for supplies, and search for survivors, while taking turns to stand guard at night. Moreover, with his sister and Chan Ping possessing ample resources in their spatial storage, enough to sustain them for several lifetimes. Why was there a need to venture outside? The world beyond was fraught with peril. What if they encountered monsters more formidable than themselves? It was indeed too dangerous out there. Better to remain sheltered within these confines. Besides, wasn't Lin Guodong also unaccounted for? Who knew where he was hiding now? What if they crossed paths with him upon venturing out? Yes, it was certainly safer if they stayed together. Upon hearing the concerns of those around him, Su He subtly smiled, quickly extending a hand to reassure everyone. While the hope base is currently secure, can we truly guarantee its safety for eternity? As she spoke, she discreetly observed her parents' expressions, noting their resigned sighs, and continued, we find ourselves in an apocalyptic world, and the comforts of a peaceful existence are no longer attainable. Ultimately, we must venture forth. If they did not step outside, they would forever remain ensconced in this fleeting comfort, losing their vigilance, and, inevitably, they would fall victim to the sudden crises that could arise. She was determined not to let her family or their companions reach such a dire fate. Are you planning to accompany us? Will you join my sister on this journey? Su He and Su Zhe spoke in unison. Upon witnessing this, Shen Nianbai could not help but smile wryly, his gaze towards Su-he filled with affection. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Moreover, as someone who had survived until the very end in a previous life, he now found himself surrounded by formidable allies, family, and the woman he cherished. Surely, he could carve out a name for himself in this apocalyptic world and strive to recreate civilization. Meanwhile, Su father and Su mother felt a sense of relief at Shen Nianbai's decision to accompany them. After all, in this vast expanse, someone must rise as a savior. There are always souls yearning for redemption. Even the faintest glimmer of hope, if not relinquished, can coalesce into immense power. Just as a single spark can ignite a prairie fire, they too shall one day rescue this dilapidated world and usher in a new era of civilization.